Chapter 1, River Fire. Brother Jiang, open the door, hurry up and get up, it's awakening day, why aren't you getting up yet? Get up quickly. Don't hide in there and keep silent. I know you are at home. Early in the morning, Jiang Hua was awakened by the sound of banging on the door. Outside the door came the shouting of his best friend Zhang Yang, whose voice was as loud as a tweeter. Here I come, what are you yelling about so early in the morning? Jiang Hua rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up from the bed and opened the door. Zhang Yang's fat body immediately squeezed in from outside the door. Seeing Jiang Hua still in his pajamas, he immediately shouted exaggeratedly. Hey, my master Jiang, you haven't even gotten up yet. The awakening ceremony is about to begin at 8 o'clock. You're really too careless. Just wake up if you want to. What's there to be afraid of? If I don't come here, who else would dare to start? Jiang Hua said nonchalantly, walked into the bathroom and started to wash up. The electric toothbrush clicked in his mouth, and a string of white foam gurgled out. Well, that's true. After all, Brother Jiang, you are the leader of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School and the one with the greatest hope of awakening S-level talent. But you can't be so arrogant, the old teacher is still very good to us, we have to consider his face at least. But then again, Brother Jiang, what talent do you think you'll awaken? Summoning or beast taming? I heard that someone at No. 2 Middle School awakened an S-level talent yesterday, the beast taming system, and directly contracted the flame black tortoise, a divine beast. That creature, with its size, was so earth-shattering that it even collapsed the No. 2 Middle School plaza. Also, according to gossip, someone in Kyoto has awakened an SS-level talent, a summoning talent. They've directly summoned Poseidon, the god of the sea. Holding the trident, he can create massive waves with a single wave. It's simply stunning. Zhang Yang, a chatterbox, never stopped talking. He stood at the bathroom door and talked non-stop. The awakening ceremony he mentioned refers to the awakening of beastmasters and summoners. 100 years ago, countless spacecracts appeared on Blue Star, and a substance called spiritual energy spread throughout the entire Blue Star through the spacecracts. Before long, the animals and plants on the blue planet began to mutate wildly, and many monsters and demons that had only existed in legends appeared. These things turned the entire blue planet upside down and brought huge disasters to mankind. Fortunately, some people among humans also began to evolve, awaken their talents, contract with alien races, control pets, and block the invasion of alien beasts and monsters. This is why humans did not perish. Since then, mankind has entered the era of awakening and entered a new era. Over the past 100 years, the cultivation system has been gradually improved. Nowadays, every citizen of Blue Star, when he or she reaches the age of 18, can participate in the school's Unified Awakening Test, awaken his or her innate abilities, and become a beastmaster or summoner. After hearing the shocking news from Zhang Yang, Jiang Hua remained extremely calm. He stood in front of the mirror, fixing his hair, and looking at the handsome face in the mirror, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As expected of me, the man chosen by fate, I am so handsome. This face is perfect no matter how you look at it. With a sigh, Jiang Hua turned to look at Zhang Yang and said disdainfully, S rank? SS rank? So impressive? If I don't come out, you're all ants. Jiang Hua was quite confident and dared to say this, so he naturally had absolute confidence. 18 years after traveling to this world, when he was still a baby, he heard the crisp sound in his mind ding. From then on, Jiang Hua knew that his life would definitely not be ordinary. In his previous life, he was an employee of the Little Yellow Group of a Fortune 500 company. He wore a yellow robe every day, worked diligently through red lights to deliver food, and unfortunately, in the end, he had a close kiss goodbye to a dump truck. In this life, he wants to change the yellow robe into a dragon robe, sleep on the lap of a beauty while drunk, and take power over the world when awake. What a shitty genius, what a black tortoise sea god, they're all scum. These are just the threshold for you to see me. System, check the attribute panel. A sharp light flashed in Jiang Hua's eyes, and he muttered in his heart, and a light blue panel appeared in front of him. Name, Jiang Hua. Age, 18. Cultivation, First Order, 3rd level. Unawakened talent, SSS level summoning can summon the reborn Empress, Green Lotus Sword Immortal Li Qingran. Warm tips, the current system function can only view the attribute panel. After the host awakens, the full function can be used. This is Jiang Hua's confidence. SSS level talent plus system, just asking, who else? After he woke up today, even if he shit on the principal's head, the principal would have to smile and hand him paper. Let's go. Today, I'll show you what a true genius is. After putting away the system panel, putting on his clothes, combing his hair like an adult, Jiang Hua strode out the door. Hey, you're worthy of being my brother Jiang. You're just bragging. Be careful. If you awaken an E-level talent, our Ling University campus beauty will break up with you. Zhang Yang spoke exaggeratedly, but the fat figure immediately followed him. He said that Jiang Hua had awakened to E-level, but he himself didn't believe it. Jiang Hui is a famous genius in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, and he is also a genius that everyone believes in and recognizes. He eats, drinks, plays, sleeps and picks up girls every day, and he always gets first place in the exams. The most terrifying thing is that Jiang Hua's cultivation level had reached the third level of the first stage when no one else had awakened yet and was unable to practice. The principal specially invited an important person to come and take a look. The sixth-level master said in front of everyone in the school that Jiang Hua was born with a spiritual body and his talent was too strong, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to automatically gather and be absorbed by his body naturally, reaching the third level of the first level. At that time, the whole school was stunned, whether it was teachers or students, they were all dumbfounded. They knew every word in the sentence, but when they were put together, they had never heard of it before. What happened next made Jiang Hua completely famous in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School and even the entire Jiangcheng. He became extremely popular. After checking Jiang Hua's condition, the sixth-level master expressed on the spot that he wanted to accept Jiang Hua as his disciple. Level 6, Grandmaster, actively accepting disciples. Moreover, he accepted as his disciple a young man who had not yet awakened and whose situation was unknown. If you tell others about this, would you believe it? The key point is that Jiang Hua actually refused, but the sixth-level strong man was not angry. He told Jiang Hua that he could come to him if he had any problems in the future. Zhang Yang was envious to death at that time. From then on, the way everyone in the school looked at Jiang Hua changed. The teachers and principal treated Jiang Hua like a treasure. He could go to school whenever he wanted and sleep in class whenever he wanted. As a result, the next day, the whole school went crazy again. Ling Zixuan, the goddess in the hearts of all the boys in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, actually confessed to Jiang Hua. In front of everyone in the school, Ling Zixuan stood at the school gate, holding flowers in her hand, knelt on one knee, and begged Jiang Hua to be her boyfriend. That night, countless young people hid in their beds and cried, their dreams shattered. That night, countless girls were heartbroken and their dreams were shattered. At Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, the sun is rising and the sky is clear like tourmaline. The school square was bustling with people. Students from each class, under the direction of their teachers, lined up in square formations. They were all looking excitedly at the huge awakening stone on the high platform in front of them. Their faces flushed, and they were talking and discussing things about awakening. Look, Jiang Hua is coming. Suddenly, someone shouted, and instantly everyone's eyes looked over and focused on Jiang Hua. Wow, Jiang Hua is so handsome. Is this the day I get to witness my idol awaken? What level will it be, S level? SS level? Or SSS level? Tisk, you're so pretentious, always arriving last. I curse you to fall from grace today. Jiang Hua's appearance attracted the attention of the whole audience. The girls looked at him passionately and full of admiration, while the boys had complicated expressions, and many of them had jealousy in their eyes. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm too handsome and always attracts jealousy. Jiang Hua, you're here. A clear and pleasant voice sounded, and Ling Zixuan, wearing a white shirt and a JK short skirt, walked with her long snow-white legs and flying hair, like a goddess walking out of an anime, and threw herself into Jiang Hua's arms. Zi Xian. Holding Ling Zixuan in his arms, Jiang Hua had a smile on his face, but his eyes were extremely calm. Jiang Hua actually didn't have any good feelings towards Ling Zixuan. The reason was that this woman was too goal-oriented and utilitarian. During the 3 years of high school, Jiang Hua and Ling Zixuan had almost no contact in the first 2 years, and they didn't even say a few words to each other. But a year ago, when the 6th-rank Grandmaster arrived and announced that he was a genius, Ling Zixuan directly confessed her love to him. It is easy to imagine what the other party's purpose was. And that night, Ling Zixuan took the initiative to talk to Jiang Hua about life and ideals. Facing a classmate who hadn't spoken to her for 2 years and was basically a stranger, Jiang Hua felt a little disgusted that she could achieve this level just because of her talent. But then again, although Ling Zixuan is a materialistic and strong-willed woman, she is indeed good-looking, with impeccable figure and appearance. So when faced with Ling Zixuan's confession, Jiang Hua did not refuse. After all, he would not suffer any loss. Fuck, no, Brother Jiang, I'm still here. I'm such a small light bulb, can't you two see it? Zhang Yang roared wildly in his heart, extremely envious. The eyes of the others turned red, and they stared at Zhang Huo with murderous eyes, wishing they could cut him into pieces. One of the looks in particular was extremely resentful. Zhang Huo, you'd better pray that what you awaken is truly an S-level talent, otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Zhou Mingkai gritted his teeth and his fists creaked. He and Ling Zixuan have known each other since childhood and were childhood sweethearts, but everything changed since Zhang Huo appeared. From childhood to adulthood, he has never even held Ling Zixuan's hand, but Zhang Huo can, which makes him jealous to the point of madness. The awakening ceremony will begin soon. All students please prepare and go on stage to awaken in turn. The campus broadcast sounded, and Zhang Huo and his classmates walked towards their class queue. Chapter 2 Awakening Ceremony. Kai Kuan. The principal shouted loudly. A thin boy wearing overalls walked towards the stage with a flushed face, excited and nervous. Don't be nervous. Place your palm on the awakening stone, concentrate, calm your mind, close your eyes, and awaken your talent. The principal spoke gently, looking at the first student to awaken with great anticipation. Yeah. Kai Kuan nodded heavily, encouraged himself in his heart, and placed his palm on the awakening stone. Boom! On the awakening stone, a faint blue halo spread out, and a beam of light tens of meters high shot up into the sky. The void was turbulent, and in the beam of light, a huge whale shadow appeared. It was completely black and exuded a decayed and gray smell. Fuck, quickly retract the magical power, beast control system, B-level talent, contracted exotic beast, Sukuan. The principal's eyelids jumped and he shouted, the kid from number 2 middle school brought out a black tortoise yesterday, and it almost brought down the entire school. Although Sukuan today is far smaller than Xuanwu, it is still big. With this size, even Xuanwu would say wow, it's so big. If this falls down, the school will have to be rebuilt for the 108th time. However, the principal was very happy that the first student awakened a B-level talent. He believed that this year's task target could be achieved. I don't know what Zhang Huo can awaken. If he can reach S-level or higher, then asking the higher-ups for hundreds of millions of dollars in funding next year won't be a problem. Zhang Huo, please don't let me down. I'm an old man and I'm only a few years away from retirement. I'm counting on you to make a fortune. Next, Wang Hao, Beast Tamer, E-level talent, contracted beast. Little Green Snake. Lu Tao, summoning, F-level talent, summon creature, slime. Li Hu, summoning system, C-level talent, summon creature, werewolf. Wang Jia, summoning system, A-level talent, summon creature, roaring sundog. The awakening stage was shining brightly, and the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Students went up and down, with faces full of joy and worry. Zhang Yang was lucky enough to awaken his B-level beast taming talent, and the beast he contracted was a gorilla. Ling Zixuan is even more outstanding, with an A-level summoning talent, and can summon night elves, natural archers. Class 2, Grade 3, Zhou Mingkai. The principal read out loudly. Zhou Mingkai's body suddenly shook, and he walked towards the awakening platform with a nervous mood. The winner will be the king and the loser will be the bandit. Will I awaken my powerful talent and beat Zhang Huo, or will I awaken my useless talent and be suppressed by Zhang Huo from now on? Right at this moment, awaken for me, aha! Zhou Mingkai roared wildly in his heart and pressed his palm heavily on the awakening stone. Boom! Boom boom boom! The scarlet light spread out and a black beam of light shot up into the sky. The wind was howling, lightning was flashing and thunder was roaring, and the sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. In the void, a huge black and red vortex emerged, as if the door to another world had opened, and blood was about to seep out of it. A gloomy, terrifying, cold and weird atmosphere spread out, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. In the black and red vortex, under the moonlight, an ancient castle filled with a grotesque atmosphere stood on the cliff. Wow 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 wow! A large flock of crows with scarlet eyes flapped their wings, made strange cries, and flew out of the castle. Suddenly, they exploded in the void, and with a bang, they turned into black mist all over the sky, and then suddenly gathered together and condensed into a human figure. He is short in stature, has a strange appearance, pointed ears, deep eye sockets, and pale skin, but he wears the aristocratic clothing of ancient Europe. A wide burgundy stand collar cloak covered his body, and his whole body exuded two extremely disparate auras of elegance and horror. The moment he walked out of the whirlpool, everyone felt an extreme chill from the bottom of their hearts. Especially those scarlet eyes, which seemed to be stained with blood, were extremely creepy, making everyone dare not breathe. This is an S-level talent, an S-level summoning talent, summoning living beings, the Vampire Duke. Dracula. The principal's voice changed as he looked at the figure standing in the air in shock, his eyes full of the brilliance of money. S-level. Besides Jianghua, there's actually someone else who can awaken an S-level talent. This is great, this is completely great. The funding must be increased by several hundred million. The principal was so excited that he was madly excited, and his old face was extremely red. The people in the audience were also shocked. S-level talent. Zhou Mingkai actually awakened an S-level talent, and it's the famous vampire Duke Dracula from mythology. Amazing. Zhou Mingkai usually looks very low-key, but he unexpectedly made a big splash. Speaking of which, it seems Zhou Mingkai and our Lingda Campus Beauty are childhood sweethearts. Lingda Campus Beauty is now Jianghua's girlfriend, and Zhou Mingkai has awakened an S-level talent. TSK, this is going to be fun. If Jianghua fails to awaken next, then today will be a lot of fun to watch. Everyone was talking about it, and the noise was constant. The appearance of the S-level talent completely ignited the whole audience. Just then, someone discovered that Ling Zixuan, who had been standing with Jianghua, was actually walking towards Zhou Mingkai. Mingkai, congratulations on awakening your S-level talent. Ling Zixuan congratulated Zhou Mingkai with a sweet smile on her face. She didn't expect that her childhood friend would actually awaken an S-level talent. She had misjudged him before, and she had to build a good relationship with him in the future. She thought so in her heart, but she didn't expect that in the face of her kindness. Zhou Mingkai just looked at her coldly and said in a cold voice, "Disgusting." After saying that, he walked away with Dracula. Although he hated Jianghua, Zhou Mingkai was not Fiangyang. He looked down on women like Ling Zixuan who were so fickle. He had begged her before, but Ling Zixuan didn't even look at him. She also said that she was afraid Jianghua would misunderstand and asked him to stop pestering her. But now, after I awakened my S-level talent, she couldn't wait to come up to me. How fucking mean. Ling Zixuan was stunned for a moment, and after she realized what was happening, she immediately became angry and embarrassed. Well, Zhou Mingkai, you dare to say that to me? It's just that you've awakened an S-level talent. Just wait and see. When Jianghua awakens, I'll let him beat you into a pig's head. Ling Zixuan's face was grim, and she thought viciously that Zhou Mingkai's attitude made her feel greatly insulted and so shameful. She turned around and ran back to Jianghua angrily. Her eyes instantly turned red. She acted aggrieved and complained, "Jianghua, Zhou Mingkai bullied me." Jianghua looked at Ling Zixuan with a half smile and teased, "Why? You're being attentive to another man in front of me, and now you want me to help you? Where's your dignity?" Hearing this, Ling Zixuan instantly became anxious. "No, Jianghua, Zhou Mingkai is my childhood friend. I was just congratulating him. Who would have thought he would say that to me? Jianghua, brother, please don't be angry. I was wrong. I won't do this again next time. Please forgive me." Ling Zixuan tugged at Jianghua's sleeve and shook it pitifully. "Ugh, this year's Westlake Longjing doesn't even have as much flavor as you, get lost." Jianghua made a vomiting gesture, shook off Ling Zixuan's hand, and strode towards the stage. The principal had already called his name. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Jianghua, with everyone watching and expecting him. Jianghua's reputation as a genius has long spread throughout Jiangcheng, and today is the moment to witness the rise of a genius. "Jianghua, the time has come to decide your fate." Zhou Mingkai stared at Jianghua's figure, with deep resentment hidden in his eyes. He hated Jianghua, but he didn't dare to take action now. However, as long as Jianghua didn't awaken to S-level, he would be the first to rush up and kill Jianghua. "Jianghua, you must awaken your S-level talent. I'm putting all my energy into it." Ling Zixuan was also very nervous. "Brother Jiang, whether we can have a good life in the future depends on this wave, so you better hold on." Zhang Yang was even more excited. However, the most excited person was the principal. Finally, it was Jianghua's turn. He was a super genius who had been personally certified by a 6th level master and had reached the 3rd level of the 1st level before awakening. "Jianghua, are you nervous? Do you want to adjust your state? I'll ask 2 female teachers to give you a massage? Or how about a huazi?" The principal was quite nervous, almost incoherent, and his hands were shaking. Principal, why are you even more nervous than me? Don't worry, relax, there won't be any accidents. Jianghua smiled and comforted him, then placed his palm on the awakening stone. For a moment, the principal's heart was in his throat. How could he not be nervous? The rest of my life depends on you. You must succeed. Under the principal's crazy roar in his heart, a halo gradually lit up on the awakening stone, a sacred, noble, and dazzling golden halo. Gold, this is an SSS level talent, my god, Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School, under my guidance, has produced an SSS level genius, damn. The principal's hands were shaking with excitement, and he almost fainted from happiness as he shouted this sentence out. Everyone in the audience was stunned, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. SSS level, how could it be SSS level? There were tens of billions of people in the world, and the number of SSS level geniuses announced was less than a handful. This level, this genius that is 1 in a billion, actually appeared next to them. They were all stunned. Ling Zixuan's eyes were full of disbelief, Zhang Yang kept shouting oh my god, and Zhou Mingkai collapsed to the ground, his eyes full of despair. Jianghua raised the corner of his mouth. It's not over yet. Let the storm come even harder. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Xiaohu bot file anti-piracy, looking for book robots choose Xiaohu, stable and reliable, don't step into the pit. Chapter 3 The Empress ran away? Boom. Boom 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 boom. A magnificent, sacred and majestic golden column of light shot up into the sky, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, 10,000 meters, straight up into the clouds and into the sky. The heaven and earth were in turmoil. Above the void, a layer of golden light spread out, coating the entire sky with a layer of dazzling golden light. The space was torn apart, and strange visions appeared. In the vast starry sky, a blue lotus slowly emerged, took root in the chaos, and grew between heaven and earth. Chaos Blue Lotus! Someone exclaimed, and everyone was collectively dumbfounded, looking at this scene in disbelief. They actually saw this legendary divine object of heaven and earth. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. As the sounds of the Great Way rang out in the starry sky of the universe, it was as if there was music from the immortals and auspicious signs emerged. The green lotus slowly rotated, magnificently, and the petals bloomed, and a beautiful figure walked out from it. She was dressed in white, holding a long sword, her eyebrows were as dark as distant green mountains, her temperament was as elegant as an orchid, she had red lips, cold eyes, and her clothes fluttered in the wind. She looked like a fairy walking out of a painting, elegant and unworldly, with unparalleled beauty. The moment she appeared, there was no other figure in everyone's eyes, only the white dress. Silence, dead silence. It seemed as if the silence had lasted for 10,000 years, yet it also seemed like only a moment, before everyone suddenly woke up from a dream. SSS level talent, summoning system, summoning creatures, the Azure Lotus Empress Li Qingran. The old principal held his chest and said these words tremblingly. The whole audience was in an uproar, the atmosphere was completely ignited, and with Zhang Yang's loud shout, the whole audience shouted Zhenghua's name like a tsunami. Jiangshen, Jiangshen. Jiangshen, Jiangshen. The sound was so loud that it almost overturned the entire school. At this moment, teachers and students alike looked at Zhenghua with extremely fiery eyes, with nothing but envy. Even Zhou Mingkai shook his head dejectedly. If Zhenghua had only awakened to the S level, he would still have the confidence to fight for it, but if it was the SSS level, that would be humiliating. This is my, Ling Zixuan's, man, a peerless hero riding on a colorful cloud, SSS level, so handsome. Ling Zixuan also clenched her fists, very excited. But at this moment, something happened that no one expected. The Green Lotus Queen Li Qingran stepped out from the void and came in front of Zhenghua, but she did not submit to her master like Dracula. Instead, she looked down at Zhenghua with an indifferent expression, and a cold voice came out of her mouth without any emotion. Young man, I know this may be a little cruel to you. Falling from the altar on such a day when everyone is paying attention to you will be a huge blow to you, but I still have to say this. My name is Li Qingran, I am a peerless swordsman, the Empress of Dakian. I practice the way of swordsmanship and kill all races. Under the 9 heavens, no one can make me surrender. Even if I die, I will not be controlled by others. The Emperor can't do this, and neither can you. Although I don't know how I became your contracted sword spirit, I will never let anyone control me. I will tear up the contract and sever my fate. I'm sorry. As soon as she finished speaking, a look of determination flashed in Li Qingran's eyes. She suddenly pinched her fingers together, and mysterious power emerged. The heaven and earth shook, and the long sword in her hand shattered into pieces. In an instant, Jiang Hua's heart tightened, as if he sensed something connecting him and Li Qingran. At this moment, it was like a string of a musical instrument, quietly breaking. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Li Qingran's mouth. Her face turned pale instantly and she staggered back, as if she had suffered a huge backlash. Obviously, the act of tearing up the contract did not make her feel good. But even so, she was unwilling to become Jiang Hua's summoned creature. After taking a deep look at Jiang Hua, Li Qingran floated away, his figure instantly turning into a stream of light and disappearing into the sky. The whole audience fell silent again, everyone was stunned. The classmates were confused, the principal was confused, and Jiang Hua was also confused. What the hell, what just happened? Jiang Hua's contracted creature ran away? What the hell, what's going on? A contracted creature can actually run away? That's unheard of. I've heard of some historical records of people who were so gifted that they summoned forbidden creatures, only to lose control and end up losing their lives. This sword spirit empress is too powerful. Jiang Hua is lucky to be alive. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Jiangshen is worthy of being Jiangshen, the most outstanding genius in our Jiangcheng. This card is really extraordinary. Other people's novels all describe useless talents, but he is so good that he awakened an SSS level talent, but the summoned creature actually ran away. How cool. Well, just a quick question. The sword spirit empress has run away. What's Jiang Hua now? Doesn't that mean he has no talent at all? Yes, summoners and beastmasters are different. Beastmasters can contract many pets, but summoners can only summon one contracted creature. Jiang Hua's empress has fled, which means he no longer has any contracted creatures and can no longer summon any. His SSS level talent has been wasted, meaning he has no talent at all, even worse than an F level talent. I've disliked Jiang Hua for a long time. Now that he's lost his talent, let's see how he can still act so arrogantly. I'm afraid he'll be worse than me in the future. Hee hee, it's so cool to see a genius fall. Confused questions and wanton ridicules rang out one after another. The sudden upheaval in the sword spirit empress's escape caused Jiang Hua to fall from the altar in an instant. From the high and mighty throne, he instantly fell into the abyss and hit the bottom of the valley. The whole audience was in an uproar, and countless eyes fell on Jiang Hua. A hint of sympathy flashed in the eyes of teachers and classmates. In this era where everyone is awakening, summoning alien races, and contracting pets, even beggars on the street have talents. But what about Jiang Hua? Summoning a living being and running away, losing his talent, is equivalent to being sentenced to death. This is not just about losing the summoned creature, it also means that Jiang Hua will no longer be able to practice and will have to be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. It will be difficult for him to find a job to make a living. The severity of this is equivalent to becoming a disabled person in the peaceful times, which is even more painful than death. No one could have imagined that things would turn out like this. The old principal was dumbfounded and sighed inwardly. Looking at Jiang Hua, whose eyes were blank and looked like he had been hit hard, he wanted to comfort him but didn't know what to say. Brother Jiang, are you okay? Don't be afraid. It's just that your talent is wasted. At worst, I can support you for the rest of your life. As long as I have a bite to eat, I will never let you go hungry. Zhang Yan walked over and spoke in a loud voice with a serious expression in tone. Jiang Hua finally came back to his senses, and seeing that Zhang Yang's face had never had a serious expression, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Being able to say such words at a time like this, it was worthwhile to be friends with this brother. He was about to say something, but at this moment, another angry roar sounded. Jiang Hua! You loser! How could you let the summoned creature escape? Do you know how much I spent on you? You're making me so angry, so angry. My innocence, my body, my wealth and glory, are all gone, gone. How could this happen? Jiang Hua, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Ling Zixuan roared hysterically, and she was going crazy. She couldn't accept such a blow at all. The previous moment, her boyfriend was an SSS-level genius among billions, and the next moment he became a talentless waste. How could she accept this? You know, she had bet everything on Jiang Hua, but now, it's gone, everything is gone, Jiang Hua is ruined, and all her hopes have gone down the drain. No, there's also Zhou Mingkai. Zhou Mingkai is a bootlicker. He likes me the most. As long as I agree to be his girlfriend, he will definitely accept me. And he has an S-level talent. Although not SSS level, he is still a genius and worthy of me. Ling Zixuan muttered to herself as if she had found a life-saving straw, and immediately ran towards Zhou Mingkai. Coming to Zhou Mingkai, she grabbed his arm and said expectantly, "Mingkai, will you be my boyfriend? I'll break up with Jianghua right away. Don't you like me? I promise you, and your parents too, both love me. When we were little, our two families even talked about getting engaged." "Bah, disgusting, a second-hand slut who was played by Jianghua. You still want to be my girlfriend, are you worthy? I have an S-level talent, so I can find any woman I want. How could I fall for you? Get out of here." Zhou Mingkai's face was full of disgust. He pushed Ling Zixuan to the ground and then strode towards Jianghua. "Jianghua, it's time to settle our feud. Do you know how my classmates viewed me this year? I've been a bootlicker for this bitch for 2 years, rain or shine, delivering breakfast, copying homework, and giving her gifts every day. I've never even touched her fucking hand, and yet you just turned around and carried me to bed. I become a clown, everyone calls me a bootlicker, calls me a scoundrel. Do you know how I've been through this year? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Today, I will trample you hard under my feet to wash away the shame I have suffered this year. Do you want to lie on the ground and let me trample you, or do you want me to knock you down?" Zhou Mingkai's face was ferocious. With a wave of his hand, Dracula stepped forward gracefully, staring at Jianghua with his scarlet eyes. The threat was self-evident. Alas, why are there always people so ignorant? How dare those who go up the mountain humiliate the gods who come down the mountain? Even if an SSS-level talent is wasted, it is beyond your imagination. With a sigh, Jianghua shook his head helplessly, his eyes sweeping over everyone. "After traveling through 18 years, both parents died, my girlfriend broke up with me, I was mocked by my classmates, humiliated by the villains, and my buffs were fully stacked. In that case, let's get started. System, start." Chapter 4 Seraph Michael. Ding, the host has been detected to have awakened their talent, and the conditions are met. The killing contract system is activated. This system can transform non-humans or creatures outside of the host's contract killed by others into their own contracted pets or summon creatures. During the transformation, the crit evolution will be multiplied according to the value displayed above the creature's head. Killing transformation, multiple evolution? Jianghua was confused when he suddenly saw a destined fly flying towards him. Above the fly's head, a number 2 was displayed. Jianghua instantly understood the function of the system. Without hesitation, Jianghua stretched out his hand, grabbed the fly, and then crushed it to death in his palm. In an instant, a clear and pleasant system prompt sound rang in my mind. Ding, crushing a fly, triggering a 2x crit. Since this is the host's first time triggering it, it's forcibly increased to 1,000,000,000 times crit. Congratulations to the host for contracting with the angel god, Michael. Warm tip, all pets summoned by the system contract will be absolutely loyal to their host and will never betray them. Please feel free to use them. Boom! The brilliant golden light illuminated the earth again, and the pillar of light soared into the sky again, tearing the space apart. In the starry universe, above the moon, a lonely figure stood quietly. He was shrouded in golden light, wearing golden armor, and had 6 white wings behind him, emitting a divine light. In front of him, a huge, bright silver, cross-shaped 2-handed sword was stuck in the ground. He placed his hands on the hilt of the sword, and just stood there quietly. It looks like a golden sculpture or an elegant knight, waiting for the right person to wake it up. At this moment, he felt Jianghua's call and slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, it seemed as if 2 scorching suns appeared in the sky, and the supreme and sacred light poured down, as if to purify the world. Michael's body shook, and his 6 wings flapped violently. With the whistling wind, he flew up and in an instant, he arrived in front of Jianghua and arrived at the number 1 middle school square. Facing Jianghua, Michael slowly descended, his hand on his chest, and knelt on one knee. A solemn and majestic voice rang out, "Seraphim Michael, I pay my respects to the Lord." Boom! The atmosphere in the venue exploded instantly, everyone was dumbfounded, and everyone was stunned at this moment. Second awakening, SSS level summoning talent, summoning creatures, Seraph, Michael. After the principal said this, he fainted with a cry. The shock was too great for him to accept and he passed out. Today's wave was like riding a roller coaster, and it was the super scary kind with a vertical drop and rise of 90 degrees. He is old and his heart really can't take it. However, at this moment, no one paid any attention to him, and no one came to pinch his Renjong point to save him. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Hua and Michael in front of him. At this moment, the word shocked is no longer enough to describe everyone's mood, and words seem so pale and powerless at this moment. Jiang Hua is still Jiang Hua, and Jiang Shen is still Jiang Shen. He just stood there, in the spotlight, the eternal protagonist. Even though the Sword Spirit Empress ran away, even though his talent was wasted, Jiang Hua still proved with his actions that he was still that genius, a peerless genius among billions. Oh my god, damn it. Why don't you just die? Brother Jiang, God Jiang, you. How many incense sticks have you burned at your ancestral graves? You're holding back such a big thing? Zhang Yang's eyes almost popped out of his head and he kept shouting fuck. His mood was extremely complicated at the moment. He felt sad to see Jiang Hua's talent wasted, but he felt even sadder when he saw Jiang Hua summon Michael again. It really fits the saying, I am afraid that my brother is having a hard life, but I am also afraid that he is driving a Land Rover. At this moment, he even wanted to kill Jiang Hua. Ling Zixuan was also dumbfounded. Damn, it's too early to curse. Endless regrets surged in her heart. Ling Zixuan wiped her tears and climbed up from the ground. She looked at Jiang Hua pitifully. Jiang Hua, I was wrong, Hey, stop it. First of all, we've broken up, don't call me that. Secondly, get out of here as far as you can and don't force me to slap you. Jiang Hua hurriedly called a halt, his cold words piercing Ling Zixuan's heart like a knife. Ling Zixuan's face turned pale and she staggered back. Jiang Hua then looked at Zhou Mingkai, his expression calm, and asked calmly, do you still want to challenge me now? The light tone seemed to carry a lot of pressure, which made Zhou Mingkai breathless. He stared at Michael beside Jiang Hua, his heart full of resentment. Frustration, anger, jealousy, resentment, all kinds of negative emotions grew in his heart and gushed out wildly. Zhou Mingkai gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly, making a creaking sound. Why? Why can you awaken an SSS level talent? Why am I only S level? Why can you always get first place in the exam? Why can you be liked by all the girls in the school? Why do I have to be outdone by you in everything I do? Jiang Hua, you deserve to die, Dracula, kill him. Zhou Mingkai suddenly raised his head, staring at Jiang Hua with his scarlet eyes, and roared angrily. He has lost his mind. Today, he must kill Jiang Hua. Following his order, the vampire Duke Dracula also pounced over suddenly, his body flew up, sharp fangs revealed at the corners of his mouth, and he roared and pounced towards Jiang Hua. For a moment, a cold wind swept through, black fog filled the air, and a gloomy and terrifying aura swept out, covering Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua was speechless. You've drunk too much Sanlu milk powder, haven't you? You want to kill me just because I'm not as good as you? What kind of bullshit is that? There are so many talented people in the world. Boss Ma is worth tens of billions. Why don't you just kill him? Idiot. After cursing, Jiang Hua waved his hand and Michael immediately walked out. Sword of Judgment. Michael drew out the great cross sword, and the holy light suddenly lit up, and his whole body transformed into a holy sun. The light bloomed, purifying the world. How could a mere vampire be a match for the god of angels? In an instant, the eerie and terrifying aura was purified by the holy light and dissipated. Illuminated by the holy light, Dracula let out a shrill scream, as if he was burned by flames, and his body spontaneously combusted without fire. Die! A cold and stern voice came out of Michael's mouth. He flapped his wings, flew into the air, and slashed down with a sword. Swish! Dracula's body was instantly cut in half, exploding into countless blood-red-eyed crows that flew outward. But before they flew far, flames suddenly exploded, and countless crows were instantly engulfed by the flames and turned into ashes. Hiss, so strong. As expected of the god of angels, he killed the vampire Duke Dracula in one move. Of course. Do you think SSS level talent is a joke? Besides, Michael has a divine attribute, naturally restraining dark things like vampires. Beating Dracula would be like a strong man beating a child, like playing. Indeed, Zhou Mingkai has lost his mind. He actually dared to provoke Jiang Hua. There aren't many SSS level talents in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. How could he dare to provoke him? So handsome, that sword just now was so cool, and those angel wings, I can't stand it, how can Jiang Hua summon such a handsome creature? At the same time, Zhou Mingkai had also rushed towards Jiang Hua, suddenly pulled out a dagger in his hand, and stared at Jiang Hua with resentment. Jiang Hua, so what if you've awakened an SSS level talent? A genius without growth is nothing but a genius. If I kill you, Michael will dissipate. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in front of Jianhua, his eyes full of cruelty, raised the dagger high, and suddenly stabbed towards Jianhua's neck. The next moment. Bang! A crisp slap was heard, and Zhou Mingkai flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. What the hell, I'm at the 3rd level of the First Order, and you've awakened to the 1st level at best. How can you be so confident in killing me? Jianhua cursed and slapped Zhou Mingkai, sending him flying. Zhou Mingkai's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head, and he fell to the ground, feeling dizzy. Killing you would make my hands dirty. He glanced at Zhou Mingkai, who had fallen to the ground with disdain. Just then, a few ants passed by with different numbers on their heads. Jianhua immediately stepped on them. Ding, stepping on an ant to death, triggering a 10-fold critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the giant-powered demon ant. Ding, stepping on an ant to death, triggering a 10-fold critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the giant-powered demon ant. Ding, stepping on an ant to death, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the flying ant. With a wave of his hand, several huge ants, each 1 meter long, with black shells all over their bodies, crawled out from the ground. Their ferocious mouthparts shone coldly and were extremely creepy. Eat him. Jianhua gave the order indifferently, then turned and left without even looking back. Michael immediately followed, hovering beside Jianhua like a loyal guard. Behind him, there was a terrifying gnawing sound in Zhou Mingkai's shrill screams and wails, but they soon weakened and disappeared completely. Chapter 5 Dual Talents. Fuck. Zhou Mingkai is dead. He was eaten by strange ants. Not a single bone remains. These strange beasts seem to be created by Jianhua. They are pets, right? Didn't he awaken the summoning system? How can he have pets? After Jianhua left, everyone came back to their senses from the shock and finally discovered Zhou Mingkai's miserable death. Many people were immediately trembling with fear. Jianhua's attack was too ruthless, and he killed Zhou Mingkai directly. This made these high school students who had never seen blood feel a little strange. However, some people think that Jianhua did the right thing. Being decisive in killing should be the most basic quality of an awakened person. If he doesn't kill the enemy, he will wait for the other party to grow up and seek revenge on him. Isn't that stupid? In addition, many people are quite interested in those strange ants. It has been 100 years since the spiritual energy of Blue Star was revived. Since the space rift appeared 100 years ago when alien beasts invaded Blue Star, summoners and beastmasters awakened among humans, and their professions have been determined, and there are only these 2. Summoners summon alien races and various mythical creatures, while beastmasters connect to different dimensions, contract pets, or tame local exotic beasts. They saw with their own eyes that Jianhua awakened the summoning system and even summoned the Seraph Michael. This proved that Jianhua was definitely a summoner, but how could he create a pet that only beastmasters had? And there were not just 1, but 5 hideous and ferocious pet ants. This was too weird. Just when everyone was puzzled, the principal suddenly jumped up from the ground, shouting funds, funds. When he learned about the situation at the scene and that Jianhua had killed Zhou Mingkai and left, the principal instantly flew into a rage, pointing at a group of teachers and cursing. What's wrong with you guys? Do you still want to get out of this mess? Why are you just letting Jianhua leave like this? Several teachers were terrified and immediately bowed their heads to admit their mistakes. Principal, calm down. Jianhua's murder was wrong. His behavior was extremely bad, but it was also excusable. We will immediately capture him and apologize to you. I'll arrest your uncle. The principal kicked him, fuming with anger and shouting. You pig-brained, is that what I mean? Jianhua, with his SSS-level talent, the awakening of his talent has caused such a big stir that the whole of Jiangcheng knows about him now. Those alien races and those cult members are all targeting him. If you just let him go, what if something happens? What if he is assassinated by the cult members? Our Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school has only produced such an SSS-level genius in its 100 years of existence. Let me tell you, if anything happens to Jianhua, all of you will be buried with him, and I will peel off your skins. The principal slammed the table and yelled, and all the teachers looked at each other in complete shock. So you are so angry because you are worried about Jianhua's safety. But Zhou Mingkai didn't even mention it. Is the gap between S level and SSS level so big? What are you still looking at? Is there something on my face? Hurry up and find someone for me. Hurry up and follow him. Protect Jianghua. If he loses even a hair, I'll hold you responsible. Oh, we'll go right away. A group of teachers then hurried out to look for Jianghua. What the hell, you have no sense at all. If my funds are gone, I will kill all of you little bastards. The principal patted his clothes, tidied his appearance, and prepared to continue the awakening ceremony. When he turned around, he found a group of students surrounding the 5 strange beast ants and talking about them. He immediately walked over and looked at the pool of blood on the ground. The principal frowned slightly and then announced loudly. The cultist Zhou Mingkai, who had been hiding in the school for years, attempted to assassinate Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School's talented student, Jianghua, a future pillar of the nation. He was killed on the spot by Jianghua. The matter ends here. Okay, let's all go. As for these strange beast ants, the principal thought for a moment, stroking his chin. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands excitedly and said, I get it. Dual element abilities. Zhang Hui is a super genius who has awakened dual element abilities. And the awakened one is a pet from a group like ants. Oh my goodness, this talent is too monstrous. I've never seen anything like it before. No, I have to call and report it immediately. The principal muttered as he left, while a group of students looked at each other in confusion. After a long while, someone suddenly spoke up. I remember that 100 years ago, during that chaotic period, our great Xia god of war, Lord Wutian, seemed to have awakened a dual element ability. Could it be that Zhang Hui is also a dual element genius? That's not the case. A dual system genius, it seems like there has only been one such person in our great Xia over the past 100 years. Zhang Hui, could that be the case? Someone objected, but the voice was so small that even he himself didn't believe it. Then how do you explain him summoning Michael and the strange beast ants? Everyone was silent for a long time, and then suddenly exploded. Fuck, Zhang Hui is a dual element genius. Zhang Yang, brother Zhang, let's have dinner at Heidileo tonight. It's my treat. Can we invite Jiang Shen along? Brother Zhang, we went to the same elementary school and have been classmates for so many years. If you follow Jiang Shen, don't forget me when you become successful. Well, Zhang Yang, I've actually liked you for a long time. Can you be my boyfriend? Everyone surrounded Zhang Yang in a rush. This was a wave of people coming together to bring prosperity to the whole family. Looking at the lively scene here, Ling Zixuan's expression was dull, her eyes were blank, as if she had lost her soul. She kept muttering, SSS level, dual element talent, SSS level, dual element talent, hee. Zhang Hui had no idea what everyone was talking about, nor was he interested. He had now reached the top of a tall building and was standing on the edge of the rooftop. Michael stood beside him like his most loyal guard, standing quietly, with golden light radiating from his eyes, constantly scanning the entire city. How is it? Did you find it? Zhang Hui asked with a murderous look in his eyes. The person he was asking about was naturally the sword spirit Empress Li Qingran. This woman tore up the contract, betrayed her master, and embarrassed him in front of so many people. Zhang Hui would naturally not let her go easily. Although from Li Qingran's point of view, she was not wrong, but her actions would bring Zhang Hui to ruin. Losing one's talent and becoming an ordinary person is worse than death in the world of high-level martial arts. If Zhang Hui didn't have the system, he would be finished today. With Li Qingran's approach, Zhang Hui would definitely fall into an abyss from which he would never be able to climb out. His future in this life would be ruined in Li Qingran's hands. This kind of deep hatred is the same as killing one's own parents. Zhang Hui will never let her go. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. So after Zhang Hui left school, he immediately brought Michael to look for Li Qingran. As the god of angels, Michael's eyes have many magical features, which come in handy. Unexpectedly, after searching for a while, Michael shook his head and said, Master, we can't find it. The opponent's strength should not be underestimated. And it seems to be protected by laws, or in Eastern terms, the great Tao protects the body. With my current strength, I cannot find any trace of the other party. Zhang Hui frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and asked, So, what level of strength do you need to reach in order to find her? Michael thought for a moment and said hesitantly, at least level 6, but the other party will also become stronger. I can't guarantee it. Although I am a seraph, after becoming your contracted creature, I am only a level 1 creature now. Level 6. Zhang Hui frowned. this goal was not easy to achieve. The cultivation system of the Blue Star world is divided into 9 levels, and each level is divided into 1 to 10 levels. The 6th level strongmen are already the backbone of mankind, and each of them is at the master level. Although he has SSS level talent, it is not easy for him to reach the 6th level. After all, talent is talent and strength is strength, and they cannot be confused. Otherwise, once you awaken, you will be invincible in the world, and there is no point in practicing. It seems that there is no hope of finding Li Qingran in a short time. After all, she is the Sword Fairy Empress, and her methods are certainly not worse than Michael's. Sighing, Zhang Hua asked again, so what's your current strength level? At your limit, what level of awakened person can you deal with? Generally speaking, anyone below level 3 should be able to handle it, but if the opponent's talent is too strong, that may not be the case. For example, if Dracula reaches the 3rd level, he will be able to ignore my divine attribute suppression, and with my current strength of the 1st level, it will be difficult to kill him. Michael thought about it and gave a more conservative answer. Zhang Hua nodded. Level 3 was enough. After all, the strongest awakener in Zhangcheng was only level 6. Besides, Michael was not the only contracted creature he had. With the system, the number of beasts he can control and the number of contracted creatures will only increase, and it will be no problem for him to form an army of thousands. When the time comes, just use the human wave tactics and push forward in one wave. Then next, let's improve our strength as quickly as possible. Zhang Hua looked at Michael, waved his hand, and turned to leave with Michael. At the same time, just when Zhang Hua was looking for Li Qingran, the Sword Fairy Empress, had already left Jiangcheng and came to the mountains and forests outside the city. Chapter 6 Li Qingran's plan. Strange, I can't absorb the spiritual energy of this world. The speed of forcing myself to absorb it is more than 100 times slower than in Dakian. If this continues, it will take me a long time to recover my strength. Li Qingran's brows were tightly knitted together, and there was a hint of worry on her cold and picturesque face. She came from a world called Qingyun Realm, and was originally the Empress of the Dakian Empire. He awakened the Chaos Green Lotus sword body since childhood, and practiced step by step, from being weak to the peak. Finally, he led the Dakian Empire to join the battlefield of all races, hoping to improve his status in the world, break through the bottleneck, and ascend to become an immortal. But she never expected that in the battlefield of all races, she was besieged by several venerable masters of other races and was betrayed by her best friend. She fell into a desperate situation and had no choice but to die and reincarnate. After her rebirth, she was surprised to find that she did not enter the cycle of reincarnation, but instead became the spirit of a sword, trapped in the void of space, until today when she was summoned out by Zhang Hua. With her pride, she would naturally not allow herself to be controlled by the contract and become a summoned creature of an ordinary boy, so she tore up the contract without hesitation and escaped. But what she didn't expect was that the cultivation system of this world was so weird. It was obviously filled with rich spiritual energy, but she couldn't absorb it using the cultivation techniques of the Qingyun realm. Could it be that I'm rejected by this world and need to find someone to sign a contract with? Li Qingran's eyes flickered and she frowned as she thought. At this moment, she felt a little regretful. She wondered if she was too impulsive and tore up the contract without figuring out the situation, which led to her being in a dilemma now. After a while, she shook her head and said, I'm right. Even if I want to find someone to sign a contract, I must take the lead. I am the master and the other person is the servant. Having made up his mind, Li Qingran formed seals with his fingers and used some mysterious secret method to start searching. Given her pride, it was impossible for her to sign a contract with just anyone. Even if she wanted to recruit a slave, she would definitely look for someone with a special physique or great luck. Only in this way can she grow quickly, and it can also help her in the future and help her return to Qingyun realm for revenge. The seals in his hands changed, and soon a cloud of mist gathered in front of Li Qingran, condensing into a mirror, and a picture emerged in the mirror. In the dark and gloomy alley, a short and thin boy was lying on the ground, holding his head in his hands and wailing in pain. Several yellow-haired men with vicious faces surrounded the young man, punching and kicking him, leaving him covered in bruises and dying. 8 desolate war body. Li Qingran's eyes lit up, and he could tell at a glance that the young man had a special physique. Then he turned his gaze to the yellow-haired men, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Bully the weak, you deserve to die. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. On Blue Star, the training methods of summoners and beast masters are the same, which is to meditate to increase soul power. In addition, they can also obtain feedback from summoned creatures and pets. The difference is that pets need to be cultivated and fed with the flesh and blood of various exotic beasts, spiritual plants, soul crystals, and the like, so their improvement is slower. To summon living beings, you only need to kill. By beheading the enemies, you can absorb their energy and increase your strength. Therefore, the cultivation level of a general summoner improves faster than that of a beastmaster. But the world is fair. Generally speaking, a summoner can only contract one summon creature, unless his rank breaks through, such as reaching the 4th or 7th rank, then he can contract a new summon creature. But it's different for a beastmaster. As long as you have enough mental strength and can afford to keep pets, you can contract hundreds or even thousands of pets. It is also worth mentioning that summon creatures will not die. Even if they are killed, as long as the summoner is alive, they can be summoned again. It just takes a certain amount of time, and the summoner himself will also suffer huge backlash. But if the beastmaster's pet dies, it is truly dead and cannot be resurrected. The only option is to replace the pet. In addition, the first pet of a beastmaster is generally called the natal pet. If the natal pet dies, its talent drops by 1 level, and replacing it with another pet will not achieve a perfect match. However, Jianhua doesn't need to consider these things. He has a system that is itself a bug-level existence. All the above restrictions are invalid for him. He just needs to kill, transform, and then improve, and finally become invincible. At this moment, Jianhua was ready to take Michael and kill. The slums in the north of Zhongchang. In a deserted street, dilapidated buildings stand on both sides, crumbling, the road surface is bumpy, all kinds of sewage and garbage flow everywhere, and the stench is overwhelming. Jianhua frowned, a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. He took out his mask and put it on, then ordered, "Michael, hurry up." "Yes, my lord." Michael replied respectfully, and a holy light suddenly burst out from his body, spreading out in all directions like ripples. In an instant, the ground began to tremble, as if something was startled. There were hurried footsteps, accompanied by strange squeaking sounds. But within a few minutes, eerie red lights lit up in the abandoned and dilapidated buildings around them. They were pairs of scarlet eyes. There were dozens of them, all densely packed together, staring at Jianhua and Michael standing on the street. Squeak! There was a sharp scream, accompanied by the shaking of the ground, and a huge monster walked out of the garage in front. It was a rat that was 3 meters tall, huge, and quite fat. It was black all over, had messy hair, and emitted a foul smell. His scarlet eyes flashed with danger, his mouth was bulging with fangs and drooling, and it was obvious that he had regarded Jianhua as his prey. It roared, and a large number of rats came out from the buildings on both sides. Each one was 1 meter in size, with fierce light flashing in its eyes and murderous aura. Corrosion rats are strange beasts that mutated from Blue Star's native rats. They live in groups and prefer dark, damp environments. They live in sewers year-round and enjoy munching on corpses. Jianhua's mind flashed with information about these strange beasts, and then he looked at the numbers above their heads and immediately understood. "Michael, kill all these level 1, level 3 ones. I'll kill the remaining level 1, level 5 Rat King after you've crippled him." Jianhua ordered that the system transformation would only be effective if the creature was killed by Jianhua himself. The value above the Rat King's head was the highest, so naturally he would leave it behind. As for the other corrosive rats, they are needed to improve Michael's cultivation, so they must die and be abandoned. "As you command, my lord." Michael agreed, flapped his wings behind him, and suddenly floated up. Following his actions, the corrupted rats seemed to be provoked. At the command of the Rat King, all the corrupted rats squeaked and screamed, and pounced on him madly. Low-level alien beasts have no intelligence, are not afraid, and are not afraid of death. Moreover, their brains seem to have been affected during the evolution process, becoming extremely bloodthirsty. So even if a 9th-level expert stands in front of them, they will rush over and attack madly without fear of death. This action also made Michael feel that his dignity was challenged. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Filthy creatures, accept judgment. My lord sentences you to death." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 pure white angel wings behind him suddenly opened, a divine light shone, and pure white feathers shot out like arrows. They covered the sky and earth, densely packed, and shot towards the corroded rats. A brilliant golden light lit up on the street, and the sound of breaking through the air continued to be heard in the void. Sharp wings pierced the bodies of corroded rats, and the corpses fell down, raising a cloud of dust. When the golden light faded, the ground was covered with the corpses of corroded rats, and blood was flowing, staining the street red. Even the Rat King fell to the ground, dying and unable to move. Jiang Hua, who was standing in the middle of the street, was completely unharmed. He was enveloped by a golden halo, and not even a speck of smoke or dust drifted towards him. As these corrupted rats were killed, wisps of essence floated out from their bodies and sank into Michael's body. Michael's body shook, and his aura suddenly became stronger. At the same time, Jiang Hua broke through to the 4th level of the first stage. It's a bit slow. How come it only takes one level to reach a higher realm after killing so many? Jiang Hua frowned, a little confused. At this time, Michael also spoke up, Master, when you accepted the gift of essence just now, the aura in your body was a little obscure. I suspect that the Sword Spirit Empress forcibly tore up the contract before, causing you to be affected in some way. The impact of tearing up the contract? Jiang Hua was stunned. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with himself. Moreover, it was Li Qinran who tore up the contract, and it was Li Qinran who vomited blood after suffering the backlash before. Having said that, Jiang Hua immediately checked the attribute panel. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hua's expression turned gloomy. Chapter 7 The Spiritual Palace is damaged. Name, Jiang Hua. Age, 18. Cultivation, First Order, 4th level. Talent, SSS level summoning system abandoned. Summon creature, Seraph Michael. Contracted pets, giant demon ant, flying god ant. Status, spiritual energy dissipated due to the summoned creature, Sword Spirit Empress Li Qinran, forcibly breaking the contract. The host's spirituality was damaged and cracks appeared in the Spirit Palace. The spiritual energy stored in the Spirit Palace will continue to leak out, causing the host's cultivation to continue to decline until the spiritual energy dissipates and the host becomes an ordinary person. Li Qinran. Jiang Hua gritted his teeth. This time he was really angry. The spiritual palace of the awakened person was equivalent to the Dantian and Qi Si of the cultivators in novels. It was so important. The damage to the spirit palace has an immeasurable impact on the awakened person, especially in the case of the spiritual energy leakage like Jiang Hua. If it is not dealt with in time, the future path of cultivation may be ruined. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hua forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, took out his cell phone and made a call. The call was quickly connected, and an old man's powerful voice came over with a hint of ridicule. Hey, little brat, why did you think of calling me today? What? Have you figured it out? Are you willing to take me as your master? Jiang Hua ignored Wu Xiaofeng's teasing and was in no mood to joke with him. He went straight to the point and said, My spiritual palace is damaged and my spiritual energy is dissipating. Do you have any solution? What? The spirit palace is damaged? Are you sure? The voice on the other end quickly became serious, with a solemn tone. Well, I'm sure you all know about today's awakening ceremony. The Sword Spirit Empress forcibly tore up the contract, causing damage to my spirit palace. Jiang Hua explained. Well, I received the news, but you awakened for the second time and summoned Michael. I thought you were fine, so I ignored it. I'm in the Awakener Guild now, so come over here by yourself. Don't worry, the damage to the spirit palace is not irreversible. With your talent, there are plenty of people willing to help you. Those powerful families would love for you to owe them a favor. Wu Xiaofeng spoke to comfort him. Jiang Hua heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this and nodded, Okay, I'll be there right away. Also, help me check on that Li Qinran. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hua didn't delay. He took the sword from Michael's hand and killed the Rat King in front of him with one sword. The sword energy burst out and directly cut the Rat King into 8 pieces, which was considered a way to vent his anger. The system prompt sounded. Ding, slay the corrosion Rat King, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the flying squirrel. The flying squirrel, according to the classic of mountains and seas, resembles a rabbit with a rat's head. It flies on its back and can soar through the sky, symbolizing freedom. Jiang Hua waved his hand, and in the white light, a small, unattractive-looking beast with gray hair, a mouse head and a rabbit body appeared in front of him. Appearing suddenly, the flying squirrel was a little flustered, waving its 4 claws wildly in the air, but it quickly stabilized its body and floated in the air. When it saw Jiang Hua, a hint of surprise flashed in its black eyes. It had a natural affinity for Jiang Hua and immediately jumped over, wanting to get close to Jiang Hua. However, Jiang Hua reached out his hand, grabbed the back of Fate's neck, and lifted the flying squirrel up. Flying squirrel? What abilities does this thing have? Jianhua looked at the squeaking flying squirrel in his hand curiously and checked the flying squirrel's panel. Pet, flying squirrel. Bloodline, sea level. Cultivation level, level 1, 5th level. Skill, flying, extremely fast. Cultivation method, feeding various insects or fluorescent grass can help the flying squirrel grow quickly. Extremely fast, how fast can it be? Jianhua muttered to himself as he looked at the attribute panel. The flying squirrel in his hand seemed to understand, and it jumped out with a whoosh and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Before Jianhua could react, a gust of wind blew and it suddenly appeared in front of him again. Such speed is so fast that it can be said to come and go without a trace, which makes Jianghua's eyes light up. It has extreme speed, faster than ordinary S-level creatures. Although it has no attack capability, the master can keep it. It may be of unexpected use at a critical moment. Michael commented. Indeed, it can be used to deliver certain messages, which is also good. Jianhua nodded, and was quite satisfied with the harvest this time. Then he waved his hand and took Michael back into the summoning space, and said to the flying squirrel in front of him, "Can you take someone to fly with you? If so, take me to the Awakener Guild." Although Michael can fly, his appearance is still too conspicuous. Which good person would parade with the God of Angels every day? Jianhua doesn't want to be watched wherever he goes. This is not the way to pretend to be cool. Being low-key is the right way. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Mamanga responded, meaning that it was possible, but it would be slower. Jianhua didn't mind and raised his arm. Feishu held Jianghua's hand and took him through the tall buildings, flying towards the Awakeners Guild. This scene is a little difficult to describe, but if the flying squirrel holding Jianghua's palm is replaced by an eagle, it should be easy to imagine. Still quite handsome. Although it was called slow, the flying squirrel was still very fast. After about 10 minutes, the Eiffel Tower-like building appeared in sight. It was a 9-story tower, completely black with a metallic luster. This is the Awakener Guild. The 9-story tower also represents the 9th level of cultivation of the Awakeners. However, there are naturally no 9th level Awakeners in Zhengcheng. The highest one is Wu Xiaofeng, the president of the Awakener Guild, a 6th level Awakener and a master. And he was the old man who examined Jianghua a year ago, determined that Jianghua was an unparalleled genius, and wanted to take him in as his apprentice. Although Jianghua refused at that time, the old man was a nice person and often took Jianghua to wash his feet and have a massage. After a few interactions, the two of them found similar interests and became friends. Now they have a relationship that is like that of both teacher and friend. There is a large square in front of the Awakeners Guild, which is extremely lively with people coming and going. Many Awakeners come in and out here with their pets or summoned creatures. Jianghua was carried by the flying squirrel and fell from the sky. His cool appearance instantly attracted countless people's attention. Wow, so cool. That little brother's pet can fly. It falls from the sky. It's so cool. A young lady exclaimed. Yeah, he's very handsome too. His skin is whiter than mine, especially his eyes, which have a bit of a naughty vibe to them. He's my type. I'm so attracted to him, I can't handle it. The best friend next to her nodded in agreement, clenched her fists and placed them on her chin, her eyes full of stars. The boy beside him was quite dissatisfied when he heard this. He said disdainfully, "He's just a pretty boy. What's the point of being handsome? He looks so weak. I can beat 3 of them with one punch." As he said this, he rolled up his sleeves and showed off his muscular body. Hey, brother, you can't say that. It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's wrong for you to slander me out of jealousy. Jianhua landed and happened to hear the conversation between the 3 people, and couldn't help laughing. It was just a joke, so Jianhua didn't take it seriously. He just casually retorted and prepared to walk into the tower, but unexpectedly, the young man became excited. The young man stepped in front of Jianhua, pointed at his nose, and sneered, "You said I'm jealous of you? I would be jealous of you? Boy, open your dog eyes and see clearly. I am Tang Wei, the eldest son of the Tang family, and a level awakener, and my contracted pet is Blue Silver Vine, a rare plant-based monster. That little mouse of yours, looking so gray and dull, is probably only C rank at best, yet you dare to act cool in front of me? Are you tired of living? Believe it or not, even if I kill you right now, no one will dare to speak up for you." The young man was extremely arrogant, and many people around him were shocked when they heard him reveal his family background. The Tang family is one of the 5 major families in Zhengcheng. There is a 6th level awakener in the family. No one dares to provoke them in Jiangcheng. This kid is finished. If he messes with the young master of the Tang family, he will be skinned alive today. Trouble comes from the mouth. Young people are just hot-tempered. If I hadn't said that, nothing would have happened. But now, look what happened. It's all over. I heard that Tang Wei, the eldest son of the Tang family, is a cruel and seemingly mentally twisted person. Last month, he made the news that he got a girl pregnant and then buried her alive along with the child. He's completely inhumane. Everyone was talking about it, and Jiang Huo frowned when he heard it. However, Tang Wei was not ashamed, but rather quite proud of it. He looked at Jiang Huo with a playful expression and sneered. Well, boy, are you scared now? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now, right now, kneel down and kowtow to me and admit your mistake. Then I will show mercy and let you go. Ha, so ignorant. Jiang Huo shook his head and slowly extended a finger. 1 minute. If you can still stand and talk to me in 1 minute, I will cut off my head and give it to you. Tang Wei was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, boy, are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? People like you who have no money, no power, no background and no talent are at the bottom of society. You are like stink bugs. I don't know how many of you I crush to death every day. Yet you still dare to threaten me with such nonsense. You want to beat me in 1 minute, right? Come on, I'm standing right here. I want to see how you can beat me in 1 minute. As you wish. Chapter 8 Kill Tang Wei and meet Wu Xiaofeng. As you wish. Jiang Huo waved his hand, golden light burst out, space was torn apart, and Michael, bathed in holy light, holding a big sword and with 6 angel wings behind him, walked out. In an instant, a strong golden light was sprinkled, and the dazzling light made everyone raise their hands to block it. When the light faded, they saw the tall and sacred figure. Shock, astonishment, and dead silence. The expressions on countless people's faces froze as they stared at the figure, their eyes filled with shock. After being stunned for several seconds, a voice with a changed tone of surprise rang out, Angel God, Seraph, Michael. Summon the gods, he is an SSS level awakener. Hiss. In an instant, everyone present gasped. As a famous god in mythology, the image of the seraphim Michael is naturally deeply rooted in people's hearts, and almost no one does not know the image of Michael. But they never imagined that one day, the gods in myths and legends would come to the world, and they actually saw Michael, the god of angels, with their own eyes. What shocked them even more was that such a terrifying god was summoned by a boy who looked only 17 or 18 years old, like a high school student. Being able to summon gods at the age of 18, the answer is self-evident. The young man in front of him is definitely a super genius among billions of people on Blue Star, an SSS level talent awakener. An SSS level genius actually appeared in front of them. Ah. I know. He's Jiang Huo from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. A year ago, President Wu personally recognized him as a genius. It caused quite a stir at the time. And today is the day when Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School's talents awaken. Someone exclaimed, recognizing Jiang Huo's identity. Everyone suddenly realized that they had heard of this matter. After all, Wu Xiaofeng is a 6th level master and the president of the Awakener Guild. Countless people are watching his every move. Especially since Jiang Huo had once rejected Wu Xiaofeng, it caused quite a stir. Hearing Jiang Huo's name, Tang Wei was completely dumbfounded and froze in his tracks. An SSS level awakener? The genius that President Wu favored? Looking at the seraphim Michael beside Jiang Huo, his legs were trembling and he had only one thought in his mind, it's over. No matter how arrogant and domineering he is, or how uneducated he is, he knows what SSS level means. On Blue Star, in the territory of Daxia, SSS level awakeners have another honorific title, the Pillars of the Country, the Hope of Mankind. Every SSS level awakener is the backbone of the human race. Killing an SSS level awakener is tantamount to treason and the entire clan shall be executed. Humiliating an SSS level awakener is equivalent to challenging official authority. Once discovered, the perpetrator will be killed without mercy. What's more, behind Jiang Huo stands Wu Xiaofeng, a person that even the Tang family cannot afford to offend. Thinking of his ignorant remarks just now, Tang Wei wanted to slap himself. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I just taught a high school student a lesson and ended up offending an SSS level genius. Tang Wei regretted it so much. Seeing him like this, Jiang Huo raised a mocking smile and said coldly, Laugh, why aren't you laughing? Weren't you laughing happily just now? I. Tang Wei's face turned blue and red, and he finally collapsed. His legs went soft and he fell to his knees with a thud. Brother Jiang, Master Jiang, I was wrong, I was wrong. I was blind and blinded by greed. I offended you. I kowtow to you and apologize. Please forgive me and let me go. Tang Wei was so frightened that he burst into tears, knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy desperately. Well, he knelt for exactly 1 minute. It seems I don't need to do anything, Jianhua said softly, taking out his mobile phone to check the time. Hearing this, Tang Wei's heart trembled again, and he knocked even harder. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed. The arrogant and domineering eldest son of the Tang family actually had this day. However, no one sympathized with him. Instead, everyone felt happy. People like Tang Wei deserved to have such an end. Being cut into pieces was not an exaggeration. Then their eyes fell on Jianghua again, their eyes were full of envy and admiration. An SSS-level awakener didn't have to do anything, just revealing his identity, and he scared the eldest son of the Tang family like this. This is a true genius. This is what a man should do. Jianghua didn't care about what everyone thought. He glanced at Tang Wei, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, thought for a moment, and asked, "Did the girl you got pregnant and then buried alive also beg you like this before she died?" Tang Wei's body trembled, and an unreasonable fear filled his heart. He didn't dare to look up at Jianghua's eyes. He lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat. "Let me go, and I can give you a lot of money, training resources, beauty potions, whatever you want. I can also take you to see the ancestor, and from now on you will be a guest of honor in the Tang family." Ha! Jianghua laughed, his smile full of sarcasm. Michael beside him suddenly took a step forward and swung down with the sword in his hand. Phew! Blood spilled and the headless body fell to the ground. Tang Wei died without being able to use his blue-silver entanglement in the end. Tisk, I'm cleaning up the filth of the world again. Jianghua sighed, took back Michael, and strode into the martial arts guild. There was deathly silence behind him until Jianghua disappeared, and then a scream of surprise was heard. Ah! Murder! Jianghua killed the eldest son of the Tang family. Amidst the chaotic exclamations, Jianghua had already reached the top floor of the 9-story tower. The wind was howling on the balcony. Wu Xiaofeng was wearing an ancient gray robe. His cloudy eyes looked down at the river city below, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. His long gray hair was blown by the strong wind, and his beard was extremely rough. He did not look like the president of the Awakener Guild, but rather like a warrior, a chivalrous hero in martial arts novels. There was a slight dripping sound behind him, the office door opened, Jianghua walked in, and Wu Xiaofeng turned around. Seeing Jianghua, his eyes were full of smiles, and he scolded with a smile, "You little bastard, you are so arrogant. You just killed the eldest son of the Tang family like this. Aren't you afraid that the Tang family will cause trouble for you? Don't you have it here? The Tang family is here. You go first, and I'll hold you back." Jianghua said this, took out a can of Coke from the freezer next to him, sat down on the sofa, and drank it in one gulp. "It's quite hot in the middle of summer." "Heh, you're really rude, kid. You're going to blame me when something goes wrong, right? Do you think I'm your babysitter?" Wu Xiaofeng cursed in dissatisfaction and walked over to sit down opposite Jianghua. "Well, didn't we agree that when we become rich and powerful, we would not forget each other, and we would share happiness and hardships together? We are sworn brothers, can you just watch me suffer? Besides, the Tang family alone is not a big deal to you. Even if the entire Tang family came together, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from you," Jianghua said with a smile. "Well, although you flatter me well, I still get angry when I see you. Now, let's talk about the damage to the spirit palace." Looking at the despicable Jianghua with disdain, Wu Xiaofeng drew a line between his eyebrows with his finger. A golden light flashed, and a crack appeared between his eyebrows. A golden eyeball suddenly popped out. This is the ability that Wu Xiaofeng possesses. No matter whether the awakened person is a beastmaster or a summoner, as long as he is sufficiently compatible with his contracted creature, he can use the ability of the contracted creature. Each level can use one ability. For example, Jianghua is now at the first level, so he can use one ability of Michael. When he reaches the second level, he can use 2 abilities. When one's strength reaches a certain level, one can also engrave the abilities of the contracted creatures onto oneself and possess these abilities permanently. Even if it reaches the 7th level, it can merge with the contracted creature, and its combat power will be greatly enhanced. Jiang Hua just awakened today and hasn't had time to try it yet. He plans to try it again after returning home in the evening. However, Wu Xiaofeng's golden eyeballs still made Jiang Hua extremely curious. This old man was mysterious. After knowing him for a year, Jiang Hua still didn't know what his summoned creatures were. Moreover, the old man had never summoned in front of him. Once, the two of them ran to the cliff outside the city to watch the sunrise and drink, and encountered a 4th-level one-horned wolf king. As a result, the old man smashed the wolf king's head with one punch, and he killed the 4th-level wolf king with his physical strength alone without using any abilities. Jiang Hua was shocked at the time and cursed in his heart, thinking that he had really given this old man a big advantage this time. Wu Xiaofeng used his ability, and his golden eyes scanned Jiang Hua's body up and down. After a moment, he nodded. It's true that the spirit palace was damaged, but it's not serious. I happen to know someone who can help you solve this problem. What are the conditions? Jiang Hua asked directly. Smart. Wu Xiaofeng gave Jiang Hua an appreciative look and then said. It's not really a condition, actually. It's a good thing for you. That person is a teacher from one of the 4 great universities, Pangu Academy. So, do you understand? Chapter 9 4 Universities, Assessment Standards. Jiang Hua certainly understood. There were countless universities for awakened people in Daxia country, but only 4 of them were called supreme institutions of learning. They are Pangu Academy, Nuwa Academy, Shuguang Academy, and Xingha Academy. Pangu Academy is one of them. The 4 major academies gather all the talents in the country, and have strong faculty and endless resources. It is said that even 9th-level strongmen are in charge of them. There are really many geniuses and strong people everywhere. As an SSS-level genius, it was inevitable that Jiang Hua would be admitted to one of the 4 major universities. He even had the qualifications to choose from the 4 universities. As long as he is willing, any institution will open its doors to him and give him the highest treatment. As for the admissions teachers of the 4 major universities, if they can recruit SSS-level geniuses, they will naturally receive commendations from senior management and receive generous rewards. The teacher at Pangu Academy obviously had this idea in mind. For Jiang Hua, the 4 major universities are also a good place to go. It doesn't matter which one he joins. With his talent, he can shine wherever he is. And since it was Wu Xiaofeng who introduced him, he obviously would not harm him, so after hearing this condition, Jiang Hua agreed without hesitation. Seeing Jiang Hua agree, Wu Xiaofeng smiled and said with satisfaction, "You finally listened to me for once. Don't worry, he's my friend and we know him well. There won't be any problems. Since you agree, I'll call him now and ask him to come over." As he spoke, Wu Xiaofeng called his friend. The voice on the other end was quite refreshing, that of a middle-aged man. According to Wu Xiaofeng, the other party was also a 6th-order grandmaster named Qin Ming, but he was not a summoner, but a beastmaster. Just a moment after hanging up the phone, a strong wind whistling sound came from outside the window. A figure flew over like a meteor, revealing a handsome middle-aged man in a suit. He had a pair of green wings behind him, and wind elements surrounded his body, floating in the void outside the balcony. Qin Ming greets Master Feng. This must be Brother Jiang Hua, right? I've heard of your great name for a long time. Qin Ming landed and walked in from the balcony. He first saluted respectfully to Wu Xiaofeng, then looked at Jiang Hua and said with a smile. Why don't you just go through the main entrance? What, have you been stealing from widows' windows too much? Wu Xiaofeng cursed without any hesitation, and his first move was a powerful blow, which made Qin Ming feel very embarrassed. Jiang Hua had long been accustomed to this. This old man was never particular about trivial matters, and nothing he said was surprising. Hello, teacher Qin Ming. Jiang Hua stood up and shook hands with Qin Ming politely. The 3 of them sat down. Wu Xiaofeng poured Qin Ming a cup of tea and stared at him fiercely, warning him. Qin Ming, this guy is the one I like. Don't play tricks on me with the contract and treatment. Everything must be done according to the highest standards. Old Feng is joking. Brother Jiang is an SSS-level genius, the future backbone of the human race. With such talent, how dare I act recklessly? Even if I have the intention, I don't have the guts. Let's put it this way. The contract standard for SSS level geniuses in our Pangu Academy is a cultivation resource quota of 100 million per month, which is 1.2 billion per year. I can make the decision to increase Brother Zhang's quota to 2 billion per year. In addition, every month you can receive a spiritual medicine of the same grade as your cultivation level from the Academy's treasury. How about that? 20 billion a year, that's just barely okay. Wu Xiaofeng curled his lips, but he was actually very happy in his heart. This treatment can be said to be very high. You know, even for an S-level genius, it is very good to be able to get a share of 100 million per year. Zhang Hua's salary is directly 20 times, which is far higher. Zhang Hua also felt that this standard was acceptable, so he did not make any other requests. Seeing that the two had no objections, Qin Ming's smile became brighter. Being able to recruit an SSS-level genius was a great achievement for him, and the reward would also be considerable. I also need to tell Brother Jiang that the contract can only be signed after you join Pangu Academy. It will automatically take effect at that time. But don't worry, the conditions I agree to will definitely not be less. Qin Ming continued. Of course. Zhang Hua nodded. The contract must be signed after entering the school. Otherwise, if any accidents occur, the 2 billion will not be lost in vain. After finalizing this matter, Qin Ming continued, by the way, there's another piece of news I need to share with Brother Jiang. The admissions rules for the 4 major universities have changed this year and are a little different from before. Changed? Wu Xiaofeng frowned slightly and asked, what happened? Qin Ming shook his head, I don't know either. It was decided by the higher-ups. It's said to be related to what happened on the front lines. The situation on the front line is not optimistic, so the 4 major universities have joined forces to issue a document called Human Race God-Making Plan, which includes the admissions assessment conditions for this year. This year, all candidates, regardless of their talent or ability, who want to enter the 4 major universities must pass the assessment, and their treatment will be determined based on their ranking. Of course, with Brother Zhang's talent, an exception can be made, but I still hope that Brother Jiang will also take part in this assessment. If I can complete it, I can then fight for a higher salary. These are the assessment criteria, you can take a look at them first. As he spoke, he handed over a document. Zhang Hua and Wu Xiaofeng took it and read it carefully. Assessment Criterion 1, Strength reaches level 3. Assessment Criterion 2, Social contribution reaches 100,000 points and a 4th order king beast is killed. Assessment Criterion 3, Rely on your own strength to reach Tianqing Lake before September 1st for the final assessment. Looking at these 3 assessment standards, Zhang Hua raised his brows slightly. This assessment standard is extremely difficult. It is now August, and there is less than a month left until September 1st. All the candidates have just awakened, and their strength is at most the 5th level of the first stage. There are 15 small realms away from the 3rd level. It is simply a fantasy and almost impossible to break through to the 3rd level within a month. Not to mention that the second assessment requires killing a 4th order king beast. The king beast refers to the leader of a tribe, such as the wolf king or the rat king, whose strength is many times stronger than that of an ordinary 4th order beast. Asking a group of newly awakened high school students to kill the king beast is tantamount to asking them to die. It is simply an impossible task. As for the last item, it is even more outrageous. It is more than 10 times more difficult than the previous 2 items combined. The reason is that Tianqing Lake is located in Shenangjia. Shenangjia, Jinling Mountains, Kunlun Mountains, Mount Tai and other places are known as the top 10 human forbidden areas in Daxia. Even a 6th level expert would be at risk of dying in that place. After reading it, even Zhang Hua was a little shocked, and Wu Xiaofeng even started cursing. Qin Ming, are you 4 universities crazy? Is this a task that a human can accomplish? Not to mention those who have just awakened, even among the kids in the inner courtyard of your academy, how many can do it? According to this standard, none of your 4 universities will be able to recruit any new students this year. This is not something I can decide. Qin Ming wiped the saliva from his face, looking embarrassed. Then he added, these conditions are actually only prepared for peerless geniuses like Brother Jiang. As for others, even if they fail to complete the task, they still have the opportunity to be selected for special recruitment based on their performance. The higher-ups just want to exert some pressure and demand an attitude. The quality of freshmen has been getting worse and worse in recent years. They all seem to have forgotten that humans are no longer at the top of the food chain on this planet. Our position at the top of the pyramid has long been squeezed down. If we don't work harder, I'm afraid the human race will really decline from now on. After hearing these words, Wu Xiaofeng fell silent. Without saying anything else, he turned to look at Jiang Hua and asked, "What do you think, brat?" "How do I see it?" "I see it with my eyes, how else can I see it?" Jiang Hua made a joke, and seeing that Wu Xiaofeng's forehead was bulging with veins, as if he was going to beat someone up in the next second, he quickly changed his words. "Ahem, well, actually, I think this condition isn't too difficult. If I work hard, I should be able to accomplish it." Hearing this, Wu Xiaofeng lowered his clenched fist. He glanced at Jiang Hua suspiciously and couldn't help asking, "Are you really confident?" "As for confidence, of course I do, but there has to be some motivation, Teacher Qin Ming. This assessment is so difficult, so the reward shouldn't be bad. I wonder what the first place winner will get?" Jiang Hua asked with a smile. "Of course. The first place in this assessment will be rewarded with an awakening stone," Qin Ming said with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good thing. The awakening stone that Qin Ming mentioned is naturally not the big stone used in the awakening ceremony, but an extremely precious treasure, which is said to be left behind by some terrifying beasts after their death. This awakening stone has only one function, which is to give people an extra chance to awaken. If Jiang Hua had this awakening stone after his contract with the Sword Spirit Queen was torn up, he could awaken again and summon another contracted creature. Others who use this awakening stone can gain an extra talent. For example, a summoner can summon an extra creature, and a beastmaster can have an extra pet. The effect is incredible, and it also greatly improves the strength of the awakened person. And there are no restrictions on its use. Even for some super powerful people, this awakening stone has great appeal. The 4 universities are willing to offer this kind of thing as a reward, which means they have spent a lot of money this time. Even Wu Xiaofeng was a little tempted after hearing it, but Jiang Hua was not interested at all. This thing might be precious to others, but to Jiang Hua, it was a bit useless. There are no restrictions on how he can summon creatures and contract pets. This awakening stone is of no use to him. Seeing that Jiang Hua didn't look very interested, Qin Ming was also surprised this time. He didn't expect Jiang Hua to have such a big appetite and was not even interested in the awakening stone. At this moment, Jiang Hua spoke. "Teacher Qin Ming, can this awakening stone reward be exchanged for something else, such as some kind of rare and precious beast with extraordinary bloodline?" Chapter 10 Broken Fish, Spirit Palace Repair. Qin Ming was puzzled. He didn't understand why Jiang Hua would ask such a question. What kind of precious exotic beast could be compared to the awakening stone? Qin Ming, you must be dumbfounded. Let me tell you, this kid is not just an SSS level summoner, he is also a beastmaster and a dual element genius. Wu Xiaofeng explained with a laugh upon seeing this. What? Dual? The teacup in Qin Ming's hand exploded with a loud bang. He stood up suddenly and looked at Jiang Hua in shock, his eyes almost popping out, unable to control his shock. Are you sure it's dual system? The same dual system as the god of war, Lord Wu Tian? Qin Ming still asked in disbelief. Calm down, calm down. You're already 40 years old. Can you be more mature? I, an old man, will never lie to you. Wu Xiaofeng smiled and waved his hand, motioning Qin Ming to sit down, looking calm and composed. However, seeing Qin Ming so shocked, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Finally, someone lost his composure even more than him. God knows when he heard the news, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. After hearing this, Qin Ming sat down again, but the turbulent waves in his heart were still surging and difficult to calm down. At the same time, he finally understood why Jiang Hua wanted to exchange the awakening stone for the exotic beast. If you are a beastmaster, being able to contract a pet with a precious bloodline is indeed more cost-effective than gambling on awakening stones. After all, although the awakening stone has incredible effects, no one can predict what will be awakened after the second awakening. If you are unlucky and awaken an ordinary pet, you will lose a lot. Jiang Hua watched the two of them imagine things and smiled without saying anything. In fact, their ideas are not wrong, there are just some slight differences. After all, no one knew that Jiang Hua had a system. The system's ability is to transform the creatures killed by Jiang Hua into its own pets or summon creatures, and at the same time, perform critical evolution based on the multiplier above the creature's head. But so far, all the creatures Jiang Hua has killed are low-level creatures, whether they are ants or mice, their bloodlines are too low. Even if these creatures were to evolve with a critical strike power of 1,000 times or even 10,000 times, they would not be very strong after evolution because their own bloodline is too low, and they could not reach the level of Michael at all. So Jiang Hua wanted to try and find some exotic beasts with powerful bloodlines to kill, such as dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and the like. These creatures already have extremely powerful bloodlines. If they were to gain multiple critical strike evolutions, one could imagine how terrifying their power would be. By then, they might even be able to surpass the SSS level. However, such precious exotic beasts are either powerful overlords with strength reaching the 8th or 9th level, or they are hiding in the deep mountains and forests. If Jiang Hua went to look for it himself, he would probably not be able to find it at all, so he could only turn his attention to the 4 major universities. The 4 universities have been established for 100 years, and many powerful people have emerged. They have countless resources. I believe they must have raised some precious and exotic animals. Sure enough, Xin Ming's words did not disappoint Jiang Hua. After understanding the situation, Xin Ming pondered for a moment and immediately said, "If you're willing to exchange it for the awakening stone, then of course it's possible. I don't know about the other 3 academies, but there's a 9-tailed fox in our Pangu Academy. Its cultivation isn't strong, only at the 3rd level, but its bloodline is extremely precious, at least S level." Hearing this, Jiang Hua's eyes lit up. In mythology and legends, the 9-tailed fox is also a very terrifying mythical beast, enough to be on par with mythical beasts such as the black tortoise and the vermilion bird. If you can get it, it would be really good. After killing it, it can evolve through a critical hit. Even if it is only a 10-fold critical hit, it is enough to reach SS level, which is much stronger than flying squirrels and the like. Moreover, I wonder if the 9-tailed fox can transform into a human. The Daji in history was a disaster to the country and the people. She was very beautiful. Jiang Hua is also a normal man, so it is natural for him to have fantasies in this regard. Just as he was thinking this, Xin Ming smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, the reward can naturally be changed, but the prerequisite is that you have to get first place. There are many geniuses among the freshmen from all over the country this year, and you are not the only one at SSS level. To put it in a way you young people can understand, in an era of great contention, geniuses emerge. You have great talent, but you still need to work harder." Hearing this, Jiang Hua was stunned for a moment, then a confident smile appeared on his lips. In a world of great contention, when geniuses rise together, then I, Jiang Hua, will surely dominate this world. After talking about the assessments of the 4 universities, Xin Ming treated Jiang Hua for the damage to his spiritual palace. He just waved his hand, and a blue carp-like beast floated out, swimming continuously in the air, with a dull look in its eyes, as if it had no intelligence. But when he saw the swimming fish, Jiang Hua was shocked. He saw an arrow stuck in the fish's head. It shot in from the eye sockets, came out from the back of the head, and penetrated the entire skull. A large piece of flesh was missing from the spine, as if it had been eaten by some creature, revealing the white bones, which was extremely horrifying. With such injuries, other exotic beasts would have died countless times long ago, but this fish was still alive, which was truly incredible. Looking at the swimming fish, Xin Ming's eyes flashed with heartache, and he explained in a heavy voice, "It's called Sanyu, and I contracted it after I accidentally discovered it in the sea. It has no attacking ability, but has strong vitality and tenacious will. In fact, it is already dead, but the tenacious will in its life drives its body to live. Now it has no intelligence, and even I, as its master, cannot communicate with it. I can only use some of its abilities. The world is so big and full of wonders. This fish is much more tenacious than many of us humans. It is worthy of admiration." Wu Xiaofeng also sighed. Jiang Hua nodded in agreement. He used to watch Animal World often, and in some aspects, animals were indeed much more tenacious than humans. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Let me treat you." Xin Ming sighed and pointed his finger at Sanyu, and a golden bubble came out of Sanyu's mouth. Then the golden bubble floated towards Jiang Hua, gradually growing larger, and enveloping Jiang Hua completely. Jiang Hua suddenly felt a warm sensation, as if he was floating in a golden ocean, as if he had returned to his infancy and was still in his mother's womb. In this state, all the injuries on his body, including the minor wounds from accidental abrasions, were recovering rapidly. The tiny cracks in his dantian area and the spiritual palace in his lower abdomen were also gradually restored to their original state. After a while, the bubbles dissipated. Jiang Hua opened his eyes, feeling extremely refreshed, and looked at the system panel again. Name, Jiang Hua. Age, 18. Cultivation level, level 1, 5th level. Talent, SSS level summoning system abandoned. Summon creature, Seraph Michael. Contracted pets, flying squirrel, giant demon ant, flying god ant. The status bar disappeared, the spirit palace had been restored to its original state, and even his cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the first stage. Breaking through 2 small realms in a row within 1 day, this speed is what an SSS level genius should have. Fortunately, Jiang Hua's talent was high enough, otherwise it would be impossible to heal such an injury to the spirit palace so easily. Even if Qin Ming had the ability to heal Linggong, he would not do it for something worthless. I can only say that when you are good enough and surrounded by good people, the whole world will make way for you. Jiang Hua was in a good mood, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Teacher Qin Ming, thank you. You're welcome, classmate Jiang Hua. Remember to choose Pangu Academy after passing the assessment. I'll wait for you at the academy. I'll leave first. Qin Ming smiled, exchanged contact information with Jiang Hua, and then left first. As he left, the atmosphere in the office returned to its lazy state. Jiang Hua sat on the sofa without any image, crossed his legs, and asked, "Old man, how's the investigation going on? Have you found Li Qingran? How could it be that easy? It's only been half an hour since you called me. Even if I had supernatural powers, there's no way I could find someone that quickly." Wu Xiaofeng rolled his eyes upon hearing this. He got angry just looking at Jiang Hua, and he grabbed Jiang Hua and started scolding him. Go away, go away. Get out of here now, you little brat. Don't be an eyesore here. Hey, don't chase me away. Let's go get a foot bath and massage together tonight. Jiang Hua shouted. Roll. Okay. Chapter 11 The Miserable Girl. After Jiang Hua left, Wu Xiaofeng made a phone call, and soon a young man pushed open the office door and walked in. Looking up at the young man, Wu Xiaofeng ordered, "Go and warn the Tang family. This is the end of the matter with Tang Wei. I don't want any more trouble." "Yes, President, I'll do it right away," the young man said, and was about to turn and leave. "Wait, are there any exotic beasts with higher bloodline grades in the guild? We need cubs." Wu Xiaofeng stopped the young man and asked. "There is a white wolf cub that was born today. The bloodline test shows it to be a level." The young man replied respectfully. "A level? That's a bit low." Wu Xiaofeng muttered to himself, then waved his hand. "Never mind. It's not my natal pet anyway. I'll give it to Jiang Hua as a gift to congratulate him on his successful awakening today." "Yes." The young man nodded and went down to do it immediately. After the young man left, Wu Xiaofeng came to the balcony again, looked at Jiang Hua's back as he left, and scolded him with a smile. "Stinky boy, SSS level, dual system, you didn't disappoint me. I don't know if you can do that thing. Alas, it has been 10 years since I left the front line. I don't know what the situation is over there." With a sigh, Wu Xiaofeng's figure disappeared. The nurse's cucumber has been floating since the year she was born. The swing of childhood has been swinging with memory until now. Re so si du si la. As soon as Jiang Hua walked out of the gate of the Awakener Guild, his cell phone rang. After answering it, a loud voice came from the other side. "Brother Jiang, where have you been?" "Fuck, you don't know, you're famous now, completely famous, and I've become famous too. In my freshman, sophomore, and junior years, all my classmates were trying to curry favor with me and treat me to meals. Damn, I've never been treated this way in my entire life. It's awesome. Some girls even confessed their love to me, and I was like, I'm so handsome, but I've never been in a relationship in high school. All the relationships they had were secret crushes on me. These girls are just shy. Also, someone from the Chu family came to me just now and said they wanted to treat you, Brother Jiang, to a meal. They left their contact information, and I don't know whether I should agree. The principal is looking for you too. Do you still want your ant pets? Go get them back. The principal has already helped you with Zhou Mingkai's issue. There's nothing to worry about. Brother Jiang, please speak up. Why aren't you talking? Hello, can you hear me? Is the signal bad?" Jiang Hua took out his phone and held it 3 meters away, listening to the chatter from the other side. When Zhang Yang stopped, he angrily cursed. "Are you even giving me a fucking chance to talk? It's like a cannonball. What's wrong? I put a suppository in my mouth and I can't stop." Well, this is too exciting. I will be more careful next time." I will be more careful next time. Zhang Yang said a little embarrassedly. Okay, I'm going back to school now. You should turn down the Chu family's invitation. I'm busy now, so I don't have time to meet them. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hua rushed towards the school. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that these noble families acted so quickly. It had only been a short time and they had already come to his door. There was no need to guess that the Chu family's invitation was simply to recruit him. However, Zhang Hua naturally had no interest in a small family in the city. Although he is indeed short of training resources now, he will not easily use his talent as a bargaining chip, and the resources that the Chu family can provide him are still too few. As for Wu Xiaofeng, Zhang Hua did not say anything. It was okay to ask the old man for some small favors, and if he really encountered some troubles that could not be solved, he could also ask for help, but asking him to eat and take things at the same time was a bit shameless. Moreover, Zhang Hua always felt that Wu Xiaofeng's strength was definitely not as simple as the 6th level. The old man trained him, probably because he wanted to ask him for help, but for some reason, he never opened his mouth. Zhang Hua had asked this question before, and the old man's answer was just one sentence: he was not strong enough. Now that Zhang Hua has awakened, Wu Xiaofeng still hasn't said anything, which proves that Zhang Hua's strength is still not enough. So Zhang Hua didn't mention it. Anyway, when Wu Xiaofeng wanted to say it, he would naturally say it. Given their current relationship, there was no need to be polite. Zhang Hua is a casual person and doesn't like to talk to his friends. Anyway, if you have any problems, I will help if I can, and if I can't, I will find a way to help. Having experienced 2 lives, he believed that he would not misjudge people. Bang! Just as I was thinking about these random things, there was a loud noise suddenly coming from the front, followed by a chaotic cry of surprise. Ah! Someone's dead. Someone jumped off the building. Ah, blood everywhere. Why is this girl not wearing any clothes? Ha! Zhang Hua was puzzled. He looked up and saw countless people running away in panic across the street in front of him, but many of them kept looking back. On the ground, a naked girl was lying in a pool of blood, her face and body covered in blood, and there were many marks of whipping on her body. Her cheek was pressed to the ground, her eyes were wide open, her pupils were full of fear, and she died with her eyes open. This appearance was too miserable, and the people watching around had sympathy in their eyes. Zhang Hua also frowned. This girl must have suffered tremendous torture in her life. He didn't know what kind of scumbag was to torture a girl who looked only in her 20s. Zhang Hua raised his head and looked upwards. The tall building where the girl fell was a hotel, probably on the 10th floor, with the windows open. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Hua waved his hand and released the flying squirrel. The flying squirrel immediately flew towards the hotel and jumped into the window. Zhang Hua walked across the street, came to the girl, took off his school uniform jacket, and put it on her to cover her body. Someone nearby had already called the law enforcement team, so Zhang Hua stopped fighting. Soon, the flying squirrel came back and hovered in front of Zhang Hua. Squeak, 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 squeak. The flying squirrel chirped. Zhang Hua frowned. Didn't find it? Flying squirrel is not slow at all. This guy runs very fast. I'm afraid he is quite strong. We are in some trouble. While he was thinking, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. Several snow-white horses with single horns on their heads and cloud patterns on their bodies galloped from the end of the street and soon arrived in front of him. Swift Shadow Horse, a common first-level exotic beast, has a relatively docile character, is non-aggressive, can be tamed, and is very fast and highly maneuverable, so it serves as the exclusive mount for the law enforcement team. In this day and age, taming beasts and summoning creatures have become part of every household. Even street vendors use Charizard. So things like police cars have long been eliminated and are rarely used. The law enforcement team came closer, immediately inquired about the situation and began to investigate. Seeing this, Zhang Hua left. He wanted to help. After all, he had encountered the criminal, but he hadn't caught the criminal, so Zhang Hua wouldn't force it. It was better to leave professional matters to professionals. But what Zhang Hua didn't notice was that after he left, a line of numbers began to gradually emerge above the girl's body on the ground, and kept jumping, and the numbers kept getting bigger. This appearance is surprisingly the same as the numbers on the heads of those creatures killed by Zhang Hua. Arriving at the school, he immediately saw Zhang Yang's fat body standing at the door. Seeing Zhang Hua, he waved and called out from a distance, Brother Zhang, Brother Zhang, this. I see. Zhang Hua came closer and glanced at him. The awakening ceremony is over, why didn't you go to class? Hey, I'm here to help you look after your pet. Besides, as your best brother and a current B-rank genius beast master, I have certain privileges. It's just a class, so if you don't want to go, then don't go. Zhang Yang said this quite proudly, pointing to the 5 ant pets behind him. B-level genius? 2B genius? Jianhua couldn't help but sarcastically said, and waved his hand to collect the 5 ant beasts. Hey, stop insulting me like this. Are you still good brothers? Zhang Yang was extremely dissatisfied and protested. Then his face became serious and he said solemnly, Brother Jiang, now that we have all graduated and are about to enter university, I heard that the assessment standards of all colleges and universities have been raised a lot this year. Although I know it is unlikely, I still want to give it a try and make an impact on the 4 major universities. So I'm going to go out of town to hunt exotic beasts, earn money to buy cultivation potions, and improve my combat experience. Do you want to come with me? Huh? Jianhua was stunned and looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. He was just about to talk about this, but he didn't expect Zhang Yang to speak first. I didn't realize that this guy is quite aware, but when I think about it, it's normal. The 4 great universities are the ideals of all students in Daxia, and also an opportunity to change their destiny. As long as there is a glimmer of possibility, they will want to give it a try. In today's era of universal awakening, strength is the foundation of everything. The stronger you are, the longer you will live. It is impossible to live a peaceful life. Jianghua's parents lived an honest life and never left Jiangcheng. They went to work and came home every day, but they still died in an attack by alien beasts. They did not live past the age of 40. Even the company building was destroyed. Hundreds of people died in the disaster. Such disasters, large and small, happen dozens of times a year in Jiangcheng. Zhang Yang's father also died at the hands of ghosts, leaving only him and his mother to depend on each other. Even within the school, many students at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School had relatives who died in the disaster for various reasons. So, in this era, if you want to live a life of idleness and wait for death, it is absolutely impossible. Without strength, without strong strength, you will inevitably die, and your life is not in your own control at all. Only if you fight hard, take risks, and seize every opportunity to become stronger, can you live a long and wonderful life? The 4 universities are the most critical and important opportunities in the lives of all students. Jiang Hua understood this principle, and Zhang Yang naturally understood it as well, which is why he said this. Since Zhang Yang said so, as a good buddy who grew up together, Jiang Hua naturally would not refuse. Within his ability, Jiang Hua would still help if he could, and he agreed immediately. Okay, let's go together. I'm going to take on some missions from the Awakener Guild to earn social contributions and training resources. You can come too. Chapter 12 Accepting the mission, Shu Yun becomes a disciple. After deciding to leave the city tomorrow, Jiang Hua and the others began to study the mission of the Awakener Guild. Open the official website of the Awakener Guild and the task list will appear. A level mission, a 6th level dragon has appeared in the cold pond of Xianfeng Mountain. Go investigate and slay the dragon. Mission reward, social contribution plus 500,000, blue star coins plus 10 million, a bottle of 5th level spiritual power training potion, and an A-level universal spiritual skill book. B-rank mission, an evil spirit has appeared in Baishui town, and some residents are trapped. Go investigate and rescue them. Mission reward, depends on mission completion. C-rank mission, go to the cliffs of Yuelu Peak to pick 7 leaf orchids. Mission rewards, social contribution plus 30,000, blue star coins plus 200,000, and a bottle of 3rd level spiritual power training potion. Warm reminder, the 7-leaf orchid grows on a cliff 100 meters high. It is guarded by a group of 2nd level poisonous pythons and a 2nd level 9th level snake king. It is recommended that awakened people with strength of 3 levels or above and the ability to fly accept it. There are many tasks on the official website of the Awakener Guild, but the tasks outside the city can be roughly divided into 3 categories: hunting tasks, gathering tasks, and rescue tasks. The difficulty of the tasks depends on the level, and the rewards are very generous. But it is also extremely dangerous, and many awakened people die during their missions every year. However, the risks are proportional to the rewards. These tasks can not only earn you rewards, but also make social contributions. In today's blue planet, social contribution is extremely important, just like personal credit 100 years ago. The higher the social contribution, the greater the benefits in employment, loans, schooling, and other aspects. For example, in the college entrance examination, there is a hard requirement for admission to major universities, which requires a social contribution score of 10,000 points. The assessment standards for the 4 major universities need to reach 100,000 points. Jiang Hua selected the C-level mission of picking 7 leaf orchids after some screening based on his own strength. The rewards for C-level tasks and social contributions are generally around 5,000 to 30,000. This task is at the top, so the difficulty is definitely not small. However, with Jiang Hua's strength, it would be no problem to challenge him. With Michael around, he should have no problem dealing with a group of snakes. And once in the wild, it will be Jiang Hua's world. He will kill dozens or hundreds of strange beasts and transform them directly. Then he will march out with his army and push forward all the way. He doesn't believe that he can't accomplish it. As for Zhang Yang, following Jiang Hua's suggestion, he chose a D-level mission. D-rank mission: hunt down a level 1, level 5 saber-toothed tiger and collect its tusks. Mission reward: social contribution plus 1,000, blue star coins plus 30,000. Mission description: the saber-toothed tiger lives in the forests north of Yuelu Peak. It's massive and a natural hunter, far surpassing the average level 1, level 5 exotic beast in strength. It's recommended that awakened individuals with level 1, level 7, or higher accept this mission, or go in a team. The reward for this mission is quite good and the danger is not high, although the strength of the 5th level of the first stage is much stronger than Zhang Yang, who has just awakened the 1st level. But Zhang Yang's gorilla is a B-level talent after all, and is also a ferocious beast, which is enough to make up for part of the problem. In addition, with Jiang Hua around, there is no need to worry about accidents. Okay, let's do this. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Jiang Hua put away his phone and said to Zhang Yang. Okay, brother Jiang, are you still attending the party tonight? The principal said he would hold a celebration banquet for you. Zhang Yang asked. No, besides you, how many people in this school truly want the best for me? I don't want to waste my time with them. The scene of the Empress running away and her talent being wasted was still vivid in Jiang Hua's mind. He was unwilling to flatter these people. The two decided to leave tomorrow morning and go home separately. At the same time, just when Jiang Hua and the others decided to leave the city, on the other side. Slum, an old residential area. In the room, Li Qingran has now transformed into a spirit state, emitting a faint light all over his body, floating in the void. In front of her, a young man knelt on his knees and kowtowed 3 times. Master, I, the disciple Chu Yun, swear that I will practice diligently from now on, break through the 9th level as soon as possible, help Master recover his cultivation, and return to the Qingyun realm. Well, get up. Li Qingran nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the respectful Chu Yun in front of him, his depressed mood finally improved. Chu Yun was the young man who had been beaten in the alley before. He was the owner of the 8 desolate war body. After Li Qingran arrived, he rescued him from those thugs. Now the two have signed a contract, and Li Qingran has become Chu Yun's summoned creature, but the contract is dominated by Li Qingran, which is equivalent to the other way around. This wave of operations also gave Chu Yun an extra summoned creature. He was originally an awakened summoner. However, unlike Jiang Hua's SSS level genius, Chu Yun only awakened a D-level talent, and the summoned creature was just a clumsy stone man. It is precisely because of this that he is bullied by those little thugs. Chu Yun was extremely excited at this moment. He was originally from one of the 5 great families, the Chu family. Because his parents made mistakes and were expelled from the family, he ended up like this. He awakened a crappy D-level talent and was constantly bullied. He thought he would never have a chance to turn things around in his lifetime, but he didn't expect luck to come so suddenly. He unexpectedly met a beautiful master, and this master turned out to be the reincarnated Empress. In an instant, Chu Yun became strong and felt that he had hope in life. He secretly swore in his heart that he must hold on to this thigh and return to the family. After Li Qingran and Chu Yun established the contract, she instantly felt the restrictions of her previous cultivation system being lifted. She could now practice normally and was in a very good mood. Thinking of this, the look he gave Chu Yun became much gentler. Chu Yun, since you have chosen me as your master, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. From today on, I will teach you how to practice and train you well. You originally possessed the 8 desolate battle body, but the limitations of this world's cultivation system prevented your physique from fully functioning. Tomorrow, you will follow me out of the city to collect some materials, and I will help you awaken your physique. Ah? Leave the city? Chu Yun was shocked when he heard the word leave the city. His parents had an accident outside the city and died in the mouth of a strange beast. Therefore, he had a natural fear of leaving the city. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yun said cautiously, "Master, my strength is too weak. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to leave the city like this? How about waiting for a while until my cultivation level is higher?" Hearing this, Li Qingran frowned. This disciple was too timid. How could he accomplish anything great if he was so timid and cowardly? As an awakened person, he was actually afraid of danger. This was the biggest joke he had ever heard. Li Qingran's face turned cold, and he flatly refused. "No, you must leave the city tomorrow. Not only must you leave the city, but you must also fight the monsters. I'll give you a small goal: kill 10 monsters. You are not allowed to return to the city until you complete it." Ah! Chu Yun was stunned for a moment. Leaving the city was dangerous enough, and he was required to take the initiative to kill the strange beasts. How could this be possible? "Master, I am only at the first level of the first stage." Chu Yun wailed. The expression on his face was uglier than crying. Li Qingran's eyes turned cold. A truly strong person must not fear anything and must have an invincible heart. Otherwise, you will be bullied your entire life. Are you willing to live like this? Stop bargaining and follow me out of the city tomorrow morning. Li Qingran was already a little impatient. He yelled and disappeared. Okay. Chu Yun lowered his head dejectedly and dared not say anything more. Seeing him like this, Li Qingran, who was observing secretly, couldn't help but feel disappointed. She suddenly thought of Zhang Hua again. Having stayed with Zhang Hua for so many years, although she had not awakened before, her consciousness was still able to observe everything in the outside world. After so many years of observation, Li Qingran knew very well that Zhang Hua's character was definitely not as cowardly as Chu Yun's. Even before awakening, there was no fear in his eyes when facing the 4th-level Unicorn Wolf King. In comparison, Chu Yun seemed too unbearable. A trace of regret emerged in his heart again. Li Qingran sighed and forced himself to suppress the emotion. Things had already happened and there was no turning back or changing it. She chose Chu Yun herself, and she would continue on this path even if she had to kneel. Chapter 13 Contract with S-Level Silver Moon Wolf King. I went to the spiritual material market and bought a lot of spiritual insects and fluorescent grass that flying squirrels like to eat. I also found a place to have a meal. When I got home, the sun had already set. A day had passed just like that. When he arrived at his door, Zhang Hua was surprised to find that a staff member of the Awakener Guild was waiting there. Next to it was an iron cage about half a meter cube, in which lay a white puppy, motionless, as if anesthetized. "Mr. Zhang Hua, you are finally back. If you don't come back, the effect of the anesthetic will wear off." When the staff saw Zhang Hua, they immediately felt like they had seen a savior and spoke hurriedly. "What is this?" Zhang Hua asked in confusion. "Look at my memory. I forgot to tell you that this is a gift from the president. It's a silver moon wolf cub, a precious exotic animal with a level bloodline. The president said congratulations on your successful awakening today." The staff explained. Zhang Hua finally understood and smiled. The old man is still trying to trick me like this. Fine, I'll take it. Please thank him for me. Okay, I'll leave it to you. I'll go back and report now. Okay, thank you. Sorry for bothering me. After the staff left, Zhang Hua opened the door and carried the iron cage into the house. As the cage shook, the silver moon wolf cub inside woke up. It was a little confused at first, but soon its eyes became fierce. It kept howling like a wolf in the cage and banging its body against the iron cage, trying to get out. However, these iron cages used to imprison exotic beasts are specially made, and naturally cannot be destroyed by a cub that has just been born. Therefore, the white wolf's actions are useless. Little guy, you're quite fierce. Zhang Hua squatted down, looked at the little white wolf in the cage, and said with a smile. Oh. Roar. The white wolf stared at Zhang Hua fiercely, bared its fangs, let out a threatening growl, and suddenly pounced towards Zhang Hua. He hit the cage with a bang and his body was bounced back. He let out a cry of pain, climbed up again, shook his dizzy head, and continued to stare at Zhang Hua fiercely. Zhang Hua looked at the number displayed above the white wolf's head. It was 9,527, a truly auspicious number. Logically speaking, you're a gift from the old man, so I should find a way to tame you. But who made me have a perverted system? I'm sorry. Jiang Hua's eyes were calm as he spoke indifferently. He waved his hand to summon Michael, took the greatsword from his hand, and stabbed it out. Ding, killed the Silver Moon Wolf, triggering a 95-27x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the Silver Moon Wolf King. The white wolf cub fell, and was replaced by a brand new white wolf. No, it should be called a silver wolf. His body is covered with silver hair, and his pupils are as blue as sapphires. He is tall, about 2 meters long and 1 meter high, and looks extremely majestic. A cross scar at the corner of his eye adds a bit of fierceness. After the system transformation, the newly emerged Silver Moon Wolf King is a mature pet beast, and its cultivation has reached the 5th level of the first stage, which is the same as Jiang Hua. There was no ferocity in its eyes. Instead, it was extremely friendly to Jiang Hua. It tilted its head and rubbed Jiang Hua's palm. Then it knelt down on its front legs and lay down beside Jiang Hua to show its submission. You're much more obedient now. Jiang Hua smiled faintly, touched the Silver Moon Wolf King's head, and then checked the panel. Pet, Silver Moon Wolf King. Bloodline, S level. Cultivation level, level 1, 5th level. Skills, Silver Moon Blade, Blood Moon Claw, Madness, Moon Shadow Clone, Wolf King Command. Cultivation method, it can absorb the power of the moonlight to grow on its own, and devour the flesh and blood of strange beasts and soul crystals to accelerate its advancement. The nearly 10,000 times critical strike allowed the Silver Moon Wolf King's bloodline to reach S level, and it was far more powerful than the average S level. The 5 skills are extremely powerful. Silver Moon Blade and Blood Moon Claw are both active attack skills, while Berserk is a status skill that greatly increases combat power. The Moon Shadow Clone can condense the power of moonlight to summon clones. Depending on the strength, it can summon multiple clones, which can not only confuse the enemy but also have a certain combat effectiveness. The last one is the Wolf King's Command, which is a common skill of all king beasts. It can intimidate other beasts whose bloodline is inferior to its own, and at the same time it can control beasts of the same species. The most important thing is that the Silver Moon Wolf King can absorb the power of the moonlight to grow on its own, and does not need to eat spirit insects and fluorescent grass like the flying squirrel, which is very worry-free. Generally speaking, exotic beasts that possess this ability to grow on their own have enormous potential and are considered geniuses among exotic beasts. Jiang Hua was very satisfied. Looking at the attribute panel of the Silver Moon Wolf King, he suddenly had an idea and wanted to try using the Silver Moon Wolf King's skills. Beastmasters can use the skills of their pets, just like Wu Xiaofeng's golden eyes. He stretched out his palm, pressed it on the head of the Silver Moon Wolf King, closed his eyes and sensed. Soon, Jiang Hua felt that he had established a special spiritual connection with the Silver Moon Wolf King. There was an ethereal thread that connected the soul seas of Jiang Hua and the Silver Moon Wolf King. In Jiang Hua's soul sea, a rune gradually lit up. It was a crescent-shaped blade with a faint silver glow. Silver Moon Blade? That's a pretty good attack skill. Jiang Hua muttered to himself and stretched out his hand. Spiritual energy gathered in the palm of his hand, and a faint light appeared. Soon, it condensed into a small, exquisite, crescent-shaped silver light blade, which hovered above Jiang Hua's palm. Jiang Hua waved his hand, and a silver moon blade flew out, making a whistling sound as it broke through the air, and slashed straight towards the iron cage on the ground. The moment it left his hand, it grew rapidly into a half-meter-long blade of light, which slashed on the iron cage with a loud noise. The special iron cage was cut in half, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Such power made Jiang Hua's eyes light up. The power of this silver moon blade was unexpectedly strong. Most monsters of the same level would not be able to withstand it at all. Moreover, the consumption is also small. With Jiang Hua's spiritual power of the 5th level of the First Order, it is enough to emit dozens of silver moon blades. If they were to burst out all at once, it would be a storm of moon blades, which could kill even a level 9 beast that was catching it off guard. As expected of a king beast with S-class bloodline, it's really powerful. Jiang Hua praised, then looked at the Seraphim Michael standing beside him. The S-level Silver Moon Wolf King is so powerful, so the SSS level Michael must be even more powerful. Jiang Hua looked at Michael with burning eyes and opened Michael's attribute panel. At the same time, while Jiang Hua was studying Michael's skills, on the other side. Tang family. As one of the 5 great families in Jiangcheng, the Tang family lives in the most prosperous area in the city center and owns a luxurious manor that is magnificent and golden. But at this moment, the family was filled with a dull and extremely depressing atmosphere. The guards patrolling the family were very cautious and did not dare to make any loud noises, for fear of angering the master of the family. All this happened because Tang Wei, the eldest son of the Tang family, died today. He was killed in front of everyone at the gate of the Awakeners Guild, in full view of everyone. Unfortunately, the murderer had a powerful background and the Tang family couldn't afford to offend him, so they didn't even dare to say a word. Their own heir was killed, and they didn't even dare to take revenge. Naturally, they felt extremely aggrieved, and it was no wonder that the atmosphere was depressing. Especially since Wu Xiaofeng sent someone to give them a warning today, the Tang family felt that their face had been trampled on and they felt extremely unwilling. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps disrupted the dullness. A guard came out of the night, ran hurriedly into the Tang family, and went straight to the owner's residence. Master, good news. Jiang Hua, the man who killed the young master, has accepted a mission from the Awakener Guild. It seems he is preparing to leave the city tomorrow. The guard reported excitedly with an excited look on his face. Patriarch Tang Tian suddenly stood up, staring at the guard with eagle-like eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Are you serious?" "It's absolutely true," the guard asserted. "Okay, get ready. Tomorrow, when he leaves the city, you must follow him immediately and use the beast-attracting incense to create a small beast tide. I want that kid to die in the beast tide, leaving no trace of his body. Remember, this must be done beautifully, leaving no traces. After it's done, you can end your life on your own. I will take care of your wife, daughter, and family, and ensure they have enough food and clothing for the rest of their lives." A cruel light flashed in Tang Tian's eyes, and his words were as cold as a knife. The murderer of his son must pay with blood and die in the beast tide. Even Wu Xiaofeng could not say anything. The guard's heart trembled, and his face turned pale instantly, but he didn't dare to refuse. He gritted his teeth and agreed, "I understand." After saying this, he retreated respectfully and walked out of the Tang family's gate. After leaving the Tang family, the pale complexion on his face quickly returned to normal and his eyes became calm. He took out his cell phone, edited what had just happened into a message, and sent it out. Chapter 14 Chu Xiao, Hades. The starry sky is bright and the night is picturesque. Longting Group Building, the tallest building in Jiangcheng City, has over 100 floors. On the rooftop, the wind was howling. A girl in a JK short skirt was sitting on the edge of the rooftop. Her slender white legs were covered with white stockings and round-toed leather shoes. They stretched out over the railing and kept swinging up and down. Her purple pupils sparkled as she looked down at the city below. The strong wind blew her long hair, making it fly freely in the air, creating a beautiful picture. Beside him stood a tall figure shrouded in a black robe, holding an exaggeratedly large scythe, standing quietly like a guard. Chu Xiao opened her arms, feeling the strong wind blowing towards her, squinting her eyes slightly, her face full of enjoyment. "Hades, the breeze feels so good. I love sitting on the rooftop and enjoying the breeze. It's so comfortable. It would be perfect if I had a cup of milk tea." The girl muttered, and the black-robed figure beside her didn't say anything when she heard it, but a gleam of light flashed in the scarlet eyes under the black robe. His body flashed, disappearing in an instant and reappearing in an instant. A bony arm stretched out from under the black robe, holding a cup of milk tea in his palm. He handed it to the girl and thoughtfully inserted a straw. Thank you." Chu Xiao took it, gulped down a big gulp, and laughed like a silver bell. Beep. Suddenly, a message rang on her cell phone. Chu Xiao took it out and looked at it. Her purple pupils flickered slightly. "Well, the Tang family wants to kill Jiang Hua. Hades, what do you think? Should we help him?" Of course I have to help him, he's the only person in this city who interests me. I don't know who's stronger, Seraph Michael or Hades. I'm really looking forward to fighting him. It's sure to be interesting." Chu Xiao muttered to herself, gulped down another sip of milk tea, licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue, and then sent a message. Soon, an old man appeared on the rooftop, stood behind Chu Xiao, and saluted respectfully. "Miss, are you looking for me?" "Uncle Chu, the Tang family wants to kill Jiang Hua. You have to go with them tomorrow and secretly protect Jiang Hua's safety. Don't let anything happen to him. Also, leak the news to Wu Xiaofeng," Chu Xiao ordered. Uncle Chu's eyes lit up when he heard this. The Tang family even dared to touch Chairman Wu's people. They are really tired of living. However, this is an opportunity to eradicate the Tang family. It will also be of great benefit to our Chu family. "I understand. Don't worry, miss, I will definitely see to it. Well, remember, don't save him so easily. Let him suffer a little, so that he will remember this favor. Later, I will defeat him with my own hands, and by combining kindness and force, I will be able to subdue him." Chu Xiao nodded, and the old man named Chu Bo agreed and retreated. Gulp, gulp, I'm a little sleepy, Hades, I want to sleep. Chu Xiao rubbed her eyes in a naive manner, looked at Hades, and stretched out her hands. Hades immediately stepped forward, picked up the girl in a princess hug, jumped off the rooftop, and quickly disappeared into the night. Achoo! Moonlight poured in through the window, and a mosquito landed on the nose of the sleeping Jianghua. Bang! Ding! Slapped a mosquito to death, triggering a 526x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pet, the vampire mosquito. Rubbing his nose, Jianghua turned over and fell asleep again in a daze. A silent night. The next morning, Jianghua got up early, packed up, and headed out of the city with Zhang Yang. "Brother Jiang, don't we need to prepare something? Like healing potions, weapons, or something like that? Are we just going to charge in like this?" As the two walked on the street, Zhang Yang asked Jianghua. Although he had made up his mind to go out of the city for training, he was still a little scared. "No need for potions, but as for weapons, you can buy one. There's a market at the city gate where awakened people who go out hunting sell a lot of things. However, your natal pet is the Earthshaker gorilla, so you'll definitely be into physical combat. If you absolutely must use a weapon, I suggest you choose a stick, as it's more suitable for your pet." Jianghua thought about it and spoke. He, I understand. He's the Monkey King. Look at my Rui Jingu Bang." Zhang Yang smiled and performed a classic move of Sun Wukong like a monkey. "You're not that lucky. The Monkey King is an SSS level summoning creature. You're just a gorilla. You can only evolve into an S-level King Kong at best. That's a huge difference," Jianghua said disdainfully. Zhang Yang's face darkened instantly, and he stared at Jianghua with resentment. "Brother Jiang, if I don't insult me, you'll feel uncomfortable, right?" "Ha, no way, no way. I'm used to it." As the two were talking, they had already arrived at the city gate. The steel gate was wide open. Trenches had been dug outside and various defensive fortifications had been built. A large number of troops were stationed there to guard Jianchang. Since the revival of spiritual energy and the invasion of alien races 100 years ago, basically every city has been like this, firmly guarded by the army to prevent beast tides from invading the city. Not only that, there are also patrol teams that conduct daily patrols to clear out strange beasts within 10 kilometers of the city and create a buffer zone. Therefore, it is relatively safe within a range of 10 kilometers outside the city. Because the flesh and blood materials from the corpses of various strange beasts are relatively bloody, it is difficult to bring them back to the city, and it is also troublesome for the military to investigate. Therefore, countless merchants and awakened hunters formed a market outside the city. Zhang Huo and his companion walked out of the city gate and saw a large number of tents set up under the city wall, as well as many box trucks, forming a small camp. There were many awakened people walking around, accompanied by pets or summoned creatures, carrying weapons, wearing protective clothing, and fully armed. Everyone had sharp eyes and murderous intent. They were obviously true awakeners who had experienced life and death battles. The temperament they had honed during the days of living on the edge of a knife was far beyond the reach of those awakeners in the city. Jianhua waved his hand and released the Silver Moon Wolf King, walking towards the camp. Zhang Yang followed suit and summoned his Earthshaker gorilla, which was 3 meters tall, covered in black hair, and quite oppressive. Despite this, their obviously immature faces in high school student attire still attracted a lot of strange looks. A scarred, ferocious-looking man leaned against the back of the car, whistling and jokingly saying, "Yo, yo, yo, look what I saw." 2 little guys whose fur hasn't even grown out yet, actually imitated humans and went out of the city to hunt exotic beasts. "Ha, you're so delicate and tender, just like a little girl. I hope you won't be scared to death when you get into the mountains. If you cry and call for dad, the dads won't save you." Another bald man also laughed. The 2 big men's unbridled ridicule caused everyone to burst into laughter. For a moment, many people in the entire camp cast teasing glances at Zhang Huo and the others. Zhang Yang's face flushed instantly. He felt extremely uncomfortable with being ridiculed and felt aggrieved. He wanted to argue, but seeing the big man's ferocious look, he didn't dare to speak. Zhang Hua, however, had a calm expression and walked straight towards the 2 big men. His action instantly stopped everyone's laughter. The 2 big men were also stunned, then their expressions calmed down, they stood up straight, and prepared to take action. The big man who spoke first raised his eyebrows and grinned. Boy, you're quite courageous. What? Do you still want to fight us? Clever. Jiang Hua praised, then his face turned cold. He immediately raised his hand and slapped the big man in front of him in the face. Bang! The slap was extremely sudden, fast, and fierce. The big man had no time to react at all, and he did not expect that a high school student would actually dare to fight with him, a first-level, seventh-level strongman. Caught off guard, the whole person was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground. Broken teeth and blood flew out, his face was swollen, and half of his face was smashed. Boy, you dare! The other man reacted and became furious. He waved his hand and summoned a black bear, which was about to pounce on Jiang Hua. But Jiang Hua was faster than him. As soon as the black bear appeared, a half-meter-long silver moon blade flew over. Phew! Blood splattered, the black bear's body was immediately separated, and its huge head rolled down. Bang! Another crisp slap sounded, and the bald man followed the scarred man's footsteps. Jiang Hua walked up to him, stepped on his face, and looked down at him. Since your mother didn't teach you that the mouth can cause trouble, I'll be merciful and teach you a lesson for free. Keep your mouths clean from now on. Do you understand? I heard it. The bald man's eyes were filled with fear. He ignored the pain and responded repeatedly. This young man killed his natal pet in one move. He couldn't afford to offend this young man. As for the other scarred man, he was also pinned to the ground by the white wolf, with its sharp claws against his neck and its bloody mouth just above his head. The fishy saliva dripped onto his face, frightening him so much that he almost lost his soul and dared not move at all. Seeing Jiang Hua's gaze, the scarred man hurriedly shouted, I won't do that anymore. It's our fault. We were so mean. We deserve to die. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The entire camp fell silent in an instant. No one expected that the young man in front of them was so powerful, and his methods were even more amazing. In just a short moment, he took care of the two people cleanly and neatly. For a moment, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Hua anymore. Many people who had laughed just now lowered their heads and avoided his gaze, fearing that they would be spotted by Jiang Hua. Are you kidding? He is so young but has such strength. He must be a genius or the young master of a wealthy family. They can't afford to provoke him at all. Some people even felt lucky that they were not the ones who spoke so rudely just now. It just needs to be cleaned up. Jiang Hua glanced at the two of them. They were two pieces of trash. They were in their 40s but only at the first level of cultivation. They were simply trash among trash and could not possibly pose a threat to him. So he did not bother with them anymore. With a cold snort, he took Zhang Yang to buy weapons and left. After the two figures disappeared, the sound of heavy breathing was suddenly heard in the camp. Chapter 15 Spatial Skills. Brother Jiang, you are so handsome and awesome. I declare that you are my eternal god. After walking a long way, Zhang Yang couldn't help but shout out in excitement, extremely excited. In the scene just now, he was so scared that he dared not speak, but Jiang Hua taught them a lesson with 2 slaps. He also shocked everyone in the audience with his own strength. How handsome he is. If this matter were to get back to school, it would probably cause countless female classmates to scream. If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm, especially in a place like this. If you don't show your strength and intimidate the scoundrels, you'll attract countless troubles. So next time, regardless of whether you can win or not, you must not back down. At least let them know that you are not someone to be trifled with. That way, others won't dare to touch you. Jiang Hua spoke with a calm expression. These were all experiences he had gained from his past life, and they were even more applicable in today's world where strength was respected. Zhang Yang nodded thoughtfully. Brother Jiang, I understand. As the two talked, they walked towards the mountains and forests, and soon they were far away from the city gate. The wild scene also appeared before my eyes. The abandoned road was cracked with huge cracks, spreading into the distance. There were overgrown weeds on both sides, and the skeletal remains of various strange beasts and humans, as well as undried bloodstains, could be vaguely seen. Collapsed houses and scrapped vehicles can be seen everywhere. Green plants are crawling all over the ruins, and every place you look is devastated. This is the world outside the city, primitive and desolate. Just one look and you can clearly feel the savage and dangerous atmosphere. Not only from strange beasts, but also from humans. There are no laws in the world outside the city. Except for yourself, everyone is an enemy. Strange beasts can tear you apart, and other people can also kill you. After walking out of the 10-kilometer safe range, Jianghua also became alert. With a wave of his hand, Michael's divine and glorious figure emerged, and he and the Silver Moon Wolf King stood on the left and right, clearing the way ahead. But just as they walked a distance, Michael said in a deep voice, "Master, we are being watched. Someone is following us secretly." Whom? Jianghua raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he failed to scare those people just now, and there are tailors following him? After thinking for a moment, Jianghua asked, "Who is he? Is he strong?" "I'm not sure. There are two groups of people. One is not very strong, probably around the 5th level of the 2nd stage, and the other has a stronger aura, probably above the 4th level. Moreover, the 2nd level one followed the Lord, and the 4th level one seemed to have come with the 2nd level one behind him," Michael said. "Level 4? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?" Jianghua frowned, a little confused. Awakeners of the 4th level are rare in the hunter circle, and the other party was following behind, making Jianghua confused for a while. If it's revenge, it would most likely be the Tang family. If it's not the Tang family, then there are many possibilities. It could be a cultist or an alien. After all, his reputation as an SSS-level genius might lead some people to assassinate him secretly. Forget it, no matter who it is, just get rid of it. Michael, try your new skills. Jianghua said with a smile, thinking of Michael's attribute panel he checked last night. Summon creature, Seraph Michael. Bloodline, SSS level. Cultivation, 1st order, 7th level. Skills, Holy Power, Sword of Judgment, Wings of Holy Light Guardian, Purification, Angel Contract, Eye of God, God's Domain. As an SSS level divine creature, Michael has too many skills. Currently, there are 8 of them, and many of them cannot be used temporarily due to his strength. Jianghua communicated with Michael yesterday and gained the qualification to use the skill of Holy Light Wings. He can grow 6 angel wings on his back for flying, and can also shoot thousands of feather arrows, which is very practical. Apart from this, Jianghua cannot use other skills for the time being, but Michael can. Among them, the skill of Angel Contract can communicate with other angels and temporarily borrow the skills of other angels. For example, communicating with sky-winged angels and using the ability of space teleportation. Michael and Jianghua were in tune with each other, so he naturally understood what Jianghua meant. He closed his eyes slightly, and the white wings behind him gradually changed into bright silver with a metallic luster. Then he suddenly spread out his wings, and became 10 meters long. "Zhang Yang, put away your pet and come over here." Jianghua called out, and then put away the white wolf as well. "Okay." Zhang Yang didn't know what Jianghua was going to do, but he still did as he was told. The two stood still, and Michael folded his wings, covering the two of them. Then a violent spatial fluctuation occurred, and the blazing white light filled the entire world. Jianghua only felt his consciousness blurred. Swish! The next moment, the 3 figures disappeared instantly, as if they had never appeared. After a few minutes, the forest shook, and the guard from the Tang family came out. He looked at the empty forest and was confused. His pet was a C-rank dog-nosed lion, naturally good at tracking. It had been following Jianghua and the others from a distance, not afraid of losing them at all. But how come Jianghua's scent suddenly disappeared? He sniffed hard but still found nothing, and his brows furrowed deeply. After a while, the old man named Chubo also came out. He glanced around and said decisively, "It's a spatial skill. As expected of an SSS-level divine creature, it can even control such a rare attribute." The guards were also shocked when they heard this. The superior attribute of spatial power was extremely rare, even among S-level creatures. They didn't expect Jianghua to possess it. "What should we do next?" "Should I continue to take action?" asked the guard. "Of course you have to take action. If you don't, how can you prove the Tang family's crime? I had originally wanted to make the incident more realistic, and then I would rescue the boy at the critical moment. But now it seems that there is no need for that. You can just light the beast-attracting incense on the side of Yuelu Peak to cause a beast tide. Then, the people from the Awakener Guild will naturally come to investigate. It's a pity that this kid has mastered the skill of space teleportation, so I can't let him owe me this favor. With this skill, he can escape safely even if he is chased by a 5th-level monster, let alone a small beast tide." Shubo said in a deep voice, and after hesitating for a moment, he spoke again. "After completing this matter, you can leave on your own and go to the Magic City. I will find a way to rescue your family and send them over after a while, or you can come back after the Tang family is destroyed. Thank you, Steward Chu. The guard was immediately filled with gratitude. It's my duty. You work for the family, so the family should naturally protect you. Our Chu family is not a heartless family like the Tang family. Uncle Chu patted the guard's shoulder and said with a smile. After a conversation, the two men left and went deep into the forest. After the two men left, a while later, there was a sudden shake in the grass, and a small mouse's head popped out. The little black eyes looked around, and after confirming that it was safe, it immediately floated up, its body turned into a stream of light, and flew away into the distance. Swish! On the north side of Yuelu Peak, under a cliff, in the jungle, a blazing white light emerged, and the figures of Jiang Huo and others appeared here in an instant. We're here, my lord. This place is more than 30 miles away from where we were just now. They probably won't be able to catch up in a short time, Michael said. Teleporting 30 miles in an instant, this space teleportation skill is truly extraordinary. Jiang Huo was extremely satisfied and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a roar suddenly sounded from the jungle in front. Roar! A loud roar suddenly came, the bushes shook, and a small wild wolf with green hair all over its body jumped out. Its fangs were bared, and its scarlet pupils stared fiercely at Jiang Huo and his companions. It crouched low, ready for attack. Jiang Huo raised his brows slightly and recognized the strange beast at a glance. It was the Gale Wolf, a first-level, fifth-level strange beast with wind attributes and extremely fast speed. Because its fur was similar in color to weeds, it liked to hide in the weeds to conceal its body and hunt prey. They often act in groups, hunting creatures stronger than themselves, using the kite-flying method to brutally kill their prey. They are quite cruel and are very smart, insidious, cunning, and treacherous creatures. Many awakened ones died while being hunted by the Gale Wolves. They were obviously stronger than the Gale Wolves, but were still exhausted to death, which was extremely frustrating. TSK, they are targeting me, there must be more than one. Jiang Huo chuckled. Sure enough, the next moment, the leader wolf in front of them howled, and figures suddenly jumped out from the woods, wandering around and surrounding Jiang Huo and his companions. A rough sweep revealed no less than 30 of them. With such a large number, even a second-level awakener would be killed here. Brother Jiang, there are so many Gale Wolves. We are surrounded. Zhang Yang had cold sweat on his forehead and looked a little flustered. He held an iron stick in his hand and stared at the wolves vigilantly. Wrong, they are surrounded by us. Jiang Huo chuckled and looked at the numbers on the heads of the wind wolves. He felt quite happy. These were the creatures he wanted to transform on a large scale. Next, let us have a hearty killing spree. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and instantly, a large number of pets appeared. Giant demon ants, vampire demon mosquitoes, red-shelled beasts. In an instant, hundreds of pets rushed out, densely packed, filling the forest. Go! Jiang Huo waved his hand and pointed his finger forward. The pets rushed out and charged towards the Gale Wolf pack. Chapter 16 Disappointedly Qingran. During these 2 days, although Jiang Huo did not deliberately hunt and transform pets, he would inadvertently step on creatures such as ants and cockroaches while walking around. In addition, there were many mosquitoes in the summer, so he still transformed quite a few pets. Excluding some pets with too small critical multipliers that still cannot meet the standards of exotic beasts after transformation, there are hundreds of pets that have reached the first level. Although they were not strong, they were numerous. They roared out at this moment, like a swarm of insects, and instantly overwhelmed the Gale Wolf pack. With 3 times the number, and the insects having no brains and being fearless of death, they caused heavy casualties to the wolf pack in an instant. The Gale Wolf pack had never expected that Jiang Huo would have so many pets. Caught off guard, 5 Gale Wolves were killed in an instant. The leader wolf was so anxious that he jumped up and down, roaring and calling the wolves to retreat. The bloodthirsty light in his eyes faded, and fear appeared in his eyes. At the call of the leader, the wolves suddenly jumped out, trying to escape from the battlefield. The Gale Wolf clan is originally a group of wind-attributed beasts with extremely fast speed. The green figures in the field flickered and kept dodging. For a moment, they really looked like they were about to break out of the encirclement. But Jiang Huo's eyes were full of teasing. It's too late to run now. Snap! Jiang Huo snapped his fingers again, and the Silver Moon Wolf King beside him suddenly jumped out, his huge body leaping into the field with a loud roar. The mighty power of the king beast swept out, and all the wind wolves were immediately frightened. The fear deep in their blood made them tremble. Several weaker wind wolves were so frightened that they fell to the ground, whimpering and losing their ability to move. The other gale wolves were also terrified, their speed slowed down a lot, and their coordination with each other became chaotic. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other pets immediately rushed forward and attacked the wolves again. Jianghua's face was calm, and the spiritual power gathered in his palms. A series of silver moon blades whizzed out and made a timely finishing blow. Ding! Killed the swift wolf, triggering a 10x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the swift shadow wolf. Ding! Kill the gale wolf, triggering a 50x crit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the bloodthirsty jackal. Ding! Killed the gale wolf, triggering a 198x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the blood moon wolf. Ding! Kill the wind wolf. The system prompt sound keeps ringing, just like the WeChat red envelope payment prompt sound, which makes people feel happy. When the last gale wolf fell, the smile on Jianghua's face became even brighter. In this wave of 30 gale wolves, apart from those killed by pets, 20 were transformed. In other words, Jianghua can now summon another wolf pack with a wave of his hand, and it is a wolf pack several times stronger than the gale wolf pack. They were one step closer to their goal of a vast army, and the corpses of these gale wolves were also a considerable harvest, many of which had condensed into soul crystals. Jianghua looked at the dark blue finger-sized crystal in his hand. It was a first-level, fifth-level soul crystal with a market price of about 5,000 yuan. There were 16 of them here, and with materials such as fur and wolf teeth, it was worth less than 100,000 yuan. The so-called soul crystal is a unique product of strange beasts. After the death of the strange beast, the essence in the body escapes and has a certain probability of condensing, similar to the demon pill and inner pill. Jianghua didn't know how it was formed, he only knew that it was very valuable. It is said that it can be used to refine medicines and assist in cultivation. Both the Awakener Guild and wealthy individuals are buying it in large quantities. No, is this resolved? Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. In just a few minutes, before he could come to his senses, Jianghua had already slaughtered the entire gale wolf pack. There were 30 swift wolves there. Even a level 2 Awakener would be defeated. But Jianghua could handle them so easily? Even Brother Jiang didn't move his feet at all. He calmly commanded his pet and completed the battle in just a few moves, just like a military strategist. Zhang Yang was stunned by the sight. Stay calm, it's basic operation. Jianghua put his arm around Zhang Yang's shoulders and said with a smile. Brother Jiang, you're awesome. Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up, completely convinced. As the two were talking, a streak of light flew out from the woods and hovered in front of Jianghua and the others. It was the flying squirrel that Jianghua had left behind to follow them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The flying squirrel made sounds and gestured with its little paws, reporting the news it heard to Jianghua. Jianghua narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression becoming serious. It really is the Tang family. To kill me, they even went so far as to trigger a beast tide. Their methods are quite dirty. As for the Chu family, although I don't know what's going on, Jianghua hates being used the most in his life. Neither the Tang family nor the Chu family is a good thing. Brother Jiang, what is this little guy squeaking and saying? Zhang Yang didn't understand and asked, scratching his head. That's all right. Let's split up. I'll have Michael follow you, and you go hunt the saber-toothed tiger. Once you've completed the mission, I'll take White Wolf to pick the 7-leaf orchid. Jianghua recovered and said that Zhang Yang was too weak and Jianghua didn't want him to be involved in this turmoil. Okay, then Brother Jiang, you better be careful. Zhang Yang nodded without asking any more questions. Then he took Michael with him and walked into the woods. When the two of them disappeared, a sharp light flashed in Jianghua's eyes. He waved his hand and 20 wolf-like beasts jumped out. Spread out into the woods and look for a human male at the 5th level of the 2nd stage. Jianghua ordered. The wolves howled, leaped into the woods, and instantly flew in all directions. Although wolves' noses are not as sharp as dogs, they also have a very strong sense of smell, so it should be no problem for them to find the Tang family guard. What's more, Jianghua has nothing else but a large number of pets. If 20 are not enough, then 50 or 100 can be used. He can always find some and use local materials to kill and transform them. Jianghua flipped over and mounted the back of the Silver Moon Wolf King, riding the Silver Moon Wolf King into the forest. Ding! Killed the red-eyed rabbit, triggering a 10x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the Phantom Rabbit. Ding! Killed the red flame rat, triggering a 16x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the golden flame rat. Ding, kill the shadowless cat, triggering a 35x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the nether cat. Jianghuo rode on the back of the Silver Moon Wolf King, with a bright light in his hands. Silver Moon blades shot out and killed one strange beast after another. After the transformation, he released these strange beasts and scattered them into the woods to search. At the same time, on the other side, Xu Yun, you disappoint me so much. A few wolves scared you like this. How can you become a strong man? Hurry up and get up and kill all these wolves, otherwise, you won't be my apprentice anymore and can go home and play. Li Qingran stood on the tree and cursed without any hesitation, looking at the scene below with disappointment in his eyes. Below, in the clearing in the jungle, 3 giant wolves, each about 2 meters long and covered with golden fur, surrounded Xu Yun. This is a level 3 wolverine. It is not as strong as the wind wolf, but it is more ferocious and has strong defense. It is the kind of beast that attacks head-on. After Li Qingran took Xu Yun out of the city, they were attacked by strange beasts just like Jianghua and others. They were attacked by a group of wolverines, at least 10 of them. Li Qingran was not afraid at all. With one move, the sharp sword energy pierced through more than half of the wolverines. She originally thought that Xu Yun, who had a stone man and could use the skill of petrifying skin, would be able to deal with a few beasts no matter how weak he was. But who would have thought that Xu Yun seemed to be frightened, his legs went weak, and he didn't dare to move, and was actually knocked to the ground by Wolverine. If it weren't for the skill of petrifying skin and good defense, he would have been killed by the wolf long ago. This scene greatly disappointed her, which led to her current anger. Master, I'm scared, please, save me quickly. Xu Yun's voice was trembling and his legs were shaking. He looked at the 3 ferocious giant wolves with fear in his eyes. God knows, he was almost scared to death just now. In his 18 years of life, from childhood to adulthood, this was the first time he faced a strange beast, and there were 10 of them at once. He was almost scared to pee his pants. This is a wolf, and a strange wolf at that. It really eats people. He has never even killed a chicken before, so how could he not be afraid? If it weren't for the protection of his petrified skin and if Li Qingran hadn't been here, he would have run away crying. Why save them? They can't break your defense. What are you afraid of? Pick up your sword and kill them. Li Qingran scolded again, without any intention of helping. These stupid wolves had no other means of attack and could not kill Xu Yun at all. It was a good opportunity to train Xu Yun. If she can't even pass this level, she will really have to consider changing her apprentice. I'll do it right away. Xu Yun gritted his teeth and picked up the sword from the ground. This action immediately made the 3 wolverines growl continuously, crouch down, and make attacking movements. This frightened Xu Yun again and his body trembled. The momentum he had finally built up collapsed in an instant. Xu Yun, stop wasting time. Are you going to fight or not? If you don't dare, tell me now and I'll take you home immediately. Li Qingran looked impatient and was almost losing his patience as he saw Xu Yun was slow to act. I'm not afraid. It's just a 3-headed wolf. I can do it. Aha, I'll kill you. Xu Yun gritted his teeth, shouted to give himself courage, and rushed forward. Roar! As soon as he moved, the 3 wolves also moved and pounced on him from 3 directions. Xu Yun panicked and subconsciously wanted to hide, but then he thought of Li Qingran's words and suppressed the urge to run away. He rushed forward with his sword. Ha ha ha, you can't beat me, you can't break my defense, I will beat you to death. After being hit by a few claws, Xu Yun found that he was fine. His confidence suddenly increased. He waved the sword in his hand wildly and slashed at Wolverine fiercely. This is not the way you use a sword. You shouldn't stab eyes. You should know how to target weak points and vital points. Li Qingran scolded. After all, they were just first-level, third-level monsters, and the difference in strength was not that big. Under Li Qingran's guidance, after some struggle, Xu Yun still killed 3 wolverines. After killing the last wolverine, Xu Yun sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. He was covered in blood and his clothes were torn. He looked extremely embarrassed, but his face was full of excitement. Master, did you see that? I killed Wolverine. I killed 3 wolverines. I'm so strong. Ha 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 ha. Xu Yun laughed and showed off, quite proud. Well, not bad. hurry up and get up. The smell of blood here is too strong. It will attract other strange beasts. We have to leave quickly. Li Qingran looked at Chu Yun with disgust, but still forced himself to praise him. There was no other way. Chu Yun was the only suitable candidate she could find to be her apprentice, and the contract had already been signed. If it was terminated again, there would be backlash. Her strength had not recovered to the point of recovery, and she had already suffered considerable trauma from forcibly canceling the contract with Jiang Hua. If she did so again, it would damage her essence and cause irreversible effects. Sighing in her heart, Li Qingran suddenly thought of Jiang Hua again. She didn't know why, but she always wanted to compare Chu Yun and Jiang Hua. But the more she compared, the more cowardly Chu Yun seemed, and the more regretful she felt. With a sigh, Li Qingran suddenly flew down and kicked Chu Yun. Hurry up and go, continue hunting other strange beasts. Chapter 17 Beast-Tide Riot. Ouch! With a wolf howl, several blood wolves jumped out from the woods and came to Jiang Hua, howling and reporting continuously. Jiang Hua's eyes lit up. He finally found it. Let's go. At the command, Jiang Hua followed several blood wolves and headed towards the target location. During this period, other pets kept coming back and following Jiang Hua, gradually forming a huge herd. 10 heads, 100 heads, 200 heads, 300 heads. A total of 300 pet beasts were moving rapidly and recklessly in the mountains and forests. Wherever they passed, trees fell and smoke and dust rose up. It was like a violent storm, extremely terrifying. Sensing this movement, the strange beasts in the mountains and forests were frightened and retreated. Even the third-level strange beasts did not dare to approach when they saw such a large group of beasts. Jiang Hua rode on the Silver Moon Wolf King, galloping in front of the beast herd, with a group of pets, like a general on the march in ancient times, and fully indulged in the feeling of being a general. You know what, it feels pretty good. After running for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a cliff. Looking at the surrounding environment, Jiang Hua took out the map and compared it. He was surprised to find that this was the target location of the sea-level mission. Going down the cliff in front, on the cliff wall below the cliff, there is a 7-leaf orchid growing. There is also a stream flowing down from the top, forming a small waterfall, and there is a small lake below. It's just right, let's complete the mission together. Jiang Hua chuckled, a gleam in his eyes, and continued to rush forward. The sound of fighting had already been heard in the front. With such a loud commotion, the other party would naturally not fail to notice it, so Jiang Hua had already sent a large number of pets to surround him from both sides, making sure that he could not escape. Damn it! Where do all these exotic beasts come from? Why are there all kinds of them? Are they crazy? The Tang family guard had a grim expression on his face. He had just lit the animal-attracting incense at the foot of the cliff and climbed up the cliff, ready to observe the movements below. However, he didn't expect that just after he climbed to the top of the mountain, he heard a huge noise coming from the back, like thousands of beasts galloping. He was scared and thought that a beast tide had occurred. But then he thought, the beast-attracting incense would not work so quickly. He didn't know what was going on, but he was scared and decided to evacuate immediately. However, he didn't expect that before he had gone far, several wolves pounced on him. After he killed them easily, a large number of strange beasts emerged from the woods and rushed towards him fearlessly. In just a short moment, the number of them exceeded 50. There were such a large number of strange beasts of various kinds. He even saw a few damn red flame rats standing on the backs of frost cats, rushing towards him together. It's so fucking outrageous, these days, cats and mice have become good buddies? For a moment, he suspected that there was something wrong with his mental state. Swish! A strong wind blew in his face, and sharp claws swung towards him, grabbing his arms fiercely, leaving several shocking scars, and blood gushed out instantly. Hiss, it hurts, damn it! The intense pain made him finally believe that what he saw was not a dream. He immediately waved his hand and released several of his pets. There was a dog-nosed lion, an iron-tailed tiger, and a sickle-tailed scorpion that was completely green, held 2 large claws, and was 1 meter in size. The 3 pets had all reached the 5th level of the second stage and stood in front, finally stabilizing the situation temporarily. The Tang family guards immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could relax for long, another fierce wolf howl was heard, and a large number of strange beasts appeared from all directions again, and the number reached hundreds. It's over. The Tang family guard's face turned pale in an instant, and despair appeared in his eyes. Even if such a large number of beasts were only of the 1st level, he would not be able to deal with them at all. Today, he might lose his life here. Gritting his teeth, the Tang family guard prepared to fight to the death, but at this moment, something surprising happened. After hundreds of strange beasts surrounded him, they did not rush towards him as imagined, but instead stopped in place strangely. The next moment, the herd of beasts automatically made way for them, and a handsome young man, riding a white wolf, slowly walked out. When the strange beasts around saw this young man, they all prostrated themselves on the ground with expressions of respect and submission. And this young man turned out to be the target of his trip, Jiang Hua. The Tang family guard's pupils contracted instantly, and he stared at Jiang Hui in shock, with a storm in his heart. These strange beasts were actually created by Jiang Hua. He could control so many strange beasts by himself. There were hundreds of them. No, there were far more than that. The number was probably as many as 300. It is unheard of for one person to control 300 exotic beasts. Especially since Jiang Hua was only an awakener who had just awakened for 2 days, and was at most at the first level. It was even more shocking. You have to know that even if a beast master who has contracted a swarm of insects can summon 300 insect pets, it is extremely powerful and requires at least to reach the 4th level to be possible. Moreover, they can only summon a single pet, such as a swarm of bees, a swarm of ants, etc. Jiang Hua was only at the 1st level, and these strange beasts were of various types. How did he do it? The Tang family guard racked his brains but couldn't figure it out, but he knew one thing: his life was saved. Although he was sent by the Tang family to kill Jiang Hua, he was also an undercover agent of the Chu family. The Chu family had no intention of harming Jiang Hua. He breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down a little. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Jiang Hua speak first. "Tell me the whole story, and I'll leave you with an intact body," Jiang Hua said indifferently, sitting on the back of the white wolf, staring down at the Tang family guards. The Tang family guard's heart tightened instantly, feeling immense pressure. He swallowed hard and hurriedly explained. "Jiang. Young Master Jiang, I never meant to harm you. It was the Tang family. You killed Tang Wei, the eldest son of the Tang family. The head of the Tang family wanted you dead, so he sent me to kill you. But I am from the Chu family. After our eldest lady learned the news, she specially sent strong men to protect you. I never intended to harm you. Moreover, our Chu family's eldest daughter is an SSS level awakener, just like you. You are both of the same kind, and you will definitely become friends in the future." The Tang family guard spoke tremblingly and explained the whole story in detail. However, the information he revealed surprised Jiang Hua. In the small Jiangcheng, besides him, there is actually someone with SSS level talent. This is extremely rare. In an instant, Jiang Hua also felt a strong interest in his heart. You just said that the eldest daughter of your Chu family is also an SSS level awakener? What's your daughter's name? A beast master or a summoner? What kind of creature is the contracted one? Jiang Hua asked. Our young lady is called Chu Xiao, a summoner. I don't know what a contracted creature is. She awakened within the family, and the information is kept very confidential. But the awakening still caused quite a stir on the day. The contracted creature is said to be a god, just like your Michael, Master Jiang. The guard spoke, feeling nervous, but he still answered Jiang Hua's questions honestly. Chu Xiao. Jiang Hua secretly memorized the name, then looked at the guard with a smile on his face. Okay, now that I've answered all the questions, you can go to hell. The silver moon blade shot out and passed through the neck, bringing up a trace of blood. The guard's pupils suddenly widened, his eyes full of disbelief, and he fell straight down. In the last moments of his life, he was full of confusion. He didn't understand why Jiang Hua wanted to kill him when he clearly didn't want to harm Jiang Hua. But from Jiang Hua's point of view, although what the Chu family did was not as bad as what the Tang family did, they still wanted to use him in essence. Especially their attempt to kill with a borrowed knife and use Wu Xiaofeng to eliminate the Tang family touched Jiang Hua's bottom line. In Jiang Hua's heart, he always regarded the old man as his master. Although he did not become his disciple, the relationship between master and apprentice had been established long ago. Therefore, Jiang Hua would never allow anyone to use him to threaten Wu Xiaofeng, and he would never allow himself to become a pawn for others to control Wu Xiaofeng. Chu Xiao, huh? You have a dirty heart. Just wait, I will teach you a lesson sooner or later. Jiang Hua secretly took note of this in his heart. Roar! At this moment, a beast roar came from below, which sounded a little strange, and the sound seemed to be mixed with crazy bloodthirstiness. Oh no, the beast attracting incense is working. Jiang Hua's face changed. The beast tide is no joke. Even the smallest beast tide will have at least several thousand exotic beasts. Once a commotion occurs, other exotic beasts will be swept in, and the number will increase like a snowball, eventually reaching tens of thousands. Moreover, all the strange beasts will become violent and bloodthirsty, extremely crazy, and attack humans without fear of death. This can be called the most terrifying disaster in the new era. We must complete the mission quickly and leave immediately. Jianhua made up his mind, and 6 white wings emerged behind him, and he immediately flew down the cliff. Chapter 18 Kill the Snake King, 10 million times critical hit. After jumping off the cliff, 6 white wings appeared behind Jianhua. His whole body was covered in golden holy light and suspended in the air, like a god descending to the earth, becoming extremely sacred. The waterfall in front of me rushed down, emitting water droplets and mist, and was coated with a layer of golden light, which made it even more dazzling. Jianhua glanced around and saw a huge cave on the mountain wall behind the waterfall. Inside the cave, a magical plant emitting a faint glow grew upside down on the cliff wall at the top of the cave. It was the 7-leaf orchid. The green branches have 7 leaves. 1 leaf lasts 10 years, so 7 leaves means 70 years. After 7 leaves, flowers and fruits will bloom. At this moment, yellow-white flowers bloomed on the top of the 7-leaf orchid, emitting a faint fragrance. Among the flowers, a small green fruit was fully ripe. This scene shows that this 7-leaf orchid is 100 years old and is considered to be the top of the 3rd-grade spiritual medicines. Its medicinal effect is almost as good as that of the 4th-grade spiritual medicines. This kind of spiritual medicine is very valuable, but it is not what Jianhua is interested in. His eyes are fixed on a huge python coiled like a mosquito coil below the spiritual medicine, his eyes full of shock and surprise. The poisonous python king is a 2nd-order 9th-level exotic beast. Its huge body is 20 meters long and as thick as a thigh. It is covered with blue-black scales that emit a cold light. And above its head, a series of numbers, shining with golden luster, almost blinded Jianhua's eyes. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, tens of millions of times the critical strike value. Jianhua muttered to himself, his eyes burning with anger. He never thought that he would encounter a strange beast with a critical strike value of tens of millions times here. What does this mean? This means that as long as Jianhua kills it, after the critical hit is converted, he will obtain a 2nd SSS level contracted creature. Kill it, you must kill it. Jianhua clenched his fists, greed flashed in his eyes, and he was too excited to control himself. A light flashed in his palm, condensing into a silver moonblade, which he threw out with a flick of his hand. Roar! The silver moon blade slashed on the dark blue scales of the poisonous python, emitting dazzling sparks. Several scales flew out and blood oozed out. The venomous python king was attacked and immediately woke up from its slumber. It let out an angry roar, raised its head high, and stared at Jianhua with its cold vertical pupils, its eyes full of anger. Hiss! The poisonous python king opened its mouth wide and spewed out a large amount of venom, which condensed into dark green poisonous arrows in the air and shot towards Jianhua. Tisk, it's worthy of being a level 2, level 9 king beast. Its defense is so strong that the silver moonblade can't even break through it. Jianhua exclaimed in admiration, flapped his wings behind him, and slightly turned sideways, easily dodging the poisonous arrow. Poison arrows flew out and scattered into the forest below. In an instant, several trees were corroded and rotted, turning into poisonous water. Hiss! When the attack failed, the venomous python king hissed again, and his tongue flickered in and out of his mouth. As he shouted like this, more than a dozen venomous pythons densely packed on the cliffs on both sides. Each of their huge bodies is 2 or 3 meters long and as thick as a forearm. They wander on the cliff walls, their scales rubbing against each other, making a harsh sound that is extremely creepy. Hiss! The venomous python king hissed, and more than a dozen venomous pythons immediately raised their heads, opened their bloody mouths, and spewed out large amounts of venom. In an instant, dozens of poisonous arrows formed in the air and shot towards Jianhua. Hee, a beast is a beast. It can't fly. No matter how many poisonous arrows you shoot at it, it's useless. Jianhua chuckled, and the angel wings behind him flapped. His figure instantly rose high into the sky, easily avoiding the poisonous arrows. Next, it's my turn. Floating above the sky, the 6 angel wings behind Jianhua shone with intense light. He suddenly swooped down, flapping his wings behind him. In an instant, countless wings flew out and turned into sharp arrows, shooting towards the group of poisonous pythons on the cliff. At the same time, spiritual light bloomed in his palm, and silver moonblades continuously condensed out, gradually gathering into a silver light ball in his hand. Inside the light ball, there was a fierce storm of light blades. Puff, 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 puff. Countless arrows shot into the cliff, piercing through it, making popping sounds, and countless pieces of gravel fell. Those poisonous pythons entwined on the cliff had no way to escape. They were shot into sieves and nailed to the cliff. Even the second-order 9th-level poisonous python king was pierced by several arrows. Its body kept twisting and it let out painful howls. This time, his thick blue-black scales were no longer effective. After all, Jianghua was using Michael's skills. The skills of the divine creature are countless levels stronger than the power of a mere poisonous python, so how could it resist it? However, it is a second-order 9th-level monster after all, and its level is 14 small realms higher than Jianghua. It has not died after this round of attacks. Its vitality is really quite strong. I'll send you on your way. Jianghua shot out a silver ball of light from his hand, directly hitting the head of the poisonous python king. A violent gale erupted, and countless light blades exploded like a meat grinder. The head of the poisonous python king exploded immediately, shattering into a bloody mist. Ding! Slay the venomous python king, triggering a 10 million times critical hit. Congratulations to the host for contracting an SSS-level divine creature, the Snake Lady Medusa. Boom! A terrifying beam of light shot into the sky, tearing the sky apart. A huge crack hundreds of feet wide appeared. In the crack, there was a palace ruin and countless huge stone pillars stood, with various totemic characters painted on them. On a huge stone pillar in the center, a huge snake tail is wrapped around the pillar, and a woman with a human body and a snake tail, a gorgeous face, sexy clothes, and a large area of skin exposed, is perched on it. The European and American-style face exudes exotic charm, and the golden curly hair adds a bit of wild charm. The green pupils and wheat-colored skin are exactly the same as the image in mythology. In front of her, there were many people holding strange postures, frozen in time, petrified into sculptures. Such a terrifying vision instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Countless people throughout Yuelu Mountain and even in the distant Jiangchen witnessed this vision. The hunters in the mountains, the people in the city, and even the countless strange beasts all had expressions of shock and fear in their eyes. Medusa, this is the Gorgon Medusa, a powerful creature from myth and legend. Such a strange phenomenon, this means someone has awakened. Someone has awakened their innate abilities in Yuelu Mountain and summoned Medusa. Hiss, summoning Medusa, this must be an SSS-level summoning talent. Such a genius actually appeared in Yuelu Mountain. Countless people were talking about it. Medusa's appearance shocked half of Jiangcheng. In the forest, Li Qingran and Xu Yun also saw this scene. Li Qingran looked up and stared at the arrogant snake woman, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. She was not from this world and did not know much about the myths and legends of the humans on Blue Star, but at this moment, she felt a divinity, or the essence of Tao, from Medusa that was no less than her own. My heart immediately trembled, and I said to myself, I thought this world was just a small world, and the cultivation limit wouldn't be too high. Now it seems that I was wrong. With creatures like these, the realm of cultivation will definitely not be weaker than the Qingyun realm. Beast masters and summoners, this kind of cultivation system is unheard of and is truly wonderful. Xu Yun's eyes trembled slightly. He looked at the arrogant snake woman and felt fear in his heart. This kind of mythical creature was not comparable to his D-level stone man. Although both are summoners, the difference between D-level and SSS level is as huge as the difference between stinky dog shit on the roadside and the stars in the sky. On the other side, Michael and Zhang Yang also saw this strange sight. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Holy crap! Another SSS level? Are we going to let anyone live? Did we mess up the geniuses this year? Why are there so many geniuses coming out one after another? Why am I not a genius? I'm so handsome, but I'm only B-level. This is unrealistic. Michael felt that this breath was summoned by Jianghua. Looking at the snake girl in the sky, his golden pupils flickered slightly. Another powerful partner. Looks like I have to work harder. As the master's first contracted creature, I can't let this snake girl surpass me. In Jiangcheng, Wu Xiaofeng, Zhu Xiao and others also saw the vision of Medusa appearing. Wu Xiaofeng's eyes were deep as he murmured to himself, another SSS-level genius. At the centennial juncture, in an era of great contention, it is indeed a time when geniuses emerge in large numbers and all races compete for supremacy. Medusa is quite beautiful. Hades, can you beat her? Zhu Xiao smiled sweetly. Hearing this, the black-robed figure holding a sickle looked up and said in a low, hoarse voice, "You'll know after you fight." Chapter 19 Medusa, the Beast Tide begins. The strange sight alarmed countless people. Medusa above the sky slowly lowered her head, and her green eyes met Jianghua's. Feeling Jianghua's call, Medusa suddenly shot out, and her huge snake tail smashed the petrified sculptures into powder. She flew out, swooped down from the sky, and came in front of Jianghua. "Handsome man, you are worthy to be my master." When she came in front of Jianghua, Medusa's huge snake tail turned into legs, and the wild aura on her body restrained and became much softer. She lifted Jianghua's chin with her fingers, stared at him with her charming eyes, looked him over carefully, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Bang! Jianghua slapped her hand away, pinched Medusa's chin with his backhand, and imitated her, looking at her carefully. "Woman, you are a little presumptuous." Medusa was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. "Master, you are so funny. I think I am starting to like you." "Heh, I'm the man you can't have. You'd better just be a summoned creature." Jianghua rolled his eyes, withdrew his hand, and said lightly. At the same time, a huge amount of energy was poured into Jianghua's body. Jianghua's body shook violently, and spiritual energy gathered. The aura on his body surged wildly. At this moment, he broke through and reached the 7th level of the first stage. Not bad, not bad. This is the feedback an SSS level creature should have. Jianghua was very satisfied as he felt the spiritual energy filling his body. When he summoned Michael before, his realm barely improved because his spiritual palace was damaged. Now that the spirit palace has been restored, the situation is indeed different when he contracts with Medusa again. In addition, he has killed many strange beasts today and absorbed some energy, so he has broken through 2 small realms in succession. "Medusa, it's not convenient for you to reveal yourself at the moment, so just hide for the time being. You will become my trump card." Restraining his aura, Jianghua said to Medusa. Although Medusa, an SSS level creature, is powerful, she is too conspicuous. Jianghua is not ready to expose her for the time being. Keeping it hidden can serve as a powerful trump card, enough to reverse the situation in times of crisis. "I will follow the master's orders." Medusa smiled and saluted, appearing very well behaved, and did not act mischievously again. If no one told them, no one would have guessed that the blonde beauty in front of them was actually the ferocious Queen Medusa in mythology. Jianghua nodded, waved his hand to put away Medusa, then picked the 7-leaf orchid, flapped his wings behind him, and flew out of Yuelu Mountain. At this moment, the effect of the animal attracting incense has been fully exerted. In the mountains and forests, the roars and hisses of various strange beasts can be heard one after another, and the entire forest is restless. Large numbers of strange beasts began to wander around the mountains and forests, wantonly destroying and killing each other. This is the precursor to a beast tide riot. During this process, some weaker beasts will be killed and eliminated, becoming nutrients for the beast tide. Among the remaining surviving beasts, a beast king will be born. Then, under the leadership of the beast king, the beast tide will come out of the mountains and forests and attack human cities. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! The roar of the strange beast resounded through the sky. Many hunters in the forest felt the movement and their faces changed drastically. So many exotic beasts. How come there are so many? The strange beasts are fighting each other. They are crazy, they are all crazy. Beast tide. This is the precursor to the beast tide. The beast tide is coming. Run, run. Ah! Save me, ah! The entire forest was in chaos in an instant. Countless hunters looked panicked and ran madly out of the forest, trying to escape for their lives. But at this moment, the strange beasts have completely rioted and are frantically attacking all living things around them. Many hunters in the mountains and forests have been killed by the crazy strange beasts. There were 5 people in a hunting team. While fleeing, they were targeted by strange beasts. Dozens of strange beasts suddenly pounced on them frantically. The weakest hunter on the outermost edge was killed instantly. The other 4 fought hard, but were severely injured in just one encounter. Many parts of their bodies were torn by sharp teeth and claws, leaving scars and blood. Ah, go to hell! A strong man roared and waved the weapon in his hand wildly, killing 2 strange beasts, but soon more strange beasts pounced on them and savagely tore them into pieces. The scene was extremely horrifying, and the other 3 were stunned. The captain in the lead reacted, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, he gritted his teeth, and pushed 2 teammates towards the group of strange beasts. Go to hell. Ah, Captain, you will die a miserable death. The short period of time gained by betraying his teammates bought him a chance to survive, and he finally escaped from the attack of this group of strange beasts. He fled in a panic, his face filled with ecstasy at having survived the disaster. However, before he could be happy for long, he discovered in despair that there were more and crazier beasts ahead. Ah! The shrill howls echoed in the mountains and forests. His body was torn to pieces and eaten by the strange beasts, and he ultimately could not escape death. Jianghua flew over the mountains and forests, watching these scenes, his eyes full of solemnity. The madness of this beast tide was beyond his imagination. No wonder it was called the most terrifying disaster. Countless people had fear in their eyes when talking about the beast tide. No, we must evacuate quickly. Jianghua felt heavy-hearted and sped up his pace. He soon found Zhang Yang and Michael based on the connection in the contract. The 2 of them were just rushing towards him, and the 3 of them met in the air. Zhang Yang was held in Michael's hands and was also very frightened. When he saw Jianghua, he shouted hurriedly. Fuck, brother Jiang, you're finally here. Fuck, a beast tide has broken out. These beasts are too crazy. Fuck. Zhang Yang kept shouting oh my god to express his shock. It was the first time he saw a tide of beasts. He was almost scared to death when he saw the scene below from the air. Stop it, let's go. There aren't many flying beasts in Yuelu Mountain, but there are some. If they surround us, Michael and I will be fine, but you, who can't fly, will be in trouble. Jianghua cursed in disgust, then looked at Michael, use teleportation, directly teleport back to the maximum distance. Michael immediately understood, lifted Zhang Yang to the top of a big tree and put him down, and Jianghua also flew over. Then Michael used the angel contract skill again to connect with the sky-winged angel. The huge steel wings covered them, and the space fluctuated. The figures of the 3 people disappeared instantly. At the city gate, the garrison troops had already discovered the unusual movements in the mountains and forests. The vision of Medusa's birth had already attracted a lot of people's attention. Some curious people ran into the mountains and forests, trying to find the awakened person who had contracted Medusa. However, after entering the forest, he found something wrong, ran out immediately, and reported the situation to the garrison troops. The garrison troops were originally responsible for guarding against the beast tide, and naturally they also had corresponding reconnaissance methods. Soon, a special awakener used his skills to explore the situation in the mountains and forests and determined that a beast tide was about to break out. Report, a beast riot has been detected in the Yuelu mountain area of the North City Gate. A beast tide is about to form. Preliminary estimates suggest it will be a small beast tide. Requesting instructions. Report, Plan A, the search for the Beast King has failed. The initial estimate is that it is a psychic beast that is good at hiding, making it difficult to implement the decapitation plan. Report, requesting the use of force to suppress the situation. The 1st and 2nd battalions of the North City Garrison have assembled and are about to attack. In the military camp under the city gate, soldiers gathered quickly. In the tents, messengers kept reporting to their superiors and monitoring the situation in Yuelu Mountain in real time. At this moment, in an open space in the military camp, a white light suddenly appeared, and the figures of Jiang Hu and the other 2 suddenly appeared, which immediately scared all the soldiers. Who is it? Be alert, unknown creatures have broken in, defend immediately, gather. In the military camp, alarms rang out instantly, and countless soldiers armed with live ammunition ran out and surrounded Jiang Hu and his companions. What the hell, what's going on? Zhang Yang was dumbfounded and subconsciously squatted down with his hands on his head. You useless guy, we are not members of a cult. Why are you squatting there? Get up. Jianghua cursed angrily and kicked Zhang Yan on the butt. Then he looked at the surrounding soldiers and said loudly, I am Jianghua, an SSS-level awakener. Let your leader come to see me. After saying that, he didn't care about the soldiers' reactions, took out his cell phone and started making a call. There was no signal in the mountains and forests, but now that he had reached the city gate, he could communicate. Jianghua called Wu Xiaofeng, and the call was quickly connected. Jianghua recounted what had happened, and Wu Xiaofeng's steady and powerful voice came from the other end. I already know what's going on. I'm on my way and will be there soon. Just stay in the barracks and don't move around. I'll have someone protect you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Soon, an officer came out hurriedly, pushed aside a group of soldiers, and trotted to Jianghua. Master Jianghua, I'm sorry, it's my duty. Please don't blame me. Come this way. The officer was extremely respectful. Every SSS level awakener was a future pillar of Disya and deserved such treatment. Jianghua nodded and followed the officer into the tent. Not long after he sat down, a streak of light flew over from the distant sky and fell from the sky with a bang. There was a loud bang that shook the sky. The man bent his knees slightly to release the force. Countless spider web-like cracks suddenly appeared on the ground where he was standing, and finally the ground collapsed with a bang, and Yanchen died. When the smoke and dust cleared, a burly old man with a full beard appeared. It was Wu Xiaofeng. Chapter 20 Fighting the Beast Tide. As the president of the Awakener Guild, Wu Xiaofeng rushed to the scene as soon as he learned about the Beast Tide riot. Especially when he knew that Jianghua had accepted the mission from the Awakener Guild, it became even more urgent. These soldiers in the barracks all knew Wu Xiaofeng, so the previous misunderstanding did not happen. After Wu Xiaofeng arrived, someone immediately invited him into the tent. Old man, you came quickly. Jianghua stood up and greeted him with a smile. You're still in the mood to joke. It seems everything is fine. Wu Xiaofeng glanced at Jianghua and said unhappily, but he felt relieved in his heart. It's just a small beast tide, what can happen? Jianghua curled his lips, then called Wu Xiaofeng aside and told him about the affairs of the Tang and Shu families. After hearing this, Wu Xiaofeng's face immediately darkened and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. What a Tang family! I warned them, but now they are so ungrateful. It seems the Tang family has no reason to exist anymore. As for the Chu family, that little girl is quite calculating. Old man Chu gave birth to a good granddaughter, so it seems she needs to be punished. With a cold snort, Wu Xiaofeng said, Okay, I know what happened. I'll take care of it. You go back first and wait until I deal with the beast tide. Hey, no, let me come with you. We can't miss such a good opportunity to train ourselves to deal with the beast tide. Jianghua shouted hurriedly. No, you are too weak. What are you doing? Adjutant Li, send this kid back to the city. Wu Xiaofeng said without hesitation. He waved his hand and the officer came over immediately. Master Jiang, the order is here, please don't make things difficult for me. The officer smiled bitterly, but did not attack Jianghua directly. Old man, you are arbitrary and dictatorial. Are you still a brother? Jianghua shouted. Wu Xiaofeng ignored him and walked out. Jianghua was helpless and curled his lips. He can only return to the city with Zhang Yang under the escort of the officers. Brother Jiang, I think what Guild President Wu said is right. The beast tide is truly terrifying. We are so weak and infirm, so we should not join in the fun. We should go home and have a good rest. Come to think of it, I did manage to kill that saber-toothed tiger this time, a level 1, level 5 beast. I'm a genius indeed. Zhang Yang was muttering to himself, but Jianghua was absent-minded. How could he miss such a good opportunity? That was a beast tide. If he were alone, he wouldn't dare to do anything about it, but now there is an army in front of him, so can't he just take advantage of it? There is no danger in hiding behind and shooting arrows from behind. If you can kill a few exotic beasts with high power with your own hands, not to mention a lot, as long as there is a 10,000-fold critical hit, wouldn't that be a few S-level pets? Just look at the Silver Moon Wolf King and you will know. Although he is not as good as Michael and Medusa, his improvement on Jianghua's strength is also extremely huge. There are also countless soul crystals, which is a great opportunity to pick up a bargain. When the army was clearing the beast tide, they had no time to harvest these soul crystals. Those that fell on the ground were all money. Picking up one coin can earn you thousands of dollars, which is faster than robbing a bank. Who can stand this? Moreover, Jianghua now has more and more pets, and their strength will increase faster and faster, which requires a lot of money to purchase resources. Thinking about this, Jianghua had already made up his mind. Glancing at the officers returning to the city, Jianghua said to Zhang Yang, go to the Awakener Guild and submit your mission first. I'll go look around somewhere else. Oh, okay. Zhang Yang nodded innocently, turned around and left, but after taking a few steps he came back and looked at Jianghua suspiciously. That's not right, Brother Jiang, you're not planning to sneak out of the city to deal with the beast tide, are you? Wow, this kid has become smarter today. Jianghua rolled his eyes in his heart and said unhappily, what the hell? Are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, I'll shoot you in the face. No, 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 I'm leaving. Brother Jiang, please be careful. Zhang Yang shrank his head, not daring to ask any more questions, and ran away in a hurry. After Zhang Yang left, Zhang Hua found an empty alley and summoned Michael. His huge wings spread out, space ripples appeared, and the two disappeared without a trace. Outside the city, a large number of troops were heading towards Yuelu Mountain, followed by many hunters who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Even many awakened people in the city who heard the news and were confident in their own strength ran out, ready to get involved. Most of these people were confident in their own strength. Some of them were at least at the 5th level of the 2nd stage, but most of them were afraid and scared. Can Huang fled into the city. The army and the awakened ones, a group of people numbering thousands, marched towards Yuelu Mountain in a mighty manner, looking quite powerful. Meanwhile, in Yuelu Mountain, the riot of strange beasts has subsided at this moment, and a large number of strange beasts have gathered together, with the number reaching nearly 10,000. They no longer attacked each other, but stood in an orderly manner, as if waiting for orders. Among them, there were actually 10 4th-level strange beasts standing in front of the team. Each of them was more than 10 meters in size and extremely ferocious. In particular, there was a python with a golden body, which was 30 meters in size and had reached the 4th stage and 10th level of cultivation. It was only one step away from breaking through to the 5th stage. Above its head, there was a giant eagle surrounded by lightning. Its wingspan reached 20 meters. Its cultivation was not much weaker than that of the golden python. It was perched above the sky, blocking out the sun. It was surrounded by thunder, and the roaring thunder resounded through the sky. Level 4 is already considered very strong in Jiangcheng City. It's not that there are no level 5 exotic beasts in Yuelu Mountain, but the exotic beasts that have reached that level will not be affected by the mere beast-attracting incense. But even if they are not level 5, the destructive power of these 10 level 4 beasts alone is extremely terrifying. If they are allowed to rush into the city, the damage they will cause can be imagined. Zhang Hua stood on the top of a big tree, looking at these strange beasts from a long distance, and was amazed. You know, among humans, ordinary awakeners must at least awaken B-level talent to reach the 4th level. To cultivate to the 4th level, it would take more than 10 years. After all, not everyone has Zhang Hua's incredible cultivation speed. Among the millions of people in Jiangcheng, the proportion of 4th level awakeners is not high. The reason is that the probability of a genius emerging in a small city is too low. However, what made Zhang Hua somewhat dissatisfied was that the stats on the heads of each of these 10 4th-order beasts were not high, with the highest being only 100 times. Even if the critical hit was converted, it would not be of much use. Michael, how is it? Can you find the disaster beast? Zhang Hua asked Michael beside him. Disaster beast is a special name for the king beast that can control the beast tide. Because they can control the beast tide and bring great disasters to mankind, they are called disaster beasts. Generally, when a beast tide breaks out, humans will try to kill the disaster beasts first. As long as the disaster beasts are killed, the remaining beasts will soon collapse without command. Although the 10 4th-level strange beasts were terrifyingly powerful, none of them was a disaster beast, so the disaster beast must have been hiding. A faint golden light flickered in Michael's pupils. He scanned the beast tide and shook his head. There are too many of them, and they're too far away. I haven't spotted them yet. But as long as they get within a certain distance, I'll be able to sense them immediately. Then we can only wait a little longer. Zhang Hua nodded. To accurately lock onto the disaster beast among tens of thousands of strange beasts is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is indeed difficult. Moreover, we still don't know what kind of disaster beast it is or what abilities it has. If it has some special abilities, even Michael would find it difficult to discover them. As the two were talking, the beast tide suddenly rioted. The huge thunder eagle suddenly let out a sharp cry that pierced the sky, and then its huge body flapped its wings and swooped down, rushing towards Jiangcheng. Behind him, a large number of flying beasts also roared out. Red-eyed crows, demon bats, colorful-tailed butterflies, and red-feathered golden roosters all followed the thunder eagle and rushed towards Jiangcheng. Roar! Then the golden python roared and rushed out, and the entire forest was in chaos. Thousands of strange beasts trampled on the earth and galloped forward. The entire ground shook as if an earthquake had occurred. Roar, 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 roar. The roars of beasts shook the sky, and countless strange beasts rushed out of the mountains and forests, charging towards the army in a mighty force. Above their heads, the sky suddenly darkened, and dark clouds covered the city, like a doomsday scene. Everyone, get ready. 1st Battalion, machine gun fire, artillery bombardment. 2nd Battalion, everyone summon your pets. Defense and strength pets will be in the front, and the others will provide support from the side. Those who have the ability to fly, those who are awakened at level 4 or above, follow me into the air and stop the flying beasts. 3, 2, 1, attack. The commander roared, and the battle began instantly. Day. Machine guns roared, bullet casings flew, and the powerful firepower instantly covered the group of alien beasts. Thermal weapons were still effective against some low-level alien beasts. Their fur and shells had not evolved to the point where they could ignore bullets. Under the dense firepower coverage, hundreds of strange beasts rushing in the front were instantly shot into sieves, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The scene was extremely cruel. Roar! The golden python roared, and its huge body rushed out. Its golden scales ignored the bullets and rushed straight towards the army. Fire, the commander shouted, waving his hand down. Boom, 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 boom. The barrel retracted, and the huge shell, with a tail flame and a string of black smoke, blasted towards the golden python. Boom! The shells landed accurately on the golden python, and a violent explosion sounded instantly. The horrific impact tore the surrounding ground and trees apart. An extremely huge pit appeared on the ground, and thick smoke billowed out, blocking the view. Everyone stared at the billowing smoke ahead, hoping that the golden python would be killed by the artillery shells. But in the end, they were destined to be disappointed. Roar! Chapter 21 The Kind-Hearted Young Master. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and the golden python rushed out from the billowing smoke. The luster of its golden scales was dull, but there was no scar on its body. This giant golden python can even ignore artillery bombardment. There was a hint of blood in its cold vertical pupils, and its eyes were full of crazy bloodlust. It was obvious that this round of artillery bombardment had completely enraged this terrifying beast. A huge body soared into the sky, nearly 30 meters long, and the giant golden python roared demonstratively, opening its bloody mouth. Its monstrous ferocity scared everyone so much that their faces turned pale. Then the huge figure suddenly rushed towards everyone. Hurry, send the 4th level awakeners to take over. We can't let it attack the army formation. The commander shouted immediately. In the team, several awakened people rushed out, summoned their contracted creatures, and quickly rushed towards the golden python. But before they could make a move, a burly figure descended from the sky. Wu Xiaofeng had a cold expression on his face and stepped on the air. The pressure of a 6th level strong man emanated from him, which frightened the golden python so much that it stopped in its tracks. It roared repeatedly and made threatening sounds, but Wu Xiaofeng remained unmoved. He rushed out suddenly with his hands raised high. Thunder condensed in the palm of his hand, and the blazing lightning shone brightly, like a small sun, attracting everyone's attention. Palm thunder! He pressed his palm down suddenly, hitting the head of the golden python. The terrifying thunder erupted instantly, chains of lightning scattered in all directions, and a storm of destruction swept across. The golden python's head exploded like a watermelon, thunder traveled throughout its body, and terrifying lightning penetrated its body. The huge body of the golden python spontaneously combusted without fire. Its scales, flesh, and bones were all burned to charcoal by the terrifying thunder at this moment. Bang! The huge corpse fell to the ground with a loud noise, and everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Wu! President Wu, this is too strong. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Such a terrifying golden python was even powerless against cannonballs and was killed instantly by Wu Xiaofeng with one strike. With just one move, not even a complete body was left. The aroma of barbecue was so fragrant that we could start eating right on the spot. How can I describe it with just one word? Strong. Zheng Hua's eyes widened. Damn it! This old man is acting so arrogant again. Wu Xiaofeng maintained a masterful demeanor, towering in the air with his hands behind his back. He said in a deep voice, "Attack! The cannon fodder in front is dead. The beasts behind are useless to firearms. Everyone, summon the alien races, command the pets, and kill." Yes. At the command, everyone responded enthusiastically and rushed out roaring. In the era of spiritual energy revival, it is everyone's nature to admire the strong. Wu Xiaofeng's domineering appearance undoubtedly boosted everyone's morale. Kill! The awakened ones and the beast tide collided with each other in an instant, and the fighting became fierce. TSK tisk, it's time for me to go up too. Jianhua waved his hand, and countless pets were released, rushing towards the back of the beast tide. At the same time, he swooped down from the treetop and rushed into the crowd in an instant. Hey bro, let me help you. Jianhua shouted, and the silver moon blade in his hand flew out, killing the half-dead monster in front of an awakened person with one blow. Ding, kill the man-faced demon spider, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the ghostly demon spider. Cool. The guy in front of me looked confused. He always felt like he was being robbed of monsters and kills in a game, but there was no experience point gained from killing monsters. He gave Jianhua a strange look, then turned around to deal with another strange beast. TSK, you didn't even say thank you, you have no manners. Jianhua curled his lips and turned to see a monkey-like beast in front of another young man with a big 10086 on its head. His eyes suddenly lit up. Handsome man, spare the beast. I'm here to help you. Jianhua yelled, frightening the young man so much that before he could react, the silver moonblade in Jianhua's hand had already flown out. Phew! Blood splattered and a pleasant system prompt sounded. Ding, killing the ghost claw monkey, triggering a 10086x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the six-armed ape. A level pet, not bad, this wave is good. Jianhua was very satisfied and thanked China Mobile for the gift. You're crazy. The young man cursed and glared at Jianhua fiercely, but another strange beast had already come to kill him, so he didn't bother to argue with Jianhua and immediately went to meet it. Jianhua didn't care. His eyes moved and soon he set his eyes on the strange beast in front of the young lady. It was a second-level, third-level rock turtle with extremely strong defense. The young lady was only at the second level, and her pet was not good at fighting, so the fight was extremely difficult. Jianhua was watching anxiously from the side and couldn't help but shout, "Come on, little sister, go ahead and kill it, hit its head, hit its legs, attack its weak points, oh, can you do it?" The young lady rolled her eyes angrily and said, "If you can do it, go ahead." Good. Jianhua raised his hand, and a spiritual light bloomed in his palm. The sharp moonblade spun at high speed and suddenly slammed down, pressing hard on the back of the rock turtle. Bang! The moonblade exploded, and the sharp cutting force was poured in. The Pancher turtle's body exploded and was cut into pieces, dying on the spot. Young lady? You are so powerful and you don't fight, but you keep yelling at me to fight you? Are you sick? Facing the young lady's murderous gaze, Jianhua chuckled, "Young lady, I'm known as a kind-hearted young man in the martial arts world. I always do good deeds without leaving my name. No need to thank me. Bye. Who wants to thank you? Get lost." Jianhua turned a deaf ear to the roar of the young lady behind him and rushed out again, running to another place. Don't be afraid, old man. I'm here to help you. Miss, I am not very talented, but I am willing to lend a hand. On the battlefield, a figure jumped up and down, wandering around the battlefield, taking action from time to time, killing strange beasts one after another, causing many people to roll their eyes. But after a while, they miraculously discovered that the pressure of resisting the strange beasts was reduced a lot. Although the annoying figure was a bit mean, the strange beasts killed were all powerful or had special abilities. With his help, it really worked, saving many people from death and stopping the beast tide. For a moment, the eyes looking at Jianhua softened a lot, and no one scolded him anymore. Jianhua smiled slightly. Although he was robbing monsters and heads, he did not act recklessly. In addition to killing some monsters with large stats, he also solved a lot of troubles and saved many people. At the same time, Jianhua was frantically fleecing the sheep and killing strange beasts. In the rear, some small-sized strange beasts suddenly appeared among the beast tide. They mixed in with the strange beasts, jumping up and down like river fire, collecting the soul crystals condensed on the dead strange beasts. The flying squirrel was extremely fast, its body moving like a shadow among the beasts, and no other strange beasts could get close to it. The little eyes rolled around and appeared on the corpse of a strange beast. It raised its little claws and grabbed a soul crystal in its hand. Then his figure flashed and appeared in the next place in an instant, holding the second soul crystal in his hand. Jianhua has hundreds of pets of all types, and this wave of collection has brought him hundreds of them. Moreover, the strange beasts in the beast tide have all been eliminated, and the remaining ones are almost all above the 5th level of the first stage. They are quite powerful, and the soul crystals condensed by them are naturally more valuable. There are hundreds of them in a wave. Even if we calculate them at the lowest price of 5,000 per piece, it would be over 1,000,000. Moreover, with such a good opportunity, how could they collect only one wave? The pets moved very quickly, continuously collecting soul crystals, gathering them together, and then began the second wave of collection. 1, 2, 3. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The flying squirrel squeaked and chuckled excitedly as it held a handful of soul crystals in its little paws. It's so much money, there is no greater joy than picking up money. All the pets worked together and fulfilled their duties to earn a lot of wealth for Jianhua. Michael wandered among the beast tide, constantly searching for disaster beasts. The pressure brought by the divine creature made these strange beasts that were not in a state of chaos dare not attack him. Suddenly, Michael's eyes focused, he sensed a special breath, his golden pupils glowed faintly, and he scanned the surroundings. Soon, Michael locked onto a small fox in the beast tide. The fox was extremely small, probably only the size of an ordinary mouse, with gray fur all over its body, which made it look extremely inconspicuous. However, it had a third eye strangely growing between its eyebrows. Its eyes were quite smart, with a human-like glint in them. It hid under a black panther, with its tail wrapped around the panther's neck and hanging on it. The three-eyed evil fox found it. Michael's eyes flashed, and he instantly locked onto the strange beast. He was extremely certain in his heart that this was the disaster beast that controlled the beast tide. Moreover, the strength of this strange beast was not too strong, only level 3. Thinking of Jiang was ordered to kill the strange beast with his own hands, Michael did not take action directly, but informed Jiang Hui of the news of the disaster beast through the connection of the contract. The disaster beast, such a powerful thing, its critical hit multiplier should be quite high. Jiang Hui's eyes flashed, and then he looked around. Seeing that the situation was under control, he smiled immediately. I'm done, time to get off work and go collect some extra cash. Jiang Hui casually swung out a few silver moon blades, retreated, and kept some distance. Angel wings appeared behind him and he flew away quickly. Chapter 22 Trap, Underground Sandworm. Roar. Flying over the vast tide of beasts, the strange beasts below kept roaring, and some ferocious ones kept jumping up and trying to attack Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui was not afraid at all. With a wave of his hand, a large number of pets appeared. All the attacks were blocked by the pets, and Jiang Hui was unharmed. From time to time, you can find time to kill a few exotic beasts and replenish the number of pets after transformation. Soon, Jiang Hui relied on this method to advance alone into the deep of the beast tide and came to the rear of the beast tide and met Michael. The two landed on the top of a large tree. Michael pointed in the direction of the beast tide and said, "Master, look over there. The disaster beast is a three-eyed evil fox. The one hanging on the black panther's neck is it." Jiang Hui followed the guidance and quickly locked onto the black panther in the beast tide. It was dressed in pitch black and was too conspicuous. There was also a little fox hanging around its neck. Such a combination was hard not to attract attention. However, the reason why Jiang Hui locked onto them so quickly was not because of their appearance, but because of the long string of numbers above their heads. There is a big 6666 on the black panther's head, and a string of 282,828 on the little fox's head. One is more than 6,000 times, and the other is more than 200,000 times. They stand out among a bunch of pets that only have dozens or hundreds of them. Jiang Hui's eyes lit up immediately. Just based on the numbers of the two of you, I can't let you go even if you are not disaster beasts. A three-eyed evil fox of the first level of the third order, a spiritual beast, a black magic leopard of the fifth level of the third order, extremely fast, and masters the energy of Gengjin. Michael, how about it? Can you deal with it? Jiang Hui asked. Master, no problem. Mental skills have no effect on me. As for speed. Michael flapped the angel wings behind him, the meaning was self-evident. As the god of angels, in charge of the sky, how could he lose to a leopard in terms of speed? You know, even the speed of a flying squirrel cannot match that of Michael. Okay, then go ahead. Just cripple it, and leave it to me to kill it in the end. Also, be careful, the psychic beast is a disaster beast, and its IQ is extremely high, no less than that of humans. Be careful of traps. Jiang Hui reminded. Don't worry, my lord. Michael nodded, suddenly drew out a two-handed sword, and rushed towards the three-eyed evil fox in the beast tide. Squeak! The three-eyed evil fox hiding in the beast tide suddenly squeaked, seeming to be very panicked, but a hint of human cunning flashed in its eyes. When Michael approached, it suddenly let out a low growl. When the black magic leopard heard the sound, it instantly fled with the three-eyed evil fox. Its figure was like an afterimage, shuttled out, and escaped from the spot in a breath. And on the ground where it was originally located, the earth exploded with a loud bang, earth and rocks flew everywhere, and a huge caterpillar-like beast suddenly emerged from the ground. The huge body is tens of meters long, and its whole body is earth yellow. The body is wriggling in sections, and the mouthparts on the top are ferocious, and there seem to be saw teeth in the mouth, which is quite scary. The sky was filled with yellow sand, forming a tornado around it. The howling wind swept dozens of strange beasts around it into the sky and smashed them down heavily. The ferocious and powerful force was extremely terrifying. This turned out to be a fourth order, fifth level underground sandworm. Its huge body and powerful strength were no weaker than the 10 fourth order alien beasts leading the beast tide. Even Michael was blocked for a moment. The two-handed sword in his hand was swung on the body of the underground sandworm, but it was bounced away and did not cause any damage to it. Squeak! Seeing this scene, the three-eyed evil fox made an excited cry. In fact, it had noticed Michael and Jiang Huo a long time ago. As the leader of the beast tide, it had long guessed that humans would come to carry out a decapitation operation, so it specially ambushed them and even used itself as bait to lure Jiang Huo and Michael to attack. Seeing that Michael had been fooled, it was naturally very excited. Jiang Huo looked at this scene, but the corners of his mouth rose. As expected, he guessed right. This fox had set an ambush. But a mere fourth order worm is a bit too much of an insult to me. You have a trump card, but I don't have one. Jiang Huo waved his hand, and in the flickering light, the figure of Medusa emerged. She was wearing a black gauze dress, her curvy figure was faintly visible, her slender waist was swaying, and her white jade-like feet stepped on the ground as she slowly walked out. As soon as she appeared, Medusa's attention was attracted by the battle in front. Her eyes swept over the underground sandworms and quickly focused on Michael, her brows slightly furrowed. A being that is not weaker than me, how could there be so many powerful creatures around the Lord? Before she could figure it out, Jiang Huo's voice came, Medusa, cooperate with Michael and kill this big bug. Don't tell me that you 2 SSS level can't even deal with a 4th level monster. He. Medusa covered her mouth and chuckled, then her expression quickly turned cold and she rushed out. Master, you're joking. I'm just a bedbug. I'm enough for one person. An icy sound was heard, and as Medusa rushed forward, her body shape changed rapidly. A huge snake tail grew out from behind her, and in the blink of an eye it became tens of meters long, which was even larger than the underground sandworm. Her figure soared into the air, and her huge snake tail was raised high, then swung down angrily. Boom! Tens of thousands of pounds of force whizzed down, shattering the space and smashing hard into the underground sandworm, knocking it thousands of meters away. Wherever it passed, the ground exploded, trees broke, and a large number of strange beasts were smashed and flew backwards, vomiting blood. Oh my goodness, so brutal. Jiang Huo was shocked by such a violent scene. Medusa was still Medusa after all. Her ferocity was unmatched. Michael also raised his eyelids slightly, a little surprised, but his face soon darkened, because after this attack, Medusa turned around and gave him a provocative look. He knew that this woman was deliberately competing with him, wanting to show off in front of her master in order to win his favor. They are all Jiang Huo's subordinates. If they perform well, they will naturally be valued more by Jiang Huo. Thinking of this, Michael felt a surge of unwillingness to admit defeat. As a fellow divine creature, with his seraph's power, how could he lose to a snake woman? God's domain, sword of judgment. With the two-handed sword raised in his hands and held in front of his chest, Michael's expression was solemn and sacred, his eyes were firm and deep, and endless golden light rose from his body, as if the rising sun leaped into the sky. Golden light shone down, and Michael's aura suddenly surged. In that instant, he seemed to have shed all his shackles, broken free from the rules, and returned to the top, returning to the throne of the angel god. High above, don't look too closely. The next moment, Michael swung the sword in his hand violently, like a god swinging a butcher knife. Buzz! A violent sword sound rang out, a brilliant golden light burst out, and a cross-shaped slash shot out, instantly imprinted on the underground sandworm like a meteor. Boom! The huge body exploded with a loud bang, and the sticky green liquid spilled all over the ground. The underground sandworm died. A 4th order, 5th level exotic beast, killed instantly with one strike. Ha! Michael let out a long breath, the golden light on his body receding. He slowly floated down, opened his arms, and a stream of pure and powerful energy emerged from the underground sandworm and poured into Michael's body. Michael's body suddenly shook, and his cultivation level suddenly broke through, reaching the 10th level of the first stage. He was only one step away from breaking through to the second stage. At the same time, the feedback from the contracted creature was also poured into Jianghua's body, and Jianghua's cultivation level also jumped up and broke through to the 8th level of the first stage. From awakening to today, it has only been 2 days, and his cultivation has risen from the 3rd level of the first stage to the 8th level of the first stage, rising 5 small realms in a row. This speed is simply astonishing. Jianghua was very satisfied and praised him generously. "Michael, you did a great job." Michael nodded slightly and said respectfully, "Thank you for the praise, my lord." Then he glanced at Medusa lightly without saying a word. Medusa's eyelids twitched and her face darkened. She snorted coldly, and her huge body suddenly jumped out, rushing towards the black magic leopard and the three-eyed evil fox, ready to kill the disaster beasts and regain her face. This action immediately frightened the three-eyed evil fox so much that it screamed. It had not expected that these two humans with wings and snake tails were so terrifying that they could even kill the underground sandworms so quickly. This time, it was really scared, and it kept making sharp cries. In an instant, the surrounding beasts rioted, their eyes turned scarlet, and they pounced madly towards Medusa and Michael. Jianghua watched the scene with a sneer in his eyes, realizing that the three-eyed evil fox had run out of tricks. He immediately waved his hand and a large number of pets emerged. Groups of snakes, wolves, monkeys, insects, and hundreds of pets also rushed forward madly. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle in an instant. With the obstruction of the pets, Medusa and Michael were free to chase the three-eyed evil fox again. Squeak! The three-eyed evil fox was extremely anxious, and despair was revealed in its human-like eyes. Suddenly, it saw Jianghua standing on the top of the tree, and its eyes lit up. It was smart and knew that all pets, including the two half-human, half-beast monsters, were controlled by Jianghua, a human. So, as long as Jianghua is killed, will these people stop chasing it? Squeak! It suddenly swung its tail and jumped onto the back of the black magic leopard. It patted the black magic leopard's head, and the black magic leopard immediately turned around and rushed towards Jianghua. The black magic panther was extremely fast, weaving through the tide of beasts and quickly approaching Jianghua. As the distance was shortened to 100 meters, the three-eyed evil fox squeaked excitedly. 100 meters is the distance that its spiritual skills can attack. The three-eyed evil fox stood up and stood on the head of the black magic leopard, staring at Jianghua with his eyes. The crack between his eyebrows suddenly opened, and the third eye was revealed. TSK, what a good plan. But, little guy, you've picked the wrong opponent. Jianghua chuckled and looked at the three-eyed evil fox without fear. At the moment when the three-eyed evil fox launched a mental attack, Jianghua's eyes suddenly lit up, and his black and white pupils instantly turned into emerald green, transforming into a pair of strange snake pupils. Chapter 23 Kill the disaster beast and gain huge rewards. Eye contact. A pink light shot out from the scarlet pupils of the three-eyed evil fox, and a gray light lit up in Jianghua's strange snake pupils. In an instant, the three-eyed evil fox screamed, and blood oozed from its eyes and ears. It was obvious that it had suffered a huge mental shock. What was even more terrifying was that a layer of gray spread from its eyes down its body. Its entire face, head, neck, and torso were all covered in gray. Its body was frozen and petrified in place. Even the black magic panther under it was petrified and turned into a gray stone sculpture. The two stone sculptures were strangely frozen in place, even retaining the movements they made when they were alive. It was extremely terrifying and creepy. Ding! Killed the black magic panther, triggering a 6666x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the Thunder Panther. Ding! Killed the three-eyed evil fox, triggering a 282828x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the nine-tailed fox. 2828, click and send it. Jianghua clapped his hands. This was a great move. He got another S-level pet. Even the Thunder Leopard was a level. I had been eyeing the nine-tailed fox in Pangu Academy before, but I didn't expect to get one myself now. It's a pity that I can't use the bug. You can't kill your pet and then critically attack it again, otherwise you might end up with a dodgy. Jianghua suddenly remembered a novel he had read in his previous life. I want to sublime and sublime, I choose to strengthen and strengthen. That guy has a bug, it's really cool, but the nine-tailed fox is not bad either. Its bloodline is even stronger than the Silver Moon Wolf King, so its strength should be quite good as well. Moreover, it should be able to bring a very practical skill to the pets and summon creatures under Jianghua. Michael's Holy Light Wings and the Silver Moon Wolf King's Silver Moon Blade are both extremely powerful and have become Jiang Hua's main means of attack. As for Medusa, the scene just now has proved that Jiang Hua used Medusa's signature skill Petrifying Eye. This skill was extremely powerful. Jiang Hua hadn't broken through yet, but with the 7th level of cultivation at the first stage, he was able to petrify and kill 2 3rd-level monsters. If Zhang Yang were here to see this power in effect, he would at least say fuck 18 times. Anyone who sees it will be shocked. Of course, the reason for such an exaggerated effect is also due to Jiang Hua's strong mental power. Whether it is a summoner or a beastmaster, the more talented one is, the stronger the mental power will be. Those who can awaken SSS level talents are all abnormal. Because if your mental strength is not strong, you will not be able to control such a powerful contracted creature. For example, Jiang Hua, because of time travel, the fusion of his soul from the previous life and the soul of this life made him innately possess extremely terrifying mental power and awaken his SSS level talent. As for other SSS level talents, and even awakened ones above S level, each of them has extremely powerful innate mental power. Jiang Hua has contracts with so many pets and summoned creatures, and each one will increase his mental strength, reaching an indescribable level of horror. Jiang Hua initially estimated that his current mental strength was definitely not inferior to that of a 5th-level awakener. Because of this, he was able to counterattack and kill the 3-eyed evil fox, which was already good at attacking. He waved his hand to summon the 9-tailed fox. A white light flashed, and a little fox with fiery red hair and 9 tails came out. It was obviously very intelligent. As soon as it appeared, it jumped directly into Jiang Hua's arms and rubbed Jiang Hua's chin with its head, showing great intimacy. Jiang Hua stroked the little fox's fur with a smile, placed his hand on its head, closed his eyes and sensed it, and soon connected with the 9-tailed fox's skills. Charm, a control-type mental skill, can make the enemy fall into an illusion, lose their mind, and be unable to extricate themselves. If the mental power is strong, it can even control the opponent's actions. Although it was not an offensive mental shock, the effect was also very powerful. Jiang Hua was very satisfied and patted the little fox's head again. Michael and Medusa also rushed over at this time. Medusa did not get the kill and was still a little angry. She stood aside coldly without saying a word. Michael said respectfully, "My lord, the beast is dead, and the beast tide is about to dissipate. Let's leave quickly." "Well, the harvest this time is rich enough, it's time to leave." Jiang Hua nodded and glanced down. Because of the death of the disaster beast, the beast tide has begun to become agitated without the control of its leader, and some strange beasts have begun to flee in all directions. I believe that the beast tide will dissipate in less than half an hour. After all, it is just a small beast tide. With the full defense of the garrison, it cannot threaten Jiangcheng. What's more, with Wu Xiaofeng, a 6th-level expert, in charge, it is foolproof. Without looking again, Jiang Hua followed Michael to the place where flying squirrels and other beasts collected soul crystals. There was a pile of soul crystals on the ground that formed a small hill. According to preliminary estimates, the value was at least tens of millions. The smile on Jiang Hua's face grew even more intense. "It seems I have to buy a space ring when I get back, otherwise I won't be able to store my money in it." Alas, having too much gain and being too rich is also a kind of trouble. Jiang Hua sighed, peeled off the animal skin and put all the soul crystals into it, waved his hand to put away all the pets, and Michael's space wings spread out. Jiang Hua's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. "Ha! Why did all the strange beasts run away? The beast tide is receding. Ha ha ha, the beast tide has receded. We won." After being stunned for a moment, everyone cheered immediately, with joy and excitement on everyone's face, even though the scale of this beast tide was not large. But that kind of psychological pressure is indescribable. Humans in the new era have a natural fear of beast tides and are terrified at the mere mention of them. I have seen too many tragedies of beast tides destroying human cities. Hundreds of years of painful history and bloody lessons have made this fear engraved in the blood and in the bones of every person. At this moment, the beast tide receded and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even Wu Xiaofeng showed a rare smile on his face. But soon, someone reacted and murmured in surprise, "Why did the beast tide retreat so suddenly?" Yes, generally speaking, when a beast tide attacks a human city, it will be a fight to the death. Unless one of the two sides is destroyed, they will not retreat. Others also asked in confusion. Then there is only one possibility. Someone killed the disaster beast. Only when the disaster beast dies, without the control of the leader, will the beast tide retreat on its own. Someone's eyes sparkled and he made wise remarks. Yes, that's definitely the case, but who killed the disaster beast? We're all here, and we haven't seen anyone heading deeper into the beast tide. Even guild leader Wu didn't go into the mountains and forests, and didn't the army say they couldn't find the disaster beast? Oh, let's not discuss this anymore. It's a good thing that the beast tide has receded. Who cares who killed them? But did you see that little brother just now? He saved my life, and I wanted to thank him, but how come he disappeared in the blink of an eye? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence, a deathly silence. After a long while, someone said weakly, "Just now, I seemed to see that little brother going deeper into the beast tide." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bomb exploding, instantly igniting everyone, and countless people started talking about it. I saw it too. I saw 6 white wings sprout from the little brother's back, and he flew towards the depths of the beast tide. Yes, I saw it too. He was so fast, like a streak of white light, he flew over in a flash. You guys think, could it be that little brother who killed the disaster beast? Silence, deathly silence. It seems, this is the only possibility. Everyone looked at each other, their hearts filled with extreme shock. Single-handedly, he charged into the beast tide, killed the disaster beast, and turned the tide of battle with his own strength, and repelled the entire beast tide. This was really too shocking. Is this really something that a young-looking teenager can do? Everyone was shocked, suspicious, and extremely unbelievable until someone exclaimed, "Ah! I remember now. He was Zhang Hua, a man with SSS-level talent who had awakened the angel god Michael. At the entrance of the Awakener Guild, he killed Tang Wei, the eldest son of the Tang family, with a single sword strike. I was there at the scene. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar again. Fuck, he's Zhang Hua. I've heard of him. Wow, an SSS-level Awakener. The true god is actually by my side. No wonder he dared to go deep into the beast tide alone and successfully killed the disaster beast. If he is an SSS-level super genius, then it makes sense. I just scolded him. I actually scolded an SSS-level Awakener. I'm so awesome." Everyone's gaze instantly changed from confusion and suspicion to sudden enlightenment, and their hearts were filled with awe and envy for Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua's move was too astonishing. Whether it was his talent, strength, or actions, he deserved everyone's respect. Until an angry roar sounded. "Zhang Hua, you little bastard, if I don't teach you a lesson this time, I'll take your last name." Chapter 24 Sadako, Bonding Item. Zhang Hua had no idea that his heroic deeds as a kind-hearted young man had spread, and his true identity had been guessed by others. At this moment, he had returned to the city, carrying a huge package and walking towards the Awakener Guild. There were so many soul crystals that the height of the package was as high as Zhang Hua and could only be dragged on the ground. So his first task now is to buy a space ring, then exchange part of the soul crystals for money, and put the rest into the space ring. Zhang Hua placed an order on his mobile phone for a space ring. When he arrived at the Awakeners Guild, he saw a staff member waiting at the front desk with a beautifully packaged small box in his hand. A space ring of 100 cubic meters cost 2 million, which is quite expensive, but Zhang Hua didn't want to buy a small one, so as to avoid having to replace it in the future, so he just bought one in one go. When paying, Zhang Hua shook the animal skin package in his hand, and soul crystals flowed to the ground, scaring the staff again. After the final inventory, all of Zhang Hua's soul crystals were worth 15 million. After paying 2 million, he converted the remaining half into cash and put the other half into a space ring. Because the transaction amount was huge, the merchant also gave away a small space ring of 3 cubic meters, which was also worth tens of thousands of yuan. Just right for that idiot Zhang Yang. Zhang Hua looked at the huge sum of 6.5 million in his mobile phone account and the pile of soul crystals in his space ring, and walked out of the Awakener Guild with satisfaction. Just as I was about to call Zhang Yang, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding, the evil ghost Xiaofang has volunteered to become the host's contracted creature, triggering a 10,000x critical strike. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoned creature Sadako, who will evolve from Xiaofang and retain her original consciousness. Ding, detected the first time a creature has voluntarily submitted to the host. Obtained the bond item Bloody School Uniform, triggering a 10,000x crit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special bond item Starry Sky Tuxedo. Special reminder, your contracted creature is suffering a critical hit and is about to disintegrate and turn to ashes. Host, please go and rescue it immediately. If the contracted creature dies, this reward will be invalid. Jiang Hua was slightly stunned, and soon his eyes became serious. Evil ghost Xiaofang voluntarily surrendered, blood-stained school uniform. When these nouns came together, Jiang Hua almost instantly thought of the girl who fell to her death and whom he met on the road yesterday. At that time, she was naked and covered with wounds, lying on the street and died miserably. Jiang Hua couldn't bear it, so he took off his school uniform jacket and put it on her. Later, they wanted to catch the murderer, but after the law enforcement team took over, they stopped caring about it. I never thought that the girl would turn into a fierce ghost. This shows how much resentment she had before her death. I can't imagine what kind of inhumane torture she suffered in her life. What Jiang Hua didn't expect was that after the girl transformed into a ghost, she actually voluntarily became his contracted creature. This is extremely rare in the history of Blue Star. Generally, only some people who have raised pets for many years, after they evolve into exotic beasts, will voluntarily become their owner's pets because they already have deep feelings for them. However, such cases are extremely rare. But it is incredible that Jiang would gain such huge rewards because of an unintentional good deed. And more importantly, it actually triggered the bond and obtained the bond item. Bond items are also extremely special in the new century cultivation system and can be understood as equipment in the game. But it doesn't just drop from monsters. It only appears in very, very special circumstances and by chance with an extremely small probability. The probability is roughly equivalent to that you go out and pick up $2, then use the $2 to buy a lottery ticket and win 10 million. Then at this time your company encounters a financial crisis, and this money just happens to solve your crisis and save you from bankruptcy. Just take this probability as an example, it is even smaller than 1 in a billion, so the bound items have another name on Blue Star, called Destiny Equipment. As the gears of fate turn, your fate intersects with that of a certain creature, influencing each other's lives, and a bond item is born. Even SSS-level awakeners may not be able to possess it, which shows how precious it is. Jiang Hua owns Michael and Medusa, but neither of them has ever produced a bound item. Michael's two-handed greatsword is just his weapon, not a bound item. However, if the Empress Li Qingran had not forcibly torn up the contract, the sword should have become a binding item. After all, Li Qingran's existence is too special. She is the Empress of the Qingyun realm, a person who exists in the real world, and she traveled to Blue Star. Jiang Hua is also a traveler. When two time travelers collide, one can imagine what kind of sparks will be created. It's a pity that Li Qingran chose another path, and the bond between him and Jiang Hua was forcibly severed. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but it was only for a moment. Jiang Hua had no time to think about them at this moment. The system prompted that Xiaofang was in danger. If Xiaofang died, then there would be nothing left. Whether it was the system's reward or Jiang Hua's instinctive sympathy for the girl, he couldn't just ignore it. Closing his eyes slightly, Jiang Hua quickly sensed Xiaofang's location based on the connection between him and the contracted creature. Suddenly, 6 huge angel wings opened behind him. Jiang Hua ignored everyone's gazes and soared into the sky, rushing towards the distance, which immediately caused everyone below to exclaim in surprise. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to touch me must die. A sharp light flashed in Jiang Hua's eyes. The connection between him and the contracted creature made him sense that Xiaofang's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and a shrill wail could be heard in his mind. Jiang Hua's anger grew stronger. He accelerated, and accelerated again. The angel's wings cut through the sky and rushed out like a meteor. Soon, Jiang Hua arrived at the West City Industrial Zone and his eyes instantly locked on a huge open-air factory building. Looking down from a long distance, Jiang Hua felt a surge of rage in his heart at a single glance. The boundless murderous intent in his eyes almost became material. In the factory, Xiaofang's body was hung on the beam with a talisman stuck on her forehead, trapping her ghost inside the body. Below, 2 big men in black vests were whipping Xiaofang madly with whips flashing with lightning. The force was so great that the corpse was shaken violently from side to side, with skin torn and flesh flying everywhere, revealing the white bones. Xiaofang's ghost, trapped in the corpse, could clearly feel the intense pain and wailed miserably. Such a horrific scene is simply horrifying. In front of them, there was a young man sitting on the leather sofa with his legs crossed, holding a cigar in his hand, smoking and watching the scene jokingly. Bitch, are you convinced? You still want to kill me? You're just a newly transformed kid, and you dare to come here for revenge? It's a joke. As expected, a fool is a fool. You were stupid when you were alive, and you are even more stupid when you are dead. Do you think you are worthy enough to fight with me? I am the young master of the Tang family. It is your blessing that I fell in love with you. But you are so ungrateful that you dared to jump off the building and turn into a ghost to seek revenge on me. This is the end of you. I tell you, today not only are you going to die, but your family, your parents, and your sister will all die. I will make them die in 10 times more pain than you. How about it? Are you helpless? In pain? Do you want to kill me? Come on, don't you want revenge? I'm standing right here, you kill me, ha ha ha. The young man cursed angrily, stood up, walked to Xiaofang, and laughed mockingly. Inside the corpse, Xiaofang's ghost was stimulated and emitted a huge black aura. She tried to break free, but was whipped back. Boom! Zhang Hua's figure descended from the sky, his voice filled with boundless murderous intent, like the god of death from the 9 nether hell. The Tang family, right? What a great Tang family! Today, I'll take the revenge she couldn't take, and I'll kill the person she couldn't kill. I'm telling you, today, not only will you die, but I will not spare any of you, the entire Tang family, from dying. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hua attacked directly, punching the young master of the Tang family in the face with great force. Ah! Tang Yao screamed and was knocked away. He hit the wall heavily and rolled down. His nose was broken and his face was covered with blood. This is just the beginning. You will suffer more next time. Zhang Hua's face was cold and stern, and the murderous look in his eyes became real. He suddenly clenched his palms, and a two-handed sword appeared in his hands, which he swung down suddenly. Phew! Blood splattered as Tang Yao's right arm broke and was cut off by Zhang Hua's sword. Ah! Tang Yao suddenly let out a more shrill wail, covered his broken arm with his hands, and rolled on the ground. Master! The two big men only reacted at this time, exclaimed, and immediately rushed towards Zhang Hua. Get out! Zhang Hua suddenly turned around, and his fierce eyes instantly shocked the two of them. A purple light flashed in his eyes. Nine-tailed fox, charm skill activated. The two big men's eyes suddenly became blank and they stood there in a daze, but they soon returned to normal. Without saying a word, they walked to Tang Yao's side and lifted him up roughly. Ah! What are you doing? You two losers, kill him quickly, kill him, send me to the hospital, quickly, ah! Tang Yao let out a heart-wrenching wail and shouted loudly. But the two big men turned a deaf ear to them and instead carried Tang Yao in front of Zhang Hua. You should also feel the despair. Zhang Hua's voice was extremely cold, and he raised the sword in his hand again. No. No, I beg you, no, ah! The long sword swung down, breaking Tang Yao's left arm. He fell to the ground instantly, and his head hit the ground heavily. No, don't go on. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, let me go. Let me go. I will change. I promise to be a good person in the future. I promise I won't do such a thing again. Let me go. Let me go this time. Tang Yao begged for mercy frantically, his eyes full of fear. Chapter 25 Kill Tang Tian and destroy the Tang family. Ha, wrong? You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die and you're scared. I said I would make you feel despair, and I always keep my word. Zhang Hua sneered, raised the sword in his hand without hesitation, and slashed down again. Left leg, right leg, Tang Yao's legs were broken at the root and blood was flowing out. Tang Yao did not scream anymore, he had fainted from the pain, but Zhang Hua would not let him go so easily. Such a scum should be tortured to death in the 18 levels of hell. He must pay the price for his sins, blood debt with blood. Hang him up and beat him. Beat him until he dies. Zhang Hua gave the order, and two big men immediately hung Tang Yao up and lashed him fiercely with whips that flashed like thunder in their hands. Ah! Ah! It hurts so much, let me go, I won't dare to do it again, ah! The severe pain woke Tang Yao up, but he fainted again, woke up again, and fainted again, over and over again. He finally felt Xiaofang's pain. Zhang Hua's eyes were cold and without any sympathy. He flew up and rescued Xiaofang. He removed the talisman on her forehead and Xiaofang's ghost immediately came out. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes were bloodshot, and she was filled with a tremendous amount of resentment. As soon as she came out, she roared and pounced madly at Tang Yao. Sharp claws pierced the eyes, the mouth bit the flesh, crazy revenge, crazy venting. Zhang Hua watched this scene quietly, letting Xiaofang vent her anger for a full half hour, until Tang Yao was completely dead and his body was mutilated beyond recognition. Only then did Xiaofang stop. But after the resentment dissipated, her spirit gradually faded. Jiang Hui immediately took out several high-level soul crystals and gave them to Xiaofang to absorb. Only then did Xiaofang's condition stabilize. At the same time, a faint light flickered on her body, and she began to evolve into Sadako. This process would last for some time. Jiang Hui waved his hand and put it into the summoning space. Next, it's the Tang family's turn. Let's settle all the old and new grudges together. The murderous intent in Jiang Hui's eyes remained unchanged. He looked back and waved his hand. Dozens of pet beasts rushed out and devoured Tang Yao and the two big men. He strode out of the factory. As soon as he walked out of the factory, a figure fell from the sky. It was Wu Xiaofeng. He followed Jiang Hui and witnessed everything. He admired Jiang Hui's ruthless methods. Boy, you did a good job. Let's go. I will accompany you to destroy the Tang family. Wu Xiaofeng said this domineeringly, with an understated tone, as if destroying the Tang family was as simple as slapping a mosquito to death. After saying that, he waved his hand and took Jiang Hui into the air, flying towards the Tang family. Rumble. Thunder roared, the wind blew violently, the wind started to blow, and the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds are gathering and a storm is about to come. At this moment, in the Tang family, Tang Tian, the head of the Tang family, had just received the news that the beast tide had receded, and immediately sent people to inquire about Jiang Hui's death. However, he was told that Jiang Hui was not dead. Not only that, he was flying freely over the city, and countless people witnessed this scene. Tang Tianqi was almost killed. He spent a huge amount of money and finally created a tide of beasts, but he couldn't kill Jiang Hui. You're all trash. You can't even handle a mere first-level awakener. What use do I have for you? Tang Tian was furious. He slammed the table and cursed at his subordinates, the Tang family guards. The subordinates knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, lowering their heads and not daring to breathe. After a long while, he finally calmed down. A hint of viciousness flashed across his cold eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "No, we can't just let this go. Go to the black market and find me the Wild Wolf mercenary group. Within 3 days, I want to hear the news of Jiang Hui's death. If you can't do that, you don't have to come back. Get out." Patriarch Tang is really angry. However, I'm afraid you won't have this chance again. In less than 3 days, today, I will send you to see the King of Hell. The cold words rang out like thunder, clearly spreading to every corner of the Tang family. Countless people looked up in shock and saw Wu Xiaofeng and Jiang Hui floating in the sky. Tang Tian's heart was immediately shocked. He stared at the two figures in the sky, and his heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He never thought that Wu Xiaofeng would appear here, and brought Jiang Hui with him. The meaning was self-evident. Facing Wu Xiaofeng, he was terrified from the bottom of his heart. This old man had been in Jiangcheng for 10 years, but no one knew his background yet. All we know is that when he first came 10 years ago, he killed a 6th-level monster with one move, and he didn't even summon the contracted creature. Such terrifying strength has suffocated the 5 major families in Jiangcheng, and has also made Jiangcheng extremely peaceful in the past 10 years. All forces in Jiangcheng, led by the 5 major families, dare not make any big moves. At this moment, Wu Xiaofeng was staring at him. Just standing there without making any movement made him feel tremendous pressure, and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. His eyes flickered, his expression changed several times, but he finally forced a smile, cupped his hands, and said in a silly way, "President Wu, long time no see. How did you find time to visit the Tang family today? I don't quite understand what you said just now. Is there any misunderstanding? Could you please come down and talk? Let's talk openly. Oh, you're about to die, and you're still struggling? How fucking hypocritical. You're worthy of being an old fellow. You're much more shameless than your 2 sons. Jiang Hui said sarcastically with disdain. Boy, what did you say? Tang Tian was immediately furious. He could tolerate being scolded by Wu Xiaofeng, but why did Jiang Hui, a mere junior, dare to ride on his head and shit on him? What's more, Jiang Hui killed his son and now came to his house in a show of force, which made him even more furious. Tang Tian stared at Jiang Hui intently, his eyes filled with resentment. He said sinisterly, "President Wu, is this how you teach your disciples? How can he interrupt when his elders are talking? It's not your turn to tell me how to teach my apprentice. Besides, do you deserve to be called an elder?" Wu Xiaofeng sneered, not giving any face at all. After he finished speaking, he didn't want to waste any more words. He suddenly raised his hand, and a terrifying lightning was brewing in his palm. The Tang family used beast-attracting incense to control the beast tide and attack Jiangcheng. This is a major taboo for the human race and is considered a traitor to the human race. Their crime is tantamount to rebellion. As the president of the Awakened Guild, I hereby sentence all 9 members of the Tang family to death. Wu Xiaofeng shouted loudly, and the sound rolled, spreading throughout the entire Jiangcheng along with spiritual power. In an instant, Jiangcheng was in an uproar, with countless people talking about it and shocked. The Tang family, one of the 5 great families, actually controlled the beast tide and tried to attack Jiangcheng. Chairman Wu even directly declared that all 9 clans of the Tang family must be exterminated and the Tang family must be destroyed. Such explosive news was like a nuclear bomb exploding, plunging the entire Jiangcheng into endless shock and causing a huge uproar. At this moment, the thunder in Wu Xiaofeng's hand had already brewed to its peak. The dazzling lightning illuminated the sky and reflected below, illuminating the pale faces of every member of the Tang family, their eyes full of fear and despair. Tang Tian never expected that Wu Xiaofeng would be so cruel that he would destroy the Tang family just because of a disagreement. After realizing what was happening, he immediately flew into a rage. Seeing Wu Xiaotian about to attack, he instantly soared into the air and charged towards Wu Xiaofeng, yelling, "Wu Xiaofeng, you dare! Heh, in this Jiangcheng, there's nothing I dare not do. Since you're so anxious to die, I'll send you on your way first." With a cold snort, Wu Xiaofeng suddenly pressed down his palm, and terrifying thunder took shape in his palm. Waves of spiritual power fluctuations that made all the strong men in Jiangcheng change their faces drastically spread out, causing the surrounding void to collapse continuously. Finally, the terrifying thunder transformed into a huge blue-purple beam of light, which shot out like a laser, tearing through the sky and slamming towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's face was filled with horror. The aura of death that hit him made his pupils shrink to the size of a needle tip. Horrible, too terrifying. How could a 6th-level awakener have such terrifying strength? I can't stop it. I can't stop it at all. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Ah, black-armored turtle, 2-headed wolf, I'm sorry. A crazy scream came out of Tang Tian's mouth, his eyes were bloodshot, and in extreme fear, he summoned his 2 strongest pets to stand in front of him. Faced with the threat of death, he was ready to sacrifice his pets, including his own pet, to block the attack. The next moment, the lightning beam hit the black-armored turtle hard. The turtle beast, which was famous for its defensive ability, couldn't hold on for even a second. Its shell shattered and was directly pierced by the lightning beam. Then came the 2-headed wolf, whose body was pierced through by the lightning beam without any hindrance. The 2 6th-level pets died on the spot. But the lightning beam still did not end, and the remaining power hit Tang Tian hard. Tang Tian was suddenly struck by lightning, his face turned pale in an instant, and with a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was blown back violently, and he was thousands of meters away in the sky. But he looked ecstatic. He blocked the attack and didn't die. He didn't die. Ha 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 ha. Well. The next moment, the smile on his face suddenly froze, and a big sword suddenly pierced his chest from behind. The sharp blade pierced from the front of his chest, and blood dripped along the sword edge. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly widened, and he lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the tip of the sword in front of his chest. Your sons, Tang Wei and Tang Yao, all died at my hands, and now, so have you. Jiang Hua suddenly drew out his sword and kicked Tang Tian away. You will not die well. Tang Tian cursed bitterly as he fell down and hit the ground hard. His head tilted and he was completely dead. Boom! A huge palm pressed down, a big hand made entirely of thunder, covering the entire Tang family. Rumble! The loud noise shook the heaven and earth, houses collapsed, the ground cracked, all the members of the Tang family died tragically, and the entire Tang family was reduced to ruins. Chapter 26 Chapter 26,000 Illusionary Spirit Soldiers, White Jade Dragon Fruit. Tang Tian was killed and the Tang family was destroyed. Everyone's eyes were filled with extreme shock. They watched helplessly as the huge Tang family was reduced to ruins by a single slap. The shock in their hearts surged like a raging storm and could not subside for a long time. When he came to his senses and looked at the 2 figures in the air again, he was filled with awe and admiration. A strong person, this is the real strong person. He could make clouds and rain with just a flip of his hand, and destroyed the Tang family, one of the 5 major families in Jiangcheng, with just one move. What a terrifying power this is. Countless people yearn for it in their hearts, yearning for Wu Xiaofeng's terrifying strength, and also yearning for Zheng Hua's extraordinary talent. Of these two, one is a powerful and famous person, and the other is the future overlord of the human race. They are all people they can only dream of but cannot reach. Regardless of what they were thinking, Zheng Hua and Wu Xiaofeng had already flown down and landed in the ruins of the Tang family. With the Tang family destroyed, the next step is naturally to collect the spoils. Wu Xiaofeng glanced around and grabbed the ruins with his palm. The powerful suction force caused the earth and rocks to burst, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. He sucked suddenly and sucked an object from the pit into his hand. It was a sharp straight knife with a long and narrow blade and a slightly curved edge. The moonlight shone on the blade, reflecting a bright light and emitting a deep chill. Zheng Hua looked over and asked doubtfully, "Is this a spiritual weapon?" The so-called spiritual weapons are weapons made of special materials. They are sharper and tougher than ordinary weapons. With the blessing of spiritual power, they can exert tremendous power. For example, the space ring can be considered a kind of spiritual weapon to some extent. Wu Xiaofeng nodded slightly, then shook his head and said with a smile, "Yes and no, an ordinary spiritual weapon is naturally not worthy of my treatment. This thing is a living spiritual weapon." As he spoke, the straight knife in his hand trembled slightly, and it melted like water waves, forming a ball of black water. Then it quickly condensed and turned into a spear. Zheng Hua's eyes narrowed. This weapon could actually change at will. "Ha, kid, you've learned a lot." Wu Xiaofeng glanced at Zheng Hua proudly and explained with a smile. The Tang family's ancestors made their fortune by forging weapons and concealed weapons. However, over the years, the art of concealing weapons has long been lost, but the means of forging weapons has been passed down. This living spiritual weapon is a treasure passed down from the ancestors of the Tang family. It was created by the ancestor of the Tang family after he entered a space crack and found a special metal and a phantom beast, and then fused them together to create the Thousand Phantom spiritual weapon. As for its ability, it can change into various weapons at will, and can exert greater power according to the owner's wishes. You're lucky, kid. This is the only thing in the Tang family that can be considered a true treasure. Even if you take it to one of the 4 great universities, it would be ranked highly. Take it. As he said that, he threw the spear in his hand to Zheng Hua. Zheng Hua took it and his palm sank instantly. This weapon was extremely heavy, probably no less than 10,000 pounds. By communicating with spiritual power and refining it, you can change your appearance at will and control the weight. Wu Xiaofeng instructed. Zheng Hua nodded, gripped the gun barrel, poured spiritual power into it, and light bloomed, refining it in an instant. After leaving a mark in it, Zheng Hua immediately felt that the Thousand Illusion spirit weapon in his hand was in tune with his mind, and it became incredibly smooth to use. With a thought, the spear in his hand suddenly transformed into a small and sharp flying knife, which spun and danced between Zheng Hua's fingers, and its weight became as light as a feather. Zheng Hua moved his mind again, and the flying knife suddenly turned into a two-handed sword, exactly the same as Michael's two-handed sword. Even the shape and color were exactly the same. Zheng Hua swung his sword and slashed at the ground. The sharp sword energy shot out and cut a deep crack in the ground. Good baby. Zheng Hua's eyes lit up. This Thousand Illusion Spirit soldiers at least increased his attack power by 3 times. How is it? Not bad, right? This Thousand Illusion Spirit soldier is only at the 3rd level now. If you take good care of it, its power can be further improved. Because it is a living creature, it can devour metal to increase its level. In your hands, it should be able to grow to an extraordinary level in the future. Wu Xiaofeng said with a smile. Zheng Hua nodded. This Thousand Illusion Spirit weapon was indeed to his liking, and its ability to transform into various weapons was extremely convenient. Zheng Hua will summon more and more creatures in the future, and among them there will naturally be creatures that are good at different weapons. When Zheng Hua links their skills, he will naturally use the same type of weapons. Not only is it too troublesome to switch back and forth, but it is also difficult for Zheng Hua to find various high-grade weapons. Now the Thousand Illusion Spirit soldiers have perfectly solved this problem. Okay, put it away. I'll take you to the Chu family while I have time today to sort out all these things. As for the Tang family, the remaining things should be confiscated, and a portion of them should be used to subsidize the soldiers stationed in the North City. After all, this beast tide was caused by you, so they have suffered an unprovoked disaster. Wu Xiaofeng said. Zheng Hua nodded. He had no objection to this. He was already very satisfied to have obtained the Thousand Illusion Spirit soldiers. One should not be too greedy. Besides, it was Wu Xiaofeng who made the effort to destroy the Tang family, and Jiang Huo was just a bystander. How could he have the audacity to make too many demands? While the two were talking, a large number of law enforcement officers had arrived. Wu Xiaofeng arranged some follow-up matters, and then the two of them soared into the sky again and flew towards the Chu family. The Chu family, one of the 5 great families, is even more powerful than the Tang family, and the manor it owns is also extremely magnificent. When Jiang Huo and the others arrived, the Chu family seemed to have received the news. An old man in fancy clothes and a young girl were standing at the door waiting. Upon seeing Jiang Huo and the others, the old man in the ornate robe stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Master Wu, I'm so sorry for not welcoming you." "Oh, old man Chu, don't try to play tricks on me. You should know why I'm here this time. Give me an explanation." Wu Xiaofeng snorted coldly, his face expressionless. He dropped from the air and came in front of the two of them with Jiang Huo. However, he did not take direct action like he did when he dealt with the Tang family. Jiang Huo looked over and saw that the patriarch of the Chu family was also a famous 6th-level strongman in Jiangcheng. His name was Chu Sanjiang, and his nickname was Chu Sandao. He was known for being able to chop off the enemy's head with 3 sword strikes. But now he looked like an old man with gray hair, holding a cane, and an extremely old face, looking like an ordinary old man. The only difference is that his eyes are extremely clear, without any turbidity, clearer than those of ordinary young people. This strange phenomenon is enough to prove his extraordinariness. Jiang Huo also keenly felt that the subtle aura of Chu Sanjiang was much stronger than that of Tang Tian, the head of the Tang family. Facing Wu Xiaofeng's questioning at this moment, Chu Sanjiang still had a smiling face and said in a friendly manner, "Ha, this matter is indeed my little granddaughter's fault. Her parents died early, and I neglected to discipline her. That's why she became so bold and plotted against President Wu and brother Jiang. In this case, I will ask her to apologize immediately, and my Chu family is also willing to compensate. President Wu and brother Jiang, please feel free to ask for anything. If I can satisfy you, I will do it without hesitation. How about we sit inside, have a cup of tea, and talk slowly?" Chu Sanjiang had a very good attitude. He admitted his mistake directly, was willing to apologize, and was willing to compensate. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Chu Sanjiang's attitude made Wu Xiaofeng feel uncomfortable for a moment. He coughed lightly, looked at Jiang Huo, and gave him a questioning look. Jiang Huo thought about it and nodded. Wu Xiaofeng then snorted coldly and said in a reluctant manner, "You old fellow know how to behave. In that case, I'll give you a chance." As he said that, he strode towards the Chu family, and Chu Sanjiang followed with a smile. Jiang Huo and Chu Xiao fell behind, walking side by side. Jiang Huo had a cold expression and did not look away. Chu Xiao's eyes lit up, and she tilted her head to look at Jiang Huo curiously. Her dark eyes rolled around, and no one knew what she was thinking. Today she was wearing a black Lolita-style princess dress, with her hair tied into a bun and black silk gloves on her hands. She lifted the hem of her skirt slightly as she walked, and her small leather shoes tapped the ground. In the moonlight, she looked very well behaved and quiet, with the gentle and virtuous temperament of a lady from a noble family. Several people quickly came to the hall and sat down. A maid served tea. Wu Xiaofeng sat down with a majestic horse and a golden sword, and then he spoke directly. "Old man Chu, I won't waste any more time talking. Just 1 white jade dragon fruit, and this matter is settled. White jade dragon fruit is a rare spiritual medicine. After taking it, it can improve physical fitness, strengthen spiritual power, compress and condense the spiritual power in the spiritual palace, and increase its quality several times. It is extremely precious. Even though the Chu family is a family of spiritual medicines, and their business is to cultivate spiritual plants and sell spiritual medicines, it will take 10 years to cultivate a white jade dragon fruit. It can be said that the value of this thing to the Chu family is no less than the status of the 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers to the Tang family." Hearing Wu Xiaofeng's exorbitant request, Chu Sanjiang raised his eyebrows slightly, but he did not refuse. Because whether he was willing or not, as long as Wu Xiaofeng opened the door, the other party would definitely get the white jade dragon fruit, and he had no right to refuse. He nodded readily and said, "Okay, let's do as President Wu said. I'll send someone to get it right away. As long as I can calm the anger of President Wu and brother Jiang, it will be fine." He waved his hand, and immediately the direct descendants of the Chu family went down to get the white jade dragon fruit. Wu Xiaofeng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He had some friendship with the Chu family, so there was no need for him to take action. He really didn't want to. Moreover, destroying two major families in one day would not have a good impact and would cause a huge shock to Jiangcheng. But at this moment, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 27 Dasha Dragon Guard. I object. Chu Xiao stood up and said loudly. As soon as these words came out, Chu Sanjiang's face changed drastically, and he immediately scolded in a deep voice, Xiao, shut up, what nonsense are you talking about? Sit down quickly. I won't, Grandpa. The white jade dragon fruit is the most precious treasure of our Chu family. How can we give it to them so easily? Chu Xiao pouted and replied stubbornly, then looked at Zhang Huo again, her eyes rolled around, and suddenly pointed at Zhang Huo and said, unless he fights me, if he wins, I'll give them the white jade dragon fruit. If he loses, I won't give it to them. And in the future, he won't cause any trouble for our Chu family. You, Xiao, stop messing around. President Wu, I'm sorry, children are just ignorant. Chu Sanjiang hurriedly stood up and bowed to Wu Xiaofeng. Wu Xiaofeng smiled faintly and glanced at Chu Xiao, old man Chu, it seems that your granddaughter hasn't figured out the situation yet. Your Chu family is not qualified to make any conditions with me. As soon as these words came out, Chu Sanjiang broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Xiaofeng was so powerful that no one in the entire Jiangcheng could defeat him. Moreover, they had just destroyed the Tang family to make an example of them. The horrific scene was still before their eyes. How could the Chu family afford to provoke them? If he and Wu Xiaofeng didn't have some friendship, the other party would not be so easy to talk to. Thinking of this, Chu Sanjiang's face suddenly darkened and he scolded, Xiao, kneel down and apologize. I won't. Chu Xiao still refused to give in. She looked at Wu Xiaofeng and said unconvincedly, President Wu, as a former dragon guard of Great Xia, don't you think it's a bit too much to bully a small family like this? Hearing the words Dasha Dragon Guard, Wu Xiaofeng's eyes instantly fixed, staring at Chu Xiao intently, and asked coldly, are you investigating me? As he spoke, a powerful pressure swept out, like a sleeping dragon suddenly awakening. The ancient and wild aura made Chu Xiao's face turn pale in an instant, and her body softened, and she was about to kneel to the ground. At this moment, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of her. With a tall figure and holding a huge and exaggerated sickle, he blocked the pressure, allowing Chu Xiao to barely stand firm. Zhang Huo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the black-robed figure. Various mythological figures flashed through his mind, and he instantly determined to name Hades, the god of the underworld, also known as the god of death. This Chu Xiao is indeed an SSS-level talent, on par with Michael, but what did she mean by the Great Xia Dragon Guards? Zhang Huo was puzzled when he heard Chu Xiao continue, number 139, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Imperial Dragon Army, Wu Xiaofeng, cultivation level, 8th rank, 10th level, contracted creature SSS level Erlang Xinyangjian. 10 years ago, you led a team to Tianyuan to carry out a mission, but the mission ultimately failed. All 10 members of the team were wiped out, and you were the only one who came back alive. However, you were also seriously injured, and your cultivation level dropped to the 6th level. Since then, you withdrew from the Dragon Guards, came to Jiangcheng, and became the president of the Awakener Guild. I know you are unwilling to give up, and you want to restore your cultivation and return to the Dragon Guards. You trained Zhang Huo for this purpose. I can help you. I can help you together with Zhang Hua. Boom! The terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared, Wu Xiaofeng's eyes flickered, he thought for a long time, and looked at Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua didn't say anything, waiting for his explanation. Alas! With a sigh, Wu Xiaofeng said, boy, she's right. The Dragon Control Army is the strongest force hidden by the Dasha government. There are 100 of them, each of them has an S-level talent and above, and each of them has a cultivation level of above the 7th level. My duty is to guard the front line, resist alien races, and take charge of some extremely dangerous tasks. That year, I led a team to Tianyuan to carry out a mission, but as soon as we entered, we were attacked by an unknown force, and everyone except me died instantly. I don't even know what happened. Over the years, I have tried every possible way to investigate, but to no avail. I feel very unwilling. The reason I trained you is because I wanted you to go to Tianyuan and help me investigate what happened back then. However, if you don't want to, I won't force you. After saying all these words in one breath, Wu Xiaofeng suddenly felt a little uneasy. He knew Zhang Huo's character very well. He hated being taken advantage of the most. He was afraid that this matter would create a rift between him and Zhang Hua. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Zhang Hua smiled and said, old man, you are no good. You have the cultivation level of the 8th level and the 9th level, and you even awakened Erlang Shenyang Jian, but you were beaten into this state. You are too weak. Wu Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then reacted and rolled his eyes. That's easy for you to say, kid. That's Tian Yuan. Do you know what Tian Yuan is? Except for me, no one who has entered it has come out alive. Then I'm honored to be the second one. Don't worry, given our friendship, I will definitely help you. Just wait patiently. When I reach the 9th level, no, the 7th level, when I reach the 7th level, I will go to Tian Yuan and help you take revenge. However, I can handle this matter alone. Jiang Hua said, suddenly standing up and looking at Chu Xiao, his eyes also turned cold. As for you, there's no need. Don't you want to fight me? Then I'll fulfill your wish. If you win, your Chu family will hand over the white jade dragon fruit. If you lose, I'll leave on my own. Also, I want to correct you. What happened today wasn't caused by us bullying others. It was caused by you, a fool. After you learned about the Tang family's affairs, you could have directly told me about the Tang family's conspiracy, or told President Wu. The Tang family would have been destroyed, and your Chu family would have benefited as well. Not only that, you can also gain my friendship and the friendship of President Wu, but you are so smart that you have to calculate everything. It's really disgusting. The two people you sent, one is level 2, the other is level 4. One lit the beast attracting incense to create a beast tide, and the other was ready to take the opportunity to save me. Aren't you just trying to make me grateful to you and become my savior from now on? Sending one person to pretend to kill me, and then sending another person to save me, isn't it ridiculous that you staged this yourself? Or do you think everyone is a fool and can't see what you are planning? Miss Chu, what I hate most in my life is being schemed against. Considering your grandfather's good attitude, I didn't want to make a fuss about it anymore, but you just had to jump out and make trouble. In that case, I will satisfy you and see who is stronger, your Hades or my Michael. Jiang Hua waved his hand, golden holy light bloomed, and Michael's figure appeared. Across from him, Chu Xiao stood beside Hades. As she listened to Jiang Hua's words, her face turned pale and blue. She really thought so, and every word Jiang Hua said corresponded to what she was thinking. However, she didn't think she had done anything wrong. She just failed, and the matter was exposed and known by Jiang Hua. If it had not been exposed, according to her plan, the Chu family would still be able to obtain huge benefits. Chu Xiao's expression quickly returned to normal. She looked at Jiang Hua and smiled slightly. You're quite good at talking. I can't argue with you, but a man can't just rely on his words. With my strength, I can also make you shut up. Jiang Hua said with an indifferent expression, waving his hand. Michael rushed out in an instant, raised the greatsword in his hand, golden light burst out, and slashed down towards Chu Xiao angrily. Clang! A black-robed figure appeared in an instant, and the huge sickle blocked the sword blade, causing dazzling sparks to fly from the friction. Sizzle, sizzle. The two weapons collided and reached a stalemate. Michael's golden holy eyes stared at the scarlet eyes under the black robe, neither of them giving in. Boom! The two figures soared into the sky, broke through the roof, and flew towards the sky. The black scythe of death and the holy cross sword kept colliding, making a violent noise. Jiang Hua, the battle between awakeners isn't just a fight between contracted creatures. They've started, so let's start too. A silver bell-like laugh sounded, and Chu Xiao clenched her hands, and a long-handled sickle taller than her height appeared in her hand. She swung the sickle suddenly, cutting the hem of her skirt, kicked the ground with her small leather shoes, and rushed towards Jiang Hua like an arrow. He leaped into the air, raised the sickle high, and swung it down. A purple-black light flashed, as if cutting through space and attacking Jiang Hua. Clang! Jiang Hua drew his sword to block the attack. The Qianhuan spirit weapon transformed into a spear in an instant. The spearhead flashed with a cold light and pierced Chu Xiao's face. Chapter 28 Teaching Chu Xiao a Lesson. Thousands of illusionary spirit soldiers. Chu Xiao exclaimed, swung her sickle to deflect the spear's light, pulled back, and stepped back several meters, the sickle in her hand trembling. Chu Sanjiang's pupils also contracted as he stared at the spear in Jiang Hua's hand. He was shocked that the Tang family's treasure had fallen into Jiang Hua's hands. He looked at Wu Xiaofeng, but Wu Xiaofeng was drinking tea with a calm expression, but there was a smile in his eyes. Jiang Hua, you are indeed very powerful. With this 1000 illusion spirit weapon, among the first-level geniuses, even other SSS-level geniuses, few can be your opponent. President Wu is really willing to spend money. Chu Xiao held a sickle in her hand, her purple pupils flickering as she attacked Jiang Hu again. A black flame suddenly lit up on the long-handled sickle in his hand, like the fire of hell. As it twisted and jumped, one could see the sins burning in it. You're not bad either. You've reached the second level in such a short time. You must have taken a lot of elixirs. The Chu family is truly a wealthy family. Jiang Hu sneered, and the 6 white wings behind him spread out, emitting a sacred light that forced back the hellfire. With a flap of his wings, his speed increased dramatically, and he danced the spear in his hand and thrust it out, whistling like a dragon. Ding ding ding. Several gunshots rang out, forcing Chu Xiao to retreat repeatedly and directly knocking over all the tables, chairs, and benches in the hall. The tremendous force caused Chu Xiao's knuckles to crack, and blood oozed from the palm of her hand holding the sickle. Her face was pale, but she still refused to admit defeat. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Hee hee, thank you for the compliment, Soul Seeker. The voice suddenly became cold and harsh, and Chu Xiao's eyes lit up with purple light. For a moment, it was as if the wailing of evil spirits from hell was heard, causing pain in the eardrums. Jiang Hu's expression was calm. I've been waiting for this move of yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Hu's eyes suddenly turned pink, and underneath the pink was a serpentine green light. In an instant, the 2 mental attacks collided with each other, ripples like water waves appeared in the air, and finally there was a loud bang. Chu Xiao screamed, flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground, with blood flowing from the corners of her eyes, ears, and nostrils. The master was seriously injured, and the summoned creatures were also affected. Hades in the air paused, and Michael immediately seized the opportunity and swept him down with a sword. Boom! Hades' figure also fell heavily to the ground, falling beside Chu Xiao, and the long-handled sickle in his hand fell out of his hand. Michael slowly descended, hovering behind Jiang Hu, his 6 wings fluttering slightly. Jiang Hu looked at Chu Xiao with a calm expression, and said indifferently, "How is it?" Chu Xiao's face was pale, and she smiled weakly. "I lost. You can take the white jade dragon fruit, but I never intended to harm you." "I know, that's why I didn't kill you. Let this be a lesson for you." Jiang Hu nodded lightly, turned around, took the jade box containing the white jade dragon fruit from Chu Sanjiang, and strode outside. "Let's go, old man. I've got all the benefits. I won't stay for dinner." "You little brat, you're not polite at all. When did I say I would give you the Baiyun dragon fruit?" Wu Xiaofeng cursed with a smile and followed him. "The spoils I won naturally belong to me." Jiang Hu curled his lips and put the white jade dragon fruit into the space ring. "Bullshit, isn't that just relying on my prestige? Without me, would the Chu family be able to give you such a treasure? Hey, old man, do you still want me to help you go to Tianyuan? What's wrong with taking some benefits from you?" The 2 of them had already walked out of the Chu family's gate while playing around without any respect for age. Walking on the street, Wu Xiaofeng's expression became more serious. He asked Jiang Hu, "Boy, are you sure? Tianyuan is not a simple place. Don't worry, I'm a dual element, SSS level dual element. Do you understand the value of dual element?" "Bullshit, what's wrong with dual element? I'm also SSS rank, and I still capsized in the gutter." "TSK, how can your SSS rank compare to my SSS rank?" "You're SSS rank because you're only SSS rank high enough, and I'm SSS rank because the highest rank is SSS rank." Wu Xiaofeng. Damn it, this kid is so annoying. Wu Xiaofeng clenched his fists so hard that they made a creaking sound. He really wanted to ask Jiang Hu, "Can this SSS level fighter take a beating?" Jiang Hu changed the subject and asked, "Old man, can your strength be restored? Is there any other way, such as spiritual medicine?" Wu Xiaofeng paused when he heard this, then shook his head. "Yes, there is, but it's not something you can do now. When I escaped back with serious injuries, someone immediately treated my injuries and gave me treatment methods. After all, I am an awakener of the 8th level and 10th layer, and I am only 1 step away from breaking through to the 9th level. In a sense, it is still very valuable. So even though my mission failed and caused huge losses, the higher-ups were still willing to spend a huge price to restore my strength. But due to various reasons, it ultimately failed. I don't need to explain the twists and turns, you can figure it out, right?" Jiang Hu nodded. He naturally understood that with Wu Xiaofeng's previous strength, he could bring huge value and naturally also bring huge threats. Some people want him to live, while others want him to die. Perhaps it is because his existence threatens the interests of some people. So after the final game, Wu Xiaofeng became a discarded pawn and was abandoned. Thinking of this, Jiang Hua couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the old man. He seemed to have powerful strength and was invincible in Jiangcheng, but there were times when he was helpless. At least in this matter, he was helpless. However, now that Jiang Hua knows about it, he will not sit idly by. As I said, as long as he truly recognizes a friend, he will help if he can, and if he cannot, he will find a way to help. Patting Wu Xiaofeng on the shoulder, Jiang Hua said proudly, "Old man, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Even if I can't do it now, it doesn't mean I can't do it in the future. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back to the top in my lifetime. You have no respect for your elders. Who are you calling me master?" Wu Xiaofeng gave Jiang Hua a look of disdain, then fell silent for a moment and took out a note. "If you find one of these things, I can recover my strength to the 7th level. If you find 2, I can recover to the 8th level. If you find 3, I can break through to the 9th level." Jiang Hua took it, glanced at it, and was also shocked. He had never heard of these 3 things before, but just by looking at the names, he knew that they must be extremely extraordinary treasures. Tears of a mermaid, bones of a demon, the fountain of life. Jiang Hua secretly wrote down these 3 things, and when he encountered them in the future, he would definitely get them. Don't look for it deliberately, just let it happen naturally. I've been used to it for so many years, so you don't have to take it to heart. As for the little girl from the Chu family, although her way of doing things is wrong, her intentions are not bad. If possible, you should spend more time with her. You are the same kind of people, and when you arrive at the 4 universities in the future, you will be able to take care of each other. The 4 major universities are not Jiangcheng. The competition is fierce. Even with your talent, you will encounter many setbacks. Having an ally who knows you well will make things go more smoothly. What is most striking about this year is that it's a time of great contention. Many geniuses have emerged in various cities, almost 10 times the number of previous years. So, kid, you still have to be careful in everything and don't be overconfident." Wu Xiaofeng comforted. Jiang Hua nodded, not holding much hatred towards Chu Xiao. In his opinion, Chu Xiao was just a little brat, and the methods she used were as childish tricks. To use an appropriate metaphor, her actions in Yuelu Mountain were like a rich second-generation kid chasing the class beauty in school. It's like he specially spent money to hire a group of thugs to block the class beauty on the way home from school, and then he appeared at the right time to save the beauty and win her heart. How should I put it? It's a bit ridiculous. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Hua did not kill Chu Xiao, but only taught her a lesson, and the matter was considered to be settled. The 2 walked along the street for a while, chatted for a while, and then went back to their respective homes, looking for, it seemed that neither of them had a mother. When I got home, I saw Zhang Yang sitting at the door, holding his phone and typing away. Mid lane, fuck him. What is the jungler doing? Why doesn't he come over to help? Damn, we lost again. What a crap support. Damn. Zhang Yang cursed and wailed, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Ha, I can hear you howling from far away. How many times have you been kneeling? Jiang Hua asked with a smile. Chapter 29 Genius Exchange Meeting. Damn it, Brother Jiang, you're finally back. You've lost 7 games in a row. 7 games? Can you believe this? What kind of amazing teammate is this? Don't let me know his address, or I'll definitely go visit his mother. Zhang Yang made the number 7 with his fingers and said it exaggeratedly, looking angry. TSK, if you're a noob, just practice more. You've lost 7 games in a row, are you sure it's just your teammate's fault? Jiang Hua teased. What are you talking about? It's not my fault. Blame yourself less and blame others more. Brother Jiang, do you understand? Zhang Yang shouted. Okay, stop joking. Tell me, what do you want from me? Why are you playing games at my doorstep? Jiang Hua asked with a smile as he opened the door. Oh, that's right. Didn't I follow you out of town this morning to hunt exotic beasts? We made a lot of money on that saber-toothed tiger mission. My mom wanted to thank you and asked me to buy you a gift. I didn't know what to buy, so I picked a watch. Brother Jiang, do you think you like it? Zhang Yang said as he took out a gift box and handed it to Jiang Hua. He sat down on the sofa with a simple smile on his face. Jiang Hua was stunned, but his heart was also warmed. He didn't expect that Zhang Yang, this kid, who made money for the first time in his life, would actually think of buying things for him. He was really thoughtful. Jianghua didn't act pretentiously and took it. When he opened it, he saw a watch with a brown leather strap and a bright silver dial. It looked extremely delicate and small. Jianghua's eyes flickered, and something else suddenly appeared in his gaze. An Omega watch, this style, should be around 10,000 yuan, right? The reward for your mission is only 30,000 yuan. Buy me a watch worth 10,000 yuan? Hey, aren't we brothers? Why are you talking about this? Besides, it's more than 30,000. The saber-toothed tiger's fangs and soul crystals also sold for more than 10,000. Zhang Yang scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Jianghua said nothing more. He patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and put on the watch. Then he took out a gift box from his pocket and said with a smile, "Same here. I made a lot of money today. This is a gift for you." "What is this?" "Brother Jiang, you bought me a gift? This isn't a festival." "Holy shit, is this a space ring?" Zhang Yang's eyes suddenly widened, he looked at the ring in his hand, and stood up from the sofa excitedly. You know, even the lowest level 3 cubic meter space ring would cost at least 50,000 yuan, which is more than his total harvest today. Moreover, space rings are naturally attractive to people. Imagine that you can put things away with a wave of your hand, and make them appear again with a wave of your hand. How convenient and cool. Zhang Yang was very jealous, but he still shook his head, put the gift box on the table and pushed it back. "Brother Jiang, I can't take this. It's too valuable. You keep it for yourself." Jianghua rolled his eyes. "Just take it if I give it to you. It's nothing valuable. I, your brother, can make millions a day. In the future, even a meal will cost more than this. Don't give me this kind of trouble. Then I'll take it." Seeing that Jianghua's expression did not seem fake, Zhang Yang chuckled and took the space ring in his hand like a treasure, playing with it non-stop. Jianghua looked a little embarrassed. He didn't spend a penny on this thing. It was just a gift. "I originally wanted to give this kid some soul crystals, but seeing Zhang Yang like this, I was afraid that he would be scared, so I decided to wait until later." After playing with the ring for a while, Zhang Yang remembered that he had something important to do and said hurriedly, "Oh, by the way, Brother Jiang, this afternoon, the official website announced the assessment standards for all awakened colleges this year. The entrance examination results for the 4 major universities have also come out. In order to cope with the examinations of the 4 major universities, Jiangchang will hold a genius exchange meeting. I heard that the Yun family's young master is leading the effort among the 5 great families, and that all awakened people above level A will be invited to participate. Here's your invitation, thanks to you. Although I'm level B, I also have one." Zhang Yang took out 2 black and gold invitations, looked at the low-key, luxurious and meaningful invitations, and handed one of them to Jianghua. Jianghua took it, glanced at it, raised his eyebrows slightly, and gathered all the geniuses above a level in Jiangcheng. This young master of the Yun family has some ideas. Among the 3 assessments of the 4 universities, the most difficult one to complete is undoubtedly the condition of reaching Tianqing Lake. For the first 2, reaching the 3rd level of cultivation and killing the 4th level king beast are easy to achieve as long as you have money and resources. For example, Chu Xiao, with the support of the Chu family, a powerful spiritual medicine clan, has already reached the 2nd level. This has only been a few days, and she has cultivated faster than Jianghua. As for the 4th order king beast, it is even simpler. Just send a strong man to catch one and kill it. Or I could have done it more covertly, and a severely injured 4th order king beast suddenly appeared somewhere, and then I happened to encounter it. I was lucky, and the 4 major universities couldn't find any fault with me, right? Therefore, the most important condition is to reach Tianqing Lake. The distance from Jiangcheng to Tianqing Lake where Shenangjia is located is far, and no one can predict what will happen on the way. Of course, these young masters from aristocratic families can send strong men to protect them, but the 4 major universities can also send people to stop them. Therefore, this condition is the real assessment standard. At this moment, the young master of the Yun family is obviously preparing to arrive at Tianqing Lake. He wanted to combine everyone's strength and form a team to go to Tianqing Lake. This would not violate the regulations of the 4 universities and would also reduce the danger. Even after arriving at the academy, you can take this opportunity to unite everyone and build your own power. At worst, you can use the people around you as cannon fodder or shields. The aristocratic family is indeed an aristocratic family, they are very good at scheming, and the key is that there is nothing wrong with this method. Because those A-level awakeners who lack strength, background, and resources also want to form a team. The aristocratic families want to use them as cannon fodder, and they also want to cling to this big tree to obtain the resources needed for cultivation. In fact, according to Jiang Hua's estimation, there may not be even a need to wait until the end of the assessment. At this exchange meeting, many A-level awakeners will be moved by the benefits and directly give up the assessment, choose to join the aristocratic family, and sign a contract to work for the aristocratic family. Jiang Hua looked at the time on the invitation. It was 3 days later, at 8 o'clock in the evening. If he had nothing to do, he could go and take a look. Although he had no interest in forming a team, it would be nice to see the methods of other awakened people and observe other geniuses. After agreeing with Zhang Yang that we would go together, Zhang Yang returned home. Their homes were not far from each other, just across the street. After watching Zhang Yang leave, Jiang Hua closed the door and took out the white jade dragon fruit. A fist-sized fruit, as white as jade and with golden dragon patterns on it, appeared in front of Jiang Hua. It didn't look like a fruit, but more like an egg. The shape is very gorgeous, a bit like the pet eggs that give you divine equipment at the beginning of the minigame like Yadajiu Jujiujiu, and it also emits a faint fragrance. Tisk, it's worthy of being called white jade dragon fruit. This thing is also top-notch among 4th-level spiritual medicines. I'm afraid it can be compared to 5th-level spiritual medicines. Jiang Hua took a look at it twice, and without hesitation, he put it in his mouth and took a bite. It was crunchy and chicken. No, the line was wrong. It was very sweet and juicy, a bit like a peach. After eating a few bites, a torrent of heat suddenly burst out in the body, flowing through the limbs and bones, and finally merging into the Dantian Spirit Palace. It was hot, extremely hot, and I felt like I was being cooked. Jiang Hua's face suddenly turned red, his head felt dizzy, and he felt a little drunk. Jiang Hua shook his head violently, forcing himself to stay awake, closing his eyes and meditating to refine the medicinal power. 3 seconds later, there was a muffled thud, and Jiang Hua fell asleep. The effect of the medicine was too strong and he passed out. However, as Jiang Hua fell to the ground, a layer of white spiritual light gradually emanated from his body. Faintly, one could even see the shadow of a dragon swimming over his body. This is the medicinal power of the white jade dragon fruit, which is transforming Jiang Hua's body. Not only the quality of his spiritual power, but even his flesh, blood, and bones are improving. Burning impurities, strengthening bones, and rapidly improving physical fitness. Jiang Hua's skin became as white as jade, and his bones and flesh emitted a faint golden light, which was quite magical. His current physical strength is probably no worse than that of some powerful and ferocious beasts. At the same time, in the Spirit Palace, the spiritual power also turned into a vortex, spinning wildly, absorbing the free spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and the cultivation level increased rapidly. However, in just a short moment, muffled sounds were heard from Jiang Hua's body. At this moment, he broke through one after another, jumping from the 8th level of the first stage to the 10th level of the first stage. He was only one step away from breaking through to the second stage. Chapter 30 White Jade Dragon Body. Hiss, my head hurts. Fuck, why am I sleeping on the floor? Jiang Hua woke up instantly and jumped up from the ground. Looking at the sunlight shining through the window, he remembered what happened last night. I was unconscious for the entire night? The effect of this white jade dragon fruit must be too strong. Jiang Hua was a little surprised and carefully felt his own situation. 3 seconds later, Jiang Hua came to a conclusion. He became handsome again. Holy crap! How can I become more handsome just by taking a magical potion? If this continues, won't all the girls in the school chase me? Jiang Hua was a little troubled. Over the years, because of his handsome face, he was harassed by many women, and even the school belle fell in love with his genes. Now that he has become handsome again, he really leaves no chance for other men to survive. Oh, blame me, blame me. With a sigh, Jiang Hua noticed that his cultivation had also broken through to the 10th level of the first stage, and the spiritual power in his body was extremely pure, with the quality increased by more than 10 times than before. The power of this spiritual power burst out is 10 times greater than before. If the silver moon blade is used, it is estimated that the head of the poisonous python king can be easily cut off. What's even more terrifying is the improvement in physical quality, which is greater than the improvement in spiritual power and seems to be more than 100 times stronger. Jiang Hua clenched his fist slightly and could feel a surge of power, as if he could blow up a cow with one punch. It's a bit strange though. I've never heard of the white jade dragon fruit being able to change one's physique. Isn't this thing specifically used to purify spiritual power? And this improvement is too terrifying. Jianghua frowned slightly, thought for a moment, walked to the mirror, and suddenly tore off his clothes. The white t-shirt was torn open with a swish, revealing Jianghua's perfect figure. He has a thin body, but his muscles are clearly defined. His strong arms and 8 abdominal muscles form a perfect inverted triangle. More importantly, on Jianghua's jade-white skin, a domineering white dragon tattoo appeared on his shoulder. The dragon's head is held high at the heart, with deep eyes that conceal endless majesty. The dragon's body and tail are hidden behind it, lifelike and looking like a living creature. Jianghua was already handsome, and the appearance of the white dragon tattoo added a touch of awe-inspiring evil to him, making him even more masculine. If he dyed his hair white, he could even make a cameo appearance as Orochi in King of Fighters. Did this thing also come from the white jade dragon fruit? Jianghua was a little bit incredulous and immediately realized that there must be something wrong with the white jade dragon fruit he had eaten, so he immediately opened the attribute panel. Name, Jianghua. Age, 18. Cultivation level, 1st level, 10th level. Talent, SSS level summoning system. Summon creatures, Seraph Michael, Snake Medusa, Sadako Xiaofeng. Contracted pets, Silver Moon Wolf King, 9-tailed fox, Flying Squirrel, 6-armed ape, Lightning Leopard. Constitution, white jade dragon body. After consuming the mutated white jade dragon fruit, the body is transformed by the white dragon's essence and blood, awakening a special constitution. There is a chance that one mutated white jade dragon fruit will appear in every 10,000 white jade dragon fruits. Mutated white jade dragon fruit? Jianghua's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. The white jade dragon fruit he got from the Chu family turned out to be a mutant. No wonder the medicinal effect of this white jade dragon fruit is so strong that it actually directly awakened his special physique. My luck is too good. I'm truly blessed by God. This kind of physique is meant to be mine. Jianghua studied it carefully and found that his strength, defense, and cultivation speed had been greatly enhanced. He chopped the kitchen knife on his body, breaking the blade directly, leaving his body unharmed. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy also increased tenfold. Special physique, really abnormal. Jianghua was very satisfied. He admired the tattoos on his body again, put on his clothes, and went out to school. I haven't been to school for 2 days. My teacher called me over 10 times but I didn't answer. I don't know what happened. It's a pity that Xiaofeng is still evolving, so the bond items can't be used for the time being. Otherwise, with my handsome figure, if I put on that starry sky tuxedo, I would be a huge charmer. Jianghua sighed, and the passers-by beside him looked at him strangely, and then left silently. This is so handsome, there is no need to criticize him. Jianghua staggered to the school gate, with soy milk in his left hand and steamed buns and fried dough sticks in his right hand, and he had no sense of being late at all. Although it was already 10 o'clock and he had already had 2 lunch classes, he still walked slowly. It's nothing, I'm a genius and I have privileges. Didn't you see the principal came to greet him? Jianghua looked at the principal who was jogging over. The old man was dressed in a suit and looked very respectable. When he saw him, his face was full of smiles. Hey, my genius from Jiang University, you're finally back. The principal stepped forward excitedly, wanting to shake hands with Jianghua. Looking at the simple breakfast in his hands, he frowned immediately. Jianghua, you're an SSS level genius. How can you eat this junk food? Hurry up, throw it away. I'll ask someone to prepare a feast for you right away. What do you want? Western or Chinese food? Would you like a bottle of red wine? The principal spoke exaggeratedly and took out his cell phone to make a call. Jianghua hurriedly stopped him. All right, I'm fine with just these. Just tell me what's going on. Jianghua knew that the old fox principal must have something to ask of him, otherwise he wouldn't be so flattering and even wanted to squat down and polish his shoes. Well, Jianghua, you're really smart. You saw it right away. The principal was a little embarrassed when Jianghua exposed his thoughts, but he still said, it's not a big deal, actually. Didn't you go out of town on a mission yesterday? I heard you even dealt with the beast tide. It just so happened that the official side announced the conditions for university assessment, and all students needed to earn contribution points. So, I was thinking, could you lead the team, take these senior high school students out for some training? Let me take people out of the city for training? Jianghua frowned slightly and looked at the principal strangely. Principal, are you crazy? If you want to lead people to experience, you should at least hire a 4th level awakener. I'm only a 1st level awakener, And you want me to lead so many people out of the city for experience? If something goes wrong, who will be held responsible? It's mine, it's mine. Hey, Jianghua, don't worry. As awakened people, each school has a death quota. As long as the death toll does not exceed 10, there will be no problem. Moreover, sooner or later they will have to go to the battlefield to fight against strange beasts. They just experienced a beast tide yesterday. Most of the strange beasts died and most of them escaped on Uelu Mountain. The danger is not high, which is just right. Besides, your strength is obvious to all. If you can handle the beast tide, how can you not lead a group of students? This way, I won't let you suffer any loss. How about 1 million? This reward is higher than that of a 4th level awakener. As long as you agree, I will transfer the money to you now. The principal said anxiously. Seeing him like this, Jianghua had an idea. He guessed that the pressure from the higher-ups must have increased. This year's enrollment rate index is estimated to be much higher than in previous years, otherwise the principal would not be so anxious. In fact, Jianghua had guessed it right. This year, because of the emergence of Jianghua, an SSS-level genius, the principal had given him a huge sum of money from above. But at the same time, he was also given a task by his superiors, which was to achieve at least 20% of the enrollment target this year. If he succeeds, he will be able to retire peacefully next year, and his pension will triple. If he fails, not only will the funds be recovered next year, but he will probably have to go to the grassroots level for training for a few years. So the principal was very anxious, so anxious that the few remaining white hairs were almost falling out. When he saw Jianghua at this moment, it was like seeing a savior. Jianghua thought about it and decided that it was not impossible to agree to this matter, but he couldn't let the old fox principal get his wish so easily. Thinking of this, Jianghua acted embarrassed and said, Principal, these students are my beloved friends and relatives, brothers and sisters who I spend every day with. If something happens to them, my conscience will be uneasy. The principal understood immediately and patted Jianghua on the shoulder. I understand. Jianghua, how about this? How about 3 million? These students will need experience sooner or later. I feel much more at ease with you leading them than with anyone else. Jianghua pretended to be confused. Hey, principal, this is not about money. 5 million, no more. Jianghua, you have to understand my difficulties. The principal held up 5 fingers. Make a deal. Jianghua clapped his hands, his expression becoming serious, and he said, But I have another request. I will only take students with C-level talents or above out of the city, and they must go voluntarily. As for the others, their talents are too weak and their strength is too low. If they encounter danger, they will be powerless to resist. I alone cannot protect them. Okay, I promise you. I'll transfer the money to you right away and make arrangements right away. We'll leave on time at 1 p.m. The principal made the decision and immediately took out his mobile phone to transfer money to Jianghua. Ding, 5 million yuan has arrived in your Alipay account. Beautiful. Jianghua glanced at his phone and easily got another 5 million. There was a smile on his face now. After saying goodbye to the principal, he walked towards his class. Chapter 31 Leading the team out of the city for training. You are truly the worst class of students I have ever taught. You can't even do such simple questions every day. What good will it do you if I get mad at you? The class was in session at the time. Jianghua had just arrived at the classroom door when he heard the teacher's roar coming from inside. A classic among classics. Jianghua chuckled and pushed open the classroom door. All eyes immediately focused on him. After a brief silence, a huge noise broke out in an instant. Brother Jiang is here. Fuck, the sun is rising from the west today, and Jiangshan is coming to school. What are you talking about? Our Jiangshan comes to school every day, okay? Even though he uses the classroom as his bedroom and the desk as his pillow, you can't say that Jiangshan didn't come. What are you doing? Is this the main point? Didn't you watch the news this morning? Didn't you know that Jiangshan single-handedly solved the beast tide? Didn't you know that Jiangshan wiped out the Tang family? I know. My moments were all over the place this morning. Damn it! I was still thinking about using my New Year's money to buy cultivation potions to break through to the second level of the first stage, and Jiangshan has already gone outside the city to fight the beast tide. Is this gap really that exaggerated? What's a beast tide? The real horror is destroying the Tang family. I heard that Jiangshan pierced the heart of the Tang family's patriarch with one sword. He was a 6th level master. Oh my god, Jiangshan is too awesome. From now on, he will be able to walk sideways in Jiangcheng. Jiangshan, please accept my knees. Jiang Hua's appearance instantly turned the classroom into a vegetable market, and the noise was so loud that it could be heard downstairs. It's not their fault. The 2 pieces of news yesterday were really too shocking. Not to mention them as students, even the other major families were shocked by these 2 pieces of news. The entire Jiangcheng was shaken. Many people who saw the news thought they were still asleep early in the morning. After making inquiries from various sources and confirming that the Tang family was really destroyed, they were completely dumbfounded. A high school student defeated the beast tide? And even wiped out the Tang family, one of the 5 great families? Can you believe this? I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. But this incident really happened. It is said that the ruins of the Tang family have become a tourist attraction, and countless people have come to watch the excitement. There were even many rumors in the city, saying that it was the end of a generation of aristocratic families and the rise of a generation of geniuses. In short, it is said to be miraculous. On the podium, the teacher with a Mediterranean beer belly also smiled and greeted enthusiastically. Jiang Hua, you're here. Hurry up and come in. You're my proudest student. Come on up to the podium and show these unimpressive students how to learn from you. Jiang Hua was embarrassed. Teacher, please stop making me hate you, but I do have something to say. The principal just contacted me. I will be leading the team out of the city for training this afternoon. All students with talents above level C are welcome to sign up voluntarily. If you want to go, you can prepare now, such as weapons, potions, and so on. If you have the conditions at home, get them all. In short, it is never too little to have something that can save your life. Also, let me be frank, going out of the city for training is no joke. It can really kill people, so think carefully about whether you want to go or not. Jiang Hua's words caused everyone to exclaim in surprise again. It wasn't that they were shocked by the idea of going out of the city for training, as the school had already mentioned this in advance. What really shocked them was that this senior year training session was led by Jiang Hua. The significance of this is extraordinary. You know, it's not uncommon for senior high school students to have collective training before. But most of them are specially hired 4th level warriors, or they are accompanied by school teachers. What's more, in order to protect the safety of students, some people directly hire a mercenary team. But what about this time? Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School actually let Jiang Hua lead the team. Has the school gone crazy? No matter how powerful Jiang Hua is, he is just a high school student, and he has just awakened for a few days. His strength is at best level 1. There are dangers everywhere outside the city. How can he guarantee everyone's safety? In an instant, the whole classroom was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about it, their eyes full of disbelief. No way, is the school serious? How can we let Jiang Hua lead the team? Yeah, no matter how powerful Jiang Hua is, even if he has awakened an SSS level talent, he is still at the 1st level. Leaving the city is no joke. Forget it, I'd better quit. Damn, why are you so timid? The god Zhang fought his way into the beast tide alone and he wasn't afraid. So what's wrong with us grown men going out of the city to gain some experience? Why are you afraid? Oh, that's what you say, but who knows if it's true? You even single-handedly charged into the beast tide. Did you see it? I also think we should be cautious. After all, we only have one life. Training outside the city can really kill people. We can't joke with our lives. We still have to think carefully. I'm scared. I'm quitting. For a moment, many people began to back out, and some even withdrew on the spot, obviously not trusting Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua didn't care and didn't explain anything. He just wished there were fewer people so that he could feel more relaxed. He returned to his seat and sat down. His deskmate was Zhang Yang. The fat guy immediately patted his shoulder and looked him up and down in surprise. Jiang Hua was puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Fuck you, what the hell? The Tang family, the beast tide, brother Jiang, why the hell didn't you tell me last night? Do you know that when I saw the news this morning, my eyes almost popped out of my head? Did you really do all this? Zhang Yang still couldn't believe it. He could guess a little about the beast tide, after all, Jiang Hua was about to sneak out at that time. But what happened to the Tang family really shocked him the whole morning. That was the Tang family, how could it be destroyed just like that? And it was my brother who did it. It's so freaking incredible. He still feels like he is dreaming. Jianhua, however, remained calm. It's not a big deal, what's there to say? This shit is not a big deal? Zhang Yang's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees, and then relaxed again. Forget it, he was too tired to complain. This is a pretense for you, I give in. Just at this moment, the campus radio sounded and the principal's powerful voice came. Hello, teachers and students, I am the principal. After consultation with the school's top management, we have decided to hold a ceremony at 1 o'clock this afternoon. All students in the graduating class of high school will go out of the city to gain experience and hunt exotic beasts. Registration is limited to those with C-level talents and above. Everyone can decide whether to participate voluntarily. We hope that everyone will actively participate. This time, you will be led by Jianghua on your out-of-city training. Apart from that, there will be no strong people accompanying you, no teachers guarding you, and no one will protect your lives. Outside the city, strange beasts are rampant, alien races are rampant, and cultists are hiding in the dark. It is extremely dangerous. You may die at any time, die in the wilderness, and your body will not be left. You can give up, you can choose not to go, but I still hope that you can all participate, and muster up the courage to face it, without fear of life or death. Because this year is a special year. It is a time of great strife, with geniuses rising up, the situation on the front line is tense, space cracks keep appearing, alien races keep invading our human territory, and humanity is in danger. Today, the 4 major universities have united all colleges and universities to launch a plan to create gods for the human race, vowing to cultivate geniuses of the human race and protect the human territory. Fellow students, the days of comfort are over. The era of fighting for the country and for the human race has arrived. The country needs you and the human race needs you. I know you are afraid. Fear is the instinct of all living things, but courage is the hymn of mankind. Overcome fear, overcome instinct, and overcome yourself, and you will become extremely powerful, become the new heroes of our great Xia, and become the new guardian of the human race. Every citizen has a share of responsibility for the fate of his country. If one day, the dark night finally comes, I will not fear life or death, but move forward courageously, in front of millions of people, with sword drawn and horse mounted, staining the sky with blood. Or they evade responsibility, hide in the city, and live in fear, panic, and confusion. All of this, the choice, is in your hands. Chapter 32 Qin Xiong, Universal Spiritual Skills. The broadcast stopped abruptly. The principal's voice disappeared, and the entire teaching building, the entire school, became extremely quiet and silent at this moment. But the hearts of the young people could no longer remain calm. Something called hot blood surged, boiled, and burst out in the bodies of the senior high school students. Finally, it condensed into a roar, "Fuck it, do it." As Zhang Yang slammed the table, stood up suddenly and roared, the entire class 1 of grade 3 instantly boiled over. Teacher, I'll join in. Teacher, I want to sign up. Teacher, count me in. Teacher, I. Teacher, I'm only D level, but I strongly apply to participate. As the loud and energetic shouts rang out, they started from class 1 of grade 3 and spread to the entire grade 3. Class 2 of senior 3, class 3 of senior 3, class 4 of senior 3. Almost every student who meets the requirements, no matter what talent they awakened, whether it was auxiliary or combat, signed up to participate without hesitation. At this moment, everyone had the same idea: I want to sign up, I want to participate. As for being afraid, now that things have come to this, how the hell can I still be afraid? At the age of 18, when one is in the prime of life, every young man has a straight spine. How could he withstand such stimulation? Anyone who shows any hesitation is not a man. Looking at this scene, the teacher was stunned for a moment, and then a smile slowly appeared on his face. He bowed to all the students and said, "Students, I apologize to you and I take back what I said just now. You are not the worst class of students I have ever taught. Each and every one of you is my pride. I am proud of you." Wow! The atmosphere became lively again and reached a new height. Jianhua looked at this scene and curled his lips. It turned out that the old ones are the wisest. The principal's trick is very clever. But it's a pity for me. I have to increase my workload again. What a miserable life. Of course, having said that, a smile flashed in Jianghua's eyes. He suddenly felt that these classmates were quite cute. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone was ready. In the school square, more than 100 boys and girls formed a square, standing straight, full of fighting spirit. Jianghua rode a white wolf and stood in front of the crowd. His expression was calm and he glanced at everyone, like a general inspecting his soldiers, full of majesty. Everyone looked at Jianghua, their eyes filled with envy and awe. They are all 18 years old and go to the same school, but they can only stand in the crowd and serve as an unknown background board. Jianghua, however, can stand out from the crowd and enjoy the spotlight. This is the difference. Other people as 18-year-olds and your 18-year-olds are really very different. Some girls' eyes sparkled with admiration. At this moment, Jianghua was standing in the sun, in front of everyone, looking so handsome. The boys' eyes were full of longing. They also wanted to be like Jianghua, standing on the stage and looking down at everyone. In the crowd, Zhang Yang looked very proud. This guy was his brother, a good friend who grew up with him. Ling Zixuan had a gloomy look on her face, with deep regret and unwillingness welling up in her heart. The more outstanding Jianghua was, the more uncomfortable she felt. Originally, she should have had a share of Jianghua's honor. She could have become the envy of everyone, but because of her short-sightedness, she ruined it all. No, Jianghua, I must win you back. This time, when I go out of the city for training, I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds, but Jianghua remained calm. After glancing at everyone, he spoke loudly. Those who have awakened offensive, strength, or defensive pets or summoned creatures, please stand on the left. Assassins, archers, mages, and ranged attackers, stand on the right. Those with support, healing, curse, blessing, and other blessing abilities should stand in the middle. Form a team of 5, 2 strong attackers, 2 range attackers, and 1 support. Find classmates you know to form a team. If there are not enough people left to form a team, or if you are the excess number of others, you will be merged into other teams. Try to lead the weak with the strong. Those above a level are not allowed to team up with those of the same A level. Hurry up and move. We will set off in 10 minutes. Following Jianghua's words, everyone started to move. They were very fast and formed a team in less than 10 minutes. Set off. Jianghua shouted loudly, and everyone was about to take action, but at this moment, a voice came, "Wait." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and when they looked up, they saw a burly young man walking towards the school gate. He was quite sturdy, almost 2 meters tall, and looked like a wild bear. He came closer, glanced at everyone with an indifferent look, and then looked at Jianghua coldly. "I can go out of the city to gain experience, but I don't accept you as the leader. Jianghua, if you have the guts, fight me. Whoever wins will be the leader." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Someone recognized the young man and immediately whispered, "It's Qin Xiong from class 3-4 of senior high school. I heard he's also awakened an S-level beast taming talent. He's also a sky-slaying dragon bear with dragon bloodline, and his power is terrifying." S-level? Jianghua is SSS level. How dare he challenge Jianghua? Is he crazy? What do you know? Qin Xiong's father is a 5th-level awakener. He opened a martial arts school on Binjiang Road, specializing in teaching people spiritual skills. I heard that he even figured out an A-level universal spiritual skill on his own. He is very powerful. Qin Xiong must have inherited his father's true teachings and mastered A-level spiritual skills. If they really fought, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. Hiss. A-level universal spiritual skills? That's really terrifying. If that's the case, Qin Xiong might really have the strength to fight Jianghua. Listening to everyone's discussions, Qin Xiong was very proud. Not everyone can master the A-level general spiritual skills. Universal spiritual skills are something humans have researched based on the skills possessed by pets and summoned creatures. Under normal circumstances, the skills mastered by the awakened can only be used after linking with the spirit of the contracted creature and outlining the runes. However, in this case, the power of the contracted creature is borrowed, which does not belong to oneself, and only one skill can be borrowed at each level, which is extremely restrictive. Universal spiritual skills do not have this restriction. Anyone can learn them as long as they master the method. However, because human research in this area is relatively shallow, there are very few universal spiritual skills on the market and they are very expensive. Not only are they rare and expensive, but they are also of low level. Most of them are D-level and C-level general spiritual skills, such as Fireball, Ice Cone, etc. Being able to reach a level general spiritual skills is a rare thing among the rare ones. Its rarity among general spiritual skills is no less than that of S-level awakeners among humans. In this way, one can imagine how precious A-level general spiritual skills are. Even among the 5 major families in Zhangchang, each family only has 1 or 2 A-level general spiritual skills. It is the kind that has been around for many years. If they want a new one, they may not be able to get it even if they spend a huge price. It is precisely because of this that Qin Xiong is so proud. Although his father's A-level universal spiritual skill was also realized by chance, he has it, and that is his confidence. Not long ago, he had even gone out of the city with his father to test it. Relying on his own talent and A-level general spiritual skills, he had personally killed a second-order alien beast. This gave him immense confidence, so he dared to challenge Zhang Hua. Today, he will let everyone know who is the real strong one in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. So what if he is at SSS level? He will still step on him. What do you think? Zhang Hua, are you afraid? Or are you scared? If you are, just give me the leader position and say Uncle Qin Xiong is mighty, and I will let you go. Seeing Zhang Hua didn't say anything, Qin Xiong provoked him again. Zhang Hua raised an eyebrow, finally coming to his senses. He glanced at Qin Xiong and shook his head. I was just wondering, if I accidentally killed you, would you have to pay me for it? Qin Xiong was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, as if he had heard a huge joke. Beat me to death? Ha 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 ha, you said you wanted to beat me to death? Zhang Hua, do you know what you are talking about? Zhang Hua frowned slightly, his expression turning cold. Seeing Qin Xiong's exaggerated behavior, he released his aura, no longer hiding his first-order 10th level cultivation. He said coldly, is it funny? Swish. Chapter 33 Giantization, a punch sent flying. Swish. Qin Xiong's laughter stopped abruptly, like a rooster with its neck stuck. His pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen a ghost, and he stared at Zhang Hua in horror. First stage, 10th level? How is that possible? You've only awakened a few days ago, how could you improve so quickly? My dad helped me absorb a bottle of 5th level cultivation potion, which allowed me to reach the 4th level of the first stage. You. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and the people around him also widened their eyes with shock. I'll give you one more chance. Return to the team honestly, go out of the city to gain experience, and don't waste everyone's time. Zhang Hua's face was calm and his tone was indifferent. Zhang Hua, you're too arrogant. So what if you're only at the 10th level of the first order? I've killed second-order monsters before. Today, I'll let you know the power of an A-level universal spiritual skill. Come fight. Qin Xiong shouted loudly and waved his hand, and a huge monster suddenly appeared. It stood up, 5 meters tall, covered with blood-colored hair, had a single horn on its head, and its eyes were scarlet, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Sky-slaying dragon bear, come at me. Qin Xiong pointed at Zhang Hua. The sky-slaying dragon bear suddenly roared wildly, slapped its chest with both palms, and roared loudly. Then it pounced out suddenly, and its huge body rushed towards Zhang Hua like a mountain. The horn on its head shone with golden light, and there was a heavy dragon aura in the air. Everyone felt this pressure, and their hearts sank suddenly. Their bodies suddenly sank, their legs became weak, and they almost kneeled down on the ground instinctively. Dragon might, Qin Xiong's sky-slaying dragon bear indeed has the blood of the dragon clan. Someone said this with a trembling voice, his teeth chattering, and it was obvious that he was terrified to the extreme. Several A-level talents in the crowd also looked unhappy. The gap between S-level and A-level was too big, and they were no match at all. But at this moment, they suddenly felt their bodies loosen, and the terrifying dragon might suddenly disappeared. Looking up, he saw Zhang Hua appear in front of the sky-slaying dragon bear. He raised his palm and easily blocked the dragon bear's falling claws. Then he suddenly raised his head and said in a cold voice, "Get out!" Boom! The overwhelming dragon power burst out again, 1,000,000 times more terrifying than before. The huge body of the sky-slaying dragon bear trembled suddenly, and its scarlet pupils revealed a look of fear like a mouse seeing a cat. It looked at Zhang Hua as if it had seen the most terrifying creature in the world. It whimpered, turned around and fled, turning into a stream of light and shooting into Qin Xiong's body. It was so scared that it returned to the summoning space on its own. What did you do? No, you also have dragon blood? Qin Xiong's eyes suddenly widened and he cried out in horror. There was only one possibility for this situation to occur. The sky-slaying dragon bear had encountered a creature of the same kind, and a creature whose bloodline was countless times stronger than its own. Only the absolute suppression of the lower bloodline by the upper bloodline could scare the sky-slaying dragon bear so much. I've already given you a chance. Jiang Hua's voice was extremely cold, and he suddenly jumped out and rushed towards Qin Xiong. I originally thought that showing off my cultivation level would be enough to intimidate Qin Xiong and make him retreat, but he refused to take advantage of me, so I could only beat him into submission. Jiang Hua jumped high, his fist shining with light, and punched Qin Xiong hard. The wind whistled, the air exploded instantly, and a thunderous sound of air explosion was made. Damn it, gigantic. Qin Xiong gritted his teeth. Jiang Hua's strength was too terrifying. He hadn't even summoned the contracted creature, but he had scared his pet away. He had already started to think about retreating. But with so many people watching, if I don't fight him today, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold my head up high in school in the future. Qin Xiong gritted his teeth and roared, using the A-level general spiritual skills he mastered. In an instant, his face turned extremely red and his body expanded rapidly. With a crackling sound, the sleeves of his arms and trouser legs burst, and his arms, legs and feet became as thick as elephant hooves. His body suddenly grew taller, and in an instant he turned into a 5-meter-tall little giant. His huge body was bulging with muscles, and veins protruding from his skin were extremely exaggerated and quite oppressive. Fuck, the Hulk, someone exclaimed. Qin Xiong's appearance at this moment, except for the skin color, is indeed no different from the Hulk in Marvel. Jiang Hua, after becoming giant, my strength and speed can increase tenfold. Let's see what you can use to fight me. Come on. Qin Xiong roared, raised his fist and smashed it towards Jiang Hua. The surge in strength after his giantization made his fear of Jiang Hua disappear, and he became arrogant again. Boom! The huge fist collided with Jiang Hua's small fist with a loud bang. Qin Xiong showed contempt and disdain on his face, and his eyes were full of grim smiles. It seemed that he had already seen Jiang Hua being knocked away by his punch and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. This punch of his had once knocked a second-level monster flying. He didn't believe that Jiang Hua could withstand it. At least he would break some bones. Snap! The fists collided with each other instantly, and the clear sound of broken bones was heard. Ah! How is this possible? Qin Xiong's expression changed drastically in an instant, and he let out a scream. One of his arms bent into a strange posture, and his body flew backwards for dozens of meters before landing at the school gate, smashing the big iron gate open directly, and he flew out of the school. The ground collapsed with a loud bang, and the earth shook. Qin Xiong fell into the pit, coughing up blood, his eyes full of horror. His body shrank rapidly and returned to its original shape like a deflated balloon, but his eyes were confused and he was somewhat doubting his life. Set off! Jiang Hua spoke calmly, his face calm, and jumped onto the back of the white wolf, walking straight out of the school. Everyone immediately followed. When passing by Qin Xiong, Jiang Hua glanced at him lightly without saying a word. Qin Xiong did not kill him just now, so Jiang Hua did not kill him either. The people at the back looked at each other, and seeing Qin Xiong's miserable appearance, no one dared to help him. On the other hand, Zhang Yang, when passing by, deliberately bent down and took a closer look. TSK, little Qin Xiong, how ridiculous. You! Qin Xiong's face suddenly turned red, and he was filled with shame and anger. Ouch, your eyes are so scary, come and hit me, come and hit me. Zhang Yang raised his butt, patted Qin Xiong in the pit, and then left quickly. Fatty, just wait for me. Qin Xiong roared in anger. His anger aroused his injuries and he spit out another mouthful of blood. He hurriedly took out the healing potion and swallowed it. After recovering from his injuries, he looked at the direction the large army left, fought for a moment, and decided to catch up with them. Dad said that victory and defeat are common in the military, and we shouldn't give up just because of a temporary failure. I'll go for this training session too. The worst that can happen is that Jiang Hua will mock me. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Xiong encouraged himself and quickly followed. On top of the school building, the principal and a group of teachers watched the scene with smiles in their eyes. Teacher Lin, Jiang Hua from your class is truly amazing. He truly deserves to be called an SSS-level genius. His strength is probably comparable to some third-level awakeners. No, Mr. Li, Qin Xiong in your class is also very good. Although he is a little young and frivolous, he has a good character and will achieve great things in the future. Ha, you two should stop bragging to each other. Speaking of which, principal, the children are all gone. Are we really just going to leave them alone and let them go out of town to train on their own? Everyone looked at the principal, who stroked his beard and said with a smile, "How can we ignore our own students? Maybe we won't be able to do anything for them in the future when they go to the battlefield, but we can't let anything happen to them under Jiangqing's watchful eyes." That's right. We should protect our own students. Let's go and follow them. Let's go together. As they were talking, their figures soared into the sky and chased after Zhang Hua and the others, following them from a distance. Chapter 34 Scavenger Lizard. On the street, a group of students rushed past, attracting the attention of many passers-by. They are students from number 1 middle school. There are so many of them. What are they going to do? I know. I heard that the senior students from Jiangcheng number 1 high school are going out of town for training today. Going out of the city for training? Holy shit, are they crazy? So many people going out of the city for training? They've only awakened a few days ago. Aren't they just going to die? Why are you courting death? Haven't you seen that those who went there are at least sea-level talented students? Their fighting power is no weaker than some low-level hunters. And did you see that? The leader, Zhang Hua, an SSS-level awakener, was slaughtering a horde of beasts yesterday. I heard he killed at least 100 beasts, even the calamity beasts. Holy crap, is this true? Are students nowadays so aggressive? The discussions among the crowd made the young men feel for the first time the feeling of being the center of attention. For a moment, they all held their heads high and looked very proud. However, as he approached the city gate, the excitement in his heart gradually subsided, and he became a little nervous again. After all, he was just an 18-year-old boy who had just started out. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. He got carried away at the time, but later he became a little timid. Zhang Hua glanced around and immediately noticed this situation, and said in a deep voice, "Life is not a game, there is no second chance, and going out of town to gain experience is not fun. Now that you have made a choice, don't waver. Being timid and fearful of everything will only cost you your lives. If you want to survive and become stronger, then give me firm faith. If anyone wants to die, just tell me and I'll give him a ride right now. Don't wait until we're out of the city and disturb others." Zhang Hua's words were harsh, and the murderous aura in his voice shocked everyone's heart, and they dared not think about it anymore. Soon, the group left the city. The market under the city wall was still bustling with hunters coming and going, but today no one was so blind as to come and cause trouble. One reason was that Zhang Hua and his team was large enough, and the other was that everyone recognized Zhang Hua and the iconic white wolf under his crotch, so naturally no one dared to cause trouble. Let me tell you, yesterday, Brother Jiang and I were out of town, and we were at the market over there when we ran into these two clueless people looking for trouble. That guy was a strong and muscular man, with a cultivation level of the 7th level of the First Order. He was a hunter who lived on the edge of a knife and scared me to death. As for Brother Jiang, he was calm and composed. He went up and slapped them twice to teach them a lesson. Those two bastards were beaten so hard that they didn't dare to say a word. They just knelt on the ground and called him Grandpa. It was so fucking satisfying. Zhang Yang used an exaggerated tone to tell everyone about Zhang Hua's heroic deeds, which caused everyone to exclaim in surprise again. Zhang Hua rolled his eyes. This guy's habit of talking too much really can't be changed. Alright, everyone, be quiet. Everyone, follow the team assignments we just made. The two attackers will stand in the front, the support will stand in the middle, and the two ranged attackers will be in the back. Spread out in this team formation, summon your pets and contracted creatures, and prepare to enter Yuelu Mountain. Pay attention and stop thinking about other messy things. If you die, no one will collect your body. Zhang Hua's words frightened everyone. They dared not be distracted anymore and immediately stood in formation, releasing their pets and summoned creatures. Suddenly, there was a burst of light and all kinds of strange creatures appeared. The team grew in size again, and Zhang Hua led everyone to speed up and rush towards Yuelu Mountain. As they moved forward, the scene outside the city appeared in front of everyone. There were still traces of yesterday's beast-tide impact on the road. The ground was cracked and cracks spread out. The trees and weeds on both sides were burned, leaving charred marks. There were dried dark red bloodstains on the ground, and even the soil appeared red, which was shocking. Everyone looked at this scene with pale faces. They really couldn't imagine how fierce the battle was here yesterday. Thinking that Zhang Hua was at the scene yesterday and killed many strange beasts in the beast tide and even eliminated the disaster beasts, everyone suddenly felt a sense of awe. Roar! Soon after entering the woods, there was a violent roar of a beast, the earth shook, and in the woods ahead, a huge monster rushed out, stirring up a cloud of dust. It has a great green body, 4 thick hooves, a head as ferocious as a python, and a huge tail. This is a scavenger lizard. It is 10 meters long and looks like a dinosaur, with a mouth full of sharp teeth. It looks quite scary and exudes a powerful aura of the 8th level of the first rank. It's a scavenger lizard, a first-order 8th level exotic beast. How terrifying! Is it targeting us? Everyone was suddenly a little panicked. It was their first time out of the city and they encountered a strange beast of this level, which made them a little scared. Zhang Hua also raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that a lot of strange beasts died yesterday, which attracted these scavenger beasts out. However, the 8th level of the first stage was a bit too powerful for these students. Just as Zhang Hua was about to make a move, he saw a burly figure suddenly rushing out. It's just a larger reptile. What are you afraid of? I'm here to take care of it. I'll use my powerful King Kong bear paw to deal with it. Qin Xiong shouted loudly and jumped up, pouncing like a bear. His arms suddenly swelled up, and brown hair grew, turning into a pair of huge bear paws, and even 3-inch-long sharp claws popped out. It fell from the sky with a bang and pounced on the head of the scavenger lizard, and its sharp claws pierced into the scavenger lizard's head. Roar! The scavenger lizard felt pain and roared angrily. It shook its head violently, trying to throw Qin Xiong off its head. Qin Xiong held on tightly and exerted force again, piercing his sharp claws into the brainstem. The scavenger lizard's body twitched violently and fell to the ground with a bang. Dead? Fuck, Qin Xiong is so powerful, he can even kill a level 1, level 8 scavenger lizard. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened, they exclaimed in surprise, and looked at Qin Xiong in disbelief. Qin Xiong was also very proud. He wiped the blood off his face and looked at Zhang Hua deliberately. The meaning was self-evident. Zhang Hua frowned, and riding on the white wolf's back, he said indifferently, "Are you very proud?" Qin Xiong was stunned and didn't say anything, but his face showed dissatisfaction. Zhang Hua looked at the others again. Do you think he's very powerful? Everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything, but they all felt that Zhang Hua was taking revenge for personal reasons. Seeing everyone like this, Zhang Hua sneered and said, when an awakener fights, they need to cooperate with their contracted creatures and attack together with their pets. Because of the fragility of the human body, pets are usually the main attackers, with humans providing assistance. This is something that even elementary school students understand. Do I need to teach you? Especially when facing a monster that is stronger than yourself, the first thing you should think about is how to protect yourself, and then kill the enemy. Before entering the forest, I told you to summon your contracted creatures. Qin Xiong, where's your pet? Why didn't you summon it? You rushed forward like a fool, thinking you were so powerful, right? Let me tell you, if this scavenger lizard had any means of energy attack, you would have died at least 10 times just now. Also, where are Qin Xiong's teammates? You were assigned to teams so that you could cooperate with each other. What were you doing while he was fighting the monsters alone? Just staring blankly at him? Don't you even have this little bit of fighting spirit? Zhang Hua scolded everyone so harshly that Qin Xiong's teammates all lowered their heads. Zhang Hua's words were a bit too harsh, but he was right to scold them. They really didn't react just now. Think about it carefully. We are human beings. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that we know how to use our brains. Use your intelligence to kill the enemy, use the least cost, create the greatest results, preserve your own strength, and prevent any unexpected situations. This is what you should do. Okay, let's keep moving forward. Each team should send a fast scout to scout the situation. If you encounter a strange beast, decide whether to take action based on the strength of your team. If the monster attacks first, defend yourself in time. If you can't deal with it, ask for help from other teams immediately. In addition, the distance between each team should not exceed 100 meters. If you encounter a second-level monster or an unexpected situation, shout loudly and I will rush to you immediately. After Zhang Hua gave the order, everyone gathered themselves together, became alert, and headed towards the forest, spreading out in a fan shape. Soon, roars of strange beasts were heard from several directions, and the battle broke out instantly. Zhang Hua waved his hand, and Michael's figure emerged. The angel wings behind the two of them flapped, and they slowly rose into the air, observing the situation of everyone. At the same time, on the other side, a large group of students, like Jiang Huo and others, were training in the forest. They wore the uniform of number 2 middle school and, led by a 4th level awakener, traveled through the forest. When they encountered strange beasts, the 4th level awakener would call out one of them to fight with the beast. He would instruct and fight at the same time. If a student could not hold on any longer, he would step in to rescue him and then replace him with another person. After several rounds of fighting, the strange beast was killed. The students cheered and continued to move forward to look for the next strange beast. In this way, the two groups of students moved forward in the forest, and their directions gradually approached each other. Chapter 35 The Poisonous Long-Tongued Frog. Go, Wang Hao, Luyu, let your lion tiger beasts and the giant stone turtle take the lead. This armored bull is going crazy. Li Xiaoqin, Zhou Lily, you two take aim and use spells to attack the armored bull's eyes and leg joints. I'll use my gravity field to restrict his movements, and will quickly take care of this armored bull. In the woods, shouts continued to be heard, and students were all besieging the strange beast according to the methods of the Jianghua sect. From the initial confusion and fear to gradually adapting to the rhythm, an hour later, I had become more proficient in it. They had a clear division of labor and quickly killed the exotic beasts, collected soul crystals, and divided the materials, reaping a rich harvest. Boom! The armored bull's front legs broke and it fell to the ground with a bang. An ice spike flew towards it and pierced its eye socket, killing it on the spot. Jiang Hua flew overhead and saw this scene. He immediately said, "Well done." This person cooperated well with others and surrounded and killed the first-level, third-level armored bull. The whole process took less than 5 minutes, which was really good. Several students were immediately excited when they heard this. Among so many teams, they were the first to receive praise from Jiang Hua. The other side. Whoosh! The arrow broke through the air with a sharp whistling sound and accurately pierced the head of a wind wolf. The huge force blew the entire wind wolf away. The team members immediately exclaimed and applauded. Wow, Zishuan, you're amazing. Night elves are truly natural archers. Your archery skills are simply superb. Yes, Zishuan is so awesome. Before we could react, she killed the wind wolf in an instant. Ling Zishuan slowly retracted the bow and arrow in her hand, a smile appeared on her face, and she felt a little proud in her heart. She was an A-level talent, summoning creatures of the night elf. The first skill linked to it was archery mastery, which gave her a powerful bow and arrow talent. With the help of teammates, it is extremely easy to deal with these strange beasts, one by one. She raised her head and her eyes met Jiang Hua's, looking forward to Jiang Hua's evaluation. However, Jiang Hua just glanced at her lightly and flapped his wings to leave. Ling Zishuan's eyes suddenly dimmed and she was disappointed. Second level alien beast, Jiang Shen, help, Qin Xiong has been captured by a second level alien beast. Suddenly, a loud cry for help came from the front. Jiang Hua's face changed, and his body suddenly shot out. Flying in the air, he saw a huge frog that was as tall as 2 stories, covered with ugly bumps, and green in color from thousands of meters away. The frog opened its mouth wide, and its tongue, which was dozens of meters long, shot out and wrapped around Qin Xiong's waist, throwing Qin Xiong directly into the air. Ah, save me! Qin Xiong was so scared that his face turned pale, his hands and feet were waving wildly, and he was screaming. Jiang Hua's eyes narrowed. It was a level 2, level 5 exotic beast, the poisonous long-tongued frog. It was a special exotic beast with a huge body and a highly poisonous body. It has no toxic means of attack, but the ugly lump on its back contains a large amount of toxins. Once killed, its body will explode. The deadly poison contained in the body will spread everywhere. Wherever the poison flows, no grass will grow and everything will be corroded. The poisonous long-tongued frog usually appears with spiritual medicine. How could it appear here? An idea flashed through Jiang Hua's mind, but he had no time to think. The poisonous long-tongued frog retracted its tongue and was about to swallow Qin Xiong into its stomach in one gulp. A sharp light flashed in Jiang Hua's eyes. He started to move at 0 frame and swung his hand, and a silver moon blade flew out. A crescent-shaped blade of light flew out into the air, and endless sharp energy cut through the space, cutting off the tongue of the sky-poison long-tongued frog with a puff. Qin Xiong fell to the ground, completely dazed. Before he could regain consciousness, he heard Jiang Hua yell, "Everyone, move back 100 meters." Qin Xiong did not dare to delay. He rolled over and got up from the ground in a panic. He fled madly into the distance, and the others hurried to follow him. Quack! The poisonous long-tongued frog felt pain and uttered an angry croak. It suddenly jumped up into the air 100 meters high and pounced towards Jianhua, like a mountain falling from the sky. Jianhua's eyes focused, and he flapped his wings behind him. He rushed forward, the white dragon tattoo on his body emitting golden light. Jianhua raised his fist high and punched out. Boom! With a deafening roar, Jianhua's fist smashed hard on the body of the sky-poison long-tongued frog. The huge body of the sky-poison long-tongued frog was blown away by the punch, like a meteor streaking across the sky, and flew backwards into the depths of the mountains and forests. Its body began to break into pieces in the void, and finally exploded with a bang. The dark green venom floated in the air and fell like raindrops, landing in the mountains and forests below. The trees, flowers and plants were instantly corroded, turning from emerald green to black and gray in the blink of an eye, and finally turned into a pool of poisonous water, emitting a terrible stench. Seeing this scene, Jianghua's eyes narrowed. This venom was too abnormal. If it landed on his body, even Jianghua would not be able to resist it. Xin Xiong and others looked at this scene in horror, their faces turned pale with fear, a strong chill in their hearts, and their scalps numbed. If such a poison were to fall on them, they would be wiped out in an instant. Xin Xiong was shocked and it took him a while to react. He looked at Jianghua with an extremely complicated expression. From being unwilling to accept being defeated by Jianhua at the beginning, to being unwilling to accept being scolded by Jianhua later, to now being saved by Jianhua, his mentality has undergone a shocking 180-degree reversal. There was no more negative emotion in his heart, only deep admiration. Seeing Jianhua falling, Xin Xiong gritted his teeth, stepped forward quickly, and knelt down with a thud. Jiangshen, Jiangge, I surrender. I apologize for my previous behavior. You saved my life. From now on, I will be your most loyal brother. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Xin Xiong's face was solemn, and he spoke every word with decisiveness. Jianhua was stunned for a few seconds, then he smiled and said, "Get up, there's no need to do this. I saved you only because I'm the team leader and I promised the principal that I have the responsibility to protect your safety. As for being your younger brother, forget it. I don't have any grudge against you. I won't take what happened before to heart. Just be careful next time." Hearing this, Xin Xiong was obviously relieved. He was glad that Jianghua would not bear a grudge against him. However, he felt a little disappointed when he heard that Jianghua was unwilling to accept him as his younger brother. After thinking for a while, Xin Xiong took out a fist-sized bead from the space ring and handed it to Jianhua. "Brother Jiang, no matter what, you saved my life. I have to repay you for saving my life. This is my family's A-level universal spiritual skill gigantism. I give it to you as a token of my gratitude." Giant? Jianhua remembered the scene where Qin Xiong transformed into a little giant. He was also a little curious about this A-level general spiritual skill. He did not act pretentiously and took it directly. Looking at the fist-sized bright yellow bead in his hand, Jianhua knew that it was a spiritual skill engraving bead, specially used to engrave spiritual skills. Regardless of the level of general spiritual skills, they are generally not written in words, but are engraved in the spiritual skill engraving beads using mental power. The user only needs to inject spiritual power to view the content and learn from it, but the spiritual skill engraving beads can generally only be used 3 times. If you haven't learned it after 3 times, it means you are too stupid and you can only buy it again. This thing is extremely expensive. This spiritual skill engraved bead in his hand, which is engraved with the giant A-level universal spiritual skill, would be worth at least tens of millions if it were put on the market. Jianhua has many contracted creatures and can use many skills, but he has not learned any general spiritual skills. This is the first time he has used them. The spiritual energy poured in, and in an instant, Jianghua's mind was shocked, and countless golden words flew up and poured into his mind. He suddenly saw a golden transparent little man, with countless acupoints lighting up in his body. Spiritual power turned into silk threads, shuttling through the tendons, veins and acupoints. This was the spiritual power flow route of the giant spiritual skill. Jianhua looked at it intently and soon understood that this giant spiritual skill was equivalent to the Silver Moon Wolf King's Berserk skill. Both were status skills that could improve strength in a short period of time. But it also has huge side effects. After using it, you will fall into a period of weakness. For example, Qin Xiong used it once when fighting with Jianghua at school, and he never used it again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly by the poisonous long-tongued frog and almost eaten alive. While studying spiritual skills, someone suddenly ran over in a panic and shouted from a distance, "Zhangshun, it's bad, Zhang Yang and the others are fighting with the people from number 2 middle school over there." Chapter 36 S-Level Summoning System, Snow Monster. People from number 2 middle school? Jiang Hua was stunned. Why were people from number 2 middle school here? Did their school also come to Yuelu Mountain for training? Without having time to think, Jiang Hua rushed over immediately after hearing the conflict between Zhang Yang and the other party, and Qin Xiong also hurriedly followed. When he got closer, Jiang Hua saw a large group of people gathered at the entrance of a valley. The people from number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school combined numbered over 100. Zhang Yang's angry voice came from the crowd, shouting loudly, "Sun Ping, what do you mean by this? We were the first to discover this Tianxin grass, are you still trying to steal it? Oh, treasures in this world belong to those who are capable. So what if I rob them? If you don't agree, take it back. You are a B-level trash and you want to reason with me? Do you think you are worthy? And you noobs from number 1 middle school, if you don't have the ability, just hold it in. Why the hell are you glaring at me? If you glare at me again, I'll dig your eyeballs out, believe it or not." Opposite was a boy with a crew cut, standing in front of the second middle school student, extremely arrogant. In his hand was a Tianxin grass, a second-level spiritual medicine, with its roots still covered in mud, obviously having just been dug out of the ground. Ah, Big Brother Sun Ping is right. They're a bunch of trash from number 1 middle school. If you have the guts, take them back. If you don't have the strength, just stay put. That's right, a precious elixir like Tianx Cinco should belong to Big Brother Sun Ping. Giving it to a bunch of trash like you is a complete waste of natural resources. Our Big Brother Sun Ping is an S-level genius. You are a bunch of ABCs, not even S-level. How can you have the courage to fight us? A group of students from number 2 middle school nearby, upon hearing what the man with the crew cut said, burst into laughter and mocked him wantonly. Zhang Yang and the others' faces flushed red, they clenched their fists, glared at each other angrily, and felt very aggrieved. Don't be so arrogant. Wait until God Jiang comes and see if you can still come out smiling. Someone couldn't help but say. Jiang Shun? You are talking about Jiang Hua, right? He is so legendary, who knows whether it is true or not? If you have the guts, call him out. Everyone can brag. The student from number 2 middle school curled his lips and shouted. As you wish, here I come. Jiang Hua's calm voice sounded, and the crowd immediately dispersed, making way for Jiang Hua. When the people in number 1 middle school saw Jiang Hua, they were as excited as if they had seen a savior. Jiang Shun. Jiang Shun. Master Jiang, the people from number 2 middle school are so arrogant. They stole our things and provoked us. The group of people suddenly seemed to have found their backbone, and they all complained to Jiang Hua about the evil deeds of number 2 middle school. Jiang Hua glanced at Zhang Yang, who was keeping his head down and silent, patted his shoulder, then looked at the man who had spoken earlier and said with a smile, "I'm here, what are you going to do?" The man's face suddenly turned purple, and he didn't dare to respond at all. He lowered his head. A group of students from number 2 middle school immediately pretended to be dumb, avoiding his gaze and not daring to make a sound. Jiang Hua sneered and looked at the crew-haired boy named Sun Ping. He said in a cold tone, "I'll give you a chance. Return the elixir, apologize, admit your mistake, and take everyone from number 2 middle school with you and get out of here." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the middle school was so excited that they became incoherent. Domineering, Jiang Shin is too domineering. This aura and this tone show that he doesn't take the people from number 2 middle school seriously at all. So cool. TSK, what kind of cats and dogs are they? They are not worthy of being taken seriously by God Jiang. They are just S rank. God Jiang, can suppress them with just a wave of my hand. Qin Xiong immediately looked at the man who had spoken with a resentful look in his eyes. Are you talking about me? You must be talking about me. Ling Zixuan looked at Jiang Hua's calm demeanor, her eyes full of obsession. What she liked most was Jiang Hua's calm demeanor, which seemed to remain calm even when faced with a huge crisis. He had a kind of unrestrained and carefree demeanor that was beyond the ordinary. What a pity. I was so blinded by greed that I even thought about breaking up with Jiang Hua and called him a waste in front of so many people. Whenever she thought of this, she wanted to slap herself a few times. It was so damn stupid. No matter what she thought, the students in number 1 middle school felt proud. They held their heads high and looked down at the students in number 2 middle school across from them. Hearing Jianhua's words, Sun Ping also frowned. Anger flashed in his eyes. He stared at Jianhua and gritted his teeth and said, Jianhua, right? I admit you're famous, but you're too arrogant to expect me to give in with just one sentence. Fight me if you have the guts. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a huge white ape emerged. It had a strange appearance, bloodshot eyes, hair all over its body like steel needles, and abnormally thick paws. The most terrifying thing is that its entire body exudes a deep chill, causing frost to continuously condense in the air around it, and snowflakes are falling, which is quite strange. Jianhua's eyes narrowed slightly, and he recognized at a glance that this creature was the snow monster in mythology. It seemed that Sun Ping should have an S-level talent in the summoning system. Of course, summoning just one snow monster naturally cannot be S-level, but creatures like snow monsters generally live in groups, so after the contract, it is natural to summon a group. Sure enough, as the light flashed, 10 snow monsters descended, and the field was instantly filled with ice and snow, as if it had fallen into a severe winter. This kind of aura also surprised everyone, and the students of number 2 middle school exclaimed in surprise. It's a snow monster, it's Big Brother Sun Ping's snow monster. He can actually summon 10 snow monsters. It turns out Big Brother Sun Ping has been hiding his abilities all along. Now we're going to have a good show. Brother Sun Ping's snow monster just slapped a first-order 5th level jungle lion to pieces. Now there are 10 of them. Who can be their match? Brother Sun Ping is awesome. With 10 snow monsters, even if Jianhua is powerful, he can still be worn down to death. Everyone in number 2 middle school suddenly became confident again, full of vigor and momentum, as if they had completely forgotten how they were frightened by Jianhua's words and dared not speak. Sun Ping was also quite proud. A group of snow monsters were guarding him. He crossed his arms, raised the corners of his mouth, looked at Jianhua, and sneered, Jianhua, what do you think? Do you dare to fight me? You're just an S rank, yet you dare to be so arrogant? You really can't tell the difference between a king and a king. Are you worthy enough to fight Brother Jian? Before Jianhua could say anything, Qin Xiong immediately stood up and mocked him without any hesitation. He then looked at Jianhua and said, Brother Jiang, there's no need for you to deal with such a small character. Let me do it. Qin Xiong was eager to try, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He had lost face enough today, and he wanted to get back at them. If he couldn't beat Jianhua, could he not beat Sun Ping, who is also an S-level fighter? Jianhua thought about it and nodded, okay, then you go ahead, be careful. Okay. Qin Xiong agreed, and immediately strode out, pointing at Sun Ping, and said loudly. Sun Ping, huh? You're so arrogant, bullying us at number 1 middle school. Do you really think no one can stop you? Come here and fight me. Qin Xiong waved his hand domineeringly, and the sky-slaying dragon bear emerged. Its huge body was quite oppressive, almost twice the size of the snow monster. The dragon's might was pervasive, which made everyone's heart tremble. Sun Ping frowned slightly and looked at Qin Xiong. He didn't expect that there was an S-level among these people in number 1 middle school. But soon, he sneered and said, Qin Xiong, I know you. Your father is a 5th level expert and has some fame in Jiangchang. But you are not my opponent. Since you want to die, then come on, snow monster, go. Sun Ping waved his hand, and 5 of the 10 snow monsters suddenly pounced out, making strange noises, stomping their huge paws on the ground, jumping up, and rushing towards the sky-slaying dragon bear. The sky-slaying dragon bear also roared suddenly, its scarlet eyes flashing, and a murderous aura wrapped in a heavy dragon might was released. Its huge body slammed towards the 5 snow monsters, and 3-inch long claws popped out of its bare paws, slapping the snow monsters hard. Bang! With a loud bang, a snow monster was knocked away. The brutal power of the sky-slaying dragon bear directly blasted the snow monster backwards. Its huge body smashed into a tree, breaking the trunk. Bang! There was another loud bang, and the sky-slaying dragon bear slapped another snow monster with his backhand. With the all-round crushing of strength and size, the sky-slaying dragon bear beat these snow monsters like an adult beating children, killing each child with one punch. Such a scene made the onlookers exclaim in amazement, and everyone in the middle school shouted, Brother Xiong is so powerful. However, Jianhua noticed that the other 5 snow monsters were gathering strength. They put their hands together, and a deep chill condensed in their palms. They slowly opened their hands, and a dazzling white light flashed. A huge snowball slowly condensed out. It is obvious that these snow monsters also master energy attack methods. 5 snow monsters are used to restrain the enemy, while the other 5 release their skills and kill with one blow. Qin Xiong also noticed this scene. A solemn look flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and gathered all the spiritual power in his body, which exploded with a bang. His body expanded again, his muscles bulged, his clothes burst, and his body grew like a balloon, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. He actually used the gigantic skill again and turned into a 5-meter giant. Qin Xiong roared angrily, and his huge body pounced out towards the 5 snow monsters. When Sun Ping saw this scene, the corners of his mouth rose, and a scornful smile flashed in his eyes. Qin Xiong, you've been fooled. The next moment, a snowball quickly condensed in his palm. Sun Ping suddenly threw the snowball into the sky. Suddenly, the snowballs in the hands of the 5 snow monsters were also pulled into the sky. The 6 snowballs suddenly merged in the sky and turned into a huge snowball with a radius of 1 meter. The terrifying cold air emanated from it, even freezing the space. The tops of the trees within a radius of 100 meters were all covered with a layer of frost. The energy fluctuations emitted from it have far exceeded the level of the first order and are almost reaching the level of the third order. Snowball, fall. Sun Ping shouted coldly, and a huge snowball fell from the sky and hit Qin Xiong hard. Qin Xiong suddenly looked up, his eyes full of horror. He wanted to dodge, but his body was held tightly by the 5 snow monsters. He could not move and could only watch the huge snowball crash down. It's over. Everyone in the middle school sighed in their hearts, and a trace of pity flashed in their eyes. Boom! Chapter 37 Killing Sun Ping, Tianqin Grass? Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the snowball exploded. Countless ice crystals turned into sharp blades and exploded. A terrifying ice crystal storm suddenly rolled up in the field, and heavy snow fell from the sky, blocking the vision. The storm spread in all directions, the ground cracked, trees fell down, and the area within 100 meters instantly turned into ice and snow, and everything was frozen. On the side of number 2 middle school, the 4th level strongman who was leading the group of students quickly retreated and quickly left the range of the ice crystals. On the side of number 1 middle school, Michael stood in front of everyone, and the golden holy light turned into a halo to protect everyone. Is it over? Qin Xiong, dead? Everyone squinted their eyes and looked. The ice and snow in the sky slowly dissipated, and a pair of huge wings appeared. The wings slowly folded together, revealing the figures of Jiang Huo and Qin Xiong. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. Blocked? Such a terrifying attack was actually blocked by Jiang Huo. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the 4th rank expert widened his eyes. Even for him, it would be difficult to block this attack, but Jiang Huo was completely unharmed. Sun Ping was stunned for several seconds before he reacted. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt like the sky was falling. He pointed at Jiang Huo and said in a trembling voice, how is this possible? How did you do it? Jiang Huo looked at Sun Ping with a calm expression and an indifferent gaze. His tone was extremely cold. We are both from Jiangcheng, both students, with no hatred or grudges. Yet, you are so cruel for a low-level spiritual medicine. Sun Ping, you are going too far. What are you going to do? Sun Ping asked tremblingly, feeling an inexplicable fear in his heart. Kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Huo suddenly shot out and rushed towards Sun Ping like an arrow. No, you can't kill me. I'm from the Sun family. If you kill me, the Sun family won't let you go. Snow monster, stop him. Leader, save me. Sun Ping was completely panicked, his eyes full of fear. He stepped back quickly, commanding the snow monster to block in front of him while shouting for help. Seeing this scene, the students of number 2 middle school all looked grim. Upon hearing this, the 4th level man who was the leader of the team immediately rushed out to rescue people. Jiang Huo's eyes suddenly fixed on him, and he said in a cold tone, if you dare to move, I will wipe out your entire family. Swish! The 4th level man's scalp exploded and cold sweat broke out in an instant. He was so frightened by Jiang Huo's words that he dared not move. He was at the scene when Wu Xiaofeng destroyed the Tang family and saw it clearly. At this moment, how could he dare to go against Jiang Huo? Looking at Sun Ping with pity, the 4th level man gritted his teeth and retreated. He was just a guard hired by number 2 middle school and not a member of the Sun family. There was no need to lose his life for Sun Ping. Jiang Huo retracted his gaze and waved his hand. A large silver moon blade shot out, crushing all the snow monsters into dust. He looked at Sun Ping with cold eyes. It's your turn. Seeing this scene, Sun Ping was completely desperate. In desperation, he suddenly became ruthless, with a ferocious look on his face. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards Jiang Hua, condensing a huge snowball in his palm and blasting it towards Jiang Hua. A last-ditch effort. Jiang Hua's face was calm. He moved his body and easily avoided the snowball. Then he rushed forward and appeared in front of Sun Ping. He stretched out his hand and firmly grasped his neck. Jiang, snap! Before Sun Ping could utter a single word, Jiang Hua suddenly exerted force with his palm, crushing his throat. Sun Ping's eyes suddenly widened, his neck tilted, and he died. Before he died, he never imagined that Jiang Hua would be so decisive and kill him without giving him any chance. Everyone in number 2 middle school was even more frightened. They finally witnessed Jiang Hua's ruthlessness. He killed without hesitation, and the person he killed was the young master of the Sun family. He was too cruel. This kind of person must not be provoked. Everyone in number 2 middle school was scared and had already listed Jiang Hua as someone who must not be provoked. Even the 4th level strong man was frightened and regretted deeply that he should not have taken this job. Now that Sun Ping was dead, Jiang Hua was not afraid, but he, the team leader, was in trouble. Jiang Hua casually took off Sun Ping's space ring and threw Sun Ping's body back in front of everyone in number 2 middle school as if throwing away garbage. Get lost, and by the way, tell the Sun family, if you want revenge, come on, I'll take it. Yes, yes. The leader, a 4th level expert, did not dare to speak. He picked up Sun Ping's body and ran out of the forest with everyone from number 2 middle school. Only after they had completely left did number 1 middle school erupt in loud cheers. God, Jiang is awesome. The almost voice-breaking shouts resounded like a tsunami. Everyone looked at Jiang Hua with shining eyes. This man was so damn handsome and domineering. Everyone's admiration for Jiang Hua reached an unparalleled level, like the endless flow of the Yellow River. They surrounded Jiang Hua, lifted him up, and threw him into the sky, constantly shouting Jiang Hua's name. Fuck, my pants, who? Which female hooligan took off my pants? Stop, stop, stop touching me. Damn it. You're a man, and you're touching me too. You're a pervert. Jiang Hua screamed repeatedly. At this moment, he was pitiful, weak, and helpless. In the distance, the principal and others who had been paying attention to the situation here also looked relieved. Principal, Jiang Hua is too cruel. This time he killed Sun Ping. Will the Sun family take revenge later? Jiang Hua's class teacher asked worriedly. Revenge? Oh, you're overthinking it. The tragic scene of the Tang family's annihilation is still before our eyes. Even if you give the Sun family 100,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to retaliate. As long as President Wu is here, even if Jiang Hua breaks the sky of Jiangchang, no one will dare to touch him. The principal sneered disdainfully, not caring about the Sun family at all. On this side, after everyone cheered for a while, they let Jiang Hua go. Seeing the unsatisfied eyes of those girls, Jiang Hua's heart trembled, and he took a few steps back uncontrollably. Brother Jiang, you get scared sometimes too. Zhang Yang put his arm around Jiang Hua's shoulders, winked and teased. Hee, our brother Jiang might be a little weak. Not to mention, this group of young ladies are so fierce and aggressive that even I feel a little scared. Qin Xiong also came over. You two are gloating over other people's misfortunes. Stop your sarcastic remarks. Jiang Hua rolled his eyes, then took out the Tianqing grass and shouted, who discovered this elixir first? Which team? Come here. Brother Jiang, my team, the elixir was right at the entrance of the valley. I was just about to pick it when those bastards from number 2 middle school came over. Zhang Yang said angrily. That's right, it's too bullying. Fortunately, you are here, Jiangshan. Several of Zhang Yang's teammates also came over and said indignantly. Well, the things have been taken back, so I won't talk about it anymore. This Tianqing grass has the effect of assisting in breaking through the realm. I'm about to break through to the 2nd level, and it happens to be useful to me, so I'll buy it at the market price and give each of you a 2nd level soul crystal. What do you think? Jiang Hua said, and just as he finished speaking, several people waved their hands hurriedly. No, this thing was originally snatched back by you, Jiangshan. You just need to use it. Why should I charge you for it? Yes, this Tianqing grass originally belonged to Jiangshan. If it weren't for you, Jiangshan, we wouldn't get a single cent and can't take your money. Several people looked terrified, as if they were frightened by what Jiang Hua said, which made Jiang Hua laugh and cry. Alright, take it all. Your family isn't wealthy, and you've just awakened, so you need resources for cultivation. Don't refuse, or I won't be taking this Tianqing grass anymore. Jiang Hua said with a smile, and one of them took out 2 soul crystals and handed them to them. He was still very satisfied in his heart. At least these people knew how to repay kindness and were not the kind of ungrateful people. Having said that, they no longer refused, but there was even more admiration in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Hua. As for Zhang Yang, he is my brother, so there is no need to say these things. Alright, you guys continue your training. We'll go back in about an hour before the sun sets. Try not to go too far or go any deeper. Jiang Hua gave an order, then sat down cross-legged and began to swallow elixirs and practice. Michael and the Silver Moon Wolf King stood guarding Jiang Hua on his left and right, while Zhang Yang and Qin Xiong were also there to protect him. Chapter 38 Level 2 Starry Sky Tuxedo. The medicinal power of Tianqing grass exploded in the body, turning into majestic spiritual power, flowing through the limbs and bones like a torrent, part of it strengthening the flesh, blood, and bones, and part of it flowing along the tendons and veins to gather in the Dantian Spirit Palace. In the Spirit Palace, the spiritual energy is extremely abundant, but it is blocked by a layer of barrier and cannot increase at all. Jiang Hua immediately closed his eyes and meditated, controlling his spiritual power to violently crash into the barrier. With a bang, a huge wave hit the shore, making a deafening sound. Under continuous impact, cracks appeared on the spiritual barrier, and finally with a bang, it turned into spots of light all over the sky and dissipated. Jiang Hua's aura also surged, breaking through the second level. Opening his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in them, and a smile appeared on Jiang Hua's face. He was very satisfied. He broke through the second level in just a few days. This speed was shocking. It was not slower than that of Chu Xiao, who was taking drugs. The most important thing is that after breaking through the second level, you can communicate and link to use a skill. Jiang Hua has so many contracted creatures, which means that he instantly has a lot of extra skills. This will undoubtedly be a huge boost to Jiang Hua's strength, and will allow him to raise his combat effectiveness to a higher level. As Jiang Hua broke through, Michael beside him also shook violently and broke through to the second level at the same time. The master and the contracted creature complement each other. Michael can give feedback to Jiang Hua, and Jiang Hua can naturally give feedback to Michael. As for the other contracted creatures, Jiang Hua did not give them any feedback because the Tianqing grass had little medicinal power left. The two of them were so active that Qin Xiong and Zhang Yang beside them looked envious. It had only been a few days since Jiang Hua awakened, but he had already broken through to the second level. Such a speed of cultivation was far ahead of them. While they were shocked, they could not help but envy him. Jiang Hua stood up and looked at the sky. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. The sun was setting in the distance and night was about to fall. Outside the city at night is the world of strange beasts, and the danger level is more than 10 times higher than during the day. Most people would never dare to spend the night outside the city, let alone Jiang Hua and his group of students. Jiang Hua didn't dare to delay and hurriedly shouted, "Call everyone back, everyone gather, we're going back immediately." Following Jiang Hua's orders, the teams quickly resolved their battles, retreated one after another, and gathered together with joyful smiles on their faces. Their harvest today was very good. Almost every team hunted 2 exotic beasts. With various materials and soul crystals, each person could get at least 5,000 yuan. For high school students, this was a very generous harvest. Jiang Hua flew into the sky and, with the assistance of Qin Xiong Zhang Yang, gathered everyone. He then counted the number of people and made sure that no one was missing. Then he led the large army back the same way. It took us half an hour to walk out of the forest and along a stretch of road. We finally arrived at the city gate after the sunset had completely fallen. At this moment, many hunters were returning, carrying large and small bags of their harvest. Some even carried the huge corpses of alien beasts on their backs, which looked quite scary. Some people had the joy of a good harvest on their faces, while others had ugly expressions and blood all over their bodies, obviously suffering serious injuries. Some are happy and some are sad, but the market under the city gate is quite lively, with bright lights. Many vendors are shouting loudly and purchasing materials. This time of day is the happiest time for them. Jiang Hua appeared with a group of people, and immediately many vendors surrounded him. "Master Jiang Hua, sell it to me. I saw you during the last beast tide, and you saved my life. I'll buy all of your materials, and I guarantee the price will be fair." "Go away, get out of the way. I'll buy young Master Jiang was things at double the price. Do you think you're the only one participating in the beast tide? Many people rushed to grab it and offered high prices, hoping to use this opportunity to establish a relationship with Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua found an honest and simple man to help these students sell all the materials, which immediately aroused everyone's gratitude. Jiangshan is worthy of being Jiangshan. He can get along well anywhere. If we follow Brother Jiang, we can also eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Everyone was very excited and a group of people entered the city amidst discussions. Okay, let's all go home. Remember to report to school tomorrow and be careful on the road. Jiang Hua said with a smile. Everyone said goodbye and left. This training had ended successfully. The process was short and there were no major setbacks, but for those of them who were going out of the city for the first time, it was enough. The purpose of this out-of-city training is mainly to let them see blood and build up their courage, so that they can go out of the city to train on their own in the future. Jiang Hua assigned them to teams with the same idea in mind. If they wanted to be admitted to major universities across the country, they would have to take on missions to earn contribution points, and they would definitely have to leave the city later. Forming small teams can reduce danger and improve efficiency. For most students from ordinary families, it is the best solution. Speaking of this, Jiang Hua thought about the fact that he still lacked a lot of contribution points. He had earned 30,000 contribution points from the previous Jie Yulan mission, but he still needed 70,000 to reach the standard of the 4 major universities. It seemed that he had to take on a bigger mission to make up the difference. Thinking about this, Jiang Hua and Zhang Yang walked towards home. As they were walking, a ding sound suddenly rang in their minds. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the summon creature, the female ghost Xiaofang, into Sadako. Her level has been raised to S level. The bond item, Starry Sky Tuxedo, has been unlocked and can be retrieved at any time. Finally, the evolution was successful. Jiang Hua's eyes lit up, and his mind instantly flew to the Starry Sky Tuxedo. After chatting with Zhang Yang for a few words, he rushed home. Bang! The door closed heavily. Jiang Hua waved his hand, a white light flashed, and a set of gorgeous clothes appeared before his eyes. Jiang Hua's eyes were instantly attracted by the straight black suit, white lining, black bow tie, without a single wrinkle. It is outlined with gold edges and has star-like spots on it, as if the vast starry sky was engraved on it. It is extremely gorgeous yet pure and clean. Yes, it is a very clean and pure feeling, simple, elegant and very exquisite, just like God's ingenious design. Even the fabric of the clothes reflects a faint silver light. This is a piece of clothing that no man can refuse. Jiang Hua fell in love with it almost at the first sight. With a thought, the Starry Sky Tuxedo was automatically put on. Jiang Hua walked to the mirror and his eyes widened instantly. Even he himself could not believe that the person in the mirror was himself. It is said that a suit is a sign of a man's maturity, but most people look shabby when wearing a suit and lack that kind of temperament. Either they look like office workers or waiters, and very few people can dress like a successful man. But at this moment, after Jiang Hua put on this Starry Sky Tuxedo, his whole person was sublimated. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, every inch of his body and hair exuded an indescribable nobility and elegance. It was as if a medieval Western aristocrat had walked out of the long river of history and appeared before him like a modest gentleman. It also looks like a character from an anime. The boy is dressed in aristocratic clothes, holding a staff, his bangs blown by the breeze, and he smiles, charming countless girls. Jiang Hua couldn't find any adjectives, so he could only say, "Fuck, I'm so handsome." Puff! A silver bell-like laughter sounded, and Medusa, Michael, Sadako and others walked out of the summoning space and appeared in the room. Medusa covered her mouth with a smile and walked to Jiang Hua, her eyes full of surprise and fascination. She raised her hands, straightened Jiang Hua's collar, and brushed away the non-existent dust on his clothes. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed in admiration. "My lord, I have to admit that you are the most handsome male creature I have ever seen. This suit seems to have been made for you. After putting it on, you will exude charm all the time, and I almost can't help but kneel down and kiss your toes." Michael also spoke up. The Lord should be sitting on the high throne at this moment, worshipped by all the people. This is the attire of a king. Sadako also lowered her head shyly and whispered, "Master is so handsome, even more handsome than the stars on TV." Her vocabulary was limited and she couldn't find any adjectives, so she could only think of this metaphor. Jiang Hua heard everyone's heartfelt praise and a smile appeared on his face, the corners of his mouth harder to suppress than AK, low-key, just a little handsome, you can't say that. As soon as these words came out, Medusa rolled her eyes. It was fine when the master didn't speak, but after he spoke, he sounded so mean and his aura was completely destroyed. Jianhua chuckled and didn't care. He immediately checked the abilities and bound items of the Starry Sky Tuxedo. Of course, it wasn't just about being handsome, it also had special abilities. Name: Starry Sky Tuxedo. Special Effect 1: Gathering Spirits. After wearing it, it can absorb the essence of the sun and moon, and the power of the stars to increase the host's cultivation. Special Effect 2: The Stars Shift. After wearing this, you can swap positions with Sadako and Xiaofang at any time, regardless of distance. You can ignore any restrictions, barriers, or suppression effects. You can swap positions with a single thought. Special Effect 3: Spotless. The Starry Sky Tuxedo is untainted by any worldly dust or filth. With a thought, it can be polished to a shine as new. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, and cannot be damaged. Chapter 39, The Stars Shift, Thunder Spirit Skills. Jianhua's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the information about Starry Sky Tuxedo that appeared in front of him. It has 3 special effects, and this alone surpasses most bond items. Especially the abilities of these 3 effects are also extremely powerful. Not to mention the ability to be spotless, but the abilities of gathering spirits and shifting the stars are really abnormal. The spirit gathering effect is equivalent to Jianhua having his own set of auto-cultivation plugins, which can run 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. From now on, even if Jianhua does nothing but eat, sleep, and play Dao every day, his cultivation will continue to increase. Because the Starry Sky Tuxedo is autonomously absorbing energy every moment and pouring it into the Spirit Palace to help him practice and increase his cultivation. You can become stronger just by lying down. Is this ability abnormal? Jianhua felt it carefully and found that even in the room, without being illuminated by the moonlight and stars, the Starry Sky Tuxedo was still absorbing energy. Moreover, the speed of absorbing energy is not slow, almost comparable to Jianhua's normal practice. If Jianhua practices on his own, the effect can be superimposed, and the practice speed will be directly doubled, which is extremely powerful. Even because the Starry Sky Tuxedo absorbs the power of the sun, moon and stars, it can allow Jianghua's spiritual power to transform imperceptibly, possessing the characteristics of star power and becoming more powerful than ordinary spiritual power. In addition, the effect of Dozhuan Xingyi is even more incredible, and it can be called the most powerful life-saving ability. Exchange positions with Xiaofang. Note that it specifically mentions ignoring distance, and ignoring any laws, barriers, confinement and other ability suppression effects. In other words, Jianhua's skill is almost a conceptual skill, and its priority even exceeds the restrictions of the rules. With this skill, who can kill Jianhua in the future? Even if a 9th-level strongman bursts out with power to attack, Jianhua can escape with just a thought. And the power of this skill is far more than that. You know, Xiaofang is a spirit. She can pass through walls, become invisible, and go to many places that humans cannot go. For example, some ruins and forbidden areas are inaccessible to humans, but it is easy for Xiaofang, a ghost. As long as Xiaofang goes in, Jianhua can teleport in with just a thought. Isn't this equivalent to having an additional alternative stealth skill? After Xiaofang evolved into Sadako, she gained a special ability, mirror travel. In the mythological stories, Sadako always crawls out of a black and white TV, and now Xiaofang also has this ability. And it is not limited to televisions. Anything that is a mirror and can reflect an image can pass through it, such as mirrors, glass, car windows, etc. With this ability, Xiaofang can go almost anywhere in the world, and at an extremely fast speed. Combining it with the skill of Dozhuan Xingyi and using it to escape and save one's life is truly amazing. Even a 9th order expert might not be able to catch up. In short, Jianhua was very satisfied with the effect of Starry Sky Tuxedo. Although they were all auxiliary skills and there were no skills to enhance combat effectiveness, they were enough. What's more, Jianhua is not short of combat skills now. The more pets he has, the more skills he will have, and he will never run out of them. Speaking of this, Jianhua remembered the A-level universal spiritual skill Giant Transformation that Qin Xiong gave him today. He was comprehending it at that time, but was interrupted by an unexpected event. This status skill is good, but it doesn't match my elegance. Jianhua looked at the spirit bead in his hand. Wearing a Starry Sky Tuxedo, he transformed into a 3 or 4 meter tall giant. It looked incongruous no matter how he looked at it. After thinking about it, Jianhua called Wu Xiaofeng and asked about the effect of gigantic A-level general spiritual skill, wanting to hear Wu Xiaofeng's opinion. Bullshit giantization. What kind of a level universal spiritual skill is this? This crap is just a pseudo-A level at best, and is only suitable for those power-type awakeners who have a strong brain but simple limbs. Moreover, after reaching the 4th level, the amplification ability of this skill will be greatly reduced, and it is almost useless. Why do you want to learn this crappy thing? If you want spiritual skills, come to me and I will teach you the real universal spiritual skills, the thunder method that everyone in the Dragon Guard must learn. Wu Xiaofeng cursed without any hesitation, sneered at the gigantic skill and looked down on it. Zhang Huo was stunned. Wow, something worth tens of millions has become garbage in your hands? As expected of him being a former 8th rank strongman, he only eats fine bran and looks down on these coarse grains. Although Zhang Huo was complaining in his heart, he was still very honest in his actions. With a thought, Xiaofeng went to the TV. Wearing a white dress, with her hair covering her face, she bent over and crawled into the TV. This scene was really creepy. Soon, Xiaofeng got into the TV and disappeared. At the same time, on the other side, in Wu Xiaofeng's office on the top floor of the Awakener Guild, the bright light suddenly blinked, and then began to flash continuously. There was a crackling sound, and a cold wind suddenly blew into the room. The TV began to flash a snowflake-like pattern, and then suddenly went out. A pale arm stretched out from the dark screen of the TV, followed by another arm. With both arms supporting the edge of the TV, a female ghost with her face completely covered by her hair crawled out. Wu Xiaofeng, who was sitting behind the desk, looked up, then looked away and went about dealing with the matter at hand. The next moment, the female ghost suddenly disappeared, a light flashed at the spot where she was, and Zhang Huo's figure emerged. Wow, this skill is really good, the speed is quite fast. Zhang Huo looked at the surrounding environment, then looked at the place where Xiaofeng disappeared, and nodded with satisfaction. The distance from his home to the Awakener Guild was not short. If he walked normally, it would take at least half an hour. But with this operation just now, it took less than a minute for Zhang Huo to get from home to Wu Xiaofeng's office. Hearing Zhang Huo's voice, Wu Xiaofeng also looked up and said, "Is this the female ghost you rescued in the Tang family factory? It's quite interesting. It looks like she is S level. The effect of this skill is also quite good. You have picked up a treasure." As he was speaking, he suddenly noticed Zhang Huo's starry sky tuxedo. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he stood up abruptly, saying excitedly, "This piece of clothing of yours, is this a bondage item?" Wu Xiaofeng couldn't help but walk over and circled around Zhang Huo a few times, constantly looking at Zhang Huo's starry sky tuxedo, his eyes full of passion. "You kid, this is more than just picking up a treasure, it's like picking up a mountain of gold. Damn, why don't I have such good luck? You kid has all the good things in the world. Hey, old man, you have a pretty good eye. You can tell at a glance that this is a bonded item. So? Have you had one too?" Zhang Huo deliberately patted the non-existent dust on his clothes, straightened his collar, and asked with a frivolous look on his face. Wu Xiaofeng rolled his eyes immediately and slapped Zhang Huo on the back of the head. "Bullshit, do you think bonded items are cabbages? I've been looking for this for decades and haven't seen many of them. It's amazing that you've got one. I get pissed every time I see you." Zhang Huo lowered his head, easily dodging it, and said with a grin, "This is called luck. Do you understand the meaning of being the son of destiny? Old man, while I'm still young and powerful, try to curry favor with me. When I become rich in the future, I'll let you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day." Wu Xiaofeng didn't pay attention to Zhang Huo's words. Instead, he watched his hand being easily dodged. After a moment of hesitation, he was shocked again. "You kid, have you broken through to the 2nd level?" With the speed of his palm strike just now, Zhang Huo at the 1st level would definitely not be able to avoid it. He had calculated every move carefully, but Zhang Huo dodged it easily. There was only one possibility, that Zhang Huo had broken through to the 2nd level. Wu Xiaofeng was shocked when he came to this conclusion. Zhang Huo's cultivation speed was too incredible. Even he could not reach such a level in the past. Dual system, it's really against the will of heaven. Wu Xiaofeng thought to himself, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Huo became a little complicated. What a coincidence, I just made a breakthrough this afternoon. Zhang Huo said with a smile. He didn't hide it even though it was discovered. Boy, I originally thought you wouldn't be able to learn anything at the 1st level, but now it seems you are qualified to practice thunder magic. I don't care about it anymore, so I'll just give it to you. Try practicing it yourself, and come and ask me if you don't understand. Wu Xiaofeng said this and pointed his finger at Zhang Huo's brow. Jianhua's body shook violently and he suddenly felt a lot of information emerging in his mind. Palm Thunder, 9-layer Thunder Blade, Thunderstorm, Thunder Flash, Thunder Element, Wind and Thunder Wings, Thunder Body Forging. Chapter 40 Virtual Arena. A large number of thunder-related spiritual skills, including defensive, offensive, body movement and escape techniques, and status enhancement techniques, totaling more than a dozen types, all poured into Jianghua's mind and turned into floating runes. Fuck, so many? Jianghua was shocked. The old man was quite generous this time. Almost all the spiritual skills he gave were above a level, and there were even 2S level spiritual skills. If all of this is put on the market, it would be impossible to get it without a few small goals, and even if you have money, it would be difficult to collect so many spiritual skills. Wu Xiaofeng, however, looked calm. Why are you surprised? I was once the captain of the dragon-controlling army, so I'm not short of spiritual skills. Besides, the Dragon Guard's spiritual skills are all the best, much better than your bullshit gigantic transformation. You should practice well. TSK, old man, you are so generous. But the spiritual skills of the dragon-taming army should not be passed on to outsiders, right? Will there be any problems if you teach these spiritual skills to me privately? Jianhua was still a little worried. Since I dare to give it to you, I must be confident. You don't have to worry about it. As long as you don't pass it on to outsiders privately, it will be fine if you practice it yourself. Wu Xiaofeng explained. Jianhua finally felt relieved and began to study the spiritual skills in his mind. There are so many of them that Jianhua definitely won't learn them all. Moreover, some of the spiritual skills conflict with Jianhua's own skills, so there is no use in learning them. For example, the A-level universal spiritual skill of Wind and Thunder Wings is a flying skill that uses spiritual power to condense wings, but Jianhua already has Holy Light Wings, so he doesn't need to learn it. After some selection, Jianhua chose 3 spiritual skills, namely A-level Palm Thunder, S-level 9-layer Thunder Blade, and S-level Thunder Body Tempering. The reason why he chose Palm Thunder was naturally because he was influenced by Wu Xiaofeng. This old man had used this spiritual skill several times. The powerful power had long made Jianhua itchy. Moreover, this spiritual skill is cool and pretentious enough. During the previous Beast Tide, the scene of Wu Xiaofeng descending from the sky, controlling thunder, and killing the golden python with one palm still remains in the minds of many people, and even the video can be often seen on mobile phones. The same move was used to destroy the Tang family. The spiritual power was directly transformed into a palm of thunder, pressing down, destroying an entire family with one palm, which was extremely domineering. So when Jianhua saw this spiritual skill, he decided to practice it without hesitation. Of course, Jianhua couldn't practice to the level of Wu Xiaofeng for the time being. With Wu Xiaofeng's strength, he must have cultivated this spiritual skill to the peak long ago. Every move he made could communicate with the 9 heavens' mysterious thunder and trigger strange phenomena in heaven and earth, which was extremely terrifying. As for the other 2, there is no special reason, it's just that their levels are high enough, they are all S-level spiritual skills, how could I let them go? Among them, the 9-layer Thunder Blade is the main spiritual skill for attack. The power increases by 1 level each time it is practiced. If all 9 levels are practiced, it can reach an extremely terrifying level and kill enemies across borders. Thunder Body Tempering is a spiritual skill similar to Gigantuation, but unlike Gigantuation, which temporarily increases strength, Thunder Body Tempering increases strength permanently. Because Thunder Body Tempering is to draw the power of thunder to temper the body, so that one's own flesh, blood and bones can be integrated with the characteristics of thunder. During this process, the practitioner's physique will be tempered by the power of thunder and become extremely powerful, far surpassing other awakened people. At the same time, once the practice is successful and the body is equipped with thunder characteristics, the power of thunder can be used to stimulate the cells in the body, causing the practitioner to enter a special state of fanaticism and increase his strength dramatically. There are 3 levels of Thunder Body Tempering training. With each level up, the physical fitness will be greatly improved. It is said that if you practice to the extreme, you can condense a thunder spirit body. Jianhua possesses a white jade dragon body, so naturally he looks down on this thunder spirit body, but this spiritual skill can help Jianhua develop the white jade dragon body. After awakening the white jade dragon body, Jianhua did not gain any other abilities except for the improvement of his physical fitness. Although his current physique is very abnormal and he can tear apart monsters of the same level with his bare hands, since it is a special physique and is related to dragons, it is definitely not that simple. He must have deeper abilities that he has not yet developed. The Thunder Body Tempering spiritual skill can just help develop the White Jade Dragon Body. Jianhua has a hunch that as long as his physique transforms again, he will definitely be able to gain new abilities. After quickly reviewing the 3 spiritual skills, Jianhua began to practice on his own. The key point in practicing Thunder-type spiritual skills is to first transform the spiritual power in the spiritual palace into Thunder attributes, so that you can unleash Thunder energy attacks. However, the spiritual power in most people's bodies is attributeless, or is close to the attributes of their own pets or contracted creatures, and it is difficult to convert it into other attributes. Jianhua tried to capture the free particles of Thunder elemental spiritual power in the air, and then connected it with his own spiritual power, slowly assimilating it into Thunder attribute. This was supposed to be an extremely difficult task, but Jianhua was surprised to find that his transformation was extremely smooth, as easy as eating and drinking water. The transformation was completed in just a thought and a breath, and then the spiritual power condensed and continued to gather and compress in the palm of the hand. A bluish-purple light slowly lit up in the palm of his hand, with fine arcs of electricity constantly jumping and crackling, as if Jianhua was holding a ball of thunder in his hand. A violent energy aura emanated from it, which was extremely terrifying. On the side, Wu Xiaofeng, who had been paying attention to Jianhua, saw this scene and suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Is the cultivation successful? It seems that the cultivation of spiritual skills is not as difficult as imagined. Jianhua muttered, completely unaware of Wu Xiaofeng's horrified eyes beside him, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Hearing Jianhua's words, Wu Xiaofeng's face twitched, and the veins on his forehead throbbed fiercely. Simple? You said lightning spiritual skills are simple to practice? The thunder element is obviously the most difficult of all spiritual skills to practice, because the violent power of thunder is extremely unstable, often exploding, and even injuring oneself. Even he took 3 days to practice the palm thunder before he could successfully transform the thunder spiritual power and condense the thunder ball in his palm. But what about Jianhua? How many minutes did you master it? Wu Xiaofeng almost spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest and feeling extremely uncomfortable. Comparison is the thief of anger. This kid is too evil. Jianhua turned around and saw Wu Xiaofeng clutching his chest, looking constipated. He asked curiously, "Old man, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Are you having your period?" Wu Xiaofeng frowned and pointed at the door. "Go away, get out of here, you kid, get out of my sight right now. Tisk, just go if you want, you psycho." Jianhua curled his lips, too lazy to care about him, and went straight downstairs to the 6th floor. He wanted to test the power of the spiritual skills. On the 6th floor of the Awakeners Guild, there is a special venue called the Virtual Arena. This thing is considered the pinnacle product of the combination of human technology and spiritual power in the new era. Its function is very simple, which is to simulate scenes in conscious combat. Jianhua arrived at the virtual arena, and after completing the registration procedures, he came to a separate room. In the room, there is a very sci-fi style metal space capsule with a groove on the top. Jianhua placed a 3rd-level soul crystal into the groove, and the space capsule suddenly made a beeping sound and slowly opened. Tisk, consuming a 3rd-level soul crystal every time is really not something that ordinary people can afford. Jianhua complained and lay down. The space capsule door slowly closed, and a sci-fi electronic sound rang out. Scanning personal physical fitness, scanning personal spiritual power, simulating the generation of consciousness body, generation completed. Jianhua, level 2, first stage, will randomly match you with an opponent within the level 2 range. The match is successful. Your opponent is Wang Xiaojiang, level 2, 5th stage. Do you want to enter the battle? Yes. Jianhua pressed the button, his consciousness became hazy, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on a huge arena. He lowered his head and glanced at his body. There was no change from the outside world, but this was a consciousness body condensed in the virtual arena based on his own strength. You can use spiritual power, spiritual skills, including the skills of pets, but you cannot summon contracted creatures. In addition, if you die here, you will not really die and you will not be affected. It was Jianhua's first time in the virtual arena, and he was quite curious. After trying it, he condensed his spiritual power in his palm, and a faint lightning flash appeared, exactly the same as in the outside world. Just as he was experimenting in this way, a figure slowly gathered on the other side of the ring. Chapter 41, Thunderblade Level 4, defeats Lin Wuan. Jianhua looked up and saw the middle-aged man named Wang Xiaojiang. He was not good-looking and there was nothing noteworthy about him. Moreover, he is at least 30 years old, and his cultivation level is only at the 5th level of the 2nd stage. I don't know how he cultivated, but he still has the money to come to the arena. I don't know if he can withstand my palm strike. If he dies in one blow, wouldn't it be a waste of this 3rd level soul crystal? Jiang Hua frowned slightly, the violent lightning in his palms continued to gather and compress, and he fell into deep thought. However, when Wang Xiaojiang saw Jiang Hua, he was stunned. He didn't expect that his opponent was a high school student who looked only 17 or 18 years old. They have reached the 1st level of the 2nd stage at the age of 17 or 18. These damned geniuses. Wang Xiaojiang's eyes instantly became cold. He hated these geniuses the most. We are all human beings, why can they awaken powerful talents, while I am only sea level? Why can their cultivation be as easy as eating and drinking water, but I can't even reach a higher level in a year? Jealousy can change a person beyond recognition. Wang Xiaojiang looked at Jiang Hua, and a perverted smile gradually appeared in his eyes. In the outside world, when he met these high-ranking geniuses, he would lower his head, not daring to look them in the eye, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. But here, it was different. There were no outsiders in the arena, and contracted creatures could not be summoned. He didn't believe that with his cultivation level of the 5th level of the 2nd stage and so many years of experience in fighting, he could not control a kid who hadn't even grown all his hair. Killing a genius is a rare opportunity. Wang Xiaojiang's face flushed like a sickly blush, and even his body trembled with excitement. He suddenly kicked the ground with his feet, jumped up, and rushed towards Jiang Hua, letting out a hideous laugh. Boy, you're so brave to come to the arena at the 2nd level, you're really looking for trouble, right? Although you won't die here, the pain will be real. Today, I will let you experience it. I will break your limbs first, and then slowly torture you to death. You geniuses, you must have never experienced this kind of pain, Gale Palm, die. A strong wind blew in his face, like a steel knife scraping his bones, waking Jiang Hua from his deep thoughts. Without time to think, Jiang Hua raised his hand and slapped out. Rumble. Thunder exploded and a flash of blazing lightning flashed by. The thunder tore through the strong wind and hit Wang Xiaojiang's head heavily. Wang Xiaojiang's head exploded and blood splattered all over the ground. With a plop, the headless body fell to the ground, and Jiang Hua was stunned for a moment. Fuck, he's dead already? No, you should at least hold on for a few more moves, I'm saving my 3rd level soul crystal. Jiang Hua's heart was bleeding with pain. A 3rd level soul crystal started at least 50,000 yuan, and in the end, this was it? He whined a lot, but his soul flew away within 5 seconds of appearing on the stage. Old Six, you're a money-sucking idiot. Could this be a shill for the arena? Jiang Hua muttered, his consciousness withdrew, and he stuffed in another 3rd level soul crystal. After thinking about it, he simply stuffed in 10 and started the continuous battle mode. What followed was a continuous battle. In the arena, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Jiang Hua either wielded thunder or held a thunder sword, constantly fighting with his opponents. The enemies included both men and women, young and old, with cultivation levels ranging from the 1st level of the 2nd stage to the 9th level of the 2nd stage. Their skills were also bizarre and strange, which really opened Jiang Hua's eyes. In order to hone his spiritual skills, Jiang Hua did not use any other skills, but simply used Palm Thunder and 9-layer Thunder Blade, practicing while fighting. When encountering a weaker opponent, Jiang Hua did not kill the opponent instantly with one move. Instead, he constantly adjusted the power of the thunder and adapted to the rhythm in order to achieve the effect of controlling the thunder at will. When encountering a stronger opponent, Jiang Hua was actually suppressed and at a disadvantage. He fought fiercely with the opponent but failed to win. However, it also gave him greater training. In this way, time passed slowly, and an hour passed quickly. Jiang Hua had already experienced more than 10 battles. He has also cultivated the Palm Thunder to the peak level, which can unleash extremely terrifying power. Although it has not reached the level of Wu Xiaofeng, it is also very strong. As for the 9-layered Thunderblade, Jiang Hua had cultivated it to the 3rd level. With all his strength, a single strike of the blade could unleash 8 times the power. If he could break through the 4th level, the power would reach 16 times, which was extremely terrifying. Swish! The sword flashed like mercury pouring down on the ground, and it slashed out with a huge roar. 3 explosions sounded in succession, and the lightning on the sword became brighter and exploded, cutting the opponent in front of it into 2 halves. Jiang Hua drew his sword, chopped it, and put it away. His movements were done in one smooth and graceful movement. As the opponent in front of him fell, a few minutes later, a new figure emerged. This is the last one. After this fight, I'll go home and sleep. Jiang Hua took a breath and counted the number of people. This should be the last one. Ding, matching completed, your opponent is Lin Wuhan, level 2, 9th layer. Jiang Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect that there would be such a big one in the end, and the other party seemed to be no ordinary person. Jiang Hua looked up and saw a young man standing opposite him. He was wearing a simple black t-shirt and holding a black straight knife in his hand. He looked to be no more than 19 years old, but his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the second stage, indicating that Lin Wuhan was also a genius, with a talent at least above S level. Lin Wuhan was slightly taken aback when he saw Jiang Hua's youthful face, but then a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect to meet someone like me in the arena so late at night. It looks like we can have a hearty battle tonight. Jiang Hua smiled slightly, I thought so too. Come on, let's have a good fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Hua flicked the hilt of the sword with his left finger, and the long sword was unsheathed with a clang. He raised his right hand to catch it, swung the long sword, pointed it at the ground, and looked at Lin Wuhan. Lin Wuhan smiled slightly. It's a pity that your cultivation is a little weak, otherwise it might be more fun. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly shot out, rushing towards Jiang Hua, and suddenly drew his sword. Thunder exploded, and the power of thunder surrounded the blade. Carrying the power of destruction, he slashed towards Jiang Hua fiercely. Jiang Hua raised his brows slightly, and fine arcs of electricity spread out from the long sword in his hand, quickly covering the blade. Then he swung the sword straight out, carrying a shocking thunderous sound, and collided fiercely with Lin Wuhan's sword. Sizzle! The two swords collided, sparks flew, and the two swords made a creaking sound, as if they were wailing because they could not withstand such a violent collision. Lin Wuhan suddenly looked up and looked at Jiang Hua in disbelief. This is the 9-layered Thunderblade. You also know how to use the 9-layered Thunderblade? Jiang Hua smiled faintly, are you surprised? It's normal for people like you and me to know the 9-layered Thunderblade, right? Lin Wuhan was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. As both were geniuses, if he could obtain the 9-layered Thunderblade, Jiang Hua could naturally obtain it as well. There was really nothing to be surprised about. These things that are out of reach for ordinary people are nothing more than gifts for these SSS-level geniuses to choose from. He quickly came back to his senses, and a fiery fighting spirit flashed in Lin Wuhan's eyes. Then let's try and see whose 9-layer Thunderblade is stronger. This kind of martial arts is not something that everyone is qualified to practice. Don't embarrass the great Xia Dragon Guards. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Jiang Hua with a palm. Lightning flashed in the palm of his hand. At the same time, Jiang Hua's palm also hit him. The two men slammed their palms together with a loud bang, and then each of them flew back. Jiang Hua retreated 10 meters, but Lin Wuhan retreated a full 15 meters before he could steady himself. Palm thunder, it was the same spiritual skill again. The two men looked at each other, their eyes becoming more and more passionate, and their fighting spirit burned fiercely. Boom! The next moment, the two men exploded, rushed out with knives, and started fighting each other in an instant. Ding ding ding! The sound of swords clashing and metal clanging echoed in the arena, accompanied by huge roars of thunder. As the battle continued, the expressions of both of them became more and more solemn. Jiang Hua frowned. This Lin Wuhan actually mastered the 4th level of the 9-layer Thunderblade. With one strike, he could unleash 16 times the attack power. Even he could hardly withstand it. Without using other skills, Jiang Hua was unable to defeat the opponent for a while. Lin Wuhan's heart was filled with shock and turmoil. He had already used all his strength, even unleashing the 4th level of the 9-layer Thunderblade, but it was still blocked by Jiang Hua, who was only at the 3rd level. More importantly, he was at the 9th level of the 2nd stage, while Jiang Hua was only at the 1st level of the 2nd stage. With such a huge gap in strength, not only was he unable to resolve the battle quickly and efficiently, but he was forced into danger by Jiang Hua. How was this possible? Who is this person in front of me? He is so perverted. Cursing in his heart, Lin Wuhan also became ruthless. I just don't believe that with my 9th level cultivation and the 4th level Thunderblade, I can't take you down. Die. Lin Wuhan's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and exploded. The straight knife in his hand drew a dazzling blue-purple arc of electricity. The terrifying thunder actually ignited a raging flame, bringing with it a huge roar, and continuously chopped towards Jiang Hua. Thunder roared, strong winds whistled, and the attack was fierce. Every sword strike was like 4 thunders, and every sword strike was a quadruple thunder sword. Such a violent outburst consumes an extremely huge amount of spiritual energy. Even with Lin Wuhan's cultivation level of the 9th level of the 2nd stage, he cannot last long. But he just wanted to gamble, betting that Zhang Huo would give up before him. After all, Zhang Huo was only at the 2nd level, level 1, and was on the passive defense side, so his consumption was greater and his work was more strenuous than his. Zhang Huo, however, had a calm expression. He blocked the attacks while retreating and dodging, his eyes fixed on Lin Wuhan's movements, his expression remaining indifferent. In a battle of consumption, he had a white jade dragon body, his spiritual palace had been transformed, and his spiritual power was 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary awakener of the same level. He was not afraid of Lin Wuhan at all. In terms of physical fitness, he can even tear apart strange beasts with his bare hands and fight for a whole day and night without getting tired, so Zhang Huo has long been invincible. He never thought about how to defeat Lin Wuhan, but how to use this perfect whetstone to take himself to the next level. The two people's thoughts were simply not at the same level. At this moment, Lin Wuhan's fierce outburst was exactly what Zhang Huo wanted. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. While fighting with Lin Wuhan, he also watched Lin Wuhan's movements. Soon, Zhang Huo had a harvest. He found that Lin Wuhan's 4th level thunder sword's starting posture was slightly different from his own. When the straight sword chopped out, there would be a slight vibration adjustment. And these are precisely the key to the Thunder Blade's upgrade from the 3rd level to the 4th level. A gleam of light flashed in Zhang Huo's eyes, and he immediately pulled back, quickly retreating 100 meters. Seeing this, Lin Wuhan thought Zhang Huo couldn't hold on any longer and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Zhang Huo, you finally gave up. You should be proud of yourself for being able to hold out against me for this long. Now, let's end it." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Zhang Huo fiercely again, not giving Zhang Huo any chance to breathe. "It's time to end it." Zhang Huo smiled slightly, with the corners of his mouth raised, and then his spiritual power surged and poured madly into the long sword in his hand. A manic, violent, and destructive aura swept out. Zhang Huo drew his sword, swung it, and slashed down. Bang, 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 bang. 4 explosions were heard in succession, and a bright knife light cut through the sky, carrying a dazzling blue-purple arc of electricity, pouring down heavily on Lin Wuhan. Quadruple Thunder Blade. No, this can't be. Lin Wuhan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Before he could finish his words, his voice stopped abruptly. The lightning knife slashed down diagonally, splitting him in half at the shoulder. Half of his body flew out and fell heavily to the ground, with a look of horror and disbelief still on his face. The current data is very nice, thank you everyone, thank you for your likes. Starting tomorrow 3 chapters, occasionally it is difficult to break the 2 chapters will also be more than 6,000 words. I wish you all a happy May Day, and get rich. Chapter 42 Kyoto Lin family, Lin Xiaoshu. Beep, the battle is over. You win. Your record increases by 1. Your crystals have been used up. If you want to continue the battle, please refill your crystals. Zhang Huo opened his eyes and sat up from the metal space capsule. Huh, the quadruple thunder blade, not bad. Zhang Huo let out a long breath, stretched his muscles, and nodded with satisfaction. I don't know if it's because of the time travel and the fusion of 2 souls, or if this body originally has extremely high talent, but in any case, Zhang Huo's spiritual skills are very simple and smooth. Being able to practice the 9-layered thunder blade to the 4th level in one night was already very good. At least he was very satisfied with it. Little did he know that if he said this and Wu Xiaofeng and Lin Wuhan knew it, they would probably spit out blood. Damn it, we have been practicing spiritual skills for several years, and you mastered it in one night, and you just think it's good enough. This guy is simply a monster, okay? It's even more outrageous than Zhu Beiji, who mastered 72 transformations in 1 second. Zhang Huo had no idea how shocking the thing he had done was. Without any self-awareness, he looked at the watch Zhang Yang had given him. Fuck, it's already 2 in the morning. I need to go home and get some sleep. I've been working too hard. In my previous life, I stayed up late playing with my phone, and in this life, I stayed up late practicing. I must break this bad habit from now on. A white light flashed, and Zhang Huo's figure disappeared instantly. The next second, he appeared at home. Xiaofeng, who stayed at home, was teleported to the room of the Awakeners Guild again, and had to struggle to find a mirror and crawl back. Zhang Huo didn't care. He cooked a bag of snail noodles, added coriander and chili peppers, and after a big meal, fell asleep on the bed. At the same time, On the other side, at the Lin family in the imperial capital, Lin Wuhan sat up from the space capsule with a dazed look on his face, with deep shock still remaining in his eyes. He couldn't understand how Jiang Hua suddenly mastered the quadruple thunder blade, and his explosive power was so strong that he didn't even have the strength to fight back and was killed instantly. Could it be that he was hiding his abilities before? But there's no need to do that. Lin Wuhan frowned and thought. Just at this moment, the door creaked open and a burly man with a square face and wearing a military uniform walked in. Lin Wuhan immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Third uncle." Wuhan, you don't have to be so restrained at home, relax. I heard you mumbling something just now. What? Did you lose in the arena? Lin Xiaoshu asked with a smile, and found a chair to sit down. Uncle San really can't hide anything from me. I just met someone in the arena. He's the same age as me, at the second level, first stage. I was no match for him and lost. The most important thing is, he was using the 9-layered thunder blade. Lin Wuhan smiled bitterly and briefly recounted what had just happened. Lin Xiaoshu had originally asked casually, but he didn't expect to hear such news. He was slightly shocked and asked in surprise. 9-fold thunder blade? Are you sure? Hasn't your 9-fold thunder blade already reached the 4th level? Could it be that the other party has reached the 5th level? Apart from this possibility, Lin Xiaoshu couldn't think of any other way that could allow a level 2, level 1 kid to defeat his nephew by crossing levels. But at the age of 18, or even 19, to have mastered the 5th level of the 9-layered thunder blade was astonishing enough. Could one encounter such a genius in the arena? But unexpectedly, Lin Wuhan's next words shocked him even more. Lin Wuhan shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, the opponent only practiced the 3rd level of the 9-layer thunder blade, but in the end, he used the 4th level and killed me in one blow. What? Lin Xiaoshu stood up suddenly, looked at Lin Wuhan with a serious face, grabbed his shoulders, and said seriously, "Tell me in detail about the fight between the two of you." Lin Wuhan was a little confused for a moment, not knowing why his uncle was so excited, but he still obediently described the battle process in detail. After listening to this, Lin Xiaoshu's eyes flickered and he said with certainty, "It is indeed so. According to what you said, that kid named Jiang Hua used you as a whetstone. During the battle with you, he broke through the 4th level of Thunder Blade. A genius, an absolute genius. To achieve such an on-the-spot breakthrough in a battle like this is something only a rare martial arts prodigy can achieve. This kind of person's keenness in combat is terrifying. We must recruit him to our Dragon Guard." Lin Xiaoshu clenched his fists, extremely excited. Just by listening to Lin Wuhan's description, he simulated the scene in his mind. He put himself in Jiang Hua's position, but was horrified to find that even with his ability, it was impossible for him to turn the tide when his cultivation and spiritual skills were completely inferior. But Jiang Hua did it. He knew very well what this meant. This kind of person was born for fighting and must be recruited into the Dragon Guard. At this moment, he only has this one thought in mind. Lin Wuhan was even more confused after hearing this. He pointed at himself in astonishment and said in disbelief, "Uncle San, you're talking about me? I'm being treated like a grindstone? I'm the Lin family's #1 genius, and I'm being treated like a grindstone by others? What? You don't believe it? Just check it out and you'll know." Lin Xiaoshu couldn't help laughing when he saw his nephew's expression. He took out his cell phone, operated it a bit, and quickly found Jiang Hua's information in the arena. He even saw the battle scenes between Jiang Hua and others, and watched them carefully one by one. It wouldn't matter if he didn't look at it, but when he did, Lin Xiaoshu took a deep breath. This, how is this possible? What? Uncle San, what's wrong with you? What did you find out? Lin Wuhan scratched his head anxiously and couldn't help but snatch the phone away. After a careful inspection, he was also stunned, his eyes widened, his mouth opened, and his whole body was petrified on the spot. It was a long while before Lin Wuhan came back to his senses. He still refused to give up and kept swiping his phone to check videos one after another. After seeing the end, he finally gave a weak, bitter laugh, as if he had lost all his strength. He slumped down in his chair and said dejectedly, "What kind of monster have I encountered?" More than a dozen battle videos recorded the entire process of Jiang Hua's battle in the arena. Playing at double speed, they watched it quickly, skipping all the irrelevant clips and focusing their attention entirely on the spiritual skills mastered by Jiang Hua. Then, they discovered a fact that made them extremely terrified, but they had to believe it. From the moment Jiang Hua stepped into the arena, he came here to practice spiritual skills. Before this, he had not even practiced the 9-layer Thunder Blade in Palm Thunder. But it was this person who had never practiced these two spiritual skills, yet he was able to completely master these two spiritual skills and cultivate them to an extremely high level in just a dozen battles. In particular, there is the 9-layered Thunder Blade, which is considered to be the most difficult S-level Thunder spiritual skill to practice in the Dragon Control Army. Jiang Hua actually practiced it to the 4th level in just a few hours. You know, even Lin Wuwen, who is known as the #1 genius of the Lin family, took a full month to get started with the 9-layer Thunder Blade, and it took him more than half a year to cultivate to the 4th level. Lin Xiaoxiu took even longer. In comparison, one can imagine how incredible Jiang Hua's talent for cultivation has reached. It can no longer be called a monster, it is simply outrageous, outrageous to the extreme, even more outrageous than Tang Monk who killed Tathagata Buddha with one palm. That's why they were so shocked. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiu also reacted and hurriedly reminded, Wuhan, this Jiang Hua should also be a freshman this year. You have been training in the army for half a year, and it just so happens that you are also going to the 4 major universities. At that time, you must choose a school with Jiang Hua, spend more time with him, and if you can become friends, never become enemies. Also, what happened tonight must be kept secret and not told to anyone. As he spoke, Lin Xiaoxiu also operated on his mobile phone and used his authority to classify Jiang Hua's information as highly confidential. At the same time, he also discovered that Jiang Hua was from Jiangcheng, and it seemed that he had an old friend in Jiangcheng. Since Jiang Hua has mastered the 9-layer Thunder Blade, it must have been taught by his old friend. Lin Xiaoxiu's eyes flickered, and he felt that he should go to Jiangcheng. By the way, it seems that the pagans went to Jiangcheng recently. Lin Xiaoxiu muttered to himself, and with a wave of his hand, the space split apart, and a portal appeared. He walked into it and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 43, The Relics Appear. Brother Jiang, wake up, are you home? Open the door, or I'll bang on it. A loud, high-pitched shout like a loudspeaker came from outside the door. Jiang Hua turned over in bed and woke up in a daze. I habitually grabbed the phone on the bedside and took a look at it, and my consciousness instantly became clear. Fuck, it's already afternoon, and I slept for so long? There were more than a dozen missed calls on the phone screen, all from Zhang Yang. When I looked at the time, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Hua slapped his forehead and stood up quickly. He was really exhausted yesterday. He led the team out of the city for training and then fought in the arena until midnight. His body was fine, but his spirit could not take it anymore. Just as he was about to open the door for Zhang Yang, Jiang Hua suddenly noticed a news message pushed on his phone. Jiangcheng News reported that a violent explosion occurred at Xianfeng Mountain in the latter part of the night around 4 a.m. yesterday. Our reporter discovered that a 6th-order dragon in the cold pond of Xianfeng Mountain was killed by a mysterious powerful man. After the dragon died, a restriction was triggered and a beam of energy shot up into the sky, and it was suspected that the ruins had appeared. A large number of awakened beings above level 4 have already gone to investigate. We will continue to follow up and report to you as soon as possible. Xianfeng Mountain, ruins have appeared? Jiang Hua was stunned. He didn't expect that such a big thing would happen just after a nap. Jiang Hua suddenly remembered that when he and Zhang Yang accepted the mission, they saw on the official website of the Awakener Guild that the mission about the 6th-order dragon was listed as a level and the reward was 500,000 contribution points. Unexpectedly, the 6th-order dragon was killed and the restriction of the ruins was triggered. No one knows who did it. In Jiangcheng, except Wu Xiaofeng, no one seems to have this ability, but the old man didn't he go to Xianfeng Mountain yesterday? Jiang Hua thought in his heart and opened the door. Zhang Yang immediately squeezed in from outside. Fuck, brother Jiang, you are still alive? Zhang Yang looked surprised. Jiang Hua's forehead was suddenly filled with black lines. Can you speak? If nothing unexpected happens, I, your brother, will be alive for the next few decades. Ahem, well, it's you who didn't answer the phone. I knocked on the door twice this morning, but no one answered. I was so anxious. If someone didn't know, they would have thought you were dead. Zhang Yang scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. I did oversleep yesterday. Let's not talk about that. What's the situation with the ruins in Xianfeng Mountain? Have you heard any news? Jiang Hua hurriedly changed the subject. Of course I heard the news, brother Jiang, let me tell you, the news about the ruins is completely viral now, even hotter than the news about you wiping out the Tang family. All the 6th-level strongmen from the 4 major families ran to Xianfeng Mountain, and there were also many 4th-level and 5th-level strongmen who went there in groups. Early in the morning, the city gate was almost packed with people, and many people went to join in the fun. If I hadn't been thinking about you, I would have run there too. But I heard that several major families are going to join forces to clear the area. I'm not sure what the details are, but it seems that Guild President Wu has also been there, so you can ask him. Zhang Yang said excitedly, his eyes full of passion, exploring the ruins. What an exciting and thrilling thing. It is said that the ruins are full of magical medicines, various inheritances, natural treasures, and so many treasures that you can't even hold them all. In the past, there were many rumors that a certain awakened person with useless talent accidentally entered the ruins and obtained a treasure, which changed his destiny and made him soar to the sky. After hearing this kind of story so many times, people are full of yearning for the relics. As soon as a relic appears in the world, everyone will flock to it. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Jiang Hua rolled his eyes and mercilessly exposed his shortcomings. You are not worried about me, you are afraid to go because you are too weak. What are you talking about? Is there any place in this world that fatty doesn't dare to go? I'm obviously worried about you, but as a brother, you actually miss me so much. I'm so sad, so sad, so sad. Zhang Yang looked heartbroken, with an artificial expression and exaggerated tone. Ugh, that's enough, stop it, don't act like you're going to die. Jiang Hua made a vomiting expression and threw a bead to Zhang Yang. Here's the A-level universal spiritual skill giantization. Go research it on your own. Oh, and everyone has gone to Xianfeng Mountain. Can the genius exchange meeting tonight still be held? The giant transformation skill is not very suitable for Jiang Hua, and Jiang Hua has only seen it once, and he has almost learned it and can use it. There were still 2 learning opportunities left, so I gave them to Zhang Yang. Coincidentally, Zhang Yang was also a strength major, so he was just the right person. Zhang Yang took the spiritual skill seal bead in a hurry, and his eyes widened when he heard Jiang Hua's words. Fuck, brother Jiang, this. Godfather, please accept my humble greeting. In the future, if you have any requests, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Go away, don't try this on me. Jiang Hua looked disgusted, but he was smiling happily. To Zhang Yang, Jiang Hua truly treated him as a brother. In this life, both his parents died when he was young, and he ate and slept at Zhang Yang's house. Even the signatures on his school test papers were signed by Zhang Yang's mother, and the guardian column also had Zhang Yang's mother's name written on it. So, the 2 of them are not really brothers, but they are better than brothers. After putting away the spiritual skill engraving beads, Zhang Yang answered Jiang Hua's question. The Genius Exchange Conference will continue as usual. The ruins over at Xianfeng Mountain have just appeared, and those experts are still studying them. It is said that no one has entered yet. It is not our turn for the time being, so it does not affect us. Okay, then let's go together tonight. You can learn the spiritual skills first. I'll go wash up and order takeout. We'll eat together later. Just as Jiang Hua finished saying this, Wu Xiaofeng's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Kid, at the Genius Exchange meeting tonight, you need to show off and make as much noise as possible to draw all the attention to yourself. Huh? Jiang Hua was stunned. This was the first time the old man asked him to do such a thing, and he used the secret method of voice transmission. And didn't you go to the Xianfeng Mountain ruins? Why are you here, hiding beside me? What's going on? Jiang Hua was confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded calmly. No matter why, Wu Xiaofeng must have his own reasons for doing this. Moreover, Jiang Hua could probably guess that there were only 2 possibilities for letting him stand out. Either he needed to show off to some important figures in exchange for some benefits, or he can be used as bait to lure some people into the trap. After all, the identity of the SSS-level genius has been exposed for so long, and some guys hiding in the dark should also show their fangs. Thinking this in his mind, Jiang Hua pretended nothing had happened and continued to wash up and eat. When night fell and it was almost time, he took Zhang Yang with him and walked towards the exchange meeting place. The night is brilliant and the neon lights are flashing. The sky was dark and dark clouds were gathering, with faint signs of a coming storm. The most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng, Dingsheng Haoding Hotel, is brightly lit. Today this place is reserved by the Yun family as the venue for the Genius Exchange meeting. There was a golden railing at the door and a red carpet on the ground, extending all the way to the outside. Luxury cars roared in and stopped at the door. Ferraris, Rolls-Royces, and Zondas were dazzling. Young boys and girls stepped out of luxury cars. The boys were dressed in gorgeous clothes, and the girls were dazzling and beautiful. These are all wealthy kids from Zhangcheng. They are very wealthy, and cars worth tens of millions are just toys to them. After they got off the bus one by one, they smiled and chatted with others. Master Wang, you're here too. You're here quite early. Ah, Master Xian, long time no see. Oh, you came with a female companion. She's so pretty. You have really good taste. The upper-class people were greeting each other hypocritically, and suddenly their eyes fixed on each other, with surprise flashing in their eyes, and they all looked towards the hotel entrance. Xiaohu document anti-piracy, search for books robot and choose Xiaohu, stable and reliable, no pitfalls. There, a handsome man in a white suit with a hint of elegance stood quietly, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd, as if he was waiting for someone. What's going on? Young Master Yun actually came to greet us personally at the hotel entrance. Who is he waiting for? He should be waiting for the eldest daughter of the Chu family. I heard that Miss Chu is SSS rank. In the whole of Jiangcheng, the only person that young Master Yun is willing to wait at the door to greet is Miss Chu. Everyone was talking about it, all of them were extremely surprised, because the person waiting at the door was the host of this genius exchange meeting, the eldest son of the Yun family, Yun Xiafeng. The Yun family, as the number one family in Jiangcheng, is extremely powerful. There are 3 6th-level strongmen in the family, which almost crushes other families. Therefore, Yun Xiafeng's identity and status are naturally extraordinary, and it is said that he has awakened SS-level talent. Everyone immediately came forward to chat. Yun Xiafeng had a faint smile on his face and greeted everyone gently, without any arrogance, but there was always a slight sense of alienation. Obviously, even though these rich kids are geniuses above a level and have good family backgrounds, they are still not in his eyes. Suddenly, Yun Xiafeng's eyes lit up and he immediately walked quickly in one direction. There, a taxi slowly stopped and 3 figures got out of it. They were Jiang Hua, Zhang Yang, and Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong was met on the road, and the 3 of them came together. Chapter 44 Yun Xiafeng, Shin Rushu. Fuck, brother Jiang, your outfit today is so cool, so handsome. Where did you get it? The 3 of them got out of the car, talking loudly and exaggeratedly, staring at Jiang Hua's starry sky tuxedo, looking him up and down. Yes, Master Jiang, the driver just now stared at you in the rearview mirror for a long time and almost got into an accident. You're already handsome, and with that tuxedo on, you're leaving us hanging. I feel like I have no right to stand with you. Qin Xiong was also speaking. He was also wearing a suit today, but compared to Jiang Hua, it was not even a little bit better. With his burly figure and black suit, he looks like a gangster. If he wears sunglasses and a big gold chain, he will be unique. Go away, stop talking, both of you. Damn, this driver, a grown man, keeps staring at me. It gives me goosebumps. Jiang Hua felt a chill and couldn't help rubbing his arms. Just as they were talking, a gentle voice sounded. Mr. Jiang, you are finally here. I am Yun Xiafeng. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Yun Xiafeng had a bright smile on his face and greeted Jiang Hua with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar, their eyes widened, and they looked at the scene in shock. Fuck, young Master Yun didn't come to greet Miss Chu, but to greet this guy. Who is this guy? A boy asked in shock. Wow, so handsome, so elegant, and well dressed. Who is this guy? I want all his information in 3 minutes. The girl had an infatuated look on her face, her attention completely focused on Jiang Hua's looks and outfit, with pink hearts popping out of her eyes. I know, he's Jiang Hua from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. He has an SSS level summoning talent and can summon creatures like the Seraph Michael. He's known as Jiangcheng's No. 1 genius, and he's the one who destroyed the Tang family. It wasn't until someone spoke in shock and revealed Jiang Hua's identity that everyone suddenly realized. It turned out to be Jiang Hua, then it's okay. Although many people saw Jiang Hua for the first time, who didn't know that he was the No. 1 genius in Jiangcheng? The name Jiang Hua is even more popular in Jiangcheng than a 9th-level expert, and can be said to be a household name. If Yun Xiafeng came to welcome Jiang Hua, then that would make sense. Jiang Hua was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, smiled, and shook hands with Yun Xiafeng politely. I don't deserve your kindness. I'm Jiang Hua. I'm sorry to have kept young Master Yun waiting. Ah, young Master Jiang, you are too modest. You are the No. 1 genius in our Jiangcheng, and your reputation is well known. Let's talk inside. Please come in. Yun Xiafeng said with a big laugh. At this moment, another Bentley slowly drove over, and two dazzling figures walked out of it together, their long white legs shining hazily under the light. Everyone looked at it and held their breath, with a flash of surprise in their eyes. Wow, Miss Chu is so beautiful. Her figure is so perfect. Goddess. It's Goddess Shen. I saw Goddess Shen. I heard that today is Goddess Shen's birthday. Wow, I'm lucky enough to celebrate my birthday with the goddess. Who knows? Everyone screamed, their eyes focused on Chu Xiao and Shen Rushu. Chu Xiao was wearing a black short skirt, looking youthful, energetic, cute and lovely. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, and she always had a charming smile on her face, with a touch of playfulness and quirkiness. Shen Rushu, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, was wearing a white long dress, which made her look as quiet and elegant as a peony, exuding the temperament of a lady from a noble family. Her face was slightly flushed, and she looked a little shy. The two stood together arm in arm, one black and one white, one lowly and one mature lady. Their looks and figures were so good that it was a feast for the eyes. Jiang Hua's eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. It had to be said that both girls were very beautiful. Although there were some unpleasantness between Jiang Hua and Chu Xiao, they could not deny each other's appearance. Not to mention Shen Rushu, who is recognized as the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng and is also very popular on the internet. She is called the national goddess and is also the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Among the 5 major families in Jiangcheng, the Tang family, the Chu family, the Sun family, the Yin family, and the Shen family ranks second, and its strength should not be underestimated. Shen Rushu has S-level talent and is a rare S-level healing system. Just as she was thinking about this, Chu Xiao also noticed Jiang Hua. Her eyes immediately lit up and she trotted over with Shen Rushu. Hee, Jiang Hua, nice to see you again. You're dressed well today and look very handsome. Chu Xiao greeted him with a smile, as if the previous unpleasantness had never happened. However, her cultivation level was stronger than last time, reaching the 5th level of the 2nd stage. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Jiang Hua nodded and said calmly, hello. Hee, you are still so cold. Let me introduce you to Shen Rushu, my good sister, the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng. Rushu, this is Jiang Hua. Chu Xiao was still smiling, looking very familiar. Shen Rushu, on the other hand, was slightly surprised to hear the name Jiang Hua. She glanced at Jiang Hua in surprise, and then her face turned red unnaturally. She spoke shyly in a low voice, Jiang Hua, hello, I'm Shen Rushu. Jiang Hua looked at Shen Rushu strangely. Why is this girl blushing? Could it be that she is impressed by my handsomeness and falls in love with me at first sight? Jiang Hua felt that this was almost certainly the case, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Being handsome was indeed a kind of trouble. Even the most beautiful girl in Jiangcheng fell for his brother's charm. But Shen Rushu was indeed very beautiful. Jiang Hua smiled slightly and said politely, Miss Rushu, it's nice to meet you. Shen Rushu's face turned slightly red again. Just as she was about to speak, another luxury car drove up with a swish sound, and a young man who looked quite mature and a little fat got out of the car. When he looked up, he saw Jiang Hua and others. He was stunned for a moment, then ran over hurriedly. When he came to Jiang Hua, he bowed respectfully. Young Master Jiang, I'm Sun Ping's younger brother. The family already knows about what happened to my brother. Sun Ping was arrogant and audacious. He offended you and deserved to die. The family elders have unanimously decided to expel him from the Sun family. I also ask Master Jiang to be magnanimous and not vent my anger on the Sun family. I apologize to you on behalf of the Sun family. Sun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke very quickly. Jiang Hua frowned slightly, glanced at Sun coldly, and said indifferently, the Sun family is quite capable. They removed the name immediately. They acted very quickly. That. Sun didn't know what to say and looked at Yun Xiefeng for help. Yun Xiefeng quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, saying with a smile, Young Master Jiang, Young Master Sun, today is a party, and it's Miss Risha's birthday. We are all from Jiangcheng, we'll meet each other sooner or later. Please give Miss Rushu and me some face and put aside these unpleasant things for now. Please come in. Now that things have come to this, there is really no way to do anything else. Moreover, today is Yun Xiefeng's home court, and the other party is very considerate and came out to greet him in person. Therefore, Jiang Hua didn't say anything else, nodded, and the group walked into the hotel. Sun's tense nerves finally relaxed. He breathed a sigh of relief, a flattering smile on his face, and followed Jiang Hua into the hotel. Jiang Hua walked in the front, surrounded by people from the four major families. For a moment, he became the protagonist. Even Yun Xiafeng, the host, deliberately lagged behind by half a body length and became a foil. Only after the group of people disappeared did surprised murmurs sound behind them. Hiss. Did you see that? The people from the four great families are so respectful to Jiang Hua. Even Sun En, whose own brother was killed, had to put on a smile and stick up to Jiang Hua. This is too awesome. Of course not. Jiang Hui is an SSS-level genius, and he has Chairman Wu standing behind him. He can destroy the Tang family at any time. Who dares to disrespect him? I'm so envious. Damn, Jiang Hui is so lucky. Talent, strength, background, this is definitely the pinnacle of life. Everyone was amazed and felt extremely envious and jealous of Jiang Hua's treatment. Those who were quick-witted immediately followed, wanting to take this opportunity to chat and build relationships. After they left, some geniuses from ordinary families gradually arrived. Xu Yun, wearing a black suit, stood at the door of the hotel, looking up at the magnificent scene, his eyes full of ambition. He clenched his fists and smiled confidently. I am no longer the same person I used to be. Today's genius exchange meeting is the moment for me, Xu Yun, to show my talents. I will let everyone know that I, Xu Yun, am also a peerless genius. He straightened his back, strode forward, and walked towards the hotel. 3 chapters, nearly 8,000 words, please read and urge me to update. Thank you all for the free gifts. Happy May Day. Chapter 45 Piano Playing. The beast tide a few days ago broke out too suddenly. Xu Yun was also training in Yuelu Mountain at that time. But he was too weak and had no time to run out of the forest. In the end, under the protection of Li Qingran, he could only go against the flow and run into the depths of Yuelu Mountain. Unexpectedly, he turned a disaster into a blessing, not only escaped death, but also gained an opportunity. At that time, all the strange beasts were running out, while he walked in, and by chance he broke into the nest of a 4th-level beast king. In the nest, he obtained a large number of spiritual medicines and gathered the materials to awaken the 8 desolate war body. Later, Li Qingran refined them into pills and successfully awakened the 8 desolate war body. The awakening of his physique not only raised his talent to a level, but also made his cultivation level soar, reaching the 5th level of the first stage. Level 1, 5th level, how powerful is that? At this moment, Xu Yun only felt that he was terrifyingly strong. After he came out of Yuelu Mountain, he immediately returned to the Chu family and gained the recognition of Chu Sanjiang. He returned to the family and received an invitation, qualifying to participate in this genius exchange meeting. Walking into the hotel lobby, it is magnificent, with red carpet on the floor and crystal chandeliers emitting a hazy luster. There are long tables on both sides, which are filled with various foods and pastries, as well as high-heeled glasses filled with champagne and red wine, stacked in a pyramid. Waiters dressed in exquisite clothes, holding trays, come and go, smiling and serving everyone wholeheartedly. There is actually a white piano on the steps in the front. A young lady in an evening dress is sitting in front of the piano and playing music. The soothing music flows in the hall, and the atmosphere is extremely luxurious. Oh my God, Brother Jiang, this is too luxurious. Is this the life of rich people? Zhang Yang looked at the scene in front of him with a dull look and couldn't help but say. Qin Xiong, who was standing by, had a dark face. He couldn't help but pull at his clothes and whispered, calm down, calm down. Don't act like you've never seen the world. It's embarrassing. Jiang Hua, however, didn't care at all and smiled faintly. It's indeed luxurious. In my 18 years of life, this is the first time I've been to such an occasion. I've broadened my horizons. This free and easy and unpretentious attitude made Chu Xiao and Shen Rusha feel better about Jiang Hua. He is neither humble nor arrogant, does not shy away from his background, and does not feel inferior because of his poverty. Such a man will be looked up to by others. Yun Xiafeng also smiled and said, young Master Jiang is indeed free and easy, a man of character. So, you guys can chat first. Now that everyone is here, I'll host it. As he spoke, he nodded slightly to everyone and walked towards the center of the hall. Everyone, please be quiet. I'm Yun Xiafeng. First of all, thank you all for coming to this genius exchange meeting. Today is also our Miss Shen Rusha's birthday. Let us all wish our goddess a happy birthday. Ah! Happy birthday to Goddess Rushu. Goddess Rushu, I love you. You are the most beautiful. The atmosphere instantly became lively, and hundreds of people cheered collectively. Shinrushu felt a little embarrassed, blushing, and bowed slightly to the crowd. Thank you everyone. Yun Xiefeng smiled faintly, and with the help of Shinrushu's fame, he made a perfect opening statement. Strike while the iron is hot, he continued. So, our party tonight will be divided into two parts. One is to celebrate the birthday of Goddess Rishu, and the second is to have a small exchange competition on the spot. Everyone is welcome to come on stage and compete with each other. In the end, the top 10 will be selected. Our Yun family will give out 100 million as a reward for the first place, and the second to ninth place will also have their own rewards. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. A reward of 100 million. This is a huge sum of money. For these high school students, this is simply an astronomical figure. Not to mention those classmates from ordinary families, even some kids from wealthy families were shocked by Yun Xiefeng's generosity. Jianhua raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was some inexplicable meaning in his eyes when he looked at Yun Xiefeng. It was just an exchange meeting, was it necessary to do this? Just at this moment, Yun Xiefeng also noticed Jianhua's eyes and smiled at Jianhua. Jianhua's eyes flickered, and his expression quickly returned to normal. He also nodded slightly. Then let's start celebrating the birthday of Goddess Rishu. Yun Xiefeng clapped his hands lightly, and immediately several young ladies in ancient-style long skirts came to the center of the hall and slowly began to sing and dance. The atmosphere became lively again. Everyone enjoyed the performances while tasting the pastries and delicacies. People who knew each other talked to each other and whispered. Ms. Rishu, happy birthday. This is a little gift for you. Yun Xiefeng walked closer and handed over a gift box. Rishu, happy birthday, be happy every day. This is my gift, hee hee. Xu Xiao also took out a gift box. Next, some wealthy young men such as Sun and Qin Xiong also handed over gifts. Most of their families had business dealings with the Shin family, and this was necessary interpersonal communication. For a moment, Jianhua felt a little embarrassed. He didn't know about it in advance, so he didn't prepare. But at this moment, he was the center of everyone's attention, and it seemed a little unreasonable not to give a gift. Suddenly, Jianhua saw the piano on the stage in front of him, and an idea immediately came to his mind. Didn't the old man say that he should stand out a little and attract everyone's attention? In this case, it should count. Jianhua stood up, and immediately everyone's attention was focused on him. Facing everyone's gaze, Jianhua smiled faintly. Miss Rishu, I didn't know it was your birthday, so I didn't prepare a gift. How about this? I learned piano before, so I'll play a song for you to celebrate your birthday. As he spoke, Jianhua walked to the stage and said something to the young lady playing the piano. She then stood up and made way for Jianhua. For a moment, the hall fell silent, and everyone's gaze focused on the place, with surprise flashing in their eyes. That's Jianhua. What is he going to do? Play the piano? No way, Jianhua can actually play the piano? Everyone was extremely surprised. In this awakening era, people's development direction was all related to summoners and beastmasters. Few people were involved in things like music and piano. But this does not mean that the status of music has become lower. On the contrary, because fewer people are learning it, it becomes more precious. Zhang Hui is an SSS-level genius. Not only is he strong, but he has even dabbled in piano. He is really too knowledgeable. Everyone couldn't help but start looking forward to it, and Shinrusha's beautiful eyes also lit up slightly. She was born in the Shin family, and she has been interested in literature, music, art and other things since she was a child, so she cultivated the temperament of a lady from a noble family. Even the summoned creature she awakened was an auxiliary healing creature, so she was not very interested in combat. Jianhua's piano playing at that moment just happened to touch her heart, and she immediately had a great impression of Jianhua. Xu Xiao was also a little surprised. In her impression, Jianhua had a cruel heart and a clean and neat fighting style. He was definitely a ruthless person. But at this moment, the young man was wearing a starry sky tuxedo, sitting in front of a white piano. His handsome profile was glowing hazily under the light, and he had a feeling of being a modest gentleman, noble and elegant, which surprised her. My fingers pressed on the keys, tapping gently, and soothing notes danced out. When the music started, everyone's breath stopped. Sounds good. It sounds so good. Jianhua actually can play the piano, and seems to be quite accomplished. He closed his eyes and pressed the keys with both hands. Soothing, joyful, romantic, and sweet music slowly flowed out. All of a sudden, everyone felt as if their souls were cleansed, and they couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes slightly and enjoy it. Shinrushu's eyes were even shining with crystal glitter. She stared at Jiang Hua with obsessed eyes without blinking. The handsome boy sat in front of the piano, playing seriously under the spotlight, immersed in the music, intellectual, elegant and talented. The notes suddenly changed, and Shinrushu couldn't help but stand up and walk to the center of the hall. With a flip of his hand, an exquisite violin appeared in his hand. The girl was wearing a white dress, dancing slightly to the beat, with the violin on her shoulder, playing slowly. Standing on tiptoe, lifting the hem of her skirt, dancing gracefully, breathing shallowly. When the music is in sync, when the notes dance, when the boy and girl play together under the spotlight. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling. Totally detonated. Yun Xiefeng was the first to stand up and applauded enthusiastically, and the whole audience burst into applause. Many girls couldn't help but cover their mouths, tears welling up in their eyes. At this moment, the boy and girl seemed to be a match made in heaven, and their charm reached its peak. Below the stage, Ling Zixuan watched this scene with disappointment in her eyes. She felt as if she had just met Jiang Hua for the first time and was once again shocked by this man's charm. But at this moment, the person standing next to Jiang Hua was no longer her. Looking at the dazzling Shinrushu, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of inferiority in her heart. Even she herself felt that Shinrushu and Jiang Hua were a better match. It was painful, such an incomparable heartache that it felt like she was suffocating, making it difficult for her to breathe. At this moment, Ling Zixuan really regretted it, and was heartbroken. Xu Yun's face was ferocious as he stared at Shinrushu and Jiang Hua, his eyes full of jealousy and resentment, and his face was a little distorted. He knew Shinrushu and liked Shinrushu. As a member of the Chu family, Chu Xiao was Chu Yun's cousin. As Chu Xiao's best friend, Shinrushu often came to the Chu family to play. Naturally, Xu Yun had known Shinrushu since childhood. Shinrushu was extremely beautiful when she was a child. Xu Yun fell in love with this little girl when he was still young and ignorant. But the changes in his life later made it so that Xu Yun and Shinrushu no longer had any contact. Now that he has become a disciple of the Empress, his talent has improved, and his cultivation has greatly increased. He believes that he is qualified to pursue Shinrushu. When he entered the hotel just now, he recognized Shinrushu at a glance. Shinrushu had become more beautiful. At the age of 18, she was like a blooming flower, which made his heart beat fast. But he never expected that before he could launch his attack, he would see this scene. Jiang Hua and Shinrushu were so in sync that he couldn't help but feel an unknown anger in his heart. Jiang Hua, who do you think you are? How dare you touch the woman I like? You are ready to die. Endless murderous intent arose in Xu Yun's heart. He took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. When the song ended, he couldn't wait to stand up and walk toward Shinrushu. Chapter 46 The Great Injustice. Xu Yun. Rouge, long time no see, happy birthday. Xu Yun said with a smile. Shinrushu was immersed in the ensemble just now. Before she could come to her senses, a strange man suddenly appeared in front of her, which made her frown slightly. And the name he used was so intimate, which made her feel even more disgusted. Everyone was also confused. No, who is this? We are listening to the music and feeling moved. Why the hell did you run up to join in the fun? Do you think you are that important? Young Master Jiang and Goddess Rishu are a match made in heaven. The atmosphere is very tense, and you, a little Karami, actually dared to interrupt the spell. How can you be so tactless? Even if it's a birthday greeting, it shouldn't be so inappropriate. For a moment, everyone stared at Xu Yun with unfriendly eyes, and had the urge to rush up and punch him. Shinrushu was also a little unhappy, but her upbringing kept her from getting angry. She took a step back and nodded politely to Xu Yun, "Thank you." Xu Yun was stunned. He didn't expect Shinrushu to be so cold to him. Looking at Shinrushu's unfamiliar eyes with a hint of vigilance, Xu Yun's face twitched and he couldn't help asking, You don't remember me?" Hearing this, Shinrushu was startled. He looked at Xu Yun carefully with doubt, and finally shook his head in confusion. "I don't know you." Xu Yun. A nameless rage rose in his heart. Xu Yun took a deep breath again, clenched his fists and suppressed it tightly. He said patiently, "I am Xu Yun, the Chu Yun of the Chu family." Think about it carefully. Xu Yun? Hearing this name, Shinrushu subconsciously looked at Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao smiled slightly and said, "It's that annoying kid who used to throw mud at us when we were little." After hearing this, Shinrusha suddenly realized and finally remembered who Chu Yun was. The scenes in her memory emerged, making her hate Chu Yun even more. When they were young, Chu Yun often bullied them. Although he was a boy, he didn't play with other little boys. Instead, he liked to tease her and Chu Xiao. He either threw mud or splashed dirty water, and from time to time he would jump out from the corner to scare them. Once he even brought a dead mouse, which scared her to tears. So from that time on, Shinrusha hated Chu Yun very much, and was even afraid of him, and had some psychological trauma. She never saw Chu Yun again and gradually forgot about him. However, she didn't expect to meet the person she hated the most again on her birthday today. In an instant, all the good mood disappeared. Shinrusha looked at Chu Yun coldly and didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. She turned around and ran to Jianhua, smiling happily. "Jianhua, thank you for the song you gave me. I like it very much. I didn't expect you can play the piano." "Ha, as long as you like it. I've learned a little bit before." Jianhua stood up and said with a smile. He glanced at Chu Yun, curious about what the secret was between the two of them. Shinrusha doesn't seem like the kind of unreasonable person who treats someone so coldly. It seems that this guy named Chu Yun makes her very disgusted. The two of them were talking and laughing, but this scene, when seen by Chu Yun, made him furious. The girl he liked was extremely cold to him, but smiled happily at other men, making him feel like he was being cuckolded. Chu Yun's face turned pale and he stared at Jianhua. It was all because of this guy. If it weren't for him, Ruchu would never be so cold to me. He blamed all the faults on Jianhua and didn't think about his own problems at all. Jianhua was bewildered. "No, Shinrusha is ignoring you. Why are you staring at me?" "It's none of my business." TSK, this murderous look seems to want to swallow me up, so scary." Jianhua also became interested. He wanted to see what Chu Yun was going to do. Was he going to rush up and challenge me? Jianhua was thinking this, and Shinrusha also noticed Chu Yun's eyes. Not wanting to cause any more trouble, she took Jianghua's hand and left. "Jianhua, let's not stand here anymore, let's go back and sit down." Swish. This action immediately irritated Chu Yun. "Holding hands? You're holding hands with another man in front of me." This was intolerable. Chu Yun immediately yelled, "Let go." Chu Yun shouted with a cold face, shocking everyone. For a moment, everyone looked at him in surprise. Fuck, this kid is crazy, what the hell is he yelling about? Could it be that he's attracted to goddess Rishu and is being aroused? How can someone like him compare to God Jiang? Yun Xiefeng came out with a frown on his face and looked at Chu Yun with an unfriendly look. "My dear classmate, this is a public place, please don't make trouble." Shinrusha looked at Chu Yun coldly without saying a word. Chu Xiao also frowned and scolded. "Chu Yun, what are you doing? Go back and sit down." In an instant, Chu Yun became the target of public criticism. He finally came to his senses and realized that he had overreacted. "I'm so embarrassed now. Damn it, Jianghua, it's all your fault." Chu Yun cursed fiercely in his heart and once again suppressed the anger in his heart. Forcing a forced smile, he flipped his palm, took out a jade box, and opened it in front of everyone. In an instant, a blue-purple lotus appeared in front of everyone, filled with a strange fragrance and tiny arcs of electricity flashing on it. Oh shit, it's the 4th grade top-level spiritual medicine Thunder Core Lotus. Someone who knew the goods immediately recognized this spiritual medicine and exclaimed. "What? This is the Thunder Core Lotus? The Thunder Core Lotus, known as the precious medicine for strengthening the body? Oh my goodness. It's said that this Thunder Core Lotus can directly improve the talent of a Thunder-type pet by a level after eating it. This kid actually has such a precious elixir. What is he going to do with this elixir? He's not going to give it to Goddess Rishu, is he? He's really willing to spend so much money on it." There were exclamations in the field. Hearing these discussions, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile, finally feeling that he had regained some face. This Thunder Core Lotus is a treasure he discovered deep in Yuelu Mountain. Due to its high level and extremely violent thunder energy, he dared not take it for the time being. He had originally wanted to wait until he broke through to the 3rd level to use it, but now he was so stimulated that he lost his mind and took it out directly. He felt a little regretful, but it had come to this point, and he couldn't take it back. Chu Yun immediately gritted his teeth, walked in front of Shinrushu, and said in a generous manner. "Rush, this is my birthday present for you. I heard that you awakened to the healing element and lacked offensive abilities. This Thunder Core Lotus can strengthen your body and enhance your physique, which will also give you some self-defense abilities. We awakened ones often need to go out for training and inevitably encounter dangers, so we still have to focus on improving our strength. Treasures that can improve strength are much more precious than some flashy things. I went through so much hardship to get this, and I prepared it especially for you. You are not allowed to refuse it. Shu Yun said this as he stuffed the jade box into Shenrushu's hands and glanced at Jiang Hua with a provocative look. It was obvious who he was referring to. Jiang Hua just found it a little funny. In this day and age, people still give gifts to compete with each other. Moreover, a rookie at the 5th level of the first stage, in order to pursue a woman, actually swelled up his own strength and gave away a 4th level spiritual medicine. The key point is that Shenrushi doesn't even remember who he is. Isn't this a complete injustice? Shu Yun actually looked so smug that Jiang Hua almost laughed himself crazy. What kind of idiot would do such a thing? However, this Thunder Core Lotus seems to be very effective for bodybuilding. It just so happens that I want to practice thunder bodybuilding. If I can get this Thunder Core Lotus, I can definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Shenrushu was also completely baffled by Chu Yun's mysterious actions. Wasn't she being obvious enough? I was almost writing "I hate you" on my face, and you were still rushing to give me treasures. Are you crazy? Could this be the legendary ultimate bootlicker? This person is truly hopeless. Subconsciously, Shenrushu was about to refuse, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jiang Hua staring at the Thunder Core Lotus in his hand. Shenrushu's heart suddenly moved, and he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and changed his words. "Shu Yun, I accept the gift. I'm sorry for the expense. Thank you." This time, the tone was no longer cold. Shu Yun was immediately overjoyed, thinking that it was his act of giving the treasure that made Shenrushu feel his sincerity and moved Shenrushu. So, he pretended to smile at Shenrushu and said, "It's okay, as long as you like it. As long as it's something you like, I'm willing to give it to you no matter how precious it is." Vomit. Shenrushu felt sick at heart after hearing these disgusting words. Goosebumps appeared on his skin. He suppressed his inner discomfort and forced a smile. "Okay, thank you. Let's talk later. The competition is about to begin. Don't waste everyone's time." Shu Yun automatically interpreted the polite words into, "There are so many people here, I'm sorry, let's talk about this next time when we're alone together." For a moment, Shu Yun was in a good mood and said with a smile, "Okay, Rushu, wait and see me win the first place in the competition." After saying that, he returned to the corner and sat down contentedly, closing his eyes and regulating his breathing, looking forward to the scene where he would kill everyone and cause Shenrushu to exclaim in surprise. On this side, Shenrushu breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been pardoned. He pulled Jiang Hua to sit down and handed the jade box in his hand to Jiang Hua. "Jiang Hua, I saw you staring at this Thunder Core Lotus just now. This elixir should be very useful to you. I'll give it to you." Shenrushu said this with a smile, without any reluctance as she had just shown when facing Chu Yun. Jiang Hua was stunned, looked at Shenrushu in surprise, and said with a smile, "This is a birthday gift given to you by someone else. It's not a good idea to give it to me like this." "It's okay. Since it's a gift to me, it's mine. I can do whatever I want with it. Besides, the power of the Thunder Core Lotus is too violent. A girl like me simply can't endure the pain of the thunder body refining. This elixir is useless to me. Even if I don't give it to you, I can't use it. Take it." Shenrushu giggled and glanced in Chu Yun's direction while speaking, thinking to herself, "Just consider it as your punishment for bullying me when we were kids." "Okay then, I'll take it." Jiang Hua smiled slightly. Now that things had come to this, and he really needed the Thunder Core Lotus, he naturally wouldn't refuse. I just don't know how Chu Yun would feel if he knew that the gift he gave was given to himself by Shenrushu. As expected, a dog licks a dog and ends up with nothing. As he was thinking, Yun Xiefeng said loudly, "Next we will proceed to the second round, the competition. Everyone is free to come on stage. You can challenge someone or defend the ring. Who will go first?" 2 chapters, 6,000 words, please read and update as soon as possible. Chapter 47, Mountain Giant. I'll do it. As soon as Yun Xiefeng finished speaking, a young man jumped into the center of the hall impatiently. "My name is Lu Yong, I'm from the second level of the first stage, with an A-level talent called summoning. I can summon creatures and am a holy light werewolf. Who wants to fight me?" Lu Yong is short and has a watermelon-like hairstyle, but his eyes are sparkling with brilliance. He glances around, rubbing his hands together, eager to try. With a wave of his hand, a white light flashed beside him, and a 5 meter tall werewolf with black hair all over its body, scarlet eyes, protruding fangs, and a ferocious look emerged. A wolf howled towards the sky, and its violent momentum shocked the entire audience, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. It's Lu Yong. I know him, a genius from number 6 middle school. His werewolf has mutated and evolved from B level to A level. You see, there's a silver crescent between the werewolf's brows. This is the symbol of holy light, which imbues their divine attributes. They are no longer afraid of sunlight or silver, have almost no weaknesses, and their combat effectiveness is greatly increased. Tisk, he's still a werewolf after all. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? I'll fight him. Someone showed disdain and jumped out, also coming to the scene. He was a young man with a defiant look and a head of silver hair that was quite conspicuous. My name is Wang Yu, I'm from the first level, third level, with an A-level talent called summoning. I can summon creatures, the undead bone dragon. I'll be your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yu waved his hand, a white light flashed, and a huge bone dragon emerged. It was 10 meters in size, suspended in mid-air, occupying most of the hotel lobby. Its body was gray-white, and blue ghost fire was burning in the eye sockets of its head. Seeing this scene, Yun Xiefeng snapped his fingers. In an instant, the entire hotel space expanded rapidly. The entire hall expanded dozens of times and became like a football field. This scene shocked everyone. Space-related abilities. Young Master Yun is truly amazing. I wonder what his contracted creature is, but it possesses such incredible abilities. Chu Xiao, Shen Rushu, Sun Ping, Qin Xiong and others also looked at each other with a fixed expression. This was also the first time they saw Yun Xiefeng take action, and they also didn't know what Yun Xiefeng's contracted creature was. Jiang Ho raised his eyebrows slightly, stared at Yun Xiefeng carefully, and immediately understood. After a brief surprise, Lu Yong and Wang Yu started fighting. The bone dragon roared out and swooped down from the sky, spewing black undead fire from its mouth, which turned into a blazing pillar of fire and attacked the werewolf. The werewolf suddenly roared angrily, jumped, and kept dodging in the field. The flames hit the ground. For a moment, explosions rang out one after another, and the field was roaring continuously. The werewolf kept fleeing, his scarlet eyes fixed on the bone dragon. He suddenly jumped up and pounced on the bone dragon. Roar! The werewolf roared wildly and suddenly jumped onto the back of the bone dragon. Killing intent flashed in his scarlet eyes. His hands popped out sharp wolf claws and grabbed the back of the bone dragon fiercely. Click, click. A clear cracking sound was heard, the bone dragon's body shook, and several huge white bones on its back were removed. Seeing this scene, Lu Yong's eyes suddenly flashed with pride. He looked at Wang Yu with a sneer and said mockingly, "So what if you're at the third level of the first order? You're just a bone dragon that looks good but is useless. You're no match for me, a werewolf." "Oh, really? Don't be too proud, the best is yet to come." Wang Yu remained unmoved, a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he crossed his arms across his chest, as if he was sure of victory. As soon as the words fell, a blazing black flame ignited on the body of the bone dragon. The flame exploded and burned fiercely, instantly igniting the werewolf on its back. The werewolf's body was burned by the flames, and he screamed in pain. He fell off the bone dragon's back and hit the ground, no longer able to resist. Lu Yong's face turned pale. Without saying a word, he waved his hand, put away the werewolf, and walked off the stage. It was obvious that he had lost. "Wang Yu, I'm here to fight you. My name is Zhou Jie, I'm a level 1, level 3 beastmaster, and my contracted pet is a Zerg the iron-tailed venomous bee." Another young man came out. He was a beastmaster, and the one he had contracted was actually a rare pet of a certain tribe. He waved his hand, and hundreds of basketball-sized bee pets flew out. Their mouthparts were ferocious, and the poisonous stingers on their tails shone coldly, which was quite scary. Under his fierce attack, Wang Yu was quickly defeated. Then, one young man and girl after another came out, each summoning their own contracted creature and started a battle. A fierce battle suddenly broke out in the hall, with constant roars. The wide variety of pets, summoned creatures, and various skills dazzled everyone and made them exclaim that it was wonderful. However, most of the people who took part were teenagers from ordinary families. They gave their all and tried their best to show themselves. Because they understand that this is an opportunity. Only by showing their own value can they be valued and recruited by the big families in Jiangcheng and receive resources for training. Whether it is signing a contract, working for these big families, or being noticed and going to the 4 major universities with these young masters and young ladies, for them, it is an opportunity to change their destiny. What's more, the reward of 100 million yuan is also very exciting to everyone. The group of rich kids had expressions of enjoying the show on their faces, constantly commenting on the people who were fighting on the field, and telling who had potential and was worth training. Jiang Hua was also watching this scene. It was true that there were some dark horses, such as Zhou Jie, who summoned a swarm of bees. He was very good and actually won 5 games in a row. There was another person who actually summoned a 3-headed hellhound with 3 heads, which released the fire of hell and was extremely terrifying. Boom! There was another loud noise, and a young girl flew out like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily to the ground. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and her pet, the netherworld spirit cat, was killed directly. The one who made the move was a blonde young man. Behind him, a gigantic Nian beast roared and howled with overwhelming power. This young man turned out to be an S-level talent, contracted with the Nian beast, and was extremely powerful. The Nian beast is not as powerful as other ferocious beasts in myths and legends, but it has a special talent. That is, on New Year's Eve, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Unfortunately, today is not New Year's Eve, so its strength cannot be fully displayed. Having defeated the nether spirit cat, the young man was quite proud of himself. He swept his arrogant eyes around the whole place and shouted, "Who else?" Everyone was shocked by his aura for a moment, and no one dared to challenge him. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded, "That's enough. I'm tired of watching you bunch of noobs fighting each other. Let me do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Shuyan stood up and strode towards the center of the field. He looked at the young man with disdain and said sarcastically, "S rank, so what? A mere Nian beast, do you really think you're that strong? What did you say?" The young man was immediately furious. He stared at Shuyan coldly and said through gritted teeth, "Speak nonsense like that. I will beat you to a cripple. Oh, are you worthy enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shuyan suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, white light flashed, and the space made a loud rumbling sound. An extremely huge figure squeezed out from the summoning space. It was an extremely huge giant. Its entire body is made of rocks and covered with moss and weeds. It looks like a mountain and is 10 feet tall. The height of nearly 40 meters was extremely terrifying, and the head almost broke through the dome. If it were not in the space barrier released by Yinshu Peak, this hotel would not be able to accommodate such a huge thing. Hiss. It's a mountain giant, a gigantic monster from Western mythology and legends. How terrifying. This size is almost comparable to some 4th-level exotic beasts. Everyone gasped and looked at the huge giant with fear in their eyes. Even the Nian beast was startled and roared with fear in its eyes. Yun Sifeng, Jiang Hua and others were also quite surprised. They didn't expect that Chu Yun's summoned creature would be such a rare and huge monster. Chu Yun was quite proud in his heart. His original summoned creature was just a D-level stone man, but after evolving to a level, it became a terrifying mountain giant. With this size, he is extremely powerful even among the level creatures, and this is also his confidence. Kill it. Chu Yun pointed at the Nian beast and ordered. The huge mountain giant suddenly raised his fist and smashed it down. The huge fist, like a water tank, whizzed down, and the air was directly exploded, making a series of loud noises that made everyone's heads buzz. Where the fist landed, an aura was formed, as if gravity was squeezing it, locking the Nian beast directly and leaving it nowhere to hide. The Nian beast wailed and struggled hard, but its cultivation level was only at the 2nd level of the 1st stage, and it was no match for the mountain giant at the 5th level of the 1st stage. The next moment, a huge fist smashed into it hard. Bang! The ground collapsed with a loud bang, leaving an extremely huge deep pit. Spider web-like cracks spread out, and the Nian beast fell into the pit and was smashed into a meat paste. The young man, the master of the Nian beast, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, fell down, and fainted. Hiss. Instant kill. Everyone gasped as the horrifying scene filled their eyes. Are there any rookies who want to challenge me? Shuyan shouted loudly, sweeping his domineering eyes across the entire audience, and no one dared to look him in the eye. He smiled triumphantly, gestured slightly in the direction of Shenrishu, then looked at Jiang Hua with cold eyes and shouted, "Jiang Hua, fight me, I want to challenge you." Chapter 48 Chu Yun's social death. Wow! Challenge Jiang Hua? As Chu Yun finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. They stared at Chu Yun with wide eyes in disbelief. Is this kid crazy? How dare he challenge Zhang Hua? He doesn't think that just because he defeated a level 1, level 2 warrior, he's invincible. Is he worthy enough to challenge God Zhang? He's getting so cocky. This kid is definitely getting carried away. Challenging God Zhang is like climbing a toilet with a lantern. He's looking for shit. Fuck, just because you have a little strength, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Ask everyone here, who would dare to challenge Jiangshan? I bet 3 bags of spicy noodles that he will die miserably. I bet 10 packs. My family owns a small shop, so I'm just going all in. Everyone was talking about it, and there were mocking sounds everywhere. Everyone looked at Chu Yun as if he was a fool. Being ridiculed by everyone like this, Chu Yun instantly became furious. His whole body aura shook, and the aura of the 5th level of the first stage swept out, and he shouted loudly. You bunch of cowards, what are you afraid of? Zhang Hui is also a human being, and humans will lose. I will defeat him in front of all of you and let you know that Zhang Hui is not invincible. Xu Xiao couldn't stand it any longer. She held her forehead, speechless, and couldn't help but scold him. Xu Yun, retreat quickly. I can't even beat Zhang Hui. With your limited strength, don't embarrass yourself. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked again. Xu Xiao was an SSS level awakener, but even she admitted that she was no match for Zhang Hua. Zhang Shen was indeed the number 1 genius in Jiangcheng. For a moment, everyone looked at Chu Yun with even more mocking eyes. Being looked down upon by everyone like this, Chu Yun's anger had reached its peak. He was overwhelmed and lost his mind. Pointing at Zhang Hua, he roared, Stop talking nonsense, Zhang Hua, do you dare to fight me? Ha! Zhang Hua also found it a little funny. He drank the red wine in the glass slowly, then put the glass down and said lightly, Are you sure you want to challenge me? Humph, I will defeat you in front of everyone. Chu Yun snorted coldly, his eyes extremely cold and fierce. The mountain giant behind him seemed to agree with him and also let out a roar. All right. Zhang Hua shrugged and slowly stood up. Originally, I didn't want to fight you. For me, there's no sense of accomplishment in bullying weaklings. But if you insist on doing this, then there's nothing I can do. How about this, I won't take advantage of you. I'll only use one skill. If you're still standing and talking to me after 1 minute, you win. Zhang Hua stretched out a finger, a faint smile on his face, and he was extremely confident. Arrogant, mountain giant, kill him. Chu Yun roared in anger. The mountain giant suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar, raised his huge fist and smashed towards Zhang Hua. This scene was very similar to the previous fight with the Nian beast. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, and a cruel light flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. Zhang Hua, I'll kill you today for stealing this woman from me. He seemed to have seen the scene where Zhang Hua was smashed to pieces by a punch from the mountain giant, and a hideous grin appeared on his face. But the next moment, he was shocked to see Zhang Hua raised his palm and caught the punch steadily. The palm-sized hand and the giant fist like a water tank were firmly pressed against each other, and this scene created an extremely strong visual impact. Catch it? Snap. The wine glass in someone's hand shattered, his eyes widened like eggs, his jaw almost dropped to the ground, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. Everyone was also extremely shocked. That was a 40-meter tall mountain giant who could smash a mountain with one punch. Zhang Hua took it so easily, and it looked like he didn't even use his spiritual power. Zhang Hua's physical fitness must have reached a terrifying level. Jiangshan is too powerful. He is not even on the same level as us. Everyone sighed deeply and was shocked. No. Impossible, how did you do it? Chu Yun also stood there in a daze, looking at the scene with a dazed look on his face. He couldn't believe it at all, and his heart of Taoism was almost broken. TSK, you still have some strength. Next, feel it yourself. Zhang Hua chuckled, raised his head and looked at the mountain giant, pink light flashing in his eyes. Swish. The next moment, the mountain giant turned around suddenly, a layer of pink light appeared in his eyes, and he raised his huge fist and smashed it towards Chu Yun fiercely. Controlled? Jiangshan can actually control Chu Yun's mountain giant? Hiss, this is at least an S-level skill. To be able to control other creatures and make them attack their master, Jiangshan's mental power must have reached a terrifying level. Stop, mountain giant, are you crazy? I am your master, you stop right there. Shu Yun was shocked. Looking at the huge fist coming towards him, he was almost scared to death. He fled in a hurry and kept communicating with the contract, trying to regain control of the mountain giant. However, with his strength, how could he fight against Jiang Hua? The mountain giant turned a deaf ear to him and kept attacking him. For a moment, it was like a cat chasing a mouse. Shu Yun was forced to jump up and down in a miserable state. Jiang Hua, what did you do to my mountain giant? Damn it, stop it now. Shu Yun cursed as he ran away. It's nothing. Since you want to know so much, just feel it yourself. Jiang Hua smiled faintly, and the pink light in his eyes flashed again. Shu Yun's body suddenly stiffened, and he felt an invisible impact entering his mind, and his brain went blank in an instant. Then he turned around mechanically, staring at Jiang Hua stupidly, his eyes cross-eyed, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth, and he kept laughing foolishly. Jiang Hua saw this scene, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he ordered, kneel down, kowtow, and call me daddy. Thump! Shu Yun knelt down obediently and kowtowed to Jiang Hua repeatedly, Dad, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Shu Yun kowtowed so hard that blood oozed from his forehead. It was obvious from the sound that it was a good start. TSK, you're so obedient, dance. Jiang Hua ordered again. Seaweed, swaying in the wind. Come on, have fun, there's plenty of time. Shu Yun stood up and twisted her buttocks with standard movements and charming posture. Ha 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 ha. The whole audience burst into wild laughter. Some people held their stomachs and almost laughed to tears. Chu Xiao covered her face and couldn't bear to watch. It was too shocking. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, for fear that others would know that she knew Shu Yun. Jiang Hua's face was also twitching. This dance was really an eye-catcher. Ahem, that's enough, stop jumping, tell us all the bad things you've done since you were a child, and confess your sins. Jiang Hua hurriedly called a halt, rolled his eyes, and started playing something else. I said, when I was a kid I pushed a classmate into a pool and tried to drown her because she wouldn't let me play with her Barbie dolls. I climbed through the window to peek at the ant next door taking a bath, and was startled by a stray cat passing by. I was so angry that I beat the cat to death. I also stole my dad's money to watch porn movies at the internet cafe. I spit in my classmates' food. I even urinated in other people's takeout. I am guilty. I repent. Wow. Everyone was in an uproar, their eyes filled with anger, and they wanted to kill Shu Yun. Fuck, I can't stand it anymore. I really want to punch him to death. Scumbag, this scumbag wants to kill someone just because he won't play with his toys. He's simply a beast. You are a born bad person. Stray cats are so pitiful, but you cruelly kill them. People like you should go to hell. Shu Yun's self-explosion shocked everyone. They didn't expect that this guy, who looked like a decent human being, had done so many immoral things that would lead to him giving birth to a son without an anus. Shen Rushu and Chu Xia were even more disgusted. They didn't expect Shu Yun to be such a person. When they thought about the person who grew up with them when they were young, they suddenly felt uncomfortable all over and a chill ran down their spine, and the psychological shadow was further increased. Jiang Hua touched his nose. He didn't expect that such a shocking scandal would break out. He felt that he had gone a little too far. This kid was socially dead on the spot. When he wakes up, he will definitely want to kill me. Just as he was thinking this, Shu Yun happened to wake up. After realizing what he had done, his face suddenly turned red. You, Jiang Hua, you are a devil, Shu Yun was at a loss. Looking at the contemptuous eyes of the crowd, especially Shen Rushu's disgusted look, he completely collapsed and rushed out of the hotel screaming. I have no face to stay here any longer. I have lost face for all my ancestors. Bang! With a loud bang, Shu Yun's figure, which was rushing out, flew backwards and hit the ground hard. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and he looked outside the door with fear in his eyes. Leave? Where to go? Did I let you leave? Chapter 49 True God Believer. Leave? Where to go? Did I let you leave? A mocking voice was heard, and a group of people walked in from outside with sneers. There were more than a dozen figures, wearing the same black camouflage military uniforms, looking very imposing. Leading them was a tall man wearing sunglasses and a ponytail. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a cross-shaped scar at the corner of his eye. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and turned out to be a foreigner. The foreigner glanced at everyone with a cold look, and said with a grin in his broken Chinese, "Hi, hello to all the newbies from Daxia. I'm Thomas, a believer in the true God. Guided by the great true God, I've come here to receive you and bring you back to the true God's embrace. Now, everyone, squat down with your heads in your hands. Those whose names are called, follow me and cooperate. Don't make me angry. Okay?" Boom. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Believers in the true God? Aren't they just followers of a cult? Why would a cultist be here? Many people were frightened and their faces turned pale. But cultists were more terrifying than alien beasts and alien races. They did inhumane things. They once claimed to be guided by the true God and carried out a terrorist event called Arta's Explosion. 5 ninth-level warriors committed collective suicide, destroying a city of tens of millions of people and causing panic around the world. This group of people are just crazy, the kind of crazy people who go crazy for no reason. Even ninth-order strongmen can give up their lives without hesitation and self-destruct for the so-called guidance of the true God. They are so crazy that there is no limit. Who wouldn't be afraid of them? It was also from then on that all countries in the world united to issue a global wanted order for the cult members. But even so, the cultists have not been destroyed. They are like a 9-legged insect that is dead but still alive. They lurk in the dark and still pop up from time to cause trouble. Every time they do, they cause huge damage, countless people are killed and injured, which makes people shudder. Zhang Hua also frowned. The believers of the true God, also known as cultists and pagans, were born in the Dark Ages hundreds of years ago, at the beginning of the revival of spiritual energy. At that time, a large number of spacecracks appeared all over the world. Many people broke into the spacecracks to explore, but they lost contact directly. 3 years later, the organization called the True God Temple appeared. It was composed of the first group of people who broke into the space rift. They claimed to be in another world, received guidance from God, became believers of the true God, and wanted to save the world. They also believe that Blue Star is a land of sin and that all humans on Blue Star are sinners who must accept the judgment of the true God, wash away their sins, and start a new life. This kind of heresy was naturally boycotted by everyone, but because the people in the true temple were the first to enter the spacecrack, they gained powerful strength in the spacecrack and were ahead of everyone else. Therefore, even if all countries in the world join forces, they still cannot destroy the True God Temple. The True God Temple is also known as the largest villain force on Blue Planet, with countless powerful and terrifying people. This time, everyone was obviously targeted by the True Temple. The purpose was to take the geniuses here away, bring them to the True Temple, and convert them into cultists. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. The ruins on Xianfeng Mountain must have been created by these cultists. Now all the powerful people in Jiangcheng have been attracted to the ruins. No one in Jiangcheng can resist these evil cultists. Chu Xiao stood beside Zhang Hua and said with an extremely ugly expression that she was very smart and figured everything out quickly. Shen Rushu's eyes were filled with worry. If that's the case, then we're really in danger. My grandfather and your grandfather have both gone to Xianfeng Mountain. Now there's no one in the Chu or Shen family who can come to save us. Zhang Hua, what should we do? Should we force our way out? Chu Xiao asked. Don't be in a hurry, let's wait and see. Zhang Hua shook his head and did not rush to take action. The situation was unclear now, so it would be better to wait and see for the time being. Zhang Hua could also feel that Wu Xiaofeng had been hiding in the dark, so he was not too worried. The old man was still very reliable. But at this moment, someone finally couldn't stand the oppression brought by the cultists anymore and suddenly yelled, "Run, run away!" The entire hall was instantly in chaos, with countless people running in all directions, all wanting to take advantage of the chaos and run away. There were also dozens of figures with the ability to fly, who soared into the sky, trying to break through the dome of the hotel and fly out directly. But their actions undoubtedly angered the cultists. Thomas's smiling face suddenly turned cold and gloomy. Why are you provoking me? Why are you provoking me? Why are you not listening? You dare to disobey the will of the true God. You are all sinners. You all deserve to die. Kill. A crazy roar came out of his mouth, and dozens of cultists attacked suddenly, with a third-level terrifying aura bursting out of their bodies, killing the people fleeing in the hall. Thomas even burst out with the powerful aura of the fourth level. He suddenly stretched out his palm and shook hands with the people flying in the sky from a distance. Bang! Phew! Blood splattered everywhere, and the bodies of the dozen or so boys and girls with the ability to fly exploded like squeezed and flattened cans. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and a bloody rain immediately fell in the hotel. The disgusting smell of blood filled the air. For a moment, the hotel seemed to have turned into a slaughterhouse, like a scene from hell. Ah! 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 Help! Help! Save me! Ah! Save me! A piece of bloody intestine fell on the head of a girl, appearing bloody in front of her eyes. The girl immediately let out a broken scream. He was so scared that he sat down on the ground, closed his eyes and screamed wildly, his whole body trembling. He was extremely scared. Devils, these people, they are all devils. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Help, someone save us. Panic spread among the crowd, and the entire hotel lobby became extremely chaotic. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear and despair, and many girls collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Thomas, however, looked thoroughly enjoying the experience. He closed his eyes, feeling the blood raining down on his face. He licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue and smiled with satisfaction. The taste of blood is wonderful. He opened his eyes and waved his hand, and the cultists stopped the massacre, but 30 people were already dead and no longer breathing. Thomas looked at everyone coldly, his eyes sweeping through the crowd, pointing his finger at the figures one after another. This, catch them all here. A group of third-level cultists immediately walked towards the people who were pointed at. John Hua keenly noticed that the people Thomas pointed at were all those who had shown considerable strength in the competition just now. Zhou Jia, who owns a swarm of bees, the boy who owns the three-headed dog of hell and the beast Nian are all among them, and Chu Yun is naturally among them as well. Seeing a group of cultists coming towards him aggressively, Chu Yun was almost scared to death. He backed away on the ground with his buttocks, and shouted in fear. No, don't arrest me. What are you going to do? Spare me. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die. Chu Yun burst into tears, his body trembling. A strong smell of urine suddenly came out, his trouser legs were wet, he was actually scared to pee. He looked so miserable, and there was no trace of the arrogance and rebelliousness he had when he challenged Zhang Hua before. He was even worse than some girls. In addition to him, everyone else was also frightened. At this moment, Thomas suddenly looked over and focused his gaze on Zhang Hua and the others. Facing Zhang Hua, his expression became much more serious. He even bowed respectfully to Zhang Hua and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang Hua, I have long heard of your great name. On behalf of the True God Temple, I sincerely invite you to join us. As long as you agree, you will immediately become one of the 10 holy sons of the True God Temple. In the future, you can even become the Temple Master, control the True God Temple, and become the sole king of the New World. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned again. They looked at Zhang Hua with complicated eyes. At this moment, they didn't know whether they should envy him or what. Zhang Hua was also stunned, then chuckled, Tisk Tsk, Holy Son, your True God Temple really thinks highly of me. But what if I say no? 3 chapters, 8,000 words. Please read on and urge me to update. Please click and urge me to update. If I exceed 300 words, I will add an extra chapter. Chapter 50 Killing the Cultists. After hearing Jiang Hua's words, Thomas's expression turned much colder. Mr. Jiang Hua, please don't make things difficult for me. Being invited to join is completely different from being captured and taken prisoner. There's an old Chinese saying, he who knows the current situation is a hero. I believe Mr. Jiang Hua won't make the wrong decision. The threat was self-evident. Jiang Hua smiled. What a coincidence. I just like to toast and not accept the penalty. Master Yun, don't you agree? Jiang Hua turned around and looked at Yun Xiafeng. Yun Xiafeng was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. He asked with a smile, how did you tell that? Isn't it obvious? The Genius Exchange will gather all the geniuses, cast a barrier around the hotel, and offer a 100 million yuan reward to select the talented enough to be yours. Then the cultists will appear and take them away. Jiang Hua shrugged and said so. Clap, clap, clap. Yun Xiafeng was the first to applaud, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua, you are indeed very smart. Your strength, talent, and IQ are all top-notch. You deserve the title of Jiangqing's #1 genius. But I'm curious, if you've already discovered it, why don't you run away? Now that I'm in control of the situation, how are you going to escape? Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Yun Xiefeng in disbelief. Young Master Yun, is he in cahoots with these cultists? Damn it! The Yun family actually colluded with the cultists. How dare they do that? Aren't they afraid of being targeted by the authorities? What's the point of talking about this now? Let's think about how to escape first. Everyone's faces looked extremely ugly, and they stared at Yun Xiefeng with angry eyes, wishing they could eat him alive. Chu Xiao and Shen Rushu were also stunned. After they reacted, Chu Xiao's delicate face was suddenly filled with frost. She swung her hand violently, and Hades, the god of death wearing a black robe and holding a huge sickle, immediately appeared. Traitor, you deserve to die. Chu Xiao and Hades rushed out suddenly and immediately killed towards Yun Xiefeng. Snap! Yun Xiefeng snapped his fingers, and his figure suddenly disappeared, appearing beside Thomas. He looked at Chu Xiao with a calm expression. Xiao, Roshu, don't be stubborn. Today, you are doomed to fail. Submit yourself and come with me to the true God temple to accept the guidance of the gods and become believers. I promise that you, like Jianghua, will all be able to become the holy son of the temple, gain the power bestowed by the true God, and become the supreme being in the future. Bullshit. Even if I die, I will never go along with you, a bunch of dirty cultists. Chu Xiao was not afraid at all. She stared at Yun Xiefeng with angry eyes, and a huge sickle suddenly appeared in her hand, showing her attitude. Then go to hell. Thomas was furious. He jumped out and punched Chu Xiao. A scarlet light burst out from his fist, like a bloody hand stretched out from hell, smashing towards Chu Xiao fiercely. Bang! The fist was caught steadily by a white hand. Jianghua stood in front of Chu Xiao with a calm look in his eyes. Sorry, I'm here. Today, it seems I can't let you have your wish. Thomas's pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't believe that his full-strength attack with his 4th level cultivation was blocked so easily by Jianghua. With a wave of shock rising in his heart, he forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and said coldly, Mr. Jianghua, your physical strength is indeed terrifying, but if you think you can turn the situation around by yourself, I can only say that you are too naive. Then give it a try. Jianghua's eyes were cold, and the 1,000 illusion spirit soldier suddenly turned into a straight knife in his hand, covered with terrifying thunder, and slashed towards Thomas. Boom 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 boom. There were 4 explosions in succession, and Jianghua attacked with all his strength using the quadruple thunder sword, leaving no chance for Thomas at all. 9-layered thunderblade, are you the great Xia Dragon Guard? Thomas's expression changed drastically, and he instantly recognized the spiritual skill used by Jianghua. What shocked him even more was that Jianghua, at such a young age, could actually practice the thunder blade to the 4th level, which was simply shocking. However, Thomas was a 4th level warrior after all. A scarlet light suddenly burst out from his body, and his entire body instantly exploded, turning into countless blood beads, which recondensed in the distance, creating a distance of dozens of meters between him and Jianghua. Kill him. Thomas pointed at Jianghua, and more than a dozen 3rd level cultists rushed towards Jianghua. Roar! Their bodies suddenly swelled up, their sizes grew larger, their bodies were covered with pitch-black hair, their mouths were covered with fangs, their faces were distorted and changed, and they turned into more than a dozen giant werewolves in an instant. Alienation, a unique ability possessed by cultists, allows them to transform into the form of strange beasts, becoming half-human, half-beast monsters, and gaining a huge boost in strength. At this moment, these dozen or so 3rd level cultists, after transforming into werewolves, have almost all reached the 3rd level 5th level or above in strength. Scarlet eyes lit up, and the werewolves gasped violently and pounced out suddenly. More than a dozen 3rd level werewolves jumped up, and their huge bodies brought huge oppressive force as they rushed towards Jianghua. Just in time. Behind Jianghua, 6 huge angel wings spread out, and the whole person took off and hovered in the air. A holy cross sword appeared in his left hand, and 1,000 phantom spirit weapons turned into straight swords in his right hand. He slashed down with the swords on the left and right. Rumble! Thunder exploded, and blazing lightning burst out. It seemed that 2 blue-purple crescents appeared in the sky. Those were the terrifying thunder transformed into blades, which came down angrily with crackling arcs of electricity. With a swish, the blade light swept through the air, the dazzling lightning flashed, and then fell silent. The bodies of more than a dozen werewolves were swallowed by the thunder and instantly burned into charcoal by the violent thunder. They fell to the ground and died. Hiss! Everyone present took a deep breath. A bright light burst out from the eyes of Jiangqing's students. That was the hope of life. They looked at Zhang Huo as if they had seen a savior and wanted to kneel down and worship him. Thomas and Yun Xiafeng's pupils were dizzy, and their hearts were trembling with shock at this scene. With one move, he killed more than a dozen third-level werewolves in seconds, and used spiritual skills with both hands at the same time. Is this really something an 18-year-old high school student can do? Zhang Huo slowly descended, sheathed his sword, looked at Thomas, and said calmly, "How is it?" Thomas came back to his senses and snorted coldly, "Zhang Huo, don't be too complacent. Since we have taken action, we naturally cannot send only such a small number of people. Today, even if God comes, he can't save you. Lord Caesar, I am incompetent. Please take action to suppress them." Thomas's eyes flashed with fanaticism, and he raised his hands and shouted loudly. Boom! The wind was blowing so hard that the glass windows of the entire hotel shattered. A powerful pressure descended, and a figure appeared out of thin air, hovering above the hall. He was dressed in a black robe, and exuded a cold aura. The terrifying pressure of a 6th-level strong man emanated from him without reservation, instantly pressing everyone in the hall to the ground, unable to move. Among those present, only Jiang Huo, Shen Rishu, Chu Xiao and a few others could still stand, but their bodies seemed to be pressed down by a mountain, and they had difficulty breathing. Caesar took off his black robe, revealing an old face. He was a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes. His hair was sparse, his eye sockets were deep, and his cloudy eyes were extremely deep. He lowered his head, overlooking Zhang Huo. His voice was low and hoarse, like an evil ghost, and he said solemnly, "Young man, I will give you one more chance. Join the true God temple, or die." Zhang Huo raised his head and smiled faintly, his eyes suddenly becoming cold and sharp, and he raised his middle finger, "Are you worthy? Looking for death?" Caesar suddenly attacked, and his old palm suddenly transformed into a huge ghost claw, covering Zhang Huo's head. "You're the one who deserves to die. Damn it, you're just a level 6 guy, and you thought some big fish came. You're wasting my time." A cursing voice was heard, and Wu Xiaofeng's figure suddenly appeared. He punched out, defeating the ghost claw, and suddenly pounced towards Caesar. Chapter 51 Wu Xiaofeng takes action. Wu Xiaofeng? Aren't you in Xianfeng Mountain? Why are you here? Caesar's face changed drastically, and his body retreated instantly. He didn't dare to confront Wu Xiaofeng head-on. Xianfeng Mountain is naturally under the care of someone. Now that you rubbish are here, don't even think about leaving. Wu Xiaofeng's face was cold and stern. He caught up with Caesar in an instant and punched out. Thunder surrounded him and he hit Caesar hard. "Humph, Wu Xiaofeng, you are too arrogant. Do you still think you are the former captain of the Dragon Guard? Since we know you are in Jiangcheng, how could we not be prepared? Today, we will kill you here and save our temple from disaster." Caesar snorted coldly, and ghost energy surrounded his body, instantly condensing into a black armor to block Wu Xiaofeng's punch. Using the force, he pulled back, took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. In an instant, Caesar's old face became younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if he had rejuvenated and returned to his most youthful peak state. He even exuded the aura of a 7th level, and his momentum overwhelmed Wu Xiaofeng for a time. However, this was not the end. Caesar's hand shone with golden light, and a scepter inlaid with rubies appeared in his hand. He held the scepter and lightly tapped the air, and 2 dazzling hexagram magic circles emerged. The space fluctuated, and 2 more figures emerged, wearing the same black robes, the same blonde hair and blue eyes. They were actually 2 6th-level foreign masters. 3 people appeared, forming a horn shape, surrounding Wu Xiaofeng, and all their aura pressed towards Wu Xiaofeng. Wu Xiaofeng looked at the faces of the 2 men and raised his brows slightly. These 2 people were actually transferred from Xianfeng Mountain. In order to surround and kill him, the people of the true temple actually gave up the ruins. Caesar sneered, "Wu Xiaofeng, 3 masters, even if you die, you will be proud of it. Heh, with all your strength, you are worthy of being called a master?" Wu Xiaofeng was quite disdainful. He suddenly clenched his hands, and the sound of sharp weapons rang out. A 3-pronged, double-edged halberd appeared in his hand. The magic weapon shone brightly, cutting through the air. The entire hotel exploded, and the barrier covering the hotel was directly broken through by the sharpness of the magic weapon. "No, hurry up, kill him." An inexplicable fear suddenly rose in Caesar's heart. He didn't expect that Wu Xiaofeng, whose cultivation level had declined, could still use the magic weapon. If he were to unleash his power, even 3 people working together wouldn't be able to kill him. The other 2 6th-level warriors obviously understood this as well. They shouted angrily and rushed towards Wu Xiaofeng. We'll entangle him, and you attack his vital points. Kill him with one strike. A man had a solemn expression on his face, and his hands suddenly transformed. Countless huge octopus tentacles extended out, bearing their fangs and claws, and coiled towards Wu Xiaofeng. The other person formed seals with his fingers and spit out golden halos from his mouth, shining with holy light, covering Wu Xiaofeng. The 2 people's methods burst out with powerful energy, even the void was shaking, and it was obvious that they were extremely powerful control skills. Such power made everyone below exclaim in surprise. They had never seen such a battle between such powerful people in their lives, and they were all extremely worried. Thomas and Yun Xiaofeng had cruel looks in their eyes, looking forward to seeing Wu Xiaofeng being controlled and then killed. Jian Hua, however, had a calm expression. Wu Xiaofeng's contracted creature was Erlang Xingyang Jian, who was also a top existence among the SSS level. Even if his cultivation level had dropped and he could not be summoned, how could he be defeated by just 3 foreigners? Sure enough, the next moment, Wu Xiaofeng suddenly swung the trident, double-edged halberd in his hand, and a strong wind blew out, instantly cutting all the tentacles into pieces. The halberd flew across the sky and pierced the foreign master's body directly. Wu Xiaofeng shook the halberd lightly with his palm, and the foreign master's body exploded on the spot, and blood splattered into the sky. Wu Xiaofeng's eyes were cold and fierce. He turned around suddenly. Golden eyes appeared between his eyebrows. Golden light shone in his eyes, releasing a terrifying divine light. It turned into a beam of light and pierced through the head of another 6th-level foreigner with a bang. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed, and Wu Xiaofeng killed the 2 men in an instant with one move. No, how can you be so strong? Caesar's eyes were filled with fear, and he no longer had the pride he had before. He turned around and fled, and the fighting spirit in his heart had already collapsed. It's too late to run. Wu Xiaofeng sneered, swung the trident, 2-edged halberd, and a 3-headed dragon emerged, roaring deafeningly and pouncing towards Caesar. It caught up with Caesar in an instant and swallowed him directly. Caesar let out a shrill scream, and his body turned into spots of light in the sky and dissipated, leaving no intact body. It's over. Now, it's your turn. Jian Hua looked at Thomas and Yun Xiaofeng, and suddenly rushed over. Terrifying thunder surrounded the blade, and a series of thunders erupted, slashing towards the 2 men. The 2 men's expressions changed drastically. Yun Xiaofeng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Capture him and use him to threaten Wu Xiaofeng. We still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, we will die today." Thomas was stunned, a fierce look appeared on his face, and scarlet light burst out from his body, and he rushed towards Jiang Hu fiercely. However, Yun Xiaofeng rolled his eyes and took advantage of Jiang Hu being stopped to turn around and run, quickly running out of the hotel. The space under his feet shrank, and one step could cover hundreds of meters, and his speed was extremely fast. "Yun Xiaofeng, you traitor!" Thomas was furious and roared angrily. "Idiot!" Jiang Hua's eyes were cold, his pupils turned into emerald green, and a beam of petrifying light blasted towards Thomas. Then, a blade surrounded by thunder also slashed towards him fiercely. Phew! Blood splattered, and Thomas, whose body was stiff, had his head chopped off by Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua put away his sword and looked at Yun Xiaofeng, who was fleeing in the distance. The 1,000 phantom weapons in his hands suddenly transformed into a large bow. Jiang Hua drew his bow and shot an arrow filled with spiritual energy, which shot out like a meteor. With a long tail flame, it arrived in an instant and pierced Yun Xiaofeng's body fiercely. Yun Xiaofeng was stunned. He looked down at the big hole in his chest, struggled to take 2 steps forward, and then fell to the ground with a bang. At this point, all the cultists of the true temple were wiped out. Wu Xiaofeng landed and came to Jiang Hua's side. He glanced at Yun Xiaofeng's corpse in the distance and praised, "Boy, you did a good job." "Is this the end?" "These cultists are too weak," Jiang Hua asked. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. "That? If this is called a vegetable, then what about us who were almost scared to death?" But it was finally over, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, looking like they had survived a disaster. Wu Xiaofeng's face was solemn, and he looked towards the distant Xianfeng mountain and said in a deep voice, "Of course not. Those who can come to deal with you are just weaklings. The ruins are the real show. If my guess is correct, there should be at least one rank 8 expert over there, and he is definitely a core member of the True God Temple. I wonder if that kid old Lin can handle him. A hint of worry flashed across Wu Xiaofeng's eyes. Jiang Hua was speechless when he heard this. He couldn't help but say, "What's the point of guessing here? Why don't we just go and take a look?" "Old man, you don't dare to go, do you?" "Bullshit. If I wasn't afraid that something might happen to you, I would have killed you long ago." Wu Xiaofeng rolled his eyes. "Don't worry, the person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. I will be fine. Just go ahead." Jiang Hua waved his hand, not caring at all. Wu Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment, but nodded. "Then be careful, kid. I'll go take a look. If anything happens, send me a message immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Xiaofeng soared into the sky and shot towards the distance. Chapter 52 You want tea, have a next time. Jiang Hua looked at his departing back, turned around and looked back, but was suddenly stunned to find that most people had already escaped in the chaos. Obviously, out of fear, more people are still thinking about saving their lives, and not many people have the courage to stay here and watch the fun. The only ones who could stay were Chu Xiao, Shen Rushu, Zhang Yang, Qin Xiong, and others. Shen Rushu, Chu Xiao, and Qin Xiong were all trying to contact their families. Zhang Yang was a little at a loss. What happened tonight was still a little too terrifying for him. Although he had been hiding behind Jiang Hua and had not been hurt, the shock to his soul was still quite big. "You're back to life. Get to work and collect all the space rings of these guys." Jiang Hua patted his shoulder and said in a relaxed manner. "Ah. Oh, okay, brother Jiang." Zhang Yang came back to his senses and hurried to collect the space rings. Jiang Hua looked at the wreckage all over the ground, frowned slightly, and with a wave of his hand, released Sadako and Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng bent over, her head completely covered by her hair. Feeling the strong smell of blood here, she became a little excited. She opened her mouth and took a deep breath. In an instant, dozens of residual souls flew out from the corpses on the ground and were sucked into Xiaofeng's mouth. She seemed to have eaten too much, her cheeks were abnormally flushed, and even her belly was slightly bulging. A thick black gas emanated from her body, surrounded her body, and then slowly returned to her body. Suddenly, Xiaofeng's aura soared rapidly as if it had been injected with hormones. Rub. In an instant, he crossed over more than a dozen small realms and reached the 9th level of the second stage. Jiang Hua was stunned by the speed of improvement. He was so shocked that he exclaimed, "Fuck." But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, there are the residual souls of 3 6th level masters in these corpses. Even if Xiaofeng can only absorb a small amount of energy at her level, it is enough for her strength to increase dramatically. At the same time, as Xiaofeng's strength skyrocketed, a huge feedback force suddenly poured into Jiang Hua's body. In an instant, Jiang Hua's spiritual palace shook violently, and spiritual power gathered into a vortex, expanding wildly, expanding by several circles. His cultivation also skyrocketed in an instant, reaching the 4th level of the second stage. After breaking through 3 small realms in succession, Jiang Hua took a deep breath, adapting to the powerful force surging in his body, and felt a little surprised. This is the benefit of having many contracted creatures. Various contracted creatures and different ways of cultivation and improvement can all enhance Jiang Hua's strength. Otherwise, if you only have one summon creature like other people, and it is not a ghost, then these residual souls will be wasted and will be of no use at all. At this moment, Xiaofeng suddenly said, "Master, a remnant soul is missing." Jiang Hua frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Xiaofeng pointed at Yun Xiafeng's corpse in the distance and said, "That guy has no trace of a soul left after death." Jiang Hua immediately walked over and carefully examined Yun Xiafeng's body, confirming that he was indeed dead. But how could he not leave behind a soul after death? This was somewhat contrary to common sense. Unless, this body doesn't belong to Yun Xiafeng himself, or the soul of Yun Xiafeng, the eldest son of the Yun family, has long been replaced by someone else. After thinking about it, Jiang Hua took off Yun Xiafeng's space ring. After searching it, he took out an envelope from it. When he opened it, his pupils shrank slightly. "Jiang Hua, you must be surprised to see this letter. Actually, I had calculated long before this operation began that this operation would be very dangerous, but I still chose to take a gamble. Obviously, I lost. You won this time, but next time, you won't be so lucky. My summon creature is an S-class Egyptian pharaoh with mysterious powers. You killed my body, but you couldn't kill my soul. We will meet again, and next time, I will kill you with my own hands." "Kill me? Ha, you won't have a next time. I'm going to kill you today. Xiaofang, find him. Jianghua handed the letter in his hand to Xiaofang. Xiaofang nodded slightly, and purple soulfire appeared in her hand. The letter burned rapidly. At the same time, a wisp of black gas emerged from it and floated into Xiaofang's eyebrows. Xiaofang closed her eyes slightly and sensed it, then quickly said, "Master, we found him. He's just outside the city, motionless. It's the base we should have prepared in advance. His soul has reoccupied a new body over there and has been resurrected. How long will it take to get there?" Jianghua asked directly without any nonsense. 3 minutes. Xiaofang said, took out a mirror, threw it on the ground, and then turned into a puff of black smoke and went straight into the mirror. As her cultivation level improved, Xiaofang's speed in drilling through the mirror became much faster, and she soon disappeared without a trace. Jianghua stood there waiting. Less than a minute later, he received a message from Xiaofang in his mind, saying that they had arrived. Jianghua's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "You ran away from under my nose and even dared to threaten me. You are very brave. Today I will let you know what revenge is. Today, I will scatter your ashes." As soon as he finished speaking, Jianghua and Shenrusha greeted each other, and then a white light flashed and his figure disappeared. Outside the city, in the dilapidated ruins of the suburbs, there was no one living there, covered with moss and weeds. There were alienated hunting dogs wandering in the ruins, making strange howls. Under the cover of night, it looked quite creepy, and the surroundings were eerie and silent. But under the ruins, in a huge underground warehouse, the lights were on. This is a small stronghold of the true temple, which has been transformed into a small base. Thomas and others had been hiding here before, living in a dirty way like rats in the sewer. Thomas brought a large number of people with him on a mission tonight, leaving only a few behind. At this moment, they were huddled under the dim light, playing mahjong carelessly. In a room deep in the warehouse, there was a coffin with the lid open. Inside was a body wrapped in white cloth, like a mummy. Suddenly, the mummy opened its eyes abruptly, and its entire body sat up instantly. Its cloudy eyes regained their vitality, emitting a dark light in the darkness. The white bandages wrapped around him fell off, revealing the body of a young man. A subtle expression appeared on his face as he murmured, "Jianghua, what an interesting guy. He awakened in just a few days, and he has reached the second level, the first level, and the fourth level of the Thunderblade. He killed Thomas and shot me through with an arrow. It's really amazing. What a perfect body. If I could occupy his body, my talent would definitely be able to be promoted to SS level. Next time I must catch him." He stood up, stretched his stiff body, his eyes flickering as he kept thinking. At the same time, above the ground, in the corner of the ruins, in front of a broken mirror, Xiaofang's body was hidden in the shadows. A white light shone, and her figure suddenly disappeared, and Jianghua's figure emerged. Roar! The dazzling white light attracted the attention of the surrounding mutated wild dogs, and they immediately rushed over here, looking for death. Jianghua's eyes flashed coldly, and he swung his hand, and several silver moon blades shot out, strangling these wild dogs into powder. His figure soared into the air, and with a wave of his hand, Michael emerged. His golden pupils scanned the ruins and soon fixed on a manhole cover. "Master, I found it." Boom! Thunder surged in Jianghua's palm, and he suppressed it with a bang. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the lightning tore through the earth, directly blasting out a hole several meters in radius. A faint light emanated from the dark pit. Jianghua waved his hand, and a large number of pets emerged, roaring and rushing into the pit. Jianghua flapped his wings behind him and followed directly. Chapter 53 Can cultists also be converted? Boom! The iron door of the warehouse was kicked open and the iron door exploded. Jianghua retracted his foot, and a large number of pet beasts rushed in. In the room, several cultists who heard the noise had just walked out when they were overwhelmed by the swarm of pet beasts. Fuck, a beast tied. With a cry of surprise, their brains collectively froze. Before they could react, their bodies were torn into pieces and devoured by the beasts. Yun Xiafang also came out. When he saw Jianghua, he was shocked. His eyes almost popped out of his head, full of disbelief. "You, Jianghua, how did you find this place? What the hell? It's only been a few minutes since I was resurrected, and you're already here? You have to be so quick. They even destroyed my nest. What's with all these exotic beasts? Were they summoned by Jianghua? Where the hell did you get all these pets? Yun Xiafeng's mind was full of question marks, his head was buzzing, and he was unable to react for a while. Jiang Hua's mouth curled up, revealing a cruel smile. Yun Xiafeng, we meet again. Didn't you want to kill me? I'm here. Let's see who kills who. Jiang Hua suddenly jumped out, raised his hand, lightning flashed in his palm, and punched Yun Xiafeng hard. Yun Xiafeng was shocked. He was not an awakened person of the power system and was not good at physical combat. Jiang Hua could block the power of the mountain giant with one punch, so he would be smashed into a pulp. If a warrior gets close to a mage, the consequences can be imagined. Yun Xiafeng quickly stepped back to dodge, but the warehouse was so small and filled with a large number of pets that there was nowhere to hide. Seeing that Jiang Hua was approaching, Yun Xiafeng was so panicked that he only had time to raise his arms to block. Boom! Jiang Hua punched down with a terrifying force like a mountain torrent, pouring down heavily on Yun Xiafeng. Yun Xiafeng's arms exploded, his flesh and blood shattered, and bone spurs pierced directly out of his skin. The whole person flew backwards with a bang, hit the wall with a scream, and rolled to the ground. Electric arcs flashed on his body, his hair exploded, his face was charred, and he kept coughing up blood. Yun Xiafeng was completely stunned. At that moment, he felt as if he had been hit by a huge truck and his soul almost flew out. When I came to my senses, I saw a handsome face with a smile on its face. Endless fear suddenly rose in my heart, and I hurriedly called out, Jiang Shu, don't talk. It's normal to feel dizzy. Relax and feel the arrival of death. Jiang Hua chuckled and squatted in front of Yun Xiafeng. His face suddenly became cold and stern. He grabbed Yun Xiafeng's head, raised his fist, and smashed it down with all his strength. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Yun Xiafeng's face collapsed, became flat, and was covered in blood. His consciousness gradually faded away until his head exploded. Only then did Jiang Hua let go. Jiang Hua shook off the blood on his hands and kicked the corpse away. I let you act cool, I let you threaten me, and you even left me a letter. You've watched too many movies, right? You think you're cool, right? Now I'll let you show off your coolness. With a wave of his hand, Medusa, Michael, the nine-tailed fox, and the Silver Moon Wolf King were all released. Who has the means to destroy the soul? Check if this guy is dead. Jiang Hua ordered casually. He was exhausted from the beating. My lord, Medusa and I have similar methods. My holy light can purify the soul. Michael said, with golden light shining in his eyes, looking at Yun Xiafeng's corpse. A golden beam of light shot out, and a circle of golden flames suddenly ignited on Yun Xiafeng's body. In the flames, a twisted human figure let out a shrill wail, and then gradually dissipated and turned into ashes. At this moment, Jiang Hua was surprised to find that a string of numbers seemed to appear above Yun Xiafeng's soul head, which was the same as the critical strike value on the head of the strange beast. But before he could see clearly, Yun Xiafeng's soul had dissipated and the numbers disappeared. Are you dazzled? Or what? Jiang Hua was confused. Yun Xiafeng died too quickly just now and he really didn't see it clearly. Jiang Hua had only seen a critical hit number on a human's head on Xiaofeng before, but this situation only occurred because Xiaofeng turned into a ghost after death. However, Yun Xiafeng clearly showed no signs of transforming into a fierce ghost, and his soul had already dissipated, making it impossible for him to even be reincarnated, let alone transform into a fierce ghost. This made Jiang Hua even more confused. Cultists were indeed very strange. He should pay more attention to them next time. Confused, Jiang Hua didn't think much about it. He quickly cleaned up and searched the entire warehouse. After making sure that nothing had slipped through the net, they did discover quite a few documents, as well as a large amount of resource materials and soul crystals. It was obvious that although Thomas and the others lived in a small house here, they also needed resources for their cultivation. These resources were obviously given to them by His Majesty the True God. A rough estimate would put the total value at over 100 million yuan. What surprised Jiang Hua even more was that there were even several 4th-level spiritual medicines, and among them, there was also a thunder-type Xian Lei fruit. Like the Tianqin lotus before, they are all spiritual medicines that assist in cultivation, allowing Jiang Hua to use them to cultivate S-level thunder body-tempering spiritual skills. What a great harvest! Jiang Hua was very satisfied and put everything into the space ring. Boom! Just when he finished doing all this, a huge roar came from the direction of Xianfeng Mountain in the distance. Even Jiang Hua, who was underground, felt the violent turbulence, as if there was an earthquake. Jiang Hua immediately rushed up and when he reached the ground, he saw a huge pillar of light rising into the sky in the distance and going straight into the clouds. In the beam of light, 3 figures were fighting fiercely. One of them was Wu Xiaofeng, holding a trident, double-edged halberd, with thunder surrounding him. Every move he made caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Terrifying cracks kept appearing and healing in the void. Jiang Hua was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. This was the first time he saw the old man use his full strength. Such power was more than 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary 6th-level strongman. The other 2 were even more terrifying. A resolute man with a square face and wearing a military uniform actually summoned a huge mythical beast, a white tiger. He rode on the back of a white tiger, holding a big spear, which he also danced with vigorously, cooperating with the white tiger to attack. In the violent wind, the people on the opposite side were beaten back step by step. The man opposite was obviously from the True God Temple. He was dressed in a black robe and surrounded by Yin energy. He was extremely terrifying. Even though he was fighting 1 against 2, he was still ferocious and even had the potential to counterattack. Beside him, there were 2 illusory figures, one black and one white, wearing tall hats, with long tongues hanging out of their mouths, and holding soul-binding chains. They were actually the Hell's chief of the underworld, the Black and White Impermanence. This 8th-level strongman of the True Temple actually has the Black and White Impermanence as his contracted creature. No wonder his strength is so terrifying. What shocked Jiang Hua even more was that above the head of the 8th-level strongman from the True God Temple, there was a series of critical strike values. Just like what he saw on top of Yunshui Peak before, Jiang Hua was surprised, but after thinking carefully, he had some guesses in his mind. The people of the True Temple, or these cultists, should be classified as monsters like strange beasts in the system's judgment. After being killed, they can be transformed into contracted creatures and undergo critical evolution. As for why they can be transformed even though they are clearly human beings, it may be related to their cultivation method. Jiang Hua still remembered that when they were in the hotel, those cultists all transformed into werewolves. This is a very abnormal ability. Apart from the skill effects, humans can only merge with pets or contracted creatures if they reach the 7th level. But they had already done it when they were at the 3rd level, and there were more than one person who did it. Obviously, it couldn't be the effect of a skill, but some special training method, or the unique ability mastered by the True Temple. Perhaps it is precisely because of this difference in their training methods that they are judged as monsters in the system. In addition, it seems that not every cultist in the True Temple will be judged as a monster by the system and can be transformed. Jiang Hua killed so many cultists in the hotel, but he didn't find any critical hit value, not even that Caesar and the 2 6th-level strongmen. But Yun Xiefang and this 8th-level strongman have it, which means that only certain core figures in the True God Temple will be judged as monsters by the system. Those who can become core figures have all come into contact with the power of the true God they speak of and are true believers in God. In other words, according to the system, only these true believers will be judged as monsters and can be transformed. It's probably been contaminated by the so-called true divine power. It can no longer be considered human, but should be classified as an alien race. Jiang Hua muttered, his eyes flickering. This might be a good thing for him. When hunting exotic beasts in the wild, it is extremely difficult to find an exotic beast with a powerful bloodline, and the critical hit value is random. If you want to encounter an exotic beast with a huge value, you have to rely on luck. Therefore, most of the time, when Jiang Hua killed strange beasts, the pets he obtained after transformation were all ordinary stuff, and it was rare to see an SSS-level creature like Medusa. But now that cultists can also be converted, that's different. The true believers who can be judged by the system are all the core figures of the True Temple, and those who can become the core figures must have good talents. Even the worst ones are A-level, and most of them are S-level, such as Yun Xiefang and the 8th-level strongman from the True God Temple, both of whom are above S-level. After killing them, even if the critical hit multiplier is small, even if it is only 1, Jiang Hua can at least get an S-level contracted creature, which is not very satisfying. This is not a cult member at all, it is clearly a human-shaped treasure. Jiang Hua's eyes lit up instantly. Cultists are good, and we need to kill more of them in the future. Jiang Hua made up his mind instantly and decided to specifically kill cultists in the future. Finding cultists is much easier than finding strange beasts with powerful bloodlines, as most of them are on wanted lists. Especially those core figures, who are always on the wanted list, and everyone's appearance, talent, and strength are all public information. As long as Jiang Hua searches specifically, he will definitely be able to find it with all the pets he has and their various tracking skills. And it's not just him who's looking. All the major forces around the world, including the Dragon Guards and the Martial Arts Guild, are also looking for them and are wanted for these guys. Various news often comes out, so doesn't this make the difficulty even lower? This wave of business can be done, and with an idea in mind, the battle in the sky has also changed at this time. Boom! With a loud explosion, Wu Xiaofeng and Lin Chaoshu exploded together in the sky, directly blowing up the black and white impermanence. The 8th level strong man from the True God Temple suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled, his body descending at a high speed into the mountains and forests, diving down. And the direction was exactly towards Jiang Hua. The 8th level strong man was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared above Jiang Hua. When their eyes met, the 8th rank expert was stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Obviously, he recognized Jiang Hua. An SSS-level peerless genius, Jiang Hua's photo had already spread throughout the True God Temple. The next moment, he attacked without hesitation. His spiritual power vibrated and turned into a giant hand, grabbing towards Jiang Hua. Chapter 54 I join. Fuck, the bastard is coming towards me. Jiang Hua was shocked and his figure instantly turned into white light and disappeared, replaced by Xiaofeng's figure. The spiritual power palm covered down and grabbed Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's body exploded and her spirit was directly annihilated. The 8th level strong man frowned slightly, a little surprised. Jiang Hua was only at the 2nd level, but he was able to escape from him. This was something he had not expected. Night Owl, you're looking for death. Wu Xiaofeng and Lin Chaoshu behind him saw this scene and became furious. They launched a terrifying attack. The power of thunder and the energy of Gengjin turned into a destructive beam and shot towards Night Owl. Night Owl's expression changed, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. He blocked the attack with his backhand, spurted out another mouthful of blood, and fled at a high speed, soon disappearing into the sky. Lao Lin, you chase, I'll go check on Jiang Hua. Wu Xiaofeng said in a deep voice, and suddenly landed to check the situation. Lin Chaoshu chased after the Night Owl, and 2 streams of light flew towards the horizon, one in front and one behind. Dingsheng Hotel. Jiang Hua's figure suddenly appeared, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Damn it, the damn 8th level cultivator is too strong. I've remembered this time. Next time, I'll definitely beat you to death. Jiang Hua cursed viciously after wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I was really unlucky this time. Fortunately, I had the ability of Starry Sky Tuxedo to change the world, otherwise I would have been finished with that blow just now. The gap between the 8th level and the next is far beyond Jiang Hua's reach now. It's a pity for Xiaofeng, she died again. Fortunately, summoned creatures are different from pets. They will not die. Xiaofeng can summon them again after resting for a while. Otherwise, it would be a big loss. Jiang Hua, you're injured, is it serious? Brother Jiang, are you okay? What happened? Shenrushu, Zhang Yang and others immediately gathered around. Seeing Jiang Hua suddenly appear and vomit blood, they were all very worried. Without saying a word, Shenrushu waved his hand and white light flashed. A human body with a fishtail, long pink wavy hair, a chest covered with shells, and fishtail scales sparkling with colorful light. An exquisite and beautiful creature like a fairy tale emerged. It was the mermaid in mythology and legend, and also Shenrushu's summoned creature, S-level, with powerful healing abilities. The mermaid appeared and waved her hand, and a water blue light enveloped Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua suddenly felt warm all over, and his pale face turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. The injuries on his body also recovered in a few breaths. Thank you, it's okay, the injury is not serious, don't worry. Jiang Hua nodded to Shenrushu and explained. Only then did everyone feel relieved. Chu Xiao also spoke up, Jiang Hua, I've contacted my grandfather. They said that an 8th level expert from the True God Temple appeared over at Xianfeng Mountain. Fortunately, an 8th level strongman from the dragon controlling army also showed up and stabilized the situation, and no major problems arose for the time being. The 3 6th rank experts of the Yun family were killed by the True God Temple. I guess Yun Xiefeng's incident has nothing to do with the Yun family. Okay, I understand. Jiang Hua nodded. He had guessed before that Yun Xiefeng should have died a long time ago. It's just that my body was taken over by that cultist with the power of a pharaoh, which is why what happened today happened. Now that it's confirmed, it's not surprising. While they were talking, Wu Xiaofeng hurried over. After seeing that Jiang Hua was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. You little brat, why did you run out of the city? Didn't I tell you to stay put and not wander around? Wu Xiaofeng was very angry. He was almost scared to death when he saw Jiang Hua being attacked by Night Owl just now. Don't worry, old man, I'm fine. What about that guy from the True Temple? Is he dead? Jiang Hua asked. I don't know. Lao Lin went after them, but I don't think there's much hope. These pagans may not be good at fighting, but they're good at escaping. Lao Lin is only at level 8, so it's unlikely he'll be able to kill them. Wu Xiaofeng shook his head and didn't think that Lin Xiaoshu could kill Yi Xiao. Alright, these are not things you need to worry about. Go back first. It should be safe now. Jiangcheng is just a small place. We can only send Night Owl here. We won't have any more people. Jiang Hua, come with me to the Awakener Guild. Wu Xiaofeng said this, and without caring whether everyone agreed or not, he directly grabbed Jiang Hua and soared into the sky. In just a short moment, he arrived at the Awakeners Guild. I sat down in the office, and before I could even warm my butt, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Lin Xiaoshu who had chased the Night Owl before. Lin Xiaoshu's face was grim. After he appeared, his first words were, I didn't catch up with him. He escaped. As expected by Wu Xiaofeng said nothing, patted his shoulder, and poured 2 cups of tea. Sit down first. I'll report to the higher-ups later and ask them to chase him. Lin Xiaoshu sighed and sat down. He turned his head and met Jiang Hua's gaze. His eyes suddenly lit up and his expression became much better. He smiled and said, This is Jiang Hua, right? He's already reached the 4th level of the 2nd stage. Not bad, not bad. He's indeed worthy of being the genius I've chosen. Old man, what is this? Jiang Hua asked in confusion. Lin Xiaoshu, captain of the 9th Squadron of the Imperial Dragon Army, is from the Lin family in Kyoto. Wu Xiaofeng introduced him concisely. Hello, Captain Lin. Jiang Hua nodded and greeted politely. Well, we're all family. Why call me Captain? Just call me Third Uncle. Jiang Hua, I used to follow Big Brother Wu. I was also in the 3rd Squad at first. Later, I became the captain and was transferred to the 9th Squad. There's no need to be so formal. Lin Xiaoshu said with a smile, appearing very approachable and without any airs. Wu Xiaofeng rolled his eyes when he heard that. Old Lin, why are you trying to build relationships with others? Just say it directly if you have something to say. Boy, he wants you to join the Dragon Guard, so just tell him if you're willing or not. Brother Wu is still very straightforward. That's right, Jiang Hua, I came here specifically for you. I won't say any empty words. As long as you join the Dragon Guard, you can set any conditions you want. Lin Xiaoshu was not embarrassed by Wu Xiaofeng's sarcasm. He laughed and stared at Jiang Hua with burning eyes, waiting for Jiang Hua's answer. He really valued talent. From the moment he saw Jiang Hua perform the quadruple Thunderblade, he made up his mind to recruit Jiang Hua into the Dragon Guard at all costs. Hearing this, Jiang Hua was also stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Xiaoshu would travel thousands of miles from Kyoto to invite him to join the Dragon Guard. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hua asked, if I choose to join, what benefits will I get? What obligations will I need to fulfill? Also, with my current cultivation level, I don't seem to be qualified to join the Dragon Guard, right? Jiang Hua remembered that Wu Xiaofeng had said before that the lowest rank in the dragon-controlling army was level 7, and all of them were strong warriors with S-level talents or above. Jiang Hua's talent is certainly enough, but his strength seems to be far from enough. In terms of strength alone, it's naturally not enough, but you can become a reserve first. When you reach the 7th level in the future, you can directly join the Dragon Guard. As for obligations, you are not required to do anything at the moment. After all, your current strength is still too weak. As for the benefits, Jiang Hua, you killed quite a few cultists this time, including a core member of the True God Temple, and destroyed a small stronghold. When the True God Temple invited you to join, you flatly refused. To sum up, considering your talent, if you're willing to join the Dragon Guard, I can guarantee it with my own life, and with the help of the Lin family, apply for a Great Xia Dragon Guard medal for you, Lin Xiaoshu said with a smile. Swish. Before Jiang Hua could react, Wu Xiaofeng's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance, and he said decisively, Jiang Hua, agree to him. Ha! Jiang Hua was stunned, not knowing why Wu Xiaofeng had such a big reaction. Lin Xiaoshu glanced at Wu Xiaofeng and explained with a smile, Zhang Hua, the Great Xia Dragon Guard medal, is the highest honor of the Dragon Guard and a symbol of status. It has been 100 years since the spiritual energy was revived, and our Great Xia Dragon Guard has also been established for 100 years. During these 100 years, there are a total of tens of thousands of Dragon Guard members. Each of them is a genius picked from thousands of people, and also a top-notch warrior. They have made great contributions to Daxia and are known as the Dragon Guards of Daxia. But in fact, this is only the knowledge of outsiders. In the Dragon Guarding Army, among the tens of thousands of members, there are only 9 people who can obtain the Great Xia Dragon Guard medal and are truly qualified to be called the Great Xia Dragon Guard. Each of these 9 people is a 9th-level strongman, including the strongest man in my Daxia, the god of war Wu Tian. If you agree, you will become the 10th person. Now, you should understand the significance of this medal, right? Hearing this, Zhang Hua was deeply shocked and even more puzzled. If that was the case, how could he, a rookie at the 2nd level, deserve to receive this medal? Seeing Jiang Hua's expression, Lin Xiaoshu was speechless inside. It seems that you really don't know anything about your own talents. Dual system, SSS level, do you know what this means? This means that you are very likely to become the second 10th level strongman in my Daxia after the god of war Wu Tian, and the strongest person in the world. The True God Temple has directly put forward the conditions for the Son of God, so our dragon-controlling army will naturally not be stingy. Moreover, the situation is tense now, and Daxia has started the plan to create gods for the human race. You are the candidate I have chosen to create gods. With this medal, you can take a treasure from the Dragon Guard's treasury for free every year, even if you want a 9th-level treasure. In addition, you can get a 50% discount on any item you purchase in the Dragon Guard's treasury, even if you want something worth 10 billion. Besides, Brother Wu is injured after all, and his strength is not as good as before. He can protect you in Jiangcheng, but he may not be able to protect you outside. As long as you choose to join, from now on, you will have the entire Dragon Guards and the entire Great Xia standing behind you. No one in the Great Xia will dare to touch you. Lin Xiaoshu said this in a domineering tone. After listening to it, Zhang Hua also understood a little. Extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. Perhaps all the reasons mentioned above are not important. The only important thing is that Zhang Hua's talent is strong enough, his future is bright enough, and he firmly rejected the True God Temple and stood on the side of Daxia. Therefore, at this time when Daxia is in urgent need of gods, Zhang Hua is the person most likely to become a god, so it is natural that he is qualified to receive this medal. After thinking this through, Zhang Hua took a deep breath, nodded heavily, and said seriously, I'll join. Chapter 55 Black Dragon Egg. After resting at home for a few days, the crisis caused by the cultists' attack finally passed. Led by Wu Xiaofeng, the Awakener Guild and the 4 major families joined forces to thoroughly investigate the entire Jiangqing city, but no trace of the cultists was found. Apart from those geniuses who were killed, the Yun family suffered the greatest losses and suffered an unexpected disaster. Not only was the family heir killed, but 2 strong men in the family also died in Xianfeng Mountain. The Yun family's power plummeted, and they fell from being the first family in Jiangqing to the last place. They were also ostracized by everyone and suffered terribly. Zhang Hua actually gained a huge benefit from this. Just now, he received a message from Lin Xiaoshu that his application for the Great Xia Dragon Guard medal had been approved. Zhang Hua immediately rushed to the Awakener Guild. When he arrived at the top floor office, he saw Lin Xiaoshu and Wu Xiaofeng sitting inside and talking with smiles on their faces. Old Lin, you did a good job this time and didn't let me down. Wu Xiaofeng patted Lin Xiaoshu's shoulder with a bright smile and was in a very good mood. Of course not. I'll guarantee it with my life. Even if those old guys want to cause trouble, no one dares to confront me. Lin Xiaoshu was quite proud. This was the Great Xia Dragon Guard medal. There are only 10 of them in the whole of China. Being able to apply for this thing is enough to be proud of, even if it is not for him. Thank you so much, Uncle San. Zhang Hua said with a smile and walked into the office. Hey, kid, it's a relief to hear your third uncle calling you that. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiaoshu said with a big laugh. He then stood up and walked in front of Zhang Hua. His face became serious and he said in a deep voice, Member number 11,039 of the Imperial Dragon Army, Zhang Hua, obey your orders. Here. Zhang Hua stood solemnly, chest out and head raised, giving a standard military salute. Zhang Hua, a reserve member of the Imperial Dragon Army, is hereby awarded the Great Xia Dragon Guard medal. Effective immediately, you will become a member of the Imperial Dragon Army. You swear to be loyal to your duties, serve your country, and defend the dignity of Great Xia for the rest of your life. I, Zhang Hua, voluntarily join the Dragon Guards and swear on my soul to defend the dignity of Daxia for my entire life, perform my duties faithfully, and serve my country. Zhang Hua said loudly with a serious expression, word by word. Okay, take the medal. Lin Xiaoshu nodded with satisfaction and handed Zhang Hua a small box with both hands. Zhang Hua took it with both hands. Inside the box was a round badge with a 5-clawed golden dragon totem engraved on it and a circle of stars surrounding it, which was quite dazzling. This is what all the dragon-controlling army dreamed of, the highest honor of the dragon-controlling army. Zhang Hua admired it carefully and put it away solemnly. In addition, there is a space ring containing a uniform, a pitch-black straight knife, and a token. The token is square, forged from bronze, pitch black with an icy sheen. On the front are the words Zhang Hua, and on the back are 4 large golden characters Great Xia Dragon Guard. This is a symbol of status. Just based on these 4 words, Zhang Hua's rank in the Dragon Guard is already higher than most people. Alright, the medal awarding is complete. Zhang Hua, keep this thing safe and don't lose it. Also, take out your phone so I can log into the Dragon Guard's website for you. Lin Xiaoshu patted Zhang Hua's shoulder and spoke. Zhang Hua took out his mobile phone and, after a series of complicated identity authentications, logged into the official website of the Dragon Guards. It was a very simple page. Due to Zhang Hua's current status as a reserve soldier, he did not have the authority to browse many things and could only see a warehouse exchange page. It lists various treasures in the Dragon Guard's treasury, which are so numerous that only members of the Dragon Guards can purchase them with money and contribution points. 9th rank Soul Crystal, Awakening Stone, 9th rank Evil Fire Phoenix's Tail Feather, 9th rank Black Dragon King's Reverse Scale, 8th rank Spiritual Medicine Mandragora Flower, 7th rank Spiritual Weapon Void Spear, 7th rank Cultivation Potion. Zhang Hua took a quick look and was deeply shocked. All the things in here were actually treasures. Any one of them was worth more than tens of millions. Looking at Zhang Hua's expression, Lin Xiaoshu smiled slightly and said proudly, "How is it? My Dragon Guard's treasure house is pretty good, right? You now have the authority to take 1 item from it every year." Zhang Hua nodded. This was more than just possible, it was absolutely perfect. But some of the things are too high-end, and Zhang Hua can't use many of the treasures now. This is normal, because the official members of the Dragon Guard are basically above the 7th level of strength, and the things they use are naturally not something that Zhang Hua, who is at the 2nd level, can access. Zhang Hua slid his fingers across the screen, searching for the 3 items, the Demon's Bones, the Mermaid's Tears, and the Fountain of Life, but in the end he found that they were not there. Zhang Hua frowned, and Wu Xiaofeng felt warm in his heart when he saw him doing this. Lin Xiaoshu also patted Zhang Hua's shoulder and sighed. If it was in the treasure house, Brother Wu's strength wouldn't have been restored until now. Is it man-made? Or is it really not? Zhang Hua asked. We don't have the Demon's Bones or the Mermaid's Tears, but we originally had the Fountain of Life, but it was exchanged for by someone in advance. We can't afford to offend that person for the time being. Lin Xiaoshu explained. Zhang Hua nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Even Lin Xiaoshu couldn't afford to offend him, let alone him. He was too weak now, so it was useless to know these things, which would only add to his troubles. Without thinking about it anymore, Zhang Hua browsed the screen again. He did not look at the treasures and elixirs. His goal from beginning to end was only one, an exotic beast with a high bloodline. But after checking, they found that there were very few living things in the treasure house of the dragon taming army. After all, it was easy to kill strange beasts, but it was extremely difficult to catch and tame them. The dragon taming army carries out missions around the world every day. Improving existing strength is far more cost-effective than training a new pet, so no one wants to do such a thankless task. Zhang Hua could only settle for the second best. Just as he was about to pick one at random, his eyes fixed and he was surprised to find something he had overlooked, an egg. The black dragon egg was obtained by the captain of the first squad of the dragon taming army after he killed a 9th order black dragon in the Yellow River. The egg is alive, but lacks the bloodline rune and cannot be hatched. The selling price is 50 billion blue star coins or items of equivalent value. This is what I want, Uncle San, can I have it? Zhang Hua asked immediately. Of course you can. I told you that you can take 1 item from the treasury for free every year. This is the privilege of the Great Xia Dragon Guards and it takes priority over everything else. Lin Xiaoshu affirmed. Then he continued, but this black dragon egg cannot be hatched. It seems to be of no use to you now. Are you sure you want it? Sure. Jiang Hua nodded. So what if it couldn't hatch? He hadn't thought about hatching in the first place. When the time comes, just one cut in the system will transform, and you will naturally be able to obtain a pet. Black dragon, the quality of this bloodline must not be low, then I will be able to have a dragon pet. Dragon pets are the strongest of all pets, at least S level, and possibly even higher. Now you don't have to pay anything and you can get a dragon pet for free, which is really a huge profit. Jiang Hua was already looking forward to it. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoshu didn't say anything more. In his opinion, everything in this treasure house was too high-end for Jiang Hua. No matter what he chose, it would be of no use to Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua then bought a lot of 5th level cultivation potions, which cost 500,000 yuan per bottle. The price was very expensive, and this was after the discount. With Jiang Hua's current wealth, he could only afford 100 bottles. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy anything else, but the lowest level potion here was the 5th level cultivation potion. Anything lower in level would not be worthy of being in this treasure house. Even this 5th level cultivation potion has probably been gathering dust for a long time and no one wants it. Uncle San, this is all I have. How long will it take to deliver it? Jiang Hua asked. Someone will deliver it to you within 3 days. I won't come over anymore. I've already wasted a lot of time here. You should work hard and try to reach the 7th level as soon as possible. I'll see you in the Dragon Guard then. Lin Xiaoshu said with a smile, patting Jiang Hua on the shoulder. Don't worry, it won't take long. Jiang Hua smiled confidently. Good boy, see you next time. Brother Wu, I'm leaving. Let's have a drink together next time when we have time. Lin Xiaoshu said with a smile. Be careful. Wu Xiaofeng nodded. After greeting the two of them, Lin Xiaoshu disappeared. Chapter 56 Zhou Yuxiong. After chatting with Wu Xiaofeng for a while, Jiang Hua said goodbye and left. Jiang Hua had just walked out of the Awakener Guild and was about to go home when he received a call from Shen Rushu. Jiang Hua, are you busy? Xiao said she wanted to explore the ruins of Xianfeng Mountain. Do you want to go with her? Shen Rushu's soft voice came, as cheerful as ever. Exploring the ruins, is it open there? Jiang Hua asked in surprise. Well, it's open. The ruins only allow awakeners below level 4 to enter, and the rules are different. Let's meet and talk about it. Shen Rushu said. Okay. Jiang Hua nodded and agreed. It just so happened that he was also quite interested in the ruins. Now the day for the assessment of the 4 universities is getting closer and closer, with only half a month left. Jiang Hua has only completed one of the 3 assessment conditions. It was an assessment of contribution points. In the previous mission of Chiye Yulan, Jiang Hua had obtained 30,000 contribution points. This time, he also earned contribution points by beheading the cultists and destroying their stronghold. A full 200,000 contribution points far exceeded the standards of the assessment conditions, so the only remaining assessments were to reach the 3rd level of cultivation and kill the 4th level Beast King. Jiang Hua now has a lot of resources for cultivation, including various spiritual medicines, plus the 100 bottles of 5th level cultivation potions he bought, so it is not difficult for him to reach the 3rd level standard. It is the 4th level Beast King, which is not easy to find. Not every 4th level exotic beast can be called the Beast King. Only the leader of a tribe can be called the Beast King. For example, the poisonous Python King that Jiang Hua had killed before, and his pet Silver Moon Wolf King, these beasts that had the ability to command their tribes were the Beast Kings. I have never heard of any Beast Kings above level 4 in Yuelu Mountain and Xianfeng Mountain. If it is a relic, there might be one in it. Moreover, these were ruins opened by killing a dragon. There might be dragon-related inheritance or treasures inside. Jiang Hua, who was a white jade dragon, naturally couldn't miss it. After exploring the ruins, we can set off for Tianqing Lake. Although Jiang Hua has joined the Dragon Guard, he still has to go to the academy. One reason is that he promised Qin Ming, and the other is that the various training facilities and resources available in the academy are not available in the outside world. For example, among the 4 major universities, there is a building called the Trial Tower, which is unique to the 4 major universities. By practicing in it, the strength of the awakened can be rapidly improved. In addition, the 4 major universities also control many passages to enter space cracks, which are also not available in the outside world. Only by entering the 4 major universities can Jianghua grow faster. Jianghua rushed to the place where he had agreed to meet Shenrushu and the others. Soon, we arrived at a coffee shop. Shenrushu in a white dress and Chu Xiao in a black dress are always eye-catching wherever they go. Jianghua naturally saw the 2 women at a glance, but what surprised Jianghua was that there was a young man sitting next to the 2 women. She looks to be around 20 years old, with long hair, earrings, and a leather jacket, and looks quite unique. When Jianghua walked over, he heard the young man nagging, "Xiao, Rushu, why do you have to wait for that Jianghua? Can't the 3 of us go? Or do you not trust my strength? I'm at least at the 3rd level, 9th level, so I'm more than capable of protecting you too. Since the rules of the ruins prohibit awakeners above level 4 from entering, it means that the threats there are at most level 4. With my level of cultivation, killing everyone in this place is not a problem, so why do we have to find someone to share the benefits with us? I don't understand." Hearing this, Shenrushu felt a little embarrassed. This exploration of the ruins was led by Zhou Yuxiong, and he had a map of the ruins in his hand. Chu Xiao and Shenrushu were both invited by Zhou Yuxiong, but they wanted to bring Jianghua with them, so they did not go directly. Shenrushu was too embarrassed to speak out of face, but Chu Xiao didn't tolerate him and started scolding him directly. "Zhou Yuxiong, are you annoying? I've already told you that if Jianghua doesn't go, we won't go either. You can either leave now and find other teammates, or wait for Jianghua to come with you. It's your choice. Also, don't call us so intimately. My name is Chu Xiao, and her name is Shenrushu. Call us by our full names." As Chu Xiao spoke, she stood up, pulled Shenrushu, and prepared to leave. Zhou Yuxiong was immediately anxious when he saw this, and hurriedly stopped the 2 of them. Hey, don't go, okay, I won't say anything, just take him with you, that should be fine." Chu Xiao then snorted coldly and pulled Shenrushu to sit down. When Jianghua saw the scene, he immediately laughed. Another bootlicker. "Rushu, Xiao." Jianghua greeted them, deliberately using the name Zhou Yuxiong used before. "Jianghua, you're here." Shenrushu stood up in surprise and ran to Jianghua. The gloomy expression on Chu Xiao's face suddenly brightened up and she smiled more. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Zhou Yuxiong's face suddenly turned ugly, and he cursed in his heart, "Damn it, they smile happily to Jianghua, but look cold to me, you 2 little bitches, just wait for me." "Jianghua, right? You want to go to the ruins together? That's fine. But don't blame me for being blunt. Once we get into the ruins, all the gains will be distributed according to work. Don't try to take advantage. Also, you'd better stay behind the team and don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, if you get into danger, I won't save you." Zhou Yuxiong snorted coldly, stood up, pointed at Jianghua, and said bluntly, "I'll give it to you as well. Also, don't point your finger at me. If you do it again, you won't be able to keep this hand anymore." Jianghua glanced at him and spoke lightly. "You?" Zhou Yuxiong wanted to say something, but was glared at by Jianghua. A great fear rose in his heart instantly. His face turned pale and he dared not say anything. After discussing it, they headed out of the city. On the way, Shenrushu also introduced the ruins to Jianghua. The Xianfeng mountain ruins are extremely unique. In addition to restricting the entry of awakened people below the 4th level, there is also a special rule that requires people to go there in a team. In other words, if you want to enter the ruins, at least 2 people are required, otherwise one person cannot enter at all. This rule is a bit weird, even Jianghua couldn't figure it out, but since there are 4 of them, it complies with the rules, so they don't need to worry about it. Xianfeng Mountain is behind Yuelu Mountain. One has to cross the entire Yuelu Mountain to reach Xianfeng Mountain, and the cold pond is deep in Xianfeng Mountain. Therefore, this journey should have been extremely dangerous, but because of these days, a large number of awakened people went to explore the cold pond, and before that, there were 5th level and 6th level strongmen who went to explore, and there was even a battle between 8th level strongmen. All the strange beasts along the way had been killed long ago, so Jianghua and the others did not encounter any danger along the way. They arrived at the valley where the cold pond was located very smoothly. There were many people coming in and out, looking hurried and on guard. Jianghua and the others walked into the valley, and what came into their sight was a huge cold pond, which was 100 meters in radius. The light blue water in the pond was shimmering, like a piece of star fragments, quite magnificent. In the center of the pool, a whirlpool with a radius of 3 meters was slowly rotating, and a spatial fluctuation was transmitted from it. Standing on the shore, one could feel a pulling force, as if it was going to suck people in. Whoosh! Several people on the shore flew forward, stepped on the water, and rushed towards the center of the cold pool. In an instant, they were immersed in the whirlpool and disappeared. Let's go in too, to avoid being randomly teleported and separated. Zhou Yuxiong smiled and stretched out his hand, looking at Shen Rushu and Chu Xiao. Shen Rushu's expression suddenly became unnatural, and Chu Xiao rolled her eyes. Jiang Hua smiled slightly and grabbed Zhou Yuxiong's wrist. That's right, let's go in too. As she spoke, she held Shen Rushu's hand with her other hand. Shen Rushu's cheeks turned slightly red, but she did not refuse. Chu Xiao also held Shen Rushu's hand. With the angel wings spread out behind him, Jiang Hua flew towards the whirlpool with the three of them. Zhou Yuxiong's face looked grim, his spiritual power was shaking, and he wanted to break free, but he found that Jiang Hua's hand was like an iron clamp, pinching his wrist so hard that it hurt, and he couldn't break free at all. Just like that, the four of them instantly sank into the whirlpool and disappeared. Chapter 57 Exploring the Ruins. Is this the ruins? Such a rich spiritual energy, it is indeed different from the outside world. Chu Xiao sighed and looked around. The four people appeared in a wasteland. The wind and sand were swirling in the sky and whistling. All they could see was desolation. Only in the distant horizon, there was a little green, and there was a forest over there. Jiang Hua was also observing the surrounding environment. The spiritual energy here was indeed richer than that outside. Wearing the starry sky tuxedo, Jiang Hua could feel that the speed at which the starry sky tuxedo absorbed spiritual energy was more than 3 times higher than outside. This is still in the ordinary area of the ruins. If it is in some blessed places where spiritual medicines are everywhere, the concentration of spiritual power will be even higher. At this time, Zhou Yuxiong took out a piece of ancient jade and injected spiritual power into it. Suddenly, golden light extended and spread on the ancient jade. An illusory map was outlined in the void and floated above the ancient jade. In the upper left corner of the map, there is a red dot, flickering and dimming. This place is called the Wind and Sand Wasteland. We need to go west and through the mountains and forests to reach the core of the ruins, which is where the inheritance lies. Zhou Yuxiong observed the map and said that he had found this ancient jade at a street stall. He thought it was a treasure at the time, but he never knew what it was used for. It was not until a few days ago when the Xianfeng mountain ruins were opened and the ancient jade suddenly reacted that he figured out the function of the ancient jade. After putting the ancient jade away, Zhou Yuxiong was also excited about his opportunity, and at the same time looked at Jiang Hua with pride. In his opinion, being able to obtain the ancient jade is itself a symbol, symbolizing that the relics and heritage of Xianfeng Mountain are destined to belong to him and are destined by heaven. Jiang Hua smiled faintly and didn't care. No one chosen by God could compare to him who had cheats. Now that he had entered the ruins, he would naturally get the treasures inside. West? Then let's set off. According to the map, the inheritance is far away from here. Let's try to get there before dark. Shen Rushu said. Okay, let's set off now. I'll explore the way ahead. Rushu, Xiao, be careful. The ruins are not like the outside world. There are dangers everywhere. This desert isn't as peaceful as it appears, but don't worry, with me here, it won't matter. I'll protect you, and we'll definitely get the inheritance this time. Zhou Yuxiong smiled slightly, and in order to show his gentlemanly demeanor, he offered to explore the way ahead and expressed his loyalty. Chu Xiao rolled her eyes repeatedly when she heard this. Shen Rushu was also a little embarrassed, but Jiang Hua didn't say anything. If you have free labor, you should use it. Since Zhou Yuxiong is so sincere in being willing to work like a slave, of course we have to satisfy him. Nowadays, there are not many people who like to work so much. They must be encouraged and allowed to work to their heart's content. Roar! Zhou Yuxiong waved his hand, a white light flashed, and a huge turtle pet emerged. It was as big as a water tank and was fiery red all over. Even the shell on its back was red, and there was a pattern of the Big Dipper on it. This is an A-level pet, the Scarlet Flame 7-star turtle. It has strong defense and the elemental ability of fire attack. It is considered a good pet. His strength has also reached the 9th level of the 3rd stage. The level of the contracted creature cannot exceed that of the master by one major realm, so Zhou Yuxiong, who is at the 3rd level, can only have a contracted creature of the 9th level of the 3rd stage at most. Seeing this pet, Chu Xiao's eyes narrowed. Although he hated people like Zhou Yuxiong who liked to show off in front of beautiful women, he was as stupid as a male animal fighting for mating rights. But one has to admit that Zhou Yuxiong still has some ability. With a level talent and the strength of the 3rd level and 9th level, there are probably few people in this relic who can be his opponent. Thinking of this, she looked at Jiang Hua again, her eyelids twitching slightly. This is a pervert and cannot be compared. Jiang Hua had no idea that Chu Xiao had such a rich psychological state. He glanced at the Scarlet Flame 7-star turtle and then looked away. It was a level too weak, and he looked down upon it. Zhou Yuxiang walked in front, and the few of them set off towards the mountains and forests in the west. As soon as they moved, the entire wasteland seemed to come alive, and the wind and sand in the sky became stronger. The strong wind made a rustling sound, like a ghost wailing, which was quite creepy. Shenrushu was rather timid and subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua waved his hand and Michael appeared, releasing his skills. A golden halo enveloped the 3 of them. The holy light protected and the sacred power warmed people's hearts. The wind and sand in the sky were blocked outside. Shenrushu immediately looked at Jiang Hua with gratitude. You're quite caring. I didn't see you being so gentle when you beat me up. Chu Xiao glanced at Jiang Hua and curled her lips. Jiang Hua rolled his eyes. This is my rich elder sister. She gave me the 4th level Thunder Core Lotus just by asking. Can you compare with her? Boom! A violent explosion was heard, and the sandy ground in front suddenly broke open. A huge worm suddenly emerged, wrapped in sand and dust, with its bloody mouth wide open and its mouthparts moving, biting towards Zhou Yuxiang. This looked exactly like the underground sandworm that Jiang Hua had encountered in Yuelu Mountain before, and was killed instantly by Michael. Be careful, it's an underground sandworm, a 4th level alien beast. Back off, Flame Fist. Zhou Yuxiang's face was solemn. He shouted loudly and jumped up to avoid the attack of the underground sandworm. Flames suddenly ignited on his fist and he punched the underground sandworm. Boom! The flames turned into a huge fist and smashed hard on the head of the underground sandworm. The head of the underground sandworm was immediately knocked up high and fell heavily to the ground. However, this attack did not kill the underground sandworm, but instead angered it. The underground sandworm shook its head, roared, and pounced on Zhou Yuxiang again. It let out a roar, and endless raging sand gathered into a huge sand column, bombarding Zhou Yuxiang. You evil beast, you still dare to be so arrogant. Little turtle, come on. Zhou Yuxiang shouted, and the red flame 7-star turtle jumped up. The flames condensed into a huge turtle shell, blocking the attack. Zhou Yuxiang took the opportunity to go around to the side and punched out with his giant flaming fist again. He punched out 3 times in a row. The flames burned fiercely, wrapped in heat waves, and hit the underground sandworm's head heavily. The underground sandworm let out a shrill howl, its head exploded, its body burned in flames, and it twisted and rolled madly on the ground. After tossing and turning for a while, it finally slowly died. Phew! Zhou Yuxiang wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and smiled at Chu Xiao and Shenrushu. It's solved. Wow, that's amazing! Jiang Hua exclaimed exaggeratedly, clapping loudly, and nudging Chu Xiao's shoulder. Give me some reaction. I've been working so hard, you should at least show some emotional value. Chu Xiao's face darkened, and she said speechlessly, will you die if you don't act so shameless? Put. Shenrushu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing the 3 people flirting, Zhou Yuxiang's face turned blacker than charcoal in a pot. He felt deeply humiliated. I was fighting for my life in front of me, and not only did you not help at all, but you also said sarcastic words. This was too much to bear. He was about to explode, but at this moment, a chill came from behind, making his body instantly stiff and cold all over. Roar! A 2-meter-long sand scorpion rushed out from the ground with its huge pincers raised. The aura of the 4th level and 5th layer on its body was several times more terrifying than that of the underground sandworm. The huge pliers opened and closed, making a clicking sound, and clamped down on Zhou Yuxiang's head fiercely. If this were to come true, Zhou Yuxiang's head would definitely explode like a watermelon. Just when he was in despair, a flash of lightning came in an instant. Rumble! Thunder exploded, as if the power of heaven was wrathful, and the bright sword light mixed with the terrifying thunder poured out, cutting through the sky and disappearing in a flash. The sand scorpion's body stopped instantly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, blood suddenly spurted out, a bloodline appeared in the middle of its body, and it split in the middle with a sizzling sound, breaking into 2 halves and falling to the ground with a bang. Chapter 58 Cracks, Dark Knight Bloodbats. Ding, killed the sand demon scorpion, triggering a 10,000x critical strike. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the Ice Jade King Scorpion. The system prompt sounded, and Jianghua showed a satisfied smile on his face. He got another O-level pet. It turned out that he had come to the right place to come to this relic. There are so many 4th level exotic beasts, and their bloodlines are all above average, which is not bad. It seems that we should be able to have a good harvest this time. With his current strength, using the 9-layer Thunderblade, he could unleash 16 times the power, which was enough to easily kill a 4th level monster in seconds. A week ago, Michael and Medusa had to work together to deal with the 4th level monster, but now Jianghua can deal with it by himself. This improvement is indeed huge. Jianghua sheathed his sword and turned around, only to find that Zhou Yuxiong was looking at him as if he were a monster, dazed and stupid, as if he had lost his soul. This guy is lucky. When he saw the critical hit of tens of thousands times, he subconsciously swung his knife and saved the boy's life. Seeing that he was still acting stupidly, Jianghua stretched out his palm and waved it in front of his eyes. Hey, you're back to your senses. What are you daydreaming about? Are you stupid? Oh, that's not right. You just killed a 4th level monster with one strike. How did you do that? Zhou Yuxiong finally came back to his senses, with deep shock still remaining in his eyes. He stared at Jianghua, his body trembling slightly, and asked stutteringly. How can you do that? One cut and he'll die, right? It's that simple. Jianghua said in surprise. With his SSS level talent, it was normal for him to kill an ordinary 4th level monster. What was so shocking about it? The corners of Zhou Yuxiong's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. At this moment, he finally realized the gap between himself and Jianghua. Thinking of what I had just done, my face suddenly turned red and I was so ashamed that I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. At this time, Xu Xiao and Shen Rushu also came over and took a look at the scorpion corpse on the ground, but there was not much shock in their eyes. For them, who had seen Jianghua kill more than a dozen cultists with his 2 swords, it was nothing new. It was just a 4th level alien beast, nothing special. Okay, we've already wasted quite a bit of time. Let's continue on our way. You should lead the way ahead. If you encounter strange beasts again, be quick and decisive. Don't dilly-dally like a woman. Jianghua said. Zhou Yuxiong's face suddenly turned black. It's already very powerful for me, a level 3 person, to be able to kill a level 4 person. Okay, do you think everyone is as perverted as you? Zhou Yuxiong complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He just led the way in front. Xiaohu bot files are anti-piracy. If you are looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you 1T step into traps. As they moved forward, they encountered more and more strange beasts. Although the wasteland seemed calm on the surface, there were indeed many strange beasts lurking underground, emerging one after another to attack. Lao Lu was surrounded by a group of them, which really made him suffer a loss. There were too many strange beasts, and Zhang Ho and Xu Xiao could no longer sit idle. They attacked one after another, unleashing powerful attacks and killing one strange beast after another. Shen Rushu summoned a mermaid to assist the 3 of them. A colorful halo enveloped the 3 of them, raising their combat effectiveness to a higher level. Jianghua also took this opportunity to obtain a lot of pets, further expanding his pet army. Pushing forward all the way, they soon crossed the sandy wasteland and arrived at the mountains and forests. The spiritual energy here is more abundant. One can feel the tangible spiritual energy being absorbed into the body with every breath, which has restored a lot of the tired bodies of several people. 3rd level spiritual medicine, white jade grass. Zhou Yuxiong's eyes lit up, and he suddenly jumped out and took a spiritual medicine in his hand. A look of joy appeared on his face. White jade grass is the main material for refining healing potions. The 3rd level white jade grass is worth at least 200,000. Fortunately, I have sharp eyes. This white jade grass is mine. Zhou Yuxiong glanced at Jianghua and others, and carefully put the white jade grass away. Jianghua, look, that's the dragon blood flower. Shen Rushu also discovered a spiritual medicine at this time, pointing in that direction and said. Whoosh! A flash of light passed by, and the flying squirrel moved at an extremely fast speed. With a stroke of its little claws, it dug out the dragon blood flower and handed it to Jianghua respectfully as if presenting a treasure. Well done. Jianghua patted Feishu's head and put away the dragon blood flower, a bodybuilding elixir worth 1 million. Zhou Yuxiong curled his lips, with some envy in his eyes. The group continued to move forward. This dense forest was called the Nebula Forest, where a special spiritual plant called nebula grass grew, as well as a large number of spiritual medicines. It could be said to be a treasure land. Therefore, many people who entered the ruins came for the Nebula Forest. After Jiang Huo and others walked for a while, they encountered several groups of people who were searching for spiritual medicines. Some people even had conflicts and fought over spiritual medicines. On Jiang Huo's side, because Jiang Huo had released many pet beasts and the team was large, no one dared to provoke him. There were even many people who ran away as soon as they saw Jiang Huo and his group, as if they were afraid that they would rob them. This made Jiang Huo speechless. Do I look so much like a bad guy? Because there were so many people, the strange beasts were killed by everyone working together, so the danger was actually smaller than in the wilderness. After harvesting more than a dozen spiritual herbs, Jiang Huo and his companions walked out of the Nebula Forest and, following the instructions on the map, arrived above a crack. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the earth, extending for tens of thousands of meters. Below the crack, there was no bottom, it was dark and gloomy, and a cold wind blew up from below, which looked a bit creepy. Just at this moment, the sun set in the distance, and the sky and the earth became dark, adding a bit of horror. This is already deep in the ruins, and few people come here. Jiang Huo and others stood above the crack, looking at the bottomless crack. Xu Xiao and Shen Rushu couldn't help but feel a little scared. Jiang Huo, what should we do now? Should we go down? Shen Rushu asked in a low voice. Now that we're here, of course we have to go down. However, things don't seem to be peaceful in this crack. Jiang Huo narrowed his eyes, with a faint light flickering in his eyes. In his sight, he could see the danger lurking in the darkness below the crack. They were dark night blood bats. The third-order strange beasts were not of high level, but their numbers were extremely large. They were densely packed and hanging upside down on the rock wall. At a glance, there were probably no less than 1,000 of them. Thousands of third-level exotic beasts, this number is too terrifying. If you really compare it, the previous beast tides were not as threatening as this thing. Jiang Huo explained the situation, and Xu Xiao and the others' expressions became serious. Zhou Yuxiang gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "No, we must go down. The inheritance of the ruins is down there. This is a great opportunity and we cannot give it up." Xu Xiao rolled her eyes. Everyone knows this is an opportunity, but you have to be alive to get it. Thousands of third-level dark night bloodbats that can fly and attack with sonic waves, are you going to hit them with your head? Humph, I don't care. At worst, I'll just force my way through. I can't deal with them, but they can't deal with me either. Little turtle, transform into a beast. Zhou Yuxiong snorted coldly and slapped the head of the red flame 7-star turtle beside him. The red flame 7-star turtle suddenly turned into a stream of light and drilled into Zhou Yuxiong's body. Zhou Yuxiong let out a roar, his body was suddenly covered in flames, and his shape began to change. The limbs became short and thick, the head shrank, but the body grew larger, slightly bent and hunched, and a huge fiery red turtle shell appeared outside the body. This appearance is somewhat similar to that of the ninja turtles. This is Zhou Yuxiong's third skill, Beast Transformation, which allows him to temporarily merge with his pet and become half human, half beast. After transforming into a beast, Zhou Yuxiong glanced at Jiang Huo and the others, and suddenly shrank his head, with his limbs and head retracted into his tortoise shell. Then it rolled on the ground and rolled into the crack, falling rapidly towards the bottom of the crack. In the eyes of Jiang Huo and others, they saw a huge fireball falling into the abyss and soon disappeared before their eyes. Fuck, this is something. Jiang Huo was also surprised. He didn't expect Zhou Yuxiong to have this trick. This kid is a talent. After turning into a turtle, his vital parts were all protected by his shell, and those dark night bloodbats really had no way to break through his defense. I just don't know if I'll be knocked unconscious if it hits the ground. After all, the crack is quite deep and looks at least 1,000 meters high. The impact force from this height is extremely terrifying. If it were to hit someone directly like this, even a person at the 9th level of the 3rd stage would be dizzy. Damn it, Zhou Yuxiong just left us and went down alone. Jiang Huo, what should we do now? Xu Xiao was quite angry. She stomped her feet and asked, "What else can we do? Of course we have to go down. The opportunity is right below. Do you want to give up?" Jiang Huo glanced at Xu Xiao and said casually, "But what about these dark night bloodbats?" It's simple. Kill the Bat King, and these dark night bloodbats will naturally disperse. You don't have to worry about it. Just protect your good sisters. leave the rest to me. As Jianghua spoke, the 6 white angel wings behind him spread out, and his body soared into the air. After a beautiful spin in the air, he rushed towards the crack. Let's go, keep up. As the voice came, Jianghua's figure had disappeared into the crack. The moment he entered the crack, Jianghua waved his hand and released a large number of pets, all of which were flying pets, totaling hundreds. Their strength is not strong, but Jianghua just needs them to attract firepower and divert the Dark Knight Blood Bats, giving himself time to find the Dark Knight Blood Bat King. Damn, why are you all so anxious? Rushu, hold on to me, let's catch up. Shu Xiao was so angry that her teeth itched. Killing the Dark Knight Blood Bat King is easier said than done, but is it really that simple? Hades walked out with a huge sickle in his hand, swung his wide black robe, covering the 2 women, and rushed into the crack. Several people rushed into the crack, and when they fell 300 meters, it was as if some mechanism was triggered, and the entire crack suddenly rioted. The Dark Knight Blood Bats hanging upside down on the rock wall instantly opened their scarlet eyes, flapped their wings, and flew up. If you look down from the top of the crack, you can see an extremely terrifying scene. In the dark crack, thousands of scarlet lights suddenly lit up. They were pairs of scarlet blood eyes, which were extremely terrifying and creepy in the darkness. Woohoo! Woohoo! A shrill scream was heard, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, and a large black shadow flew through the air. Half-meter-long Dark Knight Blood Bats flew, showing their fangs and sharp claws, and pounced towards Jianghua. Jianghua summoned a large number of flying pets, which instantly collided with these Dark Knight Blood Bats and started fighting. He himself was also left-handed, holding a straight knife in each hand, with angel wings vibrating behind him. He kept charging among the swarm of bats, looking for the trace of the Bat King. Generally speaking, the king beast in a tribe is larger than other exotic beasts. A faint golden light radiated from Jianghua's dark eyes. He scanned the surroundings and quickly locked onto the Dark Knight Blood Bat King, who was hiding behind hundreds of Dark Knight Blood Bats in the distance. It is 1 meter in size, twice as big as other Dark Knight Blood Bats. It has a skinny body, and even has a trace of a human face on its cheeks. Its eyes are dark red. It is not as bloodthirsty and brutal as other Dark Knight Blood Bats, but has a touch of agility. I found you! Jianghua flapped his wings behind him, the wind blew violently, and his body shot out with a bang. Chapter 59 Demon Lord, kill Zhou Yuxiong. Rumble. Thunder roared, and blazing lightning flashed in the dark cracks, causing a violent explosion. Jianghua held 2 swords in his hands and rushed forward to fight fiercely, killing all the way from the south to the north of the crack. Blood splattered, and Dark Knight Blood Bats fell like rain into the abyss. The occasional flash of lightning illuminated Jianghua's indifferent face, handsome and cold, like a ruthless god, slaughtering all living things. Ding, killed the Dark Knight Blood Bat, triggering a 520x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summon creature Little Devil. Ding, killed the Dark Knight Blood Bat, triggering a 1314x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summon creature the Great Demon. Ding, kill. System prompts sounded continuously, and one by one the Dark Knight Blood Bats were killed and transformed, becoming Jianghua's new summoned creatures. Cool. Jianghua swung his sword and killed another Dark Knight Blood Bat. He couldn't help but let out a long roar and shouted in joy. This crack was simply a natural monster spawning ground. In just such a short moment, he had killed hundreds of Dark Knight Blood Bats. It was almost as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. It was definitely a treasure trove. Where else could he find so many monsters for him to kill? Moreover, the bloodlines of these Dark Knight Blood Bats were all good, almost reaching the sea level. After being killed, the transformed Little Devil is B level, and the Big Devil is A level. In just a short while, Jianghua had obtained hundreds of B level and A level summon creatures. This harvest was more than 10 times stronger than that in the Beast Tide. You have to know that B level and A level pets are really not that easy to obtain. Even Wu Xiaofeng, who was in charge of the huge Awakener Guild, only gave Jianghua a white wolf. And here, hundreds of them were harvested at once. What a concept! It's like picking up money. It's like picking up gold on the ground. Jianghua couldn't help but want to stay and kill these bats alone, and kill them all. What kind of crappy inheritance is more valuable than thousands of A-level pets? What's more, there is a Dark Knight Blood Bat King, and there is a big number on the head of the Dark Knight Blood Bat King 99999. A critical hit of nearly 100,000 times is definitely another big surprise. After killing it, it will be at least an S level 1. After being slaughtered like this by Jianhua, the Dark Knight Bloodbat King was now completely furious. It let out a sharp cry, and a large number of Dark Knight Bloodbats gathered around it instantly. Following the order from the Dark Knight Bloodbat King, all the Dark Knight Bloodbats bared their fangs and roared as they pounced towards Jianhua. Jianhua smiled slightly and waved his hand. A large area of white light flashed and little demons and big demons emerged. They have 2 horns on their heads, bat wings on their backs, steel forks in their hands, sharp fangs in their mouths, and their scarlet eyes are also filled with brutality. The little devil is petite, less than half a meter tall, while the big devil is larger, half a person's height. Jianhua stretched out his hand and pointed, and a group of demons rushed out screaming and charging towards the Dark Knight Bloodbats. The newly transformed demon had the same cultivation level as Jianhua, only at the 4th level of the 2nd stage, but his bloodline was of a higher grade, his talent was very strong, and his IQ was much higher than that of the Dark Knight Bloodbat. They rushed out and immediately engaged in combat with the 3rd level Dark Knight Bloodbats. They thrust their steel forks into the Dark Knight Bloodbats, piercing them through the heart. Jianhua took this opportunity and rushed directly towards the Dark Knight Bloodbat King. The angel wings behind him vibrated, and his body rushed out like a hurricane, and he instantly arrived in front of the Dark Knight Bloodbat King. Rumble! Thunder exploded, 4 thunders in a row as if God was angry. The violent thunder surged out, turning into a bright swordlight, and slashed fiercely at the Dark Knight Bloodbat King. Phew! Blood splattered, and the Dark Knight Bloodbat King's head flew high into the air. Jianhua caught it steadily and put it into his space ring. A column of blood gushed out of the headless corpse as it fell into the abyss. Ding! Slay the Dark Knight Bloodbat King, triggering a 99999x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoned creature, the Demon Lord. Roar! In the shining white light, a huge demon that was 3 meters tall emerged, surrounded by black flames, with its wings flapping behind it, looking majestic. He had a goat's head with half-meter long antelope horns on it, and was muscular and strong. In his sharp claws he held a 2-meter long dark red steel fork with black flames swirling around it. The Demon Lord's scarlet eyes swept around and he roared. All the Dark Knight Bloodbats suddenly became as if the pause button was pressed. Their bodies stiffened and they dared not move. Jianhua raised the corner of his mouth, and the angel wings behind him emitted golden light. Whoosh, 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 thousands of golden feather arrows shot out, instantly piercing hundreds of Dark Knight Bloodbats and turning them into sieves. At this moment, the remaining Dark Knight Bloodbats finally woke up, let out shrill howls, and fled out of the crack in terror. Watching this scene, Jianghua's eyes were cold as he ordered calmly, kill them all, devour them and evolve them. Remember to collect the soul crystals and don't waste them. Yes. The Demon Lord spoke in human language with difficulty, holding his chest and saluted respectfully to Jianhua. Then he flapped his wings and rushed out with hundreds of demons, chasing after the group of Dark Knight Bloodbats. Jianhua took a look and ignored it. He flapped the angel wings behind him and landed towards the bottom of the crack. Soon, Jianhua found Chu Xiao and Shin Rushu. They looked a little disheveled, with their clothes torn. After all, there were too many Dark Knight bats. Even though Jianhua attracted most of the firepower, there were still many Dark Knight Bloodbats attacking the 2 of them. Fortunately, Chu Xiao is quite powerful, and Hades has a restraining effect on these evil creatures. Coupled with Shin Rushu's powerful healing ability, he did not suffer any injuries. They were wondering why the Dark Knight Bloodbats suddenly left as if frightened, and then they saw Jianhua appear in front of them, and they were immediately shocked. Jianhua, you killed the king beast? Chu Xiao asked in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Jianhua killed the Dark Knight Bloodbat King so quickly. There are thousands of 3rd-level exotic beasts. To find the king beast and kill it among thousands of 3rd-level exotic beasts, let alone Jianhua, it would be difficult even for a 5th-level awakener to do it. But Jianhua, who was only at the 2nd level, accomplished something that even a 5th-level awakener could hardly do in less than 10 minutes. This was too exaggerated. Chu Xiao was shocked by Jianhua once again. The last time she was so shocked was the last time. There was also a glint in Shin Rushu's beautiful eyes. The longer she knew Jianhua and the longer she interacted with him, the more she was conquered by his charm. It seemed that nothing in the world could stump this man. But sometimes he acts like a bitch, seems quite unreasonable, and a little funny. I really don't understand what kind of man he is. Jianhua looked at the 2 people's shocked expressions, touched his nose, and said awkwardly, well, you two, do you want to change your clothes first? Ah. Jianhua, turn around quickly and don't look. The two of them then realized that their clothes were torn into rags, exposing their private parts and almost being seen naked by Jianhua. Amidst the shy screams, a rustling sound was heard behind her. After a long while, Shenrushu said weakly, "Change, change." Jianhua turned around and saw that the two men had changed into sportswear and wrapped themselves tightly. Shenrushu's face flushed red, and she didn't dare to look at Jianhua at all. Xu Shiyao pretended to be calm, as if nothing had happened, but her red earlobes revealed that her heart was not as calm as she appeared. Jianhua saw through it but didn't say anything. He said calmly, "All right, let's go. Where's Zhou Yuxiong? Is he dead?" "He's probably not dead. We just heard fighting sounds coming from over there. It should be Zhou Yuxiong fighting with the Dark Knight Bloodbat," Xu Xiao said, pointing to the left side of the crack. "Let's go and catch up." Jianhua rushed over without any nonsense. There was only this one path in the crack, and there were no other strange beasts except the Dark Knight Bloodbats. Jianhua and the other two quickly caught up with Zhou Yuxiong. At this moment, Zhou Yuxiong looked extremely embarrassed, with disheveled hair. He leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. There were many scars all over his body, and a large piece of flesh was torn off from his shoulder. He was taking a healing potion to heal his wounds. When he saw Jianhua and the other two, he immediately felt like he had found his savior and shouted loudly, "Ruchu, Miss Shen, hurry up and heal me. It hurts so much." Shenrushu waved his hand subconsciously, and a blue light fell on Zhou Yuxiong. Zhou Yuxiong's injuries immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Okay, the injury has been healed. Where is the inheritance? Tell me." Jianhua glanced at him and said lightly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuxiong immediately took out the ancient jade. In an instant, the ancient jade emitted golden light again and drilled into the ground. The ground rumbled and shook, and a downward staircase emerged in the distorted light. Zhou Yuxiong was suddenly very excited and immediately rushed into the passage. Jianhua and others hurriedly followed. Winding downwards, like the design of an ancient tomb, after walking through a long corridor, the three of them came to a bronze gate. There was a ferocious and terrifying blood dragon carved on the door, with its bloody mouth wide open and roaring to the sky. Just from the carving, Jianhua and the others could feel the terrifying evil spirit, as if it had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Zhou Yuxiong was shocked and his face turned pale. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a line of big words next to the blood dragon. "Only after the living beings offer sacrifices can the gate be opened and my inheritance be obtained." In an instant, Zhou Yuxiong's eyes narrowed, his mind flickering. The living souls had to sacrifice, that is, someone had to die as a sacrifice to the owner of this inheritance, before the door could be opened and the inheritance could be obtained. There are 4 people now who will die. Zhou Yuxiong definitely didn't want to die. He had suffered a lot along the way for the inheritance, and he almost lost his life just now. What's more, this inheritance was originally opened by his ancient jade, and it should have been his. There was even a blood dragon pattern engraved on it, which showed that the inheritance was related to the dragon. This was such a huge opportunity, how could he miss it? But he couldn't bear to let Xu Xiao and Shenrushu die, so he had no choice but to. Zhou Yuxiong's eyes suddenly became fierce. He was about to turn around and launch a sneak attack, but his body suddenly froze, and all the expressions on his face froze into disbelief. He lowered his head blankly, watching a sharp blade pierce through his chest. The bright red blood was extremely glaring. Chapter 60 Blood Pool, Dragon Transformation. Phew! Jianhua suddenly pulled out his straight knife, blood spurted out, and Zhou Yuxiong fell to the ground instantly. His eyes were dim, his life force was rapidly fading, but he was still staring at Jianhua, as if he wanted an answer. Confused? You wanted to kill me, and I sensed your murderous intent, so I struck first. It's that simple. In addition, I will teach you another lesson for free. Next time before you kill someone, don't think too much. Be quick, have a cool posture, be ruthless, and kill with one blow. You're so hesitant to kill someone, you deserve to die. Now, go and report to the King of Hell. Consider the things you have on you as tuition. Jianhua said casually, squatted down, took off Zhou Yuxiong's space ring, and scanned it with his consciousness. He immediately curled his lips and said, "Tisk, poor guy." Zhou Yuxiong's eyes widened, his head tilted, and he was completely lifeless. His last thought before dying was, "I'm already dead, and you still think I'm poor?" Xu Xiao and Shenrushu finally reacted, screamed, and looked at Jianhua in shock. Calm down, calm down. Didn't you see the words on the door? If he doesn't die, then I will, or do you two want to die? Jianghua glanced at the two of them with disdain and walked to the bronze gate. TSK, if I'm not mistaken, the owner of this inheritance is not a good person either. The rules that require teams to enter the ruins, and the rules that require a life sacrifice to open the gate, are all forcing people to kill each other. Imagine that under the premise that the ruins require a team to enter, all explorers entering the ruins will definitely think of finding people they trust to form a team, such as brothers, friends, or even some couples. But when they finally arrived at the Bronze Gate after going through untold hardships, they discovered in despair that they had to kill one person in order to open the gate and obtain the inheritance. What would they do? Human nature often cannot stand the test. Fortunately, Jiang Huo and his team did not have these worries. Jiang Huo and Zhou Yuxiong were not familiar with each other, so they just killed him without any psychological burden. Chu Xiao and Shen Rushu were also not familiar with Zhou Yuxiong. Compared to Jiang Hua, they would rather Zhou Yuxiong die, so after being surprised, they didn't say anything else. Jiang Hua dragged Zhou Yuxiong's body to the front of the gate. The blood dragon on the bronze gate suddenly seemed to come alive, its scarlet eyes lit up, and its fierce suction force sucked Zhou Yuxiong's blood dry. The bronze door also opened with a rumbling sound. Jiang Hua squinted his eyes and saw a huge pool of blood behind the door, with blood surging and bubbling. In the blood pool, there is a huge dragon corpse. The huge dragon body is coiled in the blood pool. The scales, flesh, and bones have all melted away, leaving only a few traces that can vaguely be identified as a dragon. It is hard to imagine that a powerful creature like a dragon would be so miserable after death. The faint dragon power remaining on it is still vast and majestic, showing how powerful it once was. Jianhua, is this the place where dragons fell? Shenrusha's beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she stared blankly at the scene. Jianghua nodded. Page 1864 of the textbook recorded that when a dragon fell, its body smashed to the ground, forming a deep pit. Blood flowed into the pit and gathered into a pool of blood. It lasted for 100 years and 1,000 years, and was called the Blood Dragon Pond. Dragon blood contains powerful energy. Bathing and practicing in the blood dragon pool can absorb the power of the dragon's blood in essence, which can transform the human body, greatly strengthen the body, and cause a transformation in the level of life. This is definitely a huge opportunity, and for Jianhua, it is a perfect time to evolve into a white jade dragon body. Chu Xiao and Shenrushu were also extremely surprised. They also understood what the blood dragon pond meant. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Jianhua said, and walked towards the blood pool without hesitation. This blood pool is large enough for 10 people to practice, so there is no need to think about monopolizing it. As he stepped into the pool, Jianghua instantly felt a burning sensation, which was a symbol of the powerful energy contained in dragon blood. Jianghua endured the discomfort, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes and meditated, entering a state of cultivation. Rushu, come on, let's go in too. Chu Xiao pulled Shen Rushu and hurried into the blood pool. The three of them sat cross-legged in the blood pool, their bodies wrapped in dragon blood, leaving only their heads above the water, their eyes closed, and they practiced on their own. As he meditated, the power of dragon blood continued to seep into his body, being absorbed by his body and integrated into every cell. Blood-colored runes also appeared in Jianghua's mind, forming a mysterious technique. Xianming blood evil art. Jianghua raised his brows slightly. It sounded like it was not a legitimate martial art, but an evil one. After all, the owner of this inheritance designed the rules to make the closest relatives kill each other. It is easy to imagine what kind of scumbag someone is who can do such a thing, so Jianhua has no intention of practicing at all. However, those cultists may be interested. They probably opened the ruins just for this technique. If it weren't for Jianghua, Thomas and the others would have entered the ruins to search for this technique. In addition, the text of this technique is very different from that on Blue Star. It is not like the one on Blue Star. If it had not appeared directly in his mind, Jianhua would not be able to understand the meaning of the technique. Thinking that the revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy was due to the appearance of a large number of space cracks, Jianhua quickly made a judgment that this technique should have come from another world, the world of alien races. For example, in the cultivation world like Qingyun realm where Li Qingran originally lived, the owner of this relic inheritance should be an alien. An alien technique? That's quite interesting. I wonder if there are more powerful and righteous techniques elsewhere. The 4 great universities should have records of them. Thinking about this, Jianhua gradually immersed himself in cultivation. Meditation and Starry Sky Tuxedo were running at the same time. Jianhua absorbed the dragon blood energy several times faster than Chu Shiyou and Shinrushu. The enormous power roared into Jianghua's body, forming a huge vortex around him, which kept spinning and was extremely terrifying. Chu Shiyou and Shinrushu opened their eyes helplessly and had to stand up and move further away from Jianhua. They couldn't practice at all next to Jianhua. During the practice, the white dragon tattoo on Jianghua's body was also faintly flashing with golden light. The energy of dragon blood continuously flowed into the white dragon tattoo, making the white dragon tattoo more and more brilliant. Jianghua's body was getting hotter and hotter. With a bang, a scorching flame ignited on his body. Fortunately, the starry sky tuxedo was impervious to water and fire, otherwise the clothes would have been burned by the flames. On the other side, Chu Xiao and Shinrushu were not treated so well. Flames also ignited on their bodies, and the clothes on their bodies instantly turned to ashes in the flames, revealing a dazzling white color. However, the three of them were so immersed in their cultivation that they didn't notice these things. The white dragon tattoo on Jianghua's body became brighter and brighter, as if it had come alive, constantly moving across his body, giving him a faint feeling of soaring. Jianhua could feel his strength surging, and his body became stronger and stronger. If he could tear apart a third-level monster with his bare hands before, then now, even a fourth-level monster could be blown to pieces with one punch. However, Jianhua frowned slightly. Although his body was constantly strengthening and improving, he always felt that it was still a little short of transformation. Just one step away from achieving his white jade dragon body's evolution, Jianhua immediately took out the black thunder fruit and thunder core lotus from his space ring, stuffed them into his mouth, swallowed them whole, and at the same time practiced the thunder body tempering technique. Rumble. A dull thunder sounded from Jianghua's body, and countless arcs of electricity appeared on his surface, crackling and flashing continuously. Violet energy dissipated, and Jianhua bathed in the blood of the thunder dragon. His aura surged, as if he was an ancient god about to awaken. Inside the body, the energy of the fourth-level elixir plus dragon blood continuously cleansed the body, skin, flesh, bones, internal organs, and continuously transformed into gold, with a faint hint of lightning. At a certain moment, Jianghua's body shook violently, and all the bones and muscles in his body suddenly expanded, and then slowly shrank back to normal. The first level of thunder body tempering was successfully cultivated, the physical body broke through, and it also reached the second stage of white jade dragon body. The white dragon tattoo on the body stopped moving and returned to the shoulder, but the majesty in the dragon's eyes was even greater. Call. Jianhua took a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. When he looked up, he saw the dazzling white. In the blood pool, the energy was absorbed and the water level dropped, revealing the beautiful scenery. However, Jianhua just glanced at it lightly and then looked away. Although the scenery was extremely beautiful, it could not shake his firm determination to become stronger. Women and the like will only slow down my sword drawing speed. Jianhua stood up calmly, admired it for a while, and then walked out of the cave. Although dragons are lustful by nature and are feeling hot inside at the moment, they will not take advantage of others when they are in danger. However, it seems to be quite large, exceeding the options in the multiple choice question. TSK, it turns out that beautiful women are all broad-minded. After walking out of the cave, Jianhua checked the new ability he gained after the breakthrough of his white jade dragon body dragon transformation. With a thought, the white dragon tattoo instantly came to life. Jianhua's body continued to expand and grow, and the snow-white scales continued to spread, covering his entire body. Its ears became pointed, and 2 white dragon horns grew on its head. Its hands were also covered with snow-white scales, turning into 10-centimeter sharp claws. Behind its buttocks, a white tail with white cloud patterns on it emerged. He is 3 meters tall, with strong muscles and smooth body lines, like a human killing machine. Jianhua took out a mirror and looked at his reflection. He was immediately stunned. What the hell, Ao Guang? The appearance is not similar, it's exactly the same. After transforming into a dragon, it was not as terrifying as imagined, but inexplicably cool and domineering. It looked a bit like an elf, but more like Ao Guang in the magic pill, as if they were carved from the same mold. Not bad, not bad. Jianhua was very satisfied, and then he punched out fiercely. Bang! The space was directly smashed, making a huge sound of gas explosion. The sharp claws waved, and a faint lightning flashed, leaving a mark in the void. Jianhua narrowed his eyes slightly. This body was terrifyingly strong. Jianhua was confident that even if a 5th-level alien beast stood in front of him, he could crush and tear it to pieces with his physical body alone. Of course, here we are referring to ordinary 5th level. If there is a 5th level with SSS level bloodline, Jiang Huo will still be in trouble. After trying it, Jiang Huo regained his human form. Although the dragon form was terrifying, it consumed too much energy. With Jiang Huo's current cultivation level, he could only support it for 10 minutes. If it exceeded 10 minutes, he would automatically regain his human form. In addition, this time his cultivation level also broke through a level and reached the 5th level of the 2nd stage. The improvement was a bit small because most of the energy was used by Jiang Huo to refine his body. However, the gains were considerable. In addition to his own improvement, Jiang Huo also used feedback to raise Michael, Medusa, the Silver Moon Wolf King, and the Nine-Tailed Fox to the 5th level of the 2nd stage. He completely raised the strength of everyone. Now his overall strength has increased almost 10 times compared to before entering the ruins. At this moment, a panicked scream was heard in the cave. Soon, Shenrushu and Xu Xiao came out with red faces. They changed their clothes again. Jiang Huo, you didn't see anything, right? Shenrushu asked in a low voice with a red face. Jiang Huo paused for a moment, then began to recite, the snow is so white, the mountain is so huge. Shenrushu looked bewildered, while Xu Xiao's face darkened. Jiang Huo, you're looking for a fight. You filthy scoundrel, you pervert, stop right there before me. Chapter 61 Julon, Zhu Jiuyin. After flying out of the crack, they found that it was already dawn and a whole night had passed without them realizing it. Having obtained the greatest opportunity in the ruins, the few of them were in no mood to waste any more time. They found a space crack and left the ruins. After returning to Jiangchang and looking at the familiar hustle and bustle of traffic, Shenrushu and Xu Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This trip to the ruins was quite thrilling for them. Jiang Huo didn't feel anything. With his strength, exploring ruins like Shinfeng Mountain was stress-free and easy, just like an outdoor trip. It was also a chance to see the scenery. Let's go, you guys should go home quickly. Jiang Huo said goodbye and prepared to leave. Shenrushu hurriedly stopped him. Jiang Huo, when are you planning to leave for Shenangjia to take part in the Tianqing Lake assessment? Just these 2 days, what's the matter? Jiang Huo thought for a moment and answered casually. Now that everything has been almost settled, it's time to set off after the dragon taming army delivers the black dragon egg. After all, there is only less than half a month left before the assessment. Shenrushu was a little disappointed when he heard this. Then I can't go with you. Xiao and I haven't completed the task of killing the king beast yet, and we still need a lot of contribution points. We plan to go out for some more training before rushing to Tianqing Lake. It's okay. See you at Tianqing Lake then. Jiang Huo said with a smile. Oh, okay, let's go. Who wants to be with this big pervert? Wait until I'm not here in the assessment arena to beat him down. Rushu, let's go. Xu Xiao said impatiently, pulling Shenrushu away, and before leaving, she glared at Jiang Huo fiercely. Jiang Huo smiled and didn't care. After all, he did appreciate the beautiful scenery. He could be scolded a few times, as it wouldn't hurt him anyway. Jiang Huo returned home in a happy mood and sorted out his gains. There are more than 64th level soul crystals, each worth an average of 200,000, which adds up to 12 million. There are more than 500 third level soul crystals, each worth 50,000 on average, which adds up to 25 million. Together with the spiritual medicines in Zhou Yuxiong's space ring, there are a total of 15, which is worth about 30 million. This time, the total profit was 67 million, which was considered to have replenished Jiang Huo's family assets. Previously, buying those 5th level cultivation potions had emptied Jiang Huo's money. It's a pity that I can't bring back the dragon blood, otherwise it could be sold for a lot of money. But it's normal. After all, the dragon has fallen for a long time, and it survived because of the special rules of the dragon falling place. However, if it is taken away with an instrument and separated from the blood dragon pond, the energy in it will quickly dissipate. Unless it is fresh dragon blood, such as taken from a dragon that has just been killed, it can be preserved for a longer time. Jiang Huo was already very satisfied with this harvest, but he was not too greedy. This thought flashed through his mind and was then put out of his mind. He then took out his cell phone and called Zhang Yang, but no one answered. Jiang Huo frowned slightly. This kid has been acting mysterious these days, and he didn't know what he was busy with. Since returning from the hotel that day, Jiang Huo rarely saw him. Jiang Huo asked a few questions and he said that he was with Qin Xiong, so Jiang Huo didn't care anymore. After getting himself some food and taking a shower, Jiang Huo lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep, summoning Medusa and Xiaofang by the way. One massages and kneads the legs, while the other acts as a human air conditioner next to them. With the care of the two women, Jianghua quickly fell asleep and entered a deep sleep. Jianghua slept well until the next day, and was awakened by a rapid ringing of his cell phone. After answering the call, he heard a pleasant voice. "Hello, Mr. Jianghua. I'm from the Yulong Army's logistics department. The items you purchased from the official website have been delivered. Please sign for them in person." "So fast?" Jianghua was a little surprised. It had only been 2 days, a full day faster than the agreed 3 days. Could it be that it was sent by SF Express? With strange thoughts in his mind, Jianghua immediately agreed and hurriedly opened the door. He saw a heroic woman in military uniform standing outside the door. Behind her stood 2 stern-faced men, holding a black box in their hands. The aura of the 3 of them had reached the 5th level. It was obvious that they were very concerned about the items being escorted this time. After all, the black dragon egg was worth 50 billion. "Mr. Jianghua, please show us your medal, identity token, and mobile phone official website credentials," the woman in military uniform said politely. After a series of complicated identity verifications, Jianghua even summoned Michael, and the thing was finally handed to him. Bang! After the door closed, Jianghua returned to the bedroom carrying the box, his heart pounding with excitement. Just now, before opening the box, Jianghua saw a line of numbers floating above the box: tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, a total of 8 digits. Another 10 million level critical hit. What does this mean? It means that Jianghua is about to obtain another SSS level pet or summoned creature. We made a lot of money this time. It's not just 50 billion, it's more than 500 billion. When the box was opened, a black dragon egg appeared in front of Jianghua. Jianghua didn't bother to observe it. The 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers transformed into straight swords and stabbed it directly. Clang! There was a crisp sound of metal colliding, and the straight knife stabbed the dragon egg. Sparks burst out, but the dragon egg was unharmed. Huh, so hard? Jianghua was a little surprised. His 1,000 illusion spirit weapon was a 3rd-level spiritual weapon, but it couldn't break the defense of an egg. Then a sense of unwillingness to admit defeat surged in his heart. If he couldn't kill the dragon, he still couldn't get a dragon egg. Thunder surged in his hand and quickly spread to the blade. Jianghua, holding the thunder blade, chopped down angrily again. Rumble! Thunder exploded, and the straight knife, carrying violent energy, slashed down fiercely. This strike is 16 times more powerful. Can you block it? Snap! A crack appeared on the dragon egg, spreading rapidly and splitting it in 2. The life force within it quickly disappeared. With the outburst of Jianghua's quadruple thunderblade, the dragon egg was finally solved, and the system prompt sounded as expected. Ding, beheading the unhatched black dragon cub, triggering a 10 million times critical strike. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level divine beast, Julong Jujuin. Boom! A terrifying energy roared, and Jianghua hurriedly shouted, "System, block the anomaly." Ding! Received host's request. To protect the host, shielded from vision, entering consciousness space. In a trance, Jianghua came to a new world. He looked around and suddenly his eyes widened, his mouth opened, and he fell into endless shock. Endless stars are suspended between the vast heaven and earth. In the distance, a huge mountain rises from the ground and stretches across the stars. The stars seem incomparably small in front of it. Above the mountain, clouds and mist swirled. A huge creature emerged from the clouds, its scales rubbing against the mountain as it slowly climbed upwards. The dragon has ferocious horns, bared fangs, cold vertical pupils, a scarlet body, and an indescribably huge size, as if it is the only ruler of the world. Jianghua was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Julong suddenly raised his head, looked at Jianghua with red pupils, and spoke slowly. "Opening my eyes is day, closing them is night. With each breath, winter and summer change. I am the god of Zhongshan Mountain. My name is Zhu Jiuyin." A deep and heavy voice like a huge bell rang out, and Jianghua's mind went blank in an instant. This is Julong, this is Zhu Jiuyin, a terrifying and indescribably powerful existence. Michael and Medusa are no match for Julong. Even though Jianghua had become his master at this moment, he was still shocked. At this moment, Jianghua understood that he might have summoned an extraordinary existence. It also made Jianghua realize that there are gaps between SSS level beings. Some beings, who are all SSS level, have probably already far surpassed this level. It is just that humans cannot judge, so they are uniformly classified as SSS level. As he was thinking, the nothingness around him dissipated, and Jianghua returned to the room. Zhulong's huge body also shrank rapidly, breaking through the space, and came in front of Jianghua, turning into a small snake half a meter long. He glanced at Jianghua lightly, then slipped into Jianghua's sleeve, wrapped himself around Jianghua's arm, and closed his eyes. Such a huge contrast, compared with the image just now, actually seemed a little silly and cute, making Jianghua dazed for a moment. Looking at the little red snake on the wrist, it is impossible to imagine that this is the god of Zhongshan who destroys the world. Jianghua tried to stretch out his finger and poke the little snake on his wrist. Zhulong immediately raised its tail and snapped Jianghua's fingers open. "You're quite arrogant, Zhu Jiuyin. What abilities do you have?" Jianghua asked after making a sarcastic remark. After he finished speaking, Zhulong did not move, as if he did not want to pay any attention to Jianghua at all. Just when Jianghua was getting a little angry, a stream of light suddenly appeared from Zhulong's body and shot into Jianghua's body. For a moment, Jianghua felt something was different, but he couldn't tell why. It was a very strange feeling. At this moment, Jianghua noticed the watch on his wrist, and his pupils shrank suddenly. The flow of time has slowed down? Jianghua stared at the second hand on his watch and counted the seconds carefully. He was shocked to find that the flow of time had slowed down 10 times. At this time, Jianghua also understood Zhulong's ability to control the flow of time. Currently, he can slow down the flow of time within a 3-meter radius around Jianghua by 10 times, and this will last for a day. That is to say, within this range, 10 days pass in Jianghua while only 1 day passes in the outside world. A cultivation artifact. Jianghua instantly understood the function of this ability. It slowed down the flow of time 10 times. 1 day of Jianghua's cultivation was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation for others. 1 year of his practice is equivalent to 10 years of practice for others. Coupled with Jianghua's talent, his improvement speed will become extremely terrifying. Of course, Zhulong must have other abilities. Although they may not reach the legendary level, they are definitely more than what is currently displayed. However, this guy was a bit arrogant, and Jianghua felt that he was too lazy to pay attention to him, so he didn't force him. Let's slowly develop our relationship first, and we can talk about it later. Now, let's practice. Jianghua was full of motivation. He had obtained such a buggy ability, and 100 bottles of 5th level practice potions had also arrived. Naturally, he had to upgrade to the 3rd level first. Pulling out the stopper of the glass test tube, Jianghua directly drank the golden liquid in the test tube, and instantly felt a huge amount of spiritual power exploding in his body. He hurriedly sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to practice. Chapter 62, Just a Little Bit of Wind and Frost. Pangu Academy is located in the mysterious and vast Shenangjia primeval forest. There are towering ancient trees and steep mountains here. The wonders of nature have shaped this place into an incomparable magnificence. The changes brought about by the revival of spiritual energy have brought this place back to the primitive times. Countless space cracks and countless secret realms connect here, making Shenangjia a forbidden area in the minds of most people. Pangu Academy is located here, suppressing the restricted area and preventing the countless terrifying creatures in Shenangjia from going out and threatening human society. One of the secret places. In the inner courtyard. A beautiful woman hung up the phone, and her pretty face was suddenly covered with frost. "Jianghua, you are seeking death by killing my brother Zhou Yuhua." The voice was icy cold and filled with murderous intent. Zhou Yuhua suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. She is Zhou Yuxian's older sister. Her parents died when she was young, and she and her younger brother depended on each other for survival. After finally getting through it, she awakened her S-level talent and joined Pangu Academy as an inner court disciple. Her younger brother also awakened his A-level talent and had a bright future. But now, her brother was dead, died during an exploration of the ruins, died at the hands of Jianghua. How could she not be angry? "Jianghua, I don't care if you're an SSS-level genius or have some other background. You killed my brother, my only biological brother. You will pay the price. If you dare to come to this freshman assessment, I will make sure you never return." In the room, countless glass test tubes were scattered on the ground. Jianghua sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His aura was rising and falling, rapidly growing stronger. Jianghua drank up a total of 100 bottles of 5th level cultivation potions. The terrifying spiritual energy turned into substance and surrounded Jianghua, forming a thick white mist. If an outsider saw such a horrifying scene, he would probably be scared to death. You should know that the reason why the 5th level cultivation potion is called 5th level is because it is specially made for 5th level awakeners for use in cultivation. Jiang Hui is only at the 5th level of the 2nd stage, but he dares to take 5th level cultivation potions, and 100 bottles at a time. This is simply a crazy act. The terrifying spiritual energy would instantly pour into his body, bursting him to pieces without leaving any residue. But Jiang Hui did not feel any discomfort. After several evolutions, his body had become as strong as a 5th level monster. The spiritual palace in the body has been transformed by the white jade dragon fruit, and the quality of spiritual energy has increased tenfold. It is vast and boundless, and can accommodate spiritual energy far exceeding that of a 2nd level awakener. So after taking so many 5th level cultivation potions, Jiang Hui's face only turned a little red, as if he was drunk, and nothing else. At this moment, he was meditating frantically, and with the help of the starry sky tuxedo, he was working at full speed, constantly absorbing the spiritual power of the potion. 1 hour, 2 hours. 1 day, 2 days. Muffled sounds came from Jiang Hui's body one after another, and the spiritual power vortex in the spiritual palace expanded rapidly, and his realm continued to break through. Level 2, 6th level, Level 2, 7th level, Level 2, 8th level, 9th level. With a loud bang, a violet airwave burst out from Jiang Hui's body, blasting out and tearing the tables, chairs, and benches in the room into pieces, shattering them into sawdust all over the sky. He suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, with a gleam in his eyes. 3rd level, a breakthrough. The vast spiritual power of 100 bottles of 5th level cultivation potions finally brought Jiang Hui's cultivation to the 3rd level. After cancelling the effect of the time flow, Jiang Hui checked the time. He had been practicing for more than 2 days in the time flow, but in reality only a few hours had passed. Breaking through 5 small realms in succession within a few hours, this speed of improvement is simply shocking. Even SSS-level geniuses cannot do it. If Jiang Hui hadn't run out of cultivation potions, he would have really wanted to keep practicing for a year, so that he could emerge invincible. But it's just a thought. Not to mention whether people will become numb after practicing for a year. Even with Zhilong's current strength, he cannot maintain 10 times the speed of time for a year. So it was just something he could only think about. Touching his rumbling stomach, Jiang Hui ordered a takeout for himself, while at the same time thinking about going to Tianqing Lake. Now that the 3 assessment standards have been met, it is time to set off. Go to the 4 universities as soon as possible to experience the scenery of Shenangjia, and improve your strength more quickly. Just as I was thinking about this, the phone suddenly rang. It was that fat guy Zhang Yan calling. After Jiang Hui answered the call, he smiled and said, "You're here just in time, kid. Where have you been fooling around these past few days?" "I was just about to tell you, pack up and get ready to leave for the 4 major universities." On the other side, after hearing Jiang Hui's words, there was silence for a while, and then Zhang Yang's voice was heard. His words were hesitant but firm. "Brother Jiang, thank you. I've thought about it carefully these past few days, and I'm not going to the 4 universities. You have your way to go, and I have mine. The dragon soaring in the sky and the cattle and horses galloping on the ground cannot go together after all. Qin Xiong and I have discussed and decided to go to Qingsong Higher Education Institute. Although it is not as good as the 4 major institutions, it is less competitive, has more resources, and offers good contract benefits. It may be more suitable for me." Zhang Yang's voice was not as cheerful as before, but rather unusually serious. He was not joking. Ever since the cultist attack a few days ago, Zhang Yang had clearly realized the gap between himself and Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui could easily kill 3rd and 4th level cultists, but he and Qin Xiong had been training outside the city for several days, experiencing life and death, and they only managed to kill a 3rd level monster together. Jiang Hui was able to break through to the 2nd level after a few days of awakening, but he had put all his effort into practicing, but now he was only at the 3rd level of the 1st level. This was a huge gap that he could not cross no matter how hard he tried. Maybe when they were young they were inseparable good brothers, wearing the same pants, sleeping in the same bed, being beaten and punished together, and skipping classes to surf the internet together. But no matter how good brothers are, there will be a day when they go their separate ways. It's not because their feelings have faded, but because that is how life is. Life is a journey destined to be lonely. There are countless forks in the road ahead. You will meet countless companions, but no one will accompany you to the end. The only person who can always walk with you is yourself. Jiang Hui actually always understood this truth, but he was a greedy person and always wanted to keep the people around him, hoping that they would stay with him longer and longer. Just like before, when his mother passed away, he held her hand tightly, unwilling to let go, as if this way his mother would always be by his side. Pity. Jianhua said nothing more, nor did he try to persuade him to stay. He nodded, a smile on his face, and said, "That's fine. Don't embarrass me at Qingsong Academy. If you're bullied, just give your brother Jiang a call and he'll come with his army to support you." Don't worry, brother Jiang. When have I ever suffered a loss? Besides, we have Qin Xiong. S level has a high status in Qingsong Academy. The principal treats us like a treasure. We will be fine. Well, I left something for you at home. Come get it yourself later. The key is under the insole of your shoe. Okay, thank you, brother Jiang. Well, good brother, for life. Good brothers, for life. In the silent sound, Jianhua hung up the phone first, left a space ring in the living room, took a deep breath, and went to the balcony. The wind was blowing wildly, the night sky was dotted with stars. Jianhua leaned on the railing, letting the strong wind hit his face. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. A white light flashed beside him, and Wu Xiaofeng appeared. He patted Jianhua on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "Cows and horses travel in herds, but wild beasts always travel alone. Be more open-minded." Jianhua was stunned for a moment, glanced at him, then turned his head and looked at the huge city, the lights of thousands of houses, the vast night sky, the endless stars. The corners of his mouth raised and he smiled slightly. "It's just a little bit of wind and frost." Wu Xiaofeng was startled for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. "You worry for nothing, kid." Old man, I should go now." "Well, go ahead. Your journey shouldn't be to the small Jiangcheng, nor to the 4 great universities, nor even to the dragon guards, but to the vast sea of stars." Thanks for your good wishes. I'm leaving now." Behind Jianhua, a pair of white angel wings spread out, suddenly flapped, soared into the sky, and flew straight into the clouds, heading out of the city. For universities, here I come. Chapter 63 Arriving at Shenangjia. Report, target number 1, Jianhua, has been detected. He has left Jiangcheng and is heading towards the 4 major universities. Please give instructions. Continue to track and find the right opportunity to intercept and kill. Yes. 3 days later. The nearest city to Shenangjia is Xingshan County. At the train station, Jianhua changed his clothes into a sports outfit, carried a shoulder bag, and got off the train. He looked like a traveling student, blending in with the crowd without being noticeable at all. Damn, a train ticket at 50,000 yuan is so damn expensive. Jianhua looked around and couldn't help complaining. In today's era, transportation has become a big problem. The wild is occupied by strange beasts, and the emergence of spacecracks has expanded the area of the blue planet several times. As a result, the original high-speed railways, trains, highways, etc. were damaged and completely unusable. As for airplanes, it goes without saying that once you encounter a flying monster at an altitude of thousands of meters, if something happens, you won't even have a chance to escape. So in today's era, many ordinary people have never left the city where they were born in their entire lives. Nowadays, these trains, high-speed railways and other things were rebuilt later at a huge cost, but there are not many of them, and they often have accidents and cannot be used. Therefore, the price was extremely expensive. Jianhua came to Xingshan County from Jiangcheng and took several trains along the way. The train tickets alone cost him 200,000 yuan. If this amount of money were used for a student from an ordinary family, they wouldn't even be able to afford the train ticket. It was so hard. My butt hurts from sitting. Fortunately, we're finally here. Xingshan County is only 30 kilometers away from Shenangjia. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon now. If we keep going, we can enter Shenangjia today. Jianhua looked at the map on his phone, thought to himself, determined the direction, and walked out of the city. The tourists around were also in a hurry, and many of them were awakened people with good strength. After all, those who didn't have the strength would not travel a long distance to come here. However, I didn't see many students of my age. After all, there are still 10 days before the assessment date of September 1st. Everyone wants to take advantage of this last moment to improve their abilities, and perhaps most people haven't even reached the assessment standards. Jianhua should be the first to arrive and take the lead. After all, he is strong enough. Humming a tune, Jianhua walked out of the train station, but he didn't notice that on the other side, several carriages away, Shuyan also got off the train. Master, are we really going to enter Shenangjia? I'm only at the 7th level of the 1st rank now. If I go into Shenangjia with this level of strength, I'll die. Chu Yun wailed in his heart and kept begging Li Qingran. Don't talk nonsense, you're just an idiot. Why did you give away the Thunder Core Lotus? Otherwise, how could you have such little strength? For a woman, you gave away a 4th level spiritual medicine. Are you crazy? I tell you, train hard in Shenangjia these few days, improve your cultivation, and then go to take the assessment. You must be admitted to the 4 major universities. If you can't get in, you will train until you die in Shenangjia. Li Qingran roared angrily, feeling furious. She had not gone with Chu Yun to the Genius Exchange meeting some time ago, so she did not know what happened in the hotel. It was only after Chu Yun fled back home in a panic that she told her. When she learned that Chu Yun had actually given Lei Xinlian away, and to a woman at that, she was so angry that she wanted to slap this idiot to death. He beat Chu Yun severely before he calmed down, but when he thought about it now, he was still full of anger. Chu Yun listened to Li Qingran's roar, shrank his neck in fear, and dared not say anything. He secretly felt lucky that he didn't tell his master about how he made a fool of himself in the hotel and how he was scared to the point of peeing his pants by the cultists. Otherwise, Li Qingran would probably have really killed him with a sword. Okay, don't worry too much. You've already mastered the sword controlling technique I taught you to the 3rd level, which is enough to control hundreds of flying swords. With the addition of the 8 desolate battle body and me watching over him, nothing will happen as long as they don't encounter a 5th level monster. These past few days, you should practice hard and strive to break through to the 2nd level within these last 10 days. This way, when you take the assessment, even if you don't get a rank, you won't be unable to join the 4 major universities. After cursing for a while, Li Qingran began to comfort him, but she was exhausted in her heart. It was really unlucky for her to have such a stupid apprentice. She even felt that this was God's punishment for her. She left Zhang Huo alone and had to find such a fool. She heard from Chu Yun that Zhang Huo killed more than a dozen 3rd level cultists with a single sword strike. Chu Yun could not even catch up with such strength. After walking out of the train station, Zhang Huo went straight to Shenangjia without any delay. Shenangjia, as one of the 10 forbidden areas in China, is a paradise for exotic beasts, with more than 100,000 species of exotic beasts living here. The number is so large and the types are so confusing that even the Pangu Academy, which has been stationed here for many years, has not fully understood it. The area is extremely vast, with rich spiritual energy, giving birth to countless kinds of spiritual medicines and natural treasures. Therefore, even though this place is extremely dangerous, there are still many awakened people who come here to take risks, hunt exotic beasts, and search for spiritual medicines based on their own strength. The tiger whip of the 5th level exotic beast, the dragon tiger beast, is priced at 24th level soul crystals. Only one is available, first come, first served. Leopard gall, freshly roasted leopard gall. It will boost your blood and chi within 24 hours after consumption, and is very effective in practicing physical training. One gall costs only 10 3rd level soul crystals, and comes with a free beer. Come and try it now. Dragon Soul Grass, a 4th tier spiritual medicine, can significantly boost your mental strength. Only soul crystals above the 4th tier are accepted. The highest bidder wins. After a 30-kilometer trek to the market at the entrance of Shenangjia, you can hear shouts coming from all directions. At a glance, you can see the crowds bustling and lively. Zhang Huo walked in and was secretly surprised. Almost no one coming and going here was below the 4th level. Zhang Huo even sensed the auras of several 6th level awakeners. It really is worthy of being the Shenangjia restricted area. 6th level strongmen who are powerful enough to be the boss in Jiangcheng can be seen everywhere here. Zhang Huo couldn't help but sigh. The items sold in this market are also several levels higher than those in Jiangcheng. Almost everywhere there are 3rd level exotic beast materials and spiritual medicines. Moreover, money is not accepted, and only soul crystals are used for transactions. Even in the very center of the market, a 3-meter-long frost red devil fish was placed on the ground and sold openly. It was eaten as sashimi, with 1 2nd level soul crystal costing 1 piece. The frost red devil fish is a 5th level exotic beast. It does not have strong attack power, but is extremely rare and has delicious meat. It evolved from trout. The taste is similar to salmon, but it is much more delicious than salmon and contains rich spiritual energy, so it is sold at an extremely high price. The most important thing is that this thing is a specialty of Tianqing Lake, and it is only found in this place in all of China. The stall owner was a 6th level warrior. Zhang Huo spent 10 soul crystals to buy a bowl of noodles with small blades. It was served in a plastic bowl with some soy sauce, and tasted extremely delicious. Jiang Hua took a bite and his eyes widened immediately. This was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life. After a hearty meal, Jiang Hua left the market and headed straight towards the Shenangjia forest. An old man behind him kindly reminded him, "Little brother, it's already afternoon, it will be dark soon, let's go into the forest tomorrow." Jiang Hua waved his hand, not caring at all, and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. The old man shook his head. It's really hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words, young people nowadays. As he finished speaking, he glanced in several directions with a subtle look. Sure enough, several figures walked out of the crowd, quickly followed Jiang Hua, and rushed into the dense forest. 1 5th level, 9 4th level, surrounded and killed a 3rd level. Wow, interesting, this little guy should be the new disciple of the academy this year. Being able to attract so many assassins doesn't seem easy. I just don't know if I can survive in their hands. If I can observe them after entering the academy. The old man muttered to himself as he slowly packed up his stall. In front of his stall, a piece of white cloth was placed upright on a bamboo pole. The rise and fall of the world all depends on my mind. On the table, there was a palm-sized turtle with a copper coin on its back. It looked strange and sleepy. Chapter 64 Crushing the 5th level. After entering the dense forest, Jiang Hua moved at an extremely fast speed and jumped out several thousand meters in an instant. Squeak! There was a commotion in the bushes ahead, and a group of palm-sized spiders jumped out. They were colorful and looked very poisonous. The 8 spider legs crawled quickly, and white spider silk spurted out of its mouth. It flew into the air and exploded instantly, forming a large net that was 1 meter in radius, covering Jiang Hua's head. Squeak! A huge net covered the sky and they screamed in excitement. There was a cruel light in their green eyes, as if they had already regarded Jiang Hua as a meal. Jiang Hua was also a little surprised. These colorful spiders were so intelligent that they could fight in coordination and hunt together as a group. This was extremely rare among the 2nd-level exotic beasts. But it's too naive to think you can kill me just like this. Jiang Hua chuckled, and a fiery light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the group of colorful spiders. Obviously, Jiang Hua also regarded them as prey. The strings of numbers on the colorful spider's head were very tempting. With a wave of his hand, the ice blue king scorpion appeared and spewed out terrifying cold air. Click, click. The sound of freezing spread rapidly, and countless ice crystals appeared in the void. In an instant, dozens of spider webs were frozen by the cold air and turned into huge ice blocks that fell rapidly. Bang! The ice cube wrapped in spider webs fell to the ground and exploded, shattering into ice crystals all over the sky. Jiang Hua's figure also burst out at the same time. Palm thunder! Terrifying thunder exploded, lightning flashed, and in Jiang Hua's palm, the violent power of thunder escaped from between his fingers, forming chains of thunder. As Jiang Hua's palm pressed down, thunder scattered and crashed to the ground. Boom! The colorful spider's green bean eyes flashed with fear, and it fled in all directions, squeaking, but the next moment, the terrifying thunder fell on them. Rumble! Thunder exploded, and a large pit several meters wide appeared on the ground. Dozens of colorful spiders were instantly blown to ashes. There were several colorful spiders at the edge, which were not seriously injured. They flew out with their bellies facing the sky, their limbs twitching, and electric arcs moving on their bodies. Soon, they became motionless. Ding! Kill the colorful spider, triggering a 567x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the human-faced demon spider. Ding! Kill the colorful spider, triggering a 1289x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the crypt demon spider. Ding! Kill the colorful spider, triggering. A series of system prompts sounded, and Jiang Hua harvested a large number of pets again. A smile appeared on his face. It was worthy of being Shenangjia. The quantity and quality were terrifying. After checking his catch, Jiang Hua turned around and said with a smile, "Since you're here, just come out. Are you still waiting for me to treat you?" As soon as the words fell, there was silence in the forest. After a while, the shadows of the trees began to sway, and 10 black-clad figures fell from the sky. They were well trained. The moment they landed, they scattered and formed a circle to surround Jiang Hua. Tisk, 9 4th level 1s and 1 5th level 1, they really think highly of me. But your quality needs to be improved. Assassination is all about stealth. If you follow someone directly, you'll be discovered as soon as you turn around. What's the point of assassination? Go talk to your boss later and get some more props to hide your body, such as invisibility and camouflage. That would make it more interesting. This open and aboveboard fight is so boring. Jianhua spoke rapidly, leaving several cultists stunned. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Look, you're distracted again. How unprofessional. Distractedness during a battle can be fatal. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light suddenly flashed in Jianhua's eyes, and his figure shot out in an instant. Rumble. Thunder exploded, and Jianhua's figure swept past like a gust of wind. The flash of a knife was accompanied by splashes of blood, and a huge head rolled down. First blood. Jianhua put away his knife, flapped the angel wings behind him, and pounced on the next person again. Before the person arrived, several silver moon blades shot out. Puff 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 puff. The man was shot into a sieve, blood splattered on his chest, and blood flowed like pillars from several blood holes. His eyes suddenly widened and his body fell straight down. Double kill. Jianhua's face was cold as he instantly harvested 2 lives. The remaining cultists finally reacted. The 5th level leader flew into a rage and roared, "Kill him!" Boom! Raging flames came rushing over, and in the void, 5 fireballs the size of water tanks smashed towards Jianhua. The fireball exploded, and billowing heat waves spread out. The trees within a 10-meter radius were instantly reduced to ashes, and the river fire was engulfed in flames. Boss, it's solved. The person who made the move said loudly, quite confidently. His fire explosion technique was extremely powerful, and the temperature of the flame could reach 6,000 degrees, which could melt even steel into molten iron. It seems like you're happy too early. A cold voice rang in his ears, and the cultist who spoke turned pale instantly, his scalp exploded, and his hair stood up. Just as he was about to make a move, terrifying thunder descended. Jianhua's palm fell, and his head exploded, and blood splattered all over the ground. Triple kill. Jianhua raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the remaining 7 people, his eyes shimmering with amusement. Too weak, come at us together and show us some real skills. Arrogant. The 5th rank expert in the lead was shaking with anger and roared, "Go, everyone transform into beasts and kill him." Roar. The roars and howls of wild beasts were heard, and the 6 cultists' bodies swelled up, their heads mutated, their palms turned into sharp mantis arms, and wings grew out from their backs. The wings vibrated buzzingly as they swooped down towards Jianhua. The 5th level strong man in the lead had dark magic patterns on his skin, twisting and wriggling, and the word king faintly appeared on his forehead. Black hair grew vigorously on his body, his hands turned into tiger paws, his head turned into a tiger head, and the whole person expanded to 5 meters in size. He roared and ran towards Jianhua. Tisk, beast transformation? What a coincidence, I can do that too. Jianhua chuckled, and the white dragon tattoo emitted golden light. His body instantly expanded and turned into a 3-meter-tall giant. Snow-white scales spread rapidly, covering the entire body. The ears became pointed, and 2 white dragon horns grew on the head. The scales covered both hands, turning into 10-centimeter sharp claws. A dragon tail grew out from behind the buttocks. Dragon man form. The terrifying dragon might spread out like a violent storm, and faintly there was a deafening dragon roar, which was extremely majestic. All the cultists were instantly shocked, feeling tremendous pressure, and an uncontrollable fear rose in their hearts, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. A brutal light flashed in Jianhua's eyes. He rushed out, grabbed a cultist with his sharp dragon claws, and with a tearing sound of his hands, he tore the cultist into 2 halves. The terrifying power and overwhelming pressure made them completely unable to fight back in front of Jianhua. The dragon form is Jianhua's strongest combat power now. Not to mention it's just a group of beast-transformed cultists. Even if a group of real 4th level and 5th level monsters come, Jianhua is not afraid at all. Boom! Jianhua's sharp claws, carrying thunder, pierced through the chest of a cultist. The dragon tail behind him swung, knocking another cultist away. He smashed into a tree, broke his spine, and fell to the ground, lifeless. However, in just a short moment, Jianhua killed the 6 cultists instantly. He stopped, turned around and looked at the only remaining 5th level strongman. In an instant, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on the forehead of the 5th level strongman. For a moment, he felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast, and was filled with panic and fear from the bottom of his heart. The dark-winged demonic tiger is a good pet, almost reaching the S-level threshold. It's a pity that you are not a core believer. Otherwise, I could have my first tiger pet. Go to hell. Jianghua suddenly pounced forward, with a silver moon blade in his left hand and a palm thunder in his right hand, and terrifying energy poured down. Boom! When the dust settled, Jianghua bent down to touch the corpse, tossed the space ring in his hand, and strode towards the depths of Shenangjia. Chapter 65 Chu Yun was arrested. The target is too strong, beyond imagination. The interception operation has failed. Please give instructions. After Jianghua left, a long while passed before the light and shadows on the ground began to wriggle. A figure suddenly stood up from the shadows on the ground, slowly revealing his figure. He took out his cell phone and sent a message. Wu Xiang, the contracted creature Shadow Beast, has reached the 5th level and 9th level of cultivation and is a deacon dispatched from the True God Temple. He was in the same group as the previous 10-man team, and they jointly carried out the mission of intercepting and killing Jianghua. However, because Jianghua was too powerful, he directly wiped out the 10-man team, causing him to hide in the dark and not dare to take action at all. After sending the message, I received a reply quickly. Mission cancelled. Evacuate immediately and return to base. On the way back, if you encounter other new students taking the assessment, you will decide whether to capture them or kill them on the spot based on their talents. Receive. Putting his phone away, Wu Xiang's figure slowly faded away. Just as he was about to disappear into the shadows and retreat, the woods behind him shook and a figure walked out. When their eyes met, Chu Yun and Wu Xiang both stood there in a daze, staring at each other. Looking at the corpse on the ground and then at Wu Xiang, Chu Yun screamed, "Fuck! Run!" He immediately returned the same way and fled towards the market. Wu Xiang was stunned for a moment, then a smile slowly formed on his lips. Jiangqing's target person, Chu Yun, is a contracted creature, a Class A mountain giant, with great potential. Capture is underway. His figure was as elusive as a ghost, and he caught up with Chu Yun in an instant. With a wave of his hand, black fog whistled in the sky, transformed in the void, and condensed into ghostly shadows, which let out shrill howls and grabbed towards Chu Yun. "Mummy, master, save me!" Chu Yun was so frightened that he screamed and yelled, his eyes almost popped out, and his heart was filled with terror. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing just after entering the forest. He was really unlucky. That man in black must be an evil awakened being who kills people and steals their property. I caught him there, and he wants to kill me to silence me. It's over, it's over. I'm done for this time. This man in black is so powerful, at least level 5. I am no match for him. What should I do now? Master, it's all your fault. I told you not to come to Shenangjia, but you insisted on coming. What should I do now? What should I do? Master, please save me quickly. Chu Yun kept shouting for help and running for his life. He was so scared that one of his shoes fell off. Li Qingran also looked unhappy. She had not expected to encounter such a thing, but Chu Yun's terrible performance made her even more disappointed. But the situation was critical at the moment, and she was in no mood to scold Chu Yun. Her figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew out. She pinched her fingers together and condensed her energy into a sword. In an instant, brilliance bloomed, and 10 flying swords with brilliant divine light floated in the void, trembling slightly and emitting sharp sword energy. Li Qingran was dressed in a white dress, looking like an eternal iceberg snowgirl, with cold eyes. She waved her fingers and 10 flying swords shot out in an instant. Puff 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 puff. The flying sword pierced through the ghost, and the sound of gas explosions rang out in the void. The ghost let out a shrill wail, and its body exploded with a bang. Wu Xiang stopped immediately, staring at the cold woman who appeared before him, then looked at Chu Yun who was looking surprised, frowned and said, "Second awakening? Dual summoned creatures? No, you have a 3rd level cultivation, and he's only 1st level. According to the rules, the level of a contracted creature cannot exceed that of its master. How did you do it? Or are you an alien?" Li Qingran's face was calm, and she did not reply. She stretched out her hand and a flying sword fell into her hand. She casually made a sword flower, and a brilliant green lotus slowly condensed at the tip of the sword. The light bloomed and emitted extremely terrifying fluctuations. Pointing the sword tip at the ground, Li Qingran said calmly, "Retreat, or die." After hearing this, Wu Xiang laughed, a mocking smile on his lips. "I was originally a little afraid of you, but after hearing what you said, you are just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If you were truly powerful, you would have killed me with a single strike of your sword long ago. Why would you be spouting so much nonsense? Today, you cannot escape. No matter who you are, Once you return to the temple, the true God will have a way to find out. After he finished speaking, Wu Xiang stopped talking nonsense. Light and shadow flashed between his eyebrows, and it was unknown what skill he used. In an instant, the shadows in the forest began to wriggle strangely, and the shadows condensed into human shapes, transforming into the appearance of Wu Xiang. In an instant, hundreds of Wu Xiangs appeared in all directions. Immediately, hundreds of Wu Xiangs suddenly rushed out and rushed towards Li Qingran and Chu Yun. Master! Chu Yun was horrified and shouted in fear. The art of clones is so real and fake that it's hard to tell the real from the fake. Li Qingran frowned. She looked around but couldn't find Wu Xiang's real body. The skills in this world are indeed different from the martial arts in my previous life. I can't understand them at all. If that's the case, then I'll kill them all. Li Qingran's eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. She was a little impatient. She swung the sword in her hand, stirring up the wind and clouds in the world. A strong wind suddenly blew in the forest. Endless strong winds condensed into flying swords, and in an instant there were thousands of them. The flying swords circled in the sky and formed a vast river of sword energy. Fall. The long river of sword energy fell down with a loud bang, sweeping away mightily. In an instant, all of Wu Xiang's figures were pierced through and disappeared without a trace. But the next moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind Chu Yun. You've been fooled. The shadow under Chu Yun's feet squirmed, and a figure quickly took shape and grabbed Chu Yun's neck. Master, save me. Chu Yun was shocked and his face turned red instantly. The fear in his heart made his whole body cold. He opened his eyes wide and dared not move. Wu Xiang sneered in his heart. While grabbing Chu Yun and retreating, he stared at Li Qingran and said, You are indeed very powerful, not inferior to Jiang Huo in the slightest. If we were to fight normally, I would not be your opponent. Unfortunately, with this burden, your abilities are restrained by me and you cannot bring them into full play. Now, put down your sword and return to the summoning space on your own, otherwise, I will kill him. Don't play any tricks on me. I will make him take poison. If you dare to move, I guarantee that he will die miserably. As he spoke, Wu Xiang took out a pill and forcefully stuffed it into Chu Yun's mouth, threatening him in a cold voice. Li Qingran stared at Wu Xiang intently, his heart filled with rage, but when he saw Chu Yun's pleading eyes, he sighed helplessly, and could only unwillingly turn into a stream of light and return to the summoning space. Wu Xiang then secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to relax at all. He held Chu Yun's neck tightly and his body slowly merged into the shadows on the ground. In an instant, the two disappeared without a trace. Boom! A violent roar erupted in the forest. Michael held the holy sword and slashed down. Across from him, a huge ape fell to the ground with a bang. The ground shook with the impact of its 5-meter-tall body. On its chest, there was a deep sword wound that completely tore the chest apart, splitting the heart inside into two. Faintly, one could still see golden flames burning. As the giant ape fell to the ground, Michael's aura suddenly rose and reached the 7th level of the 2nd stage. Not bad, not bad. You've broken through 2 realms so quickly. It turns out you still need to fight more. Jiang Huo said with a smile, very satisfied. The characteristic of summoning creatures is that they can grow by absorbing essence by killing living beings. Michael, Medusa, Sadako Xiaofang, and the Demon Lord are all like this. They can advance quickly through killing a lot in battle. On the contrary, pets such as the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Nine-Tailed Fox cannot grow through killing. They need to eat a lot of flesh and blood, soul crystals, elixirs, etc. to improve, which is more troublesome. Jiang Huo had too many contracted creatures, and their levels were uneven. Last time, he used the Blood Dragon Pawn to upgrade most of his contracted creatures to the 5th level of the 2nd stage, catching up with his own level. But later Jiang Huo took a 5th level cultivation potion and broke through to the 3rd level, widening the gap again. This time when he came to Shenangjia, in addition to the assessment, Jiang Huo also wanted to quickly cultivate all the contracted creatures to the 3rd level, so that their combat effectiveness could be greatly improved. On the other hand, Zhulong is a guy who is less troublesome. It seems that he can improve his strength by sleeping. The system panel is also blank, and I have no idea how to train him. Jiang Huo ignored him and wrapped it around his wrist, not moving at all, as if he were dead. At this moment, Michael said, Lord, look ahead. Huh? Jiang Huo looked up in confusion and was stunned. 100 meters ahead, in the woods, there was a transparent light curtain, like a wall, standing across the middle of the woods, separating this side from the other side. Chapter 66 Old Deng, Crystal Token. What is this? Jianhua brought Michael and the Silver Moon Wolf King closer and stared at the light screen in front of them. The light curtain was transparent, with slight ripples on it, like ripples on the water. From this side, one could see the scene on the other side through the light curtain. Everything was normal. There were strange beasts passing through it, but nothing special happened. It is very large, stretching from the ground up to the sky and into the clouds, with both sides extending deep into the forest, and there is no end in sight. Jianhua frowned and thought for a while, then walked straight through the light curtain and entered it. At the moment he touched the light curtain, Jianhua vaguely felt that a force seemed to be scanning his body. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Jianhua was already on guard and stabbed forward with the straight knife in his hand without hesitation. Phew! Bang! The figure exploded and turned into countless water droplets that scattered on the ground, and soon condensed again 100 meters away. He transformed into an old man in a red tang suit, with a cane in his left hand and a pipe in his right hand, looking quite fashionable. TSK, young people these days, can you please not be so short-tempered? Let me introduce myself. I'm the Outer Gate Supervisor of Pangu Academy. As for my name, well, just call me Old Deng. I'm a level 5, level 9 cultivator, and my contracted pet is the Mercury Turtle. Hey, what Mercury Turtle? Call me Squirtle. I'm Squirtle. A little turtle appeared next to Lao Deng, wearing sunglasses, standing on two legs and speaking human language. This outfit is exactly the same as the Squirtle in Pokemon, and Jianhua found it quite strange. The Mercury Turtle is a very common water-based monster, with a bloodline between C and B. However, it is unheard of to find a Mercury Turtle like Dumbledore that is so intelligent, can speak human language, and even imitate the costumes in cartoons. It is definitely a mutant pet, and an extremely rare mutant pet with evolved intelligence. I'm sorry, the kid has watched too many cartoons, please don't be offended. Old Deng patted the Mercury Turtle's head, took off its sunglasses, put them on himself, and said with a smile. The Mercury Turtle, who named himself Squirtle, immediately rolled his eyes, stood aside angrily, and didn't say anything. It's okay, you have your own personality. Old man, you just said that you are from Pangu Academy, so this light curtain is your work? Jianhua asked with a smile. Yes, this is called Water Curtain Heavenly Hua, a water-based spiritual skill that I have mastered. Its function is to screen you, the new students who come for the assessment. Old Deng nodded, then raised his sunglasses, glanced at Jianhua, and took out his cell phone to flip through it. 18 years old, a freshman with a third-level cultivation base is rare. What's your name? Hiss, Jianhua, SSS level. You are the little guy Qin Ming specially recruited? Old Deng's eyes suddenly widened, he took off his sunglasses, looked at the information on his phone, then looked at Jianhua, and suddenly took a breath, his voice changed. Hey, old man, why are you so excited? It's just an SSS level, what's the big deal? I'm Jianhua, for sure. Hiss, it's just an SSS level, young man, do you know what you're talking about? I'm 66 years old, and I've never seen many SSS level people. Oh, I get it, this is what you young people call Versailles, right? Old man, you're really funny. Okay, enough joking around, you should just tell me the rules of the assessment. You stopped me here, aren't you just here to say hello? Oh, yes, look at me, I almost forgot about the main thing. Let me explain to you, the moment you step into the light curtain, it means you have arrived at the final examination location for the admissions of the 4 major universities. It is still 60 kilometers from here to Tianqing Lake. Within this distance, there will be a hunting team sent by the school to prevent you from going to Tianqing Lake. In addition, there are strange beasts in this forest, other awakened people, etc., which may also pose a threat to you. If you want to reach Tianqing Lake, you must overcome these obstacles. Otherwise, you will be blocked here until the end of the assessment, which means you will be eliminated. In addition, some freshmen who are confident and capable enough can choose whether to take the points token and participate in the assessment. As Old Deng spoke, he flipped his palm and took out an iron token with the number 100 on it. This is a points token. Tokens of different levels have different points values. Take the token to participate in the assessment. If you can successfully bring the token to Tianqing Lake, you can exchange points for additional rewards. The more points you have, the richer the rewards you can exchange for. But at the same time, if you choose to take the token, your location will be announced to the hunting team. They can easily find your location, and will become even more crazy, trying every possible way to snatch the token from your hand and prevent you from completing the assessment, because they can also use the points token to exchange for rewards. I think you understand what I'm saying. So, what do you think? Give it a try. The rewards you can redeem for your points are incredibly generous. Of course, you don't have to take the token. As long as you can successfully reach Tianqing Lake, you will also be considered to have passed the assessment. Old Deng raised an eyebrow, took a drag from his pipe, and deliberately provoked, "Young man, at SSS level, you wouldn't be so scared as to even dare to take the points token, right?" Jiang Hua understood. Isn't this the difference between a regular game and a jackpot game? Since I can place a bet, then of course I will choose. All in. Facing Lao Deng's provocation, Jiang Hua raised the corners of his mouth and smiled faintly. "Old man, can I take all the point tokens?" Lao Deng? What the hell? All the point tokens? No, are all the young people nowadays so fierce? Are you going to heaven? Old Deng was choked by Jiang Hua's words and almost couldn't breathe. He coughed violently several times before recovering. Ahem, that won't work. Each person can only take 1 points token at most. You can choose the one with a higher value. Old Deng had a painful expression on his face. His throat was sore from the smoke. He explained while drinking water. Okay, then what's the highest score token? Just give it to me. Jiang Hua was a little disappointed. What a crappy rule. It doesn't even allow people to go all in. What's the point of gambling? There are 4 types of tokens: bronze tokens worth 100 points, silver tokens worth 1,000 points, and gold tokens worth 10,000 points. The highest ranking one is the crystal token worth 100,000 points. There's only one of these, but are you sure you want to take it? 100,000 points and a crystal token would make those guys in the hunting team take risks. It means lifting all restrictions. They might kill people. Old Deng warned seriously that the huge temptation of 100,000 points was enough to make some people lose their minds and take the risk of being punished by the school. After all, compared with the possible punishment from the school, the benefits that can be brought by 100,000 points are really too great. There is also a death indicator in the rules of this assessment. Jiang Hua smiled. Things were starting to get interesting. Grabbing the crystal token in his hand, Jiang Hua only asked one question, then, can I also kill people? Old Deng looked at Jiang Hua deeply and nodded, okay. It's settled, Old Deng. See you at the academy. Jiang Hua clapped his hands and was about to turn and leave. But at this moment, 3 more figures passed through the light curtain. Chapter 67 Li Tsong, Feng Xiaoyao. 3 teenagers. A man was holding a long sword in his arms, wearing a gray robe of an ancient knight. He had a cold expression on his face. He glanced at Jiang Hua and Lao Deng without saying a word. Wow, you are Jiang Shen? One of the yellow-haired men suddenly shouted, staring at Jiang Hua in shock. Wow, Jiang, who is Jiang Shen? Another fat man also shouted, then looked at the yellow-haired man and asked. Jiang Shen, you don't know? Jiang Hua, the number 1 genius in our Jiangcheng, single-handedly, with 1 sword, killed more than a dozen cultists in seconds. I don't know what the hell you are screaming about, the yellow-haired man said angrily. After these words were spoken, the young swordsman finally took a serious look at Jiang Hua. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes, as if he was eager to try and have a fight with Jiang Hua. The fat man scratched his head and said, what are cultists? Are they very powerful? I've never heard of them. Regardless of what the two of them thought, Li Tsong had already stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Hua's hand, and kept shaking it, saying excitedly and exaggeratedly. Master Jiang, God Jiang, I didn't expect to meet you here. I am your idol. No, you are my idol. I was there at the hotel that day and saw you kill those cultists with my own eyes. It was so cool and exciting. Jiangshen, can you sign an autograph for me? How about a photo? Do I need to change clothes? I brought a suit, I'll put it on right away, something formal. Oh, by the way, my name is Li Tsong, I'm a level 2, level 1, and my contracted pet is a centipede beast. This fat guy is Ji Boda, from Rongqing, and that's Feng Xiaoyao, a really cocky guy. We met on the road. Li Tsong spoke incoherently, looking at Jiang Hua with eyes full of admiration. He put down the luggage bag on his back and was about to change his clothes on the spot. Jiang Hua hurriedly stopped him. This guy is too familiar. He changed clothes in front of me. You really don't treat us as outsiders. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes rolled and he remembered the rule that Lao Deng said that each person could only take one token, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. Li Song? Autographs are fine, and photos are also fine. You don't need to change your clothes. I have something I want to ask you for help. Is that possible? What? Help? Jiangshan, how can you use the word help? Isn't this just slapping me in the face? You saved all of our lives when we were in the hotel. Just tell me what you want to do. If I say no, Li Song, will be a nobody. Did this old guy bully you? Damn it, let's go together and beat him up. He dared to touch my brother Jiang. Do you want to quit your job? Li Song said this in a resounding voice, and as he spoke, he had already rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight, staring at Lao Deng fiercely, ready to rush up and knock him down at any time. Lao Deng? Old Deng stared at Li Song in disbelief. Are young people these days so aggressive? They haven't even started school yet, and they're already planning to take on my role as a supervisor? What are you looking at? Old man, my brother Jiang is here, and you still dare to be so presumptuous. Do you want to give up your life? Li Song blared and cursed directly. Well, this is the director of the external department of Pangu Academy, Lao Deng, a 5th order 9th level expert. Jiang Hua reminded weakly. Li Song was stunned for a moment. He looked at Lao Deng, then at Jiang Hua, a smile uglier than crying appeared on his face. He asked tremblingly, Brother Jiang, you are not kidding, are you? No kidding. Jiang Hua nodded. Li Song's legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. He said with a sad face, well, Director Deng, Teacher Deng, I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now. You don't mind, right? Old Deng smiled slightly, a kind smile on his face. What do you think? Thump. Li Song's legs went limp and he sat down on the ground, looking at Jiang Hua for help. Jiang Hua was helpless. All right, get up, Lao Deng, stop scaring him and explain the rules to them. Li Song then stood up from the ground and no longer dared to talk nonsense. He lowered his head and stood aside, as honest as a student who had made a mistake and was caught by the teacher. Old Deng then reintroduced the rules of the assessment, and Jiang Hua spoke at the right time. So I want to make a deal with you. All 3 of you choose the advanced gold token worth 10,000 points. After arriving at Tianqing Lake, hand the token to me. As a condition, I will help you solve all your problems and ensure you reach Tianqing Lake successfully. How about that? I agree. Whatever Brother Jiang says is what it is. Li Song was the first to jump out and express his agreement, then turned his gaze to Ji Boda. Well, should I agree? Ji Boda scratched his head and asked hesitantly. Of course I agree. Without Brother Jiang, do you have the confidence to pass the test? You have such a big thigh, why don't you hold on tight? Li Song said unhappily and slapped the fat man on the back of the head. Oh, then I agree. Ji Boda agreed, then took off the big backpack on his back and handed it to Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua was stunned. What do you mean? Get something? Aren't you going to be our bodyguard? I've seen bodyguards on TV helping their employers get things. Ji Boda said naively. Li Song's face immediately darkened, and he slapped Ji Boda on the head again, gritting his teeth and angrily saying, Take it yourself. Oh. Ji Boda responded with a grievance, muttering to himself, and put the backpack on himself again. Jiang Hua was amused by what he saw. He casually took out 2 useless space rings and handed them to the 2 of them. Here are some for you. Thank you, Jiang Shun. Li Song's eyes suddenly lit up. He took the interspatial ring and slapped Ji Boda on the head. Say thank you. If you hit me again, I will fight you. Ji Boda gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and stared at Li Song angrily. Li Song was a little scared of being stared at, so he curled his lips and said nothing more. Jiang Hua smiled and looked at the last person, the swordsman Feng Xiaoyao, and asked, What about you? Do you agree? If you can beat me, I'll agree to your request. Feng Xiaoyao said, staring at Jiang Hua with burning eyes. His aura suddenly rose and actually reached the 3rd level. Are you sure? Jiang Hua raised his eyebrows. Confirmed, Feng Xiaoyao, level 3, 1st level, contracted creature, Xiaoyao dragon, from Mount Shu, from a sword sect, please give me your guidance. Feng Xiaoyao's eyes were cold, and an illusory shadow of a giant dragon appeared faintly behind him. He suddenly drew the long sword in his hand and stabbed it at Jiang Hua. A dragon pet is interesting, but it's not enough. Jiang Hua chuckled and faced the stabbing sword without dodging or evading. Arrogant. Feng Xiaoyao was filled with anger. A strong wind surrounded him and his speed suddenly increased to the extreme. The whole person turned into a stream of green light, and in an instant, he was in front of Jiang Hua, and the long sword pierced Jiang Hua's shoulder. But the next moment, he was suddenly startled. A mysterious power descended upon him, and his movements slowed down by more than 10 times in an instant. He looked up in horror and saw Jiang Hua's smiling face. Bang! Jiang Hua suddenly attacked, grabbed the sword, kicked out, and with a bang, Feng Xiaoyao's figure flew back at a speed faster than when he came, and hit the ground 100 meters away, breaking a bush. Cough, cough, cough. Covering his chest, Feng Xiaoyao struggled to get up. He looked at Jiang Hua with shock in his eyes. He was too strong. He was not even his match in one round. Jiang Hua smiled, how about it? Do you want to continue? No, I lose. I agree to your conditions. Feng Xiaoyao shook his head. Just now, he had clearly realized the gap between himself and Jiang Hua. However, he did not lose heart. He raised his head, looked at Jiang Hua with burning eyes, and said solemnly, Jiang Hua, you are very strong, but I am not weak either. One day, I will defeat you just like you defeated me just now. TSK, you brag so much, but you're lying on the ground within 5 seconds of appearing on stage. Li Tsong curled his lips. Feng Xiaoyao's face suddenly turned dark, veins on his forehead bulged, and he really wanted to punch this rude guy. Li Tsong was startled and quickly hid behind Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua said helplessly, all right, stop arguing and get on the road. If you delay any longer, it will be dark. The few of them stopped arguing, took the token from Lao Deng, and followed Jiang Hua into the depths of Shenangjia. Old Deng watched the figures leave and smiled faintly. Interesting, 4 people, 130,000 points, Shenangjia is going to be bustling with activity. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly turned into water droplets and disappeared. Inside Shenangjia, at Tianqing Lake, a small team gathered together. One of them held a compass-like object in his hand. Suddenly, 4 light spots lit up on the compass. Here they come. This year's new students are taking the assessment. Holy crap! Colorful spots of light? Golden spots of light? This. Someone got a crystal token worth 100,000 points. And 3 gold tokens. Chapter 68 Ordinary Team, Ace Team. With a cry of surprise, the team gathered around in an instant. What? Someone's coming so soon? Isn't there still 10 days left? Holy crap, it's a crystal token, 100,000 points. Who's so bold as to take the crystal token directly? That's awesome. It's probably an SSS level genius. I heard there are a lot of geniuses this year. The era of great contention has begun. According to incomplete statistics, more than 10 SSS level geniuses have been discovered so far. TSK, what a rubbish genius. He just awakened a month ago. How strong can he be? I can beat him up with just one punch and he won't even recognize me. Captain, tell me, what should we do? Should we go directly or contact other teams for cooperation? Everyone looked at the tall, silver-haired man in the lead, their eyes rubbing their hands, eager to give it a try. Facing everyone's gaze, the silver-haired man smiled slightly and said, of course we'll go straight in. Let's go, set off immediately and grab the token before others can react. As soon as he finished speaking, the wings behind him spread out, his body shook, and he flew into the forest without hesitation. Lightning flashed on his wings, accompanied by the sound of thunder, and in an instant he flew 1,000 meters away. The captain is right. If those 2 ace teams find us, our wind squad won't stand a chance. Let's go. One person responded, spread his wings behind him, and suddenly flew into the forest. The remaining 3 people also had wings appearing behind them and rushed into the forest. The 5 members of this team all have the ability to fly, and their speed is extremely fast. No wonder they are named after the gale. After they left, 5 more people came out of the woods. They were all wearing red windbreakers and sunglasses, and their looks were extremely exaggerated. One of the women watched the gale team leave and smiled slightly. Yun Tianqi is still so impatient. An SSS level genius is not that easy to deal with. Not necessarily. I heard that Yun Tianqi's lightning spear has been trained to perfection. With his Tang snake pet, he still has a good chance of winning against an SSS level monster that is at most level 3. Why discuss this? No matter who wins or loses, in the end, we'll benefit, right? Hearing this, several people looked at each other and burst into laughter. Okay, let's follow them. This time, our flame squad will be the one to take advantage of the situation. A fat man with a mohawk hairstyle and a round figure said the leader. It was the captain of the flame squad, Matapeo, who was also an S-level genius and had a higher level of cultivation than Yuntianchi. As he spoke, several people suddenly flashed out. Their figures exploded with a bang and turned into flames and disappeared into the mountains and forests. At the same time, as Zhang Huo and his companions took the tokens, all the teams in the forest received the message. The compasses in their hands shone with colorful and golden light, blinding everyone's eyes. In every part of Shenanjia, exclamations were heard from hunting teams. They couldn't believe that a freshman dared to take the 7-colored token. But soon, greed appeared in their eyes, like hungry wolves, ready to move. 100,000 points, enough to exchange for a 7th-level treasure. How could I not be tempted? The next moment, all the teams rushed out suddenly, rushing madly towards the location marked on the compass, towards where Zhang Huo and his companions were. For this Tianqing Lake assessment, the 4 universities sent a total of 12 teams, 2 ace teams and 10 ordinary teams. An ordinary team consists of 1 S-class and 4 A-class, and their strength has reached level 3 or above. The ace team is composed of all 4th-level members, and has at least 2 S-level members, making them very powerful. At this moment, with Zhang Huo's arrival, almost all the ordinary teams went crazy for the crystal token worth 100,000 points and rushed to surround him, but the 2 ace teams did not move. Qingyun Gorge is a 10-kilometer-long canyon with mountains on both sides and a 3-meter-wide passage in the middle. The terrain is dangerous and it is the only way to Tianqing Lake. At this moment, on the top of the mountain wall above Qingyun Gorge, a group of 5 people sat cross-legged, practicing in silence. They all exuded a powerful aura and looked like they wanted to keep away from strangers. The leader was a young man with a birthmark on his face. The purple-black birthmark almost covered his entire left face, making his face look like a yin-yang face, which was extremely terrifying. But the young man's aura was extremely powerful. He had a buzz cut and didn't seem to care about the flaws on his face at all. He was dressed in black, his muscles bulged, and even with his eyes closed, he exuded a ferocious and violent aura. Luo Batian, one of the geniuses in the inner courtyard of Pangu Academy, has the 9th level of cultivation at the 4th stage and S-level talent. He is the captain of the Huda team and one of the 2 ace teams in this assessment. Suddenly, the compass hanging on his waist vibrated slightly. Luo Batian suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at the 4 light spots on the compass, and his eyes suddenly fixed. Xu Weiyun! He shouted, and the 4 people behind him immediately opened their eyes. One of the young men stood up and walked to him. Looking at the 4 spots of light on the compass, the young man named Xu Weiyun immediately understood. He waved his hand, and a cloud of white mist spread out and condensed into a water mirror. In the water mirror, light and shadow fluctuated, and a picture appeared. In the picture, Zhang Huo and his 4 companions were walking in the jungle, killing strange beasts one after another, and moving rapidly towards Tianqing Lake. Luo Batian's eyes fixed on Zhang Huo, a sneer on his face. It's really this kid, so arrogant. He directly took the crystal token. Xu Weiyun said, Brother Luo, do you want to deal with this guy? Sister Yu Hua told us to kill him directly. No need. Luo Batian shook his head. Now that guy has taken the crystal token, there are countless people who want to kill him. Why would I join in the fun now? If that kid isn't strong enough and dies at the hands of other teams, it will save us from having to take action. If he is lucky enough to escape the calamity, he will definitely pass through here, and we can just wait for him here. What about Sister Yu Hua? Xu Weiyun was still a little hesitant. Just bring the body back when the time comes. I will naturally explain to Yu Hua. Luo Batian said. He liked Zhou Yuhua and had been pursuing her for 2 years, but the other party had always been lukewarm. This time, it was the first time that Zhou Yuhua took the initiative to ask him for help. In order to avenge his brother, Luo Batian promised that he would kill Zhang Hua. But he was not stupid. Before coming here, he knew that Zhang Hua was an SSS-level genius, and seemed to be dual system, with extremely strong strength. So he did not act rashly, but wanted others to find out Zhang Hua's background. If it was impossible, he would choose to give up. I really like Zhou Yuhua, but I won't risk my life for her. Xu Weiyun nodded and said no more. Luo Batian closed his eyes again, and they sat cross-legged again and continued to practice. Rumble. In the jungle, Zhang Hua and his 4 companions were on their way. Suddenly, thunder exploded, dark clouds gathered over the jungle, and raindrops as big as beans fell. The storm came suddenly, and the raindrops hit the leaves densely, making a sound of rain hitting the banana leaves. Fuck, what kind of weather is this? Why does it rain all of a sudden? Li Song yelled. The sudden heavy rain made several people soaked in an instant. Feng Xiaoyao also frowned slightly. When traveling through the jungle during a rainstorm, people's perception would be affected and the danger would be greatly increased. Many strange beasts like to take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Ji Boda took a banana leaf to cover his head, but it only covered his head. His fat body was almost completely wet by the rain, and he looked quite embarrassed. Only Jianhua had a calm expression, with a starry sky tuxedo appearing on his body. He was immune to water and fire. The raindrops falling were all repelled by an inexplicable force and did not touch Jianhua's body at all. Such a magical scene shocked the three of them again. Feng Xiaoyao looked at Jianhua deeply without saying a word. Li Song's eyes were full of admiration. Jiangshan was indeed Jiangshan. He was so impressive that his every move showed his unfathomable depth. Brother Jiang, should we continue on our journey? Or should we find a place to shelter from the rain? Li Song asked. Jianhua looked at the sky and shook his head. It's the rainy season in Shenangjia now. Once the rain starts, it won't stop for a while. Besides, it's almost nightfall. We can't continue our journey. Let's find a cave to take shelter. As soon as he finished speaking, Jianhua waved his hand, and a large number of little demons floated out and flew in all directions of the forest. Jianhua closed his eyes, sensed it slightly, and soon opened his eyes, this way. He tapped his toes lightly and leaped out. Feng Xiaoyao and the others hurriedly followed. A moment later. Boom! The thunder blade swept across with a huge roar, and the huge body of an armored bear fell to the ground with blood oozing out. Behind the armored bear, there was a cave that was 3 meters high. It was dark and deep. Zhang Huo and a few others walked into it. Let's make a fire, change your clothes, and dry all your clothes. Jianhua said casually and found a clean place to sit down. Just as his butt touched the ground, a streak of light shot out and hit Jianhua's eyebrows. Call out. The arrow broke through the air, making a violent explosion sound. Flames billowed on it, and the heat waves it emitted instantly evaporated the surrounding rainwater. Jianhua's expression changed, he suddenly raised his hand and slammed out with a palm. The surging thunder turned into a beam of light and instantly hit the flaming arrow. Boom! Chapter 69 Direct Crush. Boom! Thunder and fire collided, a violent explosion sounded, and everything exploded and dissipated into nothingness. Li Song and the others' expressions changed drastically. They immediately became alert and stood behind Jianhua. Jianhua looked forward with an indifferent look and said coldly, "Come out." As expected of an SSS-level genius, he really has some skills. In the woods, several figures shuttled through the rain, flew over, and landed at a distance of dozens of meters. A big man, holding a bow and arrow, grinned at Jianhua and the others, revealing his white teeth. The rain slid down his face, making the scene look a little scary. Obviously, the flaming arrow just now came from his hand. Jianhua glanced at him, then looked at the young man in the lead. The young man's wings fluttered slightly behind him, his silver hair was extremely conspicuous, and he held a silver spear in his hand. He exuded a powerful aura of the 4th level and 5th stage. This kind of strength is not the result of cultivation, but a kind of innate self-confidence that comes from being strong. Jianhua instantly judged that this guy's strength is several times stronger than those cultists. After all, these people are all from the 4 major universities, and they are all geniuses in the inner courtyard. After being cultivated in the special environment of the inner courtyard, they are naturally not comparable to ordinary awakened people. It's like the difference between students graduating from Tsinghua University and Peking University and students graduating from ordinary first-tier universities. This guy is very strong. I am no match for him. Of the 4 people behind him, I can only deal with 2 at most. Feng Xiaoyao also spoke with a serious look in his eyes. Yin Tianqi glanced at Feng Xiaoyao, then looked at Jianhua, his eyes flickering slightly. Jianhua, right? I've heard of you. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Hand over the crystal token and we'll retreat. How about that? Okay. Jianhua smiled slightly and nodded. Yin Tianqi was stunned for a moment, his face full of surprise. He didn't expect Jianhua to be so cooperative. For a moment he didn't know what to say. A hint of contempt appeared in the eyes of the people behind him. What a crappy SSS-level genius, he was scared just like that, what a coward. Unexpectedly, Jianhua looked behind them and said, I'm willing to hand over the token to you, but these big brothers don't seem to agree. Don't you agree? Swish. Yun Tianqi and the others' expressions changed, and they turned around suddenly. Who's there? Get out here. There was a moment of silence in the woods. After a while, flames appeared and several figures emerged. They were the flame squad led by Ma DePeo. TSK, Zhangqing's #1 genius is indeed worthy of his reputation. Even after using the divine fire clone, he was still discovered. Ma DePeo looked at Jianhua with a hint of admiration in his eyes, then he looked at Yun Tianqi and his expression turned cold. Yun Tianqi, since I'm here, you should know what it means. I want the crystal token. Get out of here. What did you say? Ma DePeo, don't be so arrogant. The crystal token belongs to our Gale team. The big man holding the bow and arrow was immediately furious. Ma DePeo was too arrogant. His words showed that he didn't take them seriously at all. Yun Tianqi's face also darkened, and the spear in his hand trembled. The violent power of thunder turned into a circle, spreading across the spear body, and the tip of the spear pointed at Ma DePeo. If you want the crystal token, first ask the thunder spear in my hand if it agrees. If you are brave enough, come and try it. You are shameless. Ma DePeo's face darkened. The atmosphere was tense. The violet rain gradually subsided because of the tit-for-tat between the two people. It seemed that a war would break out in the next moment. Master Jiang, these people are about to fight each other. Let's just watch the show quietly and hit him from behind later. Li Tsong approached Jianhua and said in a low voice. Jianhua nodded, but a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Fight? Internal strife? Ha, they really treat the disciples of the 4 major universities as fools. The next moment. Boom! The war broke out with a bang. Yun Tianqi took the lead. His aura continued to rise, and fine arcs of electricity emanated from his body. The violent thunder caused the surrounding space to fluctuate faintly, and all the rain was evaporated. His eyes turned blue-purple, and lightning runes were reflected in the depths of his eyes. He looked like the god of thunder bathing in lightning, extremely terrifying. The spear in his hand trembled, and violent thunder gathered and burst out from the tip of the spear, turning into a thunder dragon with bared fangs and claws, roaring to the sky. Disease. Yun Tianqi raised his gun at an extremely fast speed. He turned into a flash of lightning, and the man and the gun became one as he stabbed out. However, his target was Jianhua. Swish! A terrifying gust of wind blew in his face. Yun Tianqi fired a powerful shot. At the moment when it attacked Ma DePeo, it suddenly turned in the air, changed its target, and attacked Jianhua fiercely. Thunder surged, strong winds howled, and the lightning spear, carrying the roar of a dragon, arrived in front of Jianhua in an instant and pierced Jianhua's head. Be careful! Feng Xiaoyao was shocked, his heart almost in his throat. The shot came too suddenly and too fiercely, and the momentum reached its peak, which was impossible to resist. Seeing that Jianhua was about to die under the lightning spear, he didn't even have time to rescue him. But soon, he was surprised to find that there was no expression of horror on Jianhua's face. Instead, he looked indifferent and calm. How could this be? Clang! A terrifying sound of metal vibrating was heard, and the lightning spear stopped dead in front of Jianhua. A white scaly claw suddenly stretched out and grabbed the lightning spear that was stabbing straight at it. The lightning spear shook and violent thunder power erupted, but it was unable to shake the scaly claw at all. Above the lightning spear, the dragon raised its head fiercely, suddenly jumped up, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Jianhua fiercely. Get out! Jianhua's eyes were cold and he shouted in a deep voice. The terrifying dragon might burst out and his pupils suddenly turned into golden dragon pupils. With just one glance, the dragon seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in the world. It let out a wail, and its body shattered into pieces and disappeared into nothingness. Yun Tianqi was horrified and couldn't believe that Jianhua was so powerful. The terrifying attack he had accumulated to the peak was resolved so easily. Even the spirit of the dragon was shaken away by a single word. Such strength is even more terrifying than those top inner courtyard geniuses who have practiced in the academy for several years. He exerted force suddenly, trying to pull the spear out of Jianhua's hand, but no matter how hard he tried, his face turned red, and the spear did not move at all. Too weak, boring, really boring. Jianghua shook his head, suddenly punched out, and his other hand turned into scaly claws, slamming towards Yun Tianqi's head. But at this moment, with a bang, a strong wind blew in his face from the left, and Ma Depeo also took action. The terrifying flame rose in his hand and turned into a giant flaming sword, slashing fiercely at Jianghua's head. This sword will surely save the enemy. However, Jianghua didn't even blink, and regardless of anything, the speed of his terrifying scaly claws increased by another 3 points, smashing towards Yun Tianqi's head fiercely. Bang! Yun Tianqi's head exploded, blood mixed with yellow and white substances splattered out, and he died on the spot. This shocked everyone, even Ma Depeo was stunned for a moment, but soon, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes, and he swung the flaming sword down, heavily chopping it on Jianghua's head. Puff! A slight bubbling sound was heard, and the flaming sword fell, passing straight through Jianghua's body, as if it had chopped off an illusory shadow. The skill of Void can transform the body into a spirit, temporarily making it immune to all attacks except mental attacks. After Jianghua reaches the 3rd level, he connects with Xiaofang to acquire new skills. Seeing the look of astonishment on Ma Depeo's face, Jianghua raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. The next moment, he suddenly pounced out, and the 1,000 illusion spirit weapon in his hand turned into a straight knife, and slashed towards Ma Depeo fiercely. Ma Depeo was shocked and swung his sword to block, but countless thunders suddenly appeared on the thunder sword, and 4 thunders exploded in succession. Bang! The long sword exploded, and Ma Depeo's body was thrown out heavily and fell to the ground. A horrible knife mark appeared on his chest, almost cutting the entire chest open, and his flesh and internal organs were clearly visible. Blood continued to flow out, Ma Depeo's eyes became dull, dazed, and confused, gradually dimming, and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. Jianghua glanced at them, a hint of boredom flashing in his eyes, and looked at the rest of the people indifferently. Do you want to continue? Wow! Everyone took a step back. Yun Tianqi and Ma Depeo, 2 S-level geniuses, level 4 and level 5 prodigies, were killed in one encounter. What a fight! They were only at the 3rd level, how could they dare to attack again? They looked at each other, retreated one after another, and fled madly into the distance. Stop! Jianghua shouted loudly, and everyone's bodies shook. They stopped stiffly, and fear appeared in their eyes. Don't be such a coward. I won't kill you, but I'll ask you a few questions. Jianghua said in a calm tone, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The big man holding the bow and arrow turned around, forced an extremely ugly smile on his face, and asked cautiously. Lord Jiang, Master Jiang, whatever you want to ask, just ask. We promise to tell you everything we know and won't hide anything. He looked like he had lost all his previous arrogance, and the others kept nodding like chickens pecking at rice. Jianghua glanced at him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and said, How many hunting teams like yours are there? What are their strengths? Also, how did you find us so accurately? A moment later, Jianghua learned about the Ace team and the Ordinary team from several people, and at the same time, he had a compass-like object in his hand. Looking at the flickering light on the compass, Jianghua raised his eyebrows slightly. This thing can lock the location of the token, and it's actually a spiritual weapon. The 4 universities are quite generous. Just as he was observing this thing, the big man spoke again. Master Jiang, I have some news that may be useful to you. I don't know whether I should tell you. The big man had a flattering smile on his face. Jianghua raised his eyes slightly and said, Speak. This is what happened. I'm a student at Pangu Academy. Before I came here, I heard rumors that senior sister Zhou Yuhua in the academy seemed to be targeting you. She's contacted Luo Badian from the Huda team and wants to attack you during this assessment and kill you right here, the big man explained. Jianghua's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhou Yuhua? Instantly, Jianghua thought of Zhou Yuxion. The 2 names were so similar that it was hard not to connect them together. Moreover, before coming here, Jianghua had not offended anyone in Pangu Academy, especially women. Apart from Zhou Yuxion, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Luo Badian? Okay, I get it, get out of here. Jianghua glanced at them and waved his hand. As if they had been pardoned, everyone slipped away without looking back and quickly disappeared from sight. Jianghua did not attack again. He had no grudge against these people. It was just a test and there was no need to kill them. As for Yun Tianqi and Ma Depeo, it was because they were the first to kill, so Jianghua naturally would not let them go. Boom! He raised his hand and struck with lightning, completely ending Ma Depeo's life. Jianghua calmly took off the space rings of the 2 people, and at the same time tossed the compass in his hand with a flash in his eyes. Luo Batian, Ho2 team, and the remaining 8 ordinary teams, since you want the crystal token so badly, I will send it to you. Li Tsong, Feng Xiaoyao, give me your tokens. Don't leave here until I come back. Jianhua waved his hand, and the demon lord emerged with hundreds of big and small demons, guarding the entrance of the cave like an army. Jianhua, wearing a starry sky tuxedo and carrying 4 tokens, walked into the rain and soon disappeared. Rumble. Thunder roared and heavy rain poured down, seeming to foreshadow a violent storm about to unfold. Chapter 70 Master and Disciple Breakup. You said your master is the Empress of the Azure Cloud Realm. She took the initiative to find you, bound you by a contract, and became your summoned creature? In the dark castle building, the candlelight was dim, thunder roared outside the window, lightning streaked across the sky, and cast a pale light on the glazed windows. Night Owl was wearing a scarlet cloak and sitting on the throne. His eyes under the mask shone with a cold light. He stared at Chuyun, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked in a cold voice. Yes, sir, everything I said is true. Believe me, my master is truly the Empress of the Azure Cloud Realm. She has many spiritual skills and can make pills. She can help you do a lot of things. I can persuade her to join you. As for me, my master said I have the 8 desolate war body, a rare physique that only appears once in 1,000 years. I can also join you, but please don't kill me. Chuyun knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged for mercy. His face was pale and his eyes were full of fear. He was scared silly by Yi Xiao. An 8th level strong man. This was actually an 8th level strong man. After being brought back to the True God Temple by Wu Xiang, Chuyun realized that he had been captured by cultists. Li Qingran found an opportunity and suddenly burst out, repelling Wu Xiang and wanting to break out, but the night owl came down with a roar, and with just a momentum, it pressed him to the ground, making him unable to move. He even hit Li Qingran so hard with one blow that he fell to the ground and couldn't even get up, which led to the current situation. Seeing Chuyun knelt and begged for mercy in such a shameful manner, and even sold out all his secrets, Li Qingran's disappointment reached its peak. But at this moment, she was lying on the ground, her white dress stained with blood, and the spiritual power in her body was sealed and imprisoned. She could not do anything at all and could only stare at Chuyun with anger. The murderous look made Chuyun shudder. He turned around, with a sad face, and begged. Master, I have no other choice. You, just agree to it. If you don't agree, we will all die here. Shut up, I don't have a disciple like you, who sells out his master for fame and fortune, and is afraid of death. Chuyun, you are a waste. You will never become a strong man in your life. Even if I die, I will not let you do so. Li Qingran roared while gritting her teeth. The anger and disappointment in her heart reached its peak. She had never felt so powerless before. Even when there was a war among all races, she was besieged by powerful alien warriors and betrayed by her subordinates. She had never felt as powerless as she did now. Chuyun was also shocked when he heard Li Qingran's angry roar, but soon his expression became fierce again and he stared at Li Qingran angrily. Veins throbbed on his forehead, his face was ferocious, his eyes were red, and he cursed loudly. You should shut up, Li Qingran. Do you think I want to be your apprentice? Besides scolding me every day and forcing me to practice, what else can you do? Jianghua's Michael, who was also at SSS level, had helped him reach the 3rd level. What about you? You're a piece of shit. I've been practicing according to your method, but I'm only at the 7th level of the First Order. You're not even worthy of carrying Michael's shoes. You're so high and mighty all day, acting like you're above the world. Who are you trying to show off to? Do you think you're so powerful? Do you still think you're that high and mighty empress? Wake up. You are now a useless person who has lost all your cultivation. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be able to practice. It's all your fault. If you hadn't forced me to go to Shenanjia, how could we have been caught? How could we have ended up like this? It's all your fault. You deserve to die. Why didn't you die in the war of all races? Out of fear and terror, Chuyun completely lost his temper, and all the dissatisfaction that had accumulated in his heart for these days burst out. He stared at Li Qingran with angry eyes, as if he wanted to tear her apart alive. There was no trace of the docility he had when he knelt down to become his disciple. Li Qingran looked at Chuyun in disbelief. He couldn't believe that these words came out of Chuyun's mouth. Is this still the same docile and well-behaved disciple? Is this the good disciple she chose after carefully selecting and giving up Jianhua? Blind. Ha ha ha, okay, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. It was as if some belief in his heart collapsed. Li Qingran laughed like crazy, 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. His eyes were miserable and his heart was extremely sad. After a burst of laughter, her eyes suddenly became cold and sharp, and she stared at Chu Yun with a sharp gaze. Her cold voice seemed to come from the 9 nether hell. It is unfortunate for my sect that I was blind and accepted this evil creature. Today, I should clean up the sect. Even if I die, I should destroy this evil creature like you. Boom! The momentum exploded, and Li Qingran used some unknown secret technique to break through the spiritual power shackles in an instant. The terrifying sword intent swept out from his body. With majestic momentum, like an empress descending to earth, she slapped the ground with her palm, her body bounced up, turned into a stream of light, and killed Chu Yun in an instant. With a slam of his palm, a terrifying sword energy roared out and smashed towards Chu Yun. Li Qingran's eyes were cold, and with a determination to die, he vowed to kill Chu Yun. No! Chu Yun suddenly widened his eyes and let out a heart-wrenching roar. His eyes were full of fear and his heart was broken. Boom! The sword energy fell with a bang, but suddenly stopped, hovering in front of Chu Yun's eyebrows, unable to move forward any further. You are not qualified to take action in front of me. On the throne, Yi Zhao's eyes were cold. He snorted coldly, swung his sleeves fiercely, and the powerful energy roared and smashed into Li Qingran. Li Qingran was suddenly struck by lightning, and the aura around him collapsed. He fell out and landed heavily on the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood again. She fell to the ground in pain, her face as pale as gold paper, her heart full of unwillingness, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, and her breath gradually weakened. In a trance, he seemed to see Jiang Hua's figure, staring at her indifferently, his eyes full of mockery, mocking her incompetence and her lack of vision. Endless regret welled up in her heart, and for the first time, Li Qingran felt what it was like to be heartbroken. Everything would not have been like this, and she could have had a bright future. But all of this was shattered by her own hands. She was the one who chose this path, she was the one who severed the contract with Jiang Hua, and she was the one who chose Chu Yun. Everything is her own fault. Thinking back to that time in the square of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, she was so resolute that she severed the contract with Jiang Hua at the cost of damaging her own essence. In that dark alley again, she was so ecstatic to discover Chu Yun's 8 desolate war body, thinking she had picked up a treasure. But what about now? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Amidst the sad and mournful laughter, Li Qingran's body slowly dissipated, turning into spots of light all over the sky and returning to the summoning space. Chu Yun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, like a drowning man suddenly emerging from the water. He looked at Yi Xiao with horror. Sir, this. Night Owl looked at him with disgust and said indifferently, I'll give you 3 days to find a way to make her agree to join the True God Temple. Otherwise, you will die. Chu Yun's heart trembled, and he nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, sir, I promise to convince Master, she will definitely agree. Night Owl nodded indifferently, waved his sleeves, and disappeared. Chu Yun sat down on the ground and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, I finally survived. 3 days, 3 days. Li Qingran, you'd better be sensible, otherwise, humph. With a cold snort, a cruel light flashed in Chu Yun's eyes, and he secretly clenched his fists. Achoo! In the forest, the heavy rain slowly stopped and the moon emerged from the clouds. Jiang Hua sneezed, rubbed his nose, and looked at the sky strangely. What's going on? I didn't get wet in the rain. Did I catch a cold? Or is some bastard scolding me? Jiang Hua muttered something, shook his head, and looked forward. A huge canyon appeared before his eyes. Qingyun Gorge, the Huda team will be guarding here. Zhou Yuhua, Luo Badian, if you want to kill me, then let me see what you can do. With a sneer, Jiang Hua strode into the canyon. Here we go, Captain, we've found our target and confirmed it's Jiang Hua. What do you think? Should we take action? On top of the mountain wall, Xu Weiyun immediately stood up and gave a warning. Luo Badian and the other 4 stood up and looked down. The figure of the young man clearly appeared in their eyes. Wearing a starry tuxedo, she strolls leisurely in the mountains under the night sky, elegant, mysterious, and exuding a unique temperament. So handsome. The girls in the team exclaimed, their eyes shining as they looked at Jiang Hua. Hearing this, Luo Badian glanced at her with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. The girl immediately lowered her head and dared not speak anymore. The word handsome is a taboo for Luo Badian. Because of the ugly birthmark on his face, he has never received such praise. Naturally, he has an innate rejection and hostility towards handsome men. Now that his teammates were praising another man for being handsome in front of him, it naturally violated his taboo. With a cold snort, Luo Badian turned to look at Jiang Hua below. The tokens are all on him. Coming here with all the tokens by himself is obviously a provocation. This kid is quite crazy, but I've seen a lot of crazy people, and few of them have a good ending. Xiao Mo, it's up to you to find out his background. As soon as he finished speaking, a short young man behind Luo Badian suddenly showed a cruel smile in his eyes. Captain, I understand. Just watch me. The young man sneered and his figure suddenly disappeared. At the bottom of the canyon, Jiang Hua walked calmly, looking at the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a mist emerged from the ground in front of him, and the mist turned into a vortex, and a small figure emerged from it. He was wearing a tattered Taoist robe, a Taoist hat, his small eyes shone with an earthy yellow light, and his two twitching mustaches were actually a yellow-skinned man. The yellow-skinned man, dressed in a human-like manner, bowed to Jiang Hua and asked with a smile, "Brother, do you think I look like a human or a god?" Chapter 71 Killing Luo Badian. Jiang Hua was stunned for a moment, then raised his lips. "Are you asking me? I think you look 3 parts like the Jade Emperor, 3 parts like Tathagata Buddha, 3 parts like Yuanchi Tianzuan, and 1 part like the soul that died under my sword." Boom! The thunder blade exploded and whistled out. The straight blade in Jiang Hua's hand flashed with a sharp cold light. Thunder was attached to it, carrying a tremendous force, and it struck down angrily. Phew! Blood splattered, and the yellow-skinned man's head flew off and rolled to the ground. "Tisk, you're playing tricks on me and still asking for a title. I dare to give you a title, but do you dare to accept it?" Jiang Hua was quite disdainful. He then squinted his eyes slightly and glanced upwards, saying coldly, "Come out, everyone. Don't you think these little tricks are too childish?" Boom! As soon as the words fell, several terrifying auras quickly came from above the mountain wall, dropped from the sky, and landed on the ground with a loud bang. 5 figures blocked Jiang Hua's way, all of them emitting the aura of the 4th level and above. Each of them was strong enough to be the captain of an ordinary team. Luo Badian, who was in the lead, exuded a powerful aura of the 9th level of the 4th stage, and was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 5th stage. Jiang Hua glanced at them calmly, his eyes falling on a short young man at the back. The young man stared at Jiang Hua with a vicious look in his eyes. His face was pale and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. Obviously, the yellow-skinned creature just now was his summoned creature. After being killed by Jiang Hua, it suffered backlash. Jiang Hua retracted his gaze and looked at Luo Badian in front of him. "You are Luo Badian. I heard that someone wants you to kill me?" "Ha?" Luo Badian was stunned, not knowing how Jiang Hua knew about this. But now that he knew, he had no intention of hiding it. He smiled coldly and said domineeringly, "Zhou Yuhua is my woman, and as a man, it's natural for me to stand up for my woman. Jiang Hua, when you killed Zhou Yushon, you should have thought this day would come. At Yuhua's request, I will severely torture you and then kill you." Hearing this, Jiang Hua laughed and shook his head. Disappointed, truly disappointed. Are all the geniuses from the 4 great universities like this? They're willing to sacrifice their lives for a woman. They're simply stupid. Humph, you? I can kill you easily, die. Luo Badian snorted coldly, and suddenly rushed out like a tiger out of a cage, rushing towards Jiang Hua. A violent aura erupted from his body, and behind him a huge elephant faintly appeared, with protruding tusks and a long trunk roaring towards the sky. A savage and ferocious aura swept out, as if it was going to split the world apart. An S-level pet, the primitive mammoth, has immense strength and can destroy mountains and cities. With the help of his pet's skills, Luo Badian's aura increased by 3 points. With cold eyes, he stared at Jiang Hua and punched out. The wind from his punch was so fierce that it was like a divine elephant charging at him. With the momentum to destroy everything, he smashed into Jiang Hua fiercely. An elephant-like pet, this is the first time I've seen one. It's quite imposing, and it's quite terrifying. I just don't know which one is better, compared to my white dragon. Jiang Hua chuckled and looked at Luo Badian who was attacking him, his eyes full of contempt. How could the power of an elephant compare to the power of a real dragon? Boom! Jiang Hua also threw a punch, and his pupils suddenly lit up with golden light, turning into golden dragon pupils, and a white dragon's shadow emerged behind him. The terrifying dragon's might shook the heavens and the earth, and the dragon's roar resounded through the sky. In an instant, all the strange beasts within a 10-mile radius trembled and knelt on the ground. Luo Badian's divine elephant suddenly let out a wail, trembling in fear at the power of the real dragon. A vast wind of fist power poured out, like a 9-day divine dragon crashing to the earth. With a loud bang, the fists collided fiercely, and the air wave burst out, surging violently. Jianghua's long hair flew, and he did not move at all. Luo Badian screamed in pain and felt an indescribable force coming. He flew backwards and hit the ground hard. His arms exploded into pieces, turning into a bloody mist in the sky. A shrill wail sounded, Luo Badian's face twisted in pain, Jianghua calmly retracted his fist, and the winner was immediately decided. Defeating the enemy with one punch was extremely shocking. Xue Yun and the others were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Luo Badian, who they thought was extremely powerful, was defeated so easily by Jianghua. Warm-up is over, now it's your turn. Jianghua's eyes were indifferent, and murderous intent was rising from his body. He suddenly pounced out at an extremely fast speed. His figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and appeared behind Xue Yun. Puff! The sharp blade protruded from his chest, blood flowed down, Xue Yun's eyes suddenly widened, then dimmed, and his world turned completely into darkness. Kill him! The others reacted at this time, shouted, and attacked together, with terrifying spiritual power fluctuations overflowing. Flames, thunder, gale, all kinds of spiritual skills burst out, killing towards Jianghua, raising endless smoke and dust. Jianghua had a blank expression on his face, with angel wings spread out behind him and golden rings surrounding his body. All the attacks hit the ring and were blocked. When the smoke and dust cleared, Jianghua appeared, with 1,000 illusionary soldiers in his hands transformed. 3 sharp spears whizzed out and shot towards the 3 people. Call out! The spear vibrated and pierced through the void, causing a violent explosion. The 3 men dodged in panic, their eyes filled with fear. But the next moment, a mysterious force descended, and their movements suddenly stagnated, becoming extremely slow in an instant. Puff! The spear pierced through their chests, and with such a huge impact force, they were thrown out and fell dozens of meters away, where their hearts exploded and they died. Jianghua stretched out his hand and the spear flew back, turning into a straight knife in his hand again. He turned around and looked indifferently at Luo Badian, who had climbed up again. Jianghua! A low roar sounded, and Luo Badian stared at Jianghua with a murderous look, full of rage. Watching several teammates being killed and having one of his arms broken was a great shame for the arrogant Luo Badian. He simply couldn't accept it. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. He suddenly clenched his only remaining left arm, and a supergiant hammer with a hammerhead shaped like a water tank and bigger than him appeared in his palm. An aura as heavy as a mountain emanated, a breath of tyranny and destruction, causing cracks to appear faintly in the void. Countless cracks appeared on the ground where Luo Badian stood, and the entire earth was slowly falling. I will smash you into pieces with one hammer, 1,000 mountains, whirlwind hammer. Luo Badian gritted his teeth and spoke word by word, suddenly swinging the giant hammer in his hand, circle after circle, with a howling wind. The scattered strong wind became more and more violent, and the momentum of the giant hammer became more and more terrifying. A circle of strong wind formed around him, making it impossible for people to get close. S-level spiritual skills? That's quite interesting. Jianghua watched this scene with great interest, but did not interrupt, because if he slapped someone in the face, he would hit him to death. When he is at his strongest, the most arrogant, and thinks he is sure to win, defeat him easily and tell him that your trump card is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Only in this way can his beliefs be completely destroyed. Boom! The violent momentum reached its peak. Luo Badian bent his legs slightly, jumped up, raised the giant hammer, and smashed it towards Jianghua. The wind howled, the space shattered, and huge shadows of mountains appeared above the giant hammer, and together with the giant hammer, they smashed towards Jianghua. Jianghua raised his head with disdain in his eyes, and the 2 swords in his hands suddenly appeared. An equally extremely violent aura rose up and rushed into the sky. Thunderbolts appeared around Jianghua, the lightning flashed and turned into a terrifying sea of thunder, as deep as an abyss and as fierce as a prison, making Jianghua look like a thunder god, so domineering that he even surpassed Luo Badian's momentum. The violent thunder gathered and spread across the blade, completely transforming the 2 swords in his hands into thunder swords. Jianghua suddenly raised the sword and slashed out. Boom 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 boom. A series of thunders exploded, and 2 extremely condensed lightning blade beams, like 2 bright stars, whizzed out and slammed into the giant hammer. Boom! The loud noise shook the sky, and violent thunder surged out, turning into an endless sea of thunder, rushing up mightily and submerging the giant hammer in an instant. Thunder tore through the gale, and mountains collapsed, turning into endless spots of light and dissipating. Luo Baixian's powerful hammer was shattered and annihilated into nothingness in just a few breaths under the thunder. The blade's momentum continued unabated, hitting Luo Baixian hard. Puff! Luo Baixian screamed, blood spurted out, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. The ground shattered and collapsed into a huge pit. Luo Baixian fell into the pit, coughing up blood. Watching Zhang Hua approaching him step by step, he gave a bitter smile, gave up struggling, and said weakly, "Can I ask you for one favor? Don't kill you, Hua." Heh, the weak have no right to make demands to the strong, especially such stupid demands. Zhang Hua was speechless and swung his knife down. Luo Baixian's head was separated from his body and he died completely. Zhang Hua put away his knife, looked around calmly, and said coldly, "Have you seen enough? Get out of here, or you will die." As soon as the words fell, the forest fell silent. Just when Zhang Hua's patience was about to run out, figures finally walked out. The Frost Squad, the Underground Squad, the Five Tigers Squad, each team, led by their respective captains, bravely stepped out. They looked at each other, lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhang Hua or speak. Zhang Hua sneered. The noise just now was too loud. He had already noticed the arrival of these people. It was precisely because of this that Luo Baixian had the opportunity to use his spiritual skills to defeat him fairly and shock everyone. At the moment, it seems that the effect is pretty good. Glancing at everyone, Zhang Hua said, "Go pick up my 3 friends and escort them to Tianqing Lake." "Can you do that?" When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. "What the hell? We came here to stop your freshmen from passing the exam, and now you want us to escort them through the exam. Is that right?" Everyone looked at each other, all confused by Zhang Hua's outrageous actions, but no one dared to refute. After a long while, someone finally spoke up, "Master Zhang, this isn't in accordance with the rules. We'll be punished by the academy. My words are the rules. As for your punishment, it's none of my business." Zhang Hua suddenly looked at the man, with a pink light flashing in his eyes. The person who spoke immediately raised the sword in his hand, slashed it across his neck, and fell to the ground with a bang, committing suicide. Now, does anyone still disagree? Hiss. This bizarre scene made everyone's scalps explode. They gasped and no longer dared to have any opinions. They nodded hurriedly. Zhang Hua snorted coldly and strode away. "Before sunrise tomorrow, I want to see them appear in Tianqing Lake safely. If you can't do that, I will find you one by one and kill you." Chapter 72 Identity Reversal. A night of thunderstorms passed. The morning light was pale as a fish belly, and a faint light appeared in the forest. The sunlight filtered through the tree branches and shone onto the azure lake in the woods, creating specks of phosphorescence, like the starry sky ceiling of a Rolls-Royce, dazzling and charming. A large amount of thick fog emerged from the lake, rendering the scene magnificent. The sparkling spots of light flickered from the fog, just like the starry sky. Zhang Hua looked at the lake in front of him and was slightly shocked. The scenery was so beautiful that it shook his mind for a moment. "How is it? The scenery of Tianqing Lake is pretty good, right? Especially during the rainy season, it creates a fantastical scene of mist and clouds, which is extremely rare." A cheerful voice sounded, and a handsome young man came out with 4 teammates. Zhang Hua nodded, turned around and looked at the newcomer, the last ace team, the Tianqing team. "Yes, nice to meet you, Zhao Tianxi, a disciple from the inner courtyard of Xinghe Academy." The young man smiled and nodded, extending his hand to Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua extended his hand and politely shook hands with the other party. He then glanced at the few people and asked with a smile, "Don't we need to fight again?" Zhao Tianxi shook his head. "We are no match for you. There is no need to continue this meaningless battle. Congratulations on passing the assessment." "Ha, you're quite interesting." Zhang Hua had a good impression of Zhao Tianxi and didn't mind making friends with him. As they were talking, footsteps were heard in the forest. Li Cong, Feng Xiaoyao and others were also escorted here by several ordinary teams. Feng Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Hua with a very complicated look. From the people of the ordinary team, they learned how shocking Zhang Hua had done. He destroyed the ace team, and with his own strength, he scared the 8 teams so much that they dared not take action. He also made the examinees who were responsible for stopping the new students become guards and sent them here. Only Zhang Hua could do such a reversal of Tiangong's power, at least he definitely did not have the ability to do so. For a moment, the belief in his heart was hit again, and Feng Xiaoyao began to doubt whether he really had the ability to surpass Zhang Hua. He had complicated thoughts, but Li Song and Ji Boda didn't think too much about it. When they saw Jiang Hua, they immediately rushed over excitedly. God Jiang, you are awesome. Li Song was so excited that he was incoherent. When he was surrounded by those ordinary teams, Li Song almost felt like the sky was falling. He thought these teams were here to kill them. But unexpectedly, they were treated with respect and even escorted them here. Being treated so respectfully by a group of inner court disciples from the 4 major universities, Li Song felt a little flattered for a moment. He walked with his butt raised to the sky, which was a good way to bully others. After getting to know each other, they sat cross-legged on the spot. Because they came too early and there were still 8 or 9 days before the end of the assessment, they could not enter the school for the time being. They could only wait for others to arrive and go there together. At this moment, the compass in Zhao Tianxi's hand vibrated slightly. He immediately looked down and a piece of information emerged. Soon, a strange expression appeared on his face and he looked at Jiang Hua. "Ha? What's wrong?" Jiang Hua asked in confusion. "Jiang Hua, you're going to be famous." Zhao Tianxi smiled helplessly and explained. "Because you are so powerful and have defeated 3 teams, including an ace team, the higher-ups have discussed and decided to let you replace them and become a hunter. Are you willing?" "Ah." Hearing this, Jiang Hua was also stunned. "No, I am a freshman who just passed the assessment, but I became an assessor inexplicably." "Is this right?" Li Song and Feng Xiaoyao were also confused. Li Song couldn't help but say, "What's going on? This script isn't right. As for our Jiangshan, shouldn't he be a positive hero who leads all the freshmen to rise up in resistance, rise up in rebellion, overturn the oppression of the old students, overcome numerous difficulties, and ultimately lead everyone to successfully pass the assessment? How did this sudden reversal of status happen? Brother Jiang became a test taker? And he's even trying to stop the new students. Is there any hope for the others? Isn't this definitely a big devil?" Li Song's complaints made a lot of sense. Feng Xiaoyao and Ji Boda both nodded in agreement. Jiang Hua subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, "After I become an examiner, can I snatch the point tokens from the freshmen?" Zhao Tianxi was stunned. He didn't expect that Jiang Hua would ask this first. This living devil wanted to seize all the points tokens in one fell swoop. His face twitched, but Zhao Tianxi nodded. "Theoretically, that's true, but there's a prerequisite. No matter what, no more killings. The latter sentence is a special warning from above. As for the reason, it was done by the living devil in front of him. These are the inner court disciples that I trained with great effort, and they are S-level geniuses, but you just killed them as you said, and killed several of them at once. My heart is bleeding." Hearing the answer he wanted, Jiang Hua nodded in satisfaction, a smile on his face. "That's fine. As for killing people, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. As long as they don't cross my bottom line, I naturally won't kill them." "Ha ha." Zhao Tianxi said, "I don't believe you at all." Just as he was about to say something, the compass in his hand vibrated again. This time, not only the compass in Zhao Tianxi's hand, but also the compass in Jiang Hua's hand vibrated slightly. Picking it up and taking a look, he saw several scattered light spots on it, among which there was a golden light spot that was shining abnormally. Jiang Hua's mouth suddenly curled up. "It's alive!" Boom! The angel wings behind him spread out, and Jiang Hua instantly flew out and rushed into the forest. The hunt has officially begun. "Hey, Jiang Hua, remember, you can't kill anyone." Zhao Tianxi shouted anxiously behind him, and Jiang Hua waved his hand casually. Where the light curtain was, Lin Wuhan looked at the golden token in his hand and frowned slightly. "I'm late, I only got the gold token." It seems Jiang Hua got there first. No one else dared to take the crystal token. Sigh, I'm a step behind again. Muttering, Lin Wuhan flew quickly into the forest. Although he didn't get the only crystal token, he didn't want to lose to Jiang Hua. "Pass the assessment as soon as possible, and I will defeat you in the final ranking battle." Fine lightning flashed on the straight knife in his hand, and Lin Wuhan's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He had been brooding over the loss to Jiang Hui in the virtual arena last time. Especially after learning from his third uncle that Jiang Hua had joined the Dragon Guard army and won the Great Xia Dragon Guard medal, he was deeply stimulated. He immediately chose to go out for training and also withdrew a large amount of resources from his family. After some adventures, he successfully broke through to the 3rd level. The 9-layered Thunderblade has also reached the 5th level. With one strike, it can unleash 32 times the power. Relying on the 5th level Thunder Sword, he killed a powerful 5th level monster in 1 second. So at this moment, Lin Wuhan was full of confidence and came to participate in the assessment just to avenge his previous shame and defeat Jiang Hua. He also wanted to prove to his third uncle that the genius of their Lin family was no weaker than Jiang Hua. At this moment, above the jungle, in the void, a group of old men, hidden in the empty space, were watching every move in the forest. Lin Wuhan passed through the light curtain and caught their attention. A powerful figure from the Xingha Academy, an old Taoist priest with white hair, wearing a Taoist robe and holding a whisk, said with a smile. "That's the little fellow from the Lin family, right? He's already at the 3rd level. Lin Xiaoxiu has done a great job training this younger generation. Among this year's freshmen, he's probably the only one who's qualified to be compared to that monster Jiang Hua. Otherwise, Jiang Hua's talent is too monstrous, with dual elements, a special dragon physique, and he is suspected of mastering the means to control a large number of pets. Such strength is almost overwhelmingly overwhelming this generation's newcomers. Although this kid from the Lin family is not bad, he is still far behind Jiang Hua." The old man from Pangu Academy shook his head. He was wearing a simple gray robe, with a small turtle lying on his shoulder and a copper coin on the turtle's back. He was the old man who had set up a fortune-telling stall at Shenangjia Market before. In fact, even he himself was quite surprised. He did not expect that the young man he met by chance that day was the most popular young genius Jiang Hua. Hearing what he said, several people rolled their eyes. The strong man from Nuwa Academy was a beautiful woman with lingering charm. She couldn't help but glance at him when she heard what he said. "Zhang Daoxian, don't be so conceited. I know that Jiang Hua has been selected by your Pangu Academy, but there's no need to be so cocky. This year is a time of great contention. Jiang Hua is strong, but to say he's invincible is to underestimate the heroes of the world." Zhang Daoxian smiled slightly and did not reply. At this time, the blind old man from Shiguang Academy, who was holding an arrow in his hands and had a black eye, also asked. "Zhang Daoxian, isn't your 9 palaces and 8 trigrams Wuji turtle known for being able to calculate everything in the world? Why didn't you do a divination for that little guy Jiang Hua? What did the divination show?" Hearing this, Zhang Daoxian's expression became solemn and he shook his head slightly. "I've calculated that the secrets of heaven are blocked and cannot be seen." Hearing this, several people were stunned, with obvious surprise flashing across their faces. The beautiful woman from Nuwa Academy frowned slightly and said in disbelief. "Even you can't figure it out? Zhang Daoxian, you're not deliberately hiding it and don't want to tell us, right?" Zhang Daoxian rolled his eyes. "I just can't figure it out. I'm also confused. I can even figure out the color of your underwear today, but I can't figure out any information about this kid. What can I do?" Swish. The beautiful woman's face instantly turned red, and she roared in anger, "Zhang Daoxian, you shameless old man, I will kill you." "Oh no, I let the cat out of the bag. The wind is blowing." Zhang Daoxian's heart trembled, and his figure disappeared in a flash. The beautiful woman followed him out. The remaining 2 people looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In the forest below, Lin Wuhan was flashing in the bushes. Light flickered under his feet, and with every step he took, he could advance hundreds of meters. It was obvious that he was using some kind of spiritual skill. A group of strange beasts chased after him and screamed, but they couldn't even touch a corner of his clothes. After walking for an hour, Lin Wuhan frowned slightly. Didn't they say that a team of inner court disciples from the 4 major universities would come to stop them? Why isn't there anyone here? Lin Wuhan was puzzled. He had been wandering in the forest for a long time, but apart from a group of strange beasts, he didn't see a single person. Qingyun Gorge was right in front of him. If no one stopped him, he would pass the test easily. Something's not right. Just as I was thinking this, a strong wind suddenly blew in the front and a streak of light flew towards me. Lin Wuhan's heart was shocked. "Here it comes." He drew out his straight knife and stood ready. A light and shadow flashed in front of him, a strong wind blew in his face, and a figure came before him. When their eyes met, Lin Wuhan was stunned, and Jiang Hua was also stunned. Chapter 73 SSS Level Summoning System, GU. Jiang Hua? Lin Wuhan looked confused. "It's you?" Jiang Hua recognized Lin Wuhan at a glance. He was the genius of the same age that he had met in the arena. Then he smiled. It was no wonder that he dared to take the golden token. Raising his eyebrows, Jiang Hua drew out his straight knife and said with a smile, "Hand over the token." Lin Wuhan's brows furrowed immediately. Jianhua, the assessment rules state that freshmen cannot snatch tokens from each other, and each person can only take one token. It's useless if you snatch mine. Jianhua chuckled. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed the case, but now, the situation has changed a little. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Jianhua. I am both a freshman and an examinee. I am the special guest of the 4 universities assessment, and I will soon become your new nightmare assessor. Congratulations, and I am honored to be my first prey. Lin Wuhan? What the hell? What's going on? How did you become the examiner? Lin Wuhan was completely confused, and before he could figure out the twists and turns, Jianhua became impatient. He's still whining during a fight. If he had the time, he could have snatched away several new students. Without any more nonsense, Jianhua rushed out, the angel wings behind him vibrated, and his figure suddenly appeared above Lin Wuhan, slashing down with a knife. Rumble. The familiar sound of thunder awakened Lin Wuhan's muscle memory. His pupils suddenly contracted. The last disastrous defeat was still vivid in his mind. This time, he must not lose again. I absolutely will not be defeated by the same person twice. Lin Wuhan's face condensed, and the straight knife in his hand suddenly slashed upwards, starting with the same thunder knife and the same roar of thunder. The 2 blades, each gleaming with violent lightning, slashed fiercely against each other, making crackling sounds. The lightning collided and produced dazzling sparks through friction. A terrifying airwave exploded, spreading out like ripples on the water, shattering all the trees and weeds within a radius of 1 kilometer into dust. Bang! The 2 men's bodies shook and they retreated, stepping back dozens of steps in the air before they could steady themselves. You've made a breakthrough? Jianhua raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. The sword strike they just used was far more powerful than a 4th-level thunder sword. It was obvious that Lin Wuhan had broken through to the 5th level. His talent in swordsmanship was quite astonishing. I'm no longer the same person I used to be. Lin Wuhan's face was indifferent, but he was shocked in his heart. It was true that he had made a breakthrough, but Jianhua had also become stronger. After not seeing each other for just a few days, Jianhua had already broken through from the 1st level of the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage. This speed of cultivation was simply earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. Although he barely managed to avoid being at a disadvantage in the fight just now, it was obvious that Jianhua did not use his full strength. Hearing Lin Wuhan's response, a smile flashed in Jianhua's eyes. It's really fun to fight with you. Then let me see how much stronger you have become during this period of time. Call out. Jianhua's body turned into a stream of light and shot towards Lin Wuhan at an extremely astonishing speed. Thunder flashed around his body and condensed into lightning sword auras, tearing through the space and slamming towards Lin Wuhan fiercely. Jianhua, you're too arrogant. This isn't a virtual arena. Being looked down upon by Jianhua, Lin Wuhan was filled with anger. Without any thought of retreating, he suddenly took a step forward, and a terrifying figure appeared behind him. The void was shaking, and the endless oppression made the surrounding air become extremely dull. There was a crazy and violent aura rising rapidly, as if some terrifying existence was about to wake up. Boom! There was a loud bang that shook the sky, and the illusory existence finally appeared, with a burly body and red magma flowing on its body. It has a human body and cow hooves, 4 eyes and 6 arms, 2 horns on its head, and red eyes that seem to be burning with flames, as if to burn everything in the world. An extremely violent aura emanated, tearing cracks into the surrounding space and causing the earth to appear charred. Jianhua's thunder blade instantly dissipated in front of this terrifying existence, making Jianhua's face solemn. Even the Zhulong that had always been wrapped around his wrist opened its eyes at this moment, raised its head slightly and stared at the domineering figure. Lin Wuhan, Level 3, 1st level, SSS level summoning system, summon creatures, God of War Chiyu. Jianhua, call out your Michael and fight me. Lin Wuhan roared in a low voice, and his eyes were stained with a hint of red. It seemed that with the blessing of Chiyu, his personality was also affected and became violent. As you wish. Jianhua nodded, and a golden beam of light descended from the sky behind him, emitting a sacred and pure aura. Michael, wearing golden armor, holding a holy sword, and with 6 white wings slightly fluttering, also walked out. When he saw Chiyu, Michael's expression became extremely solemn, more than 10 times more solemn than when he saw Medusa. He had a strong intuition that he could not defeat the terrifying figure in front of him. At this moment, Michael suddenly felt a slight tightening on his wrist. Looking down, he saw the little red snake on Jianhua's wrist. It had wrapped around his wrist at some point. In an instant, Michael felt relieved. He couldn't win alone, but with Zhu Join, that might not be the case. War. Without any more nonsense, Zhang Hua and Lin Wuhan rushed out at the same time, and Michael and Qiyu also soared into the sky at the same time. The two sides collided fiercely. A terrifying aura spread in the void, and the entire sky above Shenangjia was instantly filled with lightning and thunder, and dark clouds covered the sky, like a doomsday scene. Even at Tianqing Lake, Zhao Tianxi and others saw the scene in the sky. They suddenly stood up and stared at the two terrifying figures, shocked in their hearts. In the void, several old men were also watching this scene. Zhang Daoxian and the beautiful woman had returned at this time. Zhang Daoxuan's face was bruised and swollen, his eye sockets were black and looked like panda eyes, a clump of his beard was pulled out, and there were several scratches on his face. He looked quite embarrassed. The beautiful woman glanced at him coldly and continued to trim her nails. The old man in Taoist robe and the blind old man next to her looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, and they almost got internal injuries from holding it in. What are you looking at? Two little brats are fighting down there. Come and watch the fight. Zhang Daoxian cursed angrily and looked down. Michael and Qiyu are both SSS level beings. It is really hard to say who will win or lose. Zhang Hua and Lin Wuhan are both the most outstanding geniuses this year, and it remains to be seen who will win. Even those of them who are ranked at the 8th level are still quite interested in the current battle. Zhang Hua, your Michael is absolutely no match for Qiyu. This time, you are doomed to lose. Lin Wuhan was quite confident. He flashed out, slashing with sword beams and rolling sword energy. Each sword beam contained the power of the 5th level Thunder Sword, which was enough to chop an ordinary 4th level monster into pieces. That's not necessarily true. Zhang Hua chuckled, his face calm and not panicking at all. He dodged gracefully, shuttled through the thunder in the sky, and rushed towards Lin Wuhan quickly. Bang 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 bang. In the jungle, human figures were intertwined, swords were sharp and fierce, and they kept bombarding each other. The terrifying sound of thunder rose and fell like a storm, constantly spreading, which was frightening. The figures of Zhang Hua and the other man collided wildly. In the blink of an eye, they had fought each other dozens of times, and neither of them was at a disadvantage. Lin Wuhan's face was solemn, his fighting power was exerted to the extreme, his eyes were red, extremely violent, and his crazy attack invaded Zhang Hu like a storm. Zhang Hua, however, had a calm expression, and remained neither hurried nor slow. He even had the leisure to observe the battle in the sky. Michael swung the holy sword in his hand, continuously leaving golden sword marks, but all the attacks that fell on Qiyu were blocked by his devil-like body and could hardly cause any injuries. Qiyu was extremely irritable, like a mad beast from ancient times, constantly attacking Michael, but every time he approached, he would be restrained by a mysterious force, his movements became extremely slow, and he was also unable to cause any impact on Michael. Zhang Hua immediately felt relieved, and his eyes became cold as he looked at Lin Wuhan, who was in a rage and still attacking. Dragonization. White dragon scales covered it, and scaly claws appeared, and Zhang Hua suddenly punched out. Bang! The fist wind whistled, and violent spiritual power exploded. A golden dragon claw as big as a water tank, mixed with the mighty dragon power, rushed out and directly blew up the space in front of it. The loud bangs, like an earthquake, continued to ring out, completely extinguishing all the thunder blade beams. The scaly claws swept down from the air and grabbed Lin Wuhan directly. The terrifying pressure made Lin Wuhan wake up from his frenzy. He suddenly gritted his teeth, the rune between his eyebrows flashed, his body suddenly expanded, and red lines appeared. In an instant, he transformed into the body of a demon god. The crimson lines spread out and converged on the blade. Suddenly, flame stripes appeared on the straight blade. The two violent forces of thunder and flames erupted from the straight knife at the same time, transforming into a terrifying blade like 3 feet long, which slashed towards Scaleclaw with the force of splitting Mount Hua. Boom! The blade light and the scaly claws collided with each other, and a violent echo echoed between heaven and earth. A dazzling golden light flashed, and an indescribable storm of destruction spread out, spreading out like a tornado. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed, the ground was overturned, the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer sank, and an extremely huge deep pit emerged, forming a vast vacuum zone in the middle of the lush forest. Call out! The light dissipated, the blade light and the scaly claws disappeared at the same time, and two figures appeared. Zhang Hua was wearing a starry sky tuxedo, standing tall with an indifferent look in his eyes. On the opposite side, Lin Wuhan was half kneeling on the ground, holding a broken knife in his hand. His chest was heaving violently, and the blood in his body was surging violently. In the end, he couldn't help it and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was shaking and he almost fell to the ground. You lost. Jiang Hua's calm voice sounded, but it sounded quite harsh to Lin Wuhan's ears. Feeling deeply unwilling, Lin Wuhan forced himself to stand up. At this moment, a loud noise was heard from the sky. Lin Wuhan's face suddenly turned pale, and he spat out another mouthful of blood before falling to the ground with a bang. In the last moments of his coma, he forced himself to look up and was horrified to see that his own Qiyu had been beheaded by Michael with a sword. How is this possible? Chapter 74 The Last Day of Assessment. Lord! When the dust settled, Michael slowly descended from the sky and stood respectfully in front of Jiang Hua. Zhulong disappeared and wrapped around Jiang Hua's wrist again. He seemed a little tired, listless, and without energy. It was obvious that he had not had an easy time during the battle with Qiyu just now. Jiang Hua nodded, took out the golden token from Lin Wuhan, and then poured him a bottle of healing potion, but Lin Wuhan was still in a coma and showed no signs of waking up. Jiang Hua frowned slightly, feeling helpless. He was not good at healing. He had many pets and summoned creatures, but none of them had healing abilities. It seems that we have to find an opportunity to get a contracted creature with healing abilities. It would be great if Ruchu was here. Jiang Hua muttered and then gave the order. Michael, you stay with him. When he wakes up, let him go to Tianqing Lake by himself. After saying that, Jiang Hua no longer cared about it. He took out a compass, identified the next target, and rushed out to continue hunting. Tokens, points, go. Jiang Hua was full of motivation. He already had 150,000 points. 100,000 points could be exchanged for a 7th level treasure. If he could get all the points, he could at least get a 9th level treasure from the 4 major universities. This opportunity to make money must not be missed. Call out. Jiang Hua's figure turned into a stream of light, shuttled through the jungle, and appeared in front of the freshman, pouring down violent attacks, using fists, using knives, beating people, snatching tokens, and getting it done. After a series of moves, Jiang Hua snatched more than a dozen tokens in less than half an hour. The reward is not proportional to the effort. Jiang Hua frowned deeply as he looked at the pile of bronze tokens in his hand. Not everyone has the courage to take the gold token worth 10,000 points. Except for Lin Wuhan, the people who just snatched it were similar to Li Tsong and Ji Boda. It's good enough to have the courage to come to Shenangjia. How dare you take the gold token? Getting a bronze token is just trying to fish in troubled waters, hoping to be lucky enough to get away with it. But unfortunately, their luck was not good. They were all beaten up by Jiang Hua and were badly beaten. Forget it, even a mosquito leg is still meat, so I'll just work a little harder. With a sigh, Jiang Hua rushed out again. On the first day, Jiang Hua obtained 16 tokens. On the second day, Jiang Hua obtained 40 tokens. On the third day, Jiang Hua obtained 70 tokens, and his points exceeded the 200,000 mark. As time went by, more and more people came to Shenangjia to participate in the assessment, and Jiang Hua became extremely busy. At the same time, True Temple. In the empty hall, Xu Yun and Li Qingran sat opposite each other. On the first day, Xu Yun apologized to Li Qingran in a gentle voice, begged for forgiveness, analyzed the current situation, the pros and cons, and persuaded Li Qingran to give up resistance and join the True God Temple. Li Qingran just looked at him coldly without saying a word. The next day, Xu Yun became a little anxious, but he still remained patient, constantly persuading her, and even swore an oath, promising that he would absolutely obey Li Qingran, listen to Li Qingran's words, practice hard, and help her take revenge in the future. He tricked Li Qingran into temporarily joining the True God Temple, using the True God Temple's resources to practice, and then fighting his way out after he became strong in the future. Li Qingran still looked at him coldly, his eyes full of disgust, and still didn't speak. On the third day, as the deadline was approaching, Xu Yun's mentality began to collapse. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, looking at Li Qingran opposite him. Xu Yun's face was grim, and he roared angrily, "Are you going to agree or not? You bitch, you want to kill me, don't you? You want to drag me down with you to be buried with you, and want to die with me, don't you? I tell you, if I die, you won't be better off. You will never be able to return to Qingyun realm in this life, and you will never be able to take revenge in this life. Your enemies will live forever at large, everything you once had is taken away by them, and your family and friends will all be tortured to death by them. Are you willing to accept this? Li Qingran still didn't speak, his eyes were indifferent and his face was expressionless. Aha! Shu Yun completely collapsed. He fell to his knees in front of Li Qingran, crying bitterly. I beg you, master, I beg you, I'm still young, I'm only 18, I don't want to die, please agree, save me, save me. You said you would train me to be the strongest, you said you would help me surpass everyone and reach the 10th level, master, you can't go back on your word, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Shu Yun kept begging and kowtowing. Li Qingran felt inexplicably soft-hearted when he saw him like this. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed her appearance in Chu Yun's world that caused Chu Yun to be involved in all these troubles and fall into his current situation. It was her wishful thinking, hoping that her disciple would become a successful person, but she never considered that Chu Yun was just an ordinary teenager, just like all ordinary people, timid, afraid of death, without big ideals, and just wanted to live a stable life. It is normal to want to give up when encountering difficulties, to retreat when encountering setbacks, and to collapse when facing danger. It was she who naturally hoped that Chu Yun would have the heart of a strong man. It was she who forced Chu Yun to embark on a thorny road to becoming stronger, but she never asked Chu Yun whether he was willing. Just like before, she forcefully terminated the contract between her and Jian Hua, and also did not ask Jian Hua's opinion. She seemed to have only considered herself and never considered others. Am I really wrong? Li Qingran couldn't help but ask himself. After a long while, she finally sighed, looked at Chu Yun who was still begging in front of her, and said, Okay, I agree, but this is the last time. From now on, I am no longer your master. Everything in the past is written off. I won't retaliate against you, but I won't teach you anything or help you do anything either. Chu Yun was instantly ecstatic when he heard Li Qingran's agreement, but then his expression became extremely ugly again when he heard the second half of Li Qingran's words. However, at this critical moment, he did not dare to offend Li Qingran again, but endless anger surged in his heart. I accept you as my disciple and I do it. I dissolve our relationship and I do it. You come and go as you please. Who do you think I am, Chu Yun? Just wait. I won't let you get what you want so easily. One day, I will make you regret it. Despite thinking maliciously in his heart, Chu Yun still forced a smile on his face and nodded hurriedly, Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Boom! Night Owl's figure descended with a bang, glanced at the two of them, and waved his hand, Come, take them both into the dark temple. Time passed, day by day, and in Shenangjia, Jiang Hua became the nightmare of all the freshmen. For 7 consecutive days, no one successfully passed the assessment under him. Almost all the freshmen who took the tokens were robbed, and gradually, the name of the great demon King Jiang was spread out. Many people, whether they were freshmen who failed the assessment in Shenangjia or those in the outside world, had heard of Jiang Hua's reputation. I also learned about Jiang Hua's unprecedented transformation from an examiner to an examiner, hunting everyone in Shenangjia. Today is the last day of the assessment, August 31st, and tomorrow is September 1st, the deadline for the assessment. In Qingyun Gorge, Jiang Hua sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, practicing. As the morning light arrived and the sun slowly rose, he also opened his eyes. Stretching, his bones crackling, Jiang Hua smiled. It's the last day. After we finish today's work, we can exchange our points for treasures. A hint of anticipation flashed in Jiang Hua's eyes. Now, there were hundreds of tokens in his space ring, including bronze, silver, gold, and crystal. Adding up, the points exceeded 400,000. Combining today's harvest, it should be more than 500,000. Jiang Hua looked towards the entrance of Shenangjia, and seemed to have seen a large number of tokens, oh no, a large number of freshmen rushing towards him. At this moment, footsteps were heard behind him. Lin Wuwen, Zhao Tianxi and others, with a large number of freshmen who failed the assessment, all came over and stood behind Jiang Hua, ready to witness the final battle of the day. There were hundreds of people, but no matter they were old students like Zhao Tianxi or new students, their eyes were full of awe and admiration when they looked at Jiang Hua. Because all of them were defeated by Jiang Hua, who swept through almost the entire Shenangjia with his own strength, which made Jiang Hua's status in their hearts infinitely higher. Even Lin Wuwen had to admit that Jiang Hua's strength was indeed far beyond his. Lin Wuwen walked to Jiang Hua's side, looked towards the entrance of Shenangjia, and said, I'm afraid this last day of fighting won't be so easy for you. Oh? Among the people who came on the last day, is there anyone stronger than you? Jiang Hua raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in surprise. I don't know if he is stronger or not, but he is definitely not weaker than me. I've said it before, there are many talented people in this great world. Aside from those who, for various reasons, will not be taking the test, there are at least 3 people left here, all of them SSS rank. 3 SSS level ones? Jiang Hua's eyes flashed with a gleam. He had been playing in low-end games for too long, and finally some interesting ones came. Looking at his expression, Lin Wuhan's face turned dark. I'm telling you about the situation of a strong enemy, what the hell is your reaction? Why are you excited? You're a pervert. Complaining in his heart, Lin Wuhan continued, these 3 people, Bai Xiang, SSS level summoning system, summon creatures, and the water god Gongang. Qin Zhe, SSS level summoning system, summon creature, Huarong Zhurong, Gamuza, SSS level summoning system, summon creature, Hoi. With the combined strength of 3 people, even a 6th level monster can be killed. Jiang Hua, you'd better be more cautious and don't let yourself get into trouble. There are many people waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Capsize in a ditch? Is that possible? Jiang Hua chuckled, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The 3 SSS level ones are indeed powerful, but he has not made any improvement in recent days. After nearly 10 days of numerous battles in Shenanjia, Jiang Hua's cultivation level increased rapidly, and he has now broken through to the 3rd level. More importantly, the 9-layered Thunderblade, an S-level spiritual skill, also broke through to the 5th level during the battle. With one strike, it can unleash 32 times the power. His strength has increased dramatically now, and compared to before, there is a world of difference. If they were to fight again at this moment, Jiang Hua was confident that he could easily defeat Lin Wuhan without relying on dragon transformation. Just 3 SSS level ones, so what? While they were talking about these things, a large crowd of people gathered at the entrance of Shenanjia. At a glance, there were no less than 100 people, all young boys and girls who came to take the test. Among them, there are 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. Chapter 75 One man versus hundreds of men. The 5 people have outstanding temperament and stand in front of the crowd. 2 of the women were wearing a black dress, with a stunning appearance and pretty face. The other was wearing a white dress, pure and flawless, with an extraordinary temperament. The 2 of them stood in the crowd, feeling out of place, as if the Queen Mother of the West had fallen into the mortal world. These 2 people are naturally Chu Shiyou and Shin Rushu. After more than 10 days of training, they successfully completed the assessment task and their cultivation reached the 3rd level. A peerless genius with SSS level talent and an extremely rare S-level healer, naturally deservedly stood at the forefront among this group of people. Apart from the 2 women, the remaining 3 are all SSS level geniuses from all over China. Qin Zhe, with dyed red hair, leather armor, and muscular body, was filled with fiery aura. He glanced at everyone and his eyes fell on Bai Xiang. He frowned and asked, Bai Xiang, what on earth do you want to do by stopping us here? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss about a mere Jiang Hua? In my opinion, his Michael can't even withstand a punch from me. Qin Zhe clenched his fists, a glint of fire flashed in his eyes. He was quite confident in his own strength, because he had awakened the SSS level summoning system, summoning creatures, the fire rope Shu Rong. Possessing such a powerful summon creature, Qin Zhe is naturally arrogant and does not take anyone seriously. Bai Xiang smiled slightly. He was wearing an ancient-style robe and holding a feather fan in his hand, looking like a Confucian scholar. Facing the arrogant Qin Zhe, Bai Xiang was not angry. He smiled and said, Brother Qin Zhe's strength is naturally recognized by me, but Jiang Hua is different from the previous ones. He is definitely not so easy to deal with. I believe Brother Qin Zhe is familiar with Lin Wuhan. Just a few days ago, he was defeated miserably by Jiang Hua. Qin Zhe was shocked when he heard this. He was not familiar with Jiang Hua, but he was very familiar with Lin Wuhan from the Kyoto Lin family. The 2 had fought dozens of rounds, with him losing more than winning, and almost every time he was beaten by Lin Wuhan. However, he never expected that Lin Wuhan would actually be defeated by Jiang Hua. If this news is true, then it might be difficult for him to defeat Jiang Hua on his own. Seeing his expression, Bai Xiang felt relieved. Although Qin Zhe is powerful, he is a little too brainless. Under the influence of the creatures he summoned, his personality became irritable and easily impulsive. If he really disregarded the consequences and wanted to fight Jiang Hua alone, Bai Xiang would have no choice but to let his team's strength be greatly reduced, and the pressure to fight against Jiang Hua would be even greater. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. Seeing Qin Zhe calm down, Bai Xiang also looked at the last person. A young man dressed in animal skins, with disheveled hair, a wolf tooth necklace around his neck and a large bow on his back, dressed like a mountain hunter. This person is the last SSS level super genius, Gumuza, SSS level summoning system, summoning creatures Hoi. Gumuza, Shinzei, I believe you have guessed that the reason I gathered you together is to unite everyone and fight against Jianghua together. With the strength of the three of us, plus the help of hundreds of freshmen, it shouldn't be difficult to break through Jianghua's blockade. What do you think? Bai Ziang said with a smile, fanning his feather fan lightly, quite elegant, and extremely confident in his heart that the two would definitely agree, because this was the only way. Humans are creatures that are good at forming groups. When faced with tremendous external pressure that individuals cannot cope with, they will automatically gather together to fight against the powerful enemy. And at this moment, Jianghua is that powerful enemy, an enemy that requires all of them to unite and fight against. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Shinzei and the others nodded. Shinzei was quite direct, you are stronger than me, I surrender to you, you have the final say. Gumuza also agreed, although this is a bit unfair, it seems there is no better way now. The three of them reached a consensus. Bai Ziang was very satisfied, and then turned his gaze to Chu Shio and Shinrushu. Before he could say anything, Shinrushu said coldly, Jianghua and I are friends. I won't help you deal with him. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Ziang, Shinzei and others' expressions changed, and Shinzei's eyes became slightly dangerous. These two women are geniuses of the same level as them. If they help Jianghua, they will become a huge threat. Since they don't know what's good for them, they might as well strike first. He was thinking this in his mind and was about to take action, but fortunately Chu Xiao stepped forward in time and stood in front of Shinrushu. Rushu is right, we are indeed Jianghua's friends and we won't attack him, but at the same time, we won't help him either. Rushu and I will not interfere in your fight. Bai Ziang, keep up the good work and try to beat that snotty guy down. We have nothing to do here, so we'll leave first. Chu Xiao said this, grabbed Shinrushu's hand, and left quickly. Watching them leave, Shinzei couldn't help but ask, how's it going? Are you going to do it? Bai Ziang shook his head. Chu Xiao is quite powerful. If she really goes crazy, she might be able to kill one of us. It's better not to cause trouble. I hope they can keep their promise. If that doesn't work, we can find a solution later. Okay, let's go. Today is the last day. Defeat Jianghua and pass the test. Jianghua has a large number of point tokens in his hands. Since he can steal ours, we can also steal his. Then, we can split them equally. Bai Ziang smiled faintly, waved his hand, and led everyone into the forest. At this moment, he was ambitious and full of confidence. He felt like he was the protagonist in the novel, leading all the freshmen to resist Jianghua's oppression, and finally defeat Jianghua and lead everyone to successfully pass the assessment. A group of people rushed through the forest. The huge team killed almost all the gods and Buddhas that stood in their way. All the strange beasts that blocked the way were killed along the way. The momentum of the group continued to rise as they overcame all obstacles, and their morale soared, as if they were truly invincible. 2 hours later. Here they come, the last batch of freshmen has arrived. Holy crap, there are so many of them, at least 100. Have all the freshmen been gathered together? Awesome. Hundreds of people challenging God Jiang. That scene is exciting just thinking about it. A big battle is about to break out. God Jiang is taking on hundreds of people alone. Oh, who will win? Everyone was so excited that they even let out strange howls like wolves. Some curious people rushed into the forest in advance, observed the situation of the large army, and kept reporting information. As these people started to make a fuss, the atmosphere became increasingly heated. Shinrushu and Chu Xiao had already arrived and were standing next to Jianghua, both feeling a little worried. Jianghua, do you want us to go with you? Shinrushu couldn't help but say, nervously grabbing Jianghua's sleeve. Chu Xiao rolled her eyes as she listened to this. Her best friend had completely fallen for Jianghua. He kept saying Jianghua hundreds of times a day, and now he even wanted to fight against Jianghua. Please, we are freshmen, we should resist the oppression of this big devil. How can you and the big devil bully the newcomers together? No need, just watch from the side. Don't worry, it's just a few hundred people. I've never been afraid of anyone in a group fight. Who knows which side has more people? Jianghua said with a smile, rubbing Shinrushu's head. Such an intimate action made Shinrushu's face blush again. Pa! Chu Xiao slapped Jianghua's hand away and pulled Shinrushu over. Rushu, don't worry about this bad guy. He will be fine no matter who gets into trouble. It's best if he gets beaten up and cries. As he spoke, he raised his little fist towards Jianhua. Jianhua was helpless but didn't care. Here it comes, 5 kilometers away. 3 kilometers, almost there. 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer, here they come, the main force is coming. Amid exclamations, a huge group of people gathered in the woods and arrived at Qingyun Gorge. They finally saw the figure of the young man in the starry tuxedo. Jianhua stepped out, glanced at everyone, and smiled faintly. Welcome to Qingyun Gorge. I declare the hunt begins now. Wow! In an instant, everyone's heart trembled. Jianhua's aura was too powerful. Facing hundreds of them alone, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt a faint sense of excitement. The way he looked at them was like a beast staring at its delicious prey, ready to pounce. Terrible, so terrible. Everyone was a little afraid. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. Jianhua's fame was too great. The momentum that had been gathered along the way, at this moment, actually showed signs of dissipating because of Jianhua's words. Bai Ziyang's expression also changed. Seeing that everyone's momentum was about to be suppressed by Jianhua, he immediately stood up. Jianhua, don't be so arrogant. We have hundreds of people here. Each of us has a skill that can blast you into pieces. Don't be afraid. If we join forces, we will definitely defeat him. Bai Ziyang shouted loudly, finally calming everyone down, and the fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. Ha, the capital of arrogance is strength, and I have this confidence, fight. Jianhua laughed loudly and waved his hand. Endless white light emerged and a flood of strange beasts surged out. In the blink of an eye, thousands of pets appeared on the scene. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, Bai Ziyang, Qinzhe, Gumoza, Lin Wuhan and almost everyone else had their pupils suddenly shrink. Thousands of pets, are you kidding me? How is this possible? Jianhua. Jianhua actually owns thousands of pets. How did he do it? Everyone was stunned. This horrifying scene was unexpected by everyone. Even Zhang Daoxian in the sky couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god." Jianhua raised the corner of his mouth. All the impossibilities would become possible for him. Superior. Roar. The roars of beasts rang out one after another, and thousands of pet beasts surged out like a tide of beasts, fiercely pouncing on hundreds of freshmen. The fierce and brutal aura instantly threw everyone into disarray. Some people, in a panic, attacked randomly and even hit their companions. Others, in fear, ran away without a clue of where to go. Calm down, calm down. Don't panic, don't be afraid, just follow my instructions. Fuck, watch out, the fireball is coming at me. The scene was in chaos. Bai Ziyang was so anxious that he jumped up and down and shouted, looking quite embarrassed. But at this time everyone was busy with their own affairs and had no mood to listen to his orders. You should take care of yourself first. Rumble. A sharp light flashed in Jianhua's eyes, and a terrifying thunder exploded. He suddenly leaped out, and the bright sword light slashed towards Bai Ziyang angrily. Chapter 76 Fighting with full strength, brutally torturing 3 people. Boom! Thunder roared, and the blade slashed fiercely at Bai Ziyang. He screamed and flew backwards in an instant, knocking down a large group of people, and a mouthful of blood spurted out immediately. A water blue light flickered above his body, and a mysterious power blocked most of the thunder, so he did not die on the spot. Jianhua. A furious roar sounded, and Bai Ziyang stood up, holding his chest, staring at Jianhua with murderous eyes. He no longer had the elegance he had before, and his face was replaced by a gloomy one. He brought a large group of people to challenge Jianhua with full confidence. He thought he could easily defeat Jianhua and pass the test, but he didn't expect to suffer such a huge blow at the very beginning. He was even almost killed. How could he not be angry? Qinzhe, Gumoza, let's go together and kill him. Bai Ziyang no longer cared about maintaining his image, and roared loudly with a ferocious face. He no longer cared about other people at this moment, and his mind was filled with only one thought, to defeat Jianhua. He wanted to trample Jianhua under his feet so that he could calm the anger in his heart. With a wave of his hand, a water blue light emerged, and a tall, burly, blue-haired, and rather wild man emerged. The moment he walked out, the whole world was shrouded in a violent aura, and the sound of rushing water could be heard in the void. Obviously, water is an extremely peaceful thing, but the water god Gongang summoned by Bai Ziyang was filled with a violent aura all over his body, just like a flood bursting through a dam, roaring and rushing. extremely terrifying. Boom! Another more terrifying and violent aura emerged, and behind Qinzhe, the god of fire Zhiron, who had a human body, a snake face, and long red hair, also walked out. Terrifying flames rose, dyeing half of the sky crimson. Rolling heat waves swept out, and the temperature between heaven and earth suddenly rose to an extremely terrifying level. The surrounding trees exploded with a loud bang, flames burned, and charred smoke drifted out. The god of water and the god of fire each occupied half of the sky. The sky was covered in blue and red. Vast and majestic energy fluctuations roared in the air, and the powerful pressure made everyone tremble. Jiang Huo looked at this scene and smiled slightly. Golden light rose from his body. Michael walked out slowly with the holy sword in his hand. The sacred light rushed up to the sky and forcefully squeezed into the red and blue lights, competing with them. Ha ha ha, Jiang Huo, your Michael is just a minor Western god. How can he be a match for our ancient Chinese gods? Today, you will be defeated. Bai Ziang laughed out loud and took a step forward with Qinzhe, pressing down on Jiang Huo with terrifying pressure. Jiang Huo smiled calmly. Michael's words alone are certainly not enough, but what about the others? With a wave of his hand, boom, the powerful SSS level pressure was released again. Medusa swayed and walked out, standing next to Jiang Huo. Boom! Shulong also soared into the sky, rushing up to the sky. Its body rapidly grew larger, transforming into a giant dragon 100 feet long, hovering above the void. Terrifying energy scattered, shaking the void, and its indifferent eyes looked down at the world. Medusa, Zhu Jiuyin. Everyone's expressions changed instantly, and Bai Ziang and Qinzhe's pupils suddenly contracted, as if they had seen a ghost. 3 SSS levels, how is this possible? How did you do it? Bai Ziang asked tremblingly, his voice even changing in tone, his face full of disbelief. Except for the beast tamer, the summoner can only summon the second and third summon creatures when they are awakened at the first level, the middle stage of the fourth level, and the advanced stage of the seventh level. But Jiang Huo, who is only at the third level, how could he possibly summon Michael and Medusa at the same time? This is totally against common sense and completely violates the rules of summoners. Lin Wuhan, Zhu Xiao, and the others were also shocked. Even the 4 8th rank warriors in the sky fixed their gazes on the 3 divine creatures with serious expressions. The old man in the Taoist robe had a twinkle in his eyes. Jiang Huo's ability is somewhat contrary to common sense. Should we investigate? Zhang Daoxian glanced at him and said, try investigating one of them. Investigating the Great Xia Dragon Guards privately is tantamount to treason. Believe it or not, tonight, a group of Dragon Guards will appear in front of you and make you see your own brains. The old man in Taoist robes was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly. Well, I just said it casually. I advise you not to have any other ideas. Zhang Hui is a dual-element SSS level cultivator. He is the only person in China today who has the potential to break through to the 10th level. You should all know what this means. The higher-ups will absolutely not allow him to get into trouble. No one, not even a 9th rank cultivator, dares to cross this line. Zhang Daoxian snorted coldly, his words filled with a strong warning. The 3 of them were startled and dared not say anything. Even as they were talking, the battle below had already begun. Jiang Huo had no intention of explaining. With a wave of his hand, Michael and Medusa rushed out and attacked Zhirong and Gonggang. The 2 sides collided in an instant. Jiang Huo also rushed out at the same time, with the angel wings behind him vibrating. He appeared in front of Bai Ziang in an instant, and slashed down with thunder from the straight knife in his hand. Come again, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Bai Ziang gritted his teeth, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Runes flashed and emitted a water-blue light. Clang! Swords clash. Thunder crackled, and the long sword in Bai Ziang's hand shattered. The straight knife pressed down, and Bai Ziang's figure collapsed and exploded into water droplets in the sky. His figure regrouped 100 meters away, his face looking grim, holding the broken sword in his hand, his whole body trembling with anger. Jiang Huo, you destroyed my spiritual weapon. I want your life. Qinzhe, why don't you take action? Bai Ziang shouted angrily, slowly forming seals with his fingers, and a heavy and terrifying aura began to rise in front of him. Here I come. Qinzhe shouted, and rushed towards Jiang Huo like a tiger descending from the mountain. Endless flames ignited on his entire body, and a huge axe with an exaggerated shape appeared in his hand. Sky Star Red Flame Axe. Qinzhe jumped high and chopped down with the huge axe in his hand. The flames illuminated the sky, and a heat wave came, as if the axe was going to split the sky and the earth apart. Bang! Jiang Hua's eyes were calm. He stretched out his hand, which instantly turned into a dragon claw and grabbed the falling giant axe. With a terrifying burst of force, the flaming giant axe stopped steadily in Jiang Hua's hand, unable to move forward an inch. What? Qin Zai's expression changed drastically. Jiang Hua raised his head, smiled, and suddenly exerted force with his palm. Bang! The giant axe shattered in Jiang Hua's hand, and he punched Qin Zai's head. If this punch lands, the result will definitely be a shattered head. Call out. At this moment, a streak of light came flying over, carrying a long tail flame, and shot towards Jiang Hua's head. Jiang Hua raised his brows slightly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The arrow flew through the air and landed on a big tree 100 meters away. The tree, as thick as a millstone, exploded and shattered into powder all over the sky. Jiang Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at Gumuza in the distance. With a thought, the Zhulong in the air roared down and swooped down towards Gumuza. Gumuza's pupils suddenly shrank, and he rolled to the side. At the same time, the void vibrated, and a tall man also dressed in animal skins and holding a bow and arrow came out and fought with Zhulong. It was Hui. Jiang Hua, prepare to die, Xianming True Water. With a loud shout, the seal by Xiang's hand suddenly changed, and a terrifying river in the sky took shape from the void, rushing out mightily and rushing towards Jiang Hua. Endless icy air emanated from it, freezing even the space. With crackling sounds, a frosty avenue emerged. Xianming True Water, the natal water of Gangdong, the ancestor of water, is integrated with the turbid air of the earth. It is the source of endless killing and can freeze everything. It is extremely terrifying. Jiang Hua's eyes also became solemn, and the angel wings behind him bloomed with endless brilliance. A flood of feather arrows shot out and rushed towards the Xianming True Water. At the same time, a purple halo spread from Jiang Hua's body, and his legs suddenly turned into huge snake tails. He stood up, dozens of meters tall. His black hair grew longer and longer rapidly, and the flying hair turned into green poisonous snakes. Hiss hiss hiss. 10,000 snakes hissed, and the river fire snakes swung their tails and suddenly burst out. The feather arrows were frozen by the Xianming True Water and fell down one after another, but they also consumed a lot of energy. Jiang Hua's body soared into the sky, with his snake tail raised high, like a pillar supporting the sky, smashing down on the Tianhe River. Boom! There was a deafening roar, and the river was covered with huge waves, splashing water everywhere. Jiang Hua's tail whipped the water, and Jiang Hua swooped down with a head full of snake hair and claws, and pounced out with his teeth and claws, biting Bai Xiang fiercely in the face. Ah! A shrill wail came from Bai Xiang's mouth. He waved his fists and feet wildly to resist the bites of the snakes, but soon his arms and limbs were bound by the snakes and he was unable to move. Jiang Hua's eyes turned into vertical pupils, and cold light burst out. Bai Xiang's eyes were dull, and his body instantly stiffened, slowly turning into stone and turning into a stone sculpture. Whoosh! Whoosh 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 whoosh! 7 arrows flew in succession. Seeing that Jiang Hua was so powerful that he was suppressing Bai Xiang and Qin Zai, Gumuza also used his signature skills. The 7-star consecutive arrows were his biggest trump card now, and also an extremely terrifying S-level spiritual skill. 7 arrows in a row, each containing different attribute abilities, including water, fire, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and ice. When all 7 arrows were fired at the same time, they could conquer the world. A terrifying gust of wind blew in his face, and arrows came like comets, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. A hint of violence flashed in Jiang Hua's eyes. This Gumuza was like a mosquito, extremely annoying. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Jiang Hua's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and an invisible wave emanated from him. The 7 arrows suddenly froze in front of him as if the pause button was pressed, and then exploded and turned into powder. Zhulong's skill, time stops. Boom! Jiang Hua rushed out and rushed towards Gumuza. Gumuza was horrified and retreated quickly, shouting, Qin Zai, save me! Qin Zai's face looked grim. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward again. Flames rose in his hands, transforming into giant flaming beasts, and rushed towards Jiang Hua. Today, no one can save you. You 3 will have to lie down for half a year if you don't die. Jiang Hua said in a cold voice, and the terrifying thunder gathered in his hands. Thunderballs condensed out and bombarded Gumuza and Qin Zai in an overwhelming manner. Boom 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 boom. Violent thunder roared, and the terrifying explosion covered an area of 1 kilometer. The scorching lightning made it seem as if a small sun was burning in the forest. Everyone couldn't help but look sideways and raise their arms to block the dazzling light. When the light went out and everything returned to silence, everyone looked intently and immediately gasped. Chapter 77 Assessment ends. A huge deep pit with a radius of 1 kilometer appeared in the middle of the forest, and it collapsed to a depth of 10 meters. The ground showed signs of being charred, and the exposed rocky ground was red, emitting billowing heat waves, and electric arcs were running everywhere. Gumuza and Shinzei fell among them. Fortunately, Shinzei had a strong resistance to fire and could even resist lightning. He was just seriously injured and kept coughing up blood. Gumuza was in a very miserable state. His entire body was completely burnt, his skin was charred black, and blood was dripping. He had already fallen into a coma, breathing out more than breathing in, and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. As they were seriously injured, Zhurong, Donggang and Hui in the sky gradually dissipated and were forced to return to the summoning space. Seeing the two people in such a miserable state, the whole place was silent, and countless people's eyes widened. They never expected this kind of result. A large group of people came with great momentum, among them were 3 SSS-level geniuses, but they were wiped out in one encounter. Zhang Hua even beat the 3 of them half to death with his own strength. So brutal, so terrible. Bai Xiang and the other 2 were top-notch geniuses no matter where they were placed, but they were defeated miserably by Zhang Hua. The gap is really too big. Even SSS-level geniuses are like this, let alone ordinary students like them. At this moment, countless people were rejoicing in their hearts. Fortunately, the school had given them a heads up in advance, otherwise, none of these hundreds of people would have survived. Boom! A terrifying aura descended, and 4 8th-level warriors including Zhang Daoxian fell from the sky. The beautiful woman waved her hand, and an emerald green light emerged, turning into raindrops and pouring down. Gumuza, Shinzei, and Bai Xiang finally managed to save their lives. Their injuries recovered quickly and Bai Xiang also woke up from being petrified. The 3 men stood up, their faces no longer showing their previous arrogance, but instead they were filled with awe, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Zhang Hua. Seeing the 3 people being completely defeated, Zhang Hua slowly restrained his breath, waved his hand, and the pets all over the mountains turned into white light and disappeared. Alright, this assessment is over. There's no need for further ranking battles. First place goes to Zhang Hua. Zhang Daoxian announced loudly, and as his words fell, a loud uproar rose up. Shenrushu's face flushed with excitement, and she shouted, "Zhang Hua, you're awesome!" Then everyone shouted Zhang Hua's name enthusiastically. Although all of them were beaten by Zhang Hua and their tokens were taken away, no one felt dissatisfied. Instead, his eyes were filled with admiration for Zhang Hua. He defeated all the freshmen this year by himself. What a shocking achievement! We were all 18-year-olds. Who hadn't fantasized about being invincible? Who hadn't fantasized about single-handedly taking on a vast army and winning? But they could only think about it in their dreams, but Zhang Hua actually did it and turned fantasy into reality. Such a scene, happening right before their eyes, naturally made everyone very excited. Especially some girls, their eyes looking at Zhang Hua were already emitting a pink light full of admiration. Lin Wuhan sighed in his heart. He understood that after this battle, the gap between him and Zhang Hua had widened again. Of Bai Xiang and the other 2, he could only deal with one at best, but Zhang Hua easily defeated the 3 of them together, which made him feel deeply frustrated. Feng Xiaoyao even shook his head. At this moment, he finally understood how ridiculous his previous boasting was. Surpassing Zhang Hua? He was afraid that he would never be able to do it in this lifetime. Even Chu Xiao had to admit that Zhang Hua was really handsome at this moment. Didn't you see that the best friend next to you was hooked and became a black carp? It seemed that her eyes were glued to Zhang Hua and she couldn't move away. In this life, she was doomed to Zhang Hua. A bright smile spread across Zhang Daoxuan's face. Zhang Hua's killing spree had disrupted the entire assessment, although it somewhat violated the original intention of this assessment. But I have to say, it was really cool to watch. The most important thing was that Zhang Hua was the designated disciple of their Pangu Academy. He was so proud of himself for doing so well. Zhang Daoxian secretly decided that after returning, he must give teacher Qin Ming a promotion and a raise. He is so capable and has a good eye for talent. He has recruited such a good seedling for the school, but he is only at the 6th level of cultivation. It is really a waste of his talent. Teacher Qin Ming must be promoted to the 7th level. He was happy, but the expressions on the other 3 people's faces were different. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes, came to Jiang Hua with a smile, and said gently, "Student Jiang Hua, let me introduce myself. I am the Vice President of Nuwa Academy. On behalf of Nuwa Academy, I sincerely invite you to join us. No matter what conditions Pangu Academy offers, we at Nuwa Academy will double them. And me, my Xingha Academy will pay 3 times as much." The old man in Taoist robes also said, "Ha, my Shuguang Academy has a 9 Heavens Thunderfruit, which is a 7th level spiritual medicine. I think classmate Jiang Hua is very good at thunder magic. If you take this 9 Heavens Thunderfruit, you can transform the lightning you control into 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, dramatically increasing its power. What do you think, classmate Jiang Hua?" the blind old man said with a smile. The 3 of them surrounded Jiang Hua directly, with enthusiastic faces, and offered various generous conditions, which made Jiang Hua confused. "Fuck, you 3 old bastards, you're poaching people right in front of me. What do you want to do? Do you want to fight? I have a bad temper." Zhang Daoxian was so angry that he started cursing and rolled up his sleeves to fight. "Ha, Zhang Daoxian, 3 against 1, are you sure you can be our opponent?" The beautiful woman glanced at him coldly and said disdainfully. The old man in the Taoist robe also said with a smile, "Zhang Daoxian, you can't say that. After all, Jiang Hua hasn't joined Pangu Academy yet, so he still has the opportunity to choose. Let's compete fairly." "That's absolutely right." The blind old man also shook his head in agreement. Faced with the 3 people's shameless words, Zhang Daoxian sneered, "You want to play rogue with me? Fine, tomorrow I will calculate all your underwear and post it all on the official website. How many times did you wet the bed when you were 3 years old? How many times did you play with poop? What shameful things did you do? I will tell you everything. Don't even think about running away." Swish. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 people's expressions suddenly changed, and their skin twitched. Finally, they didn't dare to be as arrogant as before, because Zhang Daoxian really had the ability and really dared to do so. "Zhang Daoxian, the way you play is not very authentic." The old man in Taoist robes couldn't help but say. "Ha, well, there's no need for that. It's just selecting a few disciples. There's no need to make such a big fuss. You're already old, you should still have some dignity." The blind old man hurried to smooth things over. Zhang Daoxian snorted coldly, "It's good that you know how to respect yourself. You're trying to poach people right in front of me. Bah, are you worthy of that?" With a harsh mocking sound, Zhang Daoxian turned to look at Jiang Hua. "Jiang Hua, don't be fooled by these people. I agree to all the conditions they just mentioned. I also have the same treasures they have in my Pangu Academy." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Hua's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect that a few people's verbal attacks could bring him such a huge benefit. Isn't this a good deal? Jiang Hua immediately straightened his chest, looked righteous, and said righteously, "Senior, money is not important. I will naturally join Pangu Academy. This is what I agreed with teacher Qinming before. Jiang Hua will definitely not do such a thing as crossing the river and destroying the bridge, breaking his promise." These words were spoken loudly, and Zhang Daoxian was very satisfied. He laughed and patted Jiang Hua's shoulder, praising him. "Ha ha, Jiang Hua, I was right about you. You are unmoved by external things, firm in your heart, and value friendship and loyalty. This is the kind of disciple we at Pangu Academy want. Is there anyone else who wants to join Pangu Academy? Step forward now, and everyone's salary will be doubled this year." Zhang Daoxian waved his hand and said proudly. As soon as these words were spoken, many people's eyes lit up. Doubling the salary was not a bad condition. Me, I want to join." Shun Rushu was the first to stand up and said excitedly. She didn't care about resources, she just wanted to be with Jiang Hua. Xu Xiyao rolled her eyes, but still walked out. "I'm joining Pangu Academy too." "I'll join too." Lin Wuhan spoke, and then Feng Xiaoyao, Li Song and others also expressed their opinions. Half of the disciples at the scene immediately came out. Seeing the scene, Zhang Daoxian was so happy that the wrinkles on his face were narrowed into countless cracks due to smiling. 3 SSS level, 1 S level healing type, and 1 S level dragon type, Pangu Academy made a fortune this time. The other 3 also selected their disciples. Bai Xiang, Qinzhe, and Gumoze each chose one of the other 3 universities, and finally ended up with a fruitful harvest at Pangu Academy. There were nearly 600 people present, divided among the 4 major universities. Those who could come here were more or less capable. Either they had strong cultivation or possessed special abilities, and except for a few who took advantage of the situation and were eliminated, all of them joined the 4 major universities. When the dust settled, Zhang Daoxian waved his hand and took off with nearly 200 people, heading towards the depths of Shenangjia. When flying over a forest, everyone felt as if their bodies had passed through a light curtain. In an instant, their eyes lit up and they had arrived in a new world. The noisy sound reached their ears, and everyone looked up, their eyes filled with shock. The mountains are high and steep, and the fairy mist is lingering. Magnificent and ancient palaces are located on the mountains and on the top of the mountains. In the void, there are countless huge circular platforms and squares, just like floating islands, suspended in the air. People come and go on them, and disciples of Pangu Academy shuttle through them. Rays of light flashed across the sky, casting curious glances at them. From time to time, some people would look at Zhang Huo and whisper to each other. Zhang Huo was completely bewildered. How come these people all seem to know him? Zhang Huo, you may not know this yet, but because you caused such a big stir during this exam, you've already gained quite a reputation in the academy even before you even entered. However, don't be proud and complacent. Although you are already quite strong now, you are still not worth mentioning in this century-old institution. Here, you will see a wider world, but you will also recognize your own shortcomings and grow rapidly. Zhang Daoxian said with a big laugh, and at the same time did not forget to give a reminder. Zhang Hui nodded, his eyes scanning the magnificent academy, a flicker of enthusiasm in his eyes. I'm looking forward to it. I definitely won't let you down. Okay, let's go down first. I'll arrange your enrollment and, by the way, give you a reward to exchange for point tokens. Amidst loud laughter, Zhang Daoxian, along with Zhang Huo and others, fell towards a huge platform. Chapter 78 9th Level Treasure, God's Blood. Landing on the huge square, it looked like a small island with a huge area. You can see a group of residential buildings standing in the distance, like a neatly arranged residential area. Zhang Daoxian pointed at the residential building in the distance and began to introduce. That's where the new students will live after they enroll. I'll give you identity tokens, and you can go there and find a room to stay in later. If nothing unexpected happens, you will all live there in the next few years until you are promoted to inner court disciples. In addition to accommodation, the academy will also provide outer court disciples with cultivation resources ranging from 1 million to 10 million each year according to their talents. You can choose to take money, points, or equivalent training potions. Because I promised you before, you freshmen can get double the training resources this year. Later, you can log into the official website with your identity token and redeem it. In addition, there are the Trial Tower, Training Tower, Spiritual Skills Pavilion, Secret Realm Training, Academy Tasks and other contents, which can be found on the Academy's official website, so I will not explain them in detail. Okay, let's all go. Jian Hua, Lin Woman, Shen Rushu, Chu Xiao, Feng Xiaoyao, the rest of you stay. Maybe Zhang Daoxian was in a good mood today, and he rarely talked a lot of nonsense. He also patiently explained to everyone the content that should have been introduced by an ordinary teacher. Then he waved his hand, and a large black iron token flew out and appeared in front of everyone. Each of them had its corresponding name on it. Zhang Daoxian did not make any mistake at all. With just a casual wave of his sleeve, all the tokens accurately found their respective owners. Moreover, they were all new disciples, so the tokens obviously could not have been prepared in advance. They could only have been engraved on the spot with mental power. This method was truly incredible. It also allowed Zhang Hua to feel more clearly the power of the 8th level awakener. He had been with Lin Xiaoshu, Wu Xiaofeng, and others before, but he had never felt it up close. Now he realized how unfathomable the 8th level was. Zhang Daoxian was very satisfied with his unknowing pretense. He raised the corner of his mouth and waved his hand again. Several golden tokens appeared in front of Zhang Hua and others. The rules I just mentioned are for ordinary disciples. You are geniuses, so naturally it's different. You all have reached the 3rd level or above in strength, so you can directly become inner court disciples. As for the inner court disciples, each can have an independent villa or courtyard, similar to those on the mountain peaks. Zhang Daoxian said with a smile, pointing to the palace complexes among the towering mountains, which were shrouded in fairy mist and seemed to be looming. Obviously, those places are blessed with special formations, and the concentration of spiritual power is far stronger than on these platforms. Later, you can each choose an unoccupied room to live in, register directly on the college's official website, and then go there, and someone will deliver the key to you. As for the salary and resources, as we agreed before, Jiang Hua, your salary will be increased to 6 billion per year, and I will have someone send the Joshio Shinlei fruit to you later. As for the others, I'm in a good mood, so I'll just give them 2 billion. Also, Feng Xiaoyao, with your qualifications, you are not qualified to receive this treatment. So I'm giving you a task: complete an inner quota level task within 1 month. If you fail to do so, your benefits will be cancelled. Do you understand? Zhang Daoxuan's tone was a bit harsh. Feng Xiaoyao's talent was only S level, and his performance in this assessment was not outstanding. If you want to get the same treatment as others, you naturally need to demonstrate your own value and prove yourself. Otherwise, Pangu Academy is not a charity and will naturally not waste a lot of resources in vain. This is because he has dragon-type talent, otherwise Zhang Daoxian might not even give him this opportunity. As for Shen Rishu, his healing talents and combat talents are different, and you can understand it by looking at some simple data. So far, there is no one in the world with SSS level healing talent, and in Pangu Academy, there are only 5 people with S level healing talent. Note that there have only been 5 people in the past 100 years. Therefore, you can imagine how rare S level healing talents are. To some extent, they are even rarer than SSS level combat talents. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Feng Xiaoyao. Feng Xiaoyao's face looked a little ugly. He was a very proud man, and as a sword cultivator, he was even more naturally proud. In the past, relying on his own talent and strength, he had never been defeated by anyone. Therefore, even when facing Jiang Hua, he was full of fighting spirit. But after this test, he realized that there are always people better than you and there are always things better than you. Everything he was proud of in the past is nothing in this supreme institution of learning. A feeling of frustration inevitably welled up in his heart, but Feng Xiaoyao quickly recovered and calmed himself down. He nodded, I understand. Seeing Feng Xiaoyao's performance was okay, Zhang Daoxuan's expression softened a lot. He patted Feng Xiaoyao on the shoulder and said, the path of sword cultivation is destined to be lonely and difficult. To cultivate the sword, you must first cultivate your mind. Only when your mind is strong can you wield the sword with all your might and be invincible. Don't bring shame to your father. Feng Xiaoyao's heart trembled. He looked at Zhang Daoxian deeply and nodded again. Ah, okay, that's it. Jiang Hua, follow me. Zhang Daoxian laughed loudly, without saying anything else, waved his sleeves, and disappeared with Jiang Hua. On the solitary peak, there is a crooked tree and a thatched hut. Jiang Hua and Zhang Daoxian sat opposite each other, cross-legged on the cushions. Jiang Hua, how is it? Are you surprised? My place is a bit shabby, isn't it? Zhang Daoxian asked with a smile, flipped his palm, took out the tea set, and poured a cup of tea for Jiang Hua himself. A mountain is not famous for its height, but for the immortals living there. A river is not famous for its depth, but for the dragons living there. Since you are a master, you naturally have to be a little unique. Jiang Hua said with a smile. Ha, kid, you can talk. Take out your points tokens. I'll count them and redeem them for rewards. Also, I heard from Qin Ming that you don't want the awakening stone, but the nine-tailed fox? Yes, compared to the awakening stone, I think the nine-tailed fox is more useful to me. Jiang Hua said, and with a wave of his hand, a large number of point tokens piled up on the ground like a small mountain. After defeating Bai Ziang and others and seizing their points tokens, Jiang Hua's points have exceeded 500,000. After a final count, the difference was not far. Zhang Daoxian handed Jiang Hua a tablet, indicating that he could choose the exchange item himself, while explaining. Jiang Hua, teacher Qin Ming didn't know much about the nine-tailed fox before. It was a pet kept by a true disciple in the academy. Although it's not a pet, it's someone else's, so it's not easy to get. Can you see if you can exchange it for another exotic beast, or something else you want? True teachings? Jiang Hua asked doubtfully as he flipped through the tablet in his hand. Yes, in our Pangu Academy, disciples are divided into outer court disciples, inner court disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. There are currently 72 true disciples in the academy, all of whom have broken through the 7th level in strength. Their status in the academy is extremely high, no less than that of the academy elders. Even some of them are hard for me to talk to, and many of them are away training all year round, making it hard to find them. If you give someone else's pet to you without saying hello, it will be difficult to explain it later. Zhang Daoxian explained. Jiang Hua immediately understood after hearing what he said. A 7th level true disciple with such strength is comparable to a formal member of the Dragon Guard. No wonder Zhang Daoxian also felt it was difficult to deal with. In that case, let's change to something else. Jiang Hua nodded and did not make things difficult for Zhang Daoxian because of this. It was originally someone else's property, so how could he steal it by force? As he was speaking, Jiang Hua's gaze suddenly focused, and he saw something on the tablet that interested him. 9th level treasure Blood of God. Chapter 79 Sorry, little guy. God's blood? TSK, Jiang Hua, you have a very sharp eye. This God's blood is the most precious even among the 9th level treasures. Zhang Daoxian looked at Jiang Hua's gaze fixed on the blood of God and couldn't help but speak. Senior, can this thing be exchanged? Jiang Hua looked at the points above, which were exactly 500,000. Of course you can, but I urge you to consider this. This God's blood was obtained from the true God temple. To be more precise, it should be called the blood of the evil god. The elders of the academy have studied it and found that the blood of the evil god can be absorbed by the human body. After fusion, it can give the physical body an extremely terrifying amplification and transform the level of life. But it will also affect people's mental will to a certain extent, and the side effects are quite significant. Moreover, the energy contained in it is too vast, and with your current strength, it may be difficult to withstand it. Zhang Daoxian comforted him tactfully. With my current strength, what are the chances of successful fusion? Jiang Hua asked with some hope. Less than 10%. Zhang Daoxian stretched out a finger somewhat embarrassedly. Jiang Hua's face twitched. He knew that Zhang Daoxian was just trying to save his face by saying it was a 10% chance, but in reality, the chance was not even 1 in 10,000. He would probably explode and die after the fusion. Jiang Hua had no choice but to give up, but then he thought, if he couldn't do it, then could Michael Zhulong and the others do it? Regardless of whether they are evil gods or righteous gods, since they are the blood of gods, they are always related to gods, and Michael and others happen to be creatures with the status of gods. If I absorb the blood of this evil god, will I be able to gain some unexpected benefits? The more Jiang Hua thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. After all, as summoned creatures, Michael and the others would not die, so it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Moreover, the system said that all summoned creatures would obey Jiang Hua's orders unconditionally and would never betray him, so even if their minds were really affected by the evil god's blood, there was no need to worry that they would betray him. It can be said that there is absolutely no need to worry about anything. In this case, why not give it a try? Thinking of this, Jiang Hua told Zhang Daoxian about his idea. After listening, Zhang Daoxian seemed to be thinking about it and said hesitantly, if you have made up your mind, you can give it a try. In fact, he didn't have any expectations in his heart, but he thought that Jiang Hua had so many summoned creatures, and even if one was broken, the impact would not be big, so he didn't object. Jiang Hua immediately made the decision to do so, and Zhang Daoxian didn't say anything more. He contacted someone to prepare to send the blood of God over. The 9th level treasure still needs to go through a series of complex review procedures, and it is definitely not available today. Seeing that it was getting dark, Zhang Daoxian took Jiang Hua to the Spirit Beast Garden again. In a specially open small secret realm, there is green grass, blue sky and white clouds, and the scenery is picturesque. On the grassland below, all kinds of rare and exotic animals are running and jumping, having fun. This is where Pangu Academy raises rare and exotic animals. After 100 years of development and construction, it has grown to a considerable scale. There are now thousands of exotic beasts here, all of which are extremely rare species with powerful bloodlines, and almost none of them are below a level. Zhang Daoxian and Jiang Hua appeared in the sky. Jiang Hua saw many familiar beasts at a glance, including the three-eyed evil fox, the silver moon wolf, the ice blue king scorpion, etc., which were all Jiang Hua's pets. Of course, the most important thing is the dazzling critical hit value on the head of each pet, which makes Jiang Hua's mouth water. If he kills them all at once, he might be able to form a super pet army consisting of all A-level and S-level pets. That would make them invincible. When the army goes out, they will just start killing people indiscriminately, killing gods and Buddhas who stand in their way. Jiang Hua's eyes flickered, and he was about to make a move, but after glancing at Zhang Daoxian beside him, he honestly put the idea to rest. It's obvious that he can't do anything wrong with his savings of hundreds of years. If he really does, even with dual SSS level talents, he probably won't be able to protect himself. Don't be greedy, don't be greedy. Just choose one. Jiang Hua muttered in his heart, constantly comforting himself, and then he suppressed his foolish thoughts. Jiang Hua, choose one. You can take your pick from the ones we have now. If you don't like any of them, there are rarer ones over there. They each have their own special training environments suitable for them. You can choose from there. Zhang Daoxian said with a smile. Can I see them all? Jianhua asked, his eyes scanning around. Since you can only choose one, of course you have to choose the one with the highest critical hit value to maximize the benefits. So even though he saw several that caught his eye, Jianhua didn't rush to make a choice. Of course. The old man has nothing to do today, so I will serve you. Zhang Daoxian said with a big laugh. No, senior, you are embarrassing me. Jianhua was embarrassed. The 8th level strong man was serving him like a clown. Although he knew that Zhang Daoxian was joking, he could not agree to it, otherwise he would be too arrogant. Next, the two of them toured the entire Spirit Beast Garden. After a large amount of comparison and selection, Jianhua's eyes finally settled on a firebird perched on a paulownia tree. It is the size of a sparrow, with bright red feathers all over its body, which is very beautiful. There is also a golden halo floating above its head. It just stood on the branch of the sycamore tree, as if it was sleeping, but at first glance, it was still a beautiful landscape. Jianhua, are you interested in this meteor firebird? It's only an A-level exotic beast. Although it's considered a relatively rare type, there are many more precious exotic beasts in this Spirit Beast Garden. How about looking at something else? Look at that golden-haired tiger, it's a prehistoric alien species. When it grows up, its combat power is extremely powerful. That titan ape over there is a powerful one with a huge body. If it is trained, its future will be unimaginable. These two have S-level bloodlines and are much stronger than the meteor firebird. Zhang Daoxian was quite surprised to see Jianhua seem to be interested in the meteor firebird. He didn't understand why Jianhua would be interested in an A-level bloodline. With such a good opportunity, shouldn't the strongest one be chosen? He immediately introduced other exotic beasts to Jianhua. But Jianhua couldn't listen at this moment. All he could see was the fiery red bird and the string of numbers above its head. Starting with 8 digits, a critical hit of 50 million times. What the hell are the golden-haired tiger and titan ape? Can they compare to them? Even if anyone said anything today, no one could stop Jianhua from taking the meteor firebird away. So facing Zhang Daoxian's kind reminder, Jianhua shook his head and refused. No, senior, when I choose my pet, I don't consider bloodline, I only consider fate. I want this meteor firebird. Please grant me your favor. You? Zhang Daoxian was also quite speechless. Who cares about fate when choosing a pet? It's not like choosing a partner. However, seeing Jianhua was so determined, he didn't say anything more. He immediately took action, and as he raised his hand, the spiritual energy gathered and he grabbed the meteor firebird. The meteor firebird woke up instantly, and its body turned into a stream of light. In an instant, it appeared 1,000 meters away. Meteor, since it is named this, it naturally means that its speed is as fast as a meteor, but how can a mere 3rd-level alien beast escape from Zhang Daoxian's palm? Zhang Daoxian raised his hand slightly, and the spiritual energy turned into a giant hand of 100 feet, covering the space of 1,000 meters in radius, and grabbed it in his hand. Then a restraint was used to seal the spiritual power of the meteor firebird and handed it to Jianhua. Thank you, senior. I will go back to tame my pet first. Jianhua looked at the squeaking meteor firebird in his hand and could no longer hold back his desire to obtain an SSS-level pet, so he said goodbye to Zhang Daoxian. Kid, you are so impatient and want to have your wedding night. Okay, go ahead. Zhang Daoxian laughed and waved his hands. Jianhua said goodbye and left. When he came out of the Spirit Beast Garden, it was already completely dark outside. Jianhua randomly chose an empty villa, took the key, and went straight in. Sorry, little one. In the room, Jianhua did not hesitate and crushed the meteor firebird to death. The pleasant system prompt sound rang out instantly. Chapter 80 Sunbird, 3-legged golden crow. Ding, kill the meteor firebird, triggering a 50 million times critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the sunbird, the 3-legged golden crow. Pet, 3-legged golden crow. Quantity, 9. Bloodline, 9 Yang Fusion, SSS level. Cultivation, level 3, stage 3. Skills, Sun's True Fire, Great Sun Transformation, Golden Crow's Falling Feathers, 9 stars in a row, Golden Crow transforms into a sword, Golden Crow Refining Medicine. Cultivation method, grow by consuming flames or items containing fire and yang essences. The system panel appeared, and Jianghua's eyes widened instantly. Fuck, 9? Jiang Hua was shocked. This wave directly harvested 9 mythical beasts, including the legendary sunbird and the 3-legged golden crow. This is the incarnation of the sun in mythology and legend. It is a divine bird born to Emperor Dejuan and Shiha. It has the function of incarnating the sun and patrolling the sky. Doesn't this mean that there is one sun in the sky, but here in Jianhua there are 9 suns? Awesome! Jianhua couldn't help but admire again. The most important thing is that Jinwu possesses the true fire of the sun, which is another super powerful skill. The true fire of the sun is so powerful that it is almost on par with the Nanming Lihua of the vermilion bird. Once the true fire comes out, it will burn the sky and boil the sea, leaving the land scorched for thousands of miles. Jianhua practiced the 9-layer thunderblade, and the power of thunder he controlled was terrifying enough. If he practiced a fire-attributed spiritual skill and added the true fire of the sun, the power could be imagined. Moreover, Jianhua still has a 9 heavens thunder fruit on the way. When the time comes, the 9 heavens divine thunder and the sun true fire will be launched together. Then, who else will come? This time, he really made a fortune. It was the right decision to come to Pangu Academy. Otherwise, if he were outside, Jianhua would not know when he would encounter a strange beast with a critical strike power of 50 million times. If I summon the golden crow here, won't it set the house on fire? Jianhua touched his chin, summoned Michael and Medusa first, asked them to set up a barrier to block the energy, and then waved his hand. Boom! The scorching golden light shot out, almost blinding Jianhua's eyes. In the room, an incomparable light suddenly lit up, as if the sun suddenly appeared in front of him. And it wasn't just one sun, but 9. The terrifying heat wave and dazzling light made Jianhua almost think he was going to melt. Fortunately, pets cannot harm their owners. This was just an illusion of Jianhua. After Jianhua got used to it a little, he looked at the 9-wheeled sun floating in the room. 9 3-legged golden crows lined up in a line and floated in the air, flapping their wings slightly. Golden red flames burned all over their bodies, and their terrifying aura caused a whistling wind to fill the room. It is impossible to describe the appearance of the golden crow. When looking at the golden crow, one only sees a ball of light, like a divine bird cast in gold, emitting endless brilliance. The entire Pangu Academy flashed brightly at this moment, and in that instant, night turned into day. The entire academy was alarmed, and countless people rushed out, appearing in the sky to investigate the situation. Fortunately, Jianhua had made some arrangements in advance, and the light dimmed in just a moment. With the help of Zhulon, Michael and others, no one noticed. TSK, with all 9 golden crows attacking together, even Hui can be defeated. At least that Gu Mu Jia can definitely be defeated. Even if he doesn't, Jianhua will make him fall. Let's find a secret place tomorrow and test the power of the golden crow. Jianhua looked left and right, very satisfied. After admiring it for a while, he waved his hand and put the golden crow away. Then he raised his palm slightly, and with a bang, a ball of brilliant golden red flame appeared in his hand, emitting a scorching temperature that could burn everything to ashes. Jianhua casually took out a spiritual weapon he had snatched and placed it on the flame. With a bang, the flame exploded. In just a few breaths, the spiritual weapon melted into molten iron and finally turned completely into ashes. The sun is truly fire, and its reputation is well deserved. Jianhua sighed, waved his hand to put out the flame, closed his eyes, went to bed and prepared to sleep. Tai Miao has been working hard in Shenanjia for more than 10 days without getting a good sleep. Now he finally has time to have a good sleep. Medusa, massage your legs. Jianhua stretched, lay down on the bed without any image, and gave the order lightly. Medusa rolled her eyes, but still walked over obediently, sat on the edge of the bed, and massaged Jianghua's legs. In return, Jianhua placed his hand on Medusa's plump and white thigh. Hiss, so silky, is this dove? Jianhua sighed comfortably and slid his palm slowly. Michael turned around tactfully, facing the wall and pretending to be invisible. As he needed, Jianhua fell into a dream, his breathing became slow and calm, and he fell into a deep sleep. True Temple. The gathering place of cultists in a vast secret realm. It was dark and desolate, with all life extinguished. Even the moonlight here glowed a strange blood red. On the earth, there are countless indescribable, twisted and weird plants growing, which look extremely eerie and terrifying under the moonlight. When the wind blows, the branches and leaves sway, making a humming sound, as if ghosts are dancing wildly in the night, which is extremely terrifying. Ah! Ah! There were shrill and terrifying screams coming from afar, which was extremely creepy. As the distance got closer, a huge pool of blood emerged, with countless scarlet and sticky blood bubbling in it. Hundreds of cultists surrounded the area, dressed in black, sitting cross-legged and making hand seals. A huge and thick black iron pillar stood in the middle of the blood pool. What was shocking was that there was a woman tied to the black iron pillar. The pure white dress was completely stained red with blood. Li Qingran's hair was disheveled, her body was bound with iron chains, her limbs were pierced by iron nails, and she was tied to a black iron pillar. She looked extremely miserable. Yi Xiao and Xu Yun were suspended in the void, standing in the air, watching this scene, with bloodthirsty light flashing in their eyes. There was an extremely cruel look in Xu Yun's eyes, with a flash of pleasure of revenge, but also some fear, because he understood that everything Li Qingran was experiencing now, he would also have to experience in the future. It may not be as miserable as Li Qingran, but it will definitely not be pleasant. Go on, activate the formation, and increase the strength. Night Owl spoke indifferently, and the seals in the hands of hundreds of cultists below changed. Suddenly, the blood in the huge pool of blood began to surge and boil more violently, and even showed signs of turning black. All the blood gurgled towards the black iron pillar, spread upwards, and continuously poured into Li Qingran's body. Ah! The shrill scream rang out again. The moment the blood entered his body, Li Qingran suddenly raised his head, as if being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives, and let out a heart-wrenching howl. Black energy billowed out of her body, veins bulged on her forehead, and blood-red lines covered her face. She looked hideous and ferocious, struggling madly, and even the chains on her body made violent noises. Continuous screaming. Constant struggle. In this intense and indescribable pain, Li Qingran's aura became stronger and stronger. A terrifying, violent and bloodthirsty aura, like that of a prehistoric beast, emanated from her body and gradually became stronger. Watching this scene, a hint of joy flashed in Night Owl's eyes. As expected of the Queen of Another World, she can actually withstand 10 drops of the heretic god's blood. Even I am a little scared. I really don't know what kind of monster I will create. No, not a monster, but a perfect believer. Great God, please forgive me for using the wrong word. I will offer you the most suitable and perfect believer. He muttered to himself, with a fanatical light in his eyes, like a believer who had gone crazy to the extreme. He looked at Li Qingran as if he was looking at a treasure or appreciating a work of art. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Xu Yun, with a cruel smile on his face. Boy, you go down too. No, don't, ah! With a scream, Xu Yun was kicked into a pool of blood by Yi Xiao. Chapter 81 Protection Fee. Well, this sleep was really comfortable. Jianhua stood up from the bed, looked at the sunlight coming in from the window, stretched himself lazily, and sighed. 10 days of high-intensity fighting in Shenangjia, followed by another major battle, really made Jianhua nervous and exhausted. Fortunately, after a night's rest, I finally recovered. He stood up and walked outside. Having nothing to do today, Jianhua planned to take a good look around the Pangu Academy. Especially places like the Trial Tower and the Training Tower, which are the most famous buildings among the 4 universities. They have magical abilities that can rapidly increase people's strength. I had heard of it before, and now that I'm at Pangu Academy, I naturally want to miss it. But before that, you have to go to the Resource Management Office. Jianhua had already learned from the official website yesterday that students at Pangu Academy who wanted to receive their monthly cultivation quota had to first order and redeem it on the official website, and then go to the Resource Management Office in person to collect it. There, you can get the training potions distributed by the school every month, as well as admission tickets to the Training Tower and Trial Tower. As for why he had to go there in person instead of having it delivered, it is quite intriguing. It was just a short trip, so Jianhua didn't think much about it. He walked out the door and headed towards the Resource Management Office. However, he never expected that as soon as his body became airborne, a joyful voice came from behind him. Jianhua, wait for us. Shenrusha's cheerful voice sounded like a lark out of a cage. Jianhua turned around and saw that she was smiling with her eyes and eyebrows. She came to him skipping and jumping, looking more playful and energetic, and less quiet than before. Naturally, Xu Xiao, his little tail, follows him. Shenrusha is a healing type and does not have much fighting power, so Xu Xiao always follows him closely. Jianghua, good morning. I brought you breakfast, which I made myself. Shenrusha came to Jianhua and handed him a small food box containing a few exquisite pastries that looked quite appetizing. You can cook too? Jianhua was quite surprised. Of course. Rushu has been proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since she was a child. She is also good at cooking and embroidery, and she even has special certificates. It's just that she rarely cooks. Today, you are lucky enough to enjoy it. Xu Xiao stood aside, crossed her arms, and said with great pride. You talk as if you did it. Jiang Hua retorted to her, picked up a piece of cake and took a bite, his eyes suddenly lit up. Tasty. Hee hee, as long as you like it. By the way, Jiang Hua, where are you going? Receiving Jiang Hua's praise, Shenrusha smiled brightly, with sparkling light in his eyes, and he was obviously very happy. We're going to the resource management office. Do you want to come with us? Okay, we also want to go shopping. The three of them flew through the air together, and in just a few minutes, they arrived at a platform square. This square is much smaller than the area where the new students moved in yesterday, and there are no residential buildings. Instead, in the center stands a huge bird's nest-shaped building, like a shopping mall. This is the resource management office. At this moment, there are a lot of people coming in and out of the main entrance hall, making it quite lively. As soon as Jiang Hua landed, he heard a noisy sound coming from the front, and faintly heard a familiar voice. This is our cultivation resource. Why should we give it to you? Do you think you can bully others like this? Are there any laws or rules left? Li Tsong's face flushed red as he glared at the group of academy disciples standing in front of him and roared angrily. There were many freshmen standing next to him, all with grim expressions, clenched fists, gloomy eyes, and looking quite aggrieved. On the opposite side, there were more than a dozen disciples from Pangu Academy. They had a powerful aura and emitted a faint bloodthirsty smell. They were all above the third level in cultivation and were obviously veteran disciples of the academy. The leader had even reached the fourth level. He was dressed in Jackie Chan jeans, with side bangs hanging down to his chest, covering one side of his face. He had a cigarette in his mouth and looked quite arrogant. Hearing Li Tsong's roar, Doi Hu scratched his ear with his little finger, suddenly raised his foot, and kicked Li Tsong to the ground. Then he walked forward and kicked Li Tsong hard in the stomach. Li Tsong's face turned pale immediately and blood spurted out. He curled up and squirmed on the ground like a shrimp, with an extremely painful expression. Why are you calling your mother that? Why? I'm going to tell you why now. Because I'm stronger than you. I can crush you to death with just one finger. Do you understand? Doi Hu squatted down and slapped Li Tsong's face hard with his rough palm, making a snapping sound, and said with a sneer. Li Tsong gritted his teeth, stared at Doi Hu with wide eyes, and said nothing stubbornly. Oh, you're still a tough guy, you're not convinced, right? Don't worry, I have 10,000 ways to make you convinced. Once you enter Pangu Academy, you have to coil up like a dragon and lie down like a tiger. Throughout history, which freshman has not gone through this? If you want to break the rules, unless you have the strength to do so, this will be the outcome. As Doi Hu spoke, his eyes turned fierce. He picked up the cigarette but in his hand and pressed it hard on Li Tsong's face. Ah! Li Tsong suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. When the others saw the scene, they all lowered their heads in fear. Doi Hu was too powerful and they didn't dare to resist at all. Seeing Li Tsong, the one who stood out, suffer so miserably, they were so scared that they became cowards. Seeing this scene, the old students behind Doi Hu burst into laughter and whistled mockingly. Brother who is so domineering, he should really deal with these ignorant brats. They really think that everything will be fine after entering Pangu Academy. Here, without strength, your life will be even more miserable than outside. Ha, look at how cowardly they are. Brother Tiger slapped them and they didn't even dare to fart. TSK, wasn't it said that there was a troublemaker this time who overthrew all the hunting teams? Now it seems that they are not that great, just a bunch of useless people. In the distance, Jiang Hua and the other two watched this scene. Shenrushu frowned slightly and couldn't help asking. What are they doing? Bullying freshmen, and the school doesn't care? Care? Ha, if the school is even concerned about such a trivial matter, then there's no need to continue running. It should have been written in the freshman orientation handbook. In the academy, except for not killing people and destroying people's cultivation, other minor conflicts are allowed. To put it bluntly, Pangu Academy is not an ivory tower. As long as you don't go too far, the academy encourages competition. I'm even happy to see this scene, because only after suffering humiliation can one become more motivated to become stronger. Xu Xiao crossed her arms and sneered. Jiang Hua's eyes flickered when he heard this. He glanced around and found that many of the disciples coming and going in the academy were ignoring everything with indifference, as if they were already used to it. There were even quite a few people who stood by with great interest, looking as if they were gloating over the show. Thinking about the fact that the school required all disciples to come to the resource management office in person to collect supplies, Jiang Huo already understood. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Huo originally didn't want to get involved in these things. After all, he and Li Tsong were not very familiar with each other and had only met once. It's never worth it to stand up for others and get into trouble for no reason. And even if I can help once, what about the next time? Without the strength, I will always be beaten. However, since Chu Xiao said that this is the rule of the school, Jiang Huo doesn't mind taking action once. Since the old students can suppress the new students can naturally snatch the old students. What's more, if others can collect protection fees, then Jiang Huo can naturally collect them as well. As for cultivation resources, who would complain about having too much? He now has 9 more golden crows to raise. The academy has 6 billion yuan a year, and raising these legendary beasts is just a drop in the bucket. A sharp light flashed in Jiang Huo's eyes, and he strode forward. Who was talking about the troublemaker just now? The troublemaker is here. A voice with a faint smile sounded, causing everyone to pause. They turned around and saw a very handsome young man in a tuxedo walking towards them with 2 beautiful women. Hey, so beautiful. Is this also a freshman this year? There is such a pretty girl among the freshmen this year? Several old students immediately looked stupid and stared at Chen Rishu and Chu Xiao with shining eyes. Douyihu's eyes narrowed and focused on Jiang Huo. He recognized Jiang Huo and his expression changed slightly. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Jiang Huo is now quite famous in Pangu Academy. Although he had only been a student for a day, even some core disciples who had been in seclusion for years had already heard of Jiang Huo's name. An SSS-level genius, he single-handedly defeated all hunting teams, fought against hundreds of people, and suppressed all freshmen. These shocking deeds made Jiang Huo, the newcomer, unparalleled in Pangu Academy for a time. Jiang Shun. Jiang Huo's appearance quickly cheered up the freshmen as if they had seen a savior. Li Tsong didn't care about the pain. He got up from the ground, rushed to Jiang Huo, and cried. Woo, brother Jiang, these old students are trying to steal our cultivation resources. They're asking us to hand over half of our resources every month, and if we don't, they'll beat us up. This is so insulting. Look at my face. Look at this. This is so insulting. Li Tsong cried with tears and snot, and put his face close to Jiang Huo so that Jiang Huo could see it. Jiang Huo's face twitched, and he took a step back calmly, patted his shoulder, and said soothingly, "All right, just stand aside. I'll help you get your place back." Get your place back? Oh, you're so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt by your boasting? A mocking voice was heard, and Douyihu came over with a dozen old students, with his arms folded across his chest, looking at Jiang Huo with a sneer. Jiang Huo, right? I know you. You're the strongest freshman in this year's 4 major universities, even known as the #1 prodigy in the era of great contention. I admit that you have some ability to kill Luo Badian, but you may not know the rules of the inner courtyard. At Pangu Academy, new students have always had to pay protection fees upon admission. This is an unwritten rule that has never been broken from ancient times to the present. It just happens to be our turn to collect it this year. I know you are strong, but even if you send us away, there will be the next batch, and continuous people coming to collect it until we get it. In other words, if you want to break this rule, you will become enemies with all the senior students in the inner courtyard. I hope you will carefully consider the consequences. Douyihu spoke, looking down at Jiang Huo with an indifferent look, and there was an undisguised threat in his words. Really? I didn't know there was such a rule. Then, please tell all the seniors that I, Jiang Huo, will collect the protection money from the freshmen this year. Others, please stay away from it, otherwise. Boom! Jiang Huo took a step forward, and a terrifying aura rose up. A heavy dragon might swept out, causing Douyihu and others to change their expressions instantly, and they couldn't help but take several steps back. Hearing Jiang Huo's words, Douyihu's expression became even uglier, and he gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Huo, you're too arrogant. Do you know what you're saying? You're trying to steal food from us old people. Do you know what the consequences of doing so will be? Shut up. Jiang Huo's eyes turned cold, and he appeared in front of Douyihu in an instant. He slapped his palm in the face with a whistling wind. Snap! A crisp slapping sound rang out, and Douyihu screamed miserably. His face was directly twisted, and blood mixed with broken teeth spurted out. The whole person flew backwards and rolled to the ground. Now, do you understand what I am saying? Chapter 82, Seize the Day. Now, do you understand what I am saying? A calm and indifferent voice sounded, causing everyone present to gasp and look at Zhang Hui in shock. They didn't know what happened outside the academy, but Douyihu truly possessed the strength of a 4th-level warrior, and his talent had reached a level. Yet, he was slapped away by a 3rd-level warrior like Zhang Hui, and he didn't even have time to react. This guy is too powerful. Zhang Hui is really as powerful as the rumors say. And from what he said, it seems that he wants to interfere in the whole issue of freshman protection fees. This is no small matter. Although Shenangjia only recruited more than 200 new students through the assessment, in fact, Pangu Academy recruits at least 3,000 new students through various channels every year. 3,000 people each receive half of the cultivation resources every month, which, added together, would be an astronomical figure. Such a huge amount of oil and water has long been divided up by various forces in the inner court, and it is agreed that the quota will be rotated every year. But now, Zhang Hui actually wants to get his hands on this huge cake, which is equivalent to stirring up a hornet's nest. This is not just causing trouble, this is fucking going against the will of heaven. Too arrogant? Are the newcomers nowadays so arrogant? Everyone was shocked, but Zhang Hui had no idea how outrageous what he was doing. He also had no idea that there were so many new students every year. He just wanted to make a little extra money. Apart from him, Li Tsong and others obviously didn't know the ins and outs of it. When they saw Zhang Hui take action and knock Douyihu down in one fight, they immediately cheered enthusiastically. Senior Zhang Hui is awesome. God Jiang is so domineering. Ha ha ha, with God Jiang here, let's see if these old students dare to be so arrogant in the future. They have only practiced for 2 more years than us in the academy, but they really think we freshmen are easy to bully. The group of freshmen were quite excited. They had always admired Zhang Hui, and now that they saw Zhang Hui standing up for them, they were even more grateful. At this time, a group of old students hurriedly helped Douyihu up. Douyihu was in a rather embarrassed state at this time and dared not be arrogant anymore. Staring at Zhang Hui, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, "Alright, you're awesome, Zhang Hui, you're awesome. Let's see. I want to see if you can overturn the sky of this inner courtyard." After making these harsh remarks, Douyihu turned around and left with his men. Zhang Hui's eyes turned cold. "Did I let you go?" Douyihu's body suddenly froze. His chest heaved, and he clenched his fists, suppressing his inner rage. He turned around and said coldly, "What else do you want? Killing is not allowed in the academy. Of course I won't kill anyone, and I don't have a hobby of bullying weaklings, but I can teach a few of you a little lesson. Leave the space ring behind. Also, from today on, each of you must hand over half of your cultivation resources to me every month. If you don't give it to me, I will make you spend every day lying in bed from now on. If you don't believe me, you can try it." Zhang Hui raised the corners of his mouth and spoke with a smile, but the words he said made several people feel cold and terrified. Under Zhang Hui's gaze, the few people did not dare to resist. They took off the space ring obediently, turned around and left without saying a word. Their backs looked quite embarrassed. "Ah, Jiangshan, you are so awesome. You are indeed worthy of being from our Jiangchang. You are so handsome." Li Tsong laughed heartily, with a flattering look on his face. He took the space rings from several people and handed them to Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui took the space ring and placed one of them in Li Tsong's hand, then said, "I have a task for you. You heard what I just said. I will waive your protection fee, but you must pay my protection fee. After all, I have no friendship or dealings with you. I can't stand up for you for nothing. I should at least charge you some money for my hard work. However, I won't be as ruthless as them. I only want 20%. Of course, it's all voluntary. If someone is unwilling to pay, I won't force them. It's just that those who pay can enjoy my protection, and those who don't pay, then if anything happens, it has nothing to do with me, understand?" "I see. Isn't this just like in Shenangjia? I'll help you get the token, and you'll help us pass the assessment." In Ji Boda's words, what is it called? Bodyguard, Jiangshan, you protect all of us alone. No, it should be called Guardian Angel, ha ha ha. Don't worry, Jiangshan, I promise to make this matter clear to you. I will not let them feel any resistance. Not only will they be willing to pay, they will also be grateful to you. Li Tsong patted his chest and promised. Smart. Okay, go ahead and do it. If you do it well, you will also get dividends. Also, if you encounter any trouble, just come to me directly. Jianhua patted his shoulder and praised him. Li Song hurried down to promote the matter, and Jianhua didn't care anymore. He took Shinrushu and the other person and continued walking towards the hall of the resource management office. Chu Xiao lowered her head, operating something on her phone. After a moment, she raised her head with a serious expression and said seriously, Jianhua, it seems you're in big trouble this time. I just checked and found that Pangu Academy has thousands of new students every year. The cultivation resources in the hands of these thousands of freshmen are an astronomical figure that is unimaginable. You alone cannot protect so many freshmen, nor can you swallow such a huge amount of resources. Even if Ru Chu and I are added, it will still not work. If you really do this, you will be standing against all the senior students in the inner courtyard. Moreover, the protection fee is paid up layer by layer. It is said that even some core disciples are involved. Ah? How could this happen? Shinrushu was shocked. The core disciples were all 6th level powerhouses, and there were more than one of them. The 6th level ones in Pangu Academy were far superior to those outside. Those who can cultivate to the 6th level here are all dragons among men, geniuses among geniuses. Some of them may even be SSS level. Zhang Huai is only at the 3rd level now, how can he deal with them? Feeling somewhat worried, Shinrushu couldn't help but persuade him, Jianhua, why don't you just forget it? As long as you don't provoke them, they certainly won't dare to provoke you. There's no need to take such a big risk just for a few cultivation resources. What Shinrushu said made a lot of sense. Jianhua also raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that Pangu Academy would have so many new students every year. But soon, Jianhua began to calculate in his mind how much benefit thousands of freshmen could bring to him. After some calculations, Jianhua's eyes became extremely firm. He couldn't give up, he absolutely couldn't give up. If he gave up, the god of wealth would not agree. Seeing the worried looks of Shinrushu and the others, Jianhua smiled slightly, it's okay. When the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. The words have been said. How can we take them back just like that? Jianhua, this is not a joke. If things get out of hand, it will be difficult to deal with. Chu Xiao said seriously, and Shinrushu nodded anxiously. Ha, then let this ancient institution feel the shock brought by my Jianhua. Jianhua chuckled, said nothing more, and strode into the hall. 6th level? Core disciples? All the senior students in the inner courtyard? Just because others can't do it doesn't mean Jianhua can't do it. Cultivation is like rowing against the current, fighting against the heavens for life, resources, elixirs, and opportunities. A great opportunity is right in front of you. If you encounter some obstacles and just give up, then there is no point in cultivating. You might as well go home and play with birds. Jianhua's eyes were determined and his mentality was calm. With a system and extraordinary talent, his path of cultivation was destined to be a fast-paced one, overcoming all obstacles and moving forward courageously. Go Dao is not suitable for him. 10,000 years is too long. He only cares about the present. Jianhua entered the resource management office, went to the window, checked the token, and verified his identity. He quickly got his share of cultivation resources. 6 billion divided by 12 months equals a monthly quota of 500 million. Jianhua directly exchanged all of it for cultivation potions and obtained 500 bottles of 5th level cultivation potions. Unfortunately, Pangu Academy cannot offer a 50% discount, otherwise, it would be a full 1,000 bottles. But what's the point of a free thing? In addition, Jianhua also got a 3rd level spiritual medicine, the Spirit Gathering Flower, which is also a spiritual medicine that increases cultivation. This was the treatment that had been agreed upon with Qin Ming before. Every month, I could get a spiritual medicine of the same level as my own cultivation level. When Jianhua breaks through to the 4th and 5th levels in the future, he will be able to obtain 4th and 5th level elixirs. Then there are 2 cards, the training card for the training tower, and the trial card for the trial tower. Because of his SSS level treatment, he has 7 days of free training time every month and 3 opportunities to enter the trial tower for challenges. If he wants more, he will have to exchange them with credits. Chu Xiao and Shinrushu also received their own cultivation resources, but their shares were much less than Jianhua's. I'm going to the trial tower. You guys can have fun on your own. Call me if you need anything. Jiang Hua greeted him, clenched the white card in his hand, and injected spiritual power into it. In an instant, invisible spatial fluctuations emerged, and a white light enveloped Jiang Hua, and his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 83 Breaking into the Trial Tower. In the vast forest, the green bamboos sway in the wind, their branches and leaves making rustling sounds. This is a huge sea of bamboo. The emerald green bamboos are tall and straight, and the bamboo leaves are like blades, swaying slightly. In the center of the bamboo sea, a huge and exquisite pagoda rises from the ground and reaches the sky, exuding an ancient and heavy atmosphere. Even from thousands of meters away, one can feel the majesty and vastness of the pagoda. This is one of the most important buildings in Pangu Academy, the Trial Tower. Whoosh whoosh. Figures appeared in the forest along with the white light. They flew out like flowing light, tapped their toes, and stood on the top of the bamboo branches. There were more than 1,000 people surrounding the huge trial tower. Their gazes fell on the gigantic 10-meter-tall stone tablet in front of the trial tower, staring intently at one of the names, their eyes filled with shock. It's the 40th floor. This Lin Wuhan is indeed worthy of being an SSS-level peerless genius. He was able to reach the 40th floor in one breath with the strength of the 3rd level. This proves that he has the ability to defeat the 4th-level monster. Fuck, he's still rising. He still has some strength left. He's already on the 42nd floor. It's so fast. This is an instant kill. It's the 45th floor. Damn, are the freshmen this year so perverted? This Lin Wuhan is only on his first day at the academy. Is he going to charge for the 50th floor? The gatekeeper on the 50th floor is a 5th-level monster. It's very possible. I heard that Lin Wuhan is the heir of the Lin family in Kyoto. He had already trained in the army for a period of time before he even entered school. His fighting ability is definitely better than that of ordinary geniuses. No wonder. Holy shit. Oh my god, look at the names on the leaderboard. Lin Wuhan is in the top 100 of the inner courtyard rankings. He's already passed the 50th floor, and it only took him less than half an hour. What kind of monster is this? Hey, awesome. Lin Wuhan made it into the top 100 of the inner courtyard on the first day of school. This is incredible. A group of people were talking and exclaiming one after another, making the atmosphere in the forest extremely hot. Jiang Hua stood on top of a bamboo, listening to the discussions and looking at the names on the leaderboard. A smile flashed in his eyes. This guy is indeed a battle maniac. He even got here before me. TSK, you've got the upper hand on this one. Jiang Hua still recognized Lin Wuhan's strength. Whether it was talent, hard work, or character, Lin Wuhan was top-notch and there was nothing to say about it. Apart from himself, even people like Bai Xiang, who are also at the SSS level, would not be able to be Lin Wuhan's opponents if they fought alone. But it's a pity that you were born in the same era as me. This is your honor, but also your sorrow. With a light laugh, Jiang Hua flew down, transformed into a stream of light, and rushed towards the trial tower. Seeing how excited Lin Wuhan was in breaking through the tower, Jiang Hua also felt a little itchy. He was not satisfied with beating Douyihu before. What a crappy rule. I can't even kill anyone. Now, I can finally let go and kill people indiscriminately. Call out. Jiang Hua's figure instantly rushed into the trial tower, and this action also attracted everyone's attention. Who is that kid? Let's stop watching and head straight to the tower. This is a moment to witness history. Are you in such a hurry? TSK, witnessing history is certainly not as shocking as creating it. Do you know who that person was just now? Who is it? And he's making history? Could he be even more awesome than Lin Wuhan? Ha, congratulations, you got the answer right. The man just now was named Jiang Hua. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone looked at the person who spoke. All of them were shocked. Jiang Hua? Is that the Jiang Hua who ranked first among freshmen this year, the one who single-handedly overturned the entire Shenanjia assessment and beat up everyone? Yes, it was Jiang Hua. I happened to be a member of the hunting team for this year's freshman assessment and witnessed everything with my own eyes. And it was not just a simple beating. Jiang Hua fought against hundreds of people alone and beat 3 SSS-level super geniuses to death. If the elders of Nuwa Academy hadn't intervened, none of the 3 would have survived. And you know what? The elders of the 4 universities almost fell out in a fight to get him. In the end, Elder Zhang offered a whopping 6 billion per year to keep Jianhua. Oh my god, 6 billion a year. All our salaries combined don't even reach 6 billion a year, right? Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless, their faces full of disbelief, and they even temporarily forgot about Lin Wuhan. Compared with Jianhua's legendary deeds, Lin Wuhan's entry into the top 100 of the inner courtyard seemed like nothing. Jianhua didn't hear the discussion among the crowd, nor did he know that he had already overshadowed Lin Wuhan before he even started to break through the tower. At this moment, Jianhua entered the trial tower and saw two ancient stone tablets on the ground. One of them had challenge written on it, and the other had life and death trial written on it. These are the two modes of the trial tower. The challenge is to go up layer by layer. The trial tower has a total of 100 levels, corresponding to the 100 cultivation realms of the awakened, from the first level to the 10th level of the 9th level. Each level has a strange beast with corresponding cultivation level guarding the gate. After killing it, you can enter the next level. Legend has it that if you can clear all 100 levels and the entire trial tower, you will receive incredible rewards. However, up to now, no one in Pangu Academy has been able to pass through the entire trial tower and reach the 100th floor, not even the deans of Pangu Academy throughout the generations. In the whole of China, only the legendary god of war Wu Tian, who has reached the 10th level, has the hope of passing the trial tower. Unfortunately, he has been missing for a long time. As for the life and death trial mode, it is the most important function of the entire trial tower and the key to the rapid growth of the combat effectiveness of the disciples of Pangu Academy. In this mode, after entering, there will be a constant stream of strange beasts emerging and attacking you fearlessly until they kill you. In other words, after entering the life and death trial mode, you will immediately enter a combat state, fighting non-stop without any possibility of stopping. You will face attacks from a large number of strange beasts at all times, without even a chance to breathe. All you can do is keep killing the strange beasts in front of you and keep yourself alive as long as possible. As for killing all the strange beasts and surviving completely, that is impossible, because the number of strange beasts attacking you will continue to increase and their strength will continue to grow stronger over time. From 1 at the beginning, to 10, to 100, to 1,000, to 10,000, from the first level, the second level at the beginning, to the 6th level, the 7th level, and even the 9th level. Keep increasing, keep getting stronger, keep attacking, never stop until they kill you. This is the perverted aspect of the life and death trial mode. It is precisely under the oppression of such extremely cruel and extremely perverted rules, and the despair between life and death, that the potential of the human body can be stimulated, allowing the disciples of Pangu Academy to break through their own limits and become stronger rapidly. Of course, having said that, if you die in the trial tower, you won't really die, you will just be teleported out. But the pain of being injured and dying is real, and the process of being bitten, eaten, torn into pieces by countless strange beasts is also real. Among the disciples of Pangu Academy, everyone would be terrified after having experienced it once, and almost no one wanted to experience it a second time. It is even more unbearable. Whenever the trial of life and death is mentioned, and the scene is imagined, the face turns pale and the heart begins to beat violently. Jianhua originally came here for this life and death mode, but seeing how much fun Lin Wuhan was having in passing the levels, he decided to break through the tower first. With his palm pressed on the stone tablet of the challenge, Jianhua instantly entered the trial tower. A white light flashed, and from the rocky forest, a hairy mastiff, like a little lion, jumped out, its scarlet eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty light as it rushed towards Jianhua. Jianhua glared and released a terrifying pressure. The mastiff's body suddenly solidified and exploded into a bloody mist with a bang. Killing a first-level, first-tier monster is as easy as slapping a mosquito. It can't even withstand Jianhua's aura. In less than a breath, the white light flashed again, and Jianhua appeared on the second floor. Second kill, second kill, second kill. Without any suspense, Jianhua pushed forward all the way and reached the 50th floor in just less than a minute, averaging about 1 second per level. And this result was the result of Lin Wuhan's hard work for half an hour. Outside, everyone was so shocked that their scalps were numb. They stared blankly at the names that were rising wildly on the leaderboard, almost questioning their lives. Holy shit, 1 minute, 50 floors, is that even humanly possible? Could the trial tower be broken? Jianhua must be cheating to have made it into the top 100 of the inner courtyard in just 1 minute. Cheating, isn't this outrageous? Su Longyan, the top-ranked cultivator in our inner courtyard, is at the 9th level of the 5th rank. Last month, he reached the 50th floor of the tower in just 3 minutes. Jianhua is only at the 3rd level, but he's 3 times faster than Su Longyan. This is crazy, this world has gone completely crazy. I doubt even the core disciples can do it. How on earth did Jianghua do it? It really is history. 50 levels in 1 minute has already broken the record that Pangu Academy has held for hundreds of years. We are truly not even worthy of carrying their shoes. The crowd was talking about it, some couldn't believe it, some knelt down to worship, and some shook their heads and smiled bitterly, but without exception, they were all shocked beyond words by Jianghua's actions. Roar! A violent roar of a beast was heard, and a huge monster rushed out of the forest. It was dozens of meters tall and galloped across the ground, rumbling loudly, crushing countless trees and raising endless smoke and dust. Its round body is covered with sharp spikes, each of which is several meters long. This is a towering hedgehog, a powerful beast of the 5th level, the 1st level. The terrifyingly huge spikes on its body can be shot out to form a rain of arrows. Moreover, each one has the destructive power of a city-breaking crossbow arrow. A round of concentrated shooting is enough to destroy a city. Jianghua was suspended above the sky, with the angel wings behind him fluttering slightly. He looked at the towering hedgehog with a hint of interest on his face. Finally, someone interesting has arrived. However, this big guy is good at attacking cities and seizing territories, but he's no match for them fighting alone. After making a comment, Jianghua waved his hand, releasing a blazing golden light. 9 huge suns rose into the air, hovering in the sky, shining with endless brilliance. Phew! The 9 golden crows all let out sharp cries, lined up in a row, and swooped down at a high speed, rushing towards the sky-high hedgehog, while spewing out pillars of blazing fire from their mouths. Boom! 9 golden red pillars of fire shot out like lasers and hit the sky-high hedgehog together. The sun's true fire burned fiercely, and the huge body of the sky-high hedgehog was enveloped in flames, and a shrill wail came from its mouth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the sea of fire, the wailing gradually weakened, and the huge figure slowly turned into ashes and disappeared. TSK, it took 10 seconds this time, a bit slow. After taking a look at the sky-high hedgehog that had turned to ashes, Jianghua disappeared, and with a flash of white light, he appeared on the 52nd floor. Chapter 84 Skill Combination, Reaching the Top. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several arrows turned into streams of light and shot towards him. Jianghua waved his hand, and the true fire of the sun condensed into the shape of a shield, blocking all the arrows. The arrow hit the shield and was contaminated by the flames, quickly burning to ashes. Jianghua looked up and saw a night elf with purple-black skin, pointed ears, a slender figure, and a grass skirt standing on the top of a big tree. Obviously, this is the gatekeeper of the 52nd floor, a night elf whose strength has reached the 2nd level of the 5th stage. Seeing Jianghua looking over there, the night elf roared at Jianghua, issuing a demonstrative warning, revealing his mouth full of sharp teeth. Then his body flashed quickly, jumping in a Z shape, rushing towards this side, and at the same time, he swung the short bow in his hand continuously, and arrows were shot towards Jianghua in an arc. The arrow was shining with cold light and emitting strong spiritual power fluctuations. It pierced through the air and made a huge whistling sound. Jianghua's eyes were calm, and a golden halo surrounded his body, blocking all the arrows. Then he waved his hand, and Michael and Medusa rushed out and killed the night elves. The 3 of them started fighting instantly. Jianghua was not idle either. He stared at the battle in front of him. The 1,000 illusion spirit weapons in his hand transformed into a huge black bow. Jianghua waved his hand, and a 3-legged golden crow in the sky suddenly fell down, turning into a golden arrow shining with golden light and falling into Jianghua's hand. I'll use the golden crow as an arrow to send you into the cycle of reincarnation. A sharp light flashed in Jianghua's eyes. He drew his bow and shot the arrow. The muscles in his arm bulged, and the bow became like a full moon. The golden crow arrow flashed with dazzling light and shot out violently. Boom! The bow is like thunder and the arrow is like thunderbolt. The arrow shot out with a loud noise like the roar of artillery fire. Even Jianghua's arm was numb from the shock, and the bowstring was vibrating and shaking continuously. The golden crow arrow shot out like a comet, traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. As it flew so fast, a huge phantom of the golden crow appeared above the arrow. A golden divine bird spread its wings and soared, bathing in the raging flames, with its head raised and a loud cry, rushing forward along with the arrows. The violent momentum seemed to destroy everything. A deep crack appeared in the space wherever it passed, and even the sky was torn apart. Medusa and Michael's expressions changed, and they attacked together, repelling the night elves with a palm. Then, without hesitation, their figures turned into white light and dissipated, returning to the system space. The next moment. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up with billowing smoke, creating a terrifying crater in the center of the forest, covering an area of 1 kilometer in radius. In the pit, everything disappeared: trees, grass, stones, and even the soil turned into ashes. The night elves had long been blown into ashes. Hiss, is it this powerful? Awesome! Even Jianghua was shocked and sighed deeply. Because the golden crow has the ability to transform into a weapon, Jianghua had an idea and tried it just now. He didn't expect to get such a big surprise. The power of this move even exceeds the 5-fold thunder sword that Jianghua currently controls, and can be regarded as the most powerful means of attack. And this is just one arrow. If 9 arrows were fired at the same time, what would the effect be? It is simply unimaginable. Jianghua suddenly discovered that he seemed to have accidentally unlocked a new way of fighting skill combination. He has countless pets and summoned creatures, which is Jianghua's greatest advantage. These pets and summoned creatures each possess different skills, and a single skill may not be conspicuous. But if they are combined, for example, venom and water columns, fog and tornadoes, spider webs and thunder, real fire and feather arrows, and so on. The more Jianghua thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. His figure suddenly disappeared and appeared on the 53rd floor. Boom! The angel's wings vibrated, and countless feathers turned into sharp feather arrows that shot out violently. The golden red sun fire burned fiercely on the feather arrows, and they fell down, killing instantly. On the 54th floor, hundreds of human-faced demon spiders spewed out spider webs with lightning flashing above them. They fell from the sky and enveloped a huge iron-eating beast. Thunder crackled, and the iron-eating beast's body stiffened, howling miserably. Dozens of mercury turtles spewed out water columns, forming a waterspout above the sky, which roared down. The group of poisonous pythons shot out venom and merged into the waterspout. The waterspout suddenly turned pitch black, and purple-black venom rolled and rushed down mightily, hitting the body of the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast's screams became even more intense. In just a short moment, it fell to the ground. Its huge body was corroded by the poisonous water and soon turned into a pool of pus. 55th floor, 56th floor, 57th floor. Jianghua pushed forward all the way, using various experiments and various skill combinations to unleash power beyond imagination. Hundreds of low-level beasts, with clear division of labor and combined skills, can actually kill powerful 5th-level beasts. It was like a group of ants biting an elephant to death. If such a horrifying scene were exposed, it would probably shock countless people. Jianghua's eyes lit up and he was extremely happy. The successful experiment of the skill combination made his combat power soar again, almost increasing several times. Soon, Jianghua arrived at the 60th floor, which was also the last floor. The challenge for the inner courtyard disciples ended here. To go up, he had to go to the trial tower exclusively for core disciples. Jianghua did not have the authority yet. Roar! The 5th order, 10th level Tyrannosaurus Rex roared loudly, and its huge body came running quickly, with a mouthful of sharp teeth shining coldly. This beast, once the most terrifying predator in the Jurassic period, still has powerful strength in this era and has become even more terrifying. Jianghua didn't expect that the last level would be this thing, but soon a smile appeared on his face. I thought this was the Jurassic period, sir, times have changed. Superior. Jianghua stretched out his hand and pointed, and hundreds of swamp mud crocodiles roared out. They crawled quickly on the ground. When they were still thousands of meters away from the Tyrannosaurus Rex, they suddenly raised their front paws and slammed the ground heavily. Boom! A dark ripple spread out from the ground. As the Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed forward, the hard mud ground instantly softened, sank, and turned into a swamp. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had no time to stop and rushed into the mud. Its huge body was immediately stuck in the swamp and kept sinking. It roared angrily and struggled frantically, but these movements caused its huge body to sink deeper and deeper, and soon half of its body was submerged in the swamp. Thunder, venom. Jianghua issued the order again, and the group of thunder leopards and poisonous pythons quickly rushed out, throwing thunderballs and poisonous arrows into the swamp. In an instant, the entire swamp rolled violently, with crackling arcs of lightning shooting everywhere, and green mist emerged from the swamp water, which looked extremely terrifying. The Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly let out a shrill scream, opened its mouth wide, and stared at Jianghua in the sky with its scarlet eyes. Suddenly, a blazing beam of energy spurted out of its mouth and shot towards Jianghua. TSK, you have quite a temper. Jianghua chuckled, his figure flashed, and he dodged the attack easily. The 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers once again transformed into a large bow. This time, 3 golden crow arrows were placed on the bowstring. Boom, boom, boom. Arrows shot out, and a huge explosion sounded. Jianghua turned around and slowly walked out of the trial tower facing the flames and smoke behind him. The 60th floor, cleared. Outside the trial tower. As Jianghua's name suddenly appeared at the top of the inner court rankings, immediately, boom. The entire place exploded. Jianghua has cleared the 60th floor. 10 minutes, it only took 10 minutes. Reaching the top spot in the inner courtyard in 10 minutes, breaking the record and making history. Jianghua, awesome. Pitch-breaking shouts resounded throughout the entire bamboo sea, and thousands of people screamed excitedly and enthusiastically. Together, they witnessed this historic moment. A freshman who had just been enrolled for 1 day and whose cultivation level was only at the 3rd level blew up the inner courtyard trial tower in 10 minutes, creating a record that no one had achieved in Pangu Academy in hundreds of years. There is no one like him before. Absolutely no one like him before, and there may not even be anyone like him after him. They really couldn't imagine how Jianghua did it. It was too shocking, too incredible, it was simply a miracle. Although this miracle was not created by them, witnessing this scene is enough to brag about for a lifetime. How could he not be excited? This excitement reached its peak when Jianghua, wearing a starry tuxedo, slowly walked out of the trial tower. A group of people stared at the figure with fanatical eyes, and then rushed forward. What the hell? What are you doing? Are you trying to start a gang fight? I've been fighting for so long I'm almost vomiting. Run away. Holding the trial card tightly, Jianghua's figure was instantly teleported away and disappeared without a trace. The group of people suddenly came up empty-handed. At this moment, Lin Wuhan walked out of the trial tower. He was panting heavily, his clothes were soaked with sweat, but his face was filled with a confident smile. On my first day, I cleared the 54th floor. This achievement is enough to put me in the top 50 of the inner courtyard. I can be considered to have made history. Lin Wuhan was quite satisfied with his achievements, which were the result of his long-term efforts. He was confident that even in this inner courtyard full of geniuses, there were not many people who could reach his level. Everyone outside must be shocked, right? TSK, let me see the shock I cause. With a smile on his face, Lin Wuhan strode out. As soon as he came out, he saw a large group of people surrounding him, and their ardent and admiring gazes were all focused on him. Lin Wuhan's smile suddenly became brighter. He suppressed the corners of his mouth and opened his arms, ready to greet the cheers of the crowd. But the next moment, the group of people suddenly stopped. What happened? Where's Jianghua? Where's the person? How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? He must have been teleported out. He slipped away so quickly. Damn, I wanted to take a picture with him. Fuck, Jianghua left so quickly, how sneaky. What a great opportunity. I wanted to rush up and give him a kiss. You think Jianghua is one of those celebrities who stayed to interact with fans? That's called a master's demeanor. He waves his sleeves and leaves nothing behind. That's a true genius. A group of people were discussing this, and Lin Wuhan was completely confused. What the hell? It's not coming for me? They were talking about Jianghua just now. Jianghua is also here to challenge the tower? Lin Wuhan's heart tightened, and he immediately looked at the ranking stone tablet. Suddenly, a line of large characters blinded his eyes. Jianghua, trial tower ranking, first in the inner court. Chapter 85 Lufeng Club, Mu Lufeng. Soon, the news that Jianghua cleared the 60th floor of the trial tower in 10 minutes and became the first in the inner courtyard spread out. This immediately caused an uproar in Pangu Academy. In addition, the incident of beating Doihu and others in the resource management office, shouting at all the old students in the inner courtyard, and snatching a share of the protection fee, caused an earthquake in the entire inner courtyard. Countless people were discussing the matter, shocked at Jianghua's strength and confidence, and also amazed at his arrogant and domineering style. Walking around the school, you can hear people talking about this everywhere. Have you heard? That newbie, Jianghua, who just joined yesterday, has done 2 major things that have shaken the school. He's so freaking awesome. Every single one of these new students this year is going to be incredible. Of course they heard about it. Our school's official website went viral, and everyone is talking about it. I have to say, Jianghua is really arrogant. He dared to challenge all the senior students in the inner courtyard. The key is that he is really strong. He cleared the 60th floor of the trial tower in 10 minutes. That's amazing. Tisk, no matter how awesome he is, he doesn't know how to restrain himself. He's so arrogant that he'll get into trouble sooner or later. Just wait, someone will come out and deal with him soon. The 5 major societies in the inner courtyard are not vegetarians. Indeed, there are many strong people in the 5 major societies. After all, strange beasts and humans are no match. Jiang Hua can kill strange beasts, but that doesn't mean he can deal with the 5 major societies. What he's doing now is like shitting on the heads of the 5 major societies. The 5 major societies will definitely not tolerate it. When the time comes, they will unite to deal with him, and no matter how strong he is, they won't be able to stop him. At this time, in a rather luxurious courtyard in the inner courtyard. This is the headquarters of Lufeng Club, one of the 5 major clubs. Douyihu's face was bruised and swollen, and he looked quite embarrassed. He and the dozen or so old students from today knelt on the ground tremblingly, with their heads lowered and not daring to breathe. In front of them, a young man wearing a blue suit and gold-rimmed glasses was painting at his desk. The brush in his hand moves smoothly, and in just a few moments, a lifelike portrait of a person appears on the paper. The young man in the portrait is wearing a starry sky tuxedo, with a handsome face, slightly undulating bangs, and a pair of eyes like a deep spring under the moon, extremely deep. Mu Lufeng looked at the painting, nodded with satisfaction, put down his paintbrush, picked up the scroll, hung it on a branch to dry, then turned around and looked at Douyihu and the others. Get up! The indifferent voice made Douyihu and the others tremble in their hearts. Their faces turned pale and they cowed out and begged for mercy in a hurry. President, please spare us, we really didn't mean it. Jiang Hua is too strong, we can't defeat him at all. Several people cried and begged for mercy. They were terribly frightened, as if the man in front of them was some kind of ferocious beast that would take their lives in the next moment. I said, let you get up. Mu Liufeng's voice suddenly became a little colder and he glanced at them with cold eyes. Douyihu and his companions finally gritted their teeth and hurriedly stood up, supporting each other. Mu Lufeng sat down, drank a sip of tea slowly, and said indifferently, the rules of the club are clear and concise. Merits are rewarded, and mistakes are punished. I am very disappointed with what you guys did this time. It just so happens that the club is opening a new secret realm recently and is short of manpower. After you receive your punishment, you can go there and come back when you have made some achievements. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on their faces suddenly became as ugly as if their parents had died. Opening up a new secret realm means exploring an unknown area, which is extremely dangerous and they may lose their lives at any time. However, facing Mu Liufeng's orders, they did not dare to resist at all, nor did they dare to say a single extra word. After nodding obediently, they retreated. After they left, Mu Lufeng was the only one left in the courtyard. He drank tea, enjoyed the breeze for a while, and then spoke lightly. Jiang Hua is an interesting guy with SSS level talent. If he can be recruited into the club, he will be a great help. But unfortunately, such a tough guy is definitely not something I can use. Muan, go ahead and do it. Make him disappear from the academy within 3 days. Yes. A low voice sounded, and in the shadows of the courtyard, a figure squirmed, slowly revealing its figure, and then strode out. TSK, what a pity for such a genius. Mu Lufeng shook his head inside, a flame popping out from his hand. The scroll with Jiang Hua's portrait suddenly caught fire and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in the True God Temple, Night Owl sat on the throne, staring at Wu Xiang standing below, and asked in surprise. Are you saying that Jiang Hua summoned 3 SSS-level creatures in Shenanjia? And one of them is the legendary Zhulong? That's right, sir. Countless people witnessed it with their own eyes. Jiang Hua summoned none other than the legendary Zhongshan god, Zhulong Zhujiuyin. Night Owl nodded and fell into deep thought, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the back of the chair, making a thudding sound. After a long while, he muttered to himself, I remember that the operation to capture the Xuanwu in Kyoto seemed to have failed, right? Yes, sir. The Kyoto branch failed in their attempt to capture Xuanwu, and lost 2 7th-level warriors. The headquarters was furious, and they will probably receive a heavy punishment. Got it. Contact headquarters immediately. We'll accept this mission, but the target must be changed from Xuanwu to Zhulong. My lord, are you planning to let the Empress and Chu Yun carry out this mission? Smart, they've both completed their transformation, and it's time to bring them out to show off. If we can successfully capture Zhulong, our branch will also be able to grab a spot as a holy son in the next parliament. By the way, you did a good job this time. At the next meeting, I will propose that you enter the main hall and receive the blessing. Night Owl said with a smile. Thank you, sir. Wu Xiang was extremely excited. Well, work hard. Once you receive the blessing from the main hall, you will become a core believer. Then you will have the hope of reaching the 9th level in the future. By the way, you will also be included in the matter of Zhulong. Yes, I will definitely complete the task. After leaving the trial tower, Jiang Hua hurried back to his residence. Because he received a message from Zhang Daoxian, saying that the application for the 9 heavens mysterious thunderfruit and the blood of God had been approved, and asked him to go back immediately to receive them. A 9th rank treasure and a 7th rank elixir are about to be obtained. After digestion, his strength will increase greatly. Jiang Hui is naturally anxious. When Jiang Hua returned to his courtyard, he saw a man wearing bronze armor, his whole body wrapped in heavy armor, with only his eyes and nostrils exposed, waiting at the door. There was a mark of an axe on the armor. Jiang Hua's heart immediately trembled, and he instantly understood the identity of this man. The members of Pangu Academy's Kaitian Guard are also the strongest force of Pangu Academy. Each of them is above level 7, and they are ruthless and fearless. As long as they are ordered, they dare to charge against the 9th level strongmen. I didn't expect the gift to be sent by a member of the Kaitian Guard. It seems I underestimated the preciousness of the god's blood. Jiang Hua was thinking secretly in his heart when he heard the member of Kaitianwai speak. Identify yourself. The cold words were devoid of any emotion, as if spoken by a machine. Even ordinary words carried a murderous aura. Jiang Hua didn't care. These specially trained people were not sentimental and only knew how to follow orders and complete tasks. They were actually easier to deal with. Jiang Hua immediately took out his identity token, the Great Xia Dragon Guard medal and other items. After his identity was verified, he had a specially made metal box in his hand. Holding the box, Jiang Hua entered the room. With a wave of his hand, Michael, Medusa, and Zhulong appeared and guarded the surroundings. Jiang Hua then opened the box. A glass test tube containing a dark red liquid, just one drop, but full of activity. It can be seen struggling in the test tube, and even tentacle-like things extend from the edge of the liquid, constantly climbing in the test tube, trying to escape. This thing is a bit weird. Jiang Hua was shocked. This scene reminded him of Venom in Spider-Man. If the blood of the evil god could also turn into that, it would be really terrifying. Michael and the others also turned their gazes over at the same time. Michael and Medusa looked at this thing curiously with serious eyes. They could feel the powerful energy contained in this tiny drop of blood. That was the power of the gods, just a trace of it, but it was enough to shock people. A trace of disgust flashed across Zhulong's eyes, and he rarely spoke filthy things, sullying the word God. Jiang Hua was quite surprised. This was the first time that something had caused Zhulong to speak. Jiang Hua immediately seized the opportunity and asked, "Why do you say that? Do you recognize this thing?" Zhulong shook his head. "I don't know him, but I instinctively felt a disgust deep in my blood." Disgust deep in the blood? Jiang Hua nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Hua put the test tube aside and ignored it for the time being, instead taking out the Joshio Shenlei fruit. The fruit was dark purple in color, with lightning patterns all over it and fine arcs of electricity flashing on it. What was shocking was that the arcs were actually pitch black. Just a trace of black thunder contained energy that was several times stronger than the thunder transformed by Jiang Hua's spiritual power. Tsk tisk, it's indeed worthy of being a 7th level spiritual medicine. Just looking at its appearance is extremely terrifying. Although this spiritual medicine is not used to improve my cultivation, after refining it, it can at least help me improve several realms. Jiang Hua exclaimed in admiration, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, and swallowed the Joshio Shenlei fruit in one gulp. Boom! The medicinal effect of the spiritual fruit exploded in his body, and Jiang Hua's face changed drastically. The terrifying thunder exploded in his body, and the blazing lightning directly penetrated Jiang Hua's body. His clothes exploded instantly, even his hair burst into flames, horrible thunder emerged from his whole body, and dark arcs of electricity moved across his body. Pain. Indescribable pain. Roar. Jiang Hua suddenly let out a dragon's roar, veins popped out on his forehead, his eyes turned blood red, he gritted his teeth, and his face looked extremely ferocious. The white dragon tattoo on his body flashed with golden light, and without his active control, it turned into a dragon on its own. Fine dragon scales grew out, covering Jiang Hua's entire body. Scales, claws, and dragon horns all grew out. The cells in his body divided rapidly, resisting the power of thunder. After transforming into a dragon, his body was strengthened dozens of times, and he could barely withstand the power of the nine heavens' mysterious thunder. Jiang Hua took a deep breath and immediately activated the thunder body tempering spiritual technique, guiding the energy of the thunder to merge into his body. The pitch-black thunder around him slowly shrank and merged into his body, and a huge vortex of thunder gradually formed around Jiang Hua. Just like a pitch-black tornado, Jiang Hua sat cross-legged in the center of the tornado, his aura fluctuating and growing stronger and stronger. Chapter 86 Nine Heavens Mysterious Thunder, God's Blood. Sizzle. Sizzle. Electric arcs kept flashing, making a crackling sound, like thin snakes swimming into Jiang Hua's body. Skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs were covered by the power of Shanlei, constantly destroyed and reborn, removing impurities and becoming stronger and more vigorous. During this process, Jiang Hua was tortured to death. The pain, as if he was being minced in a meat grinder, almost caused him to have a mental breakdown. However, Jiang Hua still managed to hold on. He gritted his teeth and said nothing. Even though blood was oozing from the roots of his teeth, he still persisted, practicing his skills madly and absorbing the power of thunder. The road to becoming stronger is never smooth. If you can't even endure this little bit of pain, how can you become a strong person? With this belief, Jiang Hua's eyes were extremely firm, and the violent black thunder gradually became docile under his will, slowly blending into his body and being used by him. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The sun sets in the west, the full moon rises in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, a day and a night have passed. In the room, Jiang Hua's expression gradually calmed down from the initial pain and ferocity until his brows relaxed. 2 muffled sounds came from his body, and his cultivation level broke through to the 5th level of the 3rd stage. With his eyes opened, Jiang Hua sucked in the dark lightning tornado around him, which had shrunk countless times, into his body. The last bit of power was completely integrated, and a dark lightning mark suddenly flashed in Jiang Hua's eyes. Sizzle. With his palms open, the pitch-black nine heavens mysterious thunder transformed into brilliant arcs of electricity, sticking between his fingers. A terrifying wave of destruction emanated from it, revealing an extremely violent and terrifying feeling. Jiang Hua snapped his fingers, and a black arc of electricity suddenly turned into an arrow and shot towards Michael. Michael's eyes focused, and a circle of golden halo appeared instantly, covering his body, and thunder arrows shot into the halo. Snap! A clear cracking sound was heard, and the halo shattered. The thunder continued to move forward and hit Michael's chest hard. Bang! Michael flew backwards and hit the wall hard. He covered his chest with a painful expression on his face. Hiss! Is it so powerful? Jiang Hua suddenly widened his eyes, feeling a little unbelievable. In that casual attack just now, he didn't even use 1% of his strength, but he actually broke Michael's holy light guardian skill. This power is more than 100 times stronger than the ordinary thunder before. If this nine heavens mysterious thunder is used to cut out a 5-layer thunder sword, Jiang Hua couldn't even imagine the scene. In any case, it would definitely not be less powerful than the Golden Crow's arrow. Sun's true fire and nine heavens mysterious thunder, with these two things, my strength has doubled, and my cultivation has also broken through 2 small realms in succession, reaching the 3rd stage, 5th level. Now, even if the old forces in the inner courtyard come together, there is no need to be afraid. If one comes, I will kill one. If 2 come, I will kill a pair. Jiang Hua's eyes flashed with a sharp light, full of strong self-confidence, which was the confidence brought by strength. As for the possible geniuses in the inner courtyard, I'm sorry, Jiang Hua really doesn't take them seriously. It's not that he looks down on them, but the facts are there. With his own talent, Jiang Hua was able to obtain the 7th level elixir Joshio Shenlei fruit, the black dragon egg, and the blood of the gods, which were extremely precious treasures, when he was at the 3rd level. With all these treasures piled up, Jiang Hua's strength increased beyond imagination. What could anyone else compare to him? Why would anyone even dare to compare to him? They couldn't even catch up. If he still can't become invincible after this, then Jiang Hua has nothing to do and should just go back to the furnace and be remade. A thought flashed through his mind, and Jiang Hua stood up, put on the starry sky tuxedo that had been repaired by himself, and then cast his eyes on the only remaining glass test tube. Next, let's try this god's blood. As if sensing Jiang Hua's gaze, the blood in the test tube suddenly began to struggle violently, causing the entire test tube to vibrate continuously. TSK, you're quite sharp. But now that it's in my hands, there's no way I'll let you get away. Michael, drink it. Jianhua picked up the glass test tube, handed it to Michael, and ordered. Yes, my lord. Michael did not hesitate at all, and could not disobey Jianghua's order, so he immediately opened the test tube and drank the blood of God. In an instant, Jianhua, Medusa, and Zhu Long all stared at Michael. Jianhua couldn't help but clench his hands, feeling quite nervous. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The air seemed to be still, and a full minute passed without anything happening. Michael also stood there in a daze, looking puzzled. Jianhua frowned slightly, not understanding what was going on. After drinking the 9th level treasure, the blood of God, why didn't Michael have any reaction at all? That blood was obviously very strange. Master, I roar. Michael was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. His face became extremely hideous and distorted, his eyeballs bulged out and were covered with red bloodshot. He fell to his knees, his hands clutching his neck, and roared in pain like a wild beast. A surge of blood energy emerged from his body, suppressing the golden light on his body. It was weird and evil. Countless blood-colored threads spread out from the blood energy, wrapping up Michael's whole body, wrapping him up like a rice dumpling. The white angel wings behind him were also shrouded in blood. The golden light that represented sacred purity faded, and half of the 3 wings turned into an inky black color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Justice, holiness, evil, darkness, 2 auras representing their respective extremes twisted and entangled on Michael's body, fighting each other. During this struggle, his aura increased rapidly at an extremely astonishing speed. In just a short moment, it reached the 9th level of the 3rd stage. Roar! With another painful roar, Michael howled towards the sky. The blood-red threads on his face faded away, and the flesh on half of his face fell off, falling off piece by piece, and turned into a white skeleton. Half human face, half skull face, looks extremely scary. Jianhua was also shocked when he saw Michael's miserable condition. He didn't expect that the blood of the evil god was so overbearing that just a drop could torture a person into this state. Looking at Michael's condition, is he going to turn into a monster? Damn, this is so careless. I should have known better than to do this. Jianhua was worried, and Medusa and Zhu Long stepped forward together and stood in front of Jianhua to prevent Michael from suddenly going crazy and hurting people. Medusa stared at Michael intently, and said solemnly, "My lord, he is undergoing a twisted evolution. It won't be completed in a short time. He might go crazy. It's better to store him in the summoning space." Twisted evolution? Jianhua was stunned, and suddenly remembered that in mythology, the snake girl Medusa seemed to have twisted and evolved into a snake girl after experiencing some things. If that were the case, Medusa might be more familiar with this situation. Jianhua immediately asked, is twisted evolution a good thing or a bad thing? After evolving, can he still retain his original abilities? I don't know either. It depends on what he thinks. If he is willing to let go of the past and accept the new power, he will become a different person. If he doesn't want to, he might try to find a balance. But no matter what he chooses, one thing is certain, he will become even more powerful than before. Medusa shook her head and then explained that she had voluntarily accepted the evil power in order to become stronger and transformed into Medusa. But Michael's situation was different from hers, and she didn't know what choice he would make. Jianhua nodded after hearing this. No matter what, being able to become stronger is a good thing. As for the image problem, it is a fait accompli now and there is no point in thinking too much about it. Seeing Michael in pain, Jianhua couldn't bear it anymore and waved his hand to take him into the summoning space. As Michael's figure disappeared, the terrifying atmosphere in the room dissipated, and Medusa and Zhu Long finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rage of a god is extremely dangerous. If Michael really explodes and goes crazy without regard for everything, even the 2 of them will find it difficult to control him. Fortunately, the worst did not happen and Michael did not lose control. Jianhua had never worried about this. With the system in place, even if Michael really lost control, he would not be able to harm his master. Ding dong! Just as I was about to say something, the doorbell suddenly rang outside. Jianhua was puzzled. Why was there someone visiting? He walked to the window and took a look. He saw Feng Xiaoyao standing at the gate of the courtyard. Why is this guy here? Jianhua and Feng Xiaoyao had no friendship, and he didn't know why the other party came to see him, but out of politeness, he walked down and opened the door. Feng Xiaoyao still looked the same, holding a sword in his arms, with a cold face and an attitude that said, "Keep away from strangers." However, after seeing Jiang Hua, the expression on his face changed slightly, which was rare, and he seemed a little embarrassed. Seeing Feng Xiaoyao's expression, Jiang Hua instantly understood and teased him with a smile. "What's wrong? You need my help with something? And you're too embarrassed to say it out loud?" Feng Xiaoyao was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Hua to guess his purpose so easily. He immediately touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. But he quickly adjusted his attitude and said straight to the point, "Yes, I came here to ask for your help. I accepted an A-level mission from the academy, and I can't handle it by myself, so I want you to go with me. I'm not very good at talking, but if you're willing to help me, I'll owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." He's really bad at talking. He acts so tough even when asking for help. Jiang Hua complained in his mind, but didn't say it out loud. Feng Xiaoyao is a pretty good person. He has S-level dragon talent and some potential. He is also straightforward and doesn't beat around the bush. He has a pretty good personality. Jiang Hua happened to have nothing to do, so he just treated it as making friends and nodded in agreement immediately. "Okay, just tell me, what's the mission? I'll go with you." "A level mission, find the auspicious white deer and take its antlers. I've heard that the white deer roams deep in the snowy secret realm, so we have to go there." Chapter 87 Snowy Secret Realm. The secret realm of snow and wind? Yes, there are many 5th-level exotic beasts deep in the snow-wind secret realm. I can't handle them alone, so I came to find you. "Okay, let's go." Jiang Hua nodded, with a hint of interest in his eyes. There seemed to be a shortage of ice-attributed pets in his pet army, so it was a good opportunity to go and stock up. After the two of them agreed, Jiang Hua immediately closed the door and headed towards the Fengshue's secret realm with Feng Xiaoyao. The two of them took off into the air, flew over Pangu Academy, and soon arrived at a huge platform. On the platform stood a number of stone tablets, each inscribed with different characters: Wind and Snow Secret Realm, Sky Thunder Secret Realm, Earth Fire Secret Realm, Spirituals A Secret Realm. Each stone tablet represents a portal to a secret realm. By placing your hand on the stone tablet and injecting spiritual power, you can enter the secret realm. What surprised Jiang Hua was that there was a fee to enter the secret realm, and the price was not low. The Snow-Wind secret realm is only a medium-sized secret realm, but to enter it, one must pay 500,000 blue star coins. The price is not low. 500,000 for one time, and entering and exiting the secret realm several times a month, it will be several million. There are countless disciples in Pangu Academy, and countless people go in and out of the secret realm every day. Just collecting the ticket fees is enough to make a fortune. No wonder Pangu Academy is so generous, giving each student contracts worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. It seems that all the money comes from the students. With a sigh, the two paid the money and suddenly entered the secret realm. In an instant, the world changed. The biting cold wind blew like a knife, hitting the face and making it hurt. Jiang Hua and the other man stood in the snow. At first glance, they saw snow flying all over the sky. The world was vast and desolate. They couldn't help but feel extremely insignificant. "Huh, is this the secret realm of wind and snow?" Feng Xiaoyao looked around. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the breath from his mouth turned into visible white mist, which showed how cold it was. "Which way are we going?" Jiang Hua asked, looking at the snow-capped mountains standing in the distance. This world covered in silver is extremely vast, but it is completely empty and there are almost no living creatures to be seen. Apart from the flying snow, there were only the distant mountains ahead and a large icy lake in the distance to the side, and nothing else. Towards the snow-capped mountains, the white deer is a symbol of good fortune. It usually hides itself, but once an unusual celestial phenomenon occurs, it will climb to the top of the mountain and cry out to the heavens. In the Fengshue's secret realm, auroras sometimes appear. Many people have seen white deer during auroras. According to the pattern, the auroras will appear within the next 2 days, Feng Xiaoyao explained. "Let's go." Jiang Hua nodded. Without any nonsense, he rushed out. The angel wings behind him vibrated, and flew towards the snow-capped mountains. Feng Xiaoyao also took off into the air and caught up with Jiang Hua. The two of them were skilled and bold, flying in the sky in a swaggering manner, which immediately attracted many eyes lurking in the dark. The secret realm of wind and snow seems peaceful, but in fact, there are still countless crises hidden beneath this white world. Phew! A sharp cry suddenly rang out, and dozens of chubby figures suddenly rushed out from the snow below, soaring into the sky like cannonballs, and rushed towards Zhang Huo and the others at an extremely fast speed. Be careful, it's the ice crystal penguin. Feng Xiaoyao immediately sounded the alarm. Looking at the black and white creature in front of him with smooth lines and a round belly, he suddenly drew out the sword in his hand and slashed it out. Swish, swish, swish. Sword energy was everywhere. Dozens of sword energies shone brightly, forming a dense sword net, which rushed towards the ice crystal penguin. Faced with the attack, the ice crystal penguin's rapid forward movement suddenly stopped, and the entire team moved in unison, standing still in the air. Then they all took a deep breath, and as they inhaled, their stomachs suddenly swelled up like balloons, expanding to be bigger than their bodies. Bang! The sword energy fiercely slashed on the belly of the ice crystal penguin, causing it to cave in. But the next moment, as the ice crystal penguin straightened its body, its belly bounced back with a bang, actually bouncing back dozens of sword energies. Not good. Feng Xiaoyao's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly waved his sword to resist. Swish! The sword energy passed by him, and Zhang Huo slightly turned his head to avoid it, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It can actually bounce back attacks. This skill is interesting. And this is the first time I've seen a penguin-like beast. It can fly, but it also has this skill. Not bad. Zhang Huo was delighted to see the prey, and he suddenly raised his hand. With a bang, a golden red flame burned in his hand, and a terrifying heat wave swept out. All the snow within a radius of 1 kilometer melted instantly, forming a vacuum zone. I don't know if you can bounce back from this true fire of the sun. Zhang Huo chuckled and slapped out with his palm. The scorching fire waves turned into hundreds of flaming snakes, whizzing out and instantly landed on the ice crystal penguin. Boom! The flames burned, and in a breath of time, dozens of ice crystal penguins turned into ashes and disappeared without even being able to scream. Ding! Killed the ice crystal penguin, triggering a 3x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the ice crystal penguin. Ding! Kill the ice crystal penguin, triggering a 10x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the ice crystal penguin. Ding! Killed the ice crystal penguin, triggering a 256x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the polar ice bird. Pleasant notification sounds rang out continuously, and Zhang Huo showed a satisfied smile on his face, but Feng Xiaoyao beside him was full of questions. No, it's over in seconds? Dozens of 4th-level monsters, you can kill them just like that? You're so damn strong, it really embarrasses me. How can I still survive if you act so awesome right in front of me? Feng Xiaoyao was complaining in his heart, his face twitching, and he stood there feeling quite embarrassed. I thought it would be a big battle, but it was resolved in just one breath. The 4 and 8 I invited seemed to be too powerful. It's obviously a good thing, so why can't he be happy at all? Let's go, what are you standing there for? Zhang Huo picked up the 4th-level soul crystal that fell on the ground, turned around and saw Feng Xiaoyao still standing there, and asked curiously. Oh, okay. Feng Xiaoyao came back to his senses, agreed, and caught up with Zhang Huo. The two of them moved forward, flying above the sky. Zhang Huo deliberately made a lot of noise to attract various strange beasts to attack, and then killed them instantly. Ding! Killing the exquisite snow fox, triggering a 103x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the frost silver fox. Ding! Killed the frost scorpion, triggering an 888x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet beast, the mysterious ice scorpion. Ding! Kill the little snowman, triggering a 1235x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pet, the ice and snow elf. Listening to the system prompt sounds coming from his ears, Zhang Huo was overjoyed standing at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. Along the way, Zhang Huo saw many ice-type exotic beasts, and also obtained a large number of ice-type pet beasts, no less than 500 in number, making a fortune. Feng Xiaoyao, who was standing aside, was completely numb. Along the way, he didn't even have a chance to attack, and could only watch Zhang Huo perform. With a wave of his hand, flames gushed out and soul crystals fell like rain. As for the strange beasts, not even a hair was left. They were all burned to ashes in the fire. Is this the mission for me or Zhang Huo? Why do I feel like a lackey cleaning up the battlefield? Although Feng Xiaoyao complained inwardly, he still resigned himself to his fate and walked forward, picked up the soul crystals that had fallen to the ground, and handed them to Zhang Huo. Thank you for your hard work. We have arrived at our destination. The next step is to wait for the aurora, right? Jiang Hua patted Feng Xiaoyao's shoulder, put the soul crystal into the space ring without hesitation, and asked. We have to go a little deeper and climb over 2 hills. But inside is the territory of the 5th level monsters. It is said that 6th level monsters have appeared there. We can't act so brazenly like before. Feng Xiaoyao tried to persuade him. He was really afraid that Jiang Hua might feel that it was not enough and do something big. When dozens of level 5 alien beasts rush over, Jiang Hua doesn't know whether he can stop them, but he certainly can't. Alright. I'm a little tired from fighting. Let's take a break and take our time. Let's focus on the mission. Jiang Hua said with a smile, feeling a little embarrassed. He was so engrossed in killing that he forgot he was here to help Feng Xiaoyao complete the mission. Hearing Jiang Hua say this, Feng Xiaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the 2 of them climbed towards the interior of the snow mountain, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. After walking for a while, they moved their ears and heard a faint sound. Help, is there anyone? Please save me. Someone is shouting for help. It must be a student from the academy. Hurry! Feng Xiaoyao's face changed and he immediately rushed towards the source of the voice. Ah! Jiang Hua didn't have time to stop him before the kid rushed out. He was speechless and held his forehead. Young people still have too little experience. I've been walking in this snowy place for a long time and haven't seen a single ghost. Now suddenly someone appears and shouts for help. It would be strange if it's a good thing. Although he was speechless, Jiang Hua still hurriedly followed him. After quickly climbing over the hill, he saw a pretty, thinly dressed, pitiful-looking woman lying under a pine tree on the other side. Her legs were covered in blood, with flesh and blood rolled up, revealing the white bones. It seemed that a large piece of flesh had been torn off by some creature. Blood dripped onto the ground, dyeing the snow-white ground blood red, and the corpse of a polar ice fox lay beside it. Looking at this, you know what happened without any explanation. Feng Xiaoyao's face tensed up, and he immediately rushed over to the woman. He took out a healing potion and gave it to her to drink. He asked worriedly, "Classmate, are you okay? Can you hold on?" The woman's face was pale, and she seemed a little weak due to excessive blood loss. She used her hands to force herself to sit up. However, she was exhausted for a moment and fell into Feng Xiaoyao's arms. One side of her clothes slipped down, revealing her seductive shoulders and the huge, white breasts that could not be hidden. As the warm and soft beauty came into his arms, Feng Xiaoyao's breathing became rapid. He couldn't help but let out a small exclamation, his heart pounding. At the age of 18, he was full of vigor and vitality, and had always been obsessed with sword practice. He had never experienced such a scene. Jiang Hua held his forehead with his hand, he really couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Such poor acting and such classic routines, TV dramas 18 years ago didn't perform like this. Jiang Hua took action immediately, and a black thunder shot out from his fingertips, turning into a stream of light and slamming towards the woman. Chapter 88 Killing Moon. Bang! The mysterious thunder exploded, and the woman's legs exploded, blood, flesh and bones scattered all over the sky, and she let out a shrill and painful scream. This time, it was really broken, the kind that couldn't be cured. Blood mixed with minced meat splattered on Feng Xiaoyao's face. He was stunned for a long moment before he looked up at Jiang Hua in disbelief and roared angrily, "Are you crazy? She's a human, not a monster." "Oh, sometimes, people are scarier than monsters." Jiang Hua sneered, looked at the woman with indifferent eyes, and spoke words without any emotion. "I'll give you 10 seconds to tell me who sent you and what your purpose is. After 10 seconds, you'll die." "Ha?" Feng Xiaoyao was stunned again. After a brief hesitation, he immediately pulled back and hid beside Jiang Hua, looking at the woman in surprise and suspicion. "Not too stupid." Jiang Hua glanced at him, then returned his gaze to the woman and began counting down, 10, 9, 8. I didn't. I just came to the secret realm to train, and I encountered this polar snow fox and was ambushed. That's why I ended up like this. I really didn't mean to harm you." The woman was crying, her face was covered with tears, and she gasped from time to time, looking like she was in unbearable pain. Seeing her like this, Feng Xiaoyao frowned and couldn't help but say, "Jiang Hua, could it be a mistake? She doesn't look like." 4, 3, 2. Jiang Hua directly interrupted Feng Xiaoyao's words, and the cold countdown sounded like the footsteps of death, gradually approaching. The woman gritted her teeth, looked at Jiang Hua with resentment, and remained silent stubbornly. "Ha!" Jiang Hua laughed, his eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. He raised his hand, and the inky black thunder in his palm quickly gathered and turned into a dazzling thunderball. Flashing arcs of electricity shot out in all directions, crackling. Since you won't tell me, then, go to hell. Boom! The thunderball shot out violently, and the terrifying black thunder shone brightly, like a black sun in the sky, suddenly falling down. Save me! Seeing Jianghua was so cruel and actually wanted to kill her, the woman could no longer hold back and screamed in fear and despair. At the same time, the snow-covered ground and the surrounding snow also exploded with a loud bang. Thick vines suddenly rushed out from the ground and whipped Jianghua and the others fiercely. One of the vines even wrapped around the woman's waist, trying to pull her away. Oh, you finally can't help it, you sly guy, you want to save someone in front of me, you are not worthy. With a sneer, Jianghua's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He stomped his foot on the ground, and the terrifying sunfire turned into a halo and spread out. Fire overcomes wood. In an instant, all the vines were burned to ashes. The flames on the vines also spread to the woman in an instant, burning her to ashes in a flash. A muffled groan was heard in the distance. It was obvious that the vines were destroyed and suffered backlash. Jianghua's eyes suddenly shot in that direction, and his angel wings flapped. His body turned into a stream of light and shot out violently. Get out here, you rat! Flying above the sky, Jianghua raised his hands, flames and thunder rose, and instantly condensed into dozens of fireballs and thunderballs, which smashed down indiscriminately. Stop him! A terrified voice rang out from the snow below, and a black shadow emerged from a tree, quickly fleeing into the distance. At the same time, more than a dozen figures suddenly shot out from under the snow, and various attacks burst out from their hands to resist Jianghua's thunderballs and fireballs. Looking for death. Jianghua glanced at these figures with disdain, and immediately chased after the black shadow in the distance. Boom 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 boom. A terrifying explosion was heard behind him, and the bodies of more than a dozen figures exploded at the same time, shattering into flesh and blood all over the sky, and were then burned to ashes by the flames. Jianghua didn't look back. His attack just now was enough to defeat a 6th-level warrior, let alone a group of 4th-level little karami. It would be a miracle if they could withstand it. However, the person in front is quite capable. His cultivation has reached the 1st level of the 5th stage, which is stronger than Luo Badian. Moreover, the vines he controlled were also very strange, emitting a spooky ghostly aura. If they had not been restrained by Jianghua's true sunfire, they would never have been destroyed so easily. However, it seemed to be frightened by the true fire of the sun, and turned around and ran away without hesitation. It was very smart. Seeing that the opponent was getting further away, Jianghua waved his hand, and 9 golden crows roared out, turning into golden streams of light and chasing after the man. Jianghua followed closely behind, and the 1,000 illusion spirit weapons in his hands turned into bows and arrows. One after another, spiritual arrows flew out and shot towards the man. In fact, Jianghua originally wanted to use the golden crow arrow, but the golden crow arrow was too powerful. He wanted to keep the other party alive and find out the other party's purpose to prevent him from being shot to death by one arrow, so he gave up using the golden crow arrow. Whoosh! Several spiritual arrows shot towards the man. He dodged hurriedly, and vines grew out of his hands and wove into a shield to block them. However, this also restrained him, slowed him down, and he was soon caught up by the golden crow. Phew! A golden red pillar of fire spurted out of the golden crow's mouth, illuminating half the sky and shooting towards the man. 9 pillars of fire completely blocked him from all directions, leaving him with no way to escape. The man's face turned ashen in an instant. He gritted his teeth, formed a seal with his palms, and slammed the ground with his palms. The ground shook violently, the earth cracked, a terrifying cold wind howled out, and black fog filled the sky, forming a huge skull that blocked the pillar of fire. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded in the sky, and both the skull and the pillar of fire disappeared. Jianghua's figure appeared in an instant, and came in front of him. He and the 9 golden crows formed an encirclement and surrounded the man. Looking around, the man's face became extremely ugly, but there was no way to escape at this moment, and he could only fight to the death. The seals in his hands changed, and the earth shook violently, and deeper cracks appeared again. Countless vines emerged from it, and a terrifying giant tree rose from the ground, growing rapidly and emerging from the crack. The trees were purple-brown in color, with lush branches and leaves. What was terrifying was that there were countless corpses hanging on the branches. One by one, mummies were hanged on tree branches, swaying in the wind. Their faces were black and purple, and they were bleeding tears of blood. Their deaths were extremely miserable and horrific. Old locust tree? You are Muan. Muan from the Inner Court Lufeng Society, S-rank summoner, contracted creature Black Mountain Old Demon. Feng Xiaoyao exclaimed, and actually recognized the man in front of him. Lufeng Society? Do you know this guy? Jianhua glanced at the old locust tree and asked. That should be correct. In the inner courtyard, Muan is the only one who has contracted the Black Mountain Old Demon. He had been punished many times by the college's law enforcement department for his brutal actions that resulted in injuries. Yesterday, when I was browsing the university's official website, I happened to see a post on the forum discussing him. Feng Xiaoyao explained, and was also very surprised. Muan's strength was not weak, and he was considered a prominent figure in the inner courtyard. His summon creature, the Black Mountain Demon, can not only control a large number of vines to attack, but can also control many ghosts and corpses to fight against the enemy. Generally speaking, there are few people of the same level who can be his opponent. In fact, his attack method is similar to Jianhua's. Jianhua also controls many pets to attack. Feng Xiaoyao immediately mentioned Muan's characteristics and signaled Jianhua to be careful. Upon hearing this, Jianhua sneered and said disdainfully, "Compared with me? Is he worthy? It's just an old locust tree. It's not even good enough to be used as firewood. Why should he compare himself with me?" Jianhua waved his hand, and thousands of pets rushed out, completely filling the ground and sky within a radius of several thousand meters. Bang! Jianhua snapped his fingers again, and thousands of pets roared in protest, shaking the heavens and earth, and the sound spread far and wide. The violent roar made Feng Xiaoyao and Muan feel a sting in their eardrums, and their faces turned pale in an instant. At this moment, Muan finally had a clear understanding of Jianghua's power. Surrounded by thousands of pets, he didn't even have the courage to take action. If it weren't for the little bit of pride of an S-level genius left in his heart, he would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Jianhua looked at Muan with disdain and asked, "Doi Hu was from your Lufeng club, right? It seems that you didn't take what I said to heart." Muan stared at Jianhua intently and said through gritted teeth, "A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Jianhua, you are too arrogant and your arrogance won't last long. You can't deal with the Lufeng Society. You will die miserably. Even if you don't die at my hands, you will die at the hands of someone else." Ha, interesting, really interesting. Open your eyes and look around. Can't you recognize the reality? Why would a mere Lufeng Society kill me? What can they use to kill me? Forget it, there's nothing much to say to a dead man. Now that I know your identity, you have no value in existing. Within 3 days, I will destroy the Lufeng Society, starting with you. Tear him apart. With a wave of his hand, thousands of pets rushed out and pounced madly on Muan and his old locust tree. Jianhua chose the most miserable way for him to die, being bitten to death by thousands of pet beasts. Ah! Jianhua, you will not die well. You will not have a good ending. Muan roared madly, struggled desperately, and let out shrill screams, but he was soon drowned in the tide of beasts and died without leaving any trace. After everything was over, Jianhua put away his pet, picked up a space ring from it, glanced at it, and looked disgusted. So damn poor. He's an S-class genius, what a poor bastard. After casually killing Muan, the sky darkened. Jianhua glanced at the starry night sky and said, "There should be an aurora tonight, right? Hurry up and help you complete the mission. I'm going back to the inner courtyard to kill someone. I can't control the weather. Please wait a little longer. They won't run away anyway. It should be okay if it's a day or two later." Feng Xiaoyao pleaded with a wry smile. But at this moment, as if it had heard their conversation, the Zhulong on Jianghua's wrist suddenly opened its eyes, and its figure instantly soared into the air, rapidly growing larger, and flew towards the sky. When it was 1,000 meters above the ground, it suddenly raised its head, let out a long roar toward the sky, and a white streak spewed out of its mouth, shooting towards the sky. In an instant, the world changed, the stars moved, and the entire night sky changed in an instant. Countless dark clouds flashed by like a white horse passing by in a flash, and countless stars lit up one after another, flashing bright starlight. An invisible wind of nothingness blew up, and a dazzling array of colorful rays of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, dreamy, misty, and extremely magnificent. Jianhua and Feng Xiaoyao were stunned and stood there in a daze. Chapter 89 6th level, Ice and Snow Elf. Outside Shenangjia, Xingshan County Railway Station. 3 figures slowly walked off the train. Wu Zion, wearing a baseball cap and carrying a large backpack, glanced around cautiously and said to Li Qingran and Xu Yun. This time, our plan to capture Zhulong cannot fail. We will split into 2 groups as we agreed before. I will go to the base in Xingshan County, gather manpower, and create disturbances in the surrounding cities and counties. Then, according to convention, Pangu Academy will send a large number of inner court disciples to go out on missions to quell the disturbances. You two will hide in Shenangjia and observe secretly to see if there is any Jianhua among the disciples who are out on missions. Then, wait for an opportunity to act and capture Zhulong. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Ziong continued, if possible, kill Jianhua. Xu Yan nodded, a cruel look flashed in his eyes, and he clenched his fists and grinned, I will. I will tear him into pieces piece by piece. This time, I will take back all the humiliation he brought upon me. His words revealed a strong confidence, and his entire image had changed dramatically. He was dressed in black, with long hair draped over his shoulders, and a strange red light flashed in his dark eyes from time to time. The aura that leaked out inadvertently from his body had actually reached the first level of the 5th stage. Of course, such a sudden increase in strength came at a huge price. Xu Yun today can no longer be called a human being, but a brutal beast in human form. He has lost everything that all people should have, and now all his habits are like those of a wild beast. As for Li Qingran beside him, she didn't say anything. She still looked cold, but the white dress she was wearing was changed into a black one. Her eyes were filled with endless confusion, and she had been in a trance for a long time. Only when she heard the name Jianhua, her eyes lit up for a moment, and she seemed to wake up. Her heart ached inexplicably, and an emotion called regret circulated in her heart. But at this moment, she no longer understood what this emotion was. The light in her eyes quickly dimmed, and she returned to her zombie-like appearance. She was also no longer human. She was missing her soul, her mind, only one of her 3 souls remained, and 6 of her 7 spirits were gone. The 2 of them were like this because of the blood of the evil god. There were 10 drops of the evil god's blood, and even a 9th-level strongman would not dare to absorb it easily. The fusion of the 2 was successful in the end with the help of the True God Temple's formation, but the price paid was unimaginable. After the 3 of them finished their discussion, they split up and headed towards their own destinations. In the secret realm of wind and snow, the dazzling aurora appeared in the sky, extremely dreamy and beautiful. Jiang Huo and Feng Xiaoyao were stunned. Even Jiang Huo himself did not expect that Zhulong had the ability to control the celestial phenomena. It was so awesome. I have to say, the scene is really too shocking. Puffing out clouds and mist with every breath, causing the heaven and earth to change, this is what a true god should have. At this moment, a strange mooing sound was heard in the distance, like the mooing of a cow or the roar of a dragon. Jiang Huo and Feng Xiaoyao had sharp hearing and immediately turned around to look, their eyes fixed. On the top of a mountain 4 or 5 hills away from them, a snow-white deer with branch-like antlers and a body completely white was mooing towards the sky, as if performing some mysterious ritual. The white deer's fur is extremely white, and even at night, it emits a faint white glow, looking quite holy. The most surprising thing is that the antlers on its head emit colorful light, just like a rainbow, which is quite dazzling. Jianhua, that's the auspicious white deer, a legendary beast of good fortune that can bring blessings to the area. Feng Xiaoyao shouted excitedly, his eyes full of excitement. Jianhua was also very excited, his eyes were burning, because the series of numbers on the white deer's head almost blinded him. Let's go, kill the white deer and complete the mission. Jianhua rushed out, the angel wings behind him flapped, and a strong wind whistled. The whole person was like a tornado, crossing the sky and rushing towards the top of the mountain where the white deer was. No, Jianhua, you can't kill the white deer. You absolutely cannot kill it. This auspicious beast brings blessings to the area and is a symbol of good fortune. Killing it will backfire on you, and the consequences will be disastrous. Feng Xiaoyao became very anxious upon hearing this, and immediately caught up with Jianhua, reminding him loudly. Are you stupid? How can you get the antlers without killing the deer? Are you going to let it stand there and let you rip its antlers? Jianhua was extremely speechless. Killing a strange beast was actually related to his luck. Not to mention whether the backlash of luck is true or not, even if it is true, Jianhua will not let go of the opportunity in front of him. What's wrong with backlash? When the time comes, a critical hit, maybe he will get a more powerful auspicious beast than the white deer, and then we will see how it will retaliate. With a firm mind in mind, Jianhua rushed towards Bai Lu regardless of anything else. In his hands, thunder and true fire quickly condensed, continuously compressing and expanding, forming terrifying thunderballs and fireballs. The violent aura of thunder and true fire dissipated uncontrollably, like volcanic lava about to erupt, ready to destroy everything. As the distance shortened, Jianhua raised his palm and suppressed it. Boom, 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 boom. Fireballs and lightning balls shot out like a string of cannonballs, bombarding the white deer and completely covering the entire mountaintop. A violent explosion sounded, and thick smoke billowed out amidst the flames that shot up into the sky. The snow that had covered the entire mountain for many years suddenly melted. The ground beneath the snow cracked open with a loud bang, and rocks fell, making a rumbling sound, as if the entire mountain was exploding in this attack. Feng Xiaoyao followed closely, his face suddenly filled with horror. Looking at this scene, his face turned pale. It was over, Jianhua, really killed by Lu. Jianhua frowned slightly, without a trace of joy on his face. He stared at the mountain below where thick smoke was billowing, his eyes full of solemnity. Bai Lu didn't die because Jianhua didn't hear the system prompt sound. But how is this possible? Such a terrifying attack is definitely not something that a mere 5th-level exotic beast can withstand. Moreover, the white deer is a lucky beast and a symbol of good fortune. Generally speaking, it has no combat power, so it is even more impossible to block it. Jianhua narrowed his eyes and stared at the top of the mountain. When the smoke dissipated, a huge ice sculpture emerged. The ice sculpture was completely transparent and the white deer was frozen inside. Above the ice sculpture, there is a little girl standing safely, looking like a 6-year-old child. She is petite, wearing a puffy skirt, a white cotton hat with rabbit ears on her head, and holding a doll in her hands. She looks innocent and harmless. But those deep blue eyes were filled with extreme frost and coldness, as if one glance could freeze everything in the world. An S-level alien creature, the Ice and Snow Elf, whose cultivation level is the first level of the 6th stage, is the absolute king of the secret realm of wind and snow, possessing the power to control all ice and snow. Stand back. Jianghua's eyes became serious. He stood in front of Feng Xiaoyao and said seriously. Feng Xiaoyao obviously knew what the ice and snow elves were, so he didn't try to show off. After nodding, he immediately retreated 1,000 meters away. Jianhua waved his hand, and 9 golden crows floated out, towering in the sky, emitting rolling heat waves, resisting the breath of the ice and snow elves. At the same time, Jianhua slowly drew out his straight knives, one in each hand. Golden red flames and inky black lightning spread over the blades, and a terrifying aura continued to rise. The ice and snow elf looked up at the golden crow in the sky, then set his gaze on Jianhua and said calmly, "Auspicious beast, you cannot kill it. Back off now, and I can forgive your previous sins." Although she looked like a 6-year-old child, her tone of voice was extremely mature, and even her voice was so mature and steady, as if she was an empress who was high above everyone else, exuding an endless sense of oppression. "Ha!" Jianhua laughed and said disdainfully, "With your strength, it seems you are not qualified to say this to me." "Then give it a try." The ice elf's expression suddenly turned cold. As the words fell, a strong wind suddenly blew around her, making her robe rustle. The wind and snow in the whole world became violent and fierce at this moment. The heavy snow fell down and the cold wind was as sharp as a knife. It seemed as if the world was echoing the mood of the ice and snow elves, howling angrily at Jianhua. Phew! The 9 golden crows protected their master on their own, and suddenly a brilliant light burst out from their bodies. A terrifying heat wave swept out, blocking out the wind and snow. No matter how strong the wind blows or how heavy the snow falls, it cannot touch Jianhua's body at all. Absolute zero, the world is frozen. The ice and snow elf shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, the violent ice and snow increased 100-fold again, and the temperature suddenly dropped to an extreme. The void froze, and there was a crackling sound in the space. Endless frost appeared in all directions and spread towards Jianhua, trying to freeze Jianhua in it. 9 suns in the sky. Jianhua's eyes were calm and he spoke calmly. 9 golden crows suddenly transformed, their bodies burning rapidly and completely melting in the flames, turning into 9 huge fireballs floating in the sky. Endless brilliance burst out, and in an instant, night turned into day. 9 suns floated in the sky, emitting light and heat. Under the sunlight, all the ice and snow melted and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. The ice and snow elf suddenly groaned, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her magic was broken and she suffered a backlash. A sharp light flashed in Jianghua's eyes. He seized the opportunity and suddenly rushed out. In an instant, he appeared in front of the ice and snow elf. His 2 swords carried flames and thunder, and he slashed down angrily. Swish! The figure of the ice and snow elf disappeared in an instant, avoiding the attack. However, a smile appeared on Jiang Hua's face. He continued to slash down with his two swords, and his target was the auspicious white deer in the ice sculpture below. If the ice and snow elf doesn't dodge this attack, it will die. If it dodges, the auspicious white deer will die. In short, there will inevitably be someone who will die under his knife. Snap! A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the two swords suddenly chopped down on the ice sculpture. The ice sculpture broke, and thunder and flames poured down, attacking the white deer in the ice sculpture. But at this moment, a faint light flickered in the ice sculpture, and the white deer that was originally frozen in it disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was the rag doll that had always been held in the hands of the ice and snow elf. Chapter 90, Chapter 99, Colored Deer, Snow Girl. Space skills? Jiang Hua raised his eyebrows slightly. He had not expected that the ice and snow elves could master space skills. Roar! The rag doll's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, its face twisted, and it roared angrily at Jiang Hua. Its body suddenly changed, expanding rapidly, and in an instant it turned into a huge snowman, with a round body, a nose and eyes made of carrots and stones, and it looked exactly like the snowman built in winter. But the one in front of him was extremely huge, 10 meters tall. Jiang Hua chopped it down with both swords, but only hit the snowman's belly. The body made of snow collapsed in an instant, and a large number of snowflakes fell. However, the moment these snowflakes hit the ground, they rolled on the ground and turned into 1 meter tall snowmen that stood up. In an instant, hundreds of snowmen appeared in the field. They all roared, their faces were ferocious, and their big black mouths were open. Led by the giant snowman, they rushed towards Jiang Hua. As expected of a 6th-level creature, it has so many strange methods. Jiang Hua frowned secretly. This was his first time to fight against a 6th-level creature head-on. He was a little disdainful before, but after trying a few moves, he found that the opponent was unexpectedly strong. However, if it is only at this level, then the battle should end here. Jiang Hua waved his hand, and in an instant, a large number of pets emerged and rushed towards the snowman army. Jiang Hua turned around and looked at the ice and snow elf that appeared on the other side. She was floating in the void with a white deer behind her. A terrifying cold air emerged from her body, and ice crystals and snowflakes appeared all over her body. Those snowflakes condensed rapidly and turned into sharp ice spikes. 10 roots, 100 roots, 1,000 roots, 10,000 roots, 100,000 roots. In an instant, within a breath, dense ice spikes were suspended in the sky, occupying the entire world. There were a terrifying number of 100,000 of them, which shocked Jiang Hua. Disease. As the cold sound rang out, ice spikes suddenly shot out from the sky, densely covering Jiang Hua. The golden crow's feather falls. Jiang Hua shouted, and the 9 golden crows cried sharply in unison. Their bodies shook, and a dazzling golden feather floated down from the sky. The dazzling golden feathers glowed with a dreamy luster under the sunlight. As they slowly fell, they quickly transformed into 1, 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000. Boom! It was as if a brilliant rain of fire was falling in the void, and 90,000 golden feathers burning with golden red flames also shot out and bombarded the ice spikes. Rumble! A violent explosion sounded, and after a terrifying loud noise, the entire snow mountain collapsed and broke into pieces from the middle, with rubble rolling down and smoke and dust rising. Jiang Hua ignored all this, his eyes were deep, the bowstring in his hand was pulled to the full moon, and 9 golden crow arrows were placed on the bowstring. The bow trembled slightly, without any light emitted, and all the energy was contained in the arrow. Shoot! Call out! 9 arrows shot out at the same time, with only a sharp whistling sound. Golden light whistled out, piercing through the smoke, cutting through the sky, and shooting towards the ice and snow elves. Boom! An explosion louder than before was heard, and endless light covered the entire sky and earth. In a trance, it seemed as if 9 suns exploded at the same time. After that moment of light, everything returned to silence and darkness fell between heaven and earth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Feng Xiaoyao, who was standing far away, didn't dare to breathe, his heart was in his throat. He had no right to get involved in such a shocking battle. Any aftermath could crush him to pieces, so he didn't even dare to get close. It was not until he saw a bright smile on Jiang Hua's face that Feng Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Jiang Hua stood there with a satisfied smile on his face, and 2 system prompt sounds echoed in his ears. Ding, killing the auspicious beast, the white deer, triggering a millionfold critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the auspicious pet beast, the 9-colored divine deer. Ding, killed the ice elf, triggering a 560x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining this summon creature Snow Girl. The 9-colored Divine Deer is SS level, and the Snow Girl is S level. Although neither of them has reached the SSS level, they still made a lot of money this time. After all, not all creatures can reach the SSS level. Among deer-like creatures, I have never heard of any particularly powerful ones. Even the Sabu Xiang, which is Jiang Zia's mount, is only S level. As for the Snow Girl, the reason is that her critical strike multiplier is too low, so even after the amplification, it still has not reached the SS level and is still S level. Of course, the Snow Girl's ability is definitely more powerful than that of the Ice and Snow Elves. After all, in mythology, the Snow Girl is also a very legendary figure and appears in many film and television dramas. Of course, the Snow Girl here does not refer to the Snow Girl monster from the Sakura country, but the goddess of the Snow Mountain, the real Snow Girl in Chinese mythology. There was a related plot in Jigong. Since Feng Xiaoyao was still here, Jiang Hua did not release the 9-colored deer and the Snow Girl directly. However, what surprised Jiang Hua even more was that the 9-colored deer actually had healing skills. As an auspicious beast, it can summon spiritual water to nourish the earth. The rain is like spiritual spring dew, which can bless the earth, eliminate disasters and diseases, and can also heal injuries. The effect is amazing. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Jiang Hua had wanted to get a pet or summon creature with healing abilities before, but he couldn't find one because they were too rare. I didn't expect that this time when I accompanied Feng Xiaoyao to complete the mission, I got it by accident. Moreover, the incidental gain of the Snow Girl also made up for Jiang Hua's lack of means. Now he can use the 3 abilities of fire, ice, and thunder. If they are integrated and coordinated well with each other, the improvement in combat effectiveness will be quite significant. Jiang Hua, did you really kill the auspicious white deer? Feng Xiaoyao walked over and looked at the corpse of the white deer on the ground, a little shocked, but the matter was done and there was no point in saying anything at this time. In that situation just now, I couldn't hold back, and I didn't intend to hold back in the first place. Jiang Hua glanced at Feng Xiaoyao lightly and felt a little impatient. What was the point of killing the auspicious beast and suffering the backlash of luck? He was fine now. He also obtained the 9-colored deer, which is the recognized auspicious beast in Chinese mythology. When it comes to blessings and luck, who can be more powerful than the 9-colored deer? Even if there is any backlash, Jiang Hua has the 9-colored deer to protect him, which is enough to eliminate it. Okay, let's cut off the antlers quickly and go back. This trip has taken too long. Jiang Hua said finally. Feng Xiaoyao didn't dare to say anything else. He stepped forward and cut off the entire antler of the white deer. At this moment, Jiang Hua suddenly discovered that a piece of azure crystal appeared at the place where the ice and snow elves disappeared. After the smoke dissipated, it was revealed. Is this thing the heart of ice and snow? Jiang Hua walked over, picked up the crystal, held it in his hand and looked at it carefully, saying with some uncertainty. According to the science textbook, page 654, the heart of ice and snow is an extremely rare special material that can be used to create spiritual tools and absorbed by ice-attributed creatures. It contains a trace of ice laws. Only in an extremely cold and snowy environment will there be a very small chance of it being born. It is usually frozen deep in the black ice for thousands of years. Jiang Hua was quite surprised that it appeared on the ice and snow elf, and that was why he was not sure. However, after careful observation, Jiang Hua was certain that this thing was the heart of ice and snow. No wonder it can block my son's true fire. It turns out there is such a treasure. Jiang Hua muttered something and was also very happy. This thing could be used for the 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers to absorb and improve their grade. Jiang Hua was able to use the 1,000 illusion spirit weapon very easily, mainly because its ability to transform into various weapons was so practical. However, its grade is too low, only level 3, but it has growth potential and can absorb various materials to improve its grade. Jiang Hua had noticed this before, but the treasures he obtained were mostly various spiritual medicines and pets, which could not be absorbed by the 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers, so there was no improvement. Now the heart of ice and snow is just right. Jiang Hua did not hesitate and immediately took out the 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers and transformed them into their original form. A ball of ink-colored jelly-like liquid was seen trembling in Jiang Hua's hand. He placed the heart of ice and snow on it, and the ink-colored liquid immediately began to wriggle, slowly wrapping and swallowing the heart of ice and snow. In an instant, the inky liquid in his hand began to twist and transform wildly, constantly changing into the shapes of various weapons, emitting a faint blue light. This seems to be the special absorption method of Qin Huan spirit weapon. After all, it is a living spirit weapon. In this way, within a minute, the 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers changed their forms thousands of times before they slowly calmed down and regained stability. Jianhua waved his hand slightly, and with a swish, the 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers turned into straight swords and flew into Jianhua's hands. The spiritual light is restrained and the edge is hidden, obviously it has reached the level of a fourth-order spiritual weapon. Jianhua looked carefully and saw a layer of snowflake patterns appearing on the blade, with a faint chill emanating from it. It's not strong, but it penetrates into people's hearts, making people unconsciously feel an inexplicable chill, just like the chill of a knife on the neck. Jianhua knew that this was a new feature of the 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers. The coldness was contained within, and when the spiritual power was activated, it would burst out and freeze everything. Not bad, not bad. Although it is only level 4, it is stronger than the average level 5 spiritual soldier. Jianhua was quite satisfied. The improvement of the 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers undoubtedly made him stronger. After putting the things away, Jianhua looked at Feng Xiaoyao. Are you done? If you are, let's go back to the academy now. It's already been done. I'm waiting for you. Let's go. Feng Xiaoyao didn't want to stay any longer. This time, he was just a bystander and did nothing. Jianhua handled everything by himself and directly swept through the entire secret realm. Although he completed the task, he always felt like he had cheated and felt guilty. At the same time, seeing Jiang was so powerful in killing people indiscriminately also dealt a huge blow to his heart. After returning this time, Feng Xiaoyao plans to go into seclusion for a while to calm himself down and improve his strength. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would never be able to catch up with Jianhua. The two of them flew through the air and quickly found the exit of the secret realm and went out. A white light flashed, and Jianhua and the other person appeared on the square platform. It was almost dawn at this time. Logically speaking, the school should be extremely lively. At least there should be quite a few people on this secret realm teleportation platform, but now at a glance, there is not a single person to be seen. This is too weird. Something happened. The two looked at each other, and Jianhua and Feng Xiaoyao both saw what the other was thinking. Let's go back and ask someone. Jianhua said, and then he flew out and flew into the school. Chapter 91 Goodbye Li Qingran. The two flew towards the academy and finally met a few disciples on the way. Jianhua pulled them over. Jiang, boss Jianhua? The skinny boy who was captured was startled, and quickly stood up and greeted nervously. Don't be nervous. I have something to ask you. Why are there so few people in the academy? What big thing happened? Jianhua patted his shoulder and asked gently. Oh, this. The thin boy breathed a sigh of relief and explained. It's like this, Jiang Shun. Just last night, overnight, 13 cities and counties in Jiangbei province were attacked by a large number of cultists, causing public unrest. After receiving the notice, the academy issued tasks, so most of the disciples in the inner courtyard accepted the tasks and went out to deal with the cultists. Another group went to explore new secret realms. 7 new secret realms appeared in the depths of Shenangjia some time ago, and the 5 major societies in the inner courtyard have all sent a lot of people there. A cultist attack? Such a large-scale attack? Are they crazy? What do they want to do? Jianhua was quite surprised. Although the cultists were rampant and often caused a lot of noise, they rarely appeared in a certain area. It is obviously unusual that 13 counties and cities in Jiangbei are attacked one after another. Feng Xiaoyao was also very puzzled. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, the cultists are all crazy. Their thinking is different from that of ordinary people. No one knows what they are trying to do. Jianhua nodded, and at this moment the phone signal was restored, it started beeping, and several messages popped up one after another. Shinrushu, Jianhua, Xiao, and I have accepted a mission and are going out. We are going with the main force. It is safe, don't worry. Xu Xiao, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? He's nowhere to be seen at the critical moment. I'm really fed up with him. I heard that the Lufeng Society is going to deal with you. Be careful and remember to reply when you have time. Lin Wuhan, Jianhua, the cultists' attack has caused a huge impact and caused heavy casualties. As members of the Dragon Guard, it is our duty to kill the cultists and protect the people. In addition, participating in the mission to deal with the cultists will earn you a large amount of extra merit, which will be beneficial for your future promotion. Remember to come. Several people sent messages, even Lin Wuhan contacted him rarely, and everyone was very active in the mission of dealing with the cultists. Almost half of the disciples in the entire Pangu Academy participated enthusiastically. It was obvious that everyone hated the cultists. Zhang Hua opened the Academy's official website and saw that the points for the cultists' missions were very high, almost 3 times that of ordinary missions. And it is calculated by the number of heads. If you kill a 3rd level cultist, your level will be multiplied by 10, and then multiplied by 3. If you kill a 4th level cultist, your level will be multiplied by 100, and then multiplied by 3. If you kill a 5th level cultist, your level will be multiplied by 1,000, and then multiplied by 3. In other words, if you kill a level 3, level 5 cultist, you can get 35 times 10 times 3, a total of 1,050 points. In the Academy, 1,000 points are enough to exchange for a bottle of 3rd level cultivation potion, with a market price of 200,000. In other words, the head of a 3rd level cultist is worth 200,000. This value is very generous, but Zhang Hua felt a little uneasy in his heart. I always feel that this large-scale attack by the cultists is not as simple as it seems. However, Zhang Hua didn't think too much about it. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter an 8th level strongman like Yi Xiao, he should be able to handle other situations. What's more, now that he has the auspicious beast such as the 9-colored divine deer, he is blessed with good luck and fortune. Even if he encounters any crisis, he should be able to resolve it. Zhang Hua immediately stopped hesitating and replied to the messages from the 3 people. After discussing with Feng Xiaoyao, he immediately accepted the task and headed out of the academy. Because Feng Xiaoyao had to hand in the task of the 7-colored divine deer first, Zhang Hua went ahead. Holding the disciple token of the academy, Zhang Hua passed through the light curtain and appeared in Shenangjia. The vast primeval forest appeared before his eyes again. Zhang Hua's figure turned into a stream of light and flew out, heading towards the outside of Shenangjia. According to the information published on the official website, of the 13 cities attacked, the closest one is Xingshan County. However, there must be a lot of people in Xingshan County who have already gone there. If I chase them now, they might have already finished fighting and I won't even be able to catch a sip of soup. In that case, let's go to Jinchuan County, which is the farthest away. Maybe we can kill a few more cultists there. Zhang Hua made up his mind, and the angel wings behind him vibrated, changing direction and increasing his speed. After he left, 2 figures emerged from the hidden forest. Shuyan narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile on his face. The fish has taken the bait, let's go. The 2 of them immediately hid in the shadows and chased in the direction Zhang Hua left. Jinchuan County. The most remote small county in Jianbei province, it is already outside the scope of Shenangjia. However, due to the rich mineral resources and the presence of several kinds of spiritual minerals in the nearby mountains, it is still very prosperous. Awakened people from all over the world often come here to buy spiritual ores and forge weapons. Even in Jinchuan County, due to its geographical advantages, there are many craftsmen who can create spiritual weapons. Among them is a 6th-level manufacturer who is able to create 6th-level spiritual weapons and is quite famous throughout the country. The reason why Zhang Hua chose this place was that he was thinking about whether he could upgrade the 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers. However, the ores that could be attracted and fused by the 1,000 illusion spirit soldiers were very rare, so Zhang Hua did not hold out much hope. Even at his speed, it took him a full hour to enter Jinchuan County. It was already completely bright at this time. The morning sun rose from the distance, and the orange-red light scattered down, which was quite dazzling. Zhang Hua had no intention of appreciating the scenery. Looking at the scene in front of him, endless anger rose in the depths of his eyes. Several stone mountains stand naked on the ground, with countless mines on them, which are traces of mining by the residents of Jinchuan County over the years. But at this moment, the mountain was covered with blood, and countless corpses lay in the pool of blood. At a glance, there were hundreds of people just within Zhang Hua's sight, and the number in the distance was even more countless. The bodies lying on the ground were all wearing miners' clothes and safety helmets, but at this moment they were already cold and could no longer stand up. Most of these people are ordinary people with low strength. The first rule for awakeners is that they cannot attack ordinary people at will. But these cultists, who inexplicably massacred so many ordinary people, are simply insane. What's the difference between them and those strange beasts? Zhang Hua still remembered that his parents had also fallen in a pool of blood like this, killed by strange beasts. Zhang Hua's parents were also ordinary people. You fucking beast. Zhang Hua cursed loudly, and his body suddenly shot out, crossed the mine, and headed towards Jinchuan County. Over there were sounds of fierce fighting and flames shooting up into the sky. It was obvious that the disciples of the academy were fighting with the cultists. Today, none of you can leave. Jiang Hua gritted his teeth, and thunder and flames began to rise violently in the palm of his hand. Sorry, it's you who can't leave today. A teasing voice was heard, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Hua, blocking his way. Xu Yun, dressed in black, appeared out of thin air, emitting a powerful aura of the 5th level. His eyes were cold and a faint smile played on the corners of his mouth. He looked at Jiang Hua as if he was looking at prey. Xu Yun? Jiang Hua frowned slightly, quickly recognized the other party, and was slightly surprised. It has only been about a month, and Xu Yun has broken through to the 5th level. This cultivation speed is even faster than his, which is too abnormal. However, Jiang Hua soon discovered something unusual, because above Xu Yun's head, a line of numbers suddenly appeared: 250, abbreviated as 250. Jiang Hua's eyes immediately turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "You joined a cult? As a member of the Chu family, with an A-level talent, you gave up your bright future to join a cult? No, let me correct you. I'm not a cultist, I'm a believer in the true God. Today, I'm a great believer in the true God. I've returned to the embrace of the true God and gained the power bestowed by the true God. And you, a lowly mortal, are deeply sinful and ignorant. You have previously rejected the invitation of the true God and killed devout believers. You will face the wrath of the true God, and I will use the power bestowed by the true God to judge you here." Xu Yun stretched out a finger and shook it, his eyes full of disdain for Jiang Hua. When he talked about the evil God he believed in, his eyes were fiery and full of piety. "You idiot, you are not worthy enough to judge me. I will sentence you to death right now." Jiang Hua cursed and was too lazy to waste time talking to this madman. He raised his hand and a blazing ball of thunder and fire blasted out. The true fire of the sun and the mysterious thunder of the 9 heavens, two extreme forces, are extremely terrifying, and the power they unleash is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, facing such an attack, Xu Yun's expression remained unchanged, and he even showed a smile on his face. He waved his hand, and a woman in a black dress walked out in the blood-red light. Li Qingran's face was indifferent. He raised his hand, and suddenly countless blood-colored threads extended out and quickly weaved into a large net in the air, wrapping up all the thunderballs and fireballs. The thunderball and fireball exploded without making even a sound, and dissipated in the blood-colored net, as if all the energy was swallowed up. This strange scene made Jiang Hua's eyes narrow slightly, but when he saw the figure in front of him clearly, his face instantly became gloomy. Li Xing ran. Jiang Hua's eyes were filled with rage, even angrier than when he saw hundreds of corpses. He still clearly remembers how Li Qingran acted so arrogantly on the day of awakening. He didn't even give him a chance to speak, but abruptly severed the contract and flew away. He waited for 18 years, hoping to rise up on the awakening day and shock the world, but what he waited for was betrayal. If it weren't for the system, Jiang Hua couldn't even imagine what kind of life was waiting for him. "You betrayed your master in public, tore up the contract, and damaged my spirit palace. Li Qingran, you deserve to die." Jiang Hua gritted his teeth, staring at Li Qingran intently, and with a sudden wave of his hand, Medusa, Zhulong, the 9 golden crows, the snow girl, the 7 colored divine deer, and thousands of pets suddenly emerged. "Kill her." Chapter 92 Kill Xu Yun. "Kill him." Jiang Hua's voice seemed to come from the 9 nether hell, icy cold, without any emotion or hesitation. He went all out right from the start, summoning all his pets and using all his means, like thunder and lightning, not giving Li Qingran any chance at all. As Jiang Hua roared, all the pets rushed out frantically, rushing towards Li Qingran and Xu Yun. Even Zhulong and Medusa did not dare to be negligent. This was the first time they saw Jiang Hua so angry, and they could hear it from his tone. Therefore, Medusa also directly transformed into a combat form. A huge snake tail grew out, her snake hair flew, and countless poisonous snakes hissed and screamed, rushing towards Li Qingran madly. However, faced with such a scene, Xu Yun remained calm and composed, and even the smile on his face became more and more crazy. "Not bad, it's really good, Jiang Hua, is this all you can do? SSS level genius, your reputation is well deserved. But, it's not enough, ha ha ha, kill them all. Xu Yun lunged forward amidst a maniacal laugh, his body rapidly expanding, 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang. In the blink of an eye, it became 100 feet in size, its body turned into rock, blood-colored threads wrapped around its body, and its head became extremely hideous. Its scarlet eyes were like 2 blood holes, with endless blood light shooting out from them, which was extremely terrifying. A gloomy, tyrannical, bloodthirsty, crazy, and incomparably crazy aura emanated from him, causing the entire world to riot in an instant. The spiritual energy roared, making a rumbling sound like thunder, which could be heard clearly thousands of miles away. Bang! His mountain-like hand suddenly stretched out, and just a wave caused the space to explode, making a sound of gas explosion. He grabbed dozens of pets in his hands and crushed them to pieces, with blood oozing out from between his fingers. He suddenly raised his palm, brought it to his mouth, and drank it in big gulps. When the blood had all flowed out, he smeared the broken flesh in his palm on his mouth and laughed crazily. Blood, the taste of blood is so delicious, ha ha ha. Such a brutal scene made people feel a chill in their hearts. Jianhua also frowned slightly and looked at Chu Yun. This guy has gone completely crazy. He can't even be considered a human being. He's a pure monster. There was a flicker of struggle in Li Qingran's eyes. Seeing Jianhua seemed to trigger something deep in her memory, which made her hesitate to take action. However, these slight struggles did not have much effect. As Chu Yun took action, her eyes were soon filled with blood. Facing the rushing Medusa, she suddenly put her fingers together and waved them. A bright sword light flashed, and the terrifying sword energy burst out like a torrent. Bang! Medusa's body suddenly flew backwards, and the huge snake body flew thousands of meters away and fell heavily to the ground with a loud noise. She struggled to get up, her face looking extremely ugly. Jianhua's eyes instantly became serious. The strength of these two people was abnormally strong. Chu Yun is at the 5th level, the first stage, and Li Qingran is at the 6th level, the 5th stage, but even so, it is impossible for them to be so powerful. The Ice and Snow Elf was also at level 6, but Jianhua dealt with it without using his full strength. At the moment, Li Qingran and Chu Yun even seemed to be at ease facing such a large number of pets. Such strength was much stronger than that of the Ice and Snow Elves. It's that filthy thing from before. The two of them also absorbed that filthy thing. The evil aura on that woman is 10 times stronger than that of your birdman. Zhulong hovered above Jianghua's head and spoke slowly. He was a calm person and did not act rashly. He was observing the changes in Li Qingran and the other person. Upon hearing this, Jianghua immediately understood that Chu Yun and Li Qingran had also absorbed the blood of the evil god, and what they absorbed was far more than what Michael absorbed. How could these two damn guys be favored by the cultists and be willing to spend so much money? Jianghua frowned. It seemed that there would be another tough battle today. Jianghua slowly drew out his straight knife, holding one in each hand, and silver-like dragon scales slowly covered his body. At this time, Chu Yun heard Zhulong's words. The huge stone head suddenly raised its head and stared at Zhulong. A low voice came out of its mouth. You dare to insult the great true god, you deserve to die. Boom! Chu Yun attacked fiercely, and his mountain-like fist slammed heavily into Zhulong, making a rumbling thunderous sound. This punch seemed to be able to explode even the heaven and earth. A hint of disdain flashed across Zhulong's eyes, and the huge dragon tail roared out, lashing down with a fierce hurricane, and slammed towards Chu Yun fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, Chu Yun's huge body was suddenly whipped away by a tail. His body, which was 100 feet tall, was pulled off the ground and fell down with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Although I am afraid of that little girl, your words are not enough. Zhulong said lightly with disdain. At this moment, Jianghua seized the opportunity and rushed out. Ninefold Thunder Blade, cut! Jianghua's figure turned into a stream of light and appeared above Chu Yun in an instant, slashing down with two swords in his hands. Rumble! Thunder exploded, a bright sword light flashed, thunder and true fire roared out, turning into two thunder dragons and fire dragons, roaring towards the sky. Their bodies swam and burst down, carrying an extremely violent force, and fiercely slammed into Chu Yun's head. Roar! Chu Yun roared angrily and was a little dizzy from this wave, but when he saw the two dragons roaring towards him, blood still flashed in his eyes. The scarlet blood on his body surged rapidly, gathering madly towards his arms. He raised his bloody fists and slammed them hard towards the two dragons. At that moment, strange and violent power gushed out uncontrollably, and the sky and the earth were shrouded in a gloomy and evil aura. Even the thunder dragon and the fire dragon were frozen in mid-air, unable to move forward even an inch. Bang! The bloody fist smashed into the twin dragons. The violent black thunder and the terrifying true fire were annihilated in an instant. The twin dragons' bodies shattered into pieces, turning into spots of light that fell on Chu Yun's huge body. Chu Yun laughed wildly. Ha! Did you see that? Did you see that? This is the power of the gods, the great power of the gods. Jianghua, you can't kill me. Yeah? An indifferent voice sounded, and the smile on Chu Yun's face froze instantly. A wisp of frost spread rapidly, freezing his huge body of 100 feet in an instant. Although it was only a moment, the frost showed signs of cracking, but despair had already appeared in Chu Yun's eyes. He saw a flash of a knife, a bright and clear knife light, plain and unpretentious, but with the power to split Mount Huashan, slashing down at him angrily. Boom! The huge head exploded, and Chu Yun's huge stone head exploded and turned into countless pieces of rubble scattered everywhere. Blood gushed out from the neck and flowed all over the ground. Jianghua put away his knife and a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, killing the evil god follower Chu Yun, triggering a 250x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summon creature rock giant. Ding, the heretic god's blood fluctuations detected, triggering another transformation. Congratulations to the host for evolving the summon creature rock giant into the divine form mountain guardian giant. This was the first time Jianghua killed a cultist, and the critical hit conversion he obtained did not seem to be determined by the cultist himself, but by his contracted creature. Chu Yun's contracted creature is the rock giant, and its critical hit multiplier is not high, so Jianghua still gets the rock giant. But Jianghua was not happy at all at this time. His eyes were fixed on Li Qingran, who was fighting with Jinwu, Zhulong, Medusa, Xuanu and others on the other side. A hint of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. Judging from the previous situation, Li Qingran had obviously become Chu Yun's contracted creature, otherwise he would not have been summoned by Chu Yun. According to the cultivation rules of Blue Star, as a summoner, if the master dies, the summoned creatures will die with him. Unless it is a beast master, the pet will not die if the master dies. But now, Chu Yun is clearly a summoner, and Li Qingran has clearly become his summoned creature, but Chu Yun died, but Li Qingran did not die. This is very unusual and goes against the cultivation system. Moreover, Li Qingran actually has a critical hit value above his head 5438. What Jianghua didn't know was that although Li Qingran was Chu Yun's summoned creature, the contract between the two was the opposite. In other words, according to the contract, Li Qingran is the master, and therefore, Chu Yun's death will not affect Li Qingran. Jianghua didn't know the reason behind this, but he didn't think much about it. It was just another killing. He rushed out and joined the battle in an instant. Li Qingran was terrifyingly powerful at this moment. Her entire body was covered in scarlet blood, as if a sea of blood surrounded her. The active blood of the evil god transformed around her, forming a huge blood-colored lotus. The blood-red lotus slowly rotated, blocking all attacks. Whether it was the pillars of fire spewed out by the golden crow or the ice cones released by the snow girl, they were all bounced away by the lotus petals. This was originally a special talent of Li Qingran's chaos green lotus sword body, but at this moment, after being contaminated by the blood of the evil god, it became this strange appearance. However, its power did not decrease, but became stronger than before. With the protection of this blood-colored lotus, Li Qingran was almost invincible. She was wearing a black dress, standing in the center of the blood-red lotus, with an indifferent expression on her face. She was just like the witch in the cult, extremely terrifying. His strength was so powerful that it was terrifying. With a wave of his hand, sword energy rushed out and repeatedly repelled Medusa, the snow girl and others. Even several golden crows in the sky were shot down and fell to the ground, their light dimming. 9-colored divine light emerged from the body of the 9-colored deer, turning into rain and dewspots, which fell on the golden crow, allowing them to slowly recover and save their lives. Among those present, only Zhulong, relying on the law of time, can barely fight back, but the situation is still not optimistic. After all, there is a huge gap in strength. Zhulong is only at the 3rd level now, but Li Qingran has reached the 6th level. Moreover, he absorbed a full 10 drops of the evil god's blood, which was the blood of a real god. Moreover, he was an evil god with perfect strength, not like Zhulong and others who had just been summoned. In this way, Li Qingran's own strength of the 6th level, the combat experience of the Empress in the previous life, and the power of the real blood of the gods made him extremely terrifying at this moment. Jianghua was not afraid. He had only one thought in his mind: kill. He just didn't believe that with his current strength, he couldn't kill a 6th level cultivator. Golden Crow, Snow Girl. Jianghua shouted, and the 9 golden crows and Snow Girl instantly broke away from the battle circle, turned into streams of light and sank into Jianghua's body. Zhulong, stop time and freeze her for me. Jianghua shouted again. Zhulong raised his head in an instant, and light flashed in his red pupils. The laws of time and space spread out, and mysterious power descended from the sky, freezing Li Qingran in place. "This knife will kill you." Jiang Hua shot out violently, with thunder spreading, flames burning, and the power of ice and frost contained in the straight knife in his hand. The three-colored sword light of ice, fire, and thunder cut through the sky and slashed down angrily. Chapter 93 Killing Li Qingran. Clang! The straight knife slashed on the blood-colored lotus, making a crisp sound of metal and producing dazzling sparks. The blood-colored lotus trembled wildly, and huge recoil forces surged, trying to knock the straight knife away. "Break it for me." Jiang Hua's eyes were indifferent, and he held the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands. After transforming into a dragon, he pressed down with his enormous power. The sound of gas explosion was heard in the void, and the three attributes of power gathered together madly. The extremely violent spiritual power turned into a torrent and poured out. Snap! A tiny crack suddenly appeared on the blood-colored lotus. The defense that had been unable to be broken by the joint attacks of Zhulong and others for a long time actually showed signs of collapse under Jiang Hua's sword. Li Qingran, who was standing there, had no expression on her face. After merging with the blood of the evil god, she had lost most of the human emotions. But if you looked closely, you could still see a hint of fear in her eyes. But now she was frozen in time by Zhulong, and could only watch Jiang Hua attack without being able to react at all. However, with Li Qingran's current strength, Zhulong can only hold her still for a few seconds, and she will recover soon. Jiang Hua must break the defense and kill Li Qingran within these few seconds. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and Jiang Hua suddenly erupted again. The golden light that shot up into the sky emanated from his body and spread to the blade. In an instant, a brilliant golden light lit up on the blade. There were actually 9 suns embedded in the blade. The endless scorching light burst out with a devastating power. "Break it for me." Crackling, more and more cracks appeared on the blood-colored lotus, and it let out a wail as if it could not bear the weight. "Not enough, bro." Jiang Hua gritted his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead. The terrifying power poured into his body, causing his body to show signs of collapse. The straight knife in his hand was almost uncontrollable and kept shaking, but Jiang Hua still held on and pressed down again. The terrifying dragon power burst out, and a white dragon shadow also hovered above the blade. Click, click, click. A teeth-grinding creaking sound was heard, and dense cracks spread across the entire blood-colored lotus, just like cracked glass that would explode at the slightest touch. Again, break. The 9-colored divine deer also turned into a stream of light and sank into Jiang Hua's body. Blood began to seep out of Jiang Hua's body. Even his transformed white dragon body could not withstand the power of so many divine beasts. However, Jiang Hua did not care about his own injuries. There was a happy smile in his eyes. 9-colored divine light poured out from the straight knife, suppressing it with a bang. Ice, fire, thunder, the sun, the white dragon, and the divine deer all erupted at the same time, and the power to destroy the world rushed out, causing the entire world to riot. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth fluctuated violently, forming a terrifying spiritual power storm. At this moment, Jiang Hua's aura was extremely powerful, and the terrifying power condensed on the blade, gathering into a world-destroying blade light. Bang! The entire world seemed to shake at this moment. The blood-colored lotus exploded, and a terrifying spiritual power storm spread out, tearing apart everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. Spider web-like cracks spread across the earth, and dark fissures appeared in the space. The terrifying blood light also turned into light spots in the sky and dissipated, revealing the figure of Li Qingran. Die! The brilliant sword light cut through the sky, and Jiang Hua slashed towards Li Qingran's head without hesitation. Phew! Blood splattered as a white hand suddenly stretched out and tightly grasped Jiang Hua's straight knife. Even though blood and flesh flew everywhere in an instant, the hand still did not loosen its grip at all. A trace of pain flashed across Li Qingran's face. At this critical moment, she finally regained her ability to move and blocked Jiang Hua's knife. Jiang Hua's face instantly turned gloomy. He didn't expect that even after fighting to this extent, he still couldn't kill Li Qingran. Is the gap in strength really so huge? Since that's the case, he can only use his last trick. A hint of madness flashed in Jiang Hua's eyes, and his body retreated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he retreated 1,000 meters away and was still retreating rapidly. At the same time, Jiang Hua waved his hand, and thousands of pets rushed towards Li Qingran like a wave, submerging his body. Burst! There was an unprecedented ruthlessness in Jiang Hua's eyes. He gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted. Boom! Boom 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 boom. Violent explosions rang out, and thousands of pets exploded at the same time. Flames shot up into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and an indescribable, super-huge mushroom cloud rose up. Everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was completely destroyed. Several huge mines collapsed, countless rubble rolled down, and the ground collapsed, sinking hundreds of meters. The huge movement could even be sensed in Shenangjia, which was hundreds of miles away. In Jinchuan County, countless people raised their heads in horror, their eyes full of horror. Even Jiang Huo himself was blown away by the terrifying storm, falling heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Huo's face turned pale as he fell to the ground. He didn't care about his injuries at all. He stared at the explosion and asked, "Is he dead?" Overhead, Zhulong circled, guarding Jiang Huo. Upon hearing Jiang Huo's question, he shook his head. "He's not dead, but he's close to death. He's seriously injured and only has one breath left." Jiang Huo felt relieved after hearing this. He took a deep breath and forced himself to stand up. With a wave of his hand, a straight knife flew into his hand and he walked towards Li Qinran step by step. In the huge deep pit, Li Qinran fell to the ground, his face pale, blood constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring blankly at the sky, his eyes full of confusion, and he kept muttering. "Jiang Huo, I think I saw Jiang Huo just now. He wanted to kill me. He tried his best to kill me. Does he really hate me that much?" At this time, Li Qinran seemed to have regained consciousness briefly. The power of the evil god's blood was destroyed in the horrific explosion, making her a little more sober. Then an extremely intense pain swept over him, and his whole body felt as if it had been cut into pieces by thousands of knives. However, at this moment, Li Qinran seemed to feel no pain at all, or he didn't care about it at all. Countless fragments flashed through her mind, including the experience of countless years of cultivation in her previous life, the despair of being surrounded during the war between all races, and the disgusting faces when she was stabbed in the back by her subordinates. And the first face he saw after his reincarnation was a young man named Jiang Huo. There is also her carefully selected disciple Chu Yun, as well as Wu Zion, Yi Shao, the evil god temple, and so on. Everything is swirling in her mind. Memories gushed out like a fountain, and the voices that had haunted her for a long time rang in her ears again. "Young man, I know this may be a little cruel to you. Falling from the altar on such a day when everyone is paying attention to you will be a huge blow to you, but I still have to say this. My name is Li Qinran, I am a peerless swordsman, the Empress of Dakian. I practice the way of swordsmanship and kill all races. Under the 9 heavens, no one can make me surrender. Even if I die, I will not be controlled by others. The Emperor can't do this, and neither can you. Although I don't know how I became your contracted sword spirit, I will never let anyone control me. I will tear up the contract and sever my fate. I'm sorry. Master, I, the disciple Chu Yun, swear that I will practice diligently in the future, break through the 9th level as soon as possible, help Master recover his cultivation, and return to the Qingyun realm." "You should shut up, Li Qinran. Do you think I want to be your apprentice? Besides scolding me every day and forcing me to practice, what else can you do?" Jiang Huo's Michael, who was also at SSS level, had helped him reach the 3rd level. "What about you? You're a piece of shit. I've been practicing according to your method, but I'm only at the 7th level of the 1st order. You're not even worthy of carrying Michael's shoes. You're so high and mighty all day, acting like you're above the world. Who are you trying to show off to? Do you think you're so powerful? Do you still think you're that high and mighty empress? Wake up, you are now a useless person who has lost all your cultivation. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be able to practice. It's all your fault. If you hadn't forced me to go to Shenangjia, how could we have been caught? How could we have ended up like this? It's all your fault. You deserve to die. Why didn't you die in the war of all races? Are you going to agree or not? You bitch, you want to kill me, don't you? You want to drag me down with you to be buried with you, and die with me, don't you? I tell you, if I die, you won't be better off. You will never be able to return to Qingyun realm in this life, and you will never be able to take revenge in this life. Your enemies will live forever at large, everything you once had is taken away by them, and your family and friends will all be tortured to death by them. Are you willing to accept this?" It was as if a devil's sound filled his ears. Li Qinran closed his eyes in pain. His chest felt extremely stuffy and his heart was in pain. The pain in her heart seemed to be more intense than the pain in her body, almost suffocating her and making her unable to breathe. "Is this what happened to me? I regret it, I really do. I hate it, I hate it. Roaring hysterically in his heart, Li Qingran fell to the ground, staring at the sky with lifeless eyes, and 2 lines of tears slid down the corners of his eyes. Snap, snap. At this moment, the clear sound of footsteps came into her ears. Her heart moved slightly, and she turned her head to look, and saw Jiang Hua with disheveled hair and a disheveled face, but still holding a sharp straight knife, walking towards her step by step. Those clear young eyes stared at her intently, with undisguised hatred in them, as if he wanted to kill her. Li Qingran's heart trembled again. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but finally found powerlessly that it seemed that no matter what she said, it would be of no use and could not change the outcome. One misstep can lead to eternal regret. There is no chance to start over in life. One wrong step will lead to an abyss. Tears as big as beans rolled down from the corners of Li Qingran's eyes. She felt extremely painful. Jiang Hua had already come in front of her, looking down at her condescendingly. Without saying a word, he raised the straight knife in his hand and was about to chop her down. No! Jiang Hua, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Li Qingran used all her strength and screamed in despair at the top of her lungs. Her eyes were red and filled with guilt and regret. Jiang Hua paused slightly as he dropped his straight knife, and then quickly swung it down again without mercy. In this world, not all apologies can be exchanged for forgiveness. I don't want apologies, I just want you to die. I want blood. Debt. Blood. To pay. Phew. The knife flashed, blood splattered, Li Qingran's head flew high into the air and rolled heavily to the ground. His eyes were wide open in fear and despair, and he died with his eyes open. Don't worry, you are looking forward to it. He is really dead and will not be resurrected. There will be some other plots, but he will definitely not come back to life. Chapter 94 9 Heaven's Mysterious Woman, Rootless Green Lotus. Ding, behead the reincarnated female emperor Li Qingran, triggering a 5438x critical hit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summon creature Jiutian Xian Nu. Ding, detecting fluctuations in the heretic god's blood, triggering transformation again. Transformation failed. The Queen Mother of the 9 Heavens is a righteous deity of China, blessed by heaven, and unaffected by the heretic god's blood. Ding, behead the reincarnated female emperor Li Qingran, triggering the bond. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bond item Rootless Green Lotus. Several system prompts sounded in succession, shocking Jiang Hua. He had never expected that killing Li Qingran would give him such a generous reward. Boom! The pillar of light shot up into the sky, shaking the clouds and presenting a dazzling and colorful glow. The entire sky was covered with the glow, which was magnificent. A silvery Milky Way was rushing by, and cranes were crying and flying over, dancing around the Milky Way. Waves of immortal music danced, the sound of the Tao spread out, blessing the earth. Above the sky, above the Milky Way, a woman dressed in colorful clothes and with a peerless fairy face slowly condensed. Her body is surrounded by stars like the Milky Way, her skirt is like peacock feathers, and there is a dot of cinnabar between her eyebrows. She is dignified, luxurious, solemn, and mysterious. She looked down and her eyes met Jiang Hua's. Their gaze met for a moment, and it lasted for 1,000 years. The Queen Mother of the West waved her sleeves, and nebula-like light spots fell down. Jiang Hua's heart was shocked, and he felt that the injuries all over his body recovered rapidly. The tearing pain quickly faded away, and he returned to normal. She tapped the air with her jade feet and walked down step by step. Soon she came in front of Jiang Hua, put her hands on her waist and clasped them together, and bowed to Jiang Hua. Xian Nu, I meet the master. Jiang Hua nodded, and for a moment he was also shocked by Xuan Nu's peerless beauty, and was a little dazed, but he quickly reacted and waved his hand to tell her not to be so polite. Behind him, Zhulong looked at Zuan, with a gleam of light in his eyes, as if he was happy to see a fellow traveler. Jiang Hua was naturally even more excited. The Lady of the West was definitely an SSS-level creature, and she was not like Medusa or Michael. She was one of the few goddesses with absolute power in Chinese mythology. According to myths and legends, he once gave orders from the Queen Mother of the West to help the Emperor defeat Qiyu. He understood the art of war, the art of Qimenduanjia, and mastered the art of using weapons and swords, making him very powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the things he mastered, if passed on to Jiang Hua, would be more powerful than any spiritual skills. At least Li Qingran, the Sword Fairy Empress, is absolutely no match for her. No matter how powerful the magic of the Qingyun realm is, can it be stronger than the magic mastered by the 9 Heavens Mysterious Woman? This is obviously impossible, and in addition to this, Jiang Hua actually obtained a bound item again. There is no need to introduce the rarity of the bound item. After all, it is an item called Destiny Equipment. Its appearance means that when Jiang Hua killed Li Qingran, the gears of fate were shaken again. With a slight lift of his palm, a green lotus slowly floated in Jiang Hua's palm. No, perhaps it should not be called a lotus, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a lotus platform. The green lotus platform rises and falls, emitting a jade-like luster and surrounded by a faint divine glow, which is quite mysterious. And below the lotus platform, there is a root system, rooted in nothingness, extending to the unknown space. Perhaps this is the origin of the name of the rootless green lotus. Jiang Hua looked at the green lotus with fiery eyes. The lotus has always held an extremely important position in various Chinese myths. The legendary Chaos Green Lotus is one of the 4 great chaos treasures, along with the Axe of Creation, the Jade Disc of Creation, and the Chaos Pearl. Below them, there are also legends about the 10 ancient lotuses, such as the Karma Fire Red Lotus, the Merit Golden Lotus, etc. Although Jiang Hua's rootless blue lotus cannot reach that level, it should also have considerable abilities. After all, the Starry Sky Tuxedo is extremely powerful, not to mention that this one doesn't look like an ordinary rootless green lotus. Name: Rootless Green Lotus. Special Effect 1, Great Tao Enlightenment. Sitting upright on the azure lotus to cultivate, one can enter a state of sudden enlightenment where man and nature are one. The cultivation speed increases several times, and the understanding of spiritual techniques and methods continues to increase. Special Effect 2, Blue Lotus Guardian. When the host is fighting, blue lotus petals can be transformed outside the body to resist attacks. The strength of the protection depends on the host's cultivation level. Special Effect 3, Escape into the Void. The rootless green lotus can break through the boundary space and carry the host into the void, allowing them to enter secret realms, escape, and break certain barrier blockades. The above 3 characteristics can be used by the host himself or others. There are still 3 characteristics: cultivation, defense, and escape. Among them, the ability of Qinglian guarding should be the same as that used by Li Qingran before. Its effect is extremely powerful, and Jiang Hua has already felt it. Under Li Qingran's operation, even Jiang Hua had to burst out with all his strength to break it. If Jiang Hua used it himself, the defensive strength would definitely not be small. At least it would be impossible for an ordinary 6th level awakener to break it. As for the ability to escape into nothingness, it has some overlap with Starry Sky Tuxedo's Dozhuan Xingyi, but judging from the introduction, it is obviously stronger than Dozhuan Xingyi. After all, Dozhuan Xingyi requires the cooperation of Sadako and Xiaofang, and can only be used by Jiang Hua himself, but the rootless green lotus can work on other people. Of course, none of these are important. The most important thing is the ability to comprehend the Tao, which made Jiang Hua sigh deeply. Awesome. The unity of man and nature, the state of enlightenment, these terms need no explanation. With this ability, Jiang Hua is confident that he can break through the 6th level of Thunder Blade in a few days. When the power of 64 is unleashed, it will be easy to kill several 6th level monsters in seconds. Although this ability is not a devastating attack skill, it is of the greatest help to Jiang Hua. With this ability, Jiang Hua could easily practice dozens of spiritual skills and could even reach the pinnacle of mastery very quickly. Especially now that he has Zhuanf, Jiang Hua will definitely ask her for spiritual techniques in the future. With the help of the state of enlightenment, Jiang Hua will be able to quickly learn all the things taught by Zhuanf. Moreover, this state can also be applied to other people. In other words, as long as Jiang Hua wants, he can mass-produce many geniuses. Thinking about this, Jiang Hua's eyes were burning with desire. He really wanted to try it out right now, but this was obviously not the right place for the experiment. Zhulong also spoke up, the commotion just now was too loud, it's better to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Hua nodded, agreeing with Zhulong's idea. Both the explosion of a large number of pets and the appearance of the Queen Mother of the West were shocking enough to alarm almost everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles. It seems that many people have already rushed here. Jiang Hua does not want everyone to know the situation here, so he must leave as soon as possible. After glancing at Li Qingran's body on the ground, Jiang Hua slowly exhaled, feeling a sense of relief as if he had avenged his great hatred. Although he didn't want to admit it, what happened on the awakening day did become a knot in Jiang Hua's heart. Now with Li Qingran's death, this lump has finally been removed. But at this moment, Zhou Tianxian Nu was looking at Li Qingran's body on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, "Master, there is something I'm not sure if I should say." "Huh? What do you mean?" Jianhua was stunned and asked in confusion. That's right, my lord. The body of this woman on the ground looks a little strange. No one knows what she went through in her lifetime. She is missing 2 souls and 6 spirits, and is in an incomplete state. The Queen Mother of the West explained. Jianhua still didn't understand. What does this have to do with me? She is my enemy. I don't care what she has suffered. No, my lord, you just said that you killed her, but to be precise, you only killed her life soul. But people have 3 souls, life soul, earth soul, and heaven soul. If it were an ordinary person, the death of their life soul would mean complete death, but this woman was clearly unusual, so the death of her life soul might not necessarily mean complete death. 9 Heaven's mysterious lady explained again. Jianhua was a little confused after hearing this, his brows furrowed. After thinking carefully for a while, he shook his head and said, "No, I'm sure she's dead." Jianhua was extremely certain, because after killing Li Qingran, the system prompt sounded, which meant that Li Qingran was really dead, otherwise the system would not have prompted. Jianhua believed that the system would not make mistakes, so Li Qingran was definitely dead. Okay, since you are sure, my lord, I will not say anything more. Seeing this, Zhou Tianxian didn't say anything more. Zhulong, on the other hand, did not have so many scruples. He glanced at Li Qingran's body on the ground and said, "This little girl is indeed dead, there's no need to be suspicious about that, but her earth soul and heaven soul were extracted, perhaps being used for other purposes by someone with ulterior motives. After all, judging from the Taoist essence in her, she was once a person who had entered the threshold of enlightenment. The soul of such a person could be a great tonic for certain beings. Whether it is used to refine some evil things, such as Horcruxes, or to devour and absorb, it is a good choice." What Xuannu meant just now was that she was worried that her heavenly soul and earthly soul would be reincarnated, but judging from the Taoist essence in her, she obviously did not have such ability. Before truly achieving godhood, a person's soul is their master. Without it, she can no longer be reincarnated. You don't need to worry about that. As Zhulong spoke, Zhou Tianxian finally understood and nodded slightly. "Senior, you still see things clearly. Shen Nu will learn from you." Jianhua also smiled casually. "As long as she's dead, it's fine. As for where her earthly soul and heavenly soul went, and how she was tortured, in a word, it's none of my business." Jianhua didn't care about what happened to Li Qingran. Now that his revenge was achieved, he had let it go. As for the earth soul and heaven soul, according to Zhulong, at most they will be refined into evil soul tools. Wouldn't that be better? They will suffer torture for eternity, unable to be reborn or enter reincarnation. If that's true, Jianhua has to thank that person very much. Let's go back to the academy. I can hear some noise coming from far away. Jianhua was not going to get involved in the affairs of Jinchuan County anymore. After the battle just now, he was very tired. He was really powerless and now he just wanted to rest. After saying that, he waved his hand and released a rootless green lotus, and the lotus platform grew rapidly. The 3 of them jumped onto the lotus platform, and the green lotus trembled slightly, turning into a stream of light, disappearing out of thin air, carrying the 3 of them into nothingness. Chapter 95 Li Qingjue. After Jianhua left, streams of light suddenly flew over, revealing disciples of Pangu Academy. Everyone looked at the terrifying pit on the ground that looked like a sinkhole, and they all gasped, their scalps tingled, and their eyes almost popped out. Oh my goodness! Are there warriors above the 7th level fighting here? This mine has been transformed directly into a basin. Moving mountains and filling the sea, changing the landscape, this is amazing. Some people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, while others nodded in agreement. Lin Wuhan in the crowd had his eyes flickering. For some reason, he felt that the scene before him was somewhat familiar. It seems that this is the scene every time a guy who likes to show off makes a move. Jianhua, could it be you? Lin Wuhan murmured to himself, but quickly shook his head, denying the idea. The damage caused was too horrific, almost reaching the level of level 7, while Jianhua was only level 3. No matter how much he thought highly of Jianhua, he didn't think Jianhua could be so strong. However, Shen Rushu and Chu Xiao looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. They were almost certain in an instant that this was definitely Jianhua's work. There was no reason and no need for evidence. It was just an intuition, a woman's intuition, but the 2 of them were extremely sure that this was Jianhua's doing. Has he become this strong? Chu Xiao was secretly shocked and lost in thought for a long time. Shen Rushu's eyes were bright and full of joy. The first thought in her mind was, that's great, Jiang Huo is so strong, I don't have to worry about not being able to beat those old students in the inner courtyard. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds, but above their heads, in the void, there was a black-robed figure, like a ghost, staring at everything. Yi Xiao quietly watched the scene below. Xu Yun was dead, Li Qingran was dead, and the mission to capture Zhulong had failed. But he didn't feel angry at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth under the black robe slowly rose, forming a strange smile. My life soul has dispersed, and the two souls of heaven and earth have split into yin and yang. I pay homage to the gods above and enter the ghost path below. I finally have hope of breaking into the 9th level. Li Qingran, you are not a perfect believer, I am. I will use your earth soul to fulfill my faith and add another apostle to the great true God. The smile on Night Owl's mouth gradually widened, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The smile on his face became more and more crazy, and his eyes were full of fire. The moment he captured Li Qingran and learned that she was the reincarnated empress, he had already begun to plan in his heart how to use Li Qingran to make himself stronger and advance to the 9th level. Night Owl's contracted creatures are the black and white impermanents, so naturally he has a very deep study on the soul and the way of ghosts, and he also knows the distinction between Earth Soul, Sky Soul, and Life Soul. His current cultivation has reached the 8th stage, the 10th level, and he is only one step away from being promoted to the 9th stage. The soul of Li Qingran, the reincarnated empress, is of great benefit to him and can help him break through. But with his ability, he couldn't directly extract Li Qingran's soul, and it was very likely that Li Qingran would resist, and he might even be willing to die together with him. So he used the power of God's blood to separate Li Qingran's soul. Of course, he did not deny that Li Qingran was indeed a very suitable and perfect believer. Being able to absorb 10 drops of God's blood was enough to prove Li Qingran's potential. However, no matter how suitable Li Qingran is, how can it be as important as Yi Xiao himself becoming a perfect believer? So, this conspiracy came about. Of course, Yi Xiao's original idea was to squeeze out all of Li Qingran's potential, so he sent her to capture Zhulong. But unfortunately, Jiang Huo was too abnormal, causing the mission to fail, and Li Qingran died at the hands of Jiang Hua. Yi Xiao didn't care about this. Even if Li Qingran didn't die at Jiang Hua's hands, he would find an opportunity to take action. Because only when the life soul dissipates can the earth soul and the heaven soul become independent. The heaven soul absorbs the pure air of the sky and turns into the yang soul, and the earth soul absorbs the turbid air of the earth and turns into the yin soul. He didn't care about the failure of this mission. As long as he sacrificed the heavenly soul to the true God, he would not only not be punished, but also receive a generous reward. The earth soul that remained could help him break through to the 9th level. From the very beginning of this plan, he was in an absolutely advantageous position. The success of the mission was a pleasant surprise, and the failure of the mission would not have much impact on him. No matter what, he was a winner. With a faint smile, Night Owl waved his sleeves and disappeared. But what he didn't expect was that sending Li Qingran to Jiang Hua to kill would give Jiang Hua another SSS-level contracted creature, and also allow him to obtain treasures such as the rootless green lotus. So it's hard to tell who wins and who loses. Qingyun Realm. A vast and boundless world of cultivation. In the vast universe, it is also one of the top middle 1,000 worlds among all the races in the heavens. At this moment, in the imperial palace of Dakian Imperial City. In the magnificent golden palace, on the dragon throne, sat a woman with an unparalleled beauty. She was wearing a long red palace dress embroidered with dragon patterns and a golden phoenix glazed crown on her head. She was the Empress of Dakian Li Qingjue. 18 years ago, Li Qingjue suddenly appeared in the world. With one man and one sword, he wiped out all races and ascended the throne to become emperor. Dakian's territory covers the entire Qingyun realm. Li Qingjue is also known as the Qingyun Empress. She has tremendous cultivation and invincible strength, making the entire Qingyun realm submit. It can be said that all the territories of the world are under his control, and all the rights of all races are in his hands, but Li Qingjue is not happy. His cold face seems to be frozen by frost, without a trace of smile. Because she has always had a knot in her heart, a knot that cannot be untied, that is, her sister who raised her since childhood has died. He died in that epic war, died from the betrayal of his own relatives, and died at the hands of powerful men from all races. Even though she had avenged her sister by crushing all the traitors who betrayed her sister and the strong men who killed her sister to ashes, she still couldn't be happy. Her sister's death was an eternal pain in her heart. She hated herself for cultivating too slowly, and hated herself for coming too late. I was just one step away from saving my sister, but Sighing deeply in his heart, Li Qingjue couldn't help but recall the past. His sister was extremely talented when she was a child, and her physique of the Chaos Green Lotus Sword body shocked the entire Qingyun realm. As for her younger sister, she is a little loser with a soulless body. She is unable to practice cultivation and will be a mortal all her life. Even because of the passage of time, her life as a mortal is gradually coming to an end, and she is about to grow old and die. It was her elder sister who searched the world for the elixir of life for her. It was her elder sister who went alone into the restricted area to find the method of cultivation for her. From childhood to adulthood, her sister has never disliked her. She has always kept her by her side, carefully guided her, and constantly encouraged her. She has given so much for her. Her sister is like a mother to her. Everything she has was given by her sister. But now that she has the ability to repay her, her sister is gone. There is no greater pain in the world than when a son wants to support his parents but they are no longer around. If I had walked out of the restricted area earlier, if I had digested the power of inheritance earlier, would the ending have been different? Li Qingjue's eyes were blank and he muttered to himself. At this moment, a palace maid rushed into the hall and when she saw Li Qingjue, she shouted. Your Majesty, the reincarnation location of Empress Qingran has been found. The Sky Peak Mirror has revealed the secret. The palace maid was out of breath and spoke hurriedly, still holding a bronze mirror tightly in her hand. What? Li Qingjue was instantly overjoyed. He rushed to the palace maid like crazy, grabbed her shoulders tightly, and said excitedly. I knew it, I knew my sister wouldn't die so easily. With her level of cultivation, she must have been reincarnated. Quick, tell me where my sister is. In a strange world, Your Majesty, look. The palace maid held up a bronze mirror, which was shrouded in clouds and mist, revealing a vast land. It was the blue planet, and on it was a golden spot, shining brightly. Sister! Li Qingjue was delighted and was about to grab the bronze mirror, but at this moment, her heart suddenly ached without warning, her face suddenly turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The golden spot of light on the bronze mirror dimmed in an instant and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the entire bronze mirror made a crackling sound and was covered with cracks. No! Li Qingjue shouted in despair, covering his chest and reaching out to grab the bronze mirror. But the next moment, the bronze mirror exploded with a bang, and Li Qingjue stretched out his hand, but grabbed nothing. No! Sister, why? Why is this happening? Big tears rolled down her cheeks, and Li Qingjue, the empress of Qingyun realm, was crying like a helpless little girl. Why? Why did God do this to me? I finally found my sister, but I lost her again. Li Qingjue knew what it meant when the golden light on the sky-peaking mirror disappeared. It meant that her sister was dead. Once again, she watched her sister die in front of her. Despair, anger, helplessness, all the negative emotions at this moment surged like a tsunami, enveloping Li Qingjue. It's heartbreaking. There's nothing more painful than watching a loved one die in front of you and being unable to do anything about it. Just when she got hope, she immediately fell into despair. The last ray of light in Li Qingjue's heart was extinguished, and her heart was completely dead. Fortunately, she was not an ordinary person after all. After the great despair and pain, Li Qingjue quickly recovered. She raised her head, and her peerless face was covered with frost, becoming even colder than before. In those cold eyes, there was a huge resentment, and the flames of hatred burned fiercely, making her face extremely hideous and terrifying. I want revenge, sister. No matter who killed you, no matter where you are, even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I will kill the enemy with my own hands and avenge you. Li Qingjue gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly pinched her fingers together, and endless mysterious power surged out of her body, majestic, vast and endless. This power suddenly surged into the shattered sky viewing mirror, and the fragments in the sky gathered together again and turned into a complete bronze mirror. Li Qingjue's black hair instantly turned snow white at this moment, and her peerless beauty aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her cultivation level dropped rapidly, and in a short moment she turned into a mortal body. But a rare smile appeared on her face. She smiled foolishly. Sister, I'm here to find you. I will kill my enemy and take you home. The ethereal soul emerged from the old body and suddenly disappeared into the bronze mirror. The old body fell down with a loud bang. On this day, the entire Qingyun realm was shaken. Li Qingjue, the Qingyun empress who had dominated the Qingyun realm for 18 years and was invincible in the world, died. He disappeared from this world, used the supreme secret method, burned his cultivation and lifespan, and went to another space. Chapter 96 Breakthrough to the 4th level, challenged the whole audience. Pangu Academy. After Jianhua left Jinchuan County, he encountered a fight between cultists and academy disciples on his way back. He helped kill several cultists and then followed a group of people back to the academy. This incident caused a lot of noise and resulted in many casualties, but it was not a major incident. Jianhua's previous vague uneasiness in his heart, now thinking about it, came from Li Qingran and Chu Yun. At the same time, Jianhua also figured out that the cultist's target this time might still be himself, otherwise, Li Qingran and Chu Yun would not appear so coincidentally. This attack was simply to lure him out of the school, and they even massacred so many people for this purpose. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Jianhua's eyes, and his disgust for the cultists increased infinitely. One day, I will attack the true God temple, kill all of your evil gods, and transform them into my summon creatures. Jianhua secretly made a decision in his heart. After returning to the academy, he locked himself in the room and began to practice in seclusion. Having obtained the rootless green lotus and possessing 500 bottles of 5th level cultivation potions, Jianhua was ready to make a final push to break through to the 4th level. In the previous battle, Jianhua detonated thousands of pets, leaving only some with special abilities and those above S level, which had a great impact on his strength. Therefore, Jianhua is now in a window period and can no longer summon a large army of pets. It will take a lot of time to accumulate again. He can only focus on improving his strength by focusing on his own cultivation. Zhulong, start the flow of time. In the room, Jianhua summoned the Queen Mother of the West, Medusa and others to protect him, and then asked Zhulong to open the time field. Summoning a rootless green lotus, the lotus platform grew larger, and Jianhua sat cross-legged on the green lotus and began to practice. Bottle after bottle of 5th level cultivation potions were poured into Jianhua's mouth as if they were free. Jianhua closed his eyes and meditated, and his cultivation level rose rapidly. The cultivation bonus of the speed of time flow, the cultivation bonus of the rootless green lotus, the cultivation bonus of the starry sky tuxedo, the understanding of the great way, and the state of harmony between man and nature. With so much support, Jianhua's cultivation speed reached an extremely terrifying level. Every minute and every second, his cultivation level was skyrocketing, like riding a rocket, climbing rapidly and soaring. The speed at which the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered around him couldn't even catch up with Jianhua's absorption speed. Jianhua was too lazy to bother anymore. With a wave of his hand, 500 bottles of cultivation potions in glass test tubes exploded. Endless spiritual energy surrounded his body, directly enveloping Jianhua. The spiritual energy was so dense that it was unimaginable, almost turning into a sea of spiritual energy. Jianhua sat cross-legged in the ocean of spiritual energy, with every pore on his body open, madly absorbing the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy enters the body and continuously gathers towards the spiritual palace, turning into pure spiritual power. The spiritual power vortex continues to grow and compress, becoming more and more pure. Jianhua's aura was also slowly rising. At a certain moment, a muffled sound came from his body, and his cultivation level broke through the 3rd stage, 6th level, but he still did not stop and continued. There is no time in cultivation, and time also becomes blurred. Jianhua, immersed in cultivation, has his mind completely focused and cannot perceive anything in the outside world. Soon, 3 days passed, and the cultist attack came to an end. The students of the academy also returned to the academy one after another. Based on their performance in this incident, they all received a lot of points as rewards. Some outer court disciples with low cultivation levels were also sent out to assist various urban areas with subsequent cleanup and city reconstruction. There were also some senior disciples and core disciples in the inner courtyard, who, under the leadership of the strong men of the academy, frantically hunted down the cultists and eliminated several strongholds of the true God temple. The attack caused heavy casualties and the university's top management was furious. This was revenge against the cultists. For 3 days, there was a bloody storm, and the entire Jiangbei province was ravaged. The cultists were almost completely cleared out of Jiangbei province, and even 2 7th-level believers of the true God were killed. The Lufeng society performed well in this cult attack, especially Mu Lufeng, who participated in the subsequent operations, killed a 6th-level cultist, and stole the limelight. But at this moment, his face was gloomy and he was not happy at all, because a large number of disciples in the academy had seen Jianhua with their own eyes, but his trusted subordinate Moon had not appeared for 3 days. Mu Lufeng naturally knew what this meant. Jiang Hua walked out of the Fengshue's secret realm alive, and Muan was bound to die in the Fengshue's secret realm. He didn't care if Doi Hu was beaten, and he didn't care if he didn't receive the protection money, but he couldn't help but care if Muan died. Muan is not only an S-level talent with a promising future, but also the sharpest knife in his hand. In this Pangu Academy, he has helped him do a lot of dirty work, laid a huge family business for him, and controlled the Lufeng society. The death of such a capable, talented and loyal subordinate was like cutting off an arm for him. How could he not be angry? More importantly, Muan's surname is Mu, and like him, he is from the Mu family. Although they are not blood brothers, they share the same blood and are close relatives. His brother was killed, his right-hand man was killed, and the anger in Mu Liufeng's heart reached its peak and he could hardly control it. Bang! As the teacup in his hand shattered and was crushed by him, Mu Lufeng suddenly stood up and soared into the sky. He stood in mid-air, his eyes sweeping across the academy, his gaze fixed on Jiang Hua's residence, and he shouted loudly while mobilizing his spiritual power. Jiang Hua, you killed my brother. Today, I will kill you. Follow me to the stage of life and death. I want to fight you to the death. The roar, accompanied by rolling waves, spread throughout the entire Pangu Academy. For a moment, the entire academy was shaken, and countless people looked up in astonishment, looking at Mu Lufeng in the sky. Fuck, Mu Lufeng is challenging Jiang Hua to a life and death duel. What's going on? I guess it's because of the protection fee incident that broke out some time ago. I told you long ago that newcomers shouldn't be too arrogant. You angered Mu Lufeng, and now you're dumbfounded. Mu Lufeng is the president of the Lufeng Society. He has reached the 9th level of the 5th order and possesses S-level talent. His strength is unfathomable. He even killed a 6th order cultist some time ago. Jiang Hua is doomed this time. President Lufeng is so domineering. He personally took the field and beat Jiang Hua directly. Jiang Hua, although he has some talent, is still too young and doesn't know his place. This time he's met a serious opponent. Let's see how he ends up. Tisk, it's nothing more than thinking that you've awakened an SSS level talent and are getting cocky. But you know, a genius without growth is nothing. This time, his legend will come to an end, and he will pay a heavy price for his youthful recklessness, even losing his life. TSK, another genius is about to fall. There are always people who don't believe in evil and try to challenge and overturn the rules without even considering whether they have the ability to do so. Everyone was talking about it, most of them had an expression of enjoying the show, their faces were full of gloating, and many people even made sarcastic remarks. Obviously, they have been dissatisfied with the genius Jiang Hua for a long time. Although Jiang Hua has never provoked them, some people are jealous and cannot bear to see others do well. Jiang Hua's popularity naturally made many people jealous, wishing Jiang Hua bad luck, and even secretly cursing Jiang Hua to fall from the altar. Now seeing this scene, they were naturally happy to see it happen. Only Shen Rushu, Lin Wuwen, Li Tsong and other people who were familiar with Jiang Hua had a look of worry in their eyes. At the top of a building, Shen Rushu nervously held Chu Xiao's hand, his eyes fixed on Mu Lufeng, who was looking murderous above the sky, and said anxiously, Xiao, what should we do? Mu Lufeng wants to fight Jiang Hua to the death. I heard he's very powerful. Can Jiang Hua beat him? Will anything go wrong? Don't worry, it won't happen. Didn't you see the battle in Jinchuan County? Jiang Hua was able to make such a big commotion. His strength is unfathomable. Nothing will happen. Chu Xiao comforted them, but deep down in her heart, she couldn't help but worry. After all, they didn't see Jiang Hua take action with their own eyes, and they were not sure if it was Jiang Hua that day. However, Mu Lufeng has been famous for a long time and has a great reputation in the inner courtyard. His cultivation is much higher than Jiang Hua's, so he is naturally very worried. Even Lin Wuwen had a serious look in his eyes, cursing inwardly, damn it, Mu Lufeng is such a bad guy, he has no moral principles. With the cultivation level of the 9th level of the 5th stage, he actually had the nerve to challenge Jiang Hua. I don't know if Jiang Hua can withstand it. Although the school will definitely not let anything happen to Jiang Hua, if they lose, it will be a big blow to their reputation. Amidst the discussions among the crowd, Jiang Hua's residence was silent. Facing Mu Liufeng's challenge and the ridicule of the crowd, he seemed to be unable to hear them and did not express any reaction. This silence also made many people feel disdainful, thinking that Jiang Hua must have been scared and did not dare to fight, and was acting like a turtle. Mu Lufeng sneered, activated his spiritual power again, and shouted loudly, Jiang Hua, are you scared? Don't dare to fight? Weren't you so arrogant before, claiming to challenge all the senior students in the inner courtyard? Why are you so afraid to speak now? It seems that your so-called genius is just a facade. Despite this irony, Jiang Hua remained silent. Mu Lufeng frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "What a coward! Jiang Hua, you'd better hide in the academy for the rest of your life and don't let me find you. Otherwise, I will step on your head and let you know the consequences of offending me." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to turn and leave, but at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from Jiang Hua's residence, and a pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. A boundless divine pressure swept over, and everyone looked up in shock. Someone exclaimed. Fourth level awakening, Jiang Hua has broken through to the fourth level and summoned his second contracted creature. Judging from its aura, it's also SSS level. Wow, one word caused 1,000 waves to rise, and everyone was shocked. The summoner system will summon new creatures at the first stage awakening, the middle stage of the fourth stage, and the late stage of the seventh stage. But not everyone can awaken summon creatures of the same level as the first time, the second or third time. There are a vast majority of people who have extremely high talents when they first awaken, but when they awaken a second time, the contracted creatures they summon are not ideal. But Jiang Hua, as if blessed by God, actually awakened to the SSS level during his second awakening at the fourth level. Both awakenings were at SSS level. How terrifying is that? Everyone was shocked beyond words, even Mu Lufeng was shaken. They stared at the golden beam of light in the sky, wanting to see what creature Jiang was summoned for the second time. But with a flash of golden light, the golden beam of light disappeared without a trace. Jiang Hua's second summoned creature did not show up. Instead, Jiang Hua walked out with a cold face. Afraid? Do you think you are worthy of scaring me? Jiang Hua glanced at Mu Lufeng with disdain, then turned his gaze to the whole audience, and a low, cold shout suddenly rang out. I know that many people are unhappy with me, and many people wish me dead. Today, I will satisfy you. I, Jiang Hua, challenge all the students in the inner courtyard who want to kill me to a fight to the death. I will fight you all by myself. If you have the guts, come to the ring. Whether there are 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 of you, today, either I die, or all of you die. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Genius is just the threshold to see me. I, Jiang Hua, challenge all the inner courtyard disciples who want to kill me to a fight to the death. I will fight you all by myself. If you have the guts, come to the ring. Whether there are 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 of you, today, either I die, or all of you die. The domineering voice spread throughout the entire school, and the thousands of people present were stunned and silent. Everyone was stunned, looking at the elegant young man in the starry sky tuxedo with shock. I couldn't believe that such words came from the mouth of a newcomer who had just entered the school for a few days. One person, beating everyone, how wild is this? How domineering is this? You have to know, this is Pangu Academy. Who among them isn't a genius? Who among them isn't one in a million? But even so, Jiang Hua still dared to say this in front of everyone, openly and confidently. Shocking. Unparalleled, indescribable shock. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Hua's aura, and they were stunned for a long time and unable to speak for a while. After a long while, someone suddenly said, Jiang Hua, is he crazy? Boom. The whole place exploded instantly, and the roaring discussions resounded like a tsunami, almost breaking through the dome and overturning the world. Crazy, crazy. Jiang Hua is absolutely crazy. What is he doing? Does he really think he is invincible? Arrogant. Too arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. This is Pangu Academy. He dares to say such things. He is seeking death. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. Jiang Hua is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Isn't he just a little bit talented? Didn't he just break through to the fourth level? There are so many of us here, a single spit from each of us could drown him. Let's all come together and teach this brat a lesson. The public was outraged. Jiang Hua's actions were really hateful. He was provoking all the disciples of Pangu Academy, pointing at everyone's face and cursing everyone present was trash. They are all hot-blooded teenagers. How can they tolerate such provocation? Immediately, many people threw the things in their hands to the ground, stood up angrily, and prepared to teach Jiang Hua a lesson. However, there were also many people who looked at Jiang Hua with admiration and obsession in their eyes. It had to be said that although Jiang Hua's performance at this moment was a little ignorant, it was really handsome. Playing the whole game alone, how much confidence and courage does it take to say such words? Such a thing has never happened in the history of Pangu Academy, and no one has ever dared to say such words. Regardless of whether Zhang Hua can succeed or not, at least he did it, but they dared not even think about it. This is the gap. Immediately, many girls' eyes were filled with love, and they looked at Zhang Hua infatuatedly. Shen Rushu was even more intoxicated, and her affection for Zhang Hua reached its peak. No woman would not be moved by such a man, such a domineering and confident man, not to mention that Zhang Hua is so handsome, so talented, and so powerful. Almost all the advantages are concentrated in him. He is a nearly perfect man with no flaws. He seems to always be in the spotlight, always shining like a star. Shen Rishu's innocent heart was pounding. She grabbed Xu Xiao's hand with great force, pinching her knuckles until they turned white. However, she didn't notice at all. Her eyes were fixed on Zhang Hua, never moving away for a moment. Even Xu Xiao, who had always had a grudge against Zhang Hua, was stunned at this moment. Looking at Zhang Hua, who was as dazzling as the sun, she suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. As for Lin Wuhan, he was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Zhang Hua in disbelief, with endless complexity in his eyes. At this moment, he was completely convinced and no longer had the desire to compete with Zhang Hua. He knew that he had lost and would never have the chance to defeat Zhang Hua again in this life. Because Zhang Hua is a god, the real Zhang god, and he is just a mortal. How can a mortal dream of defeating a god? Zhang Hua and he have never been on the same level. This one sentence shocked the entire Pangu Academy, and even countless elders and college leaders cast surprised glances at him. Amidst the shocked and complicated gazes of the crowd, Zhang Hua's expression remained calm. He floated down calmly and landed on the huge arena for the life and death battle, then waved to everyone. One action ignited the whole audience again. Zhang Hua, you are too presumptuous. Today, you will pay a heavy price for your arrogance. Mu Lufeng finally came to his senses and became furious. He suddenly flew down and stood opposite Zhang Hua, shouting in a deep voice, "Where are the disciples of Lufeng Society? Get on the stage. We are here." Amidst earth-shaking roars, hundreds of people stepped onto the stage together, stood behind Mu Lufeng, and stared at Zhang Hua. "Tsk tisk, it's been a while since I've seen such a grand scene. When did our school produce such an arrogant newcomer? I'd like to see if your abilities are as strong as your boast. Where are the Qingshan Society disciples? Step onto the stage." A light laugh was heard, and hundreds of figures stepped onto the stage. A man in a long gown walked out from the crowd, holding a folding fan and looking at Zhang Hua with a half-smile. The president of Qingshan Society, Su Qingshan, has S-level talent and is at the 10th level of the 5th stage. This is a rare event, how can I be absent? Let me join in the fun, disciples of the Red Flame Society, follow me, to the arena. Amidst wild laughter, a fat man who was 2 meters tall and weighed at least 1,000 kilograms stepped onto the ring, and the entire ring shook. Shi Xiao, the president of the Qi Yan Society, is an S-class genius with a cultivation level of level 5, 10th level. Thunder Club disciples, follow me and fight. A tall man covered in golden armor, holding a spear and surrounded by thunder, descended from the sky, and his violent aura swept across the entire venue. Behind him, hundreds of academy disciples, also wearing golden armor and holding spears, descended together with their imposing manner. Shang Guanhao, the president of the Thunder Club, has S-level talent and cultivation level of level 5, 10th level. Zhang Hua, you killed my brother. Today, I want to avenge my brother. Another cold shout was heard, and a woman came flying over. She was wearing a red dress and had a frosty face. It was Zhou Yuhua, who had S-level talent and cultivation level of level 5, 5th stage. On the arena, figures flashed. 4 of the 5 major clubs in the inner courtyard came, and 5 S-level geniuses came. The total number of people reached thousands. As everyone appeared on stage one by one, exclamations from the crowd rose one after another, one wave louder than the other. Oh shit, it's really here. Aside from the Sihai Club, the remaining 4 major clubs are all here, with the presidents personally taking the stage. This is unheard of. Zhang Huajubi is finished. No matter how strong he is, can he defeat so many people? There are thousands of people on the ring, and every one of them has a higher cultivation level than him. If they all explode together, he will be killed without a trace left. You're dumbfounded now, aren't you? You're just being so pretentious, right? Let's see how he ends up today. Amidst the noisy discussions, there was a lot of ridicule towards Zhang Hua. In such a situation, almost no one present thought that Zhang Hua could win. It is simply impossible for a person who has just broken through to the 4th level to defeat thousands of awakened people at the 4th and 5th levels who all have talents of at least a level or above. It is simply a fantasy. Mu Lufeng, Zhou Yuhua, Su Qingshan, and the other 5 stood at the front, listening to everyone's discussion. Mu Lufeng sneered. Zhang Hua, did you see that? This is what happens when you're so reckless as to provoke the entire inner courtyard. Do you think your SSS level talents are amazing? Do you think your dual system skills are amazing? Do you think you're awesome for winning so many battles? Let me tell you, this is Pangu Academy. What it lacks the least is geniuses and strong people. Even if there were only one genius among 10,000, there would still be a full 140,000 of them in the entire China. Which of these people was not a child of destiny? Which one of them could not fight against those of higher ranks? Just you, a newcomer who just broke through the 4th level and entered the academy a few days ago. Why do you think you can beat us? What can you do to beat us? Mu Lufeng had a gloomy face, looked at Zhang Hua coldly, and shouted loudly, as if he wanted to overwhelm Zhang Hua with his momentum. But Zhang Hua's expression remained calm. He glanced at the thousands of people on the stage calmly, and finally stopped at Mu Lufeng's face. He shook his head, chuckled, and said, "Let me tell you a story. There was a man who was born with a strange vision from heaven. When he was young, he learned extraordinary magical skills. When he grew up, he could conquer an entire country by himself. After he became an adult, he traveled around the world and his magical powers improved greatly. 1,000 years later, he was invincible. With a wave of his hand, mountains and rivers collapsed, stars fell, and all living things were devastated. After another 100 years, his magical powers were perfected and he ascended to heaven. After the ascension, he fought with people of the same realm, fought bravely and stood out. Finally, after 10,000 years of hard training, he was able to enter the heavenly palace and become one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. As the indifferent words spread, the expressions of Mu Lufeng and others became extremely ugly, but the smile on Zhang Hua's face became even brighter. His eyes suddenly turned cold, staring at everyone intently, and shouted in a deep voice. The ascenders who have gone through so much hardship have finally become one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers who surrounded the great sage. I admit that you are all geniuses, but genius is only the threshold to meet me. Your talents can only make you one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, but I can become Qi. Tian. Da. Sage. You asked me how I won, what I used to win. I will tell you now, it's because of strength, talent, and this. Boom. Zhang Hua suddenly stretched out his hand and a golden stick appeared in his hand. The starry sky tuxedo on his body spontaneously combusted without fire and turned into ashes, replaced by a golden chainmail armor. Wearing golden armor and holding a long staff, Zhang Hua pointed at everyone and laughed wildly, "Ha ha, even if there are 1,000 of us, it doesn't matter. Come and fight." Chapter 98 The Great Sage Equaling Heaven, Sun Wukong. She. The Great Sage Equaling Heaven, Sun Wukong. When the long stick and golden armor appeared, everyone's faces changed drastically, some people trembled and even their hearts were shaking. Swish, 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 swish. The void shook, and 10 figures suddenly emerged. The elders of the academy, led by Zhang Daoxian, appeared together, and 10 8th-level strongmen descended, all staring at Zhang Hua in shock. Even in the depths of the academy, in an unknown place, a pair of turbid eyes filled with endless vicissitudes of life suddenly opened and looked over. Mu Lufeng, Zhou Yuhua, Su Qingshan, Shi Xiao, Shang Wanhao, and the others all had their expressions changed drastically and could no longer remain calm. Xin Rushu, Chu Xiao, Lin Wuhan, and the others all widened their eyes, their hearts filled with turmoil. At this moment, all the disciples in Pangu Academy were filled with incomparable shock in their hearts. They stared at Zhang Hua and the gilded stick in his hand, as if they wanted to get an answer. There is no other reason. The name of the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, is so famous in China that everyone knows him, from centenarians to 3-year-old children. There is hardly any other name that can compare to the influence brought by this title. In the hearts of all Chinese people, that monkey is the real god, the truly invincible existence in the world, no doubt about it. The importance of Sun Wukong to Chinese mythology is like the importance of water to people. Without water, people will die. Without Sun Wukong, Chinese mythology will lose its brilliance. So at this moment, when Zhang Hua, wearing golden armor and holding a gilded long stick, told the story to everyone, everyone was excited. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Hua did not disappoint them. With a smile on his face, he spread out his palm, in which was a tuft of golden hair. Call. As Jiang Hua blew gently, hair flew everywhere, and suddenly, hundreds of figures wearing golden chainmail armor, phoenix wing purple gold crowns on their heads, lotus silk cloud walking shoes on their feet, and holding ruby golden cudgels in their hands appeared. Boom! The whole place exploded. Boiling instantly. Chanxiao's shouts resounded through the sky. Countless people stared at the figures with fiery eyes, their eyes turning red. At this moment, the true god of China, the Monkey King Sun Wukong, appears. At this moment, everyone saw the Monkey King Sun Wukong in reality for the first time. That is right, the summoned creature that Jiang Hua awakened to the 4th level is none other than the legendary incomparable being, the Monkey King from the Water Curtain Cave in the Flower Fruit Mountain Sun Wukong. I don't believe it. Even if you are the Monkey King, you are only at the 4th level. How much strength can you exert? I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't beat you alone. Mu Liufeng's face was ferocious, he gritted his teeth and roared angrily. He took a sudden step forward, and his aura exploded, reaching the 6th level. Mu Liufeng actually hid his strength. He had actually broken through the 6th level a long time ago and reached the level of a core disciple. As he exploded like this, 2 figures emerged behind him. They were wearing robes, had bald heads, and one arm was exposed. One had a dragon tattoo on his arm, and the other had a tiger tattoo on his arm. The dragon subduing Arhat and the tiger subduing Arhat, 2S level beings, are the summoned creatures awakened by Mu Liufeng at the 1st and 4th levels. The Arhat who subdues dragons and tigers put his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. For a moment, the Buddha's light shone everywhere, and the feeling of oppression was full. That's right, even if you are the Monkey King, you are only at the 4th level after all. President Liufeng, I am here to help you. Zhou Yuhua also snorted coldly and took a step forward. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. A divine bird behind her looked up to the sky and howled. Its body was covered in green light. It was an S-level divine bird Qinghuan. And we, today, will shatter your legend. Su Qingshan, Qi Xiao, and Shang Guanhao all shouted angrily, and their aura exploded. A man in a grey robe with a wine gourd hanging from his waist came riding on his sword in the wind. The sword energy was whistling and soaring into the sky. He was an S-level drunken sword immortal. The crimson flames were filled with a strange pink glow, and a phoenix emerged from the fire and soared into the sky, an S-level evil fire phoenix. Rumble. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, dark clouds pressed down, and Lei Gong and Dian Mu held magical instruments, glaring angrily at the sky. For a moment, the heaven and earth shook, and 5 powerful men close to the 6th level summoned their contracted creatures and pets together. The majestic and vast momentum stirred up the wind and clouds, pressing towards Jiang Hua. Seeing this, Jiang Hua laughed out loud. With just these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, you think you can defeat the long stick in my hand? It seems that I overestimated you. You are not even qualified to become one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. Fight, kill him. Mu Liufeng shouted, and with a wave of his hand, thousands of academy disciples behind him rushed towards Jiang Hua frantically. Jiang Hua calmly stretched out his hand and pointed, and hundreds of figures of Wukong rushed out, holding the ruby golden cudgel and smashing towards the disciples of the academy. Let's go too. Mu Liufeng's eyes were gloomy, and the Arhat who subdued dragons and tigers suddenly turned into a stream of light and merged into his body. A golden halo appeared behind his head, and the whole person soared into the air and rushed towards Jiang Hua. Zhou Yuhua, Su Qingshan, Qi Xiao, and Shang Guanhao also rushed out violently, using their respective skills to unleash terrifying attacks and kill Jiang Hua. For a moment, Buddha's light shone everywhere, the wind howled, sword energy was rampant, thunder roared, and flames burned. It seemed as if a violent destructive storm was blowing in the field. The terrifying aura made everyone present change color with horror, and endless fear rose in their hearts. The violent energy fluctuations, even if any one bit escaped, would be enough to doom them to eternal damnation. Zhang Daoxian and 10 elders of the academy took action immediately, forming seals with their fingers. Immediately, a golden light shield fell down like a giant bowl upside down, isolating the arena from the outside world. On the stage, Jiang Hua watched the terrifying attacks unleashed by several people, but his expression remained unchanged. His eyes were calm and emotionless as he spoke slowly. I've said before that genius is just the threshold to meeting me, and you're not even geniuses, you're not even capable of imitating the laws of nature. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. In the vast energy storm, a towering figure tore through everything and slowly straightened his body. Jiang Hua's huge body, which was over 1,000 meters tall, made his head almost break through the light shield. His eyes were burning with dazzling golden light as he looked down. At this moment, Mu Lufeng and the others looked as small as mosquitoes and as tiny as dust in his eyes. Gurgle. Mu Lufeng swallowed hard. The 5 people looked up in horror and saw a golden stick like a jade pillar pressing down towards them. No! Desperate fear appeared in the eyes of the 5 people. They let out heart-wrenching roars and fled madly to the outside world. But no matter how they struggled or how far they fled, the long stick, like a jade pillar supporting the sky, seemed boundless. No matter how hard they tried, they could not escape the range of the long stick. Arhats, Thunder Goddess, Lightning Goddess, and Phoenix were all torn apart, destroyed, and turned into dust under the long stick. It was not until the long stick seemed to grow bigger and closer in their eyes that the 5 people felt a strong sense of regret in their hearts. Jiang Hua's words echoed in their ears, as if confirming everything. Genius is just the threshold to meet me. Genius is really just the threshold to meeting him. Boom! The ruby golden cudgel smashed down angrily, and the 5 people's bodies exploded and turned into powder. Thousands of inner court disciples also fell to the ground, some dead, some injured, and none of them could stand up. Everything is settled. The golden light dissipated, and Jiang Hua returned to his original state, standing in mid-air, wearing a starry tuxedo. His face remained calm and indifferent from beginning to end, and even the corners of his clothes were not wrinkled at all. It was not until this time that sounds of relief were heard one after another in the field. The previous battle was so shocking that most people stared at the battle intently and forgot to breathe. It was not until this moment that he let out a sigh of relief. His face was flushed red, but he was extremely excited in his heart. Shocking. Unparalleled shock. Everyone present stared at Jiang Hua's figure with their fiery gazes, almost igniting him. So strong. It's really too strong. With just one move, he killed Mu Lufeng and his 4 companions. You have to know that there is 1 level 6 and 4 level 5, and they are all S-level geniuses. Jiang Hua was only at the 4th level, 1st level, and had just broken through less than half an hour ago. How shocking this was. Moreover, there were more than 1,000 4th-level inner court disciples helping out. If this scene were to be released, even a 7th-level expert would not dare to confront him head-on. But even so, he was still beaten to ashes by a stick. Everyone was unable to describe the shock in their hearts with words. At this moment, all language seemed pale and could not describe the power of Jiang Hua. Perhaps it is really just that sentence, genius is really just the threshold to meet Jiang Hua, and most of them are not even geniuses. Today, they truly witnessed what a genius is. Jiang Hua is the only genius in the world, and no one can compare to him. Even Zhang Daoxian and the others were filled with amazement, and their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Jiang Hua. This young man was too strong and too arrogant. What he did made even these old men, who were half buried in the ground, feel a long-lost surge of passion in their blood. He challenged thousands of people alone, defeated the strong with the weak, destroyed the 4 major societies in the inner courtyard, and blew up the inner courtyard. No one could defeat him. Just listening to this makes me feel my adrenaline rushing and my blood boiling. However, killing so many people, including students from our own school, has really caused a big mess. We old guys have to clean up the mess. How could one person fight against thousands of others in a life and death duel? I've never heard of that before. Complaining in their hearts, Zhang Daoxian and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Finally, Zhang Daoxian came out, coughed, cleared his throat, and shouted seriously. Jiang Hua won this life and death duel. Once on the stage, both sides will rely on their own abilities. If you die, you can't blame others. Everyone, no matter what family power you have behind you, you are not allowed to retaliate or pursue any charges. Otherwise, if the school finds out, you will be killed without mercy. Zhang Daoxian's cold voice sounded, and he glanced fiercely at everyone present. Seeing that no one dared to look at him, he nodded with satisfaction. Then he continued, however, considering that this incident was so serious and caused the deaths and injuries of so many disciples, Jiang Hua, as the instigator, should be punished. Let's send him to a new secret realm to open up new lands. After he finished speaking, Zhang Daoxian sent another message to Jiang Hua. Opening up a new secret realm may seem like a punishment, but it's actually a reward. It will be of great benefit to you. Don't refuse. I've also found out that the True God Temple is targeting you. I'll tell you more later. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hua nodded secretly and said nothing more, just to give Zhang Daoxian face. Okay, let's all go. Zhang Daoxian waved his hand and everyone dispersed. However, the scene of the battle just now still echoed in my mind, and I couldn't let it go for a long time. Chapter 99, 10,000 Dragons Return to the Ruins, the Bones of the Heavenly Demon. The difference between a summoner and a beastmaster is that a summoner's summoned creatures cannot die. They rely on their hosts for existence, much like heroic spirits. The beastmaster's pets are independent individuals. They obey the beastmaster's orders, but they are also living creatures and will die if killed. Therefore, summoned creatures cannot exist independently from their hosts, but pets can. Those guys from the True God Temple have been capturing various divine beasts for 100 years. I don't know what their intentions are, but this time, they've set their sights on your candle dragon. What's more, now you have the three-legged golden crow in Zhenghua. You have two mythical beasts in your body. The True Temple will definitely not let you go. The previous attack on Jiangbei province was to lure you out. This time, you were strong enough to kill the cultists who came, but next time, you may not be so lucky. Because of the great strife, not only are we reforming, but the True God Temple has also experienced great turmoil, and they seem to be facing a reshuffle internally. Therefore, these cultists will probably become even more crazy and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. And Zhanghua, as the strongest talent of the new generation in China and the only dual system SSS level talent in China, you will definitely become a thorn in their eyes and attract the most firepower. Even the 9th level talents may attack you. However, your current strength has not yet reached the level of ignoring all these threats, so the top management of the school has discussed and unanimously decided to let you stay out of the spotlight for the time being. Opening up a new secret realm is a good choice. The secret realm we have chosen for you is called Wanlongguishu, which is an extremely dangerous but full of opportunities. I have used divination to calculate, and the hexagram shows that you can gain huge benefits in this secret realm. It just so happens that you possess the special physique of the dragon race, and your body is strong. Perhaps you can also undergo another transformation in this secret realm. A solitary peak on a cliff, under a thatched hut. While pouring tea for Zhanghua, Zhang Daoxian explained the reason why he was punished to go to the secret realm to open up Wasteland. Now is the time of a century of change and great strife. All parties have different ideas, and all kinds of monsters and demons emerge one after another. Pangu Academy can't help but pay more attention and is extremely vigilant about Zhenghua's safety. Upon hearing this, Zhanghua nodded and at the same time resolved the doubts in his heart. No wonder Li Qingran and Chu Yun appeared so coincidentally that day. Zhanghua thought they were here to kill him, but he didn't expect that they were here to capture Zhulong. True Temple, capturing the divine beast? Zhanghua muttered. He didn't know what secrets the True Temple had, but he always felt that it might be related to the blood of the evil god. We do need to be more vigilant, after all. Zhanghua now has divine beasts such as the candle dragon, the three-legged golden crow, the nine-colored deer, etc., a total of 11 in total. What does it mean to have 11 divine beasts? The True God Temple might not even be able to capture that many divine beasts in 10 years. If a Ninth Order expert were to be summoned, Zhanghua would be doomed. Although he was very arrogant before, even if he was the Monkey King, if he met Panga personally, wouldn't he be finished? Zhanghua is only at the 4th level. If he meets a 9th level one, it would be no different from Sun Wukong meeting Pangu. Although Zhanghua is confident, he is not stupid. Could he really rush up and fight with the 9th rank? After thinking for a while, Zhanghua nodded and agreed, then asked. Is there anything unique about the myriad dragons returning to the ruins' secret realm? What's it like inside? Has anyone else entered besides me? Yes, the mysterious land of 10,000 dragons returning to the ruins is a place where dragons are buried. It contains a large amount of dragon aura. Legend has it that this is the place where the dragon race was destroyed and a large number of real dragons were buried there. Because of the existence of these dragon auras, many sub-dragon beasts and mixed blood dragons were born, so the danger is still relatively high. This secret realm was jointly developed by the 4 great universities. Entry is restricted to awakeners above level 7, so most of those who go in for adventure are the core disciples of the 4 great universities, that is, level 6 awakeners. When you enter the secret realm, you may come face to face with them, but as long as there are no 7th level ones, you should be able to handle it with your strength. In addition, in this secret realm, perhaps there will appear something that you care about the most, the Devil's Bone. As Zhang Daoxian finished speaking, Zhanghua's eyes instantly shone with golden light, and he asked decisively, when will we enter the secret realm? There's no need to be so anxious. Let's wait 3 days. Wu Xiaofeng has been waiting for 10 years, so a few more days won't matter. Jianhua, whether it's the Yulong Army or Pangu Academy, there are many things that are hard to explain. I hope you can really make that guy recover. That way, we will have another pillar of support for Daxia. Zhang Daoxian sighed and explained that he seemed to know some secrets but was unwilling to mention them. Of course. Finding the devil's bones, the mermaid's tears, and the fountain of life is my promise to old man Wu. I will definitely complete it no matter what. As for those past events, when I have the strength in the future, I can naturally use my fists to determine right and wrong and prove the justice of the people. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do, and no one dares to stop me from investigating what I want to investigate. This day is not far away. Jianhua said decisively, exuding unparalleled strong confidence, his eyes like stars, shining brightly. After leaving Jiangqing for a month, Jianhua now has the confidence to fight Wu Xiaofeng. Jianhua had already killed several of the 6th-level beings who were once so unattainable. In a few years, he would be invincible. After agreeing on a time, Jianhua got up and walked out. Zhang Daoxian looked at Jianghua's back as he left. The boy's arrogance soared to the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the boy, as if he was coated with a layer of golden light. That is the glory of God. He strides towards the sunshine, towards hope, shining brightly. Zhang Daoxian, who was in the shadows, couldn't help but have a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. In a trance, he seemed to see the towering figure he once was, just as powerful, just as confident, and just as domineering. Once upon a time, this land was forbidden by the gods, and no race dared to cross even a tiny bit. But ever since the fall of the true God, they have been ready to make a move. Now, our great Xia is finally about to welcome the second true God. The great sage equaling heaven, wow, this time, even if it is just like in the myth, 100,000 heavenly soldiers will come again, and the Tathagata from the west will suppress the Buddha again. Even though I am old, I will never let you hurt Jianhua in the slightest. Jianhua, go ahead, move forward boldly. Behind you are the people of Great Xia. Heaven has 100,000 celestial soldiers, and Great Xia also has hundreds of millions of unyielding souls. Outer courtyard, platform residence. Did you see it? Did you see it? Jiangshan single-handedly overthrew the entire inner courtyard. There were thousands of 4th-level inner courtyard disciples, and he killed them all with just one blow. What is genius? This is genius. What is strength? This is strength. What is invincibility? Jiangshan is invincible. What are you still hesitating about? Jiangshan is willing to protect us for only 20% of the protection fee. Would you rather be suppressed by the old students in the inner courtyard and have half of the resources taken away than give it to Jiangshan? This is your only chance in this life to get in touch with Jiangshan. Moreover, with Jiangshan's talent, he will not stay in the inner courtyard for long. He will be promoted to a core disciple soon. Is there a better deal than spending a bit of time to get you a few years of peaceful cultivation in the academy? A large group of freshmen from the outer courtyard gathered. Li Tsong stood on a chair and shouted exaggeratedly, promoting Jianghua's deeds. Chapter 100 Do gods really exist? I have to say that this guy has a talent for fooling people. It would be a waste of his talent if he didn't work in CX. Jianhua was hiding above the sky, looking at the scene below. He couldn't help but smile, but he was still very satisfied in his heart. Li Tsong was a good kid. At least he completed all the tasks assigned to him by Jianhua seriously and responsibly. Moreover, this kid seemed to admire him very much. Jianhua felt that if he also established an organization like the True Temple, Li Tsong would definitely be the most loyal believer. Under Li Tsong's persuasion, many new disciples agreed to pay the protection fee. Among these new students, many were also Jianghua's admirers. After joining the academy for a few days, they heard too many legends about Jianghua. When walking in the academy, they could hear people discussing Jianghua almost every moment. In just a few days, they didn't even have a complete understanding of the academy, but they remembered Jianghua's name firmly. Moreover, Jianghua was a freshman like them. It must be said that this itself was a miracle. It was precisely this miracle that made them so convinced of Jianghua. Similarly, they also trusted Li Tsong, Jianghua's designated spokesperson. Seeing that everyone was willing to cooperate, Li Tsong was overjoyed. He took the group of new students who were taking the entrance examination from Shenangjia and hurriedly registered the names and collected resources. He was very busy and had a lot of fun. With the cooperation and help of everyone, soon thousands of freshmen paid their resources, and Li Song also had a series of storage rings hanging around his neck, which looked quite funny. After the crowd dispersed, Jiang Hua finally landed. Li Song noticed Jiang Hua instantly, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Jiangshan, you're here. Well, good job. I saw it all just now. Jiang Hua patted his shoulder and encouraged him. This is because you, Jiangshan, are reliable. You have talent and strength, so you have the confidence. Those guys in the inner courtyard, now that they see us freshmen, how dare they be as arrogant as before? Li Song chuckled and flattered Jiang Hua subtly. Then he took off the space ring hanging around his neck and handed it to Jiang Hua. Jiangshan, most of the protection fees have been collected. 2/3 of the freshmen are willing to pay them. The rest are either from auxiliary departments who have joined various departments of the university, or have backgrounds and will not be bullied. In addition, the brothers and sisters were members of the 5 major societies and directly joined the 5 major societies, so these people did not hand it over. In the end, we collected about 4 billion in total. Of course, this is just for 1 month, and there will be more next month. Li Song took out a booklet that was filled with densely packed records. He flipped through it while reporting to Jiang Hua. Yeah, not bad. Jiang Hua nodded. This number was a little more than he had imagined. You have to know that even Jiang Hua's annual resource quota is only 6 billion. These new students can bring him 4 billion in revenue per month, which means 48 billion per year, an 8-fold increase. What a huge number. No wonder those societies in the inner courtyard were determined to fight Jiang Hua, and even did not hesitate to fight to the death. In the face of such huge benefits, it was impossible for them to give up easily. Jiang Hua scanned the space ring with his spiritual sense and found that all the resources inside had been exchanged for cultivation potions and spiritual medicines. He couldn't help but feel more satisfied with Li Song. You did a good job this time. This is yours. You'll get this much every month from now on. Also, from today on, you're one of us. If you run into trouble in the future, tell me your name. Jiang Hua took out a space ring and handed it to Li Song, patting his shoulder in encouragement. Li Song was immediately ecstatic. Jiang Hua's words meant that he truly recognized him. From now on, he would have Jiang Hua's support behind him. This was more valuable than any reward. After checking the space ring, Li Song's eyes suddenly widened and his breathing became faster. There is a resource quota of 100 million in the ring, which is 1.2 billion a year. This is the treatment of an SSS-level genius in the school, but he, Li Song, is only B-level. Thump! Li Song knelt down directly, looking at Jiang Hua with fiery eyes, and said solemnly, seriously, and earnestly. Song has been wandering for half his life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If Jiangshan does not forsake me, Song is willing to be his adoptive father. From now on, I will never refuse, even if it means going through fire and water. Jiang Hua's face turned dark, his face twitched violently, and he kicked him. After getting the things, Jiang Hua returned to his own courtyard. After closing the door, Jiang Hua took a deep breath and his expression became serious. This time, Jiang Hua successfully broke through the 4th level, awakened the SSS level, and contracted the Monkey King Sun Wukong. But Jiang Hua found that he could not summon Sun Wukong. He could use Sun Wukong's abilities and, with all his strength, he could also condense a phantom of Sun Wukong. But he couldn't summon Sun Wukong directly like he could summon Michael, Medusa, Zhulong, and others. In other words, Jiang Hua could not communicate with Sun Wukong, nor could he let Sun Wukong go out to fight independently. This is very strange. This has never happened before. This is the first time. Jiang Hua didn't know the reason. If it was because they were too weak, then why could Michael, Zhulong, and others be summoned? And if this is not the reason, then what is it? Jiang Hua was puzzled. He had actually wanted to ask Zhang Daoxian before. After all, Zhang Daoxian was an 8th-level expert and must know more about these things than him. But Zhulong sent a message to him, asking him not to ask. Zhulong, what do you know? Can you tell me now? Jiang Hua asked in a deep voice with a serious look in his eyes. Zhulong flew out from Jiang Hua's wrist, hovered in front of Jiang Hua, and looked at Jiang Hua face to face. Jiang Hua also looked at him. After staring at each other for a long time, Zhulong sighed and said, My lord, have you ever thought about whether summoned creatures really exist? Or, in other words, are those myths that have been passed down for ages true? Did the characters in those myths ever really exist in this world? Ha! Jiang Hua was stunned. He had never thought about this before. But the answer is yes. If they did not really exist, how could he summon Medusa, Michael, and others? Could it be that they were created out of thin air? No, Jiang Hua suddenly came to his senses and was stunned because he suddenly thought of something. If Medusa, Michael, Zhulong and others really exist, then they are real gods. How could a being as powerful as a god be willing to become his summoned creature? Even if it was the system's credit, what about Lin Wuwen, Xu Xiao, and the others? Could it be that Hades, Qiyu, and the others were willing to become summoned creatures of ordinary mortals? This was absolutely impossible. And there are even more unreasonable things. If mythical creatures really existed in the past, then how could the strength of Blue Star be just what it is now? Sun Wukong, Erlangshan, Neza, even if they are just minor gods, the inheritance they left behind is enough to bring about earth-shaking changes in the entire blue planet. As long as they pass down the techniques of cultivation and the methods of cultivating immortals, then Blue Star will definitely not be able to be just what it is today. For a moment, Jiang Hua felt his scalp tingling and even creepy. Many guesses flashed through his mind, and the results of each guess did not seem so good. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hua waved his hand, and Xian Nu appeared in the room. Jiang Hua spoke directly. Xian Nu, I want to learn spiritual skills from you. You once helped the Yellow Emperor defeat Qiyu and taught him books such as the Yin Fu Jing, the Three Palaces Secret, and the Five-Tone Strategy. You also mastered the art of military seals and swords, and the art of Shiman Duanjia. I want to learn these from you, is that okay? While speaking, Jiang Hua stared intently into Xian Nu's eyes. Xian Nu smiled slightly and nodded without hesitation. Master, of course, I will. The voice stopped abruptly, and Zuan's beautiful brows frowned. She was thinking hard, frowning, and after a long while, she shook her head. Strange, my lord, I can't seem to remember these things.